After I was reborn, the first thing I did was to go to the zoo and play the guitar for an hour for the water buffalo. Everyone laughed at me and thought I was crazy, but only I knew that in 7 days a mysterious beam of light would shine on the entire blue star, causing all animals to mutate and evolve. Humans would only become their blood food. The new water city where I lived had become a heavily affected area where ferocious beasts roamed. There were already 3 beast kings appearing, and just one beast king could easily destroy a city. Those 3 beast kings were all born in the large wild animal park inherited from my grandfather. But I had originally planned to sell the zoo and play a wave of post-apocalyptic hoarding, but unexpectedly awakened the strongest spirit contract system. As long as I fulfill the animals' wishes, I can sign a contract with them for my use. Thinking of this, I headed straight to the zoo and then chose one of the future 3 beast kings, the great water buffalo Silverhorn. However, as the first contract target, Silverhorn's wish was to hear the high-quality Shao sound played by the shepherd boy again. When I received this wish, I almost laughed to death because my secretary, Guo-chan, is a talented woman from a well-known music academy, skilled in various musical instruments, especially the flute. Just as I was looking forward to the task being completed, I found out that the secretary who came quickly did not bring the Shao, and my mentality instantly exploded. How could you forget this? You always say you are the best at playing the flute, but at a critical moment, you can even forget the utensils for eating. If the task fails, the system will cool down for 7 days, and after 7 days, the animals will be ferocious, extremely bloodthirsty, with only one desire, which is to eat every human in front of them. Guo-chan weakly asked, "Principal, do you have to listen to the Shao? Can you change to play the zither? I have a guzheng in my office." Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration. It might be too late to find the Shao now, so I quickly asked Guo-chan to bring the guzheng. After a while, we arrived at the backyard next to the big water buffalo, which was the culprit that would destroy the new Shui city in the future. Later known as the Silverhorn, crowned as the great demon king, but Guo-chan did not know the horror of Silverhorn, and at this moment, she was staring in the wind. "Principal, are you asking me to play the piano for the cow, or do you know how to play?" As Guo-chan stroked the strings, the melodious sound of the piano quickly drifted out. At the same time, I also felt an indescribable connection with Silverhorn. I want to hear the sound of the Shao, to hear the spiritual communication of Silverhorn. I pretended to be surprised. "Buddy, haven't you heard this distant sound of the Shao?" In the eyes of the big water buffalo, a pair of question marks suddenly flashed. "Is Shao Shang like this? Why does it seem a bit different from what I remember?" My heart tightened and I nervously said, "How about you listen again?" The big water buffalo remained silent, closed his eyes and listened. My heart also rose to my throat. Could it be that the deception was going to fail? If things don't work out, I can only stock up. After a moment, Silverhorn opened his eyes, looking almost the same. "I don't understand. Don't lie to me." "Oh my, you don't understand? Why didn't you say so earlier?" This is clearly Zhao's voice. "We are the best of friends. How could we bear to deceive you?" Silverhorn sheepishly lowered his head and continued to listen. An hour later, the task was finally completed, and the satisfaction rating of the great buffalo unexpectedly reached S. As a reward for completing the task for the first time, it was actually the sharing of props and skills of the possession spirit contract. The possession contract is a one-time animal experience card, which currently seems a bit redundant. However, skill sharing is awesome, which indicates that the more animals in the contract, the more skills you will gain, and you will also become incredibly strong. By then, I will no longer be just a summoner who can only cheer from behind, but a beast master who can lead the charge. I can't wait to look at the information of the Silverhorn and see what skills can be shared with myself. I see that it has 3 times the basic attributes of the same kind, and the main skill, Blood Rage, can increase strength by 5 times. If it were to participate in a sports competition, wouldn't it win a bag of gold medals? With the Blood Rage that amplifies strength 5 times, you can instantly transform into a little Ultraman. And what flower-protecting madman, urban king of soldiers, will have to step aside. After tasting the sweetness, I immediately wanted to find the remaining 2 beast kings, but soon calmed down. The remaining 2 beast kings are both in the ecological protection area of the zoo, where the mountains are steep and it is difficult to find them at night, not to mention the danger. Then I shifted my focus to Guo-chan. In the previous life, she became an awakened one before me, but she always stayed with me, even assisted me in creating the survivor force, and even got infected with the corpse epidemic to save me. In this life, I swear not to let such a thing happen again. The next day, I was awakened by Guo-chan's voice. "Director, something bad happened. The animals you wanted have been taken by Deputy Director Zhao. Zhao Run is a senior figure in the zoo. When his grandfather was alive, he appeared kind, but his true colors were revealed right after his grandfather's death. Not only did he monopolize power based on his seniority, but he also blatantly used his cronies to sideline me, the director. After the apocalypse, he became even more ruthless, using the beast tide to kill me. Therefore, Zhao Run is definitely going to die. But I don't have time to deal with him for now. Who would have thought that Zhao Runjing would come looking for trouble first? Since you are so eager to die, then I can only send you on your way ahead of time. At this moment in the vice principal's office, I kicked open the door. The sunlight locked onto the old man. Zhao Run, hand over my animal. Zhao Run simply ignored Xiao Tianxin's questioning as he slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Who let you trespass into my office? Xiao Tianxin sneered. The entire zoo is mine, and I have to break in? No respect. Zhao Run cursed and let out a long sigh. I told Xiaoyud back then that the zoo would be destroyed sooner or later if I left it to you. A waste of space, but he was so old and dim-eyed that he just refused to listen. That's why we're in this situation today. At those words, Xiao Tianxin fiercely stared at Zhao Run. His gaze like a sharp vector shot out, his terrifying killing intent causing the latter's heart to tremble. You seek death. Xiao Tianxin leapt forward, his 3 times the physique of a normal person allowing him to easily leap across a small half of the office. It was straight in front of Zhao Run's eyes. Zhao Run looked flustered and hurriedly had his 2 bodyguards stand in front of him. Xiao Tianxin threw out both of his fists and easily knocked both of them out. Then he stood on the table and looked at Zhao Run condescendingly, with killing intent in his eyes that was not hidden at all. Zhao Run flopped down on his knees and his head was like pounding garlic. I was wrong. Spare my life. Mercy. Xiao Tianxin had a disdainful look on his face. Old thing. When really, you have no shame. Quickly tell me, where did you get my animal? Zhao Run lowered his head and his eyes gurgled. Little Chen you come with me. Don't get close. Lead the way. Xiao Tianxin followed Zhao Run to a hidden site. There were many animals kept here, and each cage still had a label and price on it. How dare Zhou Yun hide animal trafficking from him? Forget it, it's going to be the end of the world anyway. It's still important to find the Beast King. After searching for a while, Xiao Tianxin finally found a Beast King, and was instantly energized. It was a wild boar that was nearly 3 meters long, with a black mane that was oily and shiny, and 2 tusks that were 30 centimeters long. Very dominating. It was none other than one of the 3 great beast kings of New Water, the boar king of the mountain, Black Bristle, who was on par with Silver Horn. In terms of weight alone, the black mane exceeded the Silver Horn, and the slightest movement shook the cage with a clunk. Xiao Tianxin couldn't help but marvel at the fact that there was such a tonnage before the mutation, and the terror after the mutation was simply unimaginable. Old thing, where's the other one? Xiao Tianxin looked at Zhao Run. Zhao Run, however, was once again arrogant. There's another one that I sold long ago. Sold? Xiao Tianxin's face turned cold. Zhao Run was not afraid in the slightest. So what if I am? Kid, why do you think I brought you here? In an instant, as far as Xiao Tianxin's eyes could see, a group of black-clothed fighters had sprung up and surrounded him. You can fight too, but can you fight 20? Zhao Yun laughed twice in triumph, and then his face turned vicious. Do it! Led by a strong leader, the thugs, armed with sticks and clubs, rushed towards Xiao Tianxin with a fierce vigor. Xiao Tianxin stood still and silently sentenced Zhao Run to death in his heart. Still not running? Are you scared, silly? Zhao Run was very pleased. Wait until the head batter rushes forward and swings his bat. Xiao Tianxin finally moved. Dodge, spin, and throw a punch, all in one fell swoop. The leader of the fighters only felt his eyes blink and he fainted. The remaining people were startled and stopped in their tracks. Hell no! Is this man a monster? I can't believe you took their leader down in one fell swoop. Humans have always been fearful of the unknown. The hitters are 19 for 1, but have taken a defensive stance. Zhao Run said angrily, there are many of you, so what are you afraid of? These words reinvigorated the fighters' courage, and they rushed towards Xiao Tianxin once again. But Xiao Tianxin was no longer willing to waste any more time. He snatched up a stick and tackled one of the thugs with a lift of his hand, then swung it around like a tiger into a flock of sheep. For a while, miserable screams interspersed with the sound of bones breaking came out continuously. More than 10 strong and powerful fighters, but no one was even a match for Xiao Tianxin. Zhao Run, who was watching the battle, was horrified. These fighters were all hand-picked by him, and many of them were even villains who had seen blood. How could he be so weak in front of Xiao Tianxin? The most outrageous thing wasn't Xiao Tianxin a second-generation waste with no hands? Why was he suddenly so fierce? Just for the moment that Zhao Yun was shocked, the fighters were already all lying on the ground, wailing and howling. It's your turn. Xiao Tianxin walked towards Zhao Run, his face full of fury. Zhao Run couldn't stop his legs from trembling. Every step his opponent took as he approached was like a heavy punch, hitting him hard in the heart. Xiao Tianxin, This is a legalized society now. I'm over 70 years old. It's fine for me to hit you, but if you dare to touch me, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail, Zhao Run said in a stern voice. A frequent offender, he eventually took up the weapons of the law to protect himself. Ha 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 ha, old thing. Shameless enough. Zhao Tianchen clapped his hands and said with a teasing expression, let me tell you something. I actually realized your little move a long time ago. And guess, why did I even follow you here? Zhao Run was shocked and looked around, but everything around him was as usual. Take another look. Zhao Tianchen had already withdrawn a long way away at some point, and waved goodbye to him and made a mouth sign. 1. Road. Go. Good. Oh, bluff. Zhao Yun sneered. But soon, a loud tremor reached his ears. Boom did day day day. Boom did day day day. What's that noise? Zhao Run followed the sound and his soul was scattered, only to see a huge bull charging from behind him, with the momentum of an armored car speeding at full speed. No, Zhou Yun couldn't dodge fast enough. Boom! At the moment of impact, Zhao Run's face was extremely distorted, and his entire body was in pain until he lost his voice. Then, like a kite with broken strings, he flew in midair for a while before landing hard and lifeless. Zhao Tianchen in the distance grinned. Because, it's in the open that you can get killed. Old thing. The sudden turn of events caught the fighters off guard. Dead, as fighters who had seen blood, if that alone was not enough to frighten them. Also the next scene. But they felt 10,000 fleas bouncing on their scalps. The bull actually ran to Zhao Run again and slammed a headbutt against his body. Click. The sound of bones breaking was audible to the teeth. But that's not all. Only to see that the bull was like pounding medicine, continuously hitting Zhao Run's body. Click. It wasn't long before Zhou Yun became a blur. Seeing this scene, the poorly mentally equipped beaters directly wet their pants. Vomit. Brutality. It's atrocious. It's a war, but it's not such a way to die. At this point, Bull slowly looked up at the beaters. Underneath the breathtaking stare down was a pair of scarlet eyes and an unidentified liquid that kept sliding down his face. Mom! The hitters are mad as hell. They started to run away like crazy, despite their injuries and pain, and hated that their parents didn't give him 2 more legs. But when he turned around, he saw the man blocking the exit. The fighters felt deep despair. Zhao Run, you! What kind of monster did you provoke? Just then, the sirens sounded. A report has been received of a murder here. All hands in the air. The fighters were instantly in tears. They had never felt that their police uncle was so kind, and that the law was so radiant. Justice, you come and sanction him. Whoops. Zhao Tianchen slowly looked towards them like a devil, grinning his evil mouth. Officer, I'm the one who called it in. The beaters were like a bolt from the blue. They opened their mouths, but they couldn't make a sound, as if a pitch-black hand reached out from the unknown mists and held their throats in a death grip. Officer Zhang, this is how it happened. I recognized that there was a huge failure in our zoo operations that led to this tragedy. As the head gardener, I am to blame. Don't worry, I'll pay the compensation as it should be, not a penny less. However, you must deal seriously with these people's behavior of selling and abusing animals, and make sure that these scum are brought to justice. On behalf of the zoo, on behalf of millions of animal lovers, and on behalf of countless living creatures, I sincerely appreciate you. While the fighters were still in a state of fear and dumbfoundedness, Zhao Tianchen had already finished his speech vocally. Zhang Stable nodded. Don't worry, we will definitely deal with it impartially. However, as a police officer, he naturally wouldn't just take one side of the story at face value. Then the questioning of the beaters began again. Officer, cow, there's a bull, hit a man. No, it's murder. The cow hit a man. No, the cow killed a man. Compared to Zhao Tianchen's clear organization, the beaters spoke in a mess. They hadn't yet recovered from the horrific scene they had just witnessed. That blur is really a lifelong shadow, the kind that wakes you up in your dreams. Zhang Jian chirped, silencing them. Seriously, I asked. Who are you? What are your names? What are you doing here? In the face of these 3 questions of the soul, the beaters were instantly silent. They can't just say, I'm a hitman named Triple X who showed up to help my boss deal beatings. Seeing that they were all silent, Zhang Stable directly named the leader of the beaters. Starting with you. One by one, the leader of the thugs said stiffly, I'm an employee here. My name is Wang Tianzhuang. What a load of crap. Zhang Jian's face was cold. Think clearly before you say anything. Concealing and lying is an additional offense. Zhang Jian is an experienced veteran criminal police. A few verbal assault. Let Wang Mao and a group of fighters to explain the mob fighting, animal trafficking and other crimes. The mastermind is naturally Zhao Run, who has already hung up. It's slightly different from what Zhao Tianchen said, but it's not too far off. Zhang Jian summarized. A few of the officers accompanying him nodded, also sensing that there was nothing wrong with it. As for what the fighters said, things like Chao Tianchen commanding a bull to run over a person, they were completely unconvinced. They were more willing to believe Chao Tianchen's claim that it was Zhao Run's improper operation, animal cruelty, that caused the accident. It's called what goes around comes around. A police officer looked at the blurry mess and couldn't help but sigh as he recoiled. We act only according to the facts, not subjectively. Zhang Jian said this with his mouth, but his hand was already writing a summary report on his book. Finish writing the report. He rubbed the edges of the book's paper, staring at the contents in contemplation for a few moments before closing it. Process the scene and let the reporters in. Because it's a dead person, it's considered a mega case. Reporters were like sharks smelling fishy smells, waiting eagerly outside the scene early on. The door is open. The group flooded in and clicked away. Sir, may I ask if your conscience doesn't hurt when you traffic in animals? How would you feel if someone trafficked your parents and children? Sir, is it true that 20 of you beat one and got bloodied? Sir, may I ask if you are really fighters? Why are you so weak? Did you guys fake fights during the fight? Do you have professional ethics? The reporter's knife-like words pierced hard into the hearts of the already broken beaters. Fake fight your ass. You have no idea how terrifying that person is. Wang Tianzhuang roared, seeing someone talk back. The reporters came to life. Sir, I heard that you were the first one out. Could you please recount what happened? Like how it felt when you were killed in seconds. After you asterisk. Sir, please answer my question positively. Sir, Wang Tianzhuang broke down. This world, destroy it for me. At the same time, looking at Chao Tianchen, who was doing nothing next to him, the awe in his heart was gradually replaced by anger. How can no one condemn him when he was the one who broke so many bones and even killed people? Wang Tianzhuang pointed at Chao Tianchen. He's the one who ordered the cow to run the man over. The remaining fighters followed suit, each with righteous indignation. The reporters rolled their eyes. You'd have to have a better reason to make a false accusation. This kind of story would be interesting enough if written. But even a 30-year cerebral thrombosis patient wouldn't necessarily believe it. After all, they are regular reports. Where are the cows? A reporter asked. Is that the one? Someone pointed to a cage. After looking over, Wang Tianzhuang and the group of fighters were dumbfounded. At some point, the maddened bull had found his own ground and squatted in a cage. It stared with huge eyes and a not-so-smart look. A far cry from the ferocious way it had just been. If it wasn't for the blood remaining on its head, no one would ever believe it was a murderous bull. This head looked simple and honest. If it wasn't cornered, how could it hurt someone? Apparently that one called Zhao Run mishandled the situation and killed himself. That's it. Talking to these scumbags, you can't even breathe. Wang Tianzhuang and the group of fighters wanted to cry. It's true. Forget that the police don't believe it. Why don't even you journalists believe it? The reporters chose to ignore them and turned their cameras on Chao Tianchen instead. Director Chao, is there anything you want to say? Chao Tianchen was filled with indignation. Following my grandfather's legacy, I've always taken caring for animals as my duty. I didn't realize that this group of scum who trafficked and abused animals would falsely accuse me like this. This immediately aroused sympathy. Mr. Chao, may I ask what was in your heart when you faced 20 thugs? And what was the power that made you defeat such a powerful enemy? A reporter asked. I was just trying to protect the animals. As for how to defeat them, I think it was the animals that gave me the strength and courage. As he spoke, Chao Tianchen's eyes turned red. And with that ridiculously high face value, he aimed at the camera at a tilted angle of 45 degrees, slightly lost in thought. Forget it, maybe I'm not capable enough to protect more animals. The journalist sniffed in admiration. You've done well enough, you don't have to beat yourself up. That's real animal love. Those whatever people are just weak. What a great young man for my dragon kingdom, with such a good director. The zoo can't be bad either. So anoint the zoo to the audience. The crowd has stacked Chao Tianchen animal lover. Excellent young entrepreneur. Unforgettable aspiring youth, buff. Wang Tianzhuang and the group of fighters were so angry that they spat out blood. You guys are blind. The man is clearly a violent maniac. Okay, and that cow. It's not a good one. Is that all you can do to ignore this white, bloody mess? People tend to believe only what they want to believe, and they don't really care what the truth is. Therefore, no matter how hard Wang Tianzhuang and others try to defend themselves, no one believes them, but instead labels them as morally bankrupt and unrepentant. Looking at the beaters who were taken away one after another, Chao Tianchen's mouth lightly flushed. Fight me? Right after the crowd left the stage, Zhang Stable approached with a man and a woman. Both wore uniforms with gold trim on a black background, and a peculiarly stylized dragon badge on their chests. Upon seeing the two, Chao Tianchen's pupils shrunk slightly. How could it be them? The Special Department of the Dragon Kingdom, the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts. The main responsibility of this department is to regulate ancient martial arts families. hidden clans and strange people with special means within the Dragon Kingdom. Apparently, it was Zhang Jian who had invited them in order to verify whether he could manipulate animals to kill people. Officer Zhang, what are you? Chao Tianchen looked towards Zhang Jian and cursed in his heart. You old six. I can't believe you let reporters in to paralyze you first, then go back and shake people down again. There's no sense of honor. Nothing, just the usual inspection. Zhang Stable's tone was flat. Park Director Chao, come with us. Chao Tianchen smiled. Officer Zhang, I believe there must be some kind of misunderstanding, but it doesn't matter. I'm willing to cooperate with the investigation. Although the sudden appearance of the patrolling marshal department did startle him, he regained his composure after a moment's thought. Because, Zhang Stable would never have thought that his ability came from the system. And even if the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts came, there was no way to test or quiz him. Maybe he could even be blessed by the disaster and borrow the power of the patrolling martial department to find the lost Beast King. Inside the interrogation room, Chao Tianchen sat in the interrogation chair with a relaxed expression, looking as if he had come as a guest. He even surveyed the two men from the patrolling martial department with interest. Among them, the man was a middle-aged older man with broad shoulders and a kind face, always with a light smile at the corner of his mouth. An old fox at first sight. The woman has short hair with ears. Her face is stunningly cool, and she looks less than 20 years old. She wore no jewelry on her entire body and was quite military-like. Being able to enter the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts meant that the two were by no means idle. Chao Tianchen could detect that neither of them were weaker than him. Especially that middle-aged uncle gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. If he had insisted on escaping at that time, he was afraid that he would live or die. However, Chao Tianchen believed that these were all temporary. Although the strength of the members of the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts far exceeds that of ordinary people, but there is still a limit. If placed in the novel, it is at most the category of low martial arts. As long as he contracted a few more Beast Kings, he would be able to leave them far behind. As for after the end times, LOL, it's all about the brother. The questioning begins. The police officers retreated, leaving only the two men from the patrol arms department. The main inquirer was a woman with short hair. She sat pensively across from Chao Tianchen and showed him her credentials. The name on the document is Sun Tianxiang. There are a few questions for you. Please answer them truthfully. Sun Tianxiang's eyes were clear and cold, and her tone was even colder. Sun Tianxiang. Your name is Sun Tianxiang? Chao Tianxiang's memory was touched and his face was filled with surprise. You know me? Sun Tianxiang frowned slightly. She had absolutely no impression of Chao Tianchen. Of course I know you. I'm a fan of yours. Chao Tianchen was almost about to blurt out. Sun Tianxiang, one of the leading figures of the younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom during the post-apocalyptic period, has awakened the top-level psychic ability, Jinbing, which can create impenetrable Jinbing, and is known as the Ice Valkyrie. It is the idol of countless people in the country. But, the Sun Tianxiang he remembered was clearly a domineering and high-cooled imperial sister who did things in a thunderous manner. Front and back. Now, it's cold, but it's just a little bean sprout. He didn't recognize it. Sun Tianxiang was stared at a little uncomfortably. She slammed the table and asked in a cold voice, "Where did you learn from? Please make sure you answer truthfully. If you conceal and lie, I have the right to kill you on the spot." Upon hearing this, Chao Tianchen laughed. "You did nothing more than suspect that I manipulated animals to kill people. But you investigated my identity. My family is clean and there is no way to prove it. So you tried to get something out of me by intimidation. I stopped using this tactic when I was 3 years old because it's really cheap. It was a matter of life and limb." Chao Tianchen would not be polite just because Sun Tianxiang was his idol, and his string of continuous dislikes caused her beautiful eyes to roundly stare and her chest to rise and fall. Yo, it's a bit of a past life level. Coquetry. Sun Tianxiang took a deep breath, calmed down, and offered the killer weapon. She pulled up the surveillance from the crime scene and cast it on the big screen. She pressed the pause button when she reached the scene where Chao Tianchen left the stage and Zhou Yun was hit by a cow. Let me ask you, why did you suddenly move away from the scene moments before the murder? Go home and collect the quilts. Nonsense. Or what? You're clearly trying to create an alibi. Sun Tianxiang hummed and raised her swan-like white neck, as if to ask, what else do you have to say? Chao Tianchen was slightly stunned. Ha, I can't tell you're such a Sun Tianxiang. You're even a little arrogant. He was struck with some evil thoughts. Wouldn't it be a great regret in life if we didn't bully Sun Tianxiang while she was still tender now? Thinking of this, Chao Tianchen laughed strangely twice, his gaze full of provocation. Feeling slighted, Sun Tianxiang couldn't help but pursue. What are you laughing at? I laugh. It's all in your head. You can't produce any evidence. Sun Tianxiang's face stared. These words clearly poked at her sore spot, As long as she couldn't come up with evidence that Chao Tianchen had the ability to manipulate animals, then she would have to be suspicious of the crime. What else is so important, besides creating an alibi, that you could suddenly be away from the scene at the time of the crime? The kiss was the last of her stubbornness. Chao Tianchen suddenly had a serious expression. That's because I want to go home and have a baby. Ha 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 ha. Just as he finished, he couldn't hold himself together. At first, seeing Chao Tianchen's serious expression, Sun Tianxiang was still self-doubting, wondering in her heart if she had misunderstood him. What you end up hearing is, I want to go home and have a baby. Have a baby. Baby. The words kept echoing in her ears. Sun Tianxiang froze for a full 10 seconds. Then her face blushed like a haloed rouge, her high and cool image gone. Shameless, Chao Tianchen righteously said. Now that the fertility rate is so low, isn't something like me going home to have a child important enough? You. Sun Tianxiang slammed the table and stood up, giving Chao Tianchen a deadly stare. That look was itching to chop him up. What? Is it hard to beat me? Chao Tianchen had an indebted look on his face. I'm doing society a favor. And if you beat me up for something like this, society will criticize you, the people will condemn you, justice will judge you. You. Sun Tianxiang held her pretty face red, but she had nowhere to vent, and steam seemed to be rising from the top of her head. Ever since she was a child, she was the jewel of the family, the object of the boys' pursuit, and no one had yet dared to tease her like this. At this moment, the middle-aged uncle who had been sitting next to him without saying a word couldn't help but shake his shoulders, and finally simply laughed out loud. Uncle Zhang, you're still laughing. Sun Tianxiang became even more angry. Tianxiang, now you know the evils of society. Some people are just beasts of burden. Do you think he will reason with you? This is also a lesson for you. After the middle-aged uncle finished educating Sun Tianxiang, he went forward to unlock Chao Tianchen's handcuffs again, his face full of smiles. My name is Zheng Qiren. Since little friend has been cleared of criminal suspicion, how about considering my next suggestion? The corner of Chao Tianchen's mouth twitched. Just now he said that I was a clothed beast, but now he's a little friend? What is it? Zheng Qiren's smile widened. I see that young friend has a full heaven, clear bones, and is also proficient in the unheard of art of beast control, and has the qualifications to start a sect, so he is truly a rare talent. I sincerely invite you to join the martial arts department and contribute to society. I wonder if you are willing to do so. Chao Tianchen's heart immediately rejoiced at his words. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to hook up with the patrolling martial department, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to invite him to join. He was aware of it. After the end of the world, the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts will leap to become the largest survivor force in the Dragon Kingdom, and is the only awakened organization that can represent the official Dragon Kingdom, and has a huge influence in the survivor forces of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Until the Beast Kings grew up, it would be convenient for him to act under the brand name of Patrolling Martial Department. Without talking about that, for the moment, just looking for the Beast King that was sold, he badly needed the help of the Patrolling Martial Department. Joining in can do more good than harm. But just as Chao Tianchen was about to agree, the entire person's heart immediately sped up and his cold hairs stood on end. This physiological response, which he only encountered back when he was in an extremely dangerous situation, had saved him countless times. Chao Tianchen recalled Zheng Qiren's words. Good lord, what with the long list of crackling skeletons and openings just to lure him into admitting he could manipulate animals. Fuck. Society is real TM sinister. Almost fell for this guy. Bad old man bad. Seeing that Chao Tianchen didn't say anything, Zheng Qiren took out another elixir. This is a top-grade elixir given to me by a certain hidden sect, Perpetual Power Pill. Those who practice martial arts can permanently increase their strength by 30% after taking it. Consider it a meet and greet gift. Well, that's a lot of money. Oh, since you do the first day, don't blame me for doing the 15th. Chao Tianchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the elixir. The kid just. Chao Tianchen first put on a tangled look. When Zheng Qiren's attention was fully focused on his reply, he snatched the elixir from his hand. Then he slightly arched his hand towards Zheng Qiren. Thank you Senior Zhang for the gift of medicine. But the kid really doesn't know any beast sentinel techniques. However, since it's about serving the society, even if it means breaking my bones, the kid is willing to join the patrol martial department. Looking at Chao Tianchen, who had an expression of being ready to be killed at any moment, and his own empty palm, Zheng Qiren's expression was as hard as eating shit. Not only was he able to catch Chao Tianchen in the act, but he instead lost a top-grade elixir and even promised to recruit Chao Tianchen into the patrol martial department. Make him count. Good lord, he's lost his wife and his army, and he's given away 2 extra boats. Lost my pants. Sun Tianxiang on the side covered her mouth when she saw this and let out a silver bell-like laughter. Uncle Zhang, You have to know that society can be very sinister. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Sun Tianxiang was filled with aura in her splendor, and was not at all inferior to her cold ice goddess appearance. Chao Tianchen was a bit dumbfounded. Zheng Qiren's eyes glared. Stinky girl, how dare you make fun of me? Sun Tianxiang was not afraid. Who let you just look at my jokes? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Qiren's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He really wasn't qualified to teach Sun Tianxiang a lesson, because in terms of results alone, he was much more miserable than Sun Tianxiang. But within a few seconds, Zheng Qiren also laughed out loud. He patted Chao Tianxian's shoulder hard with a bold and generous look. Good boy. Shameless enough, our department lacks talents like you. From today onwards, you are the lowest ranked Blue Stripe Martial Patrol envoy in our Martial Patrol department. Chao Tianxian showed his teeth, only to feel his shoulders go numb with pain. You're so strong. You're just trying to make a personal vendetta, aren't you? Also, a Blue Ranger is a Blue Ranger. So why add a minimum class? Small-minded. Never mind. I earned this wave anyway. Chao Tianxian put on a look of being flattered. Thank you, Elder Zhang, for your love. The first time I saw Senior, I was astonished. From the great figure of Senior, I felt an undercurrent of justice and rigor and cultivation, and firmly believed that Senior would be able to do me justice. As expected, Elder Zhang is so wise and skillful. His eyes are like a torch, and he washed away my suspicions in just a few words. It's simply like the reincarnation of Bo Gong, who is able to solve cases in a godly manner. My respect for Senior is as great as 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass is not worn. Under Chao Tianxian's bottomless flurry, Zheng Qiren laughed openly. Good boy. Promising. God pity him. The youngsters under his hand all like to straighten out their workplace and shake their faces when they move. And those who respect their seniors like Chao Tianxian are simply rare creatures. In the future, don't call me any Senior Zhang, just call me Uncle Zhang. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Sun Tianxian couldn't help but roll her eyes at the sight. A hill of beans. Zheng Qiren was not happy. Tianxiang, learn from Xiao Chao. Don't be cold all day. As a human being, be more enthusiastic, especially to seniors. Sun Tianxian was not accustomed to it. You did look quite similar to Bao Gong when your face was dark just now. Stinky girl, you're really pissing me off. See if I don't whip you. Zheng Qiren fainted as if he was about to make a move, and Chao Tianxian hurriedly made a gesture to stop him. Uncle Zhang, calm down. You're a big man. What's the point of bothering with a little girl like her? Zheng Qiren was becoming more and more satisfied with Chao Tianxian in his heart. Today, for the sake of Xiao Chao's face, I won't bother with you. Next time, if you are so disrespectful, don't blame me for disregarding the decades of friendship with your father. Looking at the two people's clumsy performance, Sun Tianxian was deeply speechless. She no longer wanted to stay here and directly opened the door to leave. Not even a hello? What a pisser. Uncle Zhang, take it easy and calm down. Don't stop me. Uncle Zhang, Tianxiang, she's still young and doesn't know any better. You let go. I don't. When Zheng Qiren had had his fill of theater, Chao Tianxian made a small request to him in passing. After hearing this, Zheng Qiren patted his chest. It's just a matter of finding a stolen animal. It's no big deal. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Outside the interrogation room, Zhang Stable and the others were waiting for the results of the interrogation. Suddenly, the door opened. Sun Tianxian walked out with a cold face. She wasn't angry, but she just had this expression of being uninviting. Zhang Jian was hesitant to go up and inquire, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. Hey Gu, this is our officer Zhang. Zhang Jian looked around at the sound, only to see that Chao Tianxian was walking towards him enthusiastically, with that beaten expression like he was going to get a daughter-in-law, and so on. Zhang Stable fixed his eyes on it, but it was as if he had seen a ghost. Why does this guy have the dragon emblem of the patrolling martial arts department pinned on his chest? To know, the patrol military department selection of members is extremely harsh, like his kind of retired special forces top-notch, but also a series of exams for a number of years did not get in. How could this guy? Garden Master Chao. What is this? Officer Zhang stared at the badge dead in the face, his mind constantly shouting, no way. Absolutely not. You say this it's just a lowest ranked Blue Stripe Martial Patrol envoy. Haven't you seen it before? Chao Tianxian looked disgusted. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jian was as if a sharp sword had passed through his body, freezing in place for a full dozen seconds. Of course he had seen the dragon crest. Blue, purple, black, silver and gold he had seen. Entering the Martial Patrol Department was a dream he had always had, not to mention the lowest level of the lowest level of the lowest Blue Stripe Patrolman, even a trainee patrolman without a badge. He was willing to do it. But this guy in front of him not only somehow made it into the patrol marshal department, but he actually disliked the low rank of the badge? Don't you give it to me. There is no greater distance in the world than when the badge is right in front of me and it is on someone else. Zhang Jian took a deep breath. He now wanted to know how Chao Tianchen got his hands on the badge. Facing Zhang Jian's inquiry, Chao Tianchen teased with a smile. He also puffed out his chest, as if to let Zhang Jian see the insignia more clearly. It's thanks to you, Officer Zhang. Zhang Jian was dumbfounded. Thanks to me? Zhang Jian continued to ask, but Chao Tianchen left his words, like a loach's slippery, so that Zhang Jian depressed gas condensation. Zhang Jian could not get an answer and asked Zhang Qiren, who had just come out. Zhang Qiren was frank. As soon as I met with Xiao Chao today, I realized that he has clear bones and is a wizard of the martial arts path. So I took him under my wing. Zhang Qiren patted Zhang Jian's shoulder. It's thanks to you. I almost missed a talent. Then, congratulations uncle. Zhang Jian smiled bitterly. Although this uncle of his had a somewhat off-key personality, he could never be wrong about people. Since Chao Tianchen was able to catch his eye, apart from being in line with his eyes, he was bound to be able to pass in terms of qualifications, or even be a heavenly prodigy. Otherwise, it would never have skipped the internship and directly given the status of Blue Streak Ranger. In that case, it was really a big chance that he had given to the other party. Unfortunately, in doing so, one of the 2 slots in this year's martial arts patrol department was missing in advance, and he was tantamount to lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. However, even if Zhang Jian were to make the choice again, he would still do it because he had something he wanted to hold on to. A few people exchanged pleasantries and said goodbye to each other. Chao Tianchen was still vaguely embarrassed when he learned that he was occupying a slot, because this quota was originally expanded by Zhang Qiren in order for Zhang Jian to have a higher probability of being selected for the patrol marshal department. Now that he had taken up a slot, Zhang Jian's hopes of being selected were again slim. To put it another way, although Zhang Jian had grabbed him by the pigtail, he was a good person in the standard sense. However, Chao Tianchen also knew deep down that he and Zhang Jian were not destined to piss in the same pot. At best, when the end of the world came, he lifted Zhang Stable's hand and counted it as returning the favor. On the way back, Chao Tianchen could be said to be full of ambition. This time, not only did he resolve the crisis, but he also joined the patrolling marshal department and was assured of Zhang Qiren's help in finding the 3rd Beast King. When we go back and contract the Black Main one, and then wait for Zhang Qiren to send the 3rd Beast King there. 3 Beast Kings in hand. Simply don't be too beautiful. By the way, there's also a perpetual power pill. Chao Tianchen pulled out the perpetual power pill, a golden-colored elixir with strange patterns and a hidden flash of light. The effects of this elixir, although it couldn't be compared to the tripled base attributes of the king's qualification, it was enough to be bullish enough in the regular realm. After the end of the world came, one of this elixir was enough to sell for a sky-high price, and in certain black markets, it could even be exchanged for 10 girls with excellent looks. Chao Tianchen was just about to take it when a bold idea arose in his mind. After he took it, he could only gain a 30% power bonus, but if Silverhorn were to eat it, wouldn't it be even if it fails, it's okay. 30% of a cow's strength can be much greater than 30% of a man's strength, and it's still earned in general. Thus, he put away the perpetual power pill first. Sky Star Zoo, head gardener. As soon as they met, Guochan jumped into Chao Tianchen's arms, her body trembling slightly, her voice faintly carrying a sobbing tone. Obviously in shock, Chao Tianchen patted her back. It's fine. I'm not back. When he thought of Guochan's previous life, when she had planned all night for him to create a survivor force, and meticulously calculated each and every one of the supplies, Chao Tianchen couldn't stop feeling heartbroken and guilty. In the future, in the end times, Chao Tianchen hugged her. Everything is with me. Just lie back. Guochan looked hesitant. Head gardener, it's too empty around here. It's not good. Chao Tianchen's face darkened. He's putting aside his brewing feelings, and this ninny is thinking about something messed up. The point is, haven't you noticed any passing tourists around here? What can't you do at home at night? Guochan thought he was unhappy. Head gardener, actually this place is fine. Head gardener, don't go. Chao Tianchen generated wind under his feet and directly disappeared in place. But he still hears things like the world is going to hell in a handbasket and broad daylight. Chao Tianchen, _. Chao Tianchen found the silver horn and fed it the perpetual power pill after bringing it to an unoccupied location. Silverhorn ate it and reacted quickly. The carapace rose a small amount in flesh, growing from its original 3.5 meters to 4 meters. A pair of large bull horns also grew from the original 3.2 meters to a terrifying 3.7 meters. The already well-developed muscles all over his body became even more explosive. accompanied by veins popping up as well as red capillaries erupting. The whole bowl looked as if it was red with blood and dominating. Spirit, Ginkaku. Race, Raging Bull. Psychic ability, none. Skills, King's Capital. Unrivaled power. Blood Rage. King's qualities, past kings have strengths and weaknesses. This unit has 5 times the base attributes of its counterpart and has the qualifications to become a superior king. Unmatched hegemony, past the effect of all power bonuses received by this unit is enhanced by 99%. Stormblood Rage, main power doubled 5 times for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Chao Tianqian was numb with shock. Surprisingly, it's not just a normal boost, it's an evolution. Isn't evolution exclusive to the end times? Why now? But soon he threw that doubt behind him. Don't ask. Asking is blood money. Chao Tianqian studied Silverhorn's evolved skills. First, the focus of this evolution is undoubtedly the King's Capital. From gaining 3x base attributes, it has been increased to gaining 5x base attributes, seemingly only boosted by a factor of 2. The battle power was geometrically increased, and the qualification to become an Upper Beast King was also obtained. Upper Beast King. Chao Tianqian had never seen it once in his previous life. However, according to a human powerhouse who refused to disclose his name, he had once seen with his own eyes the scene of a superior Beast King taking on 3 ordinary Beast Kings of the same level. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be bloodbath. Pure and simple blood abuse. In front of the superior Beast King, the 3 Beast Kings were like ordinary ferocious beasts, powerless to fight back. And after the battle, that superior Beast King only lightly glanced at that human powerhouse, and he was so frightened that his soul trembled and he turned his head to run. Although that human powerhouse eventually managed to pick up his life, he also wore diapers for 3 days straight. This showed the terror of an Upper Beast King. There are also strong and weak kings. TSK, it's really pushing it. Also, the newly added skill of Unrivaled Power is also very powerful. It strengthened the effect of King's Strength, once again, giving Silverhorn close to 10 times its strength. It was important to know that because of the existence of skill sharing, Chao Tianqian was also able to gain nearly 10 times the power, which was directly nearly 6 times higher compared to the original boosting effect of the elixir. Let's just say, earn your hemp. Of course, becoming more durable, Stormblood Rage is great too, allowing him to leave his enemies in a bit of shock while he thrashes them, provided they don't get killed in seconds. I just don't know if it's a normal situation or a coincidence that this perpetual power pill can lead to Silverhorn's evolution. Otherwise, he really wanted to be cheeky and ask Zheng Qiren for 2 more. Forget it, the most important thing right now is still contracting the Beast King. The matter of the elixir will come in time. Dozens of kilometers away from the military patrol section, Zheng Qiren suddenly had a chill on his back, feeling as if he was being targeted by something dirty. Chao Tianqian sought out the black mane again and selected it for the contract. The second deeded spirit. I'm coming. Wish reading. Wish read. Black mane's harem dream, no more BB. I'm going to hit 10. Duration of mission, 6 hours. Failure penalty, the system will enter a 7-day cooldown. Holy shit, that direct? But I like it. Chao Tianqian revealed a bad smile. The mission is actually quite simple and translates to, get 10 sows in 6 hours. The zoo is so big, 10 sows can still make it. He was afraid that there would be another one who liked to engage in literature and art, and that would be a real tosser. Silverhorn, don't get me wrong, I really wasn't talking about you. Chao Tianqian dialed Guo Chan's number. Cindy, I'm in. Send someone to get me 10 sows. Remember, only females. It didn't take long for 10 female boars to be delivered. Guo Chan stared at Chao Tianqian with a sly look in her eyes. Chao Tianqian was speechless. He didn't promise anything. How did he make it look like he let the pigeon go? The surrounding employees left wisely. They didn't dare to participate in the rich man's flowery endeavors. Chao Tianqian began to busy himself. Cicada, stand behind me, but not too far away. These boars are all wild, after all, and are still somewhat dangerous. Guo Chan's face looked a lot better. The head gardener still has her in his heart. Forget it, there will be a long time to come. Still, she couldn't help but give Chao Tianqian a sideways glance after seeing him keep all the boars together. If there was some artistic elegance in the moonlight to a cow, but the play at hand was so messy it was almost unbearable. The gardener's tastes had suddenly become too heavy, hadn't they? If he made any excessive demands in the future, would she say yes? Or would she hesitate before saying yes? Chao Tianqian didn't notice Guo Chan's reaction at all. He was now waiting to harvest the second deeded spirit. Soon, Chao Tianqian received a mind transmission from Black Mane. 4 words, quality doesn't work. Chao Tianqian was confused. It's been in my hands for a while, and you're telling me the quality isn't good? What's the problem? Chao Tianqian asked. Holding his breath, Do you have any sense of aesthetics? The black bristles rolled their white eyes and pointed at the surrounding female boars with their large pig hooves, black and unkempt, with wrinkled skin and exuberant body hair. Do you like this kind of pig? Chao Tianchen had a question mark on his face. You guys are a breed. Don't you think it's too much to say that? And what exactly do you want? In your human aesthetic. In a word. 2. Black Mane squeezed to Chao Tianchen's side and glanced at Guo-chan behind him, revealing a you-know-what look. Run. Chao Tianchen slanted a glance at it. This pig. It's like he's in the same boat, but where can he find a pig that's moist? Oh yes. The pig farm. The white, flowery domestic pigs must be very much to the liking of the black bristles. Cindy, do we have any hog factories in the city? There's one that I recognize. Chao Tianchen was overjoyed. Call a garden van master. Let's hurry up and get going. Just in case, he decided to bring the black mane there as well, so that it wouldn't be dissatisfied when the pig was bought back. Guo-chan, head gardener. There's no need to call the van master. I'll drive. You have a B2 driver's license? Chao Tianchen was taken aback. Gardeners? I can drive any car. Guo-chan puffed out her chest and looked up with a confident face as she showed off her B2 license. Chao Tianchen swept a glance, and could not help but be skeptical. Which is B2 that you are holding? It is clearly a C2 bar. Ah, sorry, wrong place. It is indeed a B2 license. 3 Company Hog Farm, entrance. Chao Tianchen got down from the car, his stomach churning, and if it wasn't for the fact that he possessed a physique 5 times that of a normal person, he would have almost thrown up. Cindy, don't drive so fast in your car next time, and obey the traffic rules. I saw you crossing the line several times. Didn't you say you didn't have enough points to deduct last time? Guo-chan was unimpressed. How can you press the line in broad daylight? At most it's just rubbing the edge. It won't violate the law. Chao Tianchen said helplessly. Then at the very least, you have to slow down when the tunnel bends. The car is being driven around a corner by you, and you're actually accelerating. Guo-chan snapped. Head gardener, that's almost at the finish line. It's a sprint. How can you slow down? Chao Tianchen was speechless. Alright. You know how to drive. You're in charge. Chao Tianchen then approached the owner of the hog farm and expressed his willingness to buy 10 sows at a price far exceeding the market price. The 3 Company pig farm is not big. A total of 100 or so pigs. 10 sows is definitely more than a big list. When the pig farm owner heard this, his old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum and hurriedly handed over his business card. Young Chao, my surname is Ding. With a single name. You, Ding Yu. Good name. Chao Tianchen praised him politely, then felt that the name was a bit familiar. Boss, don't you have a nephew named Norishizu? Ding Yu was slightly stunned, nodding his head first and then shaking his head back and forth. Young Chao, I do have a nephew named Duan Shizu, but he's a simpleton who only knows how to do manual labor. There's no way he could ever know a big shot like you. Young Chao. When Chao Tianchen heard this, he in turn became more certain that this was the person he was looking for. Dian Shizu was a brother he made in his previous life when his power was in its infancy. A bit of a one-track mind, but very loyal and reliable. Moreover, Norimori Shizu was also a psychic who only appeared once in hundreds of people, and had awakened an extremely rare psychic ability, item strengthening. A rusty kitchen knife can become as sharp as an alloy sword in the hands of Norimori Zo. With this psychic ability, Chao Tianchen quickly gained a firm foothold in the post-apocalyptic world. However, a piker is not guilty of a crime, and Chao Tianchen's team was thus besieged by a number of forces. In the end, things came to a close when Norimori Shizu chose to die alone in battle. Chao Tianchen had advised Duan Shizu that if he couldn't do it, he should defect to another power. There was no need to seek death. Instead, Nori Shizu said something that stuck with him to this day. I don't want the weapons I make to one day be turned on my own brothers. That's all. In the post-apocalyptic world, even the closest of people could betray each other. It was truly his good fortune to know Norimori Shizu. Good brother. In this life, you will never have to sacrifice again, Chao Tianchen silently shouted in his heart. At Chao Tianchen's insistence, Ding Yu led him to the Duan Shozong. Chao Tianchen always thought that after experiencing the end of the world for nearly 10 years, he had long since become as hard-hearted as iron. But when he saw the other party, his nose still turned sour. But he quickly adjusted his emotions. Come work under me and I'll pay you 10 times your salary. $500,000 a year. Deng Shozong was a big man with a full body of flesh, holding 2 pig-killing knives, giving the impression of a street bully. At that, he frowned and his fierce look scared Guo-chan into shrinking back. Uncle Ding, what's going on? At this moment, Ding Yu's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect Chao Tianchen to actually dig in front of him, but soon he was beaming, only to hear Chao Tianchen add, "Don't worry that your uncle won't release him. I'll give him $500,000 as compensation." "I'm not going." Denshozo shook his head. Why? My dad put me to work here. He told me to do a good job here. Then I'll go talk to your father. My father is dead. Now. Ding Yu was also anxious. He didn't want to let go of this $500,000 for nothing. So, Ding Yu also joined in the persuasion, but also dead set on persuading Dian Shozang. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but shake his head. This temper was really a stubborn donkey. Tell you what, Boss Ding, I'll offer $5 million. I'll buy this pig farm. Ding Yu was instantly shocked and speechless. To buy a factory just to recruit one employee? Is this the capriciousness of people with money? Deng Shozan, however, said anxiously, Uncle, this pig farm was made by my father and you together, in order to collect the townspeople's pigs, and it can't be sold. Chao Tianchen was slightly stunned. He hadn't realized that Duan Shuzu was actually guarding this small pig farm for this. After Ding Yu came back to his senses, he rubbed his hands. Chao Shao, you know, this pig factory I opened for decades, not only have feelings, but also related to the livelihood of the townspeople fathers and mothers. Do you think it's obvious what he means? It's got to be extra. Chao Tianchen instantly grimaced. In his opinion, the actual value of this pig factory is not even 2 million, and he offered this 5 million purely to raise the price for his brother and slightly make up for his inner deficit. Boss Ding, when I spend money, it depends on my mood, but when you make money, that depends on luck. The implication is, I'm a rich second generation anyway. But what about you? How many times in a lifetime do you get the chance to make so much money? Ding Yu immediately accompanied the smile. Chao Shao said nothing. Since you like this pig farm, I just cannot afford to sell off. Having said that, he was about to draw up a contract, despite the objections of Norimatozo, so as to avoid a long night. Once the contract is signed, Ding Yu did not even say hello and immediately took the money and ran away. Den Shouzo, however, froze in place, his face despondent. Chao Tianchen walked up to him. This pig farm will be under your control from now on. If you have any needs, just mention them. Don't be polite. Don't ask why. I just like you. Ha? Den Shouzo scratched his head, a little unsure, but this feeling of being valued still touched him a little. Thanks, boss. It's all our own people. What are you thanking for? By the way, from now on, call the gardener. Yes, gardener. Chao Tianchen pointed at Guo Chan. This is my secretary, Guo Chan, and one of our own. This call of his own person made Guo Chan's heart blossom with joy, and he even looked at Dian Shozan much more smoothly. Good day, brother Deng. Hello, sister. A few pleasantries were exchanged, and the two of them got to know each other. Subsequently, Chao Tianchen brought Black Mane into the pig farm and took him to the sow of his choice. Seeing the huge Black Mane, Den Shouzo was surprised. He habitually fumbled and rubbed the killing knife in his hand with an air of eagerness. Chao Tianchen hurriedly stopped it. This is a state-protected animal. Killing it is against the law. Nori Shuzo let out an oh-so-subtle cry and put his sword away. Luckily, Black Mane was swimming in a sea of flowers and completely ignored his movements. With some selection, Black Mane quickly chose 10 white, fat sows, but it still wasn't satisfied. And its mind transmitted, can I pick 2 more? Chao Tianchen naturally agreed. It even has a separate large nest circled for its convenience. The black bristles finally picked out a total of 15 sows, all white and fat, and couldn't help but start hemming and hawing after picking them out. Probably because of their profession, the 3 onlookers were all calm. Not long after, Chao Tianchen received a system prompt. Mission accomplished. Satisfaction rating, yes. Comment, all I can say is, it's hippie. Another S rating. Chao Tianchen was excited. The last S rank evaluation had given him a bug level skill like skill sharing, and this one would never be worse. Luckily, he was prudent enough to buy out the pig farm. Chao Tianchen immediately checked the rewards. S-class evaluation reward, spirit space. Sheer space, the initial size of the space is 100m times 100m times 100m, and it will get bigger as your realm increases. The flow of time within the Chevalier space is consistent with the outside world and the structure of the space is stable. Deeded spirit space. What a sleepy pillow delivery. He was worried that he couldn't pretend to be a cheerling. Chao Tianchen found an excuse to detach Duan Shuzu and Guo Chan, so he began to test his skills and take stock of his gains from the trip. Deeded spirit space. Chao Tianchen's mind moved, and a circular space door slowly appeared in front of him. Looking inward, it was white and empty. Chao Tianchen first let Black Mane enter the deeded spirit space, then threw some items in. After realizing that these items could be put in, he drove a few more of Black Mane's wives into it. It turned out to be successful. 2. I can't believe that not only can you store items, but you can also let in creatures other than deeded spirits. Chao Tianchen was greatly shocked. Then wouldn't I be able to create a world that is entirely mine? A Garden of Eden that is completely isolated from the end times, with the help of the deity space? Chao Tianqian tried to enter in person again, but unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. His body was blocked by an invisible membrane, and it was accompanied by a strong sense of discomfort. Chao Tianqian was slightly disappointed. However, he soon discovered that his consciousness could enter within the space of the deity spirit and roam freely within it. Every item and every animal in the space of the deed spirit, he can observe. This pig in all directions and without dead angles. How did this pig start to hem and haw again? Really convinced. Chao Tianqian was greatly inflamed. As the master, he hadn't had time to eat the fruit near his mouth lately due to being busy with his business of dominating the end times. You, a Qi Ling, who has not yet finished his great work and has not yet accomplished an inch of success, dares to be greedy for enjoyment, and you are looking for 15 of them. There is no reason for it. Chao Tianqian smiled grimly. Summon! A space door suddenly opened, and Black Mane was forcibly summoned. Why am I suddenly here if I'm not getting high? The Black Mane looked confused, and it even held its slutty pose. Chao Tianqian's mind moved, and the space door opened once again. The Black Mane couldn't wait to get inside, looking for its wife to continue deepening the relationship. Chao Tianqian naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. He seizes the moment and then, summon, deeded spirit space, summon, deeded spirit space, summon, deeded spirit space. After repeating the test several times, Chao Tianqian came to a conclusion. First, the space door of the deity space. The use range is 5m radius from his center, and the unfolding size is also 5m radius. Second, everything within the deeded spirit space, he could forcefully summon. Third, everything within the deity space, he could move around at will, as if he were playing a sandbox game. At this point, the Black Mane had already realized that it was Chao Tianqian who was up to no good, and angrily barked at him twice, blaming him for disturbing his good deed. But now that Chao Tianqian had turned himself into a master, he would not spoil it anymore. Scream again, and I'll separate you from your wives for life. Black Mane, or distinguish the size of the king, immediately said, everything is given by the master. Master, you say what is what? Chao Tianqian nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Next, check up on Black Mane. Spirit, Black Mane. Race, boar. Psychic ability, none. Skills, king strength. Thick skin. Self-discipline, piggy. King's qualities, pass. The unit has 3 times the base attributes of its peers and has the qualifications to become a king. Skin and flesh, past. The effect of all defense and constitution bonuses received by this unit is enhanced by 20%. Self-discipline, piggyback. Wing, permanent type, increase skill. More, expand reading. Chao Tianqian is rated a standard meat shield with a little bit stronger panel battle power than before Silverhorn evolved, and multiple skills anyways. In terms of shared skills, due to the restriction that the effects of skills with the same name could not be stacked, Black Mane's, King's Capital, was overwritten by Silverhorn's, King's Capital. Thick skin, has a good effect and is shared to him, still counting at 5x base attributes. That means that his defense and constitution are now 6 times their base values. As for the last skill, self-discipline, piggyback, it seems to be a bit of an oxymoron. After all, there's a whole list of explanations. However, what Chao Tianqian couldn't understand was why a colorful gangster pig like Black Mane would give birth to such a skill. Self-discipline? What does it have to do with self-discipline? Chao Tianqian clicked to expand his reading. When the skill is activated, you gain a self-discipline piggyback buff that lasts for 5 days. While the buff lasts, you need to follow the piggyback training manual and work out for 2 hours every night. If there is slackness, lack of self-discipline, or lack of moderation, there is a probability that it will lead to loss of certain functions. Certain functions? Loss? Chao Tianqian felt a wave of urination come over him, and immediately broke into a fit of rage. What the hell kind of crap skill is this? Keep reading. If you complete the workout each time, your base endurance and recovery will be increased by 1% all around, and there is a probability that you will gain specialization in certain physical qualities. Chao Tianqian's expression gradually became complicated. When you look at it, this skill doesn't seem so bad after all. The skill has a cooldown of 24 hours. When the skill is out of cooldown, it will be actively activated. Aha, that means there's no way to refuse? Chao Tianqian finally realized why Black Mane was in such a hurry. He had been holding it in for a long time. What an oddity. While other skills were waiting for cooldown, this one was waiting for the buff effect to end. Anyway, it was time to practice, but it wasn't the endurance and recovery and whatever unspecified specialties he was figuring on. What he wants is to get stronger. It's almost time to go. Chao Tianqian had Duan Shuzu drive another van and load up Black Mane's wives. The trio returned to the zoo. Chao Tianqian found an excuse to detach the two and pulled the Black Mane and its wives into the deity space. Then he sought out Silverhorn and pulled him in as well, stocking up on some grass and pig food in the meantime. Chao Tianchen thought about it and got some more dirt and stakes in to make a few simple fences, and warned all the animals not to urinate or defecate anywhere. After doing this, Chao Tianchen pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the time. 8 p.m. Chao Tianchen hurriedly asked Black Mane for the piggy cultivation manual. Push-ups in sets of 10. Do 2 sets. Rest for 5 minutes. Run fast in place. With my current fitness level, it doesn't seem very difficult. Chao Tianchen was about to find a place to start when Guo-chan approached him. She was still in the same hip-hugging secretary outfit, but her legs had been replaced with white silk, perhaps because it was cold, and she wore pink pig fluff ear muffs. The whole thing looks pure and lustful. Guo-chan bit her lip and said, "Head gardener, I'm prone to driving over the line at night and my points are almost deducted, and I have to participate in a car race in a few days." So, Chao Tianchen, speechless. Driving during the day, did not see you so cherish the license points. Spitting it out, Chao Tianchen didn't give Guo-chan a hard time. Then you can make do with the zoo for the night. There's a room upstairs and I'll get you another quilt. Wait. Chao Tianchen was suddenly alerted. This conversation sounded a bit familiar to him. Are you going to say next that you're afraid of the dark? Head gardener, you are so smart. Surely nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Guo-chan had a face of adoration. That's for sure. You go aside. Chao Tianchen immediately changed his words. Normally, he wouldn't mind if something happened, but he's got the self-disciplined piglet buff on him now. No fear of the worst. He couldn't afford to cut off a lifetime of happiness by trying to have a moment's pleasure. In the face of Guo-chan's pitiful appearance, Chao Tianchen still sternly refused. You might as well sleep alone. I'm going to start my daily workout. Guo-chan hesitated. Exercise? Headmaster, it seems like it's been 2 years since you got a gym card. For a moment, Chao Tianchen was actually speechless. However, Guo-chan's words also reminded Chao Tianchen, and he took out the gym card that had been dusty for 2 years from his wallet. No matter how it used to be, from now on I'm a self-disciplined little piglet, said he, and straight away he buggered off. The way this little neen is dressed today, he might have to rub it in. He's not sleepy today. Wait a little longer. Evening hours. Happy Road Street, Central Business District. A red supercar pulled steadily to the side of the road. Chao Tianchen pushed open the car door. High-rise buildings, flashing neon lights, people walking in groups, children's laughter, and the tantalizing aroma of food in the air. So rich was the smoke and fire that it produced a momentary trance in him. Enjoy it, after all. There are only 5 days left. Chao Tianchen murmured and looked up at the building in front of him. Strong Men's Gym. This should be the place. As soon as you enter the door, Chao Tianchen's super high face value attracted the attention of many girls. A number of sea queens hit the ratings and classified him as high-level prey, generating the idea of getting to know him better. Why is it like entering a wolf's den? Chao Tianchen muttered and started looking for a place to exercise. But since he hadn't been to the gym much, he was scurrying around like a fly on the wall. The girls, take a look. Yoo-hoo, I can't believe it's still an uncontaminated little flower. It's a high-quality and easy-to-follow presence. Immediately, he upgraded his rating of Chao Tianchen, changing it from senior prey to top prey. A tall girl with a pretty face grabbed the first shot. Handsome, I think your top is a bit unsuitable for sports. Why don't you change into a sweatshirt? He said, handing over a sweatshirt. Thanks. Chao Tianchen mistook her for a shopping guide and took the tracksuit and started to change. After all, how could he have imagined that a woman would come to the gym and bring men's clothes? Just as Chao Tianchen was changing his clothes, the girls looked over in unison. This look, you can't take your eyes off it. Chao Tianchen, who possessed 6 times the physique of a normal human, had a perfect body. The whole body is well-muscled and full of power without looking bulky. Each of the 8-pack abs is well-defined and is simply a walking Hermenegildo. Zip, 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 drooling sounds. That body. It's too awesome. It's over. It's over. How am I supposed to look at my boyfriends again after reading this? I'll bet his pecs are absolutely rock hard. If you ask me, he has harder abs. Indeed, those abs just do 3,000 push-ups with ease. What are you saying? I can't understand. I can't. You guys record the video. I'm going to the bathroom. The girl's flamboyant reaction caused a lot of jealousy among the wolves. One youth scorned changing clothes in public and not paying attention to the impact. Change it if you can. Yeah, pull it out and look at it. Fine dog. The youth was so disliked that he turned red in the face, but he was powerless to refute that he was indeed inferior to Chao Tianchen on all fronts. When Chao Tianchen finished changing into his sportswear, many of the girls still had burning eyes. It's no fun. It changes too quickly. I can't. I'm going to ask for a VX. Maybe we can go deeper tonight. Pull it. Where's your turn for this kind of perfect grade prey? Yes. In the eyes of the girls, Chao Tianchen had evolved from top-tier prey to perfect-tier prey. Perfect grade prey. That's an existence that requires a top-tier sea queen to capture through repeated detailed pulls. It's always good to try. Maybe people aren't picky. Ha, you got a point, yo. Seeing that someone was about to join the battlefield, the tall girl who had been frozen for a while immediately spoke up. Handsome. Chao Tianchen mistook her for a sales pitch and waved his hand. No no no. Chao Tianchen pulled out a black card to avoid harassment and handed it to the receptionist. Open a VIP box for me. The teller would smile. What are the features of the VIP box? Private. The point is that the soundproofing is so good that even if the training is intense, you won't be heard and know what you're talking about. But out of professionalism, the teller politely asked, Sir, do you need a coach with you? Chao Tianchen naturally chose to refuse. But this stirred up a flurry of bees and butterflies that thought it was a hint. A pretty girl in blue came over. In terms of face value, she was in the absolute top tier of this gym, and still had the pear-shaped body that most aroused men's desires. Handsome. Do you need me to press your legs for you? A charming light smile hung at the corner of the blue-clothed beauty's mouth as her soft body slowly approached Chao Tianchen. Then, bending slightly, the exaggerated curve of her hips was like a drawn and bent bow. Ready to strike. The surrounding wolves watched and gulped. The leg press of this what? I'm afraid it's not going to break my legs. Smelling the faint perfume, Chao Tianchen's body was paralyzed. He didn't expect such a daunting challenge on the first day of his self-discipline workout. Sorry. No need. What? I can't believe I refused. The wolves were pulling their hair out and exclaiming loudly that they couldn't replace them with their bodies. And the look was almost more painful than the loss of $5 million. The blue-clothed beauty was slightly stunned when she was rejected. But she wasn't annoyed and stretched out her jade finger to make a circle on Chao Tianchen's chest. You're so bad. Then, a ruffled hair from the calm departure, attracted all the way to the dog-licking wolf howling. Chao Tianchen was also apoplectic. The pull of the top sea queen is as horrible as it gets. But I'm the man who wants to dominate the end times. How can a little frost stop me from moving forward? Chao Tianchen was once again firm in his beliefs. But he did not walk 2 steps, and then leaned up a petite and cute pink girl. In terms of face value, especially above the blue beauty just now, she actually initiated the conversation. When they saw the girls in pink, the wolves choked and the girls lost their colors. This pink-clothed girl not only had top-notch face value, but she was also said to have a mine in her family, the kind that really had a mine. Ever since she'd checked into this gym, anyone who'd gone up to her to strike up a conversation had invariably been rejected by her, not to mention getting her to initiate a conversation. Chao Tianchen was considered the first one. Brother, do you need help when you stretch your chest? If you don't stretch it properly, the muscles in your chest can be easily strained. Yo! The pink-clad girl's voice was a soft, bubbly tone that sounded like she was drinking a cup of clear tea bubbly water. Not only that, she also showed Chao Tianchen her professionalism by gesturing at the areas that were easy to stretch. Hiss! The people around him sucked in a breath of cold air. Such huge pectoral muscles were indeed easy to strain. Chao Tianchen also watched as his chi and blood flowed backward, making it a bit difficult to top. This girl looks petite, but I didn't realize she had a D2 license. No way no way. This is not a place to stay for long. When Chao Tianchen made a decision, he ran into the VIP box and closed the door with a bang. The girl in pink was shocked. The people around them were shocked as well. Even the blue-clothed beauty who had just walked away couldn't help but look over frequently again. It's really here to jerk off, yeah. The envy and jealousy of his fellow wolves had all turned into a torrent of respect at the moment. No wonder people's bodies are in shape. No wonder people's abs are so hard. Only Zhejian ears. Royalty Lolita are not loved. Private room jerk is fast. Brother, good poem. I'll send a crossword. It's called Iron Pestle Grinds into Needle. Dang floozy. The girls, on the other hand, secretly sighed. It's a shame to have such hard abs. Not long after Chao Tianchen entered the VIP box, another yellow-haired handsome man came to the door, with a very outstanding face and body, only inferior to Chao Tianchen. To think that it's young Master Tianzi of the Sun family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The gym manager was quick to greet him with a smile. Sun Tianzi didn't nag and pulled out his black card. Open a VIP box for me. Need a coach with you? What do you say? Ha ha, young Sun, look at my memory. With young Sun's charm there will be someone to accompany him. Sun Tianzi didn't bother to pay attention to the manager's sneer as his eyes scanned the gym, looking up for a target. Ha, that pretty girl in blue and the girl in pink are both good. Which one to choose? But soon, the confident Sun Tianzi touched a nose. In terms of quality, he's already top-notch, and usually comes in and maybe gets a kiss. But today, with Chao Tianchen Jade Pearl in front of them, the top sea queens were a bit tasteless in the face of a lowly version. But Sun Tianzi thought otherwise when he learned of the situation. It must be his trickery. Yeah, who in the whole of Xinshui City could be as tall and handsome, as young and golden, And as tough as his abs? No way. Absolutely not. Solely the VIP box did not enter, just waiting for Chao Tianchen to come out, to give him a lesson. 2 hours later, Chao Tianchen walked out of the box with a soothing look on his face. Although the 1% boost was tiny, it still gave him a feeling of fulfillment. With this perseverance of mine, in the future, even if I face that ferocious beast frenzy, I'll still have a chance of winning, right? La 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 la, I'm a self-disciplined little piggy. Chao Tianchen hummed a song and was about to leave when he saw a small yellow hair blocking in front of him with an arrogant attitude. Boy, you really made me wait. A fire was burning inside Sun Tianzi. He did not expect. The other side is really taller than him and handsome, especially that sweaty abs after exercise. The surrounding girls see that called a blush. He was simply jealous to madness. Sun Tianzi immediately swung out a punch, but he only used 7 points of force. It wasn't that Sun Tianzi was arrogant, but he had this confidence. He was ostensibly the playboy of the Sun family, a powerful family in the new city of water. But in reality, he was an inner disciple of the hidden sect, the Lu Yun sect, practicing inner martial arts, and his physical fitness had long since quadrupled that of a normal person. In Sun Tianzi's opinion, his 7 points of force was enough to keep the other party in bed for a month. Bang! Sun Tianzi's fist shook with numbness, and he felt like he was hitting a rock. On the contrary, Chao Tianchen not only received the punch with one hand, but his body was also motionless. Sun Tian was slightly surprised, then snorted coldly. So you're a fellow practitioner. At your age, being able to take a punch with 70% of my force is enough for you to be proud of yourself. Chao Tianchen laughed. Is that so? But I don't really think you deserve to be any kind of fellow traveler with me. Arrogant. Sun Tianzi was furious and wanted to swing his fist again, but he suddenly realized that even with 10% of his strength, his fist was still being held by the other party. Sun Tianzi was appalled in his heart. How is this possible? He was the number 1 ranked, strongest existence among the inner disciples of the Lu Yun sect. The other party's strength was even above his. At this point, the onlookers began to talk. I thought it was some kind of dragon fight, but I didn't realize it was so scribbled. Still talking about 70% force. You're proud enough to simply laugh at me. Who wouldn't know how to talk? If I were you, I'd say use 10% force. That's how you force Grumman. What 10% force? You should say that even with one hand dragging a strong male gym, I'm XXX just as invincible in the world. Although Sun Tianzi could beat 100 of them by himself, it didn't stop them from pointing their fingers. A certain Hai-Ho even said with a grateful face, looking quite strong, he turned out to be so weak. Fortunately I was just cautious and declined his invitation. Sun Tianzi blushed at his words. He, the Sun family's great young man, had traveled across the sea of flowers. When had he ever been called vain? It's a great shame. Sun Tianzi exerted himself several times, but still could not break free and roared. Let go. If you have the guts, we'll fight for real. In his opinion, the other party only had a few moments of brute strength, and in terms of martial arts, it was definitely inferior to him from the famous school. Yes? The corners of Chao Tianchen's mouth lightly flushed as he suddenly let go of his hand. Sun Tianzi stumbled and fell to the ground, causing a burst of laughter from the people around him. I'll kill you. Sun Tianzi's eyes were enraged as he climbed up and lunged towards Chao Tianchen, and even used his own stance. Streaming cloud fist. Sun Tianzi's 2 fists came out in unison. His fists were like flowing clouds pressing down on the city, striking out dozens of residual shadows. There was a gasp from the people around them. Even an ordinary person could see the terror of this move. In fact, after making this move, Sun Tianzi regretted it. This move was extremely powerful, and if it hit the vitals, it could even kill a cow. And it was a move that the elders of the clan had explicitly forbidden to the outside world. It's over. Someone's going to die. Even if a powerful dude like him kills someone in full view of the public, it's hard to escape justice. But the imagined blood and flesh did not appear. Chao Tiancheng again stretched out only one hand and took all these punches, and even spoke with interest. Kind of. How is this possible? Sun Tianzi's eyes widened and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. With this all-out strike of his, even the elders of the flowing cloud view would have to back off 3 times off. Unbeknownst to him, in front of Chao Tianchen's agility that was 5 times that of a normal person, and his physique that was 6 times that of a normal person, the flowing cloud fist that he was so proud of was a joke. It's my turn. After the words, Chao Tianchen swung out a fist. Sun Tianzi immediately blocked his hands in front of his chest, but Chao Tianchen's power was even more terrifying, and Sun Tianzi couldn't even make a single delay before his entire body flew out backwards. Sun Tianzi dropped to the ground, his brain buzzing, a little skeptical of life. Master said that he was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, but just by coming out to get a girl, he met one that was better than him. How is the once-in-a-century in the mouth of the master worth less than the mouth of an expert? Although Sun Tianzi was a playboy, he also believed in the principle of the strongest being the most honorable. He climbed to his feet and arched slightly. I'm Sun Tianzi, an inner disciple of the Lu Yun sect. I wonder where this brother's master comes from. Hearing Sun Tianzi give his name, the people around him were confused and said that they had never heard of him. At this point, a certain know-it-all popped up to explain. It's a long story. In ancient times there were many powerful ancient martial arts families and hidden clans. The people among them are all superbly strong and their influence is so great that they can even determine the rise and fall of dynasties. But since modern times, the advent of hot weapons has made it possible to rely on this has made these forces that rely on individual force gradually decline. They have either moved on to other professions, or they are hidden in the city. The Flowing Cloud sect is a hidden sect with a long heritage. You may not recognize it when you say Lu Yun sect, but you should always recognize it when you say Lu Yun Guan. The crowd woke up. It's not that 3A tourist attraction. So, he's not a Taoist priest? Taoist priests come out to get girls too. It's outrageous. Emperor Understanding secretly shook his head. What an ignorant person. As someone who had half a foot in that circle, he naturally knew the gold content of an inner disciple of the Lu Yun sect. That's the ceiling for the younger generation of ancient martial arts. Put it in a novel. It's all about the male protagonist of the king of soldiers coming down the mountain. It's not for you unnamed supporting characters to judge. Emperor Understanding looked at Chao Tianqian again. Being able to easily defeat Sun Tianzi, this one was even more terrifying. It was a presence he could hardly describe. The moment Chao Tianqian was thinking that the name Sun Tianzi, why did it sound so familiar? Who is Sun Tianxiang to you? Sun Tianxiang is my sister. Why? Do you know her? Chao Tianqiang couldn't help but feel that this world was really small. He only met Sun Tianxiang in the morning and then met her brother in the evening. Now that said, he and Sun Tianxiang were also considered co-workers, so he couldn't afford to make the relationship too stiff. Your sister and I are. Who would have thought that Sun Tianzi was fastidious? You're my sister's suitor, aren't you? Chao Tianqian was just about to explain, but then he heard Sun Tianzi say, your strength qualifies you to be my brother-in-law. Chao Tianqian slapped his thighs. Hey, so it's brother-in-law. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Xiao Sa. It didn't hurt you just now, did it? No pain. No pain. Sister-in-law's strength is really great. Originally, the atmosphere of the sword was still tense, but it instantly became a large-scale recognition scene, making passers-by confused. So bloody. Chao Tianqian saw that this kid wasn't too smart and posed. Young man, don't waste your time looking for women. It's still important to have your own strength. If I can't get the girl, you won't be able to either. Sun Tianzi sniffed with a face of shame. So there was a reason why his brother-in-law was so strong. He had to learn from it. Chao Tianqian still wanted to break it up, but he received a call from Sun Tianxiang. Is it possible that there's news about the third Beast King? The Ministry of Martial Arts is really awesome. Chao Tianqian, you've encountered a bit of difficulty with your matter. On the other end of the phone, Sun Tianxiang's cold voice came. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianzi was even more convinced of Chao Tianqian's identity. After all, with his sister's high spirits, how could she take the initiative to call a man with whom she was not in a very close relationship? Okay, brother-in-law, just for the fact that you can pick up my sister, let's respect you as a person first. Chao Tianqian didn't have the time to pay attention to his cheap brother-in-law's adoration. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. Can you tell me what's going on? Sun Tianxiang did not hide the information and shared it with Chao Tianqian. It turned out that Zhao Run behind the transaction object is a poaching organization called Golden Knife. The Golden Dagger is not an ordinary poaching organization, but a joint criminal group that poaches across multiple countries. Their main business is to hunt all kinds of rare animals, and then through means sell these animals to the powerful and rich people in various countries for their enjoyment and pleasure. As a result, the Golden Sword Forces had an extremely powerful background. In many countries, even if a member of the Golden Dagger gets caught, a bigwig will step in and wipe their ass for them. The Golden Swords have also been active in our Dragon Kingdom, but due to our strict control, they can only do so with their tails between their legs. Sun Tianxiang paused. Because of this, the Golden Dagger has been very cunning in every action in our Dragon Kingdom. By the time we found their lair, all of the main members had withdrawn, and only a few minor players who knew nothing were captured. And to think the Ministry of Patrol Armed Forces is so awesome. Chao Tianqian bellyached twice and asked, then there's no way at all? Sun Tianxiang said, although the other party thought they had done a seamless job, our patrolling marshal department still obtained a key clue through special means. The Martial Patrol Department is awesome, Chao Tianqian said. Sun Tianxiang said without skipping a beat. According to the investigation, the Gold Master behind the Golden Swords operation this time is a certain power in the island country's ancient martial arts world. We have already locked the location of the transaction between the two parties. Where? Chao Tianchen asked after him. Lu Yunguan. Our people have long since laid a dragnet there. As long as they make a move, we will immediately effect an arrest. If necessary, they can be killed on the spot. Sun Tianxian's voice was biting with killing intent. Why did they choose there? After Chao Tianchen asked, he suddenly looked to the side of Sun Tianzi. This is not the Lu Yunguan's well. Sun Tianzi had a proud face. Our Flowing Cloud sect is a titan of the ancient martial world. Every year, we hold an auction for the entire ancient martial world. There will be a lot of people from the circle not only at home, but also abroad. Chao Tianchen nodded in understanding. The purpose of the other party is either to take the opportunity to cover their tracks or to shoot for something along the way. It's Xiaosa's voice. Sun Tianxiang asked. Chao Tianchen, why are you with my brother? Chao Tianchen didn't know how to explain. It's hard not to say that. It's destined to be with your family? Sun Tianzi said. Sis, I happen to be at the gym and Chao Tianchen hurriedly covered his mouth and changed the topic. Don't worry. I definitely didn't tell your brother about your embarrassing story. Sun Tianxiang immediately thought of how she had been tricked during her interrogation of Chao Tianchen and was mortified. I'm warning you, you mustn't give me any nonsense. She didn't press the issue any further and hung up immediately. Drip dash. Chao Tianchen removed his hand and faced Sun Tianzi's confused eyes as he explained. Your sister. She's shy and doesn't want to announce our relationship for now. Sun Tianzi came to a realization and patted his chest. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll keep it a secret. Fearing that he would reveal his footsteps, Chao Tianchen added. In the future, call me Brother Chao to the outside world. Don't call me brother-in-law. Sun Tianzi nodded repeatedly. Hey, brother-in-law. What's this embarrassing thing you said about my sister? Seeing that his eyes were as bright as light bulbs, Chao Tianchen felt that something like beating up his brother really had to be done before it was too late. It's nothing really. It's just having a baby. At those words, Sun Tianzi's scalp directly exploded. What? Sang. Shoo. Chao Tianchen immediately made a hand gesture. Sun Tianzi hurriedly silenced his voice, then whispered after him. Really? I can only tell you so much. Chao Tianchen had a mysterious look on his face. So many of yours. A little too much information. Sun Tianzi could not return to his senses for a long time. It was hard to imagine that his sister, with the kind of personality that was so cold that it could even scare off her great-aunt, had actually come this far early. This was 100 times more shocking to him than if he'd gone out and gotten piggybacked. Father, mother, you no longer have to worry about your sister not being able to get married, because not only has she found someone, she even has a child. Sun Tianzi simply admired Chao Tianchen to the core. In his opinion, Chao Tianchen was simply a beeper among bulls. Brother-in-law, how did you do it? Sun Tianzi had a face of adoration. Chao Tianchen felt as if he had played it off. Ahem, don't ask children about adult matters. Tell me quickly, is there any way to blend into the auction? Listening to Sun Tianxian's tone just now, she was not going to bring him along, but it was about the third beast king, so how could he not go? Sun Tianzi had a disappointed look on his face. It seemed that he could only rely on his own brain to fill in the details. Just take this and go in. Sun Tianzi pulled out a green wooden tablet from his body and handed it over. Chao Tianchen took a look. Lu Yun Clan Auction Admission Tag. No. 131-4521. Remarks, scenic area tickets are not included. The corner of Chao Tianchen's mouth twitched. Isn't your Lu Yun sect of Taishan Beidou so stingy? Sun Tianzi said. Brother-in-law, what kind of society is this? Even Taishan Beidou needs to eat. Okay. Chao Tianchen, is there anything I should be aware of when I go there? Sun Tianzi waved his hand and said. Nothing special. Just dress formally. It was getting late, so they exchanged a few more pleasantries and went their separate ways. Is it more formal? On the way back, Chao Tianchen looked at a fortune-telling Taoist priest in thought. The next day, Lu Yunguan. No entry zone for tourists. Clan compound. 2 15 or 16-year-old disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were guarding the entrance, receiving the circle of ancient martial artists to enter. These people include the rich and elite of the upper class, as well as bricklifters, workers, and even security guards and street-sweeping ants. Occasionally a few curry-smelling ascetics would pop up. Here, everyone puts aside their worldly identities to mingle and the atmosphere is cordial. Xiao Wu Zi, why is the entrance fee to your house so expensive? We are invited. Can't we get it for free? Elder Lu, don't say that. We have to pay taxes. Humph, I think you're just falling for the money. The crowd burst into laughter. Suddenly, a new face came to the door and drew the attention of the crowd. It was a handsome young man with an exiled posture, dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, holding a flowing cloud whisk in his hand. His pair of black eyes seemed to be able to capture the sun, moon, and stars. causing many young girls to be mesmerized. What made the crowd wonder even more was that the youth was also riding a mighty and sturdy big buffalo on his crotch. You know, the ox is the Taoist ancestor Laozi's exclusive means of transportation. If not without two brushes, who in the Taoist sect dares to ride with his old man in the same car? The more the crowd watched, the more they marveled. Lu Yunguan's Nubizi counts as a chicken. Look at them. This dress, this temperament. This is a serious Taoist priest. No, it's a Taoist high priest. Not to mention them, even the two Flowing Cloud sect disciples were bluffed, guessing that the youth was in such an immortal stance. Could it be some Taoist power? I wonder if this Taoist master is, asked Little Fifth carefully. At this moment, Chao Tianqian was inwardly spitting madly at Sun Tianzi. He said he had to dress formally, but it turned out that everyone else was dressed in everyday clothes and he was the only one with a conspicuous bag. The thought of being pulled for a group photo halfway across the country depressed Chao Tianqian to the core. My name is Chao Tianqian, and I've been invited to participate in the auction. After saying that, he took out the greenwood sign that Sun Tianzi had given him. Chao Tianqian handed the greenwood license plate to Xiao Wuzi, who took a look at it and then smiled with joy. It's the greenwood sign. This Taoist master turns out to be my Flowing Cloud sect fairy's Taoist partner. Xiao Wuzi shouted loudly. With a few hints of bragging, Chao Tianqian was confused. The crowd of onlookers, however, murmured with envy between their words. The greenwood sign. Isn't it the family sign of that Flowing Cloud sect fairy? The fairies of the Flowing Cloud sect have always been proud, and this greenwood sign is never easily given away. And this is the first time I've seen it in kind. This fellow Taoist is so immortal. It's no wonder he's taken a fancy to the fairy of the Flowing Cloud sect. I just don't know which fairy's Taoist. Family cards. Chao Tianqian pondered. He remembered that Sun Tianzi had said. Sun Tianxiang had also studied under the Flowing Cloud sect, only to join the patrolling martial department later on due to special reasons. This sign shouldn't be. A fine layer of sweat broke out on Chao Tianxian's forehead. If this was discovered by Sun Tianxiang, wouldn't he be killed? Just as he thought that, he heard a cry of alarm from Little Fifth. This greenwood sign couldn't be Senior Sister Sun, could it? Chao Tianqian. Only Xiao Wuzi and another Luoyuan sect disciple were holding a roster and checking the numbering of the greenwood tags. Senior brother. There's no way it could be wrong. This is exactly the greenwood plaque of Senior Sister Sun Tianxiang Sun. Number 1314521. 131st generation disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. Ranked 452. First in battle power ranking of the same generation. I had my suspicions just now, and I thought I was mistaken, but I didn't expect Senior Sister Sun to actually have a name and a wife. That disciple's hand holding the booklet trembled slightly, his words filled with shock. If one didn't know, only female disciples in the top 10 of their generation's battle prowess would be qualified to receive the title of Flowing Cloud sect fairy. One could imagine how bright and dazzling Senior Sister Sun, who was able to win the first place in battle power, was. That was the dream goddess of countless male disciples. The onlookers were also shocked. It actually wasn't even an ordinary fairy, but the top one Sun fairy of the Luoyuan sect. Fairy Sun. I seem to remember that she was known as a martial arts wizard of the ancient martial world that comes along once in 1,000 years. I've heard that her family is still the richest in New Water City, with 4 artificial lakes, a dozen mines, and 3 publicly traded companies. Last year, Fairy Sun was also nominated as the most beautiful goddess in the Dragon Kingdom, but she later withdrew from the selection due to work reasons, or else she would have won the championship with her looks and temperament. The crowd looked at Chao Tianqian with jealousy in their eyes. As long as you can marry Fairy Sun, isn't that the same as going straight to the top of life? What a lucky life! Xiao Wuzi returned the green wooden tablet and said, Senior brother Chao, what a good tactic. I can't believe I was able to gain Senior Sister Sun's favor. How could Chao Tianqian dare to admit it? Waving his hands back and forth, saying, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Xiao Wuzi laughed and said, Senior brother Chao, do you know the significance of this greenwood sign of my Luoyuan sect? Moral? Chao Tianqian blinked. What could be the moral of a sign that doesn't even allow free admission? To kill the popularity? Xiao Wuzi said. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a female senior in our clan who fell in love with a certain man, but due to worldly traditions, she was not in a position to speak out directly, so she turned to the primordial Guan master for help. Upon hearing this, the primordial goddess of mercy took down a piece of greenwood and made it into a greenwood sign. Then, a grand meeting was held to publicize to the entire ancient martial arts world that this greenwood sign was a symbol of love. After that, that female senior will give the greenwood sign to the man she loves. Finally, the lovers become lovers, and it is passed down as a good story. From then on, this greenwood sign has accompanied my clan's legacy for 1,000 years, and has become a symbol of a token of love. The crowd was mesmerized to hear it. The fairies of the Flowing Cloud sect had outstanding posture and enjoyed a great reputation in the entire ancient martial arts world, and to have such a love story with them, one could say that one would have no regrets in death. Envy Chao Tianchen +1. Jealous of Chao Tianchen +2. Chao Tianchen, however, heard a hint of strange flavor. Why does this routine sound so familiar? Also, is your family's first-generation goddess of mercy very idle? He was about to explain, but was interrupted by Kagoro. Senior brother Chao, senior sister's son must have liked you and was too embarrassed to ask for it, so she gave it to you with a green wooden tablet. You mustn't let her down. Almost didn't say that. Don't be ungrateful. Seeing that he is going to cause public anger, Chao Tianchen can only tearfully accept the fact that Sun Tianxian likes him. Fellow Taoists, please keep it a secret. Tian Xiang, she's a bit shy. The crowd gambled and swore that they would never tell anyone about this. Chao Tianchen sought an excuse and found a deserted spot to put away the silver horn. Then, under Little Fifth Son's enthusiastic guidance, he walked through corridor after corridor to the pavilion where the auction was located. As soon as he entered the door, Chao Tianchen saw a familiar and sinister figure. It was Sun Tianxiang. There was no way around it. Her face value was extremely high and her temperament was extraordinary. Even among the many disciples of the Luyun sect who had extraordinary temperaments, she was able to stand out. Sun Tianxian also saw Chao Tianchen. After all, a Taoist robe with a heaven-defying face was really eye-catching. The two men looked at each other. Chao Tianchen saw a few moments of annoyance in her icy eyes, as if she was blaming him for coming uninvited. Chao Tianchen smiled sarcastically at her and took a seat beside her under Xiao Wuzi's guidance. Sun Tianxian's brain buzzed a little. This senior brother, did you lead him to the wrong place? The seats in the Flowing Cloud sect were very specific. Usually only disciples who were married to a Taoist couple would be arranged to sit together. Senior sister's son, don't you have a clear idea in your heart whether or not I've led the wrong way? After saying that, Xiao Wuzi waved his sleeve without taking away a single cloud. The surrounding disciples immediately whispered, the fire of gossip burning in their eyes. Many of the male disciples who admired Sun Tianxian's shattered Tao heart were about to stand up and give Chao Tianchen a lesson if it wasn't for the wrong occasion. Sun Tianxiang asked, what's going on here? Chao Tianchen could only play dumb and said, I don't know. It was your brother who arranged for me to sit here. Sun Tianxian's face changed slightly and quickly returned to normal. But the monstrous anger hidden underneath saw Chao Tianchen's heart alarmed. Chao Tianchen is sitting upright, unconsciously holding his breath. At that moment, a voice broke the calm. Kid, you don't deserve to sit here. Get up. Chao Tianchen raised his head, only to see a white-clothed youth standing beside him, his eyes filled with jealousy and anger. This white-clothed young man looked like he came from a good place, followed by a few followers and a gray-clothed old man with a long breath. Chao Tianchen swept a glance at Sun Tianxiang beside him and saw her pretty face sink, so he had a guess. This dog blood plot. It can't be some kind of suitor coming to the door begging to be punched in the face drama, right? Chao Tianchen spat back and forth, without the slightest fear, saying, I'm sitting here. What's wrong? After saying that, he even pressed a little closer towards Sun Tianxiang. He was going to put his hand on Sun Tianxiang's shoulder, but thought better of it. Sun Tianxiang frowned slightly, but did not say anything. It was obvious that she hated the white-clothed youth more compared to Chao Tianchen. The white-clothed youth instantly became furious and roared, Kid, you're looking for death. Have the guts to come out and we'll fight one-on-one. If you lose, you'll leave Tianxiang forever. His little brothers were also all furious, with the feeling that the king had insulted his subjects. With such a lively scene, there was no need to greet them, and a circle of people immediately surrounded them. Ha, isn't that the Lu family, one of the 10 ancient martial arts families? The second son Lu Chuanxi, who messed with him? Look at your eyes, can't you see that there's also fairy son of the Flowing Cloud sect present? There could be a strange man sitting beside her. My goodness, second eunuch Lu has been chasing fairy son for 5 years, but he couldn't even get within 3 steps. This is going to drive me crazy. In that case, won't the fight start soon? I'll have to get a handful of melons over here quickly. What else to take melon seeds? Lu Ergongzi has outstanding martial arts talent. Last year he had already reached the metamorphosis realm. The battle ended long ago when you left for this moment. It seems like second Prince Lu is only 22, and this is already in the mortal transformation realm? The crowd was amazed. Those who were able to enter this place were all insiders of the ancient martial arts circles, so they naturally knew what this meant. Metamorphosis realm is beyond the realm of ordinary people. Physical quality is already twice as much as normal people. Nicknamed Little Superman, is 99% of the ancient martial arts people cannot reach the realm. A frog in the bottom of a well. Chao Tianchen secretly laughed as he listened to these arguments. Metamorphosis realm, but is the former realm of the war soldier level. In the present may be very bullish, but But the end of the world is just a small caramels. Just pull a dog can be hanged. However, contemptuous as he was, Chao Tianqian shook his head. Your challenge is not acceptable to me. In that case, we're out. Wait, what did you just say? Lu Chuanqi suspected that he had hallucinated, and only after looking for his little brother to confirm it over and over again did he determine what Chao Tianqian had just said. You don't fight? Chao Tianqian pulled out his ears and said, yeah, what's the problem? Am I on the wrong movie set? The crowd's brains are a bit confused. The atmosphere is baked here. How can you not fight? Sun Tianxiang also looked at Chao Tianqian with an incredulous expression, as if to ask, what do you mean? Chao Tianqian pressed against Sun Tianxiang's ear and whispered, we're not in that kind of relationship after all. I'm not obligated to get rid of this kind of trouble for you. Sun Tianxiang was confused. Growing up, she had seen a man beating his head in front of her, and she hadn't seen her for a while, but she couldn't describe the situation. Chao Tianqian said, it's fine if you want me to make a move, but you'll have to pay a price as well. For example, that perpetual vigorous pill given by Uncle Zhang last time is good. At those words, Sun Tianxiang's lungs almost exploded with anger. She took a deep breath and whispered through clenched silver teeth. Just give you one. Just as if you were watching a dogfight. Chao Tianqian received the elixir and immediately stood up and angrily rebuked Lu Chuanqi, Sun Thief's son. Do you really think Grandpa is easy to bully? Seeing him reverse himself so quickly, the crowd was confused. You look like you don't care. However, the crowd didn't care much. They just wanted to watch the fight. I should have known to take a melon first. At this point, Lu Chuanqi also came back to his senses, gradually retrieving his lost emotions. Since you insist on seeking death, slow down, Chao Tianqian bellowed. Lu Chuanqi felt a little crushed and asked, what do you want again? Chao Tianqian perked up. You know, Sun Tianxiang is a fairy of the Luyun sect, and I spent a tremendous amount of money to chase after her. I have to leave her if I lose. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? How you have to pay something reciprocal as a wager? Sun Tianxian's beautiful eyes were rounded and she was almost about to break her defense. This guy actually plays two fish in one. The key is also said what? Spend a great deal of money to chase to the hand. You meow have chased? How can people be so shameless? If she hadn't been on a mission and wanted to get rid of the trouble as quickly as possible, she would have had to beat the guy half to death herself. However, everyone, including Lu Chuanqi, felt that there was nothing wrong with what Chao Tianqian had said, and even felt that he was at a slight disadvantage. Lu Chuanqi took out a golden elixir with strange patterns and a faint aroma. I'll take this transformation Dan as a bet. How about it? The crowd gasped in shock. Mortal transformation pill. Could it be that superb elixir that can help one break through the mortal realm? I'm afraid this one is going to be worth $10 million. Right? Bullshit. I'm offering $10 million and you're selling it to me? This pill can only be refined by the top 10 ancient martial arts families and the top hidden sects in the world. It's simply priced out of the market. Right? $10 million is their internal price. Chao Tianqian's eyes lit up, but he didn't rush to agree. Actually, in my opinion, the stakes are not as secondary to your feelings for the goddess. As he said this, Chao Tianqian felt a chill coming down his back. He was sure that if he turned around, he would be able to see Sun Tianxiang's murderous eyes. I can't let the goddess think that I'm not sincere. Lu Chuanqi gritted his teeth and took out 2 more metamorphosis stand from his body. I'll add 2 more. At this moment, Lu Chuanqi felt himself sublimated. Chao Tianqian also didn't expect that there were such tender leaks in this world, and slightly arched his hand. I'm impressed. Being able to get the approval of his love rival, Lu Chuanqi was even more pleased with himself as he smiled confidently towards Sun Tianxiang and said, Tianxiang, I will prove to you who is more worthy of you. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Tianxiang was rolling her eyes straight inside, labeling him as too dead to marry. Lu Chuanqi was already possessed by the king of forcing at the moment. He stretched out a hand and said with his forcing chi overflowing, I'll only use 70% of my strength for this punch. If you can take it, then you can stay or go as you please. Chao Tianqian laughed, jumping the gun. The last person who said that to me has. Oh, already his brother-in-law? Lu Chuanqi laughed out loud. In his opinion, Chao Tianqian was a clown who couldn't even speak harshly, which was just the right thing to use to set off his valor and thus capture the heart of the goddess. Look at the punch. Lu Chuanqi threw an imperative punch. Chao Tianqian, on the other hand, raised his hand slightly and casually threw a punch. Bang! The moment of contact, Lu Chuanqi's body flew backwards like a leather ball, spinning around twice before hitting the wall. Chao Tianqian, on the other hand, stood still, not even lifting the corner of his coat. There was a dead silence in the room. Immediately afterward, a huge gasp erupted. How is this possible? The crowd's mouths were so big they could have stuffed eggs in them. The fight ended so quickly like a tornado. They couldn't react in time. Lu Chuanqi, who was favored by all of them, was actually instantly secured. It's simply off the original spectrum, and the more I think about it, the more outrageous it gets. The grey-robed old man who hadn't said anything all along also looked moved. In his opinion, Chao Tianxin's aura fluctuation was not even at the mortal transformation realm, and because of this, he was relieved that Lu Chuanqi had taken up the challenge. I didn't realize that I had looked away. What are you guys waiting for? Why don't you help the young master up? Several people were busy helping Lu Chuanqi up with 7 hands and 8 feet. This next. The crowd's eyes changed as they looked at Chao Tianxin. It was not true that there were not any of them who were stronger than Lu Chuanqi, but there were not many who could possibly defeat Lu Chuanqi so easily. Even if there was, it was a bigot who had been studying martial arts for years. Come to think of it, if you can be spotted by Fairy Sun, how could your strength be bad? The only one in the room who wasn't surprised was Sun Tianxiang, but she knew that Chao Tianxin's strength was to exceed her brother's, and was not even close to her. Apart from being mouthy and cheap, Chao Tianxin definitely deserves her. Sun Tianxiang's pretty face was slightly red. What am I rambling about? Chao Tianxin's punch only took money but not life, and Lu Chuanqi soon awoke. How pretentious it was just now. How painful it is now. Lu Chuanqi blushed. Having lost such a big man in front of his goddess, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. It's all this guy's fault. Lu Chuanqi stared hatefully at Chao Tianxin, then gave a wink to his little brothers. The junior brothers understood and said, "How dare you make a move against my young master? Let's all do it together to get him killed." Seeing this, the disciples of the Flowing Clouds sect stood up one after another. The Lu family? What a big bully! Daring to bully our Lu Yun sect's people. The strength that Chao Tianxin had just displayed had already been recognized by most of them. "Stop!" the grey-robed old man shouted, then looked at Lu Chuanqi. "Young master, don't forget business." Lu Chuanqi didn't want to die. He just wanted to find a step down. "Don't let me run into you next time, or I'll make you look good." Put down a harsh word, turn around and walk away. Chao Tianxin laughed. "I was rather hoping to meet you. Next time you add 2 more to prove your feelings." The crowd roared with laughter. Sun Tianxiang also couldn't help herself, her fragrant shoulders trembling slightly. Lu Chuanqi was so angry that he almost turned around to fight for his life, but once he thought about the strength of the other party, he could only speed up his steps. The farce ended and the crowd dispersed. Sun Tianxiang did have quite a few suitors, but after seeing Chao Tianxin's strength, no one came up to make a fool of themselves. Chao Tianxin, on the other hand, took stock of the harvest. 1 perpetual power pill, 3 transformation pills. This is a huge profit. Chao Tianxin had wanted to use a transformation pill to make a breakthrough, but he suddenly thought of the last time the silver horn evolved. He quietly threw all 4 pills into the deity space, intending to feed them to the 2 deity spirits. Chao Tianxin first fed Silverhorn a transmutation pill. Silverhorn ate it and nothing happened. Feedback: the flavor is average. That's gone? Chao Tianxin didn't believe it and checked up on Silverhorn's information, finding that it had an additional message box. Realm, mortal 78%. Is this meant to have an experience bar? Chao Tianxin gritted his teeth and fed another one to Silverhorn. Moo! Silverhorn let out a long, low moo as he ate it this time. The body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a special halo of light lingered around it. Chao Tianxin recognized it at once. This is going to be a promotion. When the halo dissipated, Silverhorn completed his promotion. Its body length reached 6.2 meters, and its shoulder height reached an astonishing 2.5 meters, with a pair of large silver horns flashing with an eerie cold light. In terms of size alone, the silver horn surpassed the vast majority of battle soldier-grade ferocious beasts. Spirit, Ginkaku. Race, Raging Bull. Realm, 3% of early metamorphosis level. Psychic ability, none. Skills, King's Capital. Unrivaled power. Blood Rage. Raging Horn Strike, new. Dancing Moon Ikaku Chop, new. Fury Horn Slash. Main dance your horns and slash several times in rapid succession. 180s cooldown. Activation condition, have horns. Dancing Moon Horn Slash. Main a magnificent slash that is activated after storing power in a giant horn. 360s cooldown. Activation condition, horn. Seeing the 2 added skills, the corner of Chao Tianxin's mouth twitched slightly. How do I feel? Kind of going in the direction of Mad Dog Sword Saint. And why is the activation condition for these 2 skills that they have horns? Can't you just hold a sword? How can he use it? Spiteful as he was, Chao Tianxin was still quite satisfied. With Silverhorn as the first output under his command, its means of attack increased by 2, and his teen's output ceiling would be greatly increased. Chao Tianxin hesitated a little and fed the last transformation pill to Black Mane. After all, the Beast King was his foundation, and his own strength could instead be put aside first. After the Black Mane ate it, a halo of light also appeared around his body, and his body began to expand rapidly. A single piece and you've advanced? Chao Tianchen was pleasantly surprised. He guessed. This might be because Black Mane was an ordinary beast king and needed fewer resources to advance. After the halo dissipated, the Black Mane's size came to 4.7 meters long and 2.3 meters tall. The Black Mane was more rounded than the silver horn that was full of muscles, and at first glance, it looked like a small bunker with 2 spears stuck in it. Spirit, Black Mane, Race, Boar, Realm, 12% at the beginning of the metamorphosis level. Psychic ability, none. Skills, King's Gift, Thick Skin, Self-Discipline Piggy. Mud Armor, new. Mud Armor, Mane condenses the dusty dirt on the surface of the skin to form a layer of hardened armor. No cooldown. Chao Tianchen offered a nationalist line directly after reading it. Fuck. If Chao Tianchen was a weakling right now, he would be absolutely ecstatic after obtaining the Mud Armor skill. A CD less active skill. Still a defensive skill, consuming still dust and dirt. It's simply a divine skill. But he was now sitting on 2 major beast kings, which was a small amount of capital. Who wants to be wrapped in a layer of mud when they can radiantly pretend? Never mind. Something is better than nothing. Chao Tianchen fed the only remaining perpetual power pill to Black Mane again. When Black Mane ate it, it didn't evolve like Silver Horn did last time, but instead gained the skill, Strong Body. Strong Body, past strength increased by 30%. This was expected by Chao Tianchen. After all, it was impossible to have a miracle every time. Moreover, through skill sharing, Chao Tianchen also gained a strong physique, with his strength coming to nearly 13 times that of a normal person. Chao Tianchen stretched his body, and his body splintered. Sun Tianxiang couldn't help but look over, suddenly realizing that Chao Tianxin's aura had actually improved a lot. Strange. Can't it be that this is the epiphany the master was talking about? But soon, Sun Tianxiang was unmotivated. Team Sun, the target has appeared. In the headset, the voice of a subordinate was heard. Call it down and keep an eye on it all. At the entrance of the auction venue, 3 islanders appeared. At the head of the group was a short-bearded old man with a grim gaze, dressed in a dark samurai uniform, with a light step. Following him were 2 young men. One was a young man with twin swords in his arms, not tall, but with an arrogant demeanor. The other was a white girl with a folding fan, who had been looking around curiously since entering the door. The moment he saw the short-bearded old man, Chao Tianxin's body trembled violently. Sun Tianxiang sensed something and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." "Misread it." Chao Tianxin's tone was flat, but his body trembled slightly. He was doing his best to control his killing intent and not let it erupt. "Ha, it's not an enemy. Past life." At the beginning of the end times, the Dragon Kingdom was thrown into chaos. The islanders took advantage of the situation and carried out the infamous Great Migration program. They first used the heartless human sea sacrifice tactic to feed the 8 beast kings within the island and successfully made a contract with them to become their servants. Then, they incited the beast kings to launch a great migration and succeeded in moving all the remaining population of the island nation to the Dragon Kingdom and establishing a base along the coastline. Then the islanders began their never-ending invasion. As a coastal city, Xinshui City bore the brunt of the destruction of all shelters within 110 kilometers radius, in which the Dragon Nation people were either slaves or rations for the ferocious beasts. Chao Tianxin's hard-earned power was also destroyed, and most of his brothers and friends died tragically under the beast tide manipulated by the islanders. The originator of all this, the initiator of the Great Migration program, was the short-bearded old man, Tojo Tenji. Although Chao Tianchen had been reborn, the seeds of hatred had crossed time and space and had not stopped growing for a moment. In terms of personal feelings and righteousness, Chao Tianchen must eliminate this scourge. The priority of this matter was even on par with the contracted Beast King. Thanks to the home turf, the Flowing Cloud sect was still half of Sun Tianxiang's mother's family. Chao Tianchen quickly obtained detailed information about the 3, and also knew the names of the other 2. Young man with 2 daggers, Kajika Half-Meal Man, the girl in white, Sakuraji Kirichako. All 3, including Tojo Tenchi, are from an island organization called the Double Chopper Society, and all specialize in the use of 2-handed weapons. Among them, Xiaoju Hanyairo and Sakuraji Mochako were at the early stage of the Metamorphosis realm, while Tojo Tianji was at the peak of the middle stage of the Metamorphosis realm. Mid-Metamorphosis realm, the full body attributes are 6 to 9 times those of a normal person. Seeing the island trio take their seats, the members of the Dark Patrol Martial Arts Department were all keeping a close eye on the trio's movements. At that moment, the house lights flashed. On the auction platform, an out-of-this-world Flowing Cloud sect ferry landed. Fellow Taoists and travelers from other lands, thank you all for enjoying your presence at the Flowing Cloud sect's annual auction. I am your host, Tai Shi Yu Hao. It is a great honor to serve as today's auctioneer. The arena chants as Taisha Yuhao finishes an introductory segment. Fairy Jade Reserve. Fairy Jade Reserve, I love you. Taisha Yuhao had a formulaic smile on her face. First, we will be displaying a jadeite jade pendant made by the imperial court of the S dynasty. This jade pendant is made of the finest materials, with exquisite craftsmanship and auspicious meaning. It is not only a gorgeous piece of jewelry. As Taisha Yuhao described the origin and value of each item, the atmosphere on the field was gradually baked to the extreme. A piece of exotic treasure in the eyes of the world was also auctioned off. Chao Tianchen was a little disappointed. He thought that the Luyun sect would take some pills out of the auction. Did not think that the net is some antiques and paintings. It seems that pills are indeed very precious, and everyone is unwilling to exude them. He was glad that he had decisively cut Lu Chuanqi's leak. Chao Tianchen saw that the island trio was behaving very actively, shooting down quite a few things one after another. The three of them neither made contact with anyone nor showed any signs of leaving, as if they were truly here to participate in the auction. Just when Chao Tianchen thought he was going to make it to the end of the auction, he suddenly heard, the next auction item is the blood-containing grass. The starting bid is $4 million. Chao Tianchen was startled in his heart and immediately looked at the auction table. In the next moment, he stared at the dark red plant on the stage, unable to move his eyes. I can't believe it's really bloodwort. A hint of longing appeared in Chao Tianchen's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Blood-containing grass, also known as evolution grass and life-changing grass. Before the end of the world came to pass, it was not well known, but after the end of the world came to pass, it became a top herb that all the major powers and ferocious beasts fought for with their lives. Its effect is violent and direct. People eat it and awaken their powers straight away. If a ferocious beast eats it, it will purify its bloodline and gain the stature of a king. If it was originally a king's talent, it would also metamorphose into an upper beast king bloodline. Silverhorn was already an upper beast king, evolving Black Mane into an upper beast king. Wouldn't it be a high? Chao Tianchen immediately raised his sign. 5 million. On the auction stage, Taisha Yuhao was slightly stunned. This blood-containing grass was expensive, and the pills made from it were very ribald, so she had already planned for the auction to be aborted, but she didn't expect anyone to bid on it. Upon further inspection, the auctioneer was actually still the prospective husband of sister son. I heard that the two have children and have bought a suite in Sanya and plan to emigrate next year. Don't ask her how she knows. This matter has been spread all over the clan, and even alarmed the goddess of mercy who has been in seclusion for 10 years. Handsome is quite handsome, just not very smart looking. This Taoist friend is offering 5 million. 5 million once. Is there anyone else offering a higher price? Not many people present recognized the blood-bearing herb, and those that did would be even less likely to buy it. Taisha Yuhao had wanted to find an unjust seed to take over for his brother-in-law, but there was no one on stage to make an offer, so it was no good to delay any longer. 5 million 2 times. Just then, a voice rang out. 6 million. Taisha Yuhao was delighted in his heart. 6 million. This little Japanese son has had a good time. Island friend bid 6 million. 6 million once. Chao Tianchen took a look, and the one bidding against him was none other than Xiao Juhan Ichiro from the island trio. What is the other party going to do by buying this blood-containing herb? To know, the blood-containing grass is still just a chicken rib herb with a poor reputation. Is it hard to be just a coincidence? 7 million. Chao Tianchen bid again. $8 million. Kajiko Haneru immediately followed. 9 million. $10 million. Seeing that the price is rising, the crowd cannot help but be curious. Is it possible that this blood-containing grass has some unknown effects? Within a few moments, the price of the blood-containing grass had climbed to $15 million. Chao Tianchen frowned. He was now certain that the islanders definitely had an ulterior motive for buying the blood-bearing grass. However, if he continued to follow, he could not rule out the possibility of triggering more bids, which was highly probable as many rich people threw their money away simply to satisfy their curiosity. Also, let you save this 15 million for me. Chao Tianchen put down the bidding card, and the killing intent in his heart grew even more. Taisha Yuhao was relieved to see this. She couldn't help but glance at Sun Tianxiang on the stage, but she saw that the latter had never said a word, as if she hadn't cared at all about what Chao Tianchen had done. Alas, what an emperor! Who do you think I'm doing this for? Taisha Yuhao muttered. To avoid a long night, she speeds up her speech. $15 million twice. $15 million 3 times. Congratulations to this island friend who has had a good little life for a long time for winning this blood-bearing herb. At those words, the island trio also breathed a sigh of relief. Sakuragi Machako looked worried and said, how could someone suddenly bid against us for the blood-containing grass? Could it be that the group we traded with discovered something? Kajiko Hanyanro said, Senior sister, you're worrying too much. The true usage of the blood-containing grass is only mastered by our island nation. Even the Mi Empire, which is the initiator of that program, is still confused at the moment. It was probably just a coincidence just now, Sakuragi Machako said. Senior, it's better to be cautious. I always have a bad feeling about this. Senior sister, even if you encounter danger, there's still me. What's there to be afraid of? Kajiko Hanaru touched him at the neck. There was a tattoo there, depicting a blood-colored tiger. This was the source of his confidence. The strongest biological weapon created by combining the island spell seal with the Midai's biotechnology. Biochemical spell spirit. When used, it allows one to break through physical limits and gain different attribute boosts depending on the biochemical spell spirit. And his, Mighty Tiger spell spirit, drawn with the blood of a super tiger king born under biological experiments, is the strongest biochemical spell spirit in the island at the moment. At that moment, Tojo Tenchi slowly opened his mouth. Do not use this power until it is absolutely necessary. We cannot expose it yet. Kajiko Hanaru nodded seriously. Although the biochemical spell spirit was powerful, the drawbacks were obvious. It is safe to use for only 1 minute, beyond which the user becomes a senseless beast. It is for this reason that the island needs to gather more animal material, as well as the key material, blood-containing grass, for more experiments, for complete mastery of this technology. This is something they did without Mitty's dad's knowledge and took a huge risk by starting a new business. If Papa Mitty, if he found out that they actually wielded such power, he would surely not think of his father and son. But, so what? There is an old Chinese saying that riches and wealth are at stake. No one can stand in the way of the Oshima Empire rising again. Tojo Tenchi said. Things are not serious enough to that point, so you need not worry too much. We just need to act according to the plan, and there will be someone to meet us when the time comes. After saying that, he closed his eyes as if he had everything under control. Sakuragi Muchachiko and Kajika Hafichiro felt at ease. Their master has always been well thought out, and must have already made the arrangements. What they didn't notice was that Tojo Tenchi's index finger kept tapping on the armrest. He was far from being as calm as he said he was. As the auction drew to a close, the three island groups finally took action. Chao Tianchen and Sun Tianxiang moved with them, trailing the trio all the way to an accommodation building. In order to avoid alerting the police, the two planned to pose as waiters and blend in to find out what's going on. The other team members stopped the two and said, Team Sun, Brother Chao, it's better for us to go. Chao Tianchen, Sun Tianxiang, why? The crowd rolled their eyes. What is the reason you guys don't have any idea in your heart? Chao Tianchen and Sun Tianxiang glanced at each other, both coming to a realization the moment they saw the other's heaven-defying appearance. Oops, my damn face value. Chao Tianchen said helplessly. Alright, you guys go ahead. We'll wait first. After much waiting, the two were finally allowed upstairs. 5th floor. Chao Tianchen came to hide in a concealed place, observing the island trio's every move. Kajiko Hanaru knocked lightly on the door of the room and said a few cryptic words. Door open. Out walks a man in a suit. After a few words of conversation, the man in the suit walked into the room and removed a cage. The cage is wrapped in a cloth cover. Unsurprisingly, that's the captured animal inside. Chao Tianchen, however, felt something strange. The third king of beasts was a golden monkey with a very impatient personality. It's a little too quiet inside this cage. Is it possible that it's anesthetized? Chao Tianchen had the bright idea to use the system for a wish reading. Wish reading. No animal information detected. Please confirm the presence of the animal. Empty? Chao Tianchen's expression changed. Then he heard Sun Tianxiang's voice, but it was too late to stop it. Action! With Sun Tianxiang's command, members of the patrolling marshal department emerged from corners in all directions, surrounding the four people at the entrance of the room. Nobody move. A report has been received that someone is trading rare wildlife here. The military patrol department will conduct an inspection as a matter of course, and you have the right to remain silent. The four people surrounded looked calm, as if they had expected this situation. Sun Tianxiang vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but without waiting for her to react, Chao Tianchen suddenly drew out the patrolling marshal department's standard short sword and slashed at Dong Jiao Tianji. Tojo Tenchi was caught off guard, and although he tried his best to avoid the vitals, he was still cut with a large gash in his abdomen. Slow down, you guys. Chao Tianchen didn't even give him a chance to speak, reversing the short blade in his hand and attacking again. Tojo Tenchi was now prepared and easily avoided the strike, but he was not happy at all. It was because Chao Tianchen showed him a wry smile. Oops, he's aiming to. Master, we're here to help you. Senior, don't be impulsive. Sakuragi Misty Cheiko couldn't stop it, and Kajiko Hanaru had already drawn his twin swords. Seeing this, Chao Tianchen shouted, Team Sun, these islanders are resisting arrest, requesting backup. Although Sun Tianxiang did not like his unauthorized action, but at the moment this is not a bad idea to break the enemy. Give up resistance and we can be lenient. Dong Jiao was so angry that he spat out blood. He wanted to give up resisting, but Chao Tianqian's blade struck straight to the vitals. He couldn't. Negative. Sun Tianxiang snorted coldly and made a gesture of striking. The crowd of the patrolling martial department immediately joined the battlefield. Seeing that a fight was inevitable, Tojo Tenchi took out his own weapon, a double short sword, and Sakuraji Kirichako took out her two-handed spikes and began to fight back. In the blink of an eye, both sides were in a melee. However, everyone in the entire room, except for Chao Tianqian, each left their own room. The Ministry of Patrol and Armed Forces, though bullish, would not dare to kill a person while the facts of the crime are still unsettled. The island trio is even more afraid. Regardless of whether there is a crime or not, they will certainly not be able to run away if they kill the people of the Ministry of Patrol and Military Affairs. The man in the suit carries the cage, confused in place. What's wrong with this plot? In the normal scheme of things, shouldn't you collect the loot first, then be shocked to your face when you realize the cage is empty? How did you do it? At that moment, Tojo Tenchi's urgent voice came. Qian Wuzhen, don't lift the cage yet. Xian Wu reacted. As long as they could display the empty cage, the patrol force department would have no reason to make a move and their crisis would be lifted. But just as he put his hand on the cloth cover, Chao Tianqian's voice full of killing intent came from his ears. Don't you dare! Xian Wu's body trembled, and he actually froze in place not knowing what to do. Faced with such a piggyback, Tojo Tenchi was furious and angry as he threw his short sword with the intention of breaking the cloth cover. Chao Tianqian would not let him succeed, and similarly threw his short sword, knocking down Dong Jiaotianji's short sword. This encounter was more of a harbinger of things to come. Both sides had their eyes on that cage, but the weird thing is, as the party being examined, the island trio desperately tried to lift the cage, and as the inspecting party, the crowd of the patrolling martial arts department kept preventing the other party from lifting the cage. As the commotion of the battle grew louder and louder, the doors of other rooms in the hallway continued to open and many onlookers emerged. What's the situation? Those three islanders are no good at all at first glance. It's not like the Ministry of Military Patrol is in charge of the East and the West every day, so who knows what's going on? You're making a dangerous statement. Be careful of being invited to tea. The patrolling martial arts department was, after all, outnumbered, and the three islanders were quickly losing ground. Plus Tojo Tenchi was wounded from a sneak attack to begin with, so the situation was even more bleak. Just as the three islanders were in despair, a flying needle shot from the shadows. The cloth cover was knocked off and the cage was empty. Tojo Tenchi was overjoyed in his heart and cried out under his breath, arresting people for no reason and laying a deadly hand on them. Is this the way you treat your guests in the Dragon Kingdom? The crowd of onlookers was buzzing, and many of the country-hating parties even threw out all sorts of conspiracy theories. I've told you before, the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts is no good. Forced by the pressure of public opinion, the crowd of the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts had to stop first. Chao Tianqian glanced at the place where the silver needles had shot out, and it had long been empty. Good. Your Ministry of Martial Patrol actually used public weapons for private purposes and victimized an international friend. You are destroying the image of our Dragon Kingdom. At some point, Lu Chi-chun emerged, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. Chao Tianqian calmly said, it was this group of islanders who resisted arrest and we were forced to move. The island friends over there. The cage is empty, you have to say otherwise why would it come to this? At those words, the three islanders' eyes widened in anger. How can people be so disgusting? It was the guys from the patrol arms department who were shocked. This lie said, the tongue does not bring a knot. Sun Team's life after marriage. I am afraid that it is not good. Lu Chi-chun is also angry and laugh. Who first moved his hand he cannot know. He is hiding in the dark from the beginning to see the end. Don't bullshit me. It was clearly you who started it. Oh, Chao Tianqian dragged out a long coda. I made the first move. You saw it? The crowd of the patrolling martial department all looked at Lu Chi-chun, their eyes filled with suspicion. When they made their move, this corridor was empty. Lu Chi-chun immediately broke out in a cold sweat and held back a sentence. I guessed. Sun Tianxiang coldly said. Guess? I think you must have something to do with this matter. Take away. Looking at the approaching members of the patrol military department, Lu Chi-chun was at a loss for words. At this moment, the grey-clothed old man who was traveling with Lu Chi-chun suddenly opened his mouth. The Ministry of the Armed Forces has acted in an overbearing manner. First, it killed an international friend for lack of evidence, and then it arrested someone for a slip of the tongue. Do you really not have the slightest regard for the entire ancient martial arts world? These words won the resonance of those present in the ancient martial arts community. The Ministry of Inspecting Martial Arts, as the official governing body of the Dragon Kingdom over the ancient martial arts world, was a huge mountain pressing down on their heads, and they had long accumulated a lot of grievances. It's too much. Can the Inspector General's department be so unscrupulous? I'm going to the Ancient Martial Arts Association to file a complaint against you. In the face of the crowd's vociferous criticism, Sun Tianxiang was not the least bit afraid, but she was the future chilling Valkyrie known for her iron-fisted methods. All of the Lu family's people will be taken away. If anyone dares to stop them, they will be punished for provoking trouble. Seeing the conflict getting worse, Chao Tianchen stopped her. Forget it, don't bother looking. Sun Tianxiang said unwillingly, just give up? Those few islanders are clearly bait. Dragging it out until now the animals are afraid that they have long been moved away. We've already failed. It's pointless to dwell on it like this. Sun Tianxiang wanted to say something else, but Chao Tianchen had already pulled her outside. Well, there's no need to make things difficult for the entire patrol marshal department over me. Sun Tianxiang suddenly looked strange. In her impression, Chao Tianchen was not the kind of person who could think for others, but she stopped insisting. Close ranks. Seeing all the people from the patrolling marshal department withdraw, the three islanders were completely relieved. Tojo Tenchi and the gray-clothed old man exchanged glances and nodded unspokenly. The Dragon Kingdom is so unfriendly. I won't come back next time. Tojo Tenchi left with an empty cage. Cursing, Kajiko Haneru and Sakuraji Kirichako, meanwhile, followed him, also looking full of indignation. The only thing left on the scene was the accusatory voices of the Guatemalan passers-by against the Ministry of Patrol and Armed Forces. In the dense woods, three silhouettes ran at a fast pace. Master, slow down. You still have injuries. The one who spoke was Kajiko Haneru, who was still carrying the cage in his hand. At that moment, however, there was a golden monkey in the cage, showing its teeth. If Chao Tianchen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this golden monkey was none other than the third beast king that he had searched so hard to find. Flametail. Flametail has a pair of sapphire eyes and long golden fur that shines in the sunlight. The most striking thing about it, and what sets it apart from other golden monkeys, is its fiery red tail, which wags like a burning flame. Tojo Tenchi looked at Flametail, his gloomy face relaxing slightly. Then we'll take a break. Before the words were finished, Tojo Tenchi's pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. He instinctively lowered his head. In the next second, two flying knives grazed his scalp. The three islanders were instantly on the spot. In the midst of the shock, a voice came from the trees above. I haven't been properly entertained yet. And you're leaving? On the tree, Chao Tianchen was dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, holding a duster in his hand with a light smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked down at the island trio. The killing intent in his eyes was as cold as a 1,000-year cold pool. Chao Tianchen's sudden appearance caused all three of the islanders to subconsciously think that the patrolling marshal department had surrounded them. The three took out their weapons and prepared to fight to the death. Chao Tianchen laughed. Don't be nervous, it's just me. The three would not believe it. The other party's shamelessness was something they had just learned. But after a few moments of stalemate, the people from the Ministry of Martial Arts Patrol still didn't show up. So, Kajiko Haneru had the audacity to probe. Master, it really seems like he's the only one. When Tojo Tenchi thought about it, there was really no need for the Inspector General's department to hide it anymore now that they had the stolen goods. Oh, I originally thought the other party was kinda tough, but now they seem to be arrogant straw men. Good thing too. I'll kill you today to avenge that slash, said the man, making a wink. Xiao Juhan Ichiro and Sakuraji Muchako understood and immediately encircled from both sides, cutting off Chao Tianchen's retreat. After realizing that he had one, Tojo Tenchi couldn't help but ask, how did you perceive that the animal would end up in our hands and not in the hands of the Lu family? His plan was actually a bait within a bait. On the surface they were the bait, but in reality the Lu family was the bait. If the general public realized that the three of them were not the real buyers, they would inevitably target the Lu family members who had revealed their flaws. But by the time they finished investigating the Lu family, the three of them had long since gotten away. It was a seamless plan. On the contrary, the other side was like the candidates who had been leaked, ironically recognizing them and being completely unreasonable. This caused Tojo Tenchi, who prided himself on his superior intellect, to become frustrated and wondered if he had revealed a flaw somewhere. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianchen smiled in the sun. In fact, he didn't expect the animal to be on the island trio. He simply wanted to slaughter the trio. Who would have thought that it would be unintentional? You don't need to know how I sensed it. You only need to know that you will die here today. Tojo Tenchi instantly grimaced. Kill him. The three islanders struck out in unison, killing Chao Tianchen. Here in the middle of nowhere, they wouldn't be worrying about any martial arts patrols. Unbeknownst to them, Chao Tianchen's thoughts were exactly the same as theirs, which was why he refused Sun Tianxiang to continue the investigation. Chao Tianchen leapt down from the tree. The short sword in his hand pointed straight at Sakuragi Machako. It looked like he was going to take care of the weakest of the three first. This move, however, also allowed him to expose his back to the other two. Dong Xiaotianji couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, Chao Tianxian's move was undoubtedly the way to take death. Infanteru, Misty Cheiko. The other two were instantly in tune with each other's minds. Mochichiko Sakuragi held a hand stinger in a stance, while Katajiko Hanaru threw the weapon in her hand along with Tojo Tenchi. Streaming swallow double slash. The moment the blades flew out, all three of them felt that Chao Tianxian would surely die, because at this moment, all four of them were already in mid-air, with nowhere to borrow strength to adjust their positions. However, in the face of this certain death, the corners of Chao Tianxian's mouth rose in a bizarre arc. Deeded spirit space. Summon. A huge shadow appeared out of nowhere from behind Chao Tianxian, instantly knocking the four blades away. Immediately after that, it slammed into Kajiko Hanarinori and Tojo Tenchi with a thunderous force. Upon seeing the true nature of the shadow, the two men's hearts were filled with fear. It was a boar larger than a SUV, with two tusks like lances of cohesive death. And their situation, just as they had just mocked Chao Tianxian, was that they had nowhere to use their strength to adjust their position in mid-air. Tojo Tenchi was the first to react, and he fought to push Kajiku Bijuro away from him. The next second, a thong was pierced through his chest and nailed hard to a tree. Master! Kajiko Hanaru's eyes were red as he rolled to the ground before picking up his fallen twin swords and going up to fight for his life. That's when Tojo Tenchi returned to the light. Leave me alone, take the stuff and go, don't let me die in vain. He was gurgling blood from his mouth and shouting at the top of his lungs. For the Oshima Empire. The black mane twitched its fangs, and Tojo Tenchi was pulled apart. Ah! Seeing this scene, Kajiko Hanaru hissed in pain, but remembering his master's advice, he managed to hold back his grief and carried the cage in preparation for his escape. Suddenly, the screams of Sakuragi Kirichako came back to his ears. Turn your head. Chao Tianxian had grabbed Sakuragi Machako, then lifted her up by her neck. The young girl struggled helplessly, tears filling her eyes like a lamb to the slaughter. How about that? What's it called? Bibimbap-san. How about we trade? Chao Tianxian's voice was like a devil. Kajiko Hanaru growled. Let her go. What's the point of bullying a woman? Have the guts to fight me one-on-one. You're in no position to negotiate with me. Chao Tianxian's face was fierce, and the force in his hands increased by a few points. Misty Cheiko Sakuragi held her face red from the pinch, struggling even more violently and whimpering from her mouth. The islanders had done much more excessive things than this in the Dragon Kingdom, both in the past and in the future, and he was not going to take pity on them. What conditions? You say, Kajiko Hanaru said eagerly. Chao Tianxian slightly loosened his grip and said, return my animals and I can consider releasing you. Kajiko Hanaru's face struggled. Chao Tianxian compelled. You've already lost your master. Do you want to lose your senior sister again? Mochichiko Sakuragi shouted. Master, you can't give it. Just as she finished, she let out a scream. Chao Tianxian took the short knife and violently stabbed her white thigh. One more hard stroke. Ah! A mournful scream resounded through the woods, startling a flight of birds. I give. Kajiko Hanaru scrambles and throws the cage. Chao Tianxian took the cage and looked at the flame tail inside, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. The third beast king finally arrived. Kajiko Haniran said, your animal is already given to you. Let my senior sister go. Chao Tianxian grinned at the corner of his mouth and said, where is the blood-containing grass? I know it's on you too. Give it to me all together. Kajiko Hanaru was struck by lightning. Chao Tianxian let out a loud laugh at the sight. He felt like a big villain right now, doing evil things. You can't tell. The feeling is quite exhilarating. It's especially enjoyable when it's still against an enemy. You're despicable. Sakuragi Machako stared at him dead in the face, her eyes filled with hatred. Mean? When you put it that way, it seems like I'm being quite unseemly. Just as well, I can let people go. Just as Sakuragi Machako's heart grew hopeful, she saw Chao Tianxian holding a bloodstained short knife and penciling it on her face. But I'm curious, with such a pretty face as Kirichako-sama's, I'm sure there are quite a few suitors in the country. I just wonder how many people would still like it if they lost that face. Hearing the words that were more vicious than a curse, Sakuragi Muchacha-chan's face turned white and her body kept trembling. If that's the case, we might as well kill her. Kajiko Haniran said, I can give it, but you have to let her go first. Chao Tianxian sneered. With a single stroke of the short blade, it left a bloody mark on Sakuragi Kiritsuko's face. The opening wasn't big, but it scared Sakuragi Muchacha-chan into letting out a scream, and her tears kept slipping down like pearls on a broken string. Stop! Knowing that it was a trap, Kajiko Hanaru had to compromise once again and threw the blood-bearing grass over. Chao Tianxian received the blood-containing grass and still had no intention of releasing him. What is the relationship between your double chopper society, the Golden Sword, and the Lu family? Who is the biggest person behind the Golden Dagger? How much do you know about the Golden Dagger's latest trafficking base? Tell us all. Kajiko Hanaru broke down and answered the question in a nutshell. I've told you everything I know. Now can you let go? Chao Tianchen laughed. I have to say, this is the first time I've seen such a naive islander. Then, a knife was stabbed into the back of Sakuraji Kirichako's heart. Sakuraji Kiritsuko's eyes snapped open, then slowly closed. At the sight of this scene, Kajika Hanaru's eyes were glazed over and he completely lost his mind. Aha! I'm going to kill you, oh mighty tiger curse spirit, give me power. In the next moment, the fierce tiger tattoo on the neck of Kajiko Hananara was like it was coming to life, erupting with a furious aura, and his aura climbed upward. Ha! It looks a bit like an artificial alien power created by Midiai. Say, does this stuff exist now? Chao Tianchen couldn't help but think of the island trio's trading targets, the Beast King and the blood-containing grass, and it was clear that this was no coincidence. At this point, Kajiko Hanaru charged like a hungry tiger with his twin swords in hand. Chao Tianchen smiled disdainfully. Deeded spirit space. Summon. Two giant shadows suddenly appeared, arching their positions in front of him on either side. Chao Tianchen stood with his arms folded, like a king looking out of the corner of his eye. Silverhorn. Black Mane. Leave him breath. It was a no-holds-barred fight. Facing the explosive Kajika half-infantry, the two Beast Kings crushed strongly, proving with facts that they are the future masters of Blue Star. As Kajiko Hanyairo collapsed unwillingly to the ground, the fierce tiger tattoo on his neck fell silent. Is this the source of that power? It's a bit weak. It looks like it's only a half-baked product. Chao Tianchen realized that there was still a slight difference between Manticore Tattoo and Midiai's artificial alien ability, also utilizing animal power. Midiai's artificial powers are undoubtedly stronger, but they cause the user to experience irreversible bestialization. The islands, let's just call it an artificial psychic power as well, seems to be more stable despite its short duration and weak power. Let's keep this guy for now and pry his mouth open when we get a chance. Chao Tianchen picked off the hamstring and leg tendons of Kajiko Hanyaru before tying him up and blindfolding him, throwing him into the deity space. Whether it was the artificial psychic powers of the island nation or the artificial psychic powers of the Mi Empire, they were all worthless to Chao Tianchen, but his goal was to dominate the end times. He couldn't just focus on himself. His future brothers and friends and even his subordinates would need this power. Chao Tianchen came back to Sakuraji Kirichako's side and began to treat her wounds. With that slash just now, he avoided the vitals. Because the woman couldn't die for a while, he needed to use the other side for one thing. Chao Tianchen called up the system. Flametail's revenge. All my family died at the hands of this human, and I will take revenge on him. Mission objective, Luchuanshi. Duration of mission, 5H. Failure penalty, the system will enter a 7-day cooldown. Misty Cheiko-sama. You're awake. Sakuraji Machako woke up leisurely, then heard this nightmarish voice, and her heart snapped. She tried to struggle, but realized she was tied up. MS. Misty Cheiko, my bondage skills are not as professional as yours on the island, so please forgive me. Chao Tianchen wore a smile on his face and tried to look as kind as possible, but to Misty Cheiko Sakuraji, that smile looked evil in any way. What the hell do you want? Don't be nervous. I can't bear to lay my hands on a pretty young lady like you. I just did that just to see if your senior brother was willing to stay with you. Where's my senior? What have you done with him? Your master is safe now. He also wants you to do something for me. Don't believe me? Oh, then I'll let you hear his voice. Chao Tianchen opened his cell phone voice, and the miserable screams of Xiao Ju Half-Rice Lang came from inside. Sure fu. Sakuraji Machako's eyes instantly reddened. Her heart filled with self-blame. If it wasn't for her, Senior would definitely be able to escape. Chao Tianchen hung up his voice and said, as long as you can help me accomplish this, I will definitely reunite you siblings. How? Sakuraji Kiritsuko gave him a hateful look. She wouldn't believe another word this man said. MS. Misty Cheiko, don't be so quick to refuse. Don't you want to know what's going on? Misty Cheiko Sakuraji was silent in response. MS. Misty Cheiko, it seems that you still haven't seen the dangers of this society. Chao Tianchen sighed. Don't you ever wonder why your seamless plan was exposed? Would you believe me if I said that it was a coincidence that I was after you? Sakuraji Machako's demeanor changed. Yeah, what a coincidence. After the transaction, the three of them immediately moved to withdraw. And unless the other party had targeted them from the start, where would they be able to catch up? Suddenly, something occurred to her. The Lu family sent you, didn't they? The corner of Chao Tianchen's mouth grinned. MS. Misty Cheiko is indeed icy smart. That's right. The gold master behind me is none other than the Lu family. I was ordered by them to go black. But well, people die for wealth. Birds die for food. This single interest is so big, but the Lu family is only willing to give me a small commission. I cannot eat this dumb loss. Hearing him say that, Sakuragi Muchako instantly brainstormed the causes and consequences and gritted her teeth in hatred towards the Lu family. How can I help you? Chao Tianchen smiled even more. You just have to help me lure the Lu family out, and leave the rest all to me. I, Chao, had better fight and will definitely help you avenge your death. Sakuragi Muchako thought to herself. You're no good either. But right now, she could only use her opponent first. How do you draw it out? Chao Tianchen attached himself to her ear and whispered a few words. After hearing that, Sakuragi Misty Chako blushed. However, when she thought of her tragically dead master and her senior brother whose life and death were uncertain, she could only nod her head. Well, 6 p.m. Lu Chuanchi was lying in the bath, and the two bathrobe-wrapped girls around him were massaging his shoulders with softness in their eyes. Get away from all of them. When he thought about what happened during the day, Lu Chuanchi lost all interest. Unexpectedly, he had been a licking dog for Sun Tianxiang for 5 years, but he was robbed by a kid who came out of nowhere. Young master, there's a call. A henchman came to report. Lu Chuanchi growled. Didn't I say? Don't bother me. The henchman was busy saying, it's MS. Misty Chako on the phone. Lu Chuanchi immediately associated it with a delicate figure. Unlike Sun Tianxiang's coldness, Sakuragi Misty Chako was more tender, giving him an urge to ravage him fiercely. Unfortunately, he was on a mission at the time, plus there was an old man on the other side who was very cautious, so he didn't get the chance to do it. Lu Chuanchi picked up the phone. MS. Misty Chako, is there something wrong with calling me this late? Even though he had already yelled many times in his head, he pretended to be a decent person when he answered the phone. Lu sang. Oh, on the other end of the phone, Satsuki Misty Chako burst into tears. This stimulated the desire in Lu Chuanchi's heart even more. MS. Misty Chako, don't cry yet. Look, is there anything I can do to help you? Sakuragi Muchako stopped crying and said. Lu sang. Can you really help me? Of course I can. I'm willing to go through fire and water for MS. Kirichako. Lu Chuanchi's eyes were glowing as he felt that he might have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Sakuragi Misty Chako hesitated a little and told what had happened. It turned out that not long after the three of them left, they were attacked by mysterious people, and her master and senior brother all died in battle to protect her. After hearing this, Lu Chuanchi almost laughed out loud. It's good to die. It's a wonderful thing to die for. Right now Sakuragi Kirichako was like a treasure trove with an open door just waiting for him to break into it. Where are you now? I'm not too sure. It seems to be in the woods south of Lu Yunguan. The grove. Lu Chuanchi thought about it. Just wait there for me and don't go anywhere. Misty Sakuragi Chako gave a soft enunciation. Lu Chuanchi put on his clothes and was just about to set off when he was stopped by the grey-clothed old man who arrived. Young master, I'm afraid this matter is fishy. Leaving aside the fact that her master Shifu was really dead or not, perhaps she has fallen into the hands of the enemy and has become a bait to lure us. At this point, Lu Chuanchi suddenly had his IQ online. Elder me, you're worrying too much. Our mission has been accomplished and what we wanted has been sent back to the headquarters. So what can the other party do by luring us there? Mi Lao was actually speechless for a moment, but out of caution, he still led his men to follow. By the time Lu Chuanchi arrived at the designated spot, he saw Sakuragi Muchako hiding under a tree and sobbing. Her clothes were cut in many places, and her spring light was visible. Lu sang, you're finally here. Listening to this pathetic voice, Lu Chuanchi almost couldn't control his animalistic behavior. He couldn't wait to run toward the other side, and those around him immediately followed. Just as they were about to touch Sakuragi Kirichako, the crowd's feet suddenly stepped out of the air. It was actually a huge deep pit. After falling into the deep pit, the crowd screamed repeatedly, and it turned out that there were traps placed inside this deep pit. Mi Lao had wanted to forcefully climb out of the deep pit with his overpowering strength. At that moment, a figure emerged from above, and it was none other than Chao Tianchen. Chao Tianchen clasped his hands together and hammered hard. Old thing, go down you. Mi Lao answered the pit. It didn't take long for the system to send a message that the mission was complete. Chao Tianchen was excited. The third contracted spirit. The contract is successful. This end of the world will finally be my world. Chao Tianchen. Mission accomplished. Satisfaction rating, B. Comment, a good death, but not a bad enough death. Chao Tianchen looked inside the deep pit. Only Lu Chuanchi was seen being pierced through his chest by several wooden thorns, and the look of trepidation still remained on his face. Isn't that bad enough? At that moment, Flametail scurried to the edge of the deep pit in a single bound. It kept showing its teeth at Lu Chuanchi's corpse, letting out sharp low growls, and even picked up rocks to hit the latter. Gee, how much of a grudge does that have to be? At that moment, a memory entered Chao Tianqian's mind. From Flametail's perspective, he saw the scene where Lu Chuanqi abused the remaining monkeys after capturing Flametail. Chao Tianqian was on fire. He didn't shy away from killing, but it was really classless to take pleasure in abusing life. Indeed, the death is not bad enough. Silverhorn, come to life. Silverhorn received the command and jumped into the pit. A pair of large horns aimed at Lu Chuanqi. Boom click, boom click click, boom click click. Seeing this, Flametail let out an excited cry. As Lu Chuanqi fades into obscurity, Flametail's satisfaction rating actually jumps to B+. It's actually possible? Chao Tianqian's face showed joy and told Silverhorn to increase the power. Satisfaction rating, B++. Satisfaction rating, B+++. After a period of time, the satisfaction rating was fixed at A+. Not that Chao Tianqian did not want to continue, but there was no room for improvement. Lu Chuanqi's current appearance is one that his own mother wouldn't recognize. Vomit. How had Sakuragi Machako ever seen this scene before? And she threw up all of a sudden. Demon. He's just a demon. In the next second, Sakuragi Kurchako saw the demon turn his head. She was so scared that her eyes rolled back in her head and she actually fainted. Chao Tianqian was dumbfounded. Just as well. I'm a man of my word. And this will allow you to be properly reunited with your senior brother. Chao Tianqian tied up Sakuragi Machako 5 times and blindfolded her before locking her into the deity space. Next, claim your mission reward. A plus grade evaluation reward. Props, possess spiritual pact *1. Possession spirit contract, a one-time prop that possesses an animal, fully adapting to its body and abilities for 30 minutes. Chao Tianqian's face instantly collapsed. He had obtained 3 of these on his first mission, and they were still lying in the deity space eating dust. The Beast King listens to me. So what's the point of me possessing them? But on second thought, since the system recognized it as an A+ rating reward, there was a reason for it. Is it hard to believe that there is some other use for it? But he couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it, so he just let it go. Next, Chao Tianqian checked up on Flametail's information. This one is the biggie. Spirit, Flametail. Race, Golden Monkey. Ability, Flame Enabler, Unawakened. Skills, King Strength. Sensitive Stance. King's qualities, past the unit has 3 times the base attributes of its peers. Sensitive Stance, past all agility bonuses received by this unit have their effect enhanced by 30%. Flame Envoy, Fae can create flames, burn items, gain resistance to flames, and gain skills related to flames. It's psychic powers. Although he had expected it, Chao Tianqian still couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. Animals have a harder time awakening psychic abilities compared to humans, and the probability of awakening is only 1% or even 1 in 1,000 of humans. But there are animals that once they awaken their powers, it becomes a ridiculously strong being. If it's still a Beast King, then it's not just outrageous in general. It's outrageous in Wang Wei's poem. Flametail, as the only Beast King among the 3 Beast Kings of New Water to have awakened his powers, is known to the world as the abusive Flame Monkey King. It had set fire to a small half of New Water City, killing tens of thousands of humans, and was far more powerful than Silverhorn and Blackmane. Flametail's brutal behavior eventually led to a joint crusade by human forces. Chao Tianqian had also participated in that crusade, and had thus seen how powerful it was. Facing the siege of 20 human powerhouses of the same level, Flametail did not lose the slightest bit of ground. He even killed half of the human powerhouses back with his flame powers. However, Flametail preferred to travel alone and did not have a group of minions like the other Beast Kings, and eventually died under the humans' human tactics. Coincidentally, the person who gave it the final blow was none other than Sun Tianxiang. It was only after killing Flametail that Sun Tianxiang gained fame and earned the title of Cold Ice Valkyrie. In this life, she doesn't stand a chance. Chao Tianqian stroked Flametail's head, and the latter slightly resisted, but didn't dodge due to the contract. Looks like the little guy is a little traumatized. Don't be afraid. From now on we're family. No one will bully you anymore. After constant reassurance, Flametail gradually dropped her guard. After getting acquainted, he even climbed onto Chao Tianqian's head and scratched up lice for him. After pacifying Flametail, Chao Tianqian began to clean up the scene and moved everything that couldn't be disposed of into the deity space. Blackmane, fill the pit. Chao Tianqian pointed at the deep pit and said. Blackmane arched the earth with his face and transformed directly into a digger, filling the pit in no time. Good work is rewarded. Chao Tianqian took out the blood-containing grass and fed it, huffing and puffing. Blackmane couldn't wait to swallow the blood-bearing grass. Instinct told it that it was good for it. Flametail flipped up Chao Tianqian's coat pocket. Chao Tianqian stroked its head and smiled. I'll give it to you next time I have it. Flametail nodded curtly. Not long after eating the blood-containing grass, the Blackmane's body began to expand at a rapid pace, and there was a feeling of a single shot. 5 minutes later, looking at the behemoth in front of him, Chao Tianqian was very shocked. He visually estimated that the black mane was now at least 8 meters long, comparable to a small bus, and 2 times larger than even Silverhorn. This leg alone, he could eat it for a year. Spirit, black mane. Race, mountain pig. Realm, middle metamorphosis 14%. Psychic ability, none. Skills, king's gift, new. Thick skin. Self-discipline piggyback. Mud armor. Strong body. Mountain physique, new. King's qualities, past kings have strengths and weaknesses. This unit has 5 times the base attributes of its counterpart and has the qualifications to become a superior king. Mountain physique, past this unit takes 40% less single damage and this unit takes 20% more group damage. Activation condition, weight over 5 tons. Chao Tianqian could only say, blood-containing grass was bullish. Not only did it evolve the black mane, but it also raised it a small level. In this way, black mane surpassed Silverhorn as the #1 combatant under him. As for the new skill, mountain physique, there's not much to say. A template for big bosses. It doesn't matter if it wasn't shared. If he could, Chao Tianqian didn't want his enemies to touch it in his life. He touches the enemy and forgets about it. To this point, Black Mane, Silver Horn, Flame Tail, and the 3 great beast kings of New Water had all been grasped by Chao Tianqian, which made his entire being spirited. This end of the world is ultimately my Chao Tianqian's world. Jingle bells. The alarm clock went off. Chao Tianqian instantly had a bitter face. Ugh, gotta work out. He could only gather his emotions and bitterly take out the exercise equipment from within the deity space. La 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 la, I'm a self-disciplined little piggy. By the time Chao Tianqian returned to Lu Yunguan, it was already past 9 in the evening. He ran head-on into Sun Tianxiang. The other man seemed to have waited a long time, and was looking at him with suspicion. This woman is really tough. Chao Tianqian thought this in his heart, but on his face, he didn't panic at all. Unless the other party went into the spirit contract space, it was impossible to find any bit of evidence. Yo, what a coincidence. This is not the Sun team. What? Can't sleep at night? Streaming cloud view. The bright lights are lit and the crowd is packed. Sun Tianxiang stood in front of the gate of the Taoist temple in a white Taoist robe. The jade hairpin pulled up her hair, further emphasizing the cold and stunning color of that pretty face. Where did you just go? Sun Tianxiang stared at Chao Tianqian and asked in a cold voice, considering what had happened during the day. She seriously doubted that the other party had gone to use improper means to achieve their ends. However, such a questioning looks more like a wife's interrogation of her husband for coming home late to an onlooker. Eating passers-by have stopped to watch. Many of the older women and grandmothers whispered and made up little 2,000-word essays with raised eyebrows and jaws. Chao Tianqian dusted off the dirt on his body and said, I was just exercising in the grove. What's wrong with that? The grove? Movement? The crowd went straight for the jugular. The family has such a delicate wife. Actually ran out to play the field. When it is really hard to tolerate, why don't you break his legs? Sis, we're with you. Some people shouted and cheered, while others pulled out their benches and melons and waited for a good show. My master wants to see you. To Chao Tianqian's surprise, Sun Tianxiang did not continue to pursue the matter, and only dropped this sentence before turning to leave. Sun Tianxiang's master. Wasn't he the current Lu Yunguan master? In this life, he and the other party did not cross paths. Why is the other party looking for him? Although Chao Tianqian was confused in his mind, he still followed. Looking at the backs of the two, the passers-by were dumbfounded. That's a grove. It's movement. You can tolerate that? This family empire. I, Lu, am convinced. This fellow Daoist is simply a role model for my generation. Bully bully bully. Nay, I am uneducated. One line of crouch walks the world. Crouch crouch. Go ask this brother later if he sells lessons. Ditto, ditto. Under Sun Tianxiang's guidance, Chao Tianqian arrived inside a solemn Taoist temple. An immortal old man stood in the center of the hall. His face was kind, his eyes were deep, and the duster in his hand swung gently, giving him a transcendent feeling. Chao Tianqian recognized at a glance that this old man was none other than the current Guan master of Lu Yun. Zhuo Xuanji, late generation Chao Tianqian. Greetings to Master Zhuo Guan. Chao Tianqian bowed deeply. For Zhuo Xuanji, he respected him from the bottom of his heart. After the end of the world, the entire new city of water is full of ferocious beasts and crises. Compared to those worldly clans that preserved their strength, Zhuo Xuanji stepped forward and led his disciples to save those innocent civilians who were attacked by ferocious beasts. Chao Tianqian had also been rescued by Zhuo Xuanji, and counting, the other party was still his savior. Also, Zhuo Genji also established the city's first shelter for homeless survivors. But don't let that make you think Zhuo Genji is a saintly mother. While Zhuo Xuanji established the shelter, he also set up the corresponding rules, and for those who broke the rules, he killed them without mercy, both compassionate and thunderous. This is the reason why Zhuoxuanji is admired. It's just a shame that the sky is the limit. During a beast-tide invasion, Zhuoxuanji sacrificed his life to protect the shelter. And in the end, his body was not even found. Since then, Sun Tianxiang took over the shelter. Although she never mentioned her master, though everyone could feel her grief. If possible, in this life, Chao Tianchen wanted to return the favor, so that their master and disciple would no longer be separated by yin and yang. Zhuoxuanji walked closer and sized up Chao Tianchen twice. Suddenly he reached out his withered palm and slapped it on his shoulder. Chao Tianchen was shocked and instinctively tried to counterattack, but he realized that his body was like being caught in an iron vice. Zhuoxuanji stroked his beard and laughed. Young man, the qualifications are good, but the hostility is too heavy. After saying that, he transmitted a strange energy into Chao Tianchen's body, causing him to quickly calm down. It's that the latecomer's mind is not strong enough to make Master Zhuoguan look at the joke. As he said this, Chao Tianchen sweated coldly. Just now he actually felt spiritual energy. Hell no. Isn't psychic energy something that comes after the end times have come and gone? No. As long as a creature's life level can reach the warrior-soldier level, it can also use psychic energy. That is to say, Zhuoxuanji was a warrior-soldier level before the end of the world? The battle power level of the end times is divided into battle soldier level, strong attack level, trap level, city breaking level. Each tier crossing is a change in the life level, and the enhancement is immeasurable. No wonder after the first fall of the end of the world, people dare to run to the streets full of ferocious beasts to save people. Together is really bullish. It was just that he didn't know what level Zhuoxuanji was at. If it was above the middle stage of the warrior soldier level, he might not be able to win even if he summoned 3 beast kings. Zhuoxuanji let go of his palm and laughed. Chao Tianchen. Right. I've heard Tianzi talk about you. Hearing the other party mention Sun Tianzi, Chao Tianchen could only smile awkwardly, inwardly praying that this cheap brother-in-law wouldn't talk nonsense. Zhuoxuanji asked, how old is this year? Chao Tianchen answered truthfully, the latecomer just turned 20 this year. Zhuoxuanji asked again, is there a room in the house? Chao Tianchen froze for a moment. Why did this Q&A trend have a strange kick? There's a villa downtown. Got a car? There are 3 supercars. What's the job? The latecomer is running a zoo. Not a bad mistake. Where are your parents? My parents disappeared years ago due to an accident and have not been heard from. It's the old man who has taken the liberty. What else is in your family? My grandfather you just passed away not too long ago, and now there is only one person left in the family. It's a hard luck kid. Zhuoxuanji sighed and continued. What's your sign? Chao Tianchen couldn't tense up. Shouldn't you, a Taoist priest, ask for birth dates? Ask what horoscope? The later is a Scorpio. Scorpion. It kinda goes with it. Zhuoxuanji pondered for a moment before asking, what heroes does Jerk like to play? Demon Little. Ahem. Demon Hunter. Sun Tianxiang couldn't listen anymore. She knew what Master was doing even if she was an afterthought. Master. Sun Tianxiang snapped. Zhuoxuanji waved his hand repeatedly and said, okay, one more question not asked. Kid, do you like boys or girls? Chao Tianchen said. The late generation likes dragon and phoenix babies. Sun Tian Aroma said sharply. Who wants to have a dragon and phoenix child with you? When she finished speaking, she sensed that something was wrong and immediately blushed all over her face, like a ripe fruit. Are all of you idle? Talk business. Sun Tianxiang was truly angry. Zhuoxuanji immediately turned into a high-profile behavior. The thing is like this. Tomorrow, I will be invited to go to the White Elephant Temple in Linzi City to participate in a conference on Taoism. After listening, Chao Tianchen probably understood the situation. It turns out that a white elephant in the White Elephant Temple, named Jail Tooth, is huge and has a very high face value, and is worshipped by the incense as a sacred animal. In recent years, due to the development of the internet, the prison teeth are widely known by netizens, and along with it, the White Elephant Temple is also becoming more and more famous. After White Elephant Temple became famous, it swelled up and wanted to step on Lu Yunguan to get to the top. The invitation to polemics is fake, but it's really just a key moment to pull jailbait out to play the wave. Unilaterally declare victory, and engage in a war of public opinion. But the Lu Yun sect does not have any divine beasts that can be taken out, so they set their eyes on his family's silver horn. Jail Teeth. Chao Tianxin's eyes skimmed over a trace of longing. Isn't this the same beast king from Linzi City? But because the White Elephant Temple protected it so fiercely, he was not able to list it as an object of indenture. Might as well take this opportunity. Chao Tianxin said, I am willing to help Master Zhuoguan, and I can also provide a bigger bull. It's just that this bull is a bit too big. Sun Tianxiang had seen Silver Horn. He naturally couldn't say it was the original one. Zhuoxuanji waved his hand and said, the old man has lived for more than 100 years. What big scenes have I not seen before? It's just a cow. How big can it be? Chao Tianchen was immediately impressed. In the end, he was an old-timer, and the main thing he fought for was an ability to deal with changes. The three of them discussed the matter and agreed to rendezvous at the Tianchen Zoo tomorrow. The next day, Sky Star Zoo. Chao Tianchen had prepared a large truck early and loaded Silver Horn into it. The driver was naturally Guo-chan. After all, she could drive any car. At the appointed time, a bus pulled up in front of the zoo. Zhuo Xuanji led the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect out of the car. Chao Tianchen saw that there were nearly 20 of them coming, and they were very vocal, obviously taking this operation very seriously. Both sides greeted each other warmly. Guo-chan followed behind Chao Tianchen and saw Sun Tianxiang in the crowd at a glance. Is this the woman who was having an affair with the head gardener? The face value does slightly press her head, and there is a kind of lonely fairy temperament, but this body played well. Oh, thanks to her also padded 2 more layers. Apparently it is not necessary. Guo-chan knew exactly where her strengths lay and straightened up, taking the initiative to greet her. You must be my home chief's superior at the Patrol Armed Forces Department. I'm his most trusted secretary, Guo-chan, and my home chief is indebted to you for taking care of him. Sun Tianxiang also saw the secretary with a hot body at a glance. The other's polite words were rather harsh, and the white rabbit in her pocket hurt her eyes even more. Secretary Guo, not only am I Tianchen's superior, I'm also his friend. It's only right to take care of him. The two women looked at each other, sparks flying in their eyes. Chao Tianchen sensed the subtle atmosphere and hurriedly led the crowd to watch Silver Horn. Gentlemen, this way. The moment they saw the Silver Horn, the disciples of the Lu Yun audience gasped in awe. Extremely oppressive size, robust as a rock's muscles, and large silver horns that shone with cold light. Where is this bigger? I'd believe you if you just said it was an elephant. Chao Tianchen looked at Zhuo Xuanji and saw that he didn't say a word, so he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. In the end, it's an old-timer, and the main event is one that's seen it all. Master Zhuo Guan, casually raising it makes you old man laugh. Unaware of this moment, Zhuo Xuanji was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. He had been a Taoist priest for nearly 100 years, and it was the first time he had seen a ghost. Is there really a cow that big in the world? Master Zhuo Guan? Chao Tianchen called out again. Zhuo Xuanji came back to his senses and thought of the cowhide he had blown yesterday, and suddenly his old face was red, but he was not good at hitting his own face. I see this ox has the appearance of returning to its ancestors. It is a true divine beast. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Lu Yun audience were all highly demoralized. With this divine beast, I, Lu Yun Guan, will surely win a great victory in this debate. Zhuo Xuanji laughed. Xiao Chao Ah, thanks to you this time. What needs to mention? The old man can do will never excuse. Chao Tianchen's eyes lit up, but his mouth still said modestly, You're welcome, Master Zhuo Guan. This is all part of my junior's duties. Sun Tianxiang pierced through his disguise and said, Then really don't ask for anything. Tianxiang shall not be unreasonable. Zhuo Xuanji chided and turned his head to Chao Tianchen. How about this? How about old me opens up the right to purchase pills from the Lu Yun sect to you? Chao Tianchen was overjoyed. This thing of pills was firmly controlled by the worldly clans, but he currently had absolutely no way of obtaining them. Thank you, Master Zhuo Guan. From now on, all the elder disciples of Lu Yun Guan will come to the zoo for free. The disciples of the Lu Yun audience were beaming with joy, and they all felt that this husband of senior sister Sun was really good. At this moment, Sun Tianxiang spoke out against it. Master, he is not a disciple of this sect. Alright, it's settled. Zhuo Xuanji sealed the deal with a single gavel. Sun Tianxiang wanted to say something else, but she was stopped by a few female disciples around her. Elder sister, any more pretending will be too much. Who doesn't know in the Lu Yun sect? You've thought of a name for your second child. Sun Tianxiang's eyebrows furrowed. Just want to ask. A few female disciples have been grouped together in the car ready to go, and far away from the words attire banquet did not invite me, and so on. Chao Tianchen, who did they just say had one child? Chao Tianchen's head shook like a rattle drum, urging her to set off quickly, but fortunately Sun Tianxiang didn't care about these things and followed her to the car. It's really getting more and more rumored. Chao Tianchen had just breathed a sigh of relief when he turned his head to see Guo-chan looking at him with a skeptical expression. Linza City, White Elephant Temple. The bells are ringing and smoke is billowing. In front of the solemn Buddha statue, Zhuo Xuanji was sitting opposite the abbot of the White Elephant Temple. The two talked about the past and the present, citing the classics and talking about their respective doctrines. The walkway outside the temple was packed with tourists. The long line of the queue went right outside the temple, and there were many netizens running live streams. However, very few people were interested in the argument, and everyone was waiting for the appearance of the White Elephant Temple's divine elephant. Here's a live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom's No. 1 Divine Elephant. Anchor loves to eat dumplings will bring you the first view of the divine elephant. Families who aren't following click on follow. You'll get your benefits later. A S-Monk anchor woman is scratching her head in front of the camera. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. This handsome man, are you also here to see the divine elephants at the White Elephant Temple? Chao Tianchen said. I came to see the two seniors discuss the Tao. Laughing my ass off. Family, this handsome guy actually said he was watching the argument. Ha ha ha. The anchor woman was laughing and shaking. Her spring light was hidden under her thin monk's robe, and she was really giving out benefits to her family. Handsome. Who doesn't know that so-called discourse is just an introduction? No one cares at all. Everyone is here to see the divine elephant. Upon hearing this, the people from the fellow flowing cloud audience were unusually angry. The anchor woman also sensed that something was wrong, and after seeing that this group of people were all dressed in Taoist robes, she instantly knew their identities. She's kind of stepping on people's sore spots by exposing them. Just as she was about to leave, Chao Tianchen stopped her and revealed a charming smile. Pretty girl, can you do me a favor? The female anchor immediately fell, but when she heard Chao Tianchen's request, she was still puzzled. The other party wants her to change the title of the live broadcast to Divine Beasts vs. White Elephant Temple's Tao Conference. Lu Yunguan will also make an appearance with a mysterious divine beast. There's a divine beast in the flowing cloud view as well? Chao Tianchen fussed. That's natural. My Lu Yunguan divine beasts have been passed down for thousands of years, and only one is born in a litter, which is extremely rare. If not for the fact that the Guan master attaches great importance to this discourse, he would never have brought it out. The anchor woman looked excited. Feeling like she was getting some insider information, she immediately changed the title while shouting on the air. Families, extraordinary news. The Flowing Cloud sect of this Tao conference will also have a divine beast on stage. The water boys are talking. Seriously, there's a divine beast making an appearance? Could it be the secret weapon of the Flowing Cloud sect? A divine beast duel. Interesting. The word spread quickly and many anchors sought it out. In response, Chao Tianchen opened his mouth. My god beast has to eat 9 meals a day, and every time he eats 9 different immortal herbs. My family's divine beast is tall, powerful and extremely spiritual, with the Taoist name Mixed Silver Horn Immortal. You asked me what species of my family's sacred beasts? Sorry, I can't disclose this kind of insider information for the time being. I can only say that my family's divine beast was a symbol of a good harvest in ancient times. The disciples of the Luyun sect blushed slightly as they listened, but they were not stupid enough to poke at him. Sun Tianxiang and Guochan, on the other hand, were not surprised by this kind of operation from Chao Tianchen. As this matter becomes more and more heated, the trend of public opinion has also changed from God's elephant to God's beast duel. Inside the temple, looking at the motionless Zuoxuanji in front of him, a layer of fine sweat appeared on the forehead of the White Elephant Temple's abbot, Master Sky Lantern. The two men had been fighting mouth-to-mouth for nearly 4 hours, and still neither could convince the other. Of course, this would have been expected from Master Sky Lantern. The dispute between the Buddha and the Tao has existed since ancient times. Everyone sticks to their own words, and no one has yet been able to convince the other in terms of reasoning. It was just that the Heavenly Lantern Master did not expect that Zuoxuanji had actually broken through the barrier of the mortal transformation realm and arrived at the legendary celestial realm. Although the Heavenly Lantern Master had reached the peak of the transformation realm and was just one step away from the celestial realm, this step was the difference between the white moon and the light of a fluorescent candle. The aura emanating from Zuoxuanji made Master Sky Lantern feel a huge sense of oppression. If the stalemate continued like this, he was afraid that he would reveal his ugly face. Looks like plans are going to have to be moved up. Although the Heavenly Lantern Master was upset, he was not a person who was intent on doing anything, and quickly ordered people to prepare. The entire temple originally did not consider the argument as a breakthrough. Their aim was to break the situation through external forces and step on the Luyunguan to get to the top. After the arrangements are made, Master Sky Lantern clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Master's words were truly thought-provoking and benefited the poor Taoist greatly. It's a pity that people nowadays aren't interested in our old ways. Master Sky Lantern's words changed. They only care about which temple or view is a few A-class tourist attraction. Just like buying something on a certain treasure and looking at the sales first. Oh, my White Elephant Temple is a 5A tourist attraction, deeply loved by the masses. I almost forgot to ask, what level of tourist attraction is your viewpoint? Tian Lantern Master naturally knew what level of tourist attraction Lu Yunguan was, but he just wanted to discuss Zuoxianji and make up for the discomfort of being suppressed in the realm just now. Zuoxuanji said, 3A. Master Sky Lantern stifled his laughter and pretended to be skeptical. Just 3A? Zuoxuanji nodded. Master Sky Lantern couldn't keep the corners of his mouth down. Master Zhuguan, this is where I have to talk about you. Is it hard to rate a 5 a scenic spot? It's been one standard for so many years alright. It's really hard for us to assess the units. Sometimes it's important to look more to yourself. Have visitor numbers gone up over the years? Has the infrastructure been put in place? Masters Wugwan. Even if the Flowing Cloud sect is a 1,000-year-old reclusive sect, it still needs to push forward. It can't just focus on eating its old ways. Speaking of this, the Heavenly Lantern Master has completely lost the appearance of a virtuous monk, and has a completely villainous face. Ha! What era is this? Who still argues? What we want now is traffic, heat, so that we can expand the influence of the sect and attract quality disciples. This Zhuoxuanji has lived for more than 100 years, but he is really getting more and more retrogressive. I'm not sure. Zhuoxuanji stroked his long beard and said indifferently, taking advantage of the heat from this Dao discussion conference, I, Lu Yunguan, would also like to make an impact on the 5A level tourist attraction. Tian Lantern Master was slightly stunned. His heart was skeptical. Could it be that Zhuoxuanji still had some bottom card? However, he quickly put that thought to the back of his mind. We're all foxes of 1,000 years. What's the point of playing chatty bluff? At this time, a monk came to Master Sky Lantern with small quick steps and attached himself to his ear and whispered a few words. The Heavenly Lantern Master immediately changed his expression, and after waving back the monk, he stared at Zhuoxuanji and said, Ha, Masters Wugwan. Truly good tactics. Zhuoxuanji smiled faintly. Chao Tianxin's tawdry maneuvers had naturally been reported to him by his disciples a long time ago, which was why he was able to be so old-fashioned. Where are the means? It's all just the clan's heritage. Master Sky Lantern heard the sarcasm in Zhuoxuanji's words, mocking the White Elephant Temple for not having enough depth and touching Lu Yunguan. Knowing that the other party was provoking him, a spark of anger still rose in the heart of the Heavenly Lantern Master, and with a cold snort, he immediately left the scene. When Master Sky Lantern walked to the rear, a monk hurriedly came to report the details. It turned out that the Flowing Cloud sect actually also divine beasts, a divine bull of enormous size. This was no big deal. But the other party's maneuver could be described as murderous, leaving the entire White Elephant Temple in a sorry state. The other party first rubbed the heat of their White Elephant Temple's sacred elephant, hype sacred beast duel, so that their own sacred beast quickly fire out of the circle. Then, madly belittled the White Elephant Temple's divine elephant prison tusk, saying that it was just a little bit bigger than an ordinary elephant. Nothing rare, it was just mythologized by people with a heart of gold, and that the Lu Yun sect's divine cow was the true divine beast. However, the other party's bottom line for this claim was that the Lu Yun sect's divine cow was surprisingly 8 or 9 times the size of an ordinary cow. The monk looked anxious. Abbot, the public opinion on the internet is now all lopsided, saying that our White Elephant Temple's divine elephants are fakes. Master Sky Lantern took out his cell phone and searched for it, immediately questioning it after seeing the picture of Silver Horn. Is this picture P? How can there be such a big cow in this world? The monk said, I just went to see it, and the cow is indeed that big. Master Sky Lantern's expression shifted as he said, You go down first, I probably know what's going on. When the monk retreated, Master Sky Lantern immediately dialed a phone and growled, Explain to me what's going on. The divine cow of the Flowing Cloud view has absolutely nothing to do with us. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, his tone rather helpless. This explanation obviously did not convince Master Sky Lantern. Jia Xiu, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Other than your golden sword, who else possesses that technology that can alienate animals? Jia Xiu Dao, you do know that our technology is still not perfect. We can only make an animal about twice its size, and the size of that cow in the Lu Yun sect is already 7 or 8 times the size of a normal cow. That's not our technology at all. At those words, Master Sky Lantern also calmed down. After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath, as if he had made some decision. Put that new potion you guys were talking about earlier on Jail Tooth. Jia Xiu hesitated. Prison Tooth is already on the verge of collapse after so many experiments. The Type 3 alienation potion isn't perfect yet. What if we force it to use it and cause it to die? It wasn't that he was heartbroken over Jail Tooth, but Jail Tooth's physique was 1 in a million, and such good material was threatening to be hard to find again. Master Sky Lantern was resolute, saying, It's too much to care about now. Alright, I'll send the potion over. However, if Jail Tooth dies, you'll have to give me the body. No problem. If it dies, I'll give you the body after I organize the burial ceremony. Between their words, the two men drained Jail Tooth of every last ounce of value. Hang up. Master Sky Lantern opened a secret door and passed through a secret passage to an underground chamber. Inside the underground chamber is a large iron cage. The Prison Tooth, which was worshipped as a divine elephant by the outside world, was being kept inside an iron cage, with its limbs bolted to thick chains. Prison Tooth was stupefied, with liquid still slipping from the corner of his mouth, and his huge body trembled unceasingly. Seeing Master Sky Lantern's arrival, it regained some light in its eyes, but it quickly returned to chaos. Heavenly Lantern Master had looked at the prison teeth. Seems to be his recalled what? He long sigh, eyes vaguely flooded with tears. After a while, Abbot, Dr. Jia is here. The monks under his command came to report. Master Sky Lantern hid his tears and turned to meet him, only to see that a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, with a few of his men, walked into the underground chamber. Master Sky Lantern, I've brought the Type 3 alteration potion. Jacia has short hair, wears a pair of glasses, and has a svelte look, but those who are familiar with him realize how crazy he is. Begin. Master Sky Lantern nodded. Jasho beckoned. A few of his men opened the case they were carrying and took out a bottle of dark purple potion while they began assembling the injection syringe. As the tube of potion was injected, Jailtooth became manic. Within moments, its skin began to fester and its muscles grew wildly in size. But the process is obviously painful. Jailtooth kept banging against the cage, letting out a mournful hiss. The surrounding people all looked indifferent, staring intently at the change in prison teeth. Outside the White Elephant Temple, Chao Tianchen led the men to pull up a banner. Take a photo with the divine beasts of the Luyun sect for only 3,000 yuan a time. All kinds of poses to choose from. A rare opportunity. Although the price was almost like writing the word "rip you off" on his face, he still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the tourists. Chao Tianchen and the others were surrounded by several circles, and even the flow of people in the White Elephant Temple thinned out a lot. The monks of the White Elephant Temple were furious and wanted to go up to argue, but they were stopped by Chao Tianchen commanding the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. Where did you get that stinking monk? Get in line. At that, the tourists chimed in. The monks of the White Elephant Temple were furious, staring at Chao Tianchen, itching to eat his flesh and skin. Why don't you come out when this is disliked to the face? Chao Tianchen was somewhat helpless. Only by forcing prison teeth out would he have a chance to strike. In that case, something tougher will have to do. Cindy, go fetch the zither. Just play one. Left hand, right hand in one slow motion. No problem. Gardener, Guochan plucked the strings and hummed. Follow me. Left hoof, right hoof in one slow motion. Under the joyful sound of the piano, the silver horn shook its head and its four hooves beat in rhythm, and it squinted its eyes in an extremely enjoyable manner. Such a scene of hanging ghosts directly lit up the eyes of the crowd. Could this be the legendary, talk to the bull? Fart. It's a known fact that talking to a cow is a bogus idiom. Drag that author out and flog him. Bullshit. Your cow can play like this? This is clearly the difference between a mortal cow and a sacred cow. I am not very educated, so I will send 3 crouches. Crouch, crouch, crap. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first view of the divine cow in Luyunguan. Anchor likes to wear pants is bringing you a live broadcast. Chao Tianchen laughed in his heart. Silver horns naturally do not understand the sound of the piano. The whole time he was commanding its hooves, up and down Alibaba. Seeing that the atmosphere was in place, Chao Tianchen commanded Silver Horn to move towards the White Elephant Temple. What's the point of having a good time outside? Why don't you take Buddha with you? The monks of the White Elephant Temple were furious. This is the White Elephant Temple. It's a Buddhist holy place. You can't go in. But before the words were finished, the surging crowd overwhelmed them. Inside the Great Hall, Chao Tianchen looked at the Buddha statue in front of him, a hint of sarcasm spreading from the corner of his mouth. What's the point of cultivating even more solemnity and holiness now? After the end times come, it will still be turned into a pile of stones. All the gods and Buddhas in the sky are illusory, and the only person one can rely on is oneself. Little cicada, cut the song, have a juga fiddle. And so the blow-up occurred. Bouncing in front of the silver horn Buddha, the crowd unconsciously followed and shook their legs. Fuck, you don't say. It's pretty high. Oops, my body is starting to move. I can't control it. I'm high. Are you high, my friend? Zhuoxuanji was originally sipping tea in an old-fashioned manner when he suddenly saw the scene and directly sprayed out. He knew that Chao Tianchen's operation was tawdry, but he didn't expect it to be tawdry like this. Chao, what's going on here? Facing Zhuoxuanji's inquiry, Chao Tianchen pretended to be confused. Master Zhuoguan, our sacred cow is dancing on the smell of the qin. Nonsense. The old man is not blind. I mean to ask, how did you make it dance? Isn't it normal for our sacred cows to be proficient in sound? But this isn't scientific. Frowned Zhuoxuanji. The sacred cow is not a sacred cow, can he not know? But just talk nonsense. Cannot be true. Master, we are Taoist priests. A Flowing Cloud sect disciple interjected. Yeah, I'm a Taoist priest. Zhuoxuanji's heart was suddenly enlightened, and his eyes changed when he looked at Silver Horn. Could it be that the Tao ancestor opened his eyes and descended this sacred cow? As the scene became more explosive, the monks of the White Elephant Temple ran to protest. Stop it, you guys can't do this, you are showing great disrespect to the Buddha. Sun Tianxiang snorted coldly and said, when the White Elephant Temple was counting on the Flowing Cloud sect, they should have thought that this day would come. The disciples of the Lu Yun sect agreed. If it wasn't for Chao Tianqian's help, it would be their Lu Yun sect that would be riding on their heads right now. Master Zhuguan, you are highly respected. So you condone this? The monks looked towards Zhuguanji, hoping that he would step in to stop it. Zhuguanji stroked his beard and laughed softly. I Taoists preach about doing nothing, so how can I stop my own sacred cow from dancing? And, not only can't the old man stop it, he has to help it to be true. Xiao Chao, keep playing the music, keep dancing. Chao Tianqian almost didn't laugh out loud, unable to see that Zhuguanji was still an old boy. Cicada, cut the song, change the faha you don't know love. The monks were furious, but the bitter fruits that one sows can only be swallowed by oneself. Who could have expected that the Lu Yun sect really had a divine beast? Many monks began to complain about Master Sky Lantern. Why do you have to mess with the Lu Yun sect? You've got nothing better to do. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded throughout the temple, finally giving up and coming out. Chao Tianqian's mind moved as he looked towards the source of the sound. A behemoth walked slowly. Its lofty body was like a small mountain. It was none other than the White Elephant Temple's divine elephant, Prison Tooth. The crowd was stunned beyond words. In their opinion, Silverhorn was already considered big, but compared to Jail Tooth, it was like the difference between an adult and a child. Jail Tooth was as tall as a two-story building, approaching 15 meters in length, and his white and green skin appeared sacred and dignified, like a creature that had stepped out of a myth. Master Sky Lantern sat on the back of Prison Tooth and folded his hands. The Buddha says that all beings suffer. Divine elephants overcome difficulties. The monks immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, reciting Buddhist scriptures and praising the divine image. Divine beast, this is a divine beast. Many of the people who had just supported Silverhorn instantly changed their flags and became fervent followers of Prison Teeth. With more and more such people, the monks were considered to be suffering, and even Master Heavenly Lantern had a smile spreading from the corners of his mouth. Chao Tianqian, on the other hand, didn't care about it. Anyway, he had achieved his goal, so all he had to do next was to sneak closer to Jailtooth to read its wishes. Farts, what's the use of Kuta? A godly beast that can bounce is a real godly beast. I don't know who came out of the blue and broke the existing situation. Despite the many defections, there are still a lot of fans who support Silverhorn. Gradually, the crowd even split into the Divine Cow Party and the Divine Elephant Party and quarreled, with both sides getting more and more ferocious until it evolved into pushing and shoving. Chao Tianqian suddenly realized that he was blocked. Poison. In the meantime, the noise roused Jailtooth from his numbness, and he shook his head anxiously, letting out a wail of pain. Master Sky Lantern was shocked in his heart, and his attempts at pacification made the situation worse. As Jailtooth became more and more violent, Master Sky Lantern felt that something was not right. Spread out. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Jailtooth threw him off his back, his front hooves raised high in the air with a roar. The elephant went berserk. The crowd scrambled to flee the scene, and in the confusion, some people were crushed to the ground and a stampede ensued. Even more frightening, the frenzied Jailtooth rushed towards the crowd. Seeing that a tragedy was about to happen, Zhuguanji stepped forward and blocked the front of the crowd, but facing the wildly running Jailtooth, he was like a flatboat in the wind and waves, ready to be overturned at any time. Master Zhuguan, danger! Amidst the worried looks of the crowd, Zhuguanji condensed his spiritual energy and directly met Prison Teeth head-on. Bang! Under the violent impact, Jailtooth was actually knocked back, and his huge body fell unsteadily, smashing down the Buddha statue behind him. But Zhuguanji was no better, immediately spraying out a mouthful of blood. Somewhat unsteady. Master! The disciples of the Lu Yun sect were all anxious. Zhuguanji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Don't come over, I'm fine." Chao Tianqian took everything in, and his heart set off waves of shock. In the eyes of the common man, Zhuguanji is the inferior party, but in his opinion, Jailtooth was the inferior party. Zhuguanji was at the warrior-soldier level, or even the middle warrior-soldier level, while Prison Teeth didn't even have the metamorphosis realm. On the basis of life and death struggle alone, Zhuguanji will be able to kill Jailtooth. He is in order to protect the crowd behind him, so he had to choose in Jailtooth hard. Spare me. Jailtooth is bullish enough. The difference between the two is a full 2 realms. As expected, with the crowd being evacuated, Zhuguanji let loose, and Jailtooth was quickly beaten up and unable to find his way out. Chao Tianqian was secretly anxious. He felt that he had to do something or else Jailtooth was going to be killed. Chao Tianqian had made up his mind after a little thought. Silverhorn. At this moment, Silverhorn was still intoxicated in the world of music. And when it heard Chao Tianxian's mind transmission, it opened its hazy bull's eyes. Ginkaku, do something for me? Receiving Chao Tianxian's command, Silverhorn's nose gasped out 2 streams of hot breath and charged at Prison Tooth. Zhuoxuanji, who was fighting, hurriedly avoided the situation, and the Luyun disciples who were watching on the sidelines all revealed looks of worry. With Jail Tooth's previous experience, they weren't sure if Silverhorn was also mad. Bang! Silverhorn knocked Prison Tooth down headfirst, then launched one attack after another, beating the latter back. It's a friendly army. Zhuoxuanji was relieved. If he were to battle such a huge beast again, he was afraid that his old bones would not be able to cope. The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, on the other hand, cheered. In their view, their own sacred cow was undoubtedly on the side of justice. Go sacred cows! Well played! Some of the tourists who came back on a dare were also cheering Silverhorn on, and many of them turned into raving fans. Sun Tianxiang suddenly looked at Chao Tianxian. Only after seeing that the latter was also screaming in agreement did he remove his skeptical gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Chao Tianxian had already been in a cold sweat. Is that woman's intuition? Facing the joint efforts of Zhuoxuanji and Silverhorn, Jail Tooth gradually turned from dry anger to fear, giving birth to the intention to retreat. Just in time, Silverhorn made a lunge and crashed through the back door of the temple. Prison Teeth immediately rushed out and ran towards the deep mountains behind the White Elephant Temple. Sinful animal, where to run? Zhuoxuanji chased after him. Suddenly, Master Sky Lantern appeared with his men and blocked. Let's stop here. This is our temple's business, so I don't need Master Zhuoguan to bother with it anymore. At those words, the anger of the crowd of the Flowing Cloud sect soared and they directly spat out Funfang. Ha! What's going on in your temple? Why did I see you strike just now? The White Elephant Temple is also a famous sect on one side, but it's actually so shameless. Calling you bald asses is simply an insult to donkeys. You should be called shrunken heads. Master Sky Lantern's face was a shade of red and a shade of white, but he also had a difficult situation and could only force himself to stop. The White Elephant Temple enshrines the Buddha. It's really a bodhisattva's heart. Zhuoxuanji sneered and led his disciples out the door in indignation. Chao Tianxian followed suit. In fact, the Heavenly Lantern Master was a great help to him. If Zhuoxuanji insisted on chasing after him, he really didn't know what to do. After going out, Chao Tianxian immediately took a detour to catch up with Prison Teeth. He didn't forget to send a message to Guichan to cover for him. Inside the Great Hall, Master Sky Lantern was full of fatigue, but the situation at hand did not allow him to relax for a moment. Immediately carry out the pacification work, and compensate what is due, without delay. In addition, gather some more media. How to operate you know well. After the explanation, Master Sky Lantern set off to the back of the mountain in search of Prison Teeth with the 4 greatest warriors of the temple. The secret of the Prison Teeth must not be known by outsiders, otherwise the White Elephant Temple would be completely finished. Deep forest in the backcountry. Jail Tooth rampaged through the woods, making a mess wherever he went, and many large trees were knocked down. Chao Tianxian followed the trail and quickly followed behind Prison Teeth's ass. Also see Master Sky Lantern and the 4 great Lohan. As he pursued deeper and deeper, he actually realized that apart from the White Elephant Temple, there was another group of people chasing Jail Tooth. There were 5 of them as well, and the leader was exchanging words with Master Sky Lantern, obviously recognizing him. Neither class made a rash move. The Prison Tooth was extremely dangerous, and without a battle power comparable to Zhuoxuanji's, they chose to hang behind the Prison Tooth and wait for it to run out of stamina. Chao Tianxian naturally did not want this to happen. He had heard from the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect that the 4 great Luohan of the White Elephant Temple were all in the middle stage of the mortal transformation realm, while the Heavenly Lantern Master was even at the peak of the mortal transformation realm. Right now, Silverhorn was not around, so a hard fight was a bit up in the air. Also, he has to keep everyone here. Did Spirit Space, summon. Chao Tianxian summoned Flametail and gave it a command. Be careful. Flametail nodded, and then scurried out as if it were a sharp arrow. It was already known for its speed, and it arrived in front of Prison Teeth in a flash. Master Sky Lantern and the others didn't take this monkey that suddenly appeared to heart, but they soon realized that something was wrong. Only Flametail was seen climbing an ancient tree, then leaping onto Jail Tooth's body. What's that monkey up to? Before the words left his mouth, Flametail let out a sharp cry before coming up to Jail Tooth's ear. Prison Teeth stumbled between the pane, reversed direction, and crashed towards Master Sky Lantern and the others, and 2 of them couldn't dodge in time, and were directly smashed into flesh. The remainder of the group stopped in their tracks in disbelief. Flametail did his old trick and scurried up to Jail Tooth's other ear again, letting out a sharp cry. Jail Teeth stormed off in pain, and another unlucky person was stomped into the ground. Help me capture that monkey alive. It has high experimental value. Joshua didn't care that he had become a bare-knuckle commander as he stared at Flame Tail, madness and greed flashing in his eyes. Master Sky Lantern did not respond. If he wanted to capture Flame Tail alive, he would inevitably have to defeat Prison Tooth, who was in the midst of a frenzy, and he was not willing to do such a thankless task. Joshua Dao, when I come up with the results of my research, I'll just send you another altered elephant. Master Sky Lantern's heart fluttered. The White Elephant Temple was bound to dissipate some of its aura in the event of an accident to the Prison Tooth, and the conditions offered by the other party made it difficult for him to refuse. Formation. Master Sky Lantern shouted loudly and greeted the four great Luohan, forming the White Elephant Temple's devil-suppressing formation. After a fierce battle, Master Sky Lantern defeated Jail Tooth and Flametail was cornered in a corner where he was about to capture him, but this is not without cost. 3 of the 4 great Luohan fell, the remaining one was half dead, and even Master Sky Lantern himself had broken a hand. Looking at the 3 corpses next to him, Grandmaster Tian waited to produce a slight trance. He didn't know if it was worth it for him to do so. Ha ha, Master Sky Lantern, count me as owing you a favor. Joshua took out a folding cage and walked towards Flametail. Suddenly, several flying daggers shot sharply. Master Sky Lantern and Joshua were caught off guard, but fortunately, the 2 of them were not too strong and narrowly avoided it. The knife flew past their scalps, and the user was obviously very good at sneaking up on them. The remaining Luohan was struck in the center of his eyebrow and perished on the spot due to his serious injuries and limited mobility. Taking advantage of this gap, Flametail also escaped without incident. Who is it? Master Sky Lantern's eyes widened angrily as he looked in the direction where the flying daggers were shooting from. Chao Tianchen emerged from the shadow of a tree, Flametail scampering up to his shoulder and making a face towards the 2. Master Sky Lantern. What a coincidence. We meet again. Well, so all of this was all designed by you. I'm going to set you on your ass. Master Sky Lantern was burning with rage. It was this kid who ruined his plans and caused him to fold the 4 great Rowan. Joshua smiled grimly. Kid, I advise you to better hand over the monkey in your hand. In this way, I can beg Master Sky Lantern to leave your body intact. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Lantern Master's mind moved, and all his anger dissipated by 3 points. Dr. Jia, the monkey is yours, but the boy's means of controlling the animal has to be mine. Joshua froze for a moment. Why hadn't he remembered that? And said, no, I shared the research results with you, so that means has to be shared by everyone as well. Master Sky Lantern frowned, secretly blaming himself for being a bit hasty, and only responded. Then, the 2 of them started bargaining as soon as you said something, not putting Chao Tianchen in their eyes in the slightest. To them, the aura that Chao Tianchen exuded was that of an ordinary person who could be captured with his hands raised. Chao Tianchen didn't expect that he would be underestimated so much, and he immediately came to be angry. Sneak attacks are just my personal hobby. You guys don't really think I'm a vegetable just because I sneak attacked, do you? He said, unfolding the space door. Next, a huge black shadow emerged from the space door. What's this? Heavenly Lantern Grandmaster and Joshua both stared wide-eyed, and despite the fact that both of them were well informed, they were still shocked by the scene in front of them. A space portal? Summoning? Prehistoric boar? It's not scientific. Without waiting for the duo to react, Black Mane had already launched a charge, passing through the area as if it had been plowed. The 2 returned to their senses and dodged hastily. Unexpectedly, although the Black Mane is huge, but exceptionally flexible, a twisting waist to forcefully change direction towards the Sky Lantern Master crashed. The Heavenly Lantern Master was so frightened that the ring bar on his head jumped up, and he immediately urged his entire body to resist. But the Black Mane is the upper Beast King realm also came to the middle stage of the Mortification realm. His heyday are not necessarily rivals, not to mention also injured directly by the Black Mane to crush the momentum of stepping into the mud. A generation of White Elephant Temple presidents fell in this way, not even leaving half a last word. Taking advantage of Black Mane's efforts to attack Master Sky Lantern, Joshua had already touched Chao Tianxin's side, tackled the thief. Joshua believed that with his strength in the middle stage of mortal transformation, taking down an ordinary person wouldn't be a breeze. By then, the boy's secrets will all be in his hands. But what Joshua didn't know was that Chao Tianchen wasn't really an ordinary person at all. And with the skills he shared from the Beast Kings, his strength was comparable to a slightly weaker late stage of the Metamorphosis realm. Plus, there's a heartbeat. Before Joshua could make a move, he was met with a headbutt from Chao Tianchen. Stormblood rage. Chao Tianxin's arm veins rippled like a boa constrictor spitting out a letter as he directly pressed Joshua to the ground. Just as he was about to result in Joshua, the latter bowed on one knee and cried out in a terrified voice, don't kill me, I'm still useful. Chao Tianchen smiled disdainfully. The other party already knew his secret. so he definitely couldn't leave him alive. Just then, Jia Xiu said, "I'm a technical researcher for the Golden Sword, and I hold the technology for bio-warriors." Chao Tianqian stopped his hand violently with a strange expression. "You're from the Golden Sword? Is he counting on a fight with the Golden Sword?" Jia Xiu, he was a smart man and immediately showed his loyalty. "Before, yes, but not anymore. From now on, I, Jia Xiu, am your most loyal servant." Chao Tianqian didn't take offense to this and went straight to the point. "Do you really have the Mi Empire's bio-warrior technology?" This, Jia Xiu revealed a smile that was worse than a cry. Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his cheeks, and when he saw Chao Tianqian's face gradually turning cold, he spoke hastily. "There are still some flaws in my technique, but it's only a matter of time." Jia Xiu suddenly thought of something, and he looked at Black Mane with a crazy look in his eyes. "Master, as long as I can obtain such research material and come out with the results of my experiments, that's 3 days. No, 1 day's work." Chao Tianqian smiled. He didn't expect the other party to actually target his deeded spirit. Jia Xiu looked disappointed. He was more willing to give everything to bioscience than to life, even if it meant losing everything. Good. Who would have thought that Chao Tianqian would actually nod his head? However, you can only extract a little blood. Jia Xiu was ecstatic that his lifelong dream was actually being accomplished under the circumstances. Soon, Jia Xiu sold the golden knife clean. He was a high-level researcher of the Golden Sword, and the information he provided was more comprehensive than that of Xiao Juhan Yairo and Sakuraji Kirichako, allowing Chao Tianqian to know many secrets that were unknown to him. Unsurprisingly, the mastermind behind the Golden Dagger was the power of the Midi, the High Circle Group. This group recruits talents from various countries and conducts experiments on bio-warriors in an attempt to change the existing landscape of the world. As it turns out, they did. When the end times came, other countries were hit hard, but Midi actually took advantage of this wind and expanded his power, suppressing the old enemy of the Dragon Kingdom like crazy. However, the current situation is still a bit complicated. With as many as 100 forces involved in the Golden Sword, the High Circle Group is bullish, but people don't want to watch him dominate, such as the Twin Sword Society of the Island Nation and the Lu family, one of the top 10 ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Nation, were thinking of setting up their own families and coming up with their own bio-warriors. At the moment, everyone is still at the stage of cooperating with each other and competing with each other. Taking Jia Xiu as an example, he was ostensibly a highly paid researcher for the High Circle Group, but in reality, he actually had nearly 8 powers sponsoring him, with the White Elephant Temple being one of them. Chao Tianqian suddenly asked, "Is the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts involved in these matters? Patrol Martial Department? Oh, just a bunch of arrogant people, still basking in the glory of the past. I went through a lot of trouble to provide the technology one brought back from the Meter country for free. It was actually described as an inhumane scientific experiment by some holy mothers, and they even took the opportunity to criticize me, blockade me, round me up." Jia Xiu looked indignant. The betrayal from behind him was one of the reasons he switched to Midi. Is that really the case? Although Chao Tianqian already knew the truth, there were still some hard feelings. Moreover, he knew that not only the patrolling martial department, but also some 1,000-year-old sects and 10,000-year-old families all had their noses to the sky and looked down on those inferior means outside. Now it seems that they have finally paid a terrible price for their arrogance. Thinking about it this way, the Lu family's kind of aggressive backlash is something else. Forget it, what's it to me? Chao Tianqian shook his head, throwing the distracting thoughts behind his head as he walked towards Prison Teeth. Contracting the Beast King is the top priority. At the moment, Jail Tooth was very weak, but it was a biochemical beast after all, and was not in danger of losing its life, and even given a period of time, it would be able to recover on its own. Wish reading. Wish read. Jail Teeth's last wish. Want to go back to that year under the sycamore tree. Duration of mission, 3 hours. Failure penalty, the system will enter a 7-day cooldown. Chao Tianqian has already realized the wishes of 3 animals, and he thinks he has accumulated a lot of experience, but the last wish of one hand still gave him dry silence. All last wishes. How does this play out? However, it wasn't Chao Tianqian's character to just give up, and he looked towards Jia Xiu. Dr. Jia, right. Don't call me master from now on, just call me gardener. Okay, gardener. Do you know of any sycamore trees in the neighborhood? There was a 1,000-year-old sycamore tree, but it was sold by that old boy Sky Lantern. Sold? Chao Tianqian almost screamed out. This news was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for him. Jia Xiu didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem, and said to himself, he sold it in order to raise funds for my experiments. Oh, he even pretended to cry when he sold it. His voice quickly tapered off as he saw that Chao Tianqian was showing vague signs of storming out. Chao Tianqian struck Jia Xiu's neck with a hand slash. tying him up after abolishing his cultivation and throwing him into the deity space. He didn't exactly trust the other guy. Next, Chao Tianchen began to clean up the scene. As he wrapped up, he had Black Mane push Jail Tooth into the deeded spirit space. And luckily the latter already had a death wish and didn't put up too much of a fight. When this is done, Chao Tianchen began to quiet his breath and concentrate, his mind working frantically. He felt like he had returned to that night 3 days ago, the first time he contracted Silver Horn. There was also a pig teammate who pitched him. Following, the time has come to test the operation. Guo-chan was sitting inside the big cart and had just sneezed 3 times in a row when she received a call from Chao Tianchen. Cicada, help me find the nearest plant market in the neighborhood. The house was a disaster. And although Chao Tianchen and Guo-chan searched as hard as they could, they eventually only found a sycamore tree sapling. A seedling is a seedling. It's better than nothing. Chao Tianchen muttered a couple of sentences, found an excuse to go to the restroom and buggered off. There were some secrets he didn't want Guo-chan to know just yet. This time it's carrying a sycamore sapling to the bathroom, and the gardener is really getting BT. Guo-chan felt like she was having a bit of trouble keeping up. Chao Tianchen came to an unoccupied place and dropped the sycamore tree sapling into the spirit contract space, and also got some soil for it to plant, and then delivered the task. At that moment, a memory belonging to Prison Teeth came into his mind. As it turns out, Jail Tooth was lost to the herd at a very young age. It hid from the wind and rain for a few days under the 1,000-year-old sycamore tree at the back of the White Elephant Temple, and was later taken in by the monks of the White Elephant Temple. Jail Tooth had a happy time at the White Elephant Temple. At that time, the White Elephant Temple was still a secluded ancient temple, and the monks were all kind and caring. During this period, it fully felt the kindness and warmth of human beings, and often ran under the sycamore tree to share its happiness with it. It wasn't until the White Elephant Temple teamed up with the Golden Sword that everything around them changed drastically. The White Elephant Temple, where he grew up, became a hell of Prison Teeth, and the monks, who were usually kind, became violent and evil spirits. And the only thing that remains unchanged seems to be the sycamore tree that carries good memories. After reading this memory, Chao Tianchen's mood was a bit complicated. Society, still sinister. Looks like I'll have to be a bit more ruthless in the future and not be too kind. Inside the deeded spirit space, Jail Teeth stood up and looked around, searching for the 1,000-year-old sycamore tree he remembered, completely oblivious to the sycamore sapling in front of him. Having no choice, Chao Tianchen could only speak out to remind him. You can see it if you look down. Jail Tooth lowered his head, and after seeing the sycamore tree sapling that was less than half a meter, an object of eyes glared round, revealing an expression as if you were playing with me. Are you mistaken? Xiaotong is a 1,000-year-old sycamore that grows much taller than me. Kotobuki? That sycamore tree has a name? Chao Tianchen was slightly surprised, but he had already prepared his words for Prison Tooth's question. Your coterie has withered, and all you see is a branch it left behind. Withered? Jail Tooth was a bit skeptical, saying, I clearly remember that when I left, Xiaotong was still growing lushly. Chao Tianchen said painfully, can I still lie to you? Look at the shape of the leaf. Isn't it the shape of a sycamore leaf? Jail Tooth took a closer look. It's still true. Chao Tianchen struck while the iron was hot. The world is changing fast. You don't even think about how long it's been since you guys saw each other. It's normal to wither away after 3 or 5 years. Jail Tooth was not in doubt at once, and the gleam in his eyes gradually dimmed. Not even you? At this time, Chao Tianchen received a prompt from the system. Mission accomplished. Satisfaction rating, C. Comment, elephant life is really full of regrets. Reward for C-level evaluation, secondary servant contract ×1. Compact success. Spirit, Jail Tooth. Race, bioelephant, unknown alienation. Ability, Mizukage, unawakened. Skills, King's Capital, mountain stance. Unknown alienation. The unit has a large number of agents mixed within it and may be undergoing unknown alienation. Gozhui Envoy, variant can create water and acquire water-related skills. King's qualities, past kings have strengths and weaknesses. This unit has 5 times the base attributes of its counterpart and has the qualifications to become a superior king. Mountain physique, past this unit takes 40% less single damage and this unit takes 20% more group damage. Activation condition, weight over 5 tons. Upper Beast King, plus supernatural abilities. This is really something. Chao Tianchen had just gotten excited for a moment when he was doused with cool water from head to tail, because through the contract, he sensed that Prison Tooth's life force was actually weakening. Though he doesn't know the cause, he's soon going to have a comedy turn into a tragedy. Chao Tianchen shouted, Jail Tooth, don't you want to know why Xiaotong left this branch behind? Jail Tooth froze slightly and asked, Why? Why? I don't know why. Chao Tianchen exclaimed inwardly. It's a long story at this point. I just remember that it was a misty drizzly morning. and I could still smell the fragrance of the earth as I plucked away at the crunchy grass. Xiaotong said that the sycamore tree will encounter a fatal thunderbolt every time it grows to 1,000 years. It left this one new branch and asked me to give it to you in the hope that you would carry it back to life. Jail teeth, don't you understand? The past can no longer be changed, but we can change the present and the future. Take this new branch and let your bishop life begin anew with Koton. Jailtooth looked down at the slender seedling. At the moment, it seemed as lush and heavenly as it had been in memory, with warm sunlight shining down through the cracks in the leaves. Reinvigorated, Jailtooth's body shook, and a light gradually came into his eyes. Immediately afterward, it let out a long, prolonged roar. I want my life back. Fortunately, the elephant has little culture. Chao Tianqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and he thought that the story he made up was too laquan and could not fool the other party. At this point, the system pops up a message. Unknown alienation is occurring in the teeth of the spirit of the deed. Alienation success. Spirit, Jail Tooth. Race, Jail Elephant. Realm, 5% of early metamorphosis level. Ability, Black Water Envoy, unawakened. Skills, King's Capital, Mountain Stance. Spirit of Despair, new. Black Water Envoy, variant. This unit can create black water that has the ability to seal and weaken the psychic abilities of enemy units, and has access to black water related skills. Desperate Spirit State, past this unit's spirit energy has the same characteristics as Blackwater, and skills released using the spirit energy also have the same characteristics. Activation condition, Blackwater makes. Great harvest, a great harvest. It was not in vain that I sacrificed what little precious knuckleheads I had left. Chao Tianqian was excited. After the alienation of the prison tooth, not only did it level up, but it also evolved into a prison town elephant and gained a new ability, Black Water Envoy. The Black Water Envoy should be the advanced version of the Imperial Water Envoy. The effect, to put it simply, is that it can easily suppress enemy psychic energy. Simple and brutal, yet it can hang 99.9% of the powers. There's also a sense of big boss immediacy that's so cool it blows up. The derivative skill, Desperate Spirit State, moreover, directly messed up the effect of Black Water Envoy into a passive. That is, as long as Jail Tooth doesn't get a set of seconds, it can grind the opposite side sooner or later. The only downside is that you can't actually skill share, otherwise it would have been nice to let him have a good time as well. Chao Tianqian calmed down and took out the rewards from the previous quest. He felt like his hands were on fire right now, and there was no chance that a C-rank reward item could shine brightly in his hands at this moment. Let's see what you're made of. Oh, secondary servant contracts? A one-time prop that designates a deeded spirit to share your summoning privileges with others. But of course, you can take back the privileges at any time. What's with this stuff again that seems to be of great use but you don't actually know where to use it? Why don't you open a permission for Guochan, lest this little ninny be in danger while I'm away? By the time Chao Tianqian came back, Guochan had already been waiting for most of the bell. Gardener, where are your saplings? Throw it away. Thrown away. Or used up? Of course I threw it away. What else would that thing do? Guochan bristled. There are many uses. Who knows how you use it? Chao Tianqian asked. Where are the people from the Flowing Cloud sect? Guochan said. Masters Wuguan said that they had to leave beforehand, so if the garden master has a need, he can always go to the Flowing Cloud Guan to look for them. Chao Tianqian nodded. Now that he had 4 beast kings, the next thing to do was to raise his overall strength a bit. Almost forgot. His evil scientist is still locked up. Never mind. One step at a time. When Chao Tianqian returned from the White Elephant Temple, he immediately began to raise funds. The Flowing Cloud View had already opened up the purchasing privileges of elixirs to him, and as long as the money was in place, the increase in his team's strength would be instantly recognizable. But this thing of pills, the price is not generally expensive. Are 10 million a start, but also does not bring bargaining. Currently, he needed 5 more perpetual vigor pills and 4 more mortal transformation pills to satisfy his own needs and the needs of those close to him. That means a minimum of $90 million is needed. Chao Tianqian checked the zoo's financial statement, and there was only $30 million on the books, which was still a lot short of $90 million. Where will we get that kind of money? You can raise money by getting a bank loan, selling your house, or selling your car, but the cycle is so long that you just can't afford to wait. Finally, Chao Tianqian aimed at a variety of online loans, small loans, and then borrowed a round of money from the staff, but only to put together a more than $5 million. $5 million is only a drop in the bucket. Just when Chao Tianqian was at a loss, he received a call from Sun Tianzi. How could I forget about this kid? His family has a mine. But without waiting for Chao Tianqian to open his mouth to borrow money, he heard Sun Tianzi ask, brother-in-law, just asking if you're very short of money right now? Chao Tianqian eeped and asked, how did you know? Sun Tianzi said triumphantly, Not only do I know that you're short of money, I also know that my sister is happy again. You're going to spend a huge amount of money to buy an island in Madagascar and then take your family of 4 to settle there. It's amazing how far this damn rumor has spread. You misunderstand. Before Chao Tianxian could finish, he was interrupted by Sun Tianzi. Later, I'll transfer you $30 million, counting it as sponsorship for you guys. By the way, what did you just say about misunderstanding? I won't hide it any longer when it comes down to it. Yes, our family of 4 has just such a plan. With the $30 million sponsored by Sun Tianzi, Chao Tianxian was left with only half of the shortfall. This time, he contacted a company that lends black money. Boss Wang Tuxing received the call and almost thought that Chao Tianxian was a liar. But fortunately, his little brother inquired and verified Chao Tianxian's identity in time to prevent them from missing out on this bigger than a big order. When he hung up the phone, there was a great deal of jubilation at Black Loan. A $30 million bill is enough to feed them for a year. Soon, the two sides made an appointment to meet at the Tianhao Entertainment Club, intending to talk business right over the drinks table, but it went better than that. After half a round of wine, under the love of concubines, the contract was signed without much effort, and both sides showed a smile of earned hemp. It had to be said that the Black Loan Company's efficiency was really high. After the contract was signed, Chao Tianxian was immediately followed by the news that $30 million had arrived. Society is still full of good people. With such an atmosphere, everyone got high and had started calling themselves brothers. When it was time to part, Chao Tianxian swore, "Brother Wang, don't worry, the $30 million that I borrowed from you, after 3 days, I will definitely return it to you with interest. Don't forget, I've pressed the zoo on you, old brother Chao. There's no rush. If you really can't pay it back, I can also give you 2 days grace. But, you have to lend me your little secret for 2 days. Ha ha ha." Wang Tuxing's mouth was full of alcohol, and his greasy fat fingers pointed towards Guo Chan, who was accompanying him, his eyes full of desire and greed. Just now, when he was singing and drinking, Guo Chan's enchanting figure and clear voice had charmed him to death. It's just that the list is rather large, which is why I've held back until now, and I'm taking advantage of the alcohol to make this somewhat excessive request. Hearing Wang Tuxing's words, a cold aura flashed under Chao Tianxian's eyes, but then he also laughed out loud. Good to talk. Please leave an address, Brother Wang. 3 days later, I will absolutely bring someone to pay a visit to your door and make your heart happy. Well, you boys are on the ball. Wang Tuxing was afraid to pat Chao Tianxian's shoulder, excitedly woke up 3 points of wine. After leaving the address, he looked at Guo Chan twice, which was reluctant to get into the car. Brother Wang, slow down, you must change your address. I'm going to look for you. The smile on Chao Tianxian's face instantly disappeared after seeing the vehicle drive away. Oh, I only wanted you to have some money, but it looks like this will only take your life. At that moment, Guo Chan reminded from the side. Head gardener, this Wang Tuxing is a moneylender, and anyone who borrows money from him doesn't have a good end. Why don't we borrow from the bank? A bank? Borrowing from a bank? Why don't I just sit back and wait for the end times to come? Chao Tianxian waved his hand and said, I have my own plans. Upon hearing this, Guo Chan looked worried. She wasn't afraid that Chao Tianxian wouldn't be able to pay back the money and send her out to cover the debt, but she was afraid that he had contracted some kind of serious disease. Counting the recent events, from talking to a cow under the moon, to watching a herd of pigs perform, to taking a sycamore sapling to the toilet, to this time letting the bank go to borrow high-interest black loans, this disease is definitely getting worse. Is it possible that she'll have to stand on her own 2 feet from now on? No, that would be half the fun. Finally, Guo Chan summoned up the courage to ask, Director, you get so much money to do it? Chao Tianxian didn't reply, but looked up at the starry sky, his eyes deep as if they could span the starry river. Little cicada, the world is about to change. It's coming. Guo Chan was instantly mixed. Joyfully, what Chao Tianxian had was a middle-aged disease, which shouldn't be life-threatening. Sadly, this middle-aged disease was feared to have reached an advanced stage. The next morning, Chao Tianxian arrived at the flowing cloud view. After experiencing the White Elephant Temple row, most of the people in and around Lu Yongguan were full of goodwill towards Chao Tianxian, and many disciples greeted him along the way. Within a few steps, Chao Tianxian encountered an acquaintance. Senior brother Chao, are you here to look for senior sister son? What a coincidence. She was called by the Patrol Marshal Department headquarters yesterday. Little Fifth said with a smile, called to the Armed Forces headquarters. Chao Tianxian immediately guessed that this might be related to the upcoming evolutionary glory. In fact, evolutionary glory has been observed by scientists long before the end of the world. It's just that the news is blocked and ordinary people don't know about it. The vast majority of countries attach great importance to the sudden appearance of this mysterious ray, and powerful countries have even organized research teams to monitor it in real time. But as it turns out, they don't even value it enough. The existence of evolutionary glory is beyond human knowledge. It was a flash in the pan, but it kicked mankind from the top of the food chain to the bottom of the valley, bringing mankind's sparkling modern civilization to the end of the world. Of course, Chao Tianqian didn't attempt to change anything. All he could do now was to be fully prepared for that moment. Chao Tianqian said, "I didn't come here to find her this time, but to exchange some pills. Do you know where to exchange the pills?" Little fifth son laughed. "Senior brother Chao, you've asked the right person for this. I'll take you there." Led by little fifth son, Chao Tianqian brought a location called the Hidden Dan Pavilion. This place was filled with the fragrance of medicine, and on the shelves carved from sunken wood, a single elixir was placed in a treasure box. In addition, some precious herbs and exotic flowers were also placed on the shelves. When the disciple guarding the pavilion saw Chao Tianqian, he acted very enthusiastically. "Senior brother Chao, welcome, welcome. I wonder what kind of pills you need," Chao Tianqian said. "Give me 5 perpetual vigor pills and 4 transformation pills." Hearing him talk like he was buying vegetables, the pavilion guard disciple kindly reminded, "Senior brother Chao, the effects of these 2 pills don't stack, so I suggest that you should just buy 1 of each." In fact, he still has half a sentence left unsaid. Even if it is the internal price, these pills add up to $90 million. Just afraid that you cannot afford to pay so much money. Chao Tianqian took out his bank card and handed it to the pavilion guard disciple. Smiling, "That's all I'm buying. Just swipe your card." Pavilion guard disciple Wang Chuanqin received the card and was quite helpless in his heart. In his opinion, although Chao Tianqian ran a mega zoo, it was already tops to shell out $20 to $30 million, and he definitely couldn't get $90 million. Making a show of insisting on shelling out money is nothing more than a slap in the face. Wang Chuanqin was very able to understand this behavior. After all, with a perfect wife like senior sister Sun, who was under immense pressure at all times, a slight lack of performance would cause the onlookers to discuss or even disparage her. Forget it, if he didn't have enough money later, he'd just say the card was broken, and that would save Senior Chao's face. It couldn't be helped. Who made him such a kind-hearted disciple of the Luyun sect? I can't. It's going to be a tear-jerker. Wang Chuanqin inserted his card into the POS machine. Chao Tianqian entered the password. Ding! Collected. $90. 000. Listening to the crisp broadcasting sound, Wang Chuanqin was shocked. I can't believe it's really that much money. Senior brother Chao definitely didn't have this much money, so this money must have been given by senior sister Sun. Wang Chuanqin felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth as he analyzed it in his mind. And then when we think about the recent news circulating within the clan, senior sister Sun's second pregnancy is already 2 months old, and she is planning to buy an island in Madagascar to settle down. From this, it was presumed that the pills that senior brother Chao had purchased on this trip had been instructed by senior sister Sun, and were meant to prepare their family's children for the future. Since there's sister Sun from the sidelines, how can a mere $90 million be considered money? Maybe he'll have a good year. Thinking of this, Wang Chuanqin became fiery inside. Senior brother Chao, see what else you need. I'll pack it up together for you. No. Chao Tianqian waved his hands repeatedly. This thing called elixir was really not something that an ordinary person could afford to consume. He had already been emptied. But Wang Chuanqin will not give up. Such a fat sheep 10 years for fear of not meeting one. Senior brother Chao, take a look again. You can't lose by taking a look. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but agree to take a look first. Wang Chuanqin immediately took out a gorgeous brocade box. Opening the box, a turquoise blue elixir was placed inside, as crystal clear as jade, beautiful like a work of art. Senior brother Chao, what do you think of this mixed elements spirit gathering pill? It has the effect of laying the foundation for a beginner martial artist to help him or her better break through the mortal transformation realm. Little fifth son added from the sidelines. Ordinary people taking the transformation dan directly to breakthrough may cause harm to their bodies. If we have this elixir to assist from the side, it will definitely be foolproof. Chao Tianqian's heart stirred. He and Dian Shizu had thick skin and flesh, so it was no problem for them to directly take the transformation pill to break through. But Guichan was a soft girl. How much? It's not expensive. It's only $30 million. Farewell. Chao Tianqian left without looking back. Almost forgot that this Luyun sect professional kill familiar. That cannot be free of admission to the family card. Still vivid in my mind. Wang Chuanqin wouldn't let the cooked duck fly away, and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Senior brother Chao, if you really can't, you can hang on senior sister Sun's account. You have to learn to be flexible. Chao Tianqian's footsteps stalled and he turned his head, asking with an odd expression, is it still possible to be so flexible? With your relationship with senior sister Sun? Of course you can be so adaptable. Wang Chuanxi nodded his head vigorously. Little fifth son followed and agreed. There's no problem, senior brother Chao. Even if you run away, it's not like senior sister son can't run away. Chao Tianchen was caught in a dilemma for a while. He and Sun Tianxiang are not that kind of relationship after all. If he takes too much at once, will it be a little not too good? In that case, might as well just do something big. It might not be this good in the future. This what mixed spirit gathering pill? Give me 5. No, 10 of them. There's also the perpetual power pill and the transformation pill. Both give me another 10 each. All of them are on Heavenly Fragrance's account. Wang Chuanxin's eyes lit up in admiration. Senior brother Chao is really generous. I'll go prepare it for you right now. Chao Tianxin's entire heart was flustered when he came out of the Dan Collection Pavilion, and he carefully dealt with everyone he saw until he exited the gates of the Luyun sect, and only then did he breathe a long sigh of relief. Earned big money. At this point, Chao Tianchen no longer disguised himself, flew into the car and sped away. He had wanted to pay a visit to Zhuoxuanji, but now it seemed that he would have to wait until next time. After Chao Tianchen returned to the zoo, he first fed Flametail a mortification pill. After Flametail ate it, a halo of light appeared around his body, and his body began to grow at a rapid pace. Within a few moments, the promotion was complete. At the moment, Flametail was half a man tall. Its canine teeth and claws became longer and sharper, and its tail became thicker, hanging down like a burning stick. Spirit, Flametail. Race, Golden Monkey. Realm, 3% of early metamorphosis level. Ability, Flame Enabler, unawakened. Skills, King Strength. Sensitive Stance. Ruthless Claws, new. Brutal Bite, new. Tail Stick Technique, new. Ruthless Connecting Claws, main unleash several rapid claw strikes. Cooldown, 10s. Crippling Bite, main perform a brutal bite, with a chance of causing the opponent to enter a state of fear. Cooldown, 10s. Tail Stick Technique, main this unit's tail is hard and flexible, and it is equipped with a unique martial art called Tail Stick Technique. Cooldown, none. Chao Tianchen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Flametail to have 3 more skills at once after he advanced. And all 3 skills can be shared, including this somewhat strange, Tailed Stick Technique, which he can perform as long as he's holding a stick. I don't know how many times more reasonable it is compared to certain skills that can only be used by those with horns. Silverhorn. Don't get me wrong. I'm definitely not connoting you. Next, Chao Tianchen fed Silverhorn, Flametail, and Prison Tooth all a perpetual power pill. All 3 deeded spirits gained strong body. Strong body, past strength increased by 30%. Only after helping the deeded spirits to finish upgrading did Chao Tianchen arrange for himself. He took 1 mixed spirit gathering pill and 1 mortal transformation pill successively, and successfully broke through to the mortal transformation realm. At this moment, Chao Tianchen's strength came to 26 times that of a normal person. His physique came to 13 times that of a normal person, and his agility came to 13 times that of a normal person. Right now, in terms of physical quality alone, Chao Tianchen was comparable to an average late stage of the mortal transformation realm. The physical quality of a late stage of the metamorphosis realm was about 18 times that of an ordinary person. If he used his skills, there was no longer a match for him below the warrior soldier level. In addition, due to the breakthrough in the realm, the size of the deity space had also increased. From the original 100m times 100m times 100m, it has become 1000m times 1000m times 1000m, fully expanded 1000 times. It's so big, it could really be made into an Eden garden. Chao Tianchen began to fill the deed spirit space with soil, and after working for most of the day, he finally laid down a layer, and incidentally moved quite a few trees in. Then he brought in river water and made a small lake, with the trees and lakes as accents. The Chevalier space became a bit more alive. Chao Tianchen purchased many more building materials. Then, as if playing a sandbox game, a small 3-story building was constructed. He then moves Sakuraji Kirichako and Kajiko Haniru inside the small 3-story building and holds them captive. After doing this, Chao Tianchen stretched his back. That's when he got a call from Norimori Zo. Head gardener, the man you told me to watch wants to see you. He said something about research results coming out. Canon Collector said. The person that Denshuzu was talking about was referring to Jia Shou. After returning from the White Elephant Temple, Chao Tianchen vacated a room in the garden as a laboratory and purchased a large amount of experimental equipment for his continued experiments. I'll be right there, so keep watching him. Chao Tianchen was a bit excited. Once the bio-warriors were in his grasp, it would be one step closer to him dominating the end times. Temporary laboratory. Chao Tianchen instructed Duan Shuzu to continue guarding the door, then walked into the lab alone. As soon as they met, Jia Shou excitedly displayed the results of his research, 4 vials of purple potions. Head gardener, I'll name it, Super Warrior Potion Type C1. Or, Type C1, Potion for short. This potion turns a person into a super soldier and acquires different properties depending on the ingredients. For example, this bottle of Type C1 Berserker Warrior. In addition to comprehensively improving the physical qualities of the person taking it, it also allows them to gain additional strength attributes. In addition, there are the Type C1 Spirit Monkey Warrior, Type C1 Wild Boar Warrior, and Type C1 Mighty Elephant Warrior, which allow the taker to gain additional agility attributes, constitution attributes, and defense attributes, respectively. Chao Tianchen received a bottle of Type C1 potion and examined it carefully. In the test tube, the purple liquid slowly swayed, emitting a fascinating luster that made it look very evil. What's with this strong sense of villainy? Thanks for your hard work. Chao Tianchen returned the potion. Jia Xiu waved his hands and said, No hard work, no hard work. It's all thanks to the blood of the prehistoric creatures provided by the head gardener that I was able to break through the final technological barrier. At those words, Chao Tianchen had other ideas. He feels that the reason for the breakthrough is still related to the system. Jailbait is a good example. Before contracting with him, Jailtooth was also subjected to many experiments by Jashu, but never made any revolutionary breakthroughs. But after contracting with him, its blood was immediately made into a Type C1 Fierce Elephant Warrior potion. Chao Tianchen didn't have the source of the blood to tell Jia Xiu. After all, Jia Xiu was a valuable technician under his command, and he didn't want to lose the other party just because of some force majeure factors. How safe is the potion? Are there any side effects? Jia Xiu didn't know he was walking on a ghostly path yet and replied, In terms of the experimental data so far, there shouldn't be any problems. Jia Xiu paused and added, But to truly confirm the safety and stability of the potion, it needs to be tested in vivo. A living body test? Chao Tianchen frowned. Jia Xiu laughed. Young people are young people in the end. They can't stand anything slightly taboo. Head gardener, I plan to experiment with mice first, and then after I have preliminary data, I'll use in. Whoever expected it? Chao Tianchen interrupted him and said, It's too troublesome. Use it directly on people. Are you the devil? Jia Xiu hesitated. Isn't this a bit hasty? Head gardener? The ingredients for this potion aren't cheap. How can I waste it on those mice? Besides, I don't have that much time. Chao Tianchen was resolute. Jia Xiu only agreed. Head gardener, that experiment. With a lift of his hand, Chao Tianchen pulled Kajiko Hanyoru out from within the deity spirit space. Just use him as a test subject. Jia Xiu's eyelids fluttered, and although it wasn't the first time he saw Chao Tianchen use this ability, he still felt very shocked. Space summoning. This is beyond common sense in the usual sense. Jia Xiu was also clear that the other party was telling him that knowing such secrets, the slightest counter-trace would be there to silence him. At this time, Xiao Juhan Ichiro leisurely turned awake, and after seeing Chao Tianchen, his eyes instantly turned red. I'll kill you. But his body had been bound and his hamstrings and feet singed, so he could only be impotent and furious. So it's an islander? Jia Xiu laughed softly and walked over to the Kajiko Hafanfantaru with the syringe in hand. It was only then that Kajiko Haniru noticed that there was someone else present. Seeing the syringe full of purple liquid held in his opponent's hand, Kajiko Hanbaro's expression became terrified. Who are you? What do you want? Jia Xiu ignored it and stuck the syringe into his body. In the next second, a raging force surged into Kajiko Hanyoru's body, flailing around. At the same time, the fierce tiger spell spirit inside Kajiko Haniru was activated, and like defending its territory, it attacked this force that had just intruded. The clash of the two forces caused Kajiko Hanyoru pain. Jia Xiu eeped. This guy is also an experiment, and it seems to be quite successful. Chao Tianchen nodded and shared the information about Kajika Half-Rice Lang. Let's see. Then, which force is superior? Jia Xiu was aroused with the desire to win. The intense battle between the two forces caused blood to seep out of Kajiko Hananaro's entire body, almost turning him into a bloody man. In the end, it was Type C1 Raging Bull Warrior that was better. The fierce tiger tattoo on the nape of Kajiko Hanaru's neck disappeared, and in its place, a blood-colored bull totem in the ink style. At this time, Chao Tianchen received a system alert. The Scarlet Pact has been signed. Blood Servant, Kajiko Hanichiro. Blood Master, Silver Horn. Realm, Mid-Metamorphosis 2%. Match, 8%. Blood Servant, a servant of a contracted spirit, able to borrow the power of the Blood Master, but will also be subject to the Blood Master's contract. Blood Master, a powerful deeded spirit can become a Blood Master and share their power to Blood Servants. Beast Kings can have 3 Blood Servants, and Upper Beast Kings can have 5 Blood Servants. Match, the higher the match, the more power you can utilize from the Blood Master. Match can be increased by using the Blood Master's power frequently. Scarlet Pact. Chao Tianchen felt that he was on the road to villainy. What he also didn't expect was that Kajiko Hanichiro actually broke through to the middle stage of the metamorphosis realm as a result of the disaster. Head gardener. Something seems to have gone wrong. The various physical values of the experimental subjects aren't very high. They've only improved by about 20% from the original. Jia Xiu looked at the testing instrument, puzzled. Chao Tianqian probably guessed that it might have something to do with the low match. It seems that we have to let Xiaoju Hanichiro use this power to get the correct parameters, Chao Tianqian thought to himself. At this moment, Kajiko Haniru had already had a mental breakdown, and he was touching his neck, muttering impossibilities under his breath. The agonizing torture of the experiment was secondary. What struck him was that the spell spirit he was so proud of had actually lost. It had even been erased. At that moment, Chao Tianqian came to Kajiko Haniru's side, his voice a little low. I understand how you feel. That deep sense of powerlessness is something I've experienced. It's clear that the enemy is right in front of you, but you can't do anything about it. A loved one suffers, but can only watch. Trust me, it's not your fault. It's all due to your original power being too weak. Chao Tianqian's voice was full of compulsion. The original power was too weak. Kajiko Haniru murmured, his empty eyes regaining some of their sparkle. After a moment, it was as if he had found his outlet. That's right, it was all because the Manticore curse spirit was too weak. That's what led to his master's death. It's because the Manticore spirit is too weak. That's what caused his sister to fall into the enemy's hands. Do you know what you are lacking? Chao Tianqian's voice came again. On the sidelines, Jasho's scalp exploded as he listened. What kind of devil are you? But Kajiko Haniru doesn't care about that, these days. All sorts of devastating blows come one after the other, taking him from a towering genius to the dust. He's gone crazy. At this moment, it was as if Xiaoju Hanichiro had grasped a straw to save his life, and he couldn't even care that Chao Tianqian was his enemy. Tell me, what am I lacking? The corner of Chao Tianqian's mouth grinned in a bizarre arc. What you lack is brand new. Greater power. The kind of power that allows you to face your enemies head-on. The kind of power that allows you to save your loved ones. The kind of power that can make you abandon your weakness and face your inner fears head-on. Junior, do you want power? Think, Kotobuki Hafirigami shouted. Then accept it and use it. It will give you power. Chao Tianqian pointed at the blood bull totem on his body and said. Kajiko Haniru looked to the blood-colored bull totem on his body, his eyes growing steadfast. Give me the power. With this cry, the muscles of Kajiko Haniru's entire body expanded rapidly, even emitting the slightest bit of steam. On the sidelines, Jacia let out an exclamation of surprise. The parameters are coming up. The parameters are coming up. In fact, without him having to say anything, Chao Tianqian observed that the match of Kajiko Haniru was rising at an alarming rate. Kajiko Haniru's match was finally set at 78%, and his body showed signs of breaking down if he forced it any higher. Spara thought. He was already twice as fit as he originally was. For the strength attribute, it is even two times the original. The result excited Jasho. His potion was undoubtedly a huge success, and he would go down in history in the bioscience world as a presence to be admired by all. Chao Tianqian also revealed a satisfied smile. In contrast to his previous life, the Mi Empire's artificial psychic ability could only enhance a person's physical quality by 80%, and the island's biochemical spell spirit could only enhance it by 70%. And with the initial development of the C1 type potion, it could be boosted by 100%, not to mention the additional attributes that could be gained, literally throwing off the previous 2x3 blocks. Don't underestimate the 20 to 30% difference. If they were to fight for their lives, it would inevitably be the warrior who had taken the C1 type potion who would emerge victorious in a crushing position. At this point, Kajiko Haniru had become completely intoxicated by the power, and his eyes tended to be sickly as he looked to the blood-colored bull totem on his chest. Power. Is this brand new power? I don't know how much more powerful it is than the original mighty tiger curse spirit. Suddenly, Kajiko Haniru did an act that made Chao Tianqian a bit surprised, yet felt justified. He was seen kneeling on one knee and solemnly swearing, "Thank you, Master, for the power you have bestowed upon me. From now on, I, Kajiko Haniru, will surely be your sharp blade, cutting down all incoming enemies for you, until death do us part." At this moment, he abandoned the Double Chopper Society, his master and sister, and his past, and became a chaser of power. Chao Tianqian laughed. Half-Rice sang, "You have finally realized that power is the only truth in this world. I accept your allegiance. By the way, from now on, please call me Head Gardener." Head Gardener. Faced with the allegiance of the Kajiko Hanichiro, Chao Tianqian had no reason to refuse. There are only benefits and no disadvantages to owning a black glove. Besides, he could control the other party at any time through the contract. At this point, Chao Tianqian turned his head towards Jia Xiu and set the remaining 3 bottles of Type C1 potion in front of him. Please, Dr. Jia, I'm sure you should be very confident in the potions you make. Head gardener, just because I made this potion, I'm. Jia Xiu smiled awkwardly and tried to refuse. In his opinion, the success of Kajiko Hanabiro possesses chance, and the C1 type still has high risk. Don't give your face away. Chao Tianqian's voice suddenly turned cold. Jia Xiu just had to be tough and start picking. In the end, he chose Type C1 Fierce Elephant Warrior. Are you sure you want to choose this one? Chao Tianqian's expression was a bit strange. Jia Xiu nodded. Let's go with this one. This one has a little more life-preserving ability. Chao Tianqian didn't say anything else. Jia Xiu pulled out a syringe and began injecting the potion. This time's remained successful. The potion didn't produce any side effects and even helped Jia Xiu recover from his original injuries. The only hiccup is that Jia Xiu uses the contract to torture Jia Xiu severely after his identity is discovered by Jail Teeth. Poor Jia Xiu was still in the dark, thinking it was a side effect of the potion, and repeatedly chanting that he shouldn't. Chao Tianqian could only say that there was reincarnation in the heavens, and that he still had a long way to go in his good days. Blood Servant, JCU, Blood Master, Prison Teeth, Realm, 15% of mid-metamorphosis level, Match, 72%. After having 2 successful experiments, Chao Tianqian then summoned Guoqian and Dian Shizu to his side. Chao Tianqian first let the 2 of them take the elixir to break through to the metamorphosis level, and then used the remaining 2 bottles of the potion to transform them into bio-warriors. Blood Servant, Guoqian, Blood Master, Flametail, Realm, Early Mortal level 1%, Match, 79%. Blood Servant, Canonical Collection, Blood Master, Black Mane, Realm, Early Mortal level 1%, Match, 85%. Head Gardener, is this some kind of superpower? Guoqian asked in amazement as she felt the unusual power within her body. Nori Shizu spoke relatively little, but the shock and curiosity he felt inside was also evident from the way he kept clenching his fists. You guys think of it as superpowers. Artificial powers, whatever. Chao Tianqian pondered for a moment. Let's call it totem power for now. Totem power. Is that the name of this power? It's really quite apt. Kajiko Hanabiru's eyes glittered. He had completely oriented himself towards Chao Tianqian, becoming an island trader. And now it was Chao Tianqian's fart that made him feel very sweet. Damn it, I can't believe that this islander stole the show. While Jia Xiu was chagrined, he hurriedly said, good name, it has a heavy sense of history when you hear it. But Jia Xiu soon realized that something was wrong, and he looked over at Guoqian and Duan Shouzang. Wait, why don't you 2 have any side effects? No one answered the question. When Guoqian and Duan Shouzang had adapted to the power of the totem, Chao Tianqian announced his long-prepared plan. Next, I'm going to a place, Tianmiao City. Kajiko Hanaru and Jia Xiu looked at each other. Having once been members of the same Golden Dagger, they naturally knew that the Golden Dagger had a secret base for animal experiments in Tianmiao City, and that it was still under the control of Mi-Di. Fruity, Chao Tianqian continued. The Golden Dagger organization of the Mi Empire has set up a secret base in Tianmiao City. They are secretly conducting a lot of animal experiments at the base, and my purpose is to obtain the special experiments in the secret base. Chao Tianqian's passage was actually addressed to Guoqian and Dian Shizu. These 2 people, although they had lived and died with him in their previous lives, they had not reached that point yet. Besides, with the end times coming soon, he didn't have that much time for the 2 to get used to it. Only in this semi-compulsive way could the 2 be pulled onto his chariot. Chao Tianqian believed that in the future, the 2 would understand. I'll do whatever the head gardener needs me to do. Guoqian didn't hesitate for a moment. The love brain just doesn't make sense. It even saves on explanations. Chao Tianqian looked at Duan Shizu and asked, Brother Shizu, what about you? Norimori Shizu, on the other hand, showed some hesitation. He was originally an ordinary person, and his brain hadn't slowed down for a while when he was suddenly exposed to such huge information about the MIDI, secret bases, and animal experiments. I am also willing to follow the head gardener. Thinking of Chao Tianqian's kindness in knowing him, Duan Shizu still chose to join. Good. Chao Tianqian was overjoyed. He thought it would take a lot of talking. With time running out, Chao Tianqian immediately made a plan and divided the labor. This is the plan. Please be careful, and if necessary, you can abandon this plan and save your life. Chao Tianqian exhorted. According to the information provided by Jia Xiu, the secret base was heavily guarded, and there were 2 late-stage metamorphosis realm powerhouses on the bright side. Without using the deed spirit, even Chao Tianqian could only give in vain against it, and that's just the bright side. How many strong people were hidden in the dark? Even a researcher of Jia Xiu's level didn't know, but the greater the risk, the greater the benefit. As far as Chao Tianqian knew, 2 Beast King level experimental bodies existed in the secret base, and they were both the kind of super individuals that had been enhanced by biological experiments. It would be worth the trip to Deed 1. In addition, another reason why Chao Tianqian went to Tianmiao City was that a zoo in Tianmiao City was about to close down. Before closing, this zoo planned to move all of its animals out of the park. One of the transferred animals was a snow lion named Lodak, the future king of the famous frozen lions. Even if the previous plan failed, Chao Tianqian could still turn to obtain the snow lion Lodak. After a few people got ready, they drove a black van and headed towards Tianmiao City. Tianmiao City was 200 kilometers away from Xinshui City, which was not considered close. When the group arrived at Tianmiao City, it was already late in the evening, and the first thing Chao Tianqian did after arriving was surprisingly to find a high-end gym and open a 2-hour box. The crowd immediately felt an urge to curse. The pre-war mobilization was so tense. And now this? Guichan even speculated maliciously. I seriously doubt that. The head gardener is trying to use the exercise as an excuse to find out the skill level of the local poker players. Jashu and Kajiko Haneru nodded thoughtfully, as they used to do that when they were on missions. Only Norimori Shuzu was unsure, frowning as he asked, "What is the head gardener doing knowing the skill level of the local poker players? And does that have anything to do with this operation?" Guo-chan, Jasho, Kajiku Haneru. 2 hours later, Chao Tianqian walked out of the gym soundly, humming a song in his mouth. La 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 la, I'm a self-disciplined little piglet. The gardener actually did go to work out, and it seems like he's having fun? Guo-chan looked incredulous. Was this still the gardener she knew? Unbeknownst to him, Chao Tianqian was being bittersweet. If he could, how would he refuse to go deeper with those girls with explosive bodies? 2 more days, just hold on a little longer. But people didn't know about his helplessness and showed admiration. The head gardener is so calm when things go wrong. He actually has the heart to exercise. Norimori Shuzu lamented. Could it be that this is why the head gardener is powerful? Kajiku Hanabaru was very ashamed. He felt that he was still far behind. Even Jia Xiao, who had always had a deep mind, unconsciously raised his evaluation of Chao Tianqian in his heart. How can such a person, who is ruthless and can control himself, not achieve great things? Chao Tianqian was still unaware that his helpless act had quickly elevated his status in the hearts of his men. All he felt now was hungry. Go, 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 find a place to eat first. This time, a few people no longer spat in their hearts. Instead, they felt that Chao Tianqian must have a deep meaning in doing so. A few people found another roadside stall and ate until 10 o'clock before moving on to the Golden Dagger's secret base. The secret base of the Golden Dagger is housed in an all-foreign-funded school for foreigners. This school has strict restrictions, and no one from the Dragon Kingdom is allowed to enter unless they are invited. I didn't realize that there was even a place like this in the Dragon Kingdom. Dian Shuzu was indignant. Jiaxiao snorted. Brother Shuzu, I'm not afraid to tell you that the number of the secret base is 07. That means there are at least 6 other identical locations. Whether there are more you'll have to guess for yourself. Stop it. Someone is coming, Chao Tianqian reminded. Soon, a team of security personnel ran to surround Chao Tianqian and the others, and blinding flashlight beams shone on the crowd. No one from the Dragon Kingdom is allowed to enter here. Please leave immediately. The one who spoke was a white man with a high nose. His eye sockets were deep set, and his body exuded the aura of the late stage of the metamorphosis realm. He looked to be the leader of the gang. Jia Xiao walked forward and spoke. Robka, don't you even recognize me? It's only been how long since we've seen each other? You're hurting my feelings too much. You're Jasho? Damn, you've changed so much. I didn't even recognize you. Robka was full of surprise as he came up and gave Jasho a big hug. My friend, look at you. You've lost weight. And this hair, it seems like it's much less too. Is the lab work too hard? The corners of Jashu's mouth twitched as he said. It's all for the organization. No hard work. I told you a long time ago. Don't work too hard and rest when it's time to rest. We, Golden Sword, are not those unscrupulous companies in the Dragon Kingdom. When it's time for you to get off work, you get off work when you should. And no one will say a bad word about you. Robaka rambled on like an old mom and said a lot more before shifting her gaze to Chao Tianqian and the others. Jasho explained. These are my experiments. And bodyguards. Experimental subjects? It's hard to believe that there's a breakthrough in your research? Robka's eyes widened in shock. You know, they've assembled so many elites here, but they're still stuck. Jasho is only one person. Jiaxiao nodded with a proud expression. That's for sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to base 07. You know, the Dragon Kingdom people at base 07 are not qualified to enter. Robaka laughed awkwardly. They were naturally guarded against these dragons. My friend, if you give me the results of your research, I can immediately get you a passport to Midi. I will also place you in the great backwaters of the Mid-East, and then you will be able to live a life of wealth and freedom for the rest of your life. You know, Compared to a place like Longwa, which is comparable to a prison, the air in Midiai is filled with the sweet aroma of freedom. In the face of the big pie drawn by Robka, Jiaxiu showed a look of yearning, but he did not look like he was going to hand over the research results in the slightest. Where's Dr. Helen? I have something I need to talk to her about in person. Seeing that empty-handedness was not an option, Robka had to arrange for a few people to enter the school first. After passing through the layers of guards, several people came to an artificial lake. A small boat was prepared early on the lake. Several people took a small boat and sailed to the island in the center of the lake. The lake was gurgling, glistening in the moonlight, and extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Chao Tianqian's face changed as he detected an aura bubbling up from underneath the surface of the lake that made him tremble. But the aura flickered and quickly disappeared. Head gardener, what's wrong with you? Guo Chan inquired in a low voice. It's nothing. Chao Tianqian shook his head. He had just been able to detect it, thanks to his instinctive sense of danger, and by the looks of it, no one else had. It should be a beast king correctly, and in existence no less than the prison tooth. Chao Tianqian thought to himself as he stared at the surface of the lake. Once on the island, the few people were brought to a metal door, where two mid-metamorphosis realm guards stood guard. Robocop paired the code word and the two guards opened the metal door. After the crowd entered the metal door, they once again passed through an underground secret passage and several hurdles, finally arriving at a spacious underground space. The light was as bright as day. Ding! Identity confirmed. Welcome to Golden Dagger Base 07. The AI at the door, broadcasting after a few scans. Chao Tianqian surveyed the surroundings. There was a dazzling array of lab benches, a large number of animals in cryopreservation vessels, and researchers in white coats walking around. Upon seeing a few people, the staff cast frequent glances, and many of those who knew Jiaxiu greeted them warmly. It didn't take long for Chao Tianqian to meet Dr. Helen. What surprised him a little was that Dr. Helen was actually a tall blonde, blue-eyed royal lady who looked to be in her 40s and was so full of intellectual beauty that he had thought it would be a grandmother. Having just met, Dr. Helen walked right through the crowd to Jiaxiu, followed by a monkey stealing the peach. Chao Tianqian and the others were instantly petrified, and after reacting, they hastily took 2 steps back. Helen, what are you doing? Hands off. Jiaxiu was in a cold sweat. Helen didn't feel that her behavior was wrong. Instead she made a teasing remark. Still not much progress after all these years, thanks to you being a biologist, he said and let go, and shook it off in disgust. The crowd immediately lit a fire of gossip, speculating whether the two had some kind of adulterous relationship. Not bothering to break it up, Jiaxiu said, Helen, my research has made a major breakthrough one step ahead of you. Apparently, he and Helen have some sort of rivalry in addition to their adulterous relationship. Helen spread her hands and said, so what are you still doing here, showing off to me? Only then did Jiaxiu realize that he had gotten a little carried away. He was begging the other party. Although I have made major breakthroughs in my research, the actual material of my experiments can no longer be compared to yours. I need you to provide me with more animal material to provide more data to support my experimental results. In return, I will share the results of the research with you. How's that? Helen was interested in Jiaxiu's proposal. Come to my room tonight. I need to evaluate your offer in depth before I can make a final decision. Robka, get rooms for a couple of guests. After saying that, without waiting for Jiaxiu to say anything, he twisted his waist and turned to leave. Dr. Jia, biologically speaking, what do you think of Dr. Helen's lumbar muscles, power-wise? Robka teased. Jiaxiu cursed damnation and followed. In response, Chao Tianqian and the others could only cast an encouraging look. Robka said, gentlemen, follow me. Soon, the remaining 4 were placed into an oversized suite with several smaller rooms and a well-developed infrastructure. Kajiku Haniru inspected the suite and lined up a number of surveillance devices, and his professionalism was recognized by Chao Tianqian. Everyone rest first. Chao Tianqian said so on his lips, but in reality, he was not so peaceful. Late at night he rose alone. The creature in that lake, he needed to go and confirm it for himself. Chao Tianqian followed his memories, avoiding all kinds of traps and infrared scans, and entered the secret passage leading out of the base. After walking along the passage for a while, he made it to the entrance of the base without incident. But looking at the metal gate in front of him, Chao Tianqian was in trouble again. It's one thing if you can open it. Even if you do, there are still guards outside. Chao Tianqian pondered for a moment, summoned the Black Mane and pointed at a wall. Black Mane, I'm relying on you. Dig in this direction. With a huff and a puff, Black Mane started digging towards where Chao Tianqian pointed. Chao Tianqian followed behind Black Mane and unfolded the space gate, loading some of the excavated soil into the deity space to prevent the passage from being blocked. He made a point of having Black Mane dig a little farther away from the metal gate to avoid being spotted by the guards. The black mane was efficient and soon dug into the ground. Well done, black mane. I'll get you some wise later. Humph, the black mane nodded happily. Chao Tianqian put the black mane away into the deity space, then carefully poked his head out. And after making sure that the guards hadn't noticed this side, he turned back to cover up the hole. Next, Chao Tianqian dived to the edge of the lake and took out the prop that he had been spitting on for a long time, the Possessed Spirit Contract. Possession Spirit Contract, a one-time prop that possesses an animal and fully adapts to its body and abilities for 30 minutes. It always comes in handy. Chao Tianqian spread some bait on the lake. Taking advantage of a blackfish leaping out of the water to eat the same bait, he immediately used the Possessed Spirit Pact on it. In an instant, Chao Tianqian felt like he had soul penetrated into that blackfish and quickly took control of its body, acquiring all of its senses. However, Chao Tianqian's connection with his main body was not broken. Both bodies he was able to maneuver without the slightest discomfort, as if it was only natural. Let's see. What kind of animal is the Beast King this time? Chao Tianqian was filled with anticipation as he swam towards the depths of the lake. As he swam deeper and deeper, the surroundings became completely dark. Not a trace of light could be seen, and the lake water became more and more cold and bone-chilling. This made Chao Tianqian feel as if he had returned to his previous life. The feeling of precariousness, of being tormented by fear in body and mind, came back to me. Ha, it's kinda obnoxious. Chao Tianqian laughed to himself and fiercely zipped into the darker depths. This time, he's different. When he swam to the bottom of the lake, Chao Tianqian found some broken branches and water plants that had been crushed. It seems that the Beast King is nearby. Chao Tianqian followed the traces and swam all the way. But after swimming not much farther, all traces of anything disappeared. What appeared before him was a wall. Chao Tianqian knocked on the wall and felt that it was very sturdy and smooth, as if there were some special patterns. There's not going to be some ancient ruins or some other dog and pony show, is there? Just as Chao Tianqian spat, the wall suddenly began to move. Crap, it's really fake. It's really an ancient relic? A mysterious gate? Ancient tombs? But Chao Tianqian soon realized that something was wrong. The wall was actually moving faster and faster, and it started to become distorted. What the hell? Chao Tianqian hurriedly backed away. When he retreated into the distance, he could see that it was no wall at all. It was clearly a super python, because the python's body was too thick. This was what made him mistakenly think that he was bumping into a wall. Moonlight filtered into the bottom of the lake. The super python slowly unfolded its body. The visible part alone was more than 30 meters, and the rest was hidden in the dark lake water as if there was no end to it. Is this a creature that should have existed before the end times? It's also ridiculously long, since Chao Tianqian was now possessing the black fish. This super python gave him an even stronger visual impact, as if he was looking at an exterminating beast. At that moment, the super python discovered Chao Tianqian. The huge body rushed at an extremely unreasonable speed, obviously trying to use the little guy who disturbed it as a dessert. Chao Tianqian immediately fought to swim towards the lake. As long as he lured this super python over to his main body, he could activate the contract and read its wish. The thought of being able to take this super python under his wing excited Chao Tianqian. In his judgment, the strength of this super python definitely exceeded that of the pre-packed prison tooth. But just as Chao Tianqian was envisioning a bright future, an accident occurred at the main body. He was spotted by the guards. Charlie, the guard, ran down to the lake to get ready to take a leak when he suddenly saw a blurry figure sprawled a short distance away. George, there's an intruder here. Charlie drew his weapon and hurriedly called out to his companions. After Chao Tianqian was discovered, he immediately drew out his short knife and stabbed towards Charlie. Just now, due to being too focused on maneuvering the black fish, he didn't pay any attention to the other party at all. Right now, the only thing he could do was to kill and exterminate him. Charlie did not expect the other party to be so decisive, and hastily blocked, but Chao Tianqian's strength was far superior to his, and in the blink of an eye, he was stabbed to waist and arm. At this point, Guard George arrived in support and saved Charlie. The three of them didn't have any nonsense and fought into a ball, their knives going straight for the vitals. Since this was within the Dragon Kingdom, the Golden Dagger had not set up an alarm device on the island for fear of getting into trouble. This gave Chao Tianqian the opportunity to maneuver. With the addition of various passive skills, he steadily suppressed George and Charlie, who were one level above him, so that the two didn't have the chance to send out a distress signal with their walkie-talkies. One of them, Charlie, was still injured and was even less of a match for him. Seeing the balance of victory tilting towards Chao Tianqian, two more guards appeared at that moment. They're here to change shifts. Upon seeing Charlie and George engaged in a fight, the two immediately ran for support. What fucking bad luck! Facing the siege of 4 mid-metamorphosis level guards, the pressure on Chao Tianqian increased steeply as he retreated while fighting, then took the opportunity to jump onto the small boat by the lake. The 4 guards would not let him go. and jumped on board one after the other. So it's you. Through the moonlight, Charlie could see Chow Tianshan's face and then revealed an impish smile as he felt that he had caught a big fish. I'm sure you've got a lot of secrets in you, and I'll take my time prying your mouth open. Yes? Chow Tianshan stood to one side of the boat's edge and provocatively hooked his finger. No good, Charlie exclaimed. But it was too late. Only to see Chow Tianshan overturn the boat with one hard jump. The crowd all fell into the water. You think you can run away like this? Charlie spoke out in hatred and greeted his companions as they surrounded Chow Tianshan. Chow Tianshan turned his head and swam towards the other shore of the lake. The 4 guards, on the other hand, fought to catch up, oblivious to the fact that the lake beneath them was flooded with waves. Suddenly, a blackfish leaps out of the lake, startling Charlie, who was in pursuit. Fark, so it's a blackfish. Charlie finished cursing and realized that his companions around him had stopped. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Charlie, behind you, said George, his voice trembling. Charlie then realized that the crowd was looking at him with horror on their faces, as if they had seen something horrible. Chow Tianshan, who was in the distance, also stopped and revealed a spring-like smile, and even waved goodbye at him. Now that was as stupid as it gets. Charlie realized something was wrong. He swallowed hard and slowly twisted his head like a puppet, his teeth trembling to the point of cackling like a puppet's pivot. A huge shadow, almost blotting out the moon, just appeared behind him. In a flash, Charlie's heart became colder than the lake. My God! The huge python's head fell as if from the sky and swallowed George in one gulp, splashing the raging water. Lift your head and swallow. The crowd could even see the trajectory of George's movement across the python's abdomen. The super python looked towards the remaining few people and spat out scarlet snake letters. Obviously just one George was not enough to satisfy its appetite. Run! The remaining 3 returned to their senses and immediately fled frantically. Chow Tianshan looked at the 3 of them, the corner of his mouth grinning in a bizarre arc before slowly diving under the water. The water ghost game has begun. Storm Blood Rage. After Chow Tianshan unleashed his tyrannical blood rage, his power instantly skyrocketed 5 times, and his speed became as fast as a ghost as he quickly dived underneath one of the guards. The guard only felt his feet tighten, and his entire body was thrown into the air as the sky spun around. The guard let out a terrified scream, as he was now in a place that was right above the super python. At this point, the super python had just swallowed an unlucky slow swimmer. Before I could get much back into it, I saw a treat fall from the sky. It smoothly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the throne guardian whole. Hiss dash. The super python spat out its snake letters as if to praise the deliciousness of the snack, then swam at full speed towards the one remaining guard. George, frightened and snotty, fought to slap the cold lake water, but with his speed, how could he compare to a super python? And he was soon caught up. The fishy odor from the super python's mouth burrowed into George's nostrils, causing his entire body to shudder. Ah-ha-ha! In the nick of time, George exploded with unprecedented strength. As if pushed, it miraculously got out of the python's mouth and washed up on the shore. Once ashore, George didn't dare stop for a second and ran, crawling, toward the metal gate. The super python chases it to the shore but hesitates. There seems to be something on the island that scares it. Chow Tianshan, who was hiding in the shadows and observing, frowned as he took out a short knife and threw it towards George's leg. Whoosh! George got a big gash in his leg and instantly lost his center of gravity and flopped to the ground. But he couldn't be bothered to check his wounds, struggling to get up and keep running, though his speed had slowed down considerably. Looking at the injured prey, the super python was restless inside. It stared at George for a while, and finally animal instincts took over and crawled toward the bank. It was only then that Chow Tianshan was able to peek at the super python's full appearance through the moonlight. The super python was 60 meters in length. The white scales were neatly arranged and patterned, just like shells carved with patterns. The python's head was beginning to take shape, and to put it in a superstitious way, it was showing signs of transforming into a jiao. With George's mournful screams, the guards on the island were all but wiped out. The super python still wasn't satisfied as it turned its head to look at Chow Tianshan, its vertical pupils flashing with a palpitatingly fierce light. Chow Tianshan had no fear. Instead he laughed. Since your scales are white, I'll call you White Scale. As far as he was concerned, this super python was already in his pocket. Hiss! The super python didn't seem to like the name, opening its bloody mouth with 4 sharp teeth and biting towards Chow Tianshan. Chow Tianshan rolled over and dodged, while at the same time swinging the short sword in his hand and slashing at the super python's body. Clank! The short blade collided with the scales, and surprisingly, sparks flew everywhere. Ha! Chow Tianshan was surprised to find that the short blade had actually curled its edge, in contrast to the super python's scales, which only had one more white mark on it. One should know that this short sword was the standard weapon of the Patrol Force Department, and its quality was absolutely guaranteed. Apparently, The scales of this super python were much tougher than he had imagined. Good. That's what makes the contract worthwhile. Chao Tianchen laughed out loud. Hiss. The super python was enraged, and it stood up its hideous snake belly, its scales cackling and rubbing as it made a stance to attack. But don't stomp your nose. White scales. Chao Tianchen unfolded the space gate and summoned all of Silver Horn, Black Mane, and Prison Tooth in one breath. Don't let it get away. With Chao Tianchen's command, the three giant beasts immediately surrounded the super python. The super python was startled by this sudden change and turned around to flee to the artificial lake. But Prison Teeth took 2 steps across the room, like a small mountain, sealing off the path to the artificial lake. Seeing that it could not escape, the super python was aroused with ferocity and pounced towards the closest jail tooth, wrapping it up in the blink of an eye. However, as an elephant class, Prison Tusk's basic attributes were already extremely high, plus it had undergone mutation, evolution, and upgrading, so it had long since been transformed. Just by pulling with all its might, it made the super python roll its eyes in pain, and couldn't help but let go of its entanglement. Jail Tooth took the opportunity to kick out 2 more hooves, kicking the super python and spitting blood from his mouth. The super python bit back its head on Jail Tooth's body, but unfortunately, its sharp teeth were a virtual nullity to the latter, and it couldn't break the defense at all. When the hardcore didn't work, the super python wrapped itself around Jail Tooth's neck. Prison Teeth was bulky and heavy, and with nowhere to use his strength, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. At that moment, Silverhorn and Black Mane arrived to help. The situation on the field immediately turned into 3-ing battle lubu. It's fortunate that the white scales were lured ashore beforehand. If they were in the water, it would have been difficult to predict the victory or defeat. Chao Tianchen secretly celebrated. The super python, after all, was 1 against 3, and with the fact that it was not yet at the mortal transformation realm, it quickly fell into a disadvantage. Silverhorn, use Dancing Moon Horn / Chao Tianchen shouted as he saw the right moment. The silver corner of a retreating step, accumulating the whole body strength force in the left corner above, and strive to chop out. Silver light flashed. Flesh and blood bloomed. The super python suffered a heavy blow in an instant, and Black Mane and Jail Tooth took the opportunity to step forward and subdue it. After struggling to no avail, the super python's body went limp, as if resigned to its fate. Ha. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Why do we need to suffer the pain of skin and flesh? As if Chao Tianchen was some evil being, he walked over to the super python with a bad smile. System, read the wish. Wish reading. Wish read. White Scale's journey of immortal cultivation, cold pool and hard cultivation. Once turned into a jiao. Blood sacrifice to the 8 directions. Flying in the white sun. Duration of mission, 12 hours. Failure penalty, the system will enter a 7-day cooldown. Chao Tianchen felt like his head was going to crack after reading it. Originally, I thought that Jail Tooth's one-handed last wish was outrageous enough, but I didn't realize that White Scales was even more outrageous than it. Cultivating immortality? Why don't you go to heaven? One by one. They all play like this. Right. Chao Tianchen really broke his defenses a bit. At that moment, a memory belonging to the White Scales entered Chao Tianchen's mind. It turned out that White Scale had eaten a strange fruit when he was young. It thus acquired near-human memory and became psychic as it aged. Afterwards, it was adopted by a crazy Taoist priest. That crazy Taoist priest loved to talk about gods and goddesses, often saying things like cultivating immortality and ascension. White Scale had listened to these words for several years, and although he didn't understand the meaning, the obsession to cultivate immortality was born as a result. After the death of the mad Taoist, White Scale accidentally arrives at the artificial lake at base 07. In the lab, dead animal subjects, all thrown into an artificial lake. After the White Scale ate some of the experiments, its body began to mutate, its size increasing and its scales becoming harder. Such a change is very similar to the cultivation of immortality described by the mad Taoist priest. So, the White Scales were potentially in the artificial lake, waiting to eat those experimental subjects every day. In that case, White Scale is not an experimental subject within base 07, but was born by accident. No wonder those guards looked defenseless when they saw White Scale. Chao Tianchen thought, at first, that the Golden Sword executives were deliberately hiding the following. Blood sacrifices to the 8 directions, the white sun rises. Chao Tianchen recited these words and suddenly came to a realization. In other words, all I have to do is provide a large number of experiments for it to devour, and it will be able to fulfill its wish. After figuring out the crux of the problem, Chao Tianchen unfolded the deed spirit space, intending to lock the White Scales in first. At that moment, the White Scale's entire body suddenly erupted with intense electric light. Chao Tianchen was startled and instinctively covered his eyes while ordering Black Mane to block in front of him. The blackness was illuminated. and dangerous and terrifying currents sputtered and zipped around. Such a scene lasted for a full 10 seconds, in which Silverhorn and Prison Tooth were also forced back by the electric current. By the time the electricity disappeared, the white scales were long gone. The black man's mane stood up, black smoke was coming out of his body, and a small piece of his abdomen was still missing, bleeding profusely. Chao Tianchen was busy going up to check. The good thing is that the wounds are just scary to look at, but they're really not that big of a deal. I didn't expect to be able to discharge electricity. Is this acquiring an electric eel-like ability? Ha! It's quite surprising. Chao Tianchen didn't get discouraged. Instead, he became more and more excited. The contract had been activated, and he was able to sense the location of the white scales, still in this artificial lake. Apparently, White Scale was unable to part with the experimental subjects here. The next step is to prepare enough subjects. Chao Tianchen looked towards the lake that had regained its calm, and a crazy plan slowly emerged in his mind. Base 07. Station Manager's Master Bedroom. Jasho was a little low on energy after his passion, and weariness gradually swept over his body, but he had no intention of sleeping. JCO glanced at the sleeping Helen beside him and gently lifted the covers for her. Then get out of bed, walk over to the vent, and light yourself a cigarette. The agitation within Jasho was eased by the soothing presence of nicotine. Now, do I continue to stand on Chao Tianchen's side and help him obtain the experimental body? Or betray him to the Golden Blade? Jasho stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. There are advantages and disadvantages to both approaches. By continuing to help Chao Tianchen, he would be able to use the mysterious means of the other party to further deepen his research results, and the price to pay is to be on the opposite side of the Golden Dagger. As a senior researcher of the Golden Sword, Jia Xiu was well aware of the organization's energy and tactics, and those who betrayed would suffer the harshest punishment, a life worse than death. Moreover, he also knew many secrets of the Golden Sword, and the Golden Sword would definitely not let him go. Betraying Chao Tianchen looked like the better choice. With those secrets in the latter's body, the Golden Sword would inevitably reward him handsomely. By then, money, beauty, and status would all be at his fingertips, and he could move to the backwaters of the Mideast and live out the rest of his life happily. The only bad thing is that his research will come to a standstill. Mideast gang, for sure, would not be willing to share the secrets gained with him. They even voluntarily withdrew him from the study because of the secrecy. What to do? Should we risk our lives and continue to conduct the research we love? Or should we just stop and live a life of peace and prosperity? JCA took a sharp drag on his cigarette, then smashed it on the ground and stomped it out hard. TM, how is it harder than doing an experiment? Just as Jia Xiu was caught in a dilemma, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Dr. Jia, you're a bit anxious. Are you in some kind of trouble? Who? Jia Xiu was startled in his heart and looked around in a panic. The voice sounded again. Don't look, I'm not with you. Jia Xiu heard who the owner of that voice was and said in shock, Chao Tianchen? No, head gardener, how can you? Look at the totemic power in you. Chao Tianchen's voice was flat, but it was like thunder in Jia Xiu's ears. Jia Xiu hurriedly lifted his clothes and realized that the mighty elephant totem on his body was in a catalytic state. This, Jia Xiu stammered, although he didn't know what means it was. There was no doubt that his totem power was completely under Chao Tianchen's control, and once the totem power was overused, the user's life would be in danger. That is to say, his little life was completely in Chao Tianchen's hands. Thinking about this, Jia Xiu broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder Chao Tianchen dared to enter base 07 with him, so it turned out that he wasn't worried about him betraying at all. Thinking about it, with Chao Tianchen's city, how could he not have a backhand? He's still too naive. Chao Tianchen said, it's just some special means. You don't need to make a fuss. The Scarlet Pact is similar to the Pact of the Deeded Spirit. He can activate a psychic transmission to the indentured servant, and he can also sense the indentured servant's emotions. That's too special, isn't it? It's not scientific at all. Rather, it's a bit like those godly men talking about divine descent. As a tech worker, Jia Xiu had trouble accepting this kind of thing. Chao Tianchen said, the end of science is theology. You still have a long way to go. JCU was momentarily speechless. Head gardener, in the future, this kind of thing can you tell me in advance, so that I can at least be a little bit prepared? Chao Tianchen's voice was cold. Prepare for what? You don't have any other ideas? Jia Xiu was frightened and immediately swore an oath that he was loyal and never had any second thoughts. Well, I don't care what little things you have in mind. You just have to pay accordingly. Chao Tianchen understood that people like Jia Xiu had too many thoughts and no sense of propriety, and needed to be hammered at all times. JCO's attitude was definitely much more correct. Gardener, is there something you want to order when you contact me this late? Now, he could only follow Chao Tianchen down one path. Chao Tianchen, I need to know where. In the base. the animal experiments are located. Isn't this a bit of a rush? Gardner, I've convinced Helen that she'll give us a tour of the lab tomorrow and can also provide us with some animal subjects. Jacia felt it was too risky to act now. Can't wait for tomorrow. I want it now. Chao Tianchen added. I just need the general directions. I don't need you to provide the door lock. Jasho said helplessly. I'll do my best. Back in the bedroom, Jacia woke Helen. Helen, I want to discuss something with you. I don't want to hear it. Helen shook her head and wound up like an octopus. Jacio instantly had a bitter look on his face. On the small island, Chao Tianchen waited in the cold wind until the latter part of the night. Still not good? Is it hard to fail? Suddenly, a sensation came from the Scarlet Pact. Chao Tianchen hurriedly connected, and immediately after, he heard Jia Xiu's weak voice. Head Gardener, the lab where the experimental subjects are stored, is on the 6th underground level of the base, roughly 15 meters below ground. Chao Tianchen associated it with something and asked with an odd expression. Dr. Jia, is your back alright? Head Gardener, you've got to stop joking. Jia Xiu wanted to cry. He really sacrificed too much for the sake of science. Chao Tianchen laughed. I'll remember your credit. By the way, the commotion might be a bit loud later, so you're always at my beck and call, and prepare to run. Running away? Without waiting for Jia Xiu to ask for clarification, Chao Tianchen disconnected. Next, Chao Tianchen summoned Black Mane and pointed to a spot on the ground. It's going to be hard for you again. Just this position. Dig down. When the Black Mane received the command, it began to dig up the soil, and after digging down to about 15 meters below the ground, Chao Tianchen told it to start digging horizontally again. It didn't take long for Black Mane to dig into the concrete structure of the wall. Chao Tianchen summoned Silverhorn here again. Under his command, Silverhorn unleashed 4 chopping strikes in quick succession, splitting open a huge square hole. Chao Tianchen followed the hole and entered the 6th underground level. Turning on his flashlight, the scene in front of him caused him to be slightly shocked. Inside the huge laboratory, a columnar container is neatly arranged, each with a unique code name, and the animal subjects are sleeping in the culture fluid. Subject code, gray hair, value, C, race, elk. Experimental data. Subject code name, Shirazi, cherish degree, C, race, American black bear. Experimental data. Subject code name, Koriko, value, A, race, polar bear. Experimental data. Although the scent isn't weak, they're all ordinary animals that have no value for a contract. Chao Tianchen continued to move forward and finally saw a container that was several circles larger at the end of that level. Inside the container, a giant wolf floated. The giant wolf was more than 4 meters long. Its fur was bright red like blood, and there were several huge scars on its face, making it hideous to look at. Subject code name, Bloodsickle, cherish degree, S, race, biochemical giant wolf. Experimental data, muscle strength is 3 times that of its counterpart. Agility is 4 times that of its counterpart. Beast Master. Chao Tianchen's spirit was lifted. He was just about to read the giant wolf's wish when it suddenly occurred to him that he was still doing White Scale's quest. If the target is changed, White Scale's mission will be treated as a failure by the system. It seems that we can only lock it up for now and wait until White Scale's mission is over. Chao Tianchen circled around the container twice and found a switch. Push the switch. The culture fluid in the container was drained instantly and the container was subsequently opened. The giant wolf slowly awoke, but before it could take a breath of free air, it was struck on the head by a pair of large silver horns. Fainted. Chao Tianchen took the giant wolf into the deed spirit space and locked it next door to Sakuraji Machako. Misty Cheiko Sakuraji was startled by the sudden appearance of her neighbor and whimpered. Chao Tianchen didn't even have time to pay attention to her, turning around and giving orders to Black Mane to dig through the passageway leading to the artificial lake. Poof, put, poof. As the channel was opened, the lake water instantly flooded into the lab, creating a pool of water that was drawing up. Seeing this, Chao Tianchen revealed a smile. Not only was he going to complete the mission, he was going to flood the entire base 07 in the process. Deliver the mission. Mission delivery in progress. Guided by the pact, White Scale swam down the passage into the lab. Looking at one of the experiments, excitement flickered in the White Scale's vertical pupils as it cracked the nearest container and wound up one of the brown bears inside. The brown bear wakes up with pain and struggles as he realizes his situation, but it was obviously futile. The White Scales opened their huge mouths and swallowed the brown bear whole. At this moment, the White Scales seemed to have entered some sort of special state, and after swallowing the brown bear, its aura immediately rose by a few points. It can't be that it's really going to turn into an augur, right? Forget it. It's better to wait until the mission is over to find it. Chao Tianchen put away all the deed spirits and quickly ran towards the 5th floor. The White Scale's strength was already extremely strong, plus it was now in the water. If it was used as a target, he might have to explain himself here. Chao Tianxian had just stepped onto the 5th floor when he noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. It was too quiet here. Surprisingly, not even a single guard could be seen. For an organization of the level of the Golden Sword, how could such an important place be unguarded? Chao Tianxian carefully felt his way outward. Sure enough, he found a dozen or so guards hiding in the shadows. 2 of these guards were equipped with guns, and the leader was also a strong person in the late stage of the metamorphosis realm. There was an ambush. Chao Tianxian was shocked in his heart, but after a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief. The attention of these guards was all focused on the corridor on the 5th floor. Obviously, the person who set up the trap had not expected at all that he would come out from the 6th floor and appear behind them. Chao Tianxian narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not clear where the breach had been revealed, but there was no doubt that his actions had been exposed. Could it be that someone has gone rogue? Chao Tianxian's first suspicion is Jia Xiu, but think about it and think it's impossible. Although Jia Xiu's mind is changeable, but more clearly carry the situation. Betraying himself would do him no good. It doesn't matter. When I contract the white scales, none of them will be able to escape. Chao Tianxian held a short knife and quietly felt his way towards the 2 armed guards. The 2 guards were defenseless and had their throats wiped and the guns in their hands taken away. It's actually an M416. Chao Tianxian's face showed joy. The Dragon Kingdom has extremely strict controls on guns. In the Ministry of Patrol Martial Arts, Blue and Purple Patrol Martial Ambassadors are not qualified to be armed, and only Patrol Martial Ambassadors at the level of Black Pattern and above can be armed. The Golden Dagger must have paid a small price to get these 2 M416s into the Dragon Kingdom, but it's all cheap now. Chao Tianxian took the M416 and aimed it at the guard leader's back. Ta-da-da-da-da. A barrage of bullets went down, and the leader of the guards was instantly sifted. All those, God forbid, roll around and dodge bullets scenarios in the movies are a lie. Like the M416, the bullet speed can reach 900 meters per second, as long as the aim is accurate. Below the level of combat soldiers, it is impossible to avoid. After resolving the strongest guard leader, Chao Tianxian didn't pretend anymore and directly jumped out and started sweeping at the remaining guards. Ta-da-da-da-da. Before the guards could get over the shock of their leader's death, they were hit with a head-on attack and suffered heavy losses. Chao Tianxian didn't delay and ran straight to the 4th floor. Not a moment after he left, the raging lake came towards the 5th level. The surviving guards were terrified when they saw water beginning to fill under their feet and rising rapidly. What's the situation? Never mind the situation. Inform Lord Robka quickly. There was one guard who still had his sanity. The few remaining people scrambled to make a move, but no one noticed that a huge shadow was following the current, quietly appearing. Base 07, 2nd floor, inside an office. Several of the base's senior management gathered together, and they had a handful of information on which was clearly information about Chao Tianxian and the others. Robka said with a serious face, I just learned through my insider that Jia Xiu's team has an ambassador from the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts. His voice rose abruptly. Gentlemen, things are far more serious than we thought. Jia Xiu may have been controlled by the Rangers, and may have even betrayed the organization and helped the Rangers infiltrate us. We should have him arrested and interrogated immediately, instead of wasting time setting up some trap and playing detective over the top. At those words, all the people were stony-faced. At that moment, a white-robed middle-aged man slowly spoke. That Martial Patrol Envoy is but the lowest-ranked blue-stripe Martial Patrol Envoy, hardly subject to the restraints of the Martial Patrol Ministry. It's also impossible for the Martial Patrol Department to send such a low-level existence to sneak into our area. Following Jia Xiu this time, it might be that person's personal behavior. Besides, everything you just said about this is all speculation on your part. You have no proof at all. Robka raged. Evidence? Smith, we're not the Dragon State Police. What evidence do we need? Smith sighed helplessly. Robka, I actually understand what you're saying, but Dr. Helen sighed. You know, at the mention of Helen, it was as if everyone was stuck in the neck and couldn't make a sound. In addition to being a top researcher of the Golden Dagger, Helen was also the station chief of Base 07. Moreover, she held an extremely high position in the high circle group behind the Golden Dagger. If she hadn't been there to protect Jashu, they wouldn't have cared about the evidence and would have been on electrotherapy. How could Robka not know this? It was because of this knowledge that he had approached the crowd, hoping that they would all join together to put pressure on Helen. I didn't realize that the gang were all goons and none of them dared to offend Helen. Smith comforted the crowd. Dr. Helen is not unsuspecting. If Jia Xiu makes a move this night, he will inevitably be exposed. At that time, Dr. Helen will make the right decision. Now, the crowd could only look on the bright side. This operation, but it's led by Captain Kalen himself. With his strength, there will definitely be no problem. That's right, I've heard that he's already reached the peak of the late stage of the mortal transformation realm. and he's just one step away from that realm. Smith laughed, just to be on the safe side. I also had him bring two M416s. For these two guns, I paid a big price. Each part was shipped individually and reassembled when they arrived within the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd nodded, feeling that Smith was well thought out. Only Robka bristled with disdain. Suddenly, Robka's walkie-talkie went off, and when it was connected, the guard's anxious voice came from inside. Lord Robka, it's no good, the base is flooded. Water? Where's the water? I don't know, but the water seems to be coming up from the 6th level. The office was instantly in an uproar. The 6th floor was where the experimental subjects were stored, and half of the Golden Sword's belongings were in there. If something goes wrong, all of them will have to suffer. Robka said angrily, where's the Cullen? Wasn't he in the neighborhood? What's he doing when something so big happens? Lord Cullen sacrificed. How is that possible? Karen is the peak of the late stage of the metamorphosis realm, the strongest existence in the base besides Helen. The enemy sneaked up behind us and took the gun, and Lord Cullen was killed by him with it. The atmosphere in the office was stagnant. A top-tier powerhouse like Karen had actually died before throwing a single punch. The crowd couldn't help but feel sorry and stifled. Robka yelled, Smith, look what you've done. I. Smith's face turned red and he couldn't hold his tongue for half a day. The crowd looked at him with disgust. If Smith hadn't been a pure white midi, people would have suspected him of being undercover. Suddenly, over the intercom, there were screams of terror from the guards. Aha! Monster! 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 Hey, what's going on? Hey! Robka shouted. But on the walkie-talkie, after a few screams in succession, there was only the sound of zipping electricity. Various speculations and options for dealing with the situation at hand were put forward, and the office was soon in an uproar. Robka tapped the table. Don't argue, Smith. You go inform Dr. Helen immediately. The rest of you, gather all the guards and follow me. With that, he led the way out of the office. Smith froze in place, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the alarm bells were ringing loudly in Base 07, plunging it into chaos. Chao Tianchen was a fish out of water. He was armed with twin guns, and when he saw a member of the Golden Sword he was a doozy. These people, it's better if they're all dead. At the same time, he used the Scarlet Pact to contact the others and agree on a meeting place. Although everyone was very shocked by Chao Tianchen's tactics, they still rushed towards the gathering place. At the entrance to the second level of the passageway, Chao Tianchen meets up with Guochan, Norimori Zao, and Kajikohan Yairo, head gardener. What's the situation now? Guochan grabbed Chao Tianchen's hand, her small face slightly white. Chao Tianchen didn't have time to answer her and asked the crowd, has anyone seen Jiaxiu? The crowd shook their heads. Chao Tianchen immediately activated the Scarlet Pact and prepared to finish off Jiaxiu. The latter knew too many of his secrets, and whether he defected or not, he preferred to believe it or not. Just then, a guard led by Robka passed by. The two sides collided head-on. Chao Tianchen immediately terminated the activation of the pact and turned to shoot towards Robka and the others. Facing Chao Tianchen's sudden attack, the guards were caught off guard, and screams continued to ring out. Robka finds cover and manages to escape. However, when they looked back, the guards had fallen by a small half, and there was even a late metamorphosis level powerhouse who had fallen on the spot. Fark! What Robaka wanted to greet the most right now wasn't Chao Tianchen, but Piggyback Smith. If it wasn't for this stupid pig's trollish maneuver, which indirectly gave away two M416s to the other side, how could he be so passive? We can't delay any longer. We need to get to the main control room and open the drain valve, or the entire Base 07 is doomed. Robka gritted her teeth and took out a purple pill. It's not perfect yet, but we can't care less when it comes down to it. Swallowing the pill, Robka let out a beastly hiss as his body began to mutate. His face and ears became long and pointed. His hands turned into sharp claws. His muscles jumped up a notch, and he had blood-red hair growing on his body. I didn't expect Lord Robka to use this bottom card. This is a sure thing. The guards were instantly confident. This was the crystallization of their base's wisdom, a special drug that could increase strength by several times. Alteration drug. Biological warrior Red Werewolf. You guys wait here for me. Equally confident was Robaka, who gave a dashing explanation and lunged towards Chao Tianchen. Looking at the incoming Robocop, Chao Tianchen instantly recognized that this was none other than Midiai's artificial alien technology, and the prototype seemed to be the same Wolf King that he had just captured. Chao Tianchen raised his gun and fired. However, the speed of the transformed werewolf Robaka was extremely fast, and he was unable to capture his opponent's figure, shooting blanks one after another. Robaka sneered, a mere early stage of the metamorphosis level, just showing off with two guns. When you run out of bullets, that's when you'll die. Chao Tianchen didn't pay any attention and continued to shoot. Roboka avoids it easily though and keeps coming back. It didn't take long for the magazines of the two M416s to pop out one after another, while Robocop had already forced his way to Chao Tianshan's front. Chao Tianshan pulls the trigger and attempts to force Roboka back with a false shot, but Roboka recognizes it. Dumbass with no common sense. The M416 is an automatic rifle, and the clip automatically ejects when it's empty. Go fuck yourself, kid. Robocop swung out his sharp claws, a ferocious light in his eyes. Head gardener, be careful, Guo-chan and the others exclaimed. Facing Robocop's overwhelming attack, Chao Tianshan did not panic at all and directly swung his fist to meet it. Stormblood rage. Fists and claws clashed, only to hear a bang sound. Robocop instantly flew backwards, after hitting a pile of objects, ruthlessly smashed into the wall. The head gardener is mighty, Guo-chan and Dian Shuzu exclaimed excitedly as they breathed a sigh of relief. To actually crush a late stage of the mortal transformation realm with an early stage of the mortal transformation realm, Kaji Kohaneru was shocked beyond belief. Unlike the other two, who were completely ignorant of the battle power system, he was well aware of the significance of Chao Tianshan's victory. That's across 2 levels. Under normal circumstances, the difference in attributes is 10 times, or even more. Originally, I thought that the head gardener's strength came all from those animals, so it seems that I was still too naive. Kaji Kohaneru grew more and more adoring inside. The other side. The guard's eyes dropped out in shock at the sight. God, is it just my eyes? Lord Robka actually lost. Lord Roboka is in the late stage of the transformation realm, and his strength can reach 40 times that of a normal person after wolf humanization. He can even lose. It seems like it's still being crushed. That person's strength shouldn't be at the celestial realm, right? Robka struggled to hold onto the wall, the intense pain making his face pale as beads of sweat slid down his face. Judging from the exchange of blows just now, the opponent's strength was at least 3 times more than his. His aura is clearly at the early stage of the mortal transformation realm. How could he possess this kind of power? Robka even wondered if the wolf humanization had weakened him. Nope. Maybe the brat is just overpowered. Otherwise he would have just shot. Why bother with a gun? Lord Robka, look out! Hearing the shouts of his men, Robaka snapped back to his senses. The scene in front of him instantly sent chills down his spine, only to see that Chao Tianshan actually inserted the magazine back into the gun and pulled the trigger towards him again, with a sinister smile on his face. Bang! Bang! Robaka tried his best to dodge, but he still took 2 shots. But fortunately, his physical qualities had skyrocketed after transforming into a werewolf, and these 2 shots weren't enough to kill him. The guards immediately sent Robokala to safety. Robka looked terrified and muttered under his breath. First, he ejected the clip, tricking me into thinking the bullets were empty and tricking me into making a move. Then used that weird power to beat me to the point where I can't move. Finally, shoot to unleash the fatal blow. So sinister. Is this the kind of mind a young man of about 20 should have? Think of him as a young man of Middy's age, getting stoned at that age, topping it off with a firefight or something. No way. The Society of the Dragon Kingdom is really sinister. When this operation is over, I must apply for a transfer back to the country no matter what. This thought grew wildly in Robaka's mind. Chao Tianshan's tawdry maneuvers never shocked only his enemies, but also his own people. Head gardener, you still have bullets in your gun? Guo-chan asked with wide almond eyes. Not anymore. Yes? Actually, there's one more. The remaining 3 instantly choked. Chao Tianshan, however, didn't feel the slightest bit bad. I'm doing this to tell you that this society can be very treacherous. Never be fooled by the appearance of things and everything, and have more hearts and more lives. The 3 nodded, but something always felt wrong. What should we do now, Mr. Gardener? In a word, wait. The parties have thus reached a stalemate. Although the guards were stronger than Chao Tianshan and the others on paper, and even had 3 late-stage Metamorphosis Realm members in addition to Roboka, they didn't dare to bet on whether or not there were bullets in Chao Tianshan's gun. Chao Tianshan, on the other hand, was happy to see it happen. As long as White Phosphorus finished devouring those experimental subjects, the victory would inevitably belong to him. After another 15 minutes of waiting, the water had reached the 2nd level. Chao Tianshan frowned slightly. He had just learned through the system that White Phosphorus's mission had actually not yet been completed. An hour and a half had passed since White Scales had entered the 6th floor, and logically, such a long period of time should have swallowed all the experimental bodies long ago. Chao Tianshan suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the White Scales weren't enough after devouring all the experimental subjects? If that's true, that's a big problem. There were at least 300 to 400 experimental subjects in the 6th floor. If that wasn't enough, where was he going to get so many experimental subjects? We can't just feed it the deed spirit, can we? What should I do if I don't satisfy him even if I feed him? Thinking about this, Chao Tianshan was slightly annoyed inside. Suddenly, he looked across the room at the guards and muttered under his breath, "Try again. If it doesn't work, then we'll see." Chao Tianqian shouted. "International friends on the other side. I don't think it's a good idea for us to freeze like this. Why don't I propose that we go our separate ways and not interfere with each other? I see that you guys are in a hurry, as if you have something to do as well." Robaka's heart fluttered. Right now, opening the drain valve was the top priority, and as for these guys, even if they were let go, with the Golden Dagger's ability, they would be able to find them sooner or later. "I agree, but you have to drop the gun you're holding." Robka was tucking in his mind's eye now. "My dear friend, are you kidding me? What if I throw the gun away and you guys turn against me? My teachers have taught me since I was a child that the MIDI can be very dangerous, and I'm not so sure about your modesty." Hearing this, Robaka's lungs exploded. "What fucking teacher taught you that? Sinister? You're a real bastard. How can it be any more dangerous than you people in the Dragon Kingdom? I'm a pure white rabbit compared to you guys." Thinking of the task on his back, Robka still held back the anger. "How about this? You take the gun. How about we go around in a circle and take our time?" "Okay, you go clockwise, I'll go counterclockwise," Chao Tianqian said. In this way, both sides moved slowly around the circle like squeezing toothpaste. Luckily, both sides were really up to something and eventually just stopped pretending and ran in their respective directions. Base 07. Third basement level. The layer has been filled with lake water. The guards are wearing diving equipment and are feeling their way to the main control room. For some reason, all the lighting fixtures along the way were damaged, which greatly increased the difficulty of their search. The lake is muddy. Even with a flashlight in hand, visibility was still poor, with floating debris that occasionally gave the illusion of seeing huge shadows. Fear spread in the hearts of the crowd. "Lord Robka, what? Why is there no one here?" Listening to his men's inquiries in his headset, Robaka's heart went straight to his chest. The first floor of Base 07 is the conventional laboratory. The second floor contains conference rooms and guest rooms, and the third floor contains the accommodation area and various control rooms. As a rule, late at night, most people should be back in their accommodations resting. Even if you're dead, there should be a body floating out. There shouldn't be no one. Maybe everyone escaped. Robka said a reason she didn't even believe. The idea of returning to her home country reinforcing itself once again within her. "Lord Robka, come and see," one of the guards suddenly screamed, startling Robka. "What are you screaming about blindly?" By the time Robka got to where the guard was pointing, a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, only to see that there was a section of depression in the wall of a long corridor, and within the depression were regular lines, as if they were left behind by the traveling of some gigantic creature. Everyone involuntarily gulped. It couldn't be that some of the experiments are super mutated, could it? Like in the movie Resident Evil, or a giant man-eating shark, a sea monster, an alien, or a giant beast of the lake. The unlucky kid who opened his mouth got beat up by the crowd, which was scary enough, and then you bleeped on about it. What's the point of panicking? Is mutation really that easy? How come our experiments are progressing so slowly? The way I see it, it's entirely a case of poor quality work at the base, with dents in the walls from water ingress. Robka forced a wave of explanation before urging the crowd to hurry up. Luckily, the rest of the operation went well, as the group found the main control room and activated the drain valve switch. Woo! With a roar, the base's drainage system began to function, and the surrounding water began to move in one direction. Move! Robaka took the lead and swam outside. He didn't want to stay in this hellhole for a moment longer. Suddenly, everything around them began to tremble, followed by a tremor that grew so great that the entire Base 07 shook twice. The vibrations died down and the guards were swept away. The flashlights in the hands of the crowd flickered and dimmed, and finally lost their light, and many of the team members were directly lost in the darkness. "Peter, Robert, James," Robka shouted, but there was only the sound of zippy electricity in her headset. Soon, something worse happened. Robka sensed that the flow of water was starting to get confused, which meant that the drain valve had stopped working. Is it hard to believe that? The drain valve was sabotaged by something? Robka suddenly remembered that he had heard the report of the monster from his men in his office earlier, only at the time he had been so focused on Jashu that he hadn't taken it seriously. It can't really be that we've encountered some super mutated creature, can it? Robka's heart suddenly raced. The sudden appearance of a bright light confirmed his suspicions, only to see a behemoth slowly appeared from the darkness. Its hideous head forked out into 4 small horns, and had fin-like parts on its neck, with a vague electric light running all over its body. If Chao Tianqian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this behemoth was the white scale. It has already transformed into an augur. God, is this a snake? Or a dragon? The guards were all frozen in place in fear, unable to even breathe. They finally understood why there was not a single person on this level. 80% of them had gone into the belly of this giant beast. The white scales moved as fast as a swimming dragon, swallowing 2 guards in an instant. Seeing this scene, the survival instincts of the crowd were suddenly stimulated, and they desperately fled. Some people just took off their wetsuits to save weight, and when others saw this, they followed suit. Robka also took off his wetsuit, the sharp pain from the shot wound arising from the erosion of the cold lake water. But at the moment he couldn't care less about it at all. White Scales looked at the fleeing crowd, and a flash of humanized teasing flashed across his vertical pupils, only to see its body twisted. The part similar to a fish's fin shot out a powerful electric current, and a few unlucky people were instantly electrocuted and floated in the water. A wave of dizziness arose after White Scale used the move. At the same time, a voice rang in its head, as if guiding it to obey some being. Roar! The White Scales chirped angrily, and fierce light erupted from their vertical pupils. No, it is the first dragon in this world. It is a great being like a god. It will never obey anyone. Never! The White Scales forced that voice out of their minds, and the fierce light in their vertical pupils increased. Flesh and blood, flesh and blood, flesh and blood. It needed to devour more flesh and blood and evolve into a higher level of existence in order to be free of that voice's control. White Scale swallowed the passed-out guard and flew after the rest. The other side. Chao Tianxian had just arrived at the first floor when he encountered a gun-wielding enemy. This man is none other than Robka's piggyback friend, Smith. Both sides immediately went into a holding pattern. This foreign friend, it's not a good idea for us to stay frozen like this. How about this? On the count of 3, we drop our guns at the same time and go our separate ways. How about that? Faced with Chao Tianxian's offer, Smith's eyes gurgled. Although there were 4 people on the other side, it was 1 mid-metamorphosis level plus 3 early metamorphosis levels, and he was in the late metamorphosis level. Instead of fighting with a gun, he had more of an advantage. Besides, he could have just dispensed with the martial virtues and not thrown his gun at the end of the day and just taken out all the opponents in one pike. As long as he could solve these intruders, even if the organization held him accountable when the time came, he would be able to take the credit for it. Maybe he'd get a commendation from the organization for dumping the pot on RoboCop again. Smith almost laughed out loud at the thought, but he managed to hold it back with his strong willpower. I agree, but I'll have to do the counting. Good. Chao Tianxian nodded. The corners of Smith's mouth fluttered slightly. Young man, let's show you the perils of society. Then I'll start counting. 1. Bang! As soon as Smith's words fell, Chao Tianxian pulled the trigger and shot him through the heart. You. Blood gurgled from Smith's mouth, disbelief filling his face. He had thought that he had been unkind enough, but he hadn't realized that the other party was even more unkind than he was. Asshole. Smith was, after all, in the late stage of the metamorphosis realm, and did not die immediately, and between the return of light, he attempted to pull on 2 cushions, but there was no one in sight. It turned out that Chao Tianxian had long ago told the others about the plan using his mind transmission, and the 4 of them hid at the first opportunity. Smith eventually collapsed in an unwilling death. Chao Tianxian added a flying dagger from afar, and only came out to clean up the battlefield after making sure Smith was dead through an M416 with 3 boxes of magazines. Not bad at all. Just then, the entire base suddenly experienced a huge tremor. Boom! The tremors are over. Chao Tianxian frowned as a bad feeling rose in his heart. At that moment, the system sent a series of messages. Warning! Warning! There are Covenant spirits who are resisting the Covenant. Started to determine the completion of tasks. It has been determined that the mission has been accomplished. The system will take coercive measures. In mandatory covenants. Warning! Warning! Forced contract failed. Warning! Forced contract failure. Chao Tianxian's face turned green. That said, aren't all systems supposed to be kind of invincible? Isn't this a shame? The system continues to send messages. In the analysis of the causes of failure, results are available. Special mental skills exist in the deeded spirit, and the mental power is more than 10 times that of the host. The system is therefore inoperable. Chao Tianxian's eyes widened. So it's still my problem? Forget about it. Don't talk about such nonsense. Think of a solution. Mission refreshed. The system will slightly increase the difficulty of the task. After the mission is completed, the system will unleash a higher intensity pact. Plants, I can't believe I have to do it again? Chao Tianxian was almost about to throw in the towel and quit, but on second thought, he thought that even the system could fight against it, so wouldn't White Scale's contract be worth more? Moreover, it also possessed the special skill of increasing mental power. You know, in the future, anything that can increase mental power is an existence that the world is crazy about. This was because the strength of spiritual power was related to the strength of the alien's ability to use his or her powers. If the process of releasing psychic energy was compared to firing a cannon, then spiritual power was like the caliber of a cannon. The larger the caliber, the more powerful it is. So be it, support the bold and starve the timid. Let's do it. Chao Tianxian thought for a moment and decided to sacrifice that Wolf King in the deeded spirit space. It was a bit of a bummer, but it would have to do for now. Furthermore, Chao Tianxian did not act rashly. The greater the gain, the greater the risk. He couldn't estimate to what extent White Scale's strength had increased after devouring so many experimental subjects. He also needs to make some preparations to ensure that the operation is foolproof. Chao Tianxian searched for the secret passage to the surface and brought the remaining 3 to the surface. Brother Shuzu, little cicada, whatever comes out of the exit later, you guys just shoot it. Half-Rai-san, you, just see what happens. Chao Tianxian finished his explanation, dropped the 2 guns, and returned to the first floor alone. Once again coming to the first floor, Chao Tianxian couldn't help but frown. The lake had come up and produced at least 10 centimeters of standing water. It's too late to delay. Chao Tianxian immediately activated the contract, sensing the location of the white scales, and within a moment, he locked it down. Next, he summoned Flametail and assigned it a task. Flametail, this operation is dangerous. You have to be more careful. If you can't, just send me a message and I'll force you back. According to the plan, Flametail was needed to first introduce White Scale to the secret passage to the surface. This step is critical. Only if this step was successful could Chao Tianxian's subsequent operations be implemented. Squeak! Flametail barked twice to indicate that it was fine, then whooshed out. Watching Flametail disappear from view, Chao Tianxian took a deep breath, then lurked and waited quietly. After about half a bell, the water was up to his knees, and there was finally movement from the distant promenade. Flametail scurried out ahead of him. However, it wasn't the white scales that followed it, but 4 humans with a hasty look. Chao Tianxian gazed at it, and there was actually his old acquaintance, Robka, inside. Ha, quite a life. The words just fell. A hideous beast was seen chasing out from behind the 4, and in a single lunge, swallowed the guard who was running at the end. This is White Scale? Chao Tianxian was shocked. The current White Scale was thicker than when he first saw it. The point is, it has a big head and horns, and broad fins on both sides of its neck, very much in line with the characteristics of the legendary scaly dragon. It can't be that it's really transforming into an ogre, right? If that's really the case, it would be good if all of my deeded spirits combined could fight it 50-50. Chao Tianxian's eyes grew hotter. Such a strong deeded spirit, one must have it. At this time, the 3 robocopters had already run out of the long corridor to an open area, and they began to split up and run away in order to take a greater probability of survival. Chao Tianxian immediately raised his M416. He couldn't let the white scales be led elsewhere, or he would be in big trouble. Caught off guard, the 3 robocas fell down with 1 bullet after another. The white scales immediately caught up and swallowed the 3 one by one. Chao Tianxian then took the opportunity to shift his position. He was secretly glad that he still had a good supply of bullets from the Good Samaritan. Otherwise it wouldn't have been easy to cut off the 3 men. At this point, the white scale shifted its gaze towards Flametail. It could sense that there was a special energy in this monkey. As long as it ate it, it would definitely be able to further itself. However, intuition again told White Scale that he might encounter danger if he continued to chase this monkey. Its intuition had been spot on ever since it ate that strange fruit as a young child, saving it countless times. To chase or not to chase? The white scales wavered for a moment, the greedy nature and the born spirit pulling against each other. Squeak! Just then, Flametail threw a rock at White Scale and made a face. Faced with such a provocation, the white scale's brutal beast nature instantly took over, and it twisted its body and lunged towards Flametail. Flametail made a jump and easily dodged this attack, then let out a sharp cry as if mocking White Scale's incompetence. Roar! The white scales grew more and more irritated, and pursued him closely. Flametail's agile stance and maneuvering position teased the latter with ease. Good job, Flametail! Chao Tianxian praised a sentence in his heart and hurriedly climbed towards the eaves of the wall above the entrance of the secret passage. Climbed the eaves of the wall. Chao Tianxian took out a bottle of potion and sprayed it on himself. This potion was provided by Kajiko Hanaru and not only hides the scent, but also shields it from infrared perception. However, Chao Tianxian didn't take it lightly as he kept his body close to the wall to minimize the possibility of exposure. Flametail, draw it in. Receiving Chao Tianxian's mind transmission, Flametail began to guide White Scale towards the entrance of the secret passage. On the eaves of the wall, looking at the white scales that were swimming rapidly, Chao Tianxian's heart couldn't stop beating. His current position was extremely dangerous. If he was discovered by the white scales, the latter would be able to reach it by raising his head. When it really came to that, he might not even have the chance to summon a deed spirit to resist. Luckily, the white scales had already been overwhelmed by anger, and completely failed to notice Chao Tianchen on the eaves of the wall, following Flametail and diving headlong into the secret passage. Chao Tianchen breathed a sigh of relief at this. Instead, he immediately forcefully recalled Flametail and then launched the summoning again, placing the biochemical giant wolf where Flametail had just been. After Chao Tianchen advanced to the metamorphosis realm, not only did the deeded spirit space increase in size, the size of the space gate and the distance to summon it also increased. It has come to a radius of 50 meters. Chao Tianchen finished replacing Flametail and biochemical giant wolf at the limit position. Inside the secret passage, the white scales were stunned into a stagnant form. He was obviously a monkey before. How did he suddenly turn into a wolf? But White Scale hesitated for just a second before pouncing towards the biochemical giant wolf once again. This was because it heatedly realized that the special energy on this wolf was actually even more dense. The poor biochemical giant wolf had just turned awake, and his brain was still a little sore, when he was bitten by the white scales, and immediately let out a miserable scream. It was also the second that the white scale stalled that Chao Tianchen completed the final crucial step outside the secret passage. Summon! Chao Tianchen unfolded the huge space door, but what he summoned was not the deed spirit, but the small three-story building in the space of the deed spirit. It is said to be a small building, but it is also a 10-meter-high reinforced concrete structure that weighs 1,000 tons. Boom! With a loud crash, the small three-story building came down hard, crushing part of White Scale's torso that was exposed outside the secret passage. Roar! The White Scales let out a miserable scream, the pupils of the snake glaring out in pain. The biochemical giant wolf, which had already lost half of its life, sensed a glimmer of life as it struggled and eventually escaped with a broken leg. However, just as it managed to run out of the secret passage, Guo-chan and Den Shouzo, who had been in ambush for a long time, immediately opened fire. After all, the biochemical giant wolf was still in the category of ordinary creatures, and after being shot at by the two M416s, it died instantly. Its corpse also lost its center of gravity and rolled down towards the secret passage. Inside the secret passage, the white scale, which was pinned halfway down, was in so much pain that it went berserk, and it attacked everything it could see indiscriminately. And at that moment, the body of the biochemical giant wolf rolled right down. The white scales took it as the culprit and immediately bit on it, then frantically tore at it, causing blood to splatter all over the secret passage. Hearing the commotion, Chao Tianchen hurriedly skipped. The secret passageway wasn't considered big, but it was big enough to accommodate White Scale to turn back again. He didn't want to capsize at this last moment. After a bit of waiting, White Scale swallowed the biochemical giant wolf. A message came from the system as well. Mission accomplished. Indeed. Warning. Warning. The deed spirit is resisting the deed. Chao Tianchen thought to himself. At this point, the White Scale sensed the source of the contract and turned back towards Chao Tianchen. But Chao Tianchen had long ago ducked far away. Coupled with the suppression of a small three-story building, the White Scales could only stare at Chao Tianchen in impotent fury. Immediately afterward, a message came from the system. This time, the strength of the Covenant will be upgraded. Compulsory packs in. Chao Tianchen was instantly relieved. Under the system's strong suppression, White Scale's resistance began to weaken. Just when Chao Tianchen thought that he had accomplished a great feat, the White Scale's entire body erupted with horrifying electric light, provoking the surrounding rubble to fly about, and even cracks appeared on the small three-story building. Meanwhile, the hidden danger of water pooling on the ground finally became apparent. The weight of the small three-story building was alleviated by the buoyancy of the water, and the White Scales frantically twisted their bodies with the intention of escaping from the three-story building's suppression. Chao Tianchen's heart seized up. The house was in a mess, and the system, which he had high hopes for, was frantically sending out messages. Warning! Warning! The deeded spirit is undergoing an unknown metamorphosis. Spirit rising again. The spirit has risen again. The system is about to become unsuppressible. Fuck! Chao Tianchen greeted the system, then took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. There! Chao Tianchen pulled out the prop that he had spit out countless times, the possessed spirit contract. Man, I finally realize why you're an A+ prop. It's all about you in the end. Give it some power. At the end of this wave, I'll hail you as SSS+. Afterwards, the possessed spirit contract was launched towards the White Scales. The possessed spirit contract did not disappoint Chao Tianchen, allowing him to instantly seize control of the White Scales' body. Although the White Scales instantly counterattacked with their strong spiritual power, the time pulled in between was enough for the system to force the contract to be completed. Mission accomplished. Satisfaction rating, no rating. Comments off on my life is my destiny. Just don't obey. It's okay. It's okay. There's a scare. Chao Tianchen took a long breath. Immediately afterward, he was so excited inside that he couldn't let out a long whistle. He immediately tapped on White Scale's message, wanting to know just how strong it was. Spirit, White Scale, Prodigal Kick. Race, Thunder Scaly. Psychic ability, Thunderbolt. Skills, Heavenly King's Capital. True Dragon's Breath. Thunderbolt Envoy, different controls thunder and lightning. Title of the King of Heaven. Quilt. The unit has stood at the apex of the king and has 10 times the base attributes of its peers. True Dragon's Breath. Past. The unit possesses a hint of True Dragon's Breath, and the effect of all mental power bonuses received is enhanced by 1500%. The final kick. The unit has undergone several metamorphoses and is just 1 foot away from breaking through a certain bottleneck. Once it crosses over, it will become an unspeakably terrifying existence. Hiss. Chao Tianxian sucked in a sharp breath of cool air. White Scale's message annotations had 4 entries, and the entries did not have the word oxymoron in them, but they said oxymoron in every word. The first is the psychic ability, Deacon's Thunderbolt Envoy. The White Scale had released electrical currents before, so it had this supernatural ability, which Chao Tianxian had mentally expected. But it's one thing to have expectations and another to actually see them. Although the evolutionary glory had been able to affect Blue Star, he still found it hard to believe that there were actually creatures that had awakened their powers at this stage. This is no longer the usual bull. This is the bull in Wang Wei's poem. As for the strength of the Deacon's Messenger, it goes without saying, apart from space and time, the absolute NO, one in the same family of supernatural abilities. Next, it's the Heavenly King's Capital. A Beast King with that qualification was known as a Heavenly King class Beast King. A Heavenly King class Beast King was in existence of a higher level than an Upper Beast King. However, the gap between a Heavenly King level Beast King and an Upper Beast King was even greater than the gap between an Upper Beast King and an ordinary Beast King. If an Upper Beast King was able to fight 5-1 against an ordinary Beast King, then a Heavenly King level Beast King would be able to fight 10-1 against an Upper Beast King. As for humans, what the hell is that? It's not even worthy of being a unit of measurement for its battle power. Chao Tianxian couldn't help but sigh a little. In his previous life, as a small regional leader, he hadn't even come into contact with an Upper Beast King, let alone a Heavenly King level Beast King. But now, there was a Heavenly King level Beast King minion. It was still really dreamy. Also, because of skill sharing, the Heavenly King's talent overwrote the original King's talent. Chao Tianxian's full attributes were once again raised. The attribute values compared to an ordinary person were, in order, 52 times the strength, 26 times the constitution, 26 times the agility, and 26 times the defense. In terms of physical quality, he had already surpassed the late stage of the metamorphosis level. Attributes of late metamorphosis level are 18-24 times that of a normal person. And then next, it's True Dragon's Breath. This skill could be said to have caused Chao Tianxian to suffer, and even the system had planted itself. True Dragon's Breath enhances mental strength by 15 times. It was important to realize that mental strength was not only related to the power of the powers, but also to the ability to resist abnormal states. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the ability to resist abnormal states, and the system's contract is inflicting a mental type of anomaly, just perfectly restrained by True Dragon Breath. However, after Chao Tianxian shared the acquisition of the True Dragon's Breath, this situation ceased to exist. His spiritual power would become no less than White Scales, and the latter could only be suppressed no matter how much he disliked it. And finally, there's this, the proverbial kick in the pants. A similar situation had occurred with Jail Teeth, which was actually a harbinger of metamorphosis. However, according to the system description, the intensity of White Scale's metamorphosis definitely exceeded that of Prison Teeth. The White Scale was already extremely heaven-defying, and if it were to metamorphose again, Chao Tianxian simply couldn't imagine it. I missed you so much after that night's farewell. Chao Tianxian walked towards White Scale with a smile on his face. The White Scales, however, did not appreciate it and bit over with a roar. It clearly remembers that it was this human who did this to it. Against all odds, Chao Tianxian snorted coldly and activated the contract to suppress it. The White Scales instantly fell to the ground in agony, wailing. A closer look could reveal that its entire body was glowing with strange runes. These runes were like tightening spells, torturing White Scale's flesh and spirit extremely harshly, and also increasing their strength as time went by. When had White Scale ever suffered such pain? It didn't take long for him to beg for mercy from Chao Tianxian. However, Chao Tianxian didn't stop. Instead, he increased his pressure. Snakes are inherently cold-blooded animals, cruel and inhumane by nature, and should never be treated as gently as other deity spirits. Only when the White Scales were tortured to the point of weakness did Chao Tianxian stop. Next, he took out a molting pill. After a slap, it is natural to give a sweet date. Seeing the transformation pill, the White Scale's eyes instantly glowed. Even the torture they had suffered before was thrown out of their minds. However, intimidated by Chao Tianshan's lustful authority, it did not rush forward and just waited in place. That's more like it. Chao Tianshan nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't require the white scales to become submissive immediately, but this was certainly a good start. Here, the white scales couldn't wait to eat the metamorphosis pill and then revealed an excited expression. Elixir, it's an immortal pill. I want more. Elixir? Chao Tianshan was slightly stunned, almost forgot that this guy had been seeking immortality to come, so to speak. Wouldn't this kind of elixir be very attractive to it? So, once again, he pulled out a molten mortal pill. The white scales couldn't take their eyes off of it at once. It then looked at Chao Tianshan again, lowering its head and sending out a prayer. Chao Tianshan smiled faintly, but he put away the mortal transformation pill again. White scale, Chao Tianshan said. White scale, I'll hide this from you even now. This immortal formation pill was gifted by an immortal, and I've spent a great deal of money to get it, so I can't give it to you so easily. Risking one's life to hang up accounts in the Flowing Cloud sect is not a great price to pay. White scale hurriedly pursued. What would it take, then, to give it to me? Chao Tianshan didn't answer, but shook his head. Seeking immortality, the first thing is sincerity of heart. Your current heart is not sincere enough to take this elixir. White scale pressed again. What does it take to be considered a sincere heart? Chao Tianshan had an inscrutable look on his face. This kind of thing needs to be experienced by yourself. After saying that, without waiting for the white scales to react, he took it back into the deed spirit space. Inside the deeded spirit space, the white scale was stuck in bitter thought, thanks to its lack of arms and legs, otherwise it would have to scratch its ears. Seeing this, the corners of Chao Tianshan's mouth spread into a bizarre arc. What makes a good heart? Nonsense. Of course it's not sincere until he's satisfied. This move is actually a basic operation for scummy women. First throw out a seemingly answerable but not answerable question, and then pull repeatedly through this question, constantly lowering the other side's bottom line, and then finally close the net. He had suffered from it once, but he didn't think he could actually use it today. Just as Chao Tianshan was about to call it a day, he suddenly remembered something. Right, where's my quest reward? It shouldn't have been swallowed by the system. Right, system? Don't play dead, come out quickly. The system replies to the message. This mission is evaluated as no rating. No mission reward. No rating, is that my problem? It's clearly you who don't give a damn. What the hell? Such a crotch-pulling system is simply unheard of. And what about the strongest spirit contract system? Actually being suppressed by the contract spirit. TSK, aren't you ashamed? Chao Tianshan caught the system in a frenzy of output. The system finally couldn't top it. In view of the host's perfect use of the deeded spirit space this time, the system will give one special reward. Special rewards have been issued. Please check with the host. The system will be on standby for a period of time. Do not disturb. Special rewards? Once Chao Tianshan thought about it, he knew the reason. It was probably because the system didn't want to admit its mistake, so it gave him compensation in this way. That's fine. Chao Tianshan was a truthful person, and after receiving the benefits, he no longer pursued the matter and began to check out the special rewards. Special reward, Spacegate Advancement Manual. Spacegate Advancement Manual. Your space door can now set anchor points, and you can travel through the space door to the anchor point. Your spacegate will have a level, and the level will increase as your realm increases. The higher the level, the more anchor points you can set. Spacegate LV. 2, Anchor Point, 1/2. Anchor Point 1, Deeded Spirit Space, locked. Anchor 2, none, configurable. Chao Tianshan mastered the usage of the advanced version of the spacegate after a little attempt. Setting up an anchor point and then finger space travel. In that case, wouldn't I be able to go and impersonate a space alien? Chao Tianshan was satisfied with this new ability. After he packed up, he was ready to meet up with Guo Chan and the others. Suddenly, a weak cry for help came from not far away. Someone? Chao Tianshan followed the sound and searched for it, finding a dark silhouette whose thighs were still pressed down by the stone slabs. When the figure saw him, it was as if he had seen a lifesaver. Tenchun Kuan, save me. You're MS. Misty Chaco? Chao Tianshan suddenly remembered that when he summoned the small 3-story building, he seemed to have forgotten to put Sakuraji Machako outside first. Seeing that Chao Tianshan recognized her, Sakuraji Machako bristled and cried out, "Woohoo!" But Chao Tianshan didn't have the slightest intention of comforting her, but instead scared. He remembered that in the final stage of the contract, the white scale had gone berserk and released a massive amount of electricity, cracking the small 3-story building that held it down. But the building Sakuraji Kirichako was actually not dead, just looking a little charred. Seeing that Chao Tianshan not only didn't offer a helping hand, but instead looked like a monkey watching, Sakuraji Muchachan was so angry that she was trembling all over. However, she didn't blame Chao Tianxian for that. The other side wasn't her own gang of lickspittles, after all, and wouldn't spoil her. Tenchun Kuan, save me, my legs hurt. Oh, Chao Tianxian stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, it's fine to save you. However, you have to give me 100 million. No, 300 million. Ms. Misty Chaco, with your status as a rich girl, getting this amount of money should be a piece of cake, right? His next plan is to go to that closed-down zoo to acquire Lodak the snow lion. When the time comes, it's not enough to have love. You have to be able to express it. $300 million? Why don't you go rob the money? Misty Chaco Sakuragi couldn't help but scream. She is a rich girl is not bad, but the whole family industry is not her alone. Shelling out a few tens of millions is okay, but to shell out 300 million, that is absolutely impossible. Besides, it was still within the Dragon Kingdom. That counts. Chao Tianxian twisted his head and left. Sakuragi Machako instantly panicked. She was still young and didn't want to die so inexplicably. Don't go. I'll give it, okay. Chao Tianxian folded back. Miss Misty Chaco, you can also refuse if it's too difficult for you. After all, I'm a decent person and would never force myself on anyone. Ugh, if you're a decent man, a cow can play the piano. Sakuragi Machako cursed 1,000 times in her heart, but her face remained pitiful. Tenchun Kuan, I'm willing to agree, but I just can't get that much money right now. Well said. I, Chao, am not an unreasonable person. Chao Tianxian expressed his understanding. Just when Sakuragi Misty Chaco thought he was going to make some magnanimous move, the latter fished out a pen and paper from somewhere, wrote a contract of arrears on the spot, and handed it over. Sign it. Sakuragi Muchako looked at this contract of sale, and thought about her own situation, and signed it with a clenched tooth. I can't believe you're not bargaining? When Chao Tianxian saw her signing so easily, he secretly regretted it in his heart. If I had known, I would have added more and more zeros. Alas, it's my ethics that limit me after all. I'm going to get you out of here. Chao Tianxian gripped the side of the stone slab and lifted it with a strong force. Seeing this scene, Sakuragi Machako was filled with shock. This slate looks not big, but at least a few hundred kilograms. She thought that Chao Tianxian will use what tools, did not expect to directly lift the hard lift up. We're all at the early stage of the metamorphosis level. What makes you so awesome? What's wrong with you? Do you want to be in a wheelchair in your next life? Chao Tianxian was a little impatient, and his hand holding the stone slab slightly loosened. Sakuragi Misty Chaco hurriedly climbed out, not caring about her injuries. With the man's nasty disposition, she didn't doubt for a second that he would let go. Chao Tianxian let go of his hand and the stone slab hit the ground with a thud. Chao Tianxian took out more gauze and medicines and began to bandage Sakuragi Machako's wound. This one is now his pocketbook. Misty Chaco Sakuragi stared at his face, transfixed. He's pretty gentle when he's working, Chao Tianxian said. It's wrapped up. Let's go. Sakuragi Misty Chaco blushed and looked at him pitifully. But my legs. Gentlemanly, she thought. The other should be in a princess hug right now. Oh, then you walk slower. Chao Tianxian ignored it, turned around and walked away, and walked very quickly. Sakuragi Misty Chaco went numb with direct human numbness. It was out of his mind to find such a guy gentle. When she came back to her senses, Chao Tianxian had already walked away, and she hurriedly limped to follow. Luckily, she had the strength of an early stage of the metamorphosis level, so it wasn't too difficult to keep up. After following for some distance, Sakuragi Machako asked, Tenchun Kuan, what exactly is this place? Since she had woken up, she had thought she was being held in some kind of prison cell, but now it seemed as if this place was some kind of laboratory. Chao Tianxian blurted out, your Double Chopper Society's covert development of biowarriors was discovered by the High Circle Group. The High Circle Group offered me a big price for you and your senior brother. This is their base. Sakuragi Kirichako suddenly lost her color. In the Golden Sword, while the High Circle Group and their Double Chopper Society have a closer relationship, the Mi Empire and the island behind both sides are more of a father and son relationship. But if the High Circle Group and Papa Mitty find out they're up to no good, it's sure to be hate out of love. Hit them as hard as you can. No. If the High Circle sent you to get us, then what are you doing now? Also, where's my senior brother? Misty Chaco Sakuragi has found a loophole. This base is obviously damaged, and there is no one, so this is not the way to trade. Chao Tianxian had a calm face. Your Double Chopper Society has offered a higher price for me to save you both out again. If you don't believe me, ask your senior brother later. He's already waiting outside. At those words, Sakuragi Misty Chaco was instantly convinced for the most part. Eating the upper house and eating the lower house is in line with the other side's style of doing things. By the way, Chao Tianxian seemed to have remembered something. This time, I encountered a little accident when I went out, and accidentally destroyed the 07 base that belonged under the High Circle group. Base 07. Sakuragi Machako's expression grew alarmed. Base 07 was one of the most important bases underneath the Golden Sword, and it was also the base that the High Circle group valued the most. But now such an important base has been destroyed. The High Circle group wouldn't settle the score on Chao Tianxin's head, but on the Double Chopper Society's head, or even on the head of the island nation. Really, she might as well not want Chao Tianxin to come to her rescue. You, how could you do this? Sakuragi Machako questioned with a trembling voice, full of anger. Chao Tianxin smiled a sunny smile. MS. Misty Chaco, why are you so nervous? All the people in the base have been taken out by me. No one will know. Sakuragi Machachiko's face looked a lot better. As long as the secret of the Double Chopper Society wasn't exposed, it was the worst of the worst. But Chao Tianxin's next words made her heart lift again. MS. Misty Chaco, saving you guys is what I should do, but destroying base 07 is not in my mission. This base is so strong. It took me a lot of effort to destroy it. MS. Misty Chaco, how is this something you have to pay a little extra for? After all, you don't want this secret to be known to the High Circle group either, do you? Chao Tianxin felt that the most important quality of a human being was not to be discouraged when things went wrong. What are you afraid of? Big deal. Blackmail again. The cost. Some indescribable images came to Sakuragi Machako's mind. Next, her ears were red and a wave of humiliation washed over her. But for the sake of the Double Chopper Society and for the sake of the island, no matter how excessive the other party's request was, she could only agree to it. Never mind. He is quite handsome. He is not a loss. Sakuragi Muchachizi comforted himself and nodded gently. Okay, I promise. The corners of Chao Tianxin's mouth were suddenly harder to suppress than AK. Although this thing called money was just paper in the end times, he could first go to the Flowing Cloud sect to pull wool over his eyes. MS. Misty Chaco, then let's have a nice talk. It's not a small price for you to pay. Misty Sakuragi Chaco shielded her hands in front of her and smiled a forced smile. Tenzin-kun, isn't this too much of a rush? I'd like to take a bath first. Even if something happened, she wanted to have a better first experience. And with her all dirty, the experience was bound to be bad. Chao Tianxin, however, thought that she was going to renege on the bill, and immediately his face turned cold. A bath? I don't have the time to let you take a bath. Don't give me that bullshit. You have to give me what I want even if you want to. And even if you don't. Why is this guy so pushy? The point. What's with the rush of color and a sense of dominance? Sakuragi Machako bit her lip and put her hands on the buttons. Her shirt slipped off, and she looked like an egg with its shell peeled off. Her pale skin flushed with the slightest hint of blush in a very seductive way. Chao Tianxin was all confused. Why are you taking off your clothes? Do you want to pay off your debt with your body? Returning to his senses, he hurriedly stopped Misty Chaco Sakuragi. It wasn't that he wasn't moved, but he still had the self-discipline buff hanging on him. You can't bury a lifetime of happiness just because you're craving for a moment's pleasure. In addition, he and Sakuragi Kirichako's positions were naturally opposed to each other, so if they touched each other now, it would inevitably hurt a little to kill them in the future. Put it on. Sakuragi Misty Chaco was filled with doubt. Tenchun-kun, you. Before the words were finished being asked, she realized that perhaps she had misunderstood Chao Tianxin's meaning. People don't have that kind of heart at all. Sakuragi Machako instantly blushed all over her face, wishing to find a crack in the ground. Oh, my god, it's so humiliating. It's just so humiliating. Fortunately, Chao Tianxin didn't dwell on this issue, but once again pulled out a contract of arrears. The amount owed on it is a whopping $10 billion. And it's still dollars. Take a look at it. There's nothing wrong with it. So sign it. Sakuragi Misty Chaco, who still has the heart to care about this, without even looking at it, signed the letter, and then covered her face, not daring to face him at all. Chao Tianxin, on the other hand, put away the contract with satisfaction. Don't just stand there. Let's go. The two entered the secret passageway one after the other, and after a short walk, they saw the exit. Suddenly, Chao Tianxin frowned and stopped. After obtaining the Heavenly King's qualification and the True Dragon's breath, his mental power soared 150 times, and his perception of danger went up several notches. Just as he approached the exit, he detected a strong killing intent. Thinking that Guo-chan and the others were still outside, he hurriedly activated the Scarlet Pact, but he could no longer contact them. Could it be that Xiaochan and brother Shizu have met an untimely end? It can't be. It can't be. A strong sense of self-doubt came over me. He hadn't yet claimed the end times, hadn't yet taken them on a high view. How? How come? Chao Tianxin's eyes erupted with killing intent biting cold. Whoever it was, he was going to make the other side pay. Tenzin-kun, what's wrong with you? In Sakuragi Machako's impression, although Chao Tianchen was ruthless and shameless, he always looked like he was in control. She had never seen him so out of sorts. Nothing, follow me. Chao Tianchen was not overwhelmed by anger. He knew that if he went out through the exit, he might have to be ambushed by the enemy. So, seeking out the passage that Black Mane had dug in the first place, he drilled in. Misty Cheiko Sakuragi was close behind. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was faintly lit. The two came to the surface. Looking to the exit of the secret passage, he found that it had indeed been occupied by several guards and an ambush set up, and Wuchan's three were tied up not far away. Chao Tianchen let out a sigh of relief. It's good that people are okay. Tenzin Kuan, what should we do now? Sakuragi Machako asked nervously. Chao Tianchen handed her a short knife and said, save the people first. Misty Cheiko Sakuragi took the short sword and nodded. Now that she and Chao Tianchen had long been on the same rope, there was naturally no reason to refuse. The two snuck over. Is this how you're going to die? Haven't had a monkey with the head gardener yet. Guo-chan's heart was originally as silent as death when she suddenly felt someone behind her patting herself. Cindy, it's me. Don't talk. Chao Tianchen cut the rope as he spoke. Head gardener? Guo-chan was first delighted. Then with a face full of anxiety, she said, Head gardener, this is a trap. Hurry up. As soon as the words fell, the guards who had just ambushed the front instantly turned around. And at the same time, several figures suddenly appeared at the back. Chao Tianchen and the others were instantly surrounded by the front and back. A few little rats. Finally let me catch you. To actually put my base in such a state, don't think you'll have any good fruit to eat. Dr. Helen walked slowly, flanked by guards, and she was followed by one other person, none other than Jiaxiu, who had lost contact with her. Seeing Chao Tianchen, Jiaxiu revealed some trepidation, but it was quickly forced down by him. Helen stared at Chao Tianchen and sized him up with interest. Chao Tianchen, right, you don't look like a scientific researcher. However, since you were able to create a method to allow communication to be established between biological warriors, I'll consider you a talent. Teach me the method and I can spare you from death. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianchen knew that Jiaxiu hadn't betrayed him, so he gave up his intention of letting his body explode and die. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Helen stretched out her long black silk-clad legs and said, if you're willing to work for our high circle group, I can also give you some extra rewards. Chao Tianchen was speechless. Do you think you're worth a lot of money? Who cares about this kind of reward? Before he could refuse, Guo-chan jumped out. Bah, old woman. How old are you to still wear black silk? No shame. That's it. Sakuragi Machako nodded her head straight. Helen's face instantly grimaced as she looked at the youthful and beautiful two women, jealousy flooding her eyes. It seems you guys don't want to die too painfully. Helen removed a controller and fiddled with it twice. Not far away, a piece of ground began to shake. Rumble. The ground began to slowly rise, and when it was fully raised, it revealed a huge metal silo that was 5 meters high and over 10 meters long. Bang! The metal barn door unfolded, and a pair of giant scarlet pupils suddenly lit up inside. What? What is this? As the first rays of the morning sun fall, the mysterious creature within the door reveals its true colors. It was a supergiant tiger, as tall as a 2-story small building. Its robust and perfect body was like a sculpture, especially the pair of front limbs, with muscles as hard as a rock. The tiger's eyes looked down at the entire field, exuding a terrifying pressure. The entire room instantly froze, too frightened by the giant beast to breathe. At that moment, Helen's smug voice rang out. Humans are too weak after all. Instead of creating those useless bio-warriors, why don't we go create real killing machines? To introduce you to my new toy, a super biochemical Tiger King created by combining biotechnology and chip control data. I will name it Red Poople. For its birth, 100 tiger cubs implanted with special chips need to be selected, injected with reinforcing potions from a young age, and trained to fight and kill other fierce beasts. Finally, then let them kill each other until only one Super Tiger King remains. Helen flicked the controller and the red pupil instantly let out a loud whine. Roar! Wuchan and Sakuragi Kirichako were so pale with fear that they couldn't even stand, while Norimorizo and Kajika Hananara were sweating coldly all over their bodies. Even the guards around Helen were looking fearful, afraid that the giant beast would suddenly attack them. Akatsuki. Chao Tianchen felt that the name was somewhat familiar. Come to think of it, wasn't this their future super hegemon of the Raging Sea Province, the red-eyed Heavenly King? Ha 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 ha. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Good, good, good. He didn't expect that he had just obtained a Heavenly King-class Beast King, and this was another one. It's really not a good idea to get it. Helen was distracted when she saw the look on his face. What are you laughing at? Chao Tianchen stopped laughing. It's nothing. I just wanted to say that, Coincidentally, the new toy. I have it too. As soon as the words fell, an auger dragon broke through the air, its white scales gleaming in the early morning. The white scales coiled up and protected Chao Tianchen and the others in the center, then straightened up their abdomens and erected their pupils to stare at the Super Tiger King in front of them. Roar! The guards looked horrified. Just as his side had summoned a giant tiger, the other side summoned a giant python. A good siege battle, and as a result, they froze and became a marginal part of the battle. Insignificant at all. Some couldn't help but start backing away. When these two behemoths fought, they should not be able to distinguish between enemy and self. If they were affected, there would be no place to talk about it. Roar! Facing White Scale's provocation, Red Hitomi let out an equally furious roar. The two behemoths showed their teeth, both trying to overwhelm each other in terms of aura. The presence of the white scales caused the pressure on Chao Tianxin's side to plummet. Den Shouzo lamented. I didn't realize that the head gardener had such a backhand. That's a given. Kajiko Hanyanro seemed to have expected this, looking at Chao Tianchen with reverence in his eyes. Tenchun-kun, this snake looks so big, so long, it won't bite, right? Sakuraji Muchachan cowered behind Chao Tianchen and pulled on his coat. Hearing this, Guo-chan, who was originally very scared, was immediately displeased. Is that something you can say? Wouldn't that be stealing my job? Guo-chan pushed aside Sakuraji Muchachan and stood next to Chao Tianchen, looking at the latter with a look of contempt. This snake is thick, just get used to seeing it. What's there to be afraid of? It's called White Scale. It's a scaly dragon. You guys mustn't treat it as a snake. It'll get upset. Chao Tianchen reminded. As expected, White Scale's afterglow glanced over, seeming to be somewhat disgruntled. The two women who had just been engaged in friction were immediately silenced in fear. At that moment, Helen's voice filled with sarcasm came. You Dragon Kingdom claim that you cherish life and are unwilling to do those cruel biological experiments. But in the end, you still came up with biochemical behemoths just like us? Let me guess. It must be the Ministry of Patrol and Martial Arts leading all this. Those hypocrites are really disgusting. Without waiting for Chao Tianchen to speak, Helen looked again to the white scales and said, it seems that the control technology of your patrol marshal department is quite advanced, and the controller is set up so stealthily that I can't actually see the end of it. In addition, stealth technology and VR projection technology have been used to make it look like it was summoned out of thin air. It's a really good idea. Worth borrowing. Chao Tianchen was speechless. That's how you do it? He hadn't figured out how to explain it yet. Could this be the brain of a scientist? But since he could dump it, he was happy to do so. Worthy of being Dr. Helen, everything you said is correct. In fact, our patrol marshal department has long since secretly developed biochemical behemoths. Helen smiled slightly, as if she had seen it all. Ever since she noticed Jashu's little move, she had summoned her personal guards to meet up with Robka, only to run into a terrifying aura halfway. The lake had come up by then, so she didn't venture deeper. Now that I think about it, if she had gone into the water at that time, she would have surely lost her life in the mouth of the python, flooding the base, then using a giant python to kill and silence people, disguising the illusion that it's our Golden Blade's experimental body that has gone berserk, hiding the truth from the world. Your patrolling marshal department is really a good tactic. Chao Tianchen nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, it was our patrol marshal department that secretly planned this operation. If you golden swords are unconvinced, come to our marshal patrol department. Ha ha ha, it's just a shame, said Helen, turning the tables. Pity? Unfortunately, if you were in the water, you might still have a few chances of winning, but on land, my red pupils are invincible. Helen was incredibly confident. She toggled the control dial and controlled Akatsuki to launch her attack. Hee, let's see whose is more powerful then. White Scale, the time to test your Dao heart has come. Give it to me. With Chao Tianxin's command, the white scales roared and charged up. The two behemoths soon entangled together, shaking the island with a clanging sound, and both sides were not allowed to move away from the battlefield to avoid being affected by their fight. Roar! White Scales and Red Pupil were both Heavenly King-level Beast Kings, with thick skin and flesh. Even though their moves were to the flesh, they still had unabated breath, and on the contrary, they were becoming more and more battle-hardened. Don't fight hard, Chao Tianchen spoke out to remind. The White Scales were still injured after all, and although they had recovered almost as much as they could with their strong physique, it still had an effect on the battle. White Scale received the command and quickly launched into swimfight mode. Although Red Hitomi's agility was even more than White Scales, it was after all controlled by Helen and moved slightly stiffly. The two behemoths fought for nearly 10 minutes, and the ground around them was pitted. Seeing the opportunity, White Scale wrapped around Akatsuki's head in one go. Chao Tianchen rejoiced. Good job, White Scale, quickly discharge the electricity. By destroying the chip in White Scale's brain, Akatsuki would be free of Helen's control. Zip, zip, zip. White Scale body burst out of electric light. Huge electric current instantly climbed up the body of the red pupil. Electric, it wailed. The red pupil struggled, but no matter how it attacked, the white scales were all dead, entangled not to let go. Shit. Helen kept fiddling with the controls, but nothing helped. Kid, you seek death. Seeing that her heart's blood was about to be destroyed, Helen became furious as she abandoned the operation and came straight at Chao Tianchen. With the guards following suit, Chao Tianchen knew that he definitely couldn't deal with the other party with these few people around him, so he stopped hiding. Come out. Black mane, silver horns, helltooth, black mane, silver horn, and prison teeth came out and ran right over the guards, knocking them over. Helen, who had been raging, had to avoid it. She didn't expect that the other party had actually hidden 3 biochemical behemoths. It's outrageous. Chao Tianchen, everyone, joined the battle. As he gave the order, Kajiko Ichiro immediately unleashed the power of his totem and rushed up, and several lives were harvested by him as soon as his dual swords flew. Duan Shozong followed closely behind. His 2 pig-killing swords danced with tigerish vigor. His mouth roared incessantly. His fighting talent had already been stimulated. Not everyone is like that either. Vomit. Wu-chan was in the end a soft girl who had never seen such a bloody scene before. Her stomach couldn't stop churning and she turned to Chao Tianchen to cast a look of help. Head gardener. Who would have thought that her favorite gardener would turn a blind eye and be cold enough to be a bit of a stranger to her? Unbeknownst to him, Chao Tianchen was also a little heartbroken at the moment. But the end of the world will come in just one day. He did not have the time to wait for Gu-chan to slowly adapt to it. She cannot participate in life and death struggle, but at least she should have the power of self-preservation. Gu-chan asked for help to no avail and froze in place for a while. However, a sense of crisis arose as he watched Sakuraji Machako, who was beside him, go into battle. Finally, she gathered her courage and raised her blade to slash at a guard who had fallen beside her, badly wounded. It was just that the first time he did it, his technique was a bit poor, and he didn't kill the guard with a single slash, so she slashed again, but it still didn't cut it. The guards glared, just hoping that Gu-chan would give a damn, but unfortunately, Gu-chan slashed again and he still didn't die. Gu-chan made several moves. The fear in her heart gradually weakened, and she even began to recall the novels she usually read and studied how to make a move. After some careful drilling on her part, the guard finally closed his eyes. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but cover his forehead. Forget it, it always turns out well. The other side. Seeing that her side was at a big disadvantage, Helen avoided the 3 giant beasts and came straight at Chao Tianchen, wanting to capture the thief first. Chao Tianchen was disdainful. After his strength had risen greatly after contracting the white scales, the metamorphosis level was like a miscellaneous fish to him. Unexpectedly, Helen's entire body suddenly surged with spiritual energy, and her fist slammed in with a mountainous force. Celestial Realm. Chao Tianchen was slightly surprised. Apart from Zhuo Xuanji, he actually saw other warrior soldier levels, Celestial Realm. Moreover, the other party seemed to have a means of concealing his breath, and he actually didn't notice it at all beforehand. Helen's mouth hung in a conspiratorial smile. As long as they could catch Chao Tianchen, all losses could be recovered and even more could be gained. But she soon sensed something was wrong. This was because Chao Tianchen's face was completely devoid of trepidation, and he didn't even look like he was turning around to run away. Could it be that he was the one who simply didn't know the terror of the Celestial Realm? Stormblood Rage. Chao Tianchen threw a punch. Hard to touch. Even if it was at the warrior soldier level, he wasn't afraid of it. Fist to fist. Bang! The moment of contact, the smile on Helen's face instantly disappeared as the massive force of the other party pushed her sideways like a roller. How could a mere mole cricket at the early stage of the metamorphosis level have this kind of power? Before the words were finished, Helen's entire body whooshed backwards, plowing long scratches into the ground. Damn you! Helen climbed up and stared at Chao Tianchen dead in the face, her eyes filled with resentment. Since she was a child, she was the pride of heaven, with both beauty and stature, outstanding intelligence, powerful abilities and background. She broke through the celestial realm in less than 40, and served as the station chief of the Golden Sword's most important base, Base 07. And at the moment, she was dressed in rags and was as disheveled as a beggar. The other party not only shattered her inner pride, but also ravaged her dignity. She had suffered more humiliation today than she had in her entire life combined. Somebody, shoot straight. Helen gave up her intention of capturing them alive. Now only the death of the other party could quell the anger inside her. Upon receiving the order, the 2 guards immediately raised their guns to fire, holding the very M416 they had previously seized from Gu-chan and Den Shuzu. Summon! With a thought, Chao Tianchen recalled the white scales, which coiled up to block in front, their hard scales like a small shield. Ta-da-da-da-da. Bullets rained down on the white scales, sparks of fire and white smoke. The guards looked outright dumbfounded at the end of the round of shooting. There were actually only small pits on the scales that had taken the shots, and if you didn't look closely, they were negligible. Roar! Seeing the white scales launch an attack, the guards scattered in fear. Dr. Helen, let's pull out, a late metamorphosis level powerhouse eagerly said. Now, there were few of their men left, but the enemy still had 4 biochemical behemoths. Helen looked into the distance, and after seeing Akatsuki lying on the ground, passed out, she knew that defeat was assured. Withdraw. Before leaving, she pressed a red button on the controller and then slammed it to pieces. A great gift for you. Chao Tianqian had just commanded the Chevaliers to go after them when he heard a deafening tiger roar. Akatsuki, who had already been electrocuted, surprisingly climbed up, his body steaming with blood-colored mist, as if he had entered some kind of special state. The aura was even greater than just now. Chao Tianqian could only let the white scales go ahead and hold the red pupil back, while the remaining 3 Chevalier spirits continued to go after them. But Helen was, after all, a battle soldier level, and couldn't be stopped at all in the event that she insisted on leaving, and even then, she still had the strength left to protect the people around her. Suddenly, several shots rang out. Suddenly, immediately afterward, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Only Chao Tianqian would smile. Helen glanced at the gurgling wounds on her body and slowly turned her head, disbelief in her eyes. Jiashou, you betrayed me? And the only thing that met her was the blackened muzzle of a gun and the cold, unfeeling eyes of Jiashou. It's not a betrayal to talk about. Each of you is just its own master. A flash of guilt passed through Jiashou's mind. But a lot of things just don't make sense. And what you want to gain, you're bound to lose. Helen's heart burst with hatred. Jiashou is the only man in her life that she has ever liked. Even if he betrayed the organization, she is still strong to protect him, and even left him the only matching gun for self-defense. But all this was rewarded with ruthless betrayal. Good, yes. Helen said 3 good words in a row, her monstrous hatred causing her to explode with great potential. She hangs onto her own breath by giving psychic energy, then removes a syringe of potion and sticks it in the body of her neck. In the next second, Helen's breath skyrocketed. However, she didn't go for revenge, and directly rushed out of the encirclement, plunged headlong into the artificial lake, and fled outward at great speed. Jiashou instantly panicked and cast a look of help toward Chao Tianqian. Helen had to die or the other side would never let him go, and with her background energy, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to clean him up. Chao Tianqian wanted to deploy White Scale to intercept it, but looking back he realized that White Scale was actually already lying on the ground dying, his head still being held down by Akatsuki's grip. Without much time to think, Chao Tianqian immediately launched a forced recall. White Scale was the apple of his eye. It must not be okay. But the moment he unleashed the contract, an extremely terrifying pressure would sweep across the field. Chao Tianqian instantly fell into an ice cellar. Even his thoughts froze, and the contract was broken. Not only him, the entire crowd, including the Chevalier's spirit, were too frightened by the pressure to move, and those with slightly weaker strengths directly fainted. The only one who could make a sound of movement was actually still the white scales lying on the ground. A low roar coming out of his mouth as if to say I won't give in. I won't give in. But soon, it was knocked out by the huge tiger's paw. Next, Akatsuki opened his mouth wide and inhaled the blood mist that filled his body around him. After absorbing it, it was even more powerful. A pair of tiger eyes even bloomed with wisdom. Red Hitomi slowly paced around the island, like a king looking down on the world as he patrolled his territory. When he walked up to Black Mane, Akatsuki moved up and sniffed, scaring the latter so much that he shivered and peed directly. It was the same urine that saved Black Mane's life, and Akatsuki gave way in disgust before continuing to pace. Everyone held their breath and watched this king's course of action with their afterimages. When the red pupil approached, Chao Tianqian sweated like a pig, and his heart involuntarily began to speed up. At this moment, he finally recalled his previous life, the fear that he had been dominated by the ferocious beasts, and the days when he cowered in the shelter and shivered. Red Hitomi circled around Chao Tianqian twice, revealing a very interested expression. Chao Tianqian was terrified. No way. Big brother, you don't even eat pigs. You have to eat me? I don't have a few pounds of meat. Chao Tianqian secretly mobilized the possession spirit contract. There was no guarantee, though, that he wasn't just going to get spiked on the way to using it. But right now, it was the only prop he could trust. At that moment, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Detects that the animal next to the host is praying. Is it acceptable? Chao Tianqian froze for a moment, then hurriedly chose to accept. If he missed out on such a strong deed spirit, he would have to slap himself in his nightly dreams. Wish reading. Wish read. This mission is a special mission. Special assignments. Not counted in the main quest. The host can still read the wishes of other animals. In addition to the basic rewards, there will be additional special rewards. Tiger King Akatsuki's letter of appointment, 3 months later. North of Tianmio City. On top of Tiger Jiao Mountain. A showdown. Mission summary. As neighbors, Red Hitomi and White Scale had secretly fought several times and won or lost against each other. However, due to various reasons, every time they fought, both sides could not exert their full strength. As a proud Jedi Tiger King, Akatsuki wished to have an all-out, party battle with White Scale, to decide who is the true overlord of this world. Failure penalty. If the contract is broken or the battle is lost, Red Hitomi will mark the host until the host is killed. Important reminder, the red pupil was originally forced to enhance the strength of the guide life potential overdraft. The whole body meridians broken, but it relied on its strong willpower to break through and stand up. Now it has broken through the limit of the king and achieved the Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor. Chao Tianqian man went numb. He hadn't even finished digesting the Heavenly King level Beast King yet, and here came another Beast Emperor. That said, how is it that one of these animals can drive more than the other? Either a breakthrough at a crisis point or a break after a break? Humans are simply wasted in comparison. In the 10 or so years he'd spent in the end times, he'd never seen any human who could make a critical breakthrough and die that was without any twists and turns. Right at this moment when Chao Tianqian was spitting, Red Hitomi jumped to the opposite bank with a single leap, and immediately afterward disappeared into the distance. To this point, the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the crowd has finally disappeared. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Soon, a scream broke the silence, only seeing Chao Tianqian holding a short knife. He wiped the throat of one of the guards and said with a cold expression, "Quickly finish off the rest of them." The island began to resound with screams. It wasn't that there weren't guards who wanted to beg for mercy, but Chao Tianqian wasn't interested in taking these hidden dangers. The only thing that greeted them was a sharp blade. By the time the guards were all taken care of and the battlefield cleaned up, it was 7 in the morning. The moment. The crowd was exhausted to the point of weakness, and with all having been up all night, they almost collapsed. But Chao Tianqian couldn't let everyone rest. The adoption of Raketa the Snow Lion is going to start this afternoon, and he has to hurry to get his love ready. No, prepare the money. Chao Tianqian took out the 2 outstanding contracts with a kind smile on his face. Misty Cheiko-sama, you see, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? $10 billion, and dollars. How is this possible? Seeing the contract of arrears, Sakuragi Misty Cheiko couldn't help but let out a scream. Even if she were sold, she couldn't pay it back, and, even if sold, the other party still doesn't want her. Chao Tianqian said with a smile, "It's clearly written in black and white, with your autograph on it, MS. Misty Cheiko, why don't you recollect it again?" Looking at the signatures on the contract, Sakuragi Misty Cheiko vaguely remembered that she seemed to have signed another contract after signing the contract for the 300 million owed. Except at the time she was dying of shame, so she signed it without even looking at it. Tenchun-kun, I recognize that 300 million Longwa dollars outstanding contract, but that $10 billion outstanding contract, can you just take it as a joke? The smile on Chao Tianqian's face instantly disappeared. Miss Misty Cheiko, I, Mr. Chao, am very contractual. I fulfill my contracts seriously, yet you make fun of me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Sakuragi Machako was instantly scared to tears. This one in front of me is not a good person. He is crazy and even dares to destroy Base 07. If she couldn't get the money, I can't imagine what he would do. Seeing that Chao Tianqian was about to unleash his thunderous wrath, Xiao Juhan Ikiru stepped forward and blocked in front of her. Senior, Sakuragi Machako was inwardly overwhelmed. Is it true that when it comes down to it, it's still up to Shifu? Kajiku Hanaru said, Head gardener, what my senior sister means is that she is definitely willing to pay back the money, but she's afraid that the Sakuragi family won't be willing to give it. When she heard the first half of the sentence, Sakuragi Misty Cheiko nodded her head repeatedly. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to pay it back, it was that she really couldn't afford it. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, she detected a strange odor, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Chao Tianqian let out a third "oh" that trailed off. Oh, you're telling me that it's all the fault of the Sakuragi family and has nothing to do with Misty Cheiko? The head gardener is wise. Kajiko Hanaru nodded vigorously. Chao Tianqian said angrily, the Sakuragi family bully me too much. Since they won't give it, I'll go get it myself. Head gardener, I happen to know that the Sakuragi family has a branch in the city. Kajiko Hanaru said smoothly. Send the address to Secretary Guo and we'll leave immediately. Okay, gardener. Misty Cheiko Sakuragi panicked. With Chao Tianqian's devilish methods, if he came to the door, would the Sakuragi family be able to have a good time? What happened to base 07 is still fresh in our minds. Wait, Tenzin-kun. Chao Tianchen interrupted her. MS. Misty Chaco, don't worry. Chao, make a clear distinction between grudges and will never blame you just because the Sakuragi family doesn't pay. With those words, he led the way and left, with the rest immediately following. Sakuragi Machako cried anxiously. Senior, talk to Tenchi-kun again. That's not what I meant. Senior sister, don't worry. Even if the Sakuragi family can't pay back, there's still the Double Chopper Society. Xiao Juhanichiro said with a strange smile. Sakuragi Misty Chaco was creeped out. Even if she was not in her right mind, she sensed that something was wrong with Kajiko Haniru. Senior, you betrayed the division? Sakuragi Muchachiko wasted a lot of effort to ask, because she couldn't believe such a thing from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes were filled with expectation. How she wished that Kajiko Haniru would say no, even if it was a lie to her. But Kajiko Haniru smiled contemptuously and simply tore the disguise apart. I have merely become a believer in power. The Double Chopper Society. It's too weak. Now, not to mention the Double Chopper Society, even the island, he had no problem selling it. How could you do this? Can you stand up to your dead master? Sakuragi Machako was shaking with anger. Ha ha ha, master? The fault for master's death was his weakness. Besides, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? Your enemy is right in front of you. What else will you do but cry and be scared? Misty Chaco Sakuragi broke down. Yeah, who was she to say anything about the other side? She'd even had shameless thoughts about the haters. Senior sister, there are some things that are better for you to get involved in. If you let the head gardener get his hands dirty, the consequences will be unpredictable. With a reminder, Kajiko Haniru left without looking back. Misty Chaco Sakuragi gritted her teeth and followed. She knew that Kajiko Haniru was so right. The Sakuragi family's branch in Tanmyo City was a building specializing in daily necessities. Izura House. Relying on brushing Sakuragi Misty Chaco's face, the group passes unimpeded and is led to the lounge by an elderly butler. Satoshi Yoshida. Head gardener. There's actually the latest ultra-thin model on the shelves here. Yeah. Should I buy 2 boxes to go? Bo-chan asked. Chao Tianchen gave her a sharp blow on her small head. By my ass, it's all in MS. Arigato Chaco's family estate here. So just take it like it's your own home. Yes, gardener, this rope looks good. I don't play those. This shock. You put that down. Watching them melt together. Satsuki Misty Chaco had mixed feelings in her heart. At the same time, there was a hint of confusion about the future. Bringing the group to the lounge, Satoshi Yoshida arranged for the maid to serve tea again. MS. Misty Chaco, please take a short break with your friend. I'll get the branch's financial statement and the public bank card. Good work, Butler Yoshida. When Satoshi Yoshida retreated, Misty Chaco Sakuragi breathed a long sigh of relief and showed some joy. Her request was to withdraw 1 billion. This price was set only after she and Chao Tianchen had bargained repeatedly. Even so, she thought Satoshi Yoshida wouldn't agree. But I didn't expect that the other party not only agreed, but also didn't even ask for the reason for the withdrawal. Taking advantage of this time, the group began to rest. People are just too tired. Wo-chan simply fell back asleep, but after waiting for about an hour, the butler, Satoshi Yoshida, still didn't show up. Sakuragi Misty Chaco was vaguely worried. Of course, it wasn't Chao Tianchen that she was worried about, but the entire Sakura family branch. It's not like someone's trying to get killed, is it? Head gardener. Something doesn't seem right, Norishuzu said. Kajiko Haniru drew his taijutsu. Head gardener, why don't I go and call them? Sakuragi Machako instantly tensed up, her voice almost pleading. Tenchun-kun, why don't we wait a little longer? Chao Tianchen, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, raised his eyes and said, let's wait and see. Everyone rest a little longer. Without further ado, the crowd continued to rest. Only Sakuragi Misty Chaco's heart kept lifting. After about another hour, the door to the restroom was finally opened. What Misty Chaco Sakuragi had feared had happened after all. Only to see the old butler walk in with more than 100 thugs. A black press. Looking very intimidating. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Sakuragi Misty Chaco's face was ashen. But the people who die never feel like they're dying. They feel steady. Satoshi Yoshida swept the lounge and felt insulted. After his own large group of people entered the room, the people on the other side actually didn't even raise their eyelids. And there was even a girl who was asleep. You gutter mongrels, how dare you provoke the great Sakuragi family? I'll make you pay. And you, Misty Chaco, you actually helped outsiders against the Sakuragi family. You're a disgrace to the Sakuragi family. Sakuragi Machako defended. Butler Yoshida, I'm doing this to protect the family. Satoshi Yoshida chuckled. Don't think I don't know about you. The Golden Sword has already contacted us. saying that you've defected to the Dragon Kingdom's Patrol Marshal Department. Misty Keiko Sakuragi had a mouthful. Meanwhile, Satoshi Yoshida gave the order to attack. Without waiting for Chao Tianshan to open his mouth, Norimori Zo and Kajiko Hanaru took the initiative to meet the attack. In front of the metamorphosis level, ordinary people were simply insignificant. In less than 10 minutes, all of the 100 or so fighters were lying down. Satoshi Yoshida didn't panic at all when he saw this. Do you guys think I'm stupid? Would send just a bunch of ordinary people against you? Oh, they're just bait used to stall for time. After saying that, he bowed towards the gate, his words full of respect. I'm going to trouble you again, Takeda-senpai. The crowd's attention was immediately focused on the gate, only to see a suit old man slowly walked in. He was holding a walking stick, his demeanor was calm, and his every move was characterized by the style of a master. Satoshiro Yoshida smiled broadly in triumph. I'd like to introduce you to one of my Sakuragi family's 4 major envoys, Senior Takeda Makoto, known as the Quick Chopper 1. Perhaps you are honored to have never met such a strong opponent in your lives. To remind you guys, his strength has already reached the middle stage of the metamorphosis level. It's just one step away from the late metamorphosis level. Chao Tianshan snapped his eyes open. He was indeed shocked. A strong man in the middle of the metamorphosis level? The corners of Takeda Makoto's mouth couldn't help but flutter in the face of Yoshida Satoshi's bragging, but he still pretended to be modest. That's enough, Yoshida-kun. Don't scare these little kids. You know, I like to keep a low profile. Chao Tianshan was powerless to spit. You damn well like to keep a low profile and have to wait until all the fighters are down before you make your debut and act like a pussy? Half-Rice-san, over to you. Guys at this level, he wasn't even interested in making a move. Yes, Gardener. Kajiko Hanaru drew his twin swords and pointed them at Takeda Makoto, saying, I advise you to surrender. When we move later, don't blame me for not respecting the old and the young. If it was once, he would have thought that the other party was a strong person. After all, his master was at this level. But ever since he defected to Chao Tianshan, he had seen no less than one handful of late-stage metamorphosis level, not to mention those terrifying behemoths. Oh, young man, don't be too crazy. I advise you to go with your companions one. Go one by one. I'm not afraid of you guys wheeling around. Takeda Jinshan was originally going to say that they were going to go together, but he suddenly sensed that Xiao Juhan Yairo was also in the middle stage of the metamorphosis level, so he immediately changed his words. Kajiko Hanaru smiled contemptuously and activated the power of the totem. His entire aura suddenly skyrocketed, and the Blood Bull totem on his body was as if it had come to life. Seeing this, Takeda Jinshan's eyes widened with disbelief. The other party's aura actually surpassed his. In his days, Kajiko Hanaru had already catapulted up and rushed to the front of the room. The double blade chopped down. Takeda Makoto's hair stood on end in fear, and he hastily raised his cane to parry. Dang! The tremendous force caused Takeda Jinshan's throat to sweeten, and he instantly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Not waiting for him to take a breather, Kajiko Hanaru once again wielded his twin swords and slashed more than 10 times in a row. Makoto Takeda struggling to hold on. By the time he lasted until the end of the round of attacks, he felt like his old bones were going to fall apart. At this moment, Makoto Takeda had already had the urge to back out, but someone else thought otherwise. Satoshi Yoshida shouted, Takeda-senpai, stop conserving your strength and finish them off. Takeda Makoto wasn't killed. He was almost pissed off. Save your ass. Can't you see I'm spitting blood? You're still taking care of them? I don't want you to do it. Truly *wise. Not bothering with the big smart ass. He turned his head and ran. After all, his little life was at stake. Looking at Takeda Makoto who was charging in reverse, Yoshida Satoshi's entire body was dumbfounded in place. What's the situation? Without waiting for him to react, Kajiko Hanaru went after him. It didn't take long for a scream to come from not far away, followed by Kajiko Hanaru dragging the body of Takeda Makoto into the room. The body was thrown to the ground with a thud. It was then that Satoshi Yoshida reacted to what had happened, becoming terrified and his legs shivering. What should we do about this one, Mr. Gardener? Seeing Kajiko Hanaru look at himself, Satoshi Yoshida instantly spiked his urine. Chao Tianshan beckoned, and Kajiko Hanaru instantly understood and brought Yoshida Satoshi over. Ask you a few questions and answer them truthfully. Unexpectedly, Satoshi Yoshida took the opportunity to pounce and kneel in front of Sakuragi Kirichako. Misty Keiko-sama, have mercy, please, don't kill me. I'm doing this for the Sakuragi clan with all my heart. Looking at the tearful Satoshi Yoshida, Sakuragi Machako was speechless. Begging her for forgiveness won't do any good. Can't you see who's in charge here? What a brain. I was trying to save the day, but this looks hopeless. Fruity. Chao Tianshan made a neck-wiping gesture towards Kajiko Haniran, and just as the latter raised his knife, he called a halt again. Drag it farther before slaughtering it. Splashed with the blood of such a man, he feared he would become stupid. Izura House, top floor, 50th floor. Office. Chao Tianchen was sitting in his boss chair, having a bird's eye view of the whole city through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, while Guo-chan and Sakuraji Muchioko were squeezing his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The traffic was heavy and the people were all over the place. The bustling scene caused Chao Tianchen to go into a bit of a trance for a moment. Gardener, there's nothing to see down here but cars and people. You've been looking at it for half a day. Guo-chan asked. Sakuraji Muchioko also looked over with a curious expression. Despite the time spent together, the mystery that this man brought to her had not diminished at all, but rather intensified. Chao Tianchen did not respond. Indeed, in the Dragon Kingdom, slightly larger cities were the scene, and people had long been accustomed to it. But he was reborn back from the end times. The city where I stayed before was full of broken walls, and screams came from the streets from time to time, and then when I looked into my eyes, it was the ferocious beasts fighting over the corpses. That's what makes the sight in front of me seem so valuable. But this period of time was so busy that he didn't even have time to take a moment to appreciate it, and as a result, the end times were about to come again, and all this in front of him was about to go up in smoke. Ha! When did I become so sentimental? Chao Tianchen smiled to himself. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Kajiko Hanaru pushed his way in, followed by a young woman in professional attire. Head gardener. This is the housekeeping secretary of the Sky River City branch of the Sakura family. MS. Kana Fukuda. Normally, Satoshi Yoshida is left to her to handle things in the division. There are many things that she knows better than Satoshi Yoshida. After listening to Kajiko Hanaru's introduction, Chao Tianchen sized up Fukada Kane. She looked about 25 or 26 years old, with a high face value. However, it could be seen that a lot of black technology was utilized. The body was even more plump to the point of explosion. The button line on the chest was a different color, and it was obvious that it had been strained. That old Yoshida kid is enjoying himself. Something for his secretary to do. Nothing. Looking for something for his secretary to do. Hello, MS. Fukada Kane. Kana Fukada is obviously much more intelligent and clever than Yoshida. Immediately came a 90-degree deep bow, letting Chao Tianchen feel what it meant to have a ditch as deep as a stream, and sincerity as deep as the bottom. Good day, Master Gardener. From now on, whatever you want, feel free to tell me, and I'll do it. No matter what, do whatever you want. You will do it. Chao Tianchen nodded in satisfaction and said, MS. Fukada Kana. One day, you will be glad for your decision today. Next, with the help of Fukada Kana, Chao Tianchen quickly got the entire branch under control, and received a whopping $3 billion. It was far more than he expected. Tough luck, MS. Fukada Kane. You'll have to take a lot of trouble next. BB-san will assist you, and you can seek his help for anything you can't solve. Chao Tianchen planned to make the House of Love Cherry a temporary base, because the building is stocked with tons of supplies in addition to daily necessities and comes with hotel housing, restaurants, bars, game rooms, pools, and more to make for a very comfortable time. Of course, he was able to do so based on great strength. A building with such a large flow of people would inevitably become a granary coveted by ferocious beasts, and ordinary people would not be qualified to occupy it. Master Gardener, then I will take my leave. Fukada Kane gave another 90-degree deep bow, expressing her deep sincerity before twisting her waist and leaving. Chao Tianchen then watched her leave. Head Gardener, what are you looking at? Guo-chan suddenly came up and asked. Chao Tianchen coughed. It's nothing. I just thought of something and was a bit out of my mind. Guo-chan nodded believingly. Oh, I thought you were looking at that woman. I told you, the gardener's taste shouldn't be so low. Besides, it's covered in technology as well as hard work. No man should like it. That's right, that's right. Chao Tianchen echoed a couple sentences. Sakuraji Misty Cheiko, who was on the sidelines, thought to herself. That's not always the case. Some men say they don't like technology or hard work or big buses, but in private, who knows if he's ever moved against a screen. She looked at Chao Tianchen again. But if it's him, it shouldn't be. Subsequently, Chao Tianchen arranged for Joshio and Dian Shizu to purchase some building materials. Although he felt that he was strong enough, it didn't mean that he was willing to waste his time fending off the harassment of the ferocious beasts. So, he plans to build a fence around the building. Chao Tianchen placed another anchor point for the space gate in his office, and after making sure nothing was missing, he glanced at the time. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost time to go. The moment he stood up, Chao Tianchen suddenly felt that the bustling scene outside was somewhat tasteless. Let bygones be bygones. The prosperity of the future will be created by me. Cindy, get ready to launch. the sixth deeded spirit, Snow Lion Lodak. He was bound to win. The zoo where Lodak the snow lion lives is called the Snow Lion House. When Chao Tianchen entered the garden, the place had already been crowded with people, and there was no sign at all that it was about to close down. So many people? The accompanying Sakuragi Misty Cheiko was a bit puzzled. The zoo is very small, with minimal infrastructure. The animals are skinny and bony, all cowering in narrow cages, looking like they are dying. How can such a bad zoo be so popular? Guo-chan hemmed and hawed. You don't know about this, do you? The reason this zoo is so hot is all because there is a Netflix lion. The Netflix lion? Is that the one that Tenzin Kun is going to buy? I seem to remember it being called Lodak. That's right. Seriously, a lion can actually set a zoo of this caliber on fire? To say it was an iron-eating beast, Sakuragi Kerchako still thought it was possible. But a lion. Let's forget about it. Quochan stuck out a finger in front of her with her waist stuck out. Lodak is no ordinary lion, but a rare subspecies of African lion. The white lion. And the Lodak is even taller and more majestic than the ordinary white lion. Its fur is as white as snow, without the slightest hint of mixed colors, and it is also known as the Snow Lion King. Lodak sits at nearly 8 million followers on the internet, a statistic second only to our Dragon Kingdom's top streaming national treasure. Some estimate that it earns more than $10 million a year in endorsements just from advertising. Not to mention the fact that it has also appeared frequently on various variety shows and made a friendly appearance in the hit movie and TV series My Secretary Gua. Misty Cheiko Sakuragi nodded and asked again, if Lodak is so profitable, then why did the zoo owner sell it? After my investigation, here's what happened. Not long ago, the zoo owner, Huang Jutsai, met a female classmate he hadn't seen in years. The two hated each other, and within a couple of conversations they were dry humping each other, and that night they were in room 1010 at Heavenly. Meet you and me. Afterwards, that female classmate said that there is a way to take Huang Jutsai to the Australian region to play betting to get rich. Huang Jutsai did not even think about it and agreed. Who would have thought? This go, Huang Ju put actually lost all the family money. And afterward, the female classmates also do not know where to go. Guo Chan's tone grew excited. Woe is me. When Huang Jutsai came back, his sister-in-law owed loan sharks for L loans, and if he didn't pay, the photos were going to be posted online. The personal secretary is deep in the vortex of wire fraud, and if he doesn't pay up, he's going to be sold to the north of Burma. Widowed for many years, my sister-in-law is even more difficult to give birth to a hemorrhage, lying in the hospital bed, in urgent need of a life-saving money. Otherwise, she'll have to die twice. Driven to desperation, Huang Jutsai could only endure the pain of selling the money tree of Lodak. How do you know so much? Sakuragi Machako couldn't help but give a sideways glance. You're following the whole thing, aren't you? Guo-chan hugged Chao Tianchen's arm with a smug look on her face. As the garden master's most trusted junior secretary, gathering intelligence is my job. Chao Tianchen, who was originally listening with great interest, was directly enraged. Who asked you to gather this kind of information? For those who don't know, I'm some kind of gossip enthusiast. Chao Tianchen was about to strike a blow, but the soft touch on his arm made him go ape. I can't help but thump my head at the thought of the self-regulation buff ending today. Well done. Report back to me individually tomorrow with the details. Okay, head gardener. Guo-chan was overjoyed, and while hugging tighter, she didn't forget to give Sakuragi Machako a provocative look. Misty Cheiko Sakuragi pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The trio arrived at the area where Lodak was, only to find it gated. The moment Huang Jutsai stood in front of the doorstop, his face full of reluctance. In a few hours, the money tree of Lodak would no longer be his, so he decided to fish for another wave at the end. I know that everyone who can make it is a true fan of Lodak. So, with 299, you guys will get to see it. Remember, it's not money you give, it's love. Such unsightly eating provoked outrage. I've already bought my ticket. Why do I have to pay for it? Bounced checks. Refund your ticket. Huang Jutsai signaled everyone to be at ease. Tickets will only let you see the regular animals. Don't you think it's reasonable for you to think that the zoo's tickets are usually 199, but today they're only 189? Ha, he seems to have a point. Makes sense my ass. I think you're used to being squeezed in general. He's clearly eating 2 fish in one. This access control was added. It clearly wasn't there when I was here before. I'm going to file a complaint against you with the Civic and Tourism Bureau. Right, complain. Huang Jutsai laughed. His zoo is already in asset liquidation. So where are the complaints? Chao Tianchen also didn't expect that there would be people with such low integrity before the end of the world. Simply wearing human skin and not doing anything. That's all. Huang Jutsai turned a deaf ear to the vociferous criticisms and only allowed in if he paid money. Gradually, some people began to compromise. If you don't spend another 299, then the 189 in front of you is wasted. What's more, many people have traveled from out of town, at a cost of much more than 189, and don't want to go home with nothing to show for it. Forget it, it's not like I've been pitted by these Netflix hit spots once or twice. I'm used to it. It had to be said that the mental capacity of the masses in the Dragon Kingdom was still very strong, and after a while of noise, there were people paying to enter one after another. Master Gardener, do we have to pay? Guo Chan asked. Give a shit about the money. Chao Tianchen wouldn't be able to eat this kind of loss. You guys wait for me here. Saying that, he relied on his strong physique to squeeze in front of the doorstop, and while no one was paying attention, he gripped the iron door with one hand and secretly exerted force. Ka-ching! The door shaft snapped, and the iron door fell to the ground with a thud. There was dead silence in the room. Everyone looked over. Chao Tianchen had an innocent look on his face. I didn't mean to do it. I just lightly touched it and it collapsed. Maybe the quality of the door wasn't good. Looking at the unobstructed gate, the crowd hesitated for a moment. At this time, Huang Jucai also came back to his senses from the shock, and he hurriedly went to hold the door up while jamming the passage with his body. Suddenly, an older woman rode ahead, knocking Huang Jucai off his feet and rushing in with her swaddled grandson in her arms. If it were usual, people might have accused the aunt of being unqualified. Still have to take a video and post it on the internet. Start to whimper, when the quality of the country can be improved. But at the moment, everyone just thought that this big mom was exceptionally brave and fierce. Quite like Zhao Zilong's great disturbance in Changbanpa back then. Big Mama mighty. If you don't rush now, when will you wait? The crowd swarmed and barged right in. No, you can't go in, Huang Jucai hissed. But the crowd was so heavy that they didn't care if he pushed. What's more, he sparked outrage. But wherever he's done something less disgusting, there's now a justice-monger speaking up on his behalf. Watching the tourists slip past one after another, Huang Jucai was also red-eyed. It's all about money. His sister-in-law, his secretary, his long-widowed sister-in-law and his unborn child are all waiting for this money. Huang Jucai made a crazy move blocking the crowd. Apparently, anger offers nothing but anger. Huang Jucai didn't even last a second before he was pushed to the ground, and a cranky big brother even gave him 3 punches and 2 kicks. How much is this owed to you to fight so hard? Looking at Huang Jucai, who was flooded by the crowd, Chao Tianchen had no choice but to strike. This guy can't be okay right now. The moment Huang Jucai's eyes ushered in a traveling light, it was as if he saw his sister-in-law's photo being wildly circulated on the internet, his personal secretary being sold to the north of Myanmar, and his long-widowed sister-in-law's body being killed twice. Huang Jucai was in tears. Gambling harms people. Just at this moment of despair, Huang Jucai felt the back of the collar was pulled. The manpower is very big. Even a hand dragged him back to reality. Boss Wang, when is the Lodak adoption event going to start? My wallet is starving. Chao Tianchen dusted himself off and asked. It's you. Huang Jucai wanted to thank for saving his life, but after seeing the face of the rescuer, he was immediately enraged. He clearly remembered that it was this kid who had just pushed down the gate that had landed him in such a situation. I'll fight you. Huang Jucai pounced, but was slapped to the ground by Chao Tianchen. Boss Huang, no matter what, I saved your life, right? And this is your attitude? Huang Jucai snorted coldly and didn't say anything, just covered his face and stared at him with hatred. Boss Huang, one must look forward. Don't move and seek death. Do you think the world will end when you die? Chao Tianchen patted Huang Jucai's shoulder and spat out 3 words. It won't. Chao Tianchen's face was full of mockery as he continued. Your sister-in-law will be attached to a new big brother. Your secretary will be attached to a new boss. And your sister-in-law, who has been a widow for many years, will be pregnant with someone else's child again. Boss Huang, nah, what you just did only touched yourself. It didn't touch anyone else. Huang Jucai's ears were like thunder. Yeah, those 3 women could betray even their own sisters, boyfriends, and husbands, so why wouldn't they betray him? As soon as the thought rose, it lingered. No wonder that after returning from the Australian region, his sister-in-law's attitude towards him has become much colder, and his secretary often excuses herself to go home to visit her family, unlike before when she was begging for anything, and her sister-in-law, who has been a widow for many years, even refuses to do a paternity test after childbirth. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. Huang Jucai laughed with tears coming out of his eyes, and in the end, all of his emotions turned into a long sigh. Man, it's true that you have to look away. At this moment, he felt that his thoughts were unbelievably clear, as if he had entered another realm. Huang Jucai looked at Chao Tianchen again, and respect could not help but rise in his heart. It's not easy to see things so clearly at such a young age. Moreover, It was also able to embrace two stunning beauties on the left and right without the slightest sign of turning over. And the means was even better. You know, even a veteran of love affairs like him is too much of a shot in the dark to play like that. What's this boss's name? Exempted from the nobility. Surname Chow. So it's Boss Chow. Boss Chow's words really enlightened me. Come, I'll waive the money for this ticket for you. Come in. The corner of Chow Tianshan's mouth twitched. That empty glove is right up there with him. But when he was brought to his destination, Chow Tianshan realized that he was the one who misunderstood Huang Jucai. In contrast to ordinary animals, Lodak's shelter is very spacious. A concave semi-subterranean structure surrounded by a very high fence. The tourists are all very far from Lodak. Chow Tianshan's current position was also located in a semi-subterranean area, and it was in a concave-shaped depression, so he could get very close to Lodak. What's more, any closer and he could even directly activate the contract. However, Lodak was resting on his back in the shade at the moment, with only half of his ass showing, and had no intention of coming out. This left Chow Tianshan in a dry spell. Seeing this, Huang Jucai was also anxious for him and yelled twice towards Lodak. Lodak's ears twitched at the sound, and he stood up, stepping out from under the shadow of the tree. Visitors let out a gasp of surprise at the sight of the 6-meter-long white lion king. My good old swan. This lion is too big. It's almost bigger than what I've seen on the internet. I was a staunch tiger blow until I met Lodak. No more pretending. Showdown. I'm actually a lion blow undercover. Its fur is so soft and beautiful. I spit on it before when it was in a shampoo commercial, and now it seems that I was the one who was ignorant. Gosh, when I was watching the hit drama My Secretary Gwa before, I thought it played better than the male lead. Those eyes, that's the real boss. I don't know what to say. Mighty, bullish. Lodak walked slowly up to the four, towering over them and casting a huge shadow across the ground. Although they were separated by an iron net, the oppressive feeling that came to them still made the two girls feel intimidated, and they couldn't help but lean towards Chow Tianshan. Chow Tianshan, on the other hand, looked straight at it and scat under his breath. Of all the behemoths he had seen, Lodak definitely had the highest face value. Snow white in color, each hair as silky as fine silk, glistening in the sunlight. Its pupils were golden, like gems on a scepter, with a kingly aura in its majesty. Estimating by size alone, the current Lodak should be an upper beast king. When the end times come, it will awaken its supernatural ability, Freeze Make, and become the province's renowned Freeze Lion King. And in a few years, Lodak would also achieve the rank of Heavenly King, along with the other 3 Heavenly King-level Beast Kings. They were known as the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Raging Sea Province. The 4 Heavenly Kings of the Nuhai Province here are, the Red-Eye Heavenly King, the Frozen Heavenly King, the Thunder Heavenly King, and the Quartz Heavenly King. Akame Tenno is Akame Hitomi. The Frozen King is Lodak. The Thunder Heavenly King was more mysterious, and no one knew its true nature in its previous life. But now, it seems that the Thunder Heavenly King should be the White Scales. As for the Quartz Heavenly King, the intelligence was too little, and it was only known that its ability was to manipulate zombies. Of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Akatsuki and Lodak were both felines and both top-tier kings, so Chow Tianshan couldn't help but compare the two. Single strength this piece. Undoubtedly the red pupil is stronger, and the red pupil has now achieved the Tiger Emperor, breaking the pattern of the 4 Heavenly Kings. The temperament piece, both of them are domineering, but each has its own characteristics. To use a not-so-subtle analogy, Red Hitomi gives people the feeling like Lubu in the 3 Kingdoms of lawn mowing, playing the real man battle, raising the knife to cut each other, comparing is who is more hard, and Lodak is like the role of the Lord in the strategic 3 Kingdoms, which is about swallowing the mountains and unifying the world. People have their own favorites, so it's hard to tell the difference here. At this point, Lodak opened his mouth wide, yawned widely, and growled lowly twice. Seems to be complaining. What's the point of yelling at me? There's no food. Huang Jucai had been with it for many years, so he naturally heard what it meant, and immediately looked disgusted. Eat, just know how to eat. The zoo is poor for you. I won't feed you today. You'll naturally get a full meal when you find your next home. At those words, the 3 people next to them couldn't help but roll their eyes. What a gouge. Without them, you can pick up your sister-in-law, your secretary and your long-widowed sister-in-law? Lodak wasn't annoyed that he couldn't eat, either. He yawned again and flopped down to sleep. Guo-chan marveled. This lion has a good temper. Huang Jucai laughed. Don't look at it as a serious-looking animal, but it's actually a simpleton. Not much different from a dog. It's just too big. Sometimes it makes people scared to look at it. Chow Tianshan couldn't help but nod his head. Of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Lodak achieved Heavenly Kingship the latest, but was the most famous and popular of the 4. Because this guy doesn't have any ill feelings towards humans, He usually won't actively attack you as long as you don't come in front of him singing and dancing, rapping and playing basketball. And probably because of too many commercials, Lodak has to pose and roar for 10 minutes every time he follows a wave of beasts attacking a human shelter, leaving enough time for humans to escape. Those who didn't know, thought it was an undercover agent planted by humans among the ferocious beasts. Because of this, it hadn't been disliked by the other ferocious beasts, but due to its heavenly king-level strength, the ferocious beasts only had to hold their noses and admit it. While Rodak was lying here, Chao Tianchen activated the contract. I hope this time it won't be some outrageous wish. Chao Tianchen secretly prayed. Wish reading. Wish read. Rodak's wish, it's too hot. I want to live in an air-conditioned room. The moment he saw this wish, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but cover his eyes. He was afraid that the tears that moved him were about to fall uncontrollably. Gardener, are you crying? Wo Chan asked. Nothing, got in the sand. Chao Tianchen didn't cry on his face, but he was bawling on the inside. God have mercy. He was going crazy these days with animal wishes. The animals' wishes have been progressively more outrageous ever since that parley began. There are those who start harems, those who seek revenge, those who seek death, and even those who cultivate immortality and want a duel at the top of the Forbidden City. Please, do you all want to be so emotional? You all want to live a wonderful life so you can write an autobiographical novel in the future, right? Look at people's Lodak. How pristine and normal the desire is. Shouldn't you live in an air-conditioned room when it's hot? Nothing wrong with it. With such a simple wish, there was no reason for Chao Tianchen not to fulfill it. He immediately contacted Fukata Kane and asked her to hurry up and vacate a floor and get all the way through. Buy 10 more air conditioners. No, 20 air conditioners and put them in. Remember, make sure you move fast. Hanging up the phone, Chao Tianchen's entire body was refreshed. The operation went almost too well to be imagined. Unsurprisingly, the next step was simply to buy Lodak and bring him back to deliver the mission. Boss Huang, don't blame me for breaking the rules. Tell you what, I'll give you 100 million. No, 200 million. And you'll sell Lodak directly to me. Chao Tianchen was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly used money to smash. It was an accident, if nothing else. Faced with Chao Tianchen's trenchant behavior, Huang Zhukai's eyes lit up, but it soon dimmed again. What? Is Boss Huang still not enough? Why don't you make an offer? Chao Tianchen was determined to win. Money was not a problem. Hey! Huang Zhukai clapped his hands together and sighed and was annoyed. Boss Chao, to tell you the truth, even though the price you've offered me is very appealing, I'm afraid that if I sell Lodak to you privately, I'll lose my little life. What's going on? Here's the thing. Only after hearing Huang Zhucai's words did Chao Tianchen realize that Lodak had turned out to have been targeted by more than one group of people. All of them are from various groups of forces. Chao Tianchen could probably guess the reason why these people were staring at Lodak. Evolutionary glory is coming, and it's already affecting the blue planet. A major breakthrough in human genetics. Organizations like the Golden Dagger all over the world are looking for those peculiar animals and want to catch them for research. Chao Tianchen's experience in his previous life told him that for them to do so was tantamount to playing with fire. Animals evolve and mutate almost overnight, giving humans no room to react at all. Take Akatsuki for example. Before the end of the world, Akatsuki was implanted with a control chip by Golden Blade. But when the end times came, it instantly escaped control and slaughtered humans for kilometers around. Achieved the great fame of the red-eyed heavenly king. At that time, the social order had not yet completely collapsed, and the incident was very big and widely spread. It was also then that Chao Tianchen first heard of his name. But it's pointless to talk about it now. It's not like he can tell these people and say, if you do this now, beware of being exterminated by mutated animals in the future. Why don't you give me the deed? These people will just think he's nuts. Chao Tianchen pondered for a moment and said, then it wouldn't be good for me to make things difficult for Boss Huang. So I'll participate in this adoption and bid fairly. He had thought about just taking Lodak captive, but he still had to go to the Flowing Cloud sect to exchange pills after all. The idea had to be abandoned in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Huang Jutsai still do not know that he walked on the ghost gate. Heard the words immediately overjoyed. Ha ha, that couldn't be better. Boss Chao, the two young ladies, you come with me. It didn't take long to walk. Chao Tianchen's trio was brought to the door of a conference room. A promotional poster hangs in front of the door, along with a Q-tip image of Lodak and a promotional slogan. Give your share of love and warm Lodak all winter long. Lodak sobbed blood in return for his kindness, and asked only that the lords would give a little more love. All three couldn't help but roll their eyes. So shameless. It's all about making money. No shabby. Huang Jutsai laughed and said, Boss Chao, in another 10 minutes the adoption event will start. I'll go get ready. You guys go in first. Okay. Lodak he was bound to win today. No one who comes will be able to. Crap. Chao Tianxian said goodbye to Huang Jucai and pushed open the door with one hand. But the moment the door opened, he was dumbfounded. The monks of the White Elephant Temple, the samurai of the Double Chopper Society, and the man in the suit embroidered with the Sakuraji family crest. Seeing Chao Tianxian enter, the gazes of these people grew progressively darker and colder. They all had a grudge against Chao Tianxian directly or indirectly. The new abbot of the White Elephant Temple, Master Exterminating Light, took the lead. You're Chao Tianxian, right? Say, is the disappearance of my senior brother, Master Sky Lantern, related to you? If you dare not tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless with my iron palm. Chao Tianxian snorted. You're a funny bald ass. What do you need me for if you lost someone at your temple? Won't you call the police? Chao Tianxian paused. I almost forgot. Your temple should be under the control of our Inspector General of Martial Arts. You can log on to the official website of the Patrol Armed Forces Department. Download a case investigation application form. Fill it out. Bring a copy of your ID card. And go to the nearby Patrol Armed Forces Department to report the case. Don't thank me. It's what I should do. Master Light Destroyer was so furious that his whiskers flared as he angrily cursed. All of you from the Patrolling Marshal Department are no good. Yo yo yo. I can't take this as unheard. Chao Tianxian took out his cell phone. I've already recorded the sound. Unless you kneel down and kowtow to me, I'll shake someone to invite you to tea now. Master Light Extinguisher obviously did not have the endurance of his senior brother, Master Sky Lantern, and was immediately provoked into losing his mind. Shameless little child, old me is laying down my life. I will peel off a layer of your skin. The monks around him rushed to stop him. Abbot, it's a matter of great importance. Master Chao, let's be merciful. Chao Tianxian didn't want to cause more trouble either. I, Chao, have always been generous. Kowtowing is not necessary. All you have to do is apologize and this will be settled. Master Lights Out was so angry that he gritted his back teeth. For him, a 70 to 80-year-old elder, to apologize to a brat was simply a strange shame. But ever since the loss of the jail tooth, the White Elephant Temple's reputation has gone down the drain, and is in desperate need of a new divine beast to regain the heat. So, at this juncture, he had to concede. Sorry about that. Chao Tianxian didn't bother with this insincere apology and led Guo-chan and Sakuraji Machako towards the back seat. But before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped again by a group of Double Chopper Society samurai rising up. And also rising up was the suited man from the Sakuraji family, Sakuraji Kirichako. Don't tie your hands yet. Sakuraji Machako's small face instantly paled. The Double Chopper Society and the Sakuraji clan treated traitors with a tactic that could literally make one's life worse than death. She tried to argue, but everything that had happened recently had been so sudden and complicated that to this day her mind was still a blur and she had no idea how to talk about it. And her behavior certainly further confirms the fact of her betrayal. The gazes of the few people surrounding her grew more and more unkind. At that moment, a voice rang out. Aren't you guys too arrogant to actually threaten my woman in front of me? My woman. Sakuraji Misty Cheiko blushed prettily. The devilish voice of the past now gave her a strong sense of security. Misty Cheiko Sakuraji was heartened and more confused. Marshal Inspector Chao, we have no intention of making an enemy of you, but we must take away the traitor Sakuraji Kirichako, so please make it easy for us. A samurai from the One Double Chopping Society said. He investigated Chao Tianxian. The most noteworthy status was that of a lowest-ranking Blue Stripe Marshal Patrol envoy. A little energy, but not much. What if I don't? You know, what we're best at on the island is assassinations of all kinds. Gutter rats. Feel free to come if you can. The samurai from the Double Chopper Society was furious. Chao Tianxian, don't think that the patrolling marshal department will protect you. Mr. Tojo Tianji is very prestigious in our country. If anyone knows that his disappearance is linked to you, then the Double Chopper Society won't be the only ones looking for you. Chao Tianxian laughed out loud. Are you deaf? I told you. Gutter rats. Just come if you can. Speaking here, his voice was cold and full of killing intent. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, the suited man from Sakuraji's family came out to round off the situation. Gourmet-kun, forget it, we're in the Dragon Kingdom after all. Peach-pouring Ichiro grunted and sat back down with the samurai. Bubbling pot-san, said Misty Cheiko Sakuraji, looking to the man in the suit. Wanting to speak, Sakuraji Bubbler waved her hand, telling her to hurry up and leave. Obviously he didn't know, yet, that the branch had been stolen. Otherwise it wouldn't be this attitude. This interlude ended, and Sakuraji Machako said softly, Tenzin-kun, thank you. A show of hands. Chao Tianxian wasn't pitying her and keeping her. It was for a big game. Guo-chan on the side, however, pouted, her jealousy being knocked over. Chao Tianxian saw this and took her little hand, and she immediately smiled again. Eventually, Chao Tianqian sat in the last row with the two girls. Beside them was an unknown ancient martial force, led by a woman in a black peach blossom cheongsam. The woman looked at 30 years old or so. Her appearance was stunning. Pearl and jade round. Every move will be the beauty of the oriental women to show the best. A pair of peach blossom eyes could drip water, as if they could hook people's souls away. This one is absolutely unrecognizable. Chao Tianqian had just thought so when he heard a soft voice. Garden Master Chao. Just now. He was so powerful that he really made my daughter admire him. Facing the woman's hitch, Chao Tianqian was puzzled. You are. The woman's peach blossom eyes blinked and said, I am Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Xianyao. My second brother, Lu Chuanqi, has taken care of me and has not yet returned. I don't know where he is now? At those words, Chao Tianqian almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Good lord, this house is actually full of enemies. MS. Lu, what are you saying? I can't understand. Chao Tianqian pretended to be confused, but Sakuragi Muchako beside him had already had her eyes on fire. In her perception, it was the Lu family that had designed to frame her master and disciple. Guochan was in the same boat as her. The woman in front of her, who outshone herself in both figure and face, was a huge threat. Head gardener Chao is really good at tricking girls, but my Lu family isn't like those miscellaneous powers. I know a lot more. Seeing that Chao Tianqian was unmoved, Lu Xianyao hid a smile. That monkey my second brother traded ended up in your hands, didn't it? And what happened at base 07? You're not going to say it's none of your business, are you? Though she couldn't know the whole story of what happened in the Flowing Cloud sect, but relying on the huge energy of the Lu family, she also followed the clues and found out that Flametail ended up in Chao Tianqian's hands. Based on the principle of whoever benefits is the most suspected, she decided that Chao Tianqian was the real culprit. She was unconcerned about her cheap brother's death, but she was intensely interested in Chao Tianqian. But it's not a good idea to check. Nice guy. This man has been like a black hole lately. Wherever he goes with him, people are either dead or missing. Even more outrageous was the fact that one of the Golden Dagger's darker sources had reported heavy news to her. Golden Sword's key base 07, is out of contact. The base chief, Dr. Helen, is nowhere to be found. Although the details were confusing at the moment, there was one piece of information that concerned her greatly. The man in front of her had appeared near base 07 last night. Facing Lu Xianyao's seductive eyes, Chao Tianqian remained as normal, but waves rippled within his heart. He's always clean and leaves no one alive. How did he break? But it's impossible to get him to admit it. MS. Lu, I know that this is you deliberately looking for a topic, trying to arouse my interest. Tell you what, I prefer to be more direct. Lu Xianyao froze for a moment. With that, she burst into laughter, her chest heaving and giving her tight cheongsam a huge burden. Head gardener Chao, I'm getting more and more interested in you when you resist like this. Lu Xianyao licked her lips and stared straight at Chao Tianqian. She loves things that are full of mystery. It felt like eating a sandwich ice cream, with each new layer stirring up a sense of satisfaction in her. Chao Tianqian was stared at and unconsciously leaned outward. Intuition told him that this woman was very dangerous. That said, Lu Xianyao, this name sounds so familiar, but how come I just can't recall it? At this point, Huang Jucai arrived late to announce the official start of the adoption event. The crowd all rubbed their fists together, revealing expressions of determination, and Chao Tianqian also raised his spirits. $10 million. The atmosphere went into overdrive just as the offer began. 10 million. That's the price for a foreign country to lease the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. After quoting the price, the lights-out master looked around the room with smugness written all over his face, as if to say, who else is there? For the sake of this auction, he had concentrated the efforts of the entire temple. But Master Light Extinguisher soon realized that something was wrong, because everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a poor man. $12 million, $15 million, $17 million, $30 million. Seeing that the offer was climbing, Master Lightsout held his red face. The clown is me? He wanted to make an offer, but suddenly realized that he was no longer worthy of participating in this bidding, as the price had risen to 50 million. This price is enough to buy the whole White Elephant Temple. Master Exterminator sat back in his seat disheveled. White Elephant Temple is completely out of luck, and from now on can only return to second-rate ancient martial arts forces. At that moment, he turned his gaze to Chao Tianqian, and after seeing that the latter had not made a single offer, his heart felt not much better. Poor bastard. How dare you come without strength? After saying these words, Master Light Extinguisher felt that his entire being had been elevated and his wounded heart had been soothed. And he didn't keep his voice down when he said it. Everyone heard it. Peach Blossom Pouring Ricelang had long been looking at Chao Tianqian with displeasure, and took the opportunity to taunt. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom called swollen face to fill up the fat man. referring to these people, right? Sakuragi Bubble Pot pretended to be generous. Watering Rice-kun, he's a lowest-ranked Blue Stripe Marshal Patrol envoy. How much can he get in a month? So don't give him a hard time. You let him experience what it means to be upper class. The crowd burst into laughter, especially the lights-out master. He was the one who laughed the most. After all, he had at least quoted once. How could he be considered to have participated? While the other party had not fired a single shot, it was simply as embarrassing as it could be. Looking at the clownish faces of these people, Chao Tianqian couldn't help but shake his head. He spoke indifferently. Everyone should stop squeezing the price up like toothpaste. It's really a waste of my time. I'll offer $300 million. The whole room was stagnant. 300 million. Master Light Extinguisher's eyes were round and full of disbelief. No way. Absolutely not. You could never have that much money. Chao Tianqian didn't bother to pay attention to his ranting and instead looked at Huang Jucai, who had always had a very low presence. Boss Huang, check it out. Then made a gesture. Huo-chan immediately understood and provided Huang Jucai with proof of assets. After Huang Jucai verified it, his face smiled more happily than if he had given birth to a son. That's 3 small goals. With that kind of money, not to mention your sister-in-law, you can even pick up your sister-in-law's sister-in-law. Boss Chao, there's no problem at all. Chao Tianqian looked toward the few people who had just taunted him and teasingly asked, Gentlemen, what do you say now? The lights-out master was red in the face, and his toes were so embarrassed that he could have gouged out 3 rooms. Being a clown again, he could only refrain from making a single sound now, in order to minimize his presence so that Chao Tianqian would not notice him. If this weren't the Dragon Kingdom, I wouldn't be unable to get the money. Peach Pouring Rice Lang shouted. Chao Tianqian didn't go toe-to-toe with him, but just looked at him quietly, a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Peach Pouring Rice Lang can only be impotent and furious. It didn't take long for him to be so tormented by the silent mockery that he went mad and slammed the door despite Sakuragi's bubble pot. Chao Tianqian looked at Lu Xianyao again. In his opinion, this one was his biggest competitor. After all, the Lu family was a real powerhouse with as much money as paper. Lu Xianyao said pitifully, Director Chao, I'm a weak woman from a good family, but I can't take such money, so I can only give it away. Chao Tianqian rolled his eyes. Big sister, take off those little target bracelets on your hands and the earrings on your ears that could fit in a museum before you talk. However, he could probably guess the reason why Lu Xianyao gave up. The big families of the powerful were rich, but they were more careful with their money, and the price of $300 million clearly exceeded her mental expectations. More importantly, Lu Xianyao couldn't realize the value of Rodak. Otherwise, she would have done whatever it took. Just when the crowd thought the dust had settled, maniacal laughter suddenly rang out in the conference room. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, I'll give you $500 million. It turned out to be Sakuragi Bubble Pot. The crowd couldn't help but murmur. Why did he wait until now when he had so much money? I guess we have to wait for the double choppers to leave. Being pointed out in his mind, Sakuragi Bubble Pot instead became even more pleased. If the Double Chopper Society could leave the golden sword behind and start a new business, why couldn't he, the Sakuragi family, leave the Double Chopper Society behind and start a new business? He, the Sakuragi family, had also secretly mastered the techniques of the Spell Spirit Warriors. The first page of the history of the rise of the Sakuragi family will be written by me. Sakuragi Bubble Pot. Sakuragi soaked the pot for a while and looked at Chao Tianqian, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Otherwise, I really don't know how I would have snubbed that martial artist. Pouring Rice Lang, out of the way. And I'm not afraid to tell you that my Sakuragi family happens to have a branch in this city that can raise up to $3 billion. Even the Lu family can't come up with as much money as I can in a short period of time. At the moment, he was like the last werewolf to jump out of the Wolfman kill, looking like he was playing everyone in the palm of his hand. Then won't Lodak change hands again? It would seem so. The organs are too clever to be the dowry of others. Amitabha Buddha, goodness gracious. Master Light Extinguisher, who had just died socially, came back alive and immediately began to ridicule Chao Tianqian. Only Sakuragi Misty Cheiko couldn't help but close her eyes and couldn't bear to look at Sakuragi's smug look as she made the pot. How she wanted to say a bubbling kettleberry. The division was actually terminated a long time ago. Chao Tianqian was also amused. He didn't think that anyone would come out begging to be punched in the face even at this hour. You can't come up with $500 million out of thin air. Check your capital. A capital check is a capital check. Sakuragi Bubble Pot was beyond confident. I'll show you the strength of my Sakuragi family. Sakuragi Bubbler asked his men to bring in the capital inspection materials. In terms of force, his Sakuragi family may not be able to, but in terms of making money, his Sakuragi family still has something. The crowd gathered and waited for the results of the capital inspection. It didn't take long for word to come from the bank. Wrong password for public account number 1. A bad feeling surged through Sakuragi Bubblepot's mind. He pretended to be calm and scolded his men. Waste stuff. You can even forget the password. Change the account. The henchman was aggrieved. He clearly hadn't misremembered the password. But facing the murderous eyes of Sakuragi Bubblepot, he didn't dare to complain. Switched accounts. Soon the news came again from the bank. Wrong password for public account number 2. The eyes of the crowd changed instantly. If the first password error was an accident, then the second is definitely a problem. Fuck off. Sakuragi Bubbler pushed his men aside and came to enter the code himself. But it's still the wrong password. How? Sakuragi soaking the pot, sweating like a pig. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and tried to open other accounts. Even tried to cash out investment funds and financial products. Password error. Password error. It's still the wrong password. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sakuragi Bubblepot was hysterical. He's holding a straight flush. How does he hit it and suddenly it's a regular straight? The crowd was full of mockery. So the real clown is here. Once again. The lights-out master was so embarrassed that he was picking at the floor. I should have known better than to support this little day. Waste stuff. What price do you call it if you don't have money? Sakuragi Bubbles didn't have time to pay attention to the contempt of the bystanders. He was contacting the Sakuragi family branch by all means. It turned out that I couldn't get in touch with them in any way. Baka-chan, what the hell is Satoshi Yoshida doing? Shouldn't be dying on a woman's belly? Sakuragi Bubblepot's heart was dripping blood. He had told Satoshi Yoshida to give him that secretary long ago. And Satoshi Yoshida just wouldn't listen, and ended up dropping the ball at such a critical moment. The opportunity to cause the Sakuragi family to rise to power just slipped out of sight. What he doesn't know yet is that Satoshi Yoshida is indeed dead, but instead of dying on a woman's belly, he died under the sharp blade of a Kajika half-mealer. The dust has settled. Huang Jutsai pulled out an agreement with a smile on his face. Boss Chow, sign this adoption agreement and Lodak is yours. Chao Tianchen signed the agreement, paid the money, and immediately took the two women out the door. At this moment, he was very excited in his heart. Word just came in from Kana Fukada that the air-conditioned room is done. In other words, his sixth covenant spirit was about to arrive. After Chao Tianchen left, the people from the White Elephant Temple and the Lu family left one after another, leaving the few people from the Sakura family alone with their heads hanging down. Lord Bubbler, what do we do now? Initiate option B. Sakuragi Bubblepot grunted. The deer is dead. We don't know yet. Chao Tianchen found a large van and loaded Lodak into it. He told the two women to wait where they were, and he got into the carriage alone, still closing the door. The gardener is playing with flowers again. This time it's a lion. The more Guo-chan thought about it, the more BT she felt. Inside the wagon, when Lodak saw Chao Tianchen enter, he was just about to yell back at this human with no sense of boundaries when a large leg of lamb was stuffed in his mouth. It immediately moved its butt and made room for Chao Tianchen. It's still really Bean. Chao Tianchen smiled, then unfolded the space door leading to the house of Izura. Rodak, come with me. Rodak was a little disgruntled. What gives you, a human, the right to call out to me, the titular Snow Lion King? Another leg of lamb? Well, you can call me all you want. Soon, one man and one lion arrived at the top floor of the house of Izura. Fukada Kana, who had been waiting for a long time, was startled by the behemoth in front of her, and she covered her mouth so tightly that she didn't let out a scream. This woman is very smart. Chao Tianchen's mouth lifted as he said, take me to the newly built air-conditioned room. Although Fukada Kana was so frightened that she couldn't walk steadily on the road, she still insisted on bringing Chao Tianchen and Lodak to their destination. The newly built air-conditioned room is located on the next floor. Inside the huge space of nearly 5,000 square meters, 20 high-powered floor-standing air conditioners are in operation. It's slightly chilly when you first come in. Ho ho ho. Lodak ran around the air-conditioned room for a while, then lay down on the floor and let out a moan of comfort. Obviously pleased with the place, Chao Tianchen nodded in satisfaction, then threw Fukada Kana a mortal transformation pill. Good job. You're rewarded for this one. Fukada Kane received the elixir with excitement. She was able to mix to this position, so naturally she was also a bit knowledgeable, and recognized the transformation Dan at a glance. This was a superb elixir that could help ordinary people break through. Only a few of the top ancient martial arts forces in the Dragon Kingdom were able to refine it, and a single one was worth tens of millions of dollars. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial arts forces have always looked down on the island's ancient martial arts forces, not selling this elixir to the island at all. Therefore, if this elixir was placed in the island country, it would be hundreds of millions of dollars that would be bought by someone. More importantly, it was the significance of Chao Tianchen giving her this elixir. This was clearly an attempt to bring her into his circle. The big shot who raised his hand was a mortal transformation Dan, and his thighs were obviously much thicker than the Sakuragi family. It's more than worth pitching in. Thank you, Master Gardener. Do a good job. I won't treat you badly. Go down. Yes. Afterwards, Chao Tianchen began to deliver the task. I'm not sure. Rodak suddenly stormed out, his golden pupils erupting with intense killing intent. Chao Tianchen hurriedly inquired about the cause. Rodak pointed his claws at two air conditioners not far away and sent out a telepathic transmission. These two. Throw them away. Chao Tianchen looked at the two air conditioners and instantly realized. Both air conditioners are endorsed by the Iron Eater, Mo Tai-san. And when it comes to the feud between Lodak and Munta-san, it has to start with that hot summer day 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom suffered a rare hot and scorching weather. Lodak wasn't living in the Snow Lion house at the time, but was a neighbor to Mo Tai-san at the public animal shelter. Because of the heat, the shelter staff intends to purchase air conditioners to cool the animals down. I'm not sure that air conditioning was a big seller that year. The staff traveled halfway across the city and ended up with only one air conditioner. No doubt about it. With only one air conditioner. Of course, priority was given to supplying the national treasure. While Lodak was hot as a dog, Mo Tai-san was huffing and puffing in the air-conditioned room next door. And when he woke up, he came and added the weather was okay. Rodak was furious. Your Meow's national treasure is great. Lodak wailed for days on end, but instead of his aggression being understood by the staff, he was considered sick. Even to avoid its disease from infecting Guabao, the shelter put it on the market at a very low price, which was finally picked up by Huang Jutsai. It's not that there aren't caring people who speak up for Lodak, but soon an expert jumped in to explain, lions live in Africa and are very heat resistant. Do you think it's infuriating? The matter here is just, the two since then the sky south and north. The two are not related. Kaladak went on to become a Netflix lion with his friendly cameo in My Secretary Quack. Just as its career was booming, Mo Tai-san also caught fire with his prison break and became a Netflix national treasure. And since then, popularity has always trumped it. Whenever people see Lodak, they can't help but compare it to Mo Tai-san. It's often said that, aside from top stream national treasure Munta-san, Lodak is the hottest animal star of the moment. That's a compliment alright. But for Lodak, it was like sticking a needle in its heart. At this point, Chao Tianchen looked at Lodak again, and his eyes couldn't help but take on a hint of pity, for he knew that the shadow of Munta-san would loom over it for the rest of its life. Follow the normal historical trajectory. In the future, the Beast Kings of the Raging Sea Province and the Beast Kings of the Imperial Capital will engage in a megagroup fight over some exotic treasure. In justice, Lodak took on Munta-san once again. As a result, not only was he beaten up and swollen, but he also made Mo Tai-san's name as Taikyo, Biting Bamboo Heavenly King. Even worse, there were good human powerhouses that recorded the great battle despite the danger. 10 years later, teachers in the shelter say the following passage in class. There are very few Beast King battles at the Heavenly King level that have been recorded by humans. Today, I'll take this video of the Frozen Heavenly King and the Biting Bamboo Heavenly King to tell you about the terror of the Heavenly King class Beast Kings. The kids then watch a video of Lodak getting brutally beaten up by Mo Tai-san with a look of excitement on their faces. Thinking of this, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but sigh. What a poor waif. Chao Tianchen threw the air conditioner out. Lodak stopped making a scene when he saw this, and even gave an S-rank satisfaction rating. Chao Tianchen was directly in tears. What a nice kid. How can life be so bitter? Mission accomplished. Satisfaction rating, yes. Reviews, air-conditioned room, comfortable, satisfied. Chao Tianchen rubbed his hands together. It's been a long time since I've gotten an S-rank reward, so the anticipation is really pulling at me. S-class evaluation reward, Spirit Contracts Loam. The soil of the spiritual contract. Placing a lifeform that has died from a kill on the Spirit Contracts Loam will have the following effects. 1. The souls of living beings will rest in peace. The physical body of the lifeform will be transformed into spiritual energy which can be absorbed. Also, Spirit Contracted Loam will have a level, and the level will increase as your greater realm increases. The higher the level, the stronger the range and effect. Absorbable spiritual energy. It's really a sleepy pillow. Chao Tianchen was excited. Absorbing psychic energy can raise the level. However, purely relying on one's own absorption of spiritual energy required day-to-day martial arts cultivation. The speed was too slow, not to mention the existence of limits. At the very top, it was elevated to the middle of the metamorphosis level. Cultivation techniques that accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy also exist in the world. However, these cultivation techniques were all held in the hands of large ancient martial arts forces. Even the Lu Yun sect, which was closest to Chao Tianchen, would not hand over their cultivation techniques to him, unless he's really backwards. Moreover, there were limits to these cultivation techniques. Strong people like Xuanji and Helen who had cultivated to the combat soldier level were few and far between. Leveling up became a lot easier after the end times came. Many psychic energy stones appeared in Blue Star. All living beings can absorb spirit energy stones to level up. But this is the post-apocalyptic world, not the world of cultivation. A living being. Every time one absorbed a trace of spiritual energy from a spiritual energy stone, one would be taking a huge risk. The lesser case is genetic alienation and turning into a zombie. If you are heavy, your body will explode and you will die on the spot. Animals are better than humans because they don't want to die any more than humans do. One sip. Never mind if it's you right or wrong. The ferocious beasts that humans crusade to exterminate in the future are less than 1% of the ferocious beasts that explode and die. Although Chao Tianqian's subordinates were all beast kings, with a far greater withstanding capacity than ordinary ferocious beasts, there was no guarantee that it would be all risk-free. If the beast king that he had worked so hard to get his hands on exploded, he would be heartbroken. Thus, the effect of the spirit contract's loan was what he needed most. System: extract the soil of the spiritual contract. To Chao Tianqian's surprise, the spiritual contract's loan wasn't a piece of soil, but an earth-colored crystal. According to the system's operational prompts, he placed the spirit contracted loam on the ground of the contracted spirit space. The soil of the spirit contract quickly merged into the ground and took control of all the layers of soil that covered the space of the spirit contract. Chao Tianqian also discovered that he could actually control this layer of earth as well. Although the movement of these clays, slow as an old car, can be controlled not. In that case, won't I be able to pass myself off as an earth alien again? At that moment, the system sent a message. Spirit Loam LV. 2. Area, 1000 m times 1000 m. Spiritual energy reserves, 10 points of psychic energy reserves. Could it be that they were extracted from the ones I buried earlier? Chao Tianqian absorbed all 10 points of spiritual energy. Immediately afterward, a wave of spiritual energy flowed through his entire body. Chao Tianqian smoothly upgraded to the middle stage of the metamorphosis level. I didn't expect to break through so easily. It seems that the value of the spirit contract's loam is even higher than skill sharing in spirit contract space. Chao Tianqian looked at Lodak again as if he was looking at a good old son, causing the latter to be uncertain. But upon seeing the large leg of lamb throne, Lodak immediately thought, this man looks like my father. Looking at the wolfish Lodak, Chao Tianqian decided to give it a new name. The beast kings under his command were called Silver Horn, Black Mane, Flame Tail, Prison Tooth, and White Scale. It's all about features plus parts. The name Lodak didn't fit in the lineup and made his OCD kick in. And the last out of formation called Bloodsickle was already warped. So apparently out of formation is the way to death. Got to change. I see that your entire body fur is as white as snow and your pupils are golden. So I'll call you Ice Teeth. Ice Teeth. Chao Tianqian fed 2 metamorphosis pills to raise Ice Tooth to the metamorphosis level, then checked out the info on it. Spirit, Ice Teeth. Race, Ice-Toothed Snow Lion. Realm, 3% of early metamorphosis level. Ability, Freezing, Unawakened. Skills, King's Capital, Freeze Ray, Giant Claw Slam, Priggish, Hasty Freeze Enablement, the ability to rapidly cool and freeze objects, and the ability to gain skills related to ice and cryogenics. King's qualities: past kings have strengths and weaknesses. This unit has 5 times the base attributes of its counterpart and has the qualifications to become a superior king. Freeze Ray, main spit out a ray that has the effect of freezing. Cooldown, 10s, activation condition, Freeze Enable. Giant Claw Slam, main delivers a super strong blow with armor breaking and shattering effects, cooldown, 10s. Priggish, main people who lock eyes with you will think you're priggish, and the effect lasts until the end of locking eyes with you. No cooldown. With the presence of the white scales, the Ice Teeth were no longer as stunning as Chao Tianqian. Let's just say, it's not bad. Even in terms of current battle power, Ice Teeth was inferior to Prison Teeth. After all, Jail Tooth was also an upper-level beast king, and the ability Black Water Make, which could also suppress the enemy's spiritual energy, was BT. The only thing that could interest him is this, priggish. There's no point in asking for this kind of skill for someone as decent as me, right? Want to try it sometime? Chao Tianqian left Ice Tooth behind and went through the space door alone. Returning to the carriage, across the compartment, he could hear Guo-chan and Sakuraji Kirichako talking. What? Tianqian Jun actually did such a thing. That's nothing. I'm telling you, the head gardener even got a bunch of pigs and made them. I didn't expect Tianqian Jun to be so BT. I always thought he was a decent guy. So, if you really want to be the gardener's woman, you have to be fully aware. He's got a lot more BT tricks up his sleeve yet. Guo-chan sighed. If I hadn't been with the gardener for so many years that I couldn't bear to leave him behind, no woman would be able to bear it with those hobbies of his. After saying that, Guo-chan revealed a scared look. as if certain unpleasant memories came rushing back to her heart. So, I have to thank you properly? That's when. Gardeners. Guo-chan was startled. At some point, Chao Tianchen had already appeared behind her. Guo-chan subconsciously appeared to cover her head, but the imagined popping chestnuts did not fall. Do you really think I'm such a person? Chao Tianchen asked. Don't you have any idea whether you are such a person or not? Besides, I don't mind. Guo-chan had just thought so, but the moment she locked eyes with Chao Tianchen, she suddenly felt that she was wrong. And so wrong. The head gardener. What a decent man that was. How could one think of him like that? A wave of shame surged through him. Head gardener. I'm sorry. Sakuragi Machako also looked ashamed. I'm sorry, Tenchun-kun. I shouldn't have speculated about you. That's pretty useful. Chao Tianchen knocked a chestnut on Guo-chan's head. Ouch. Guo-chan yelped, covering her head with tears in her eyes. Head gardener. You bully. Just bullying you. What? Chao Tianchen pinched her face in a domineering manner. After today, I'll make you look good. You little ninny. Serious people? Bullshit. I'm not a serious man. The three of them packed up and were ready to leave. At that moment, a voice came. Park Director Chao, can we talk alone? Looking back, it turned out to be Lu Xianyao. She had a charming smile on her face and clasped her hands in front of her body, causing Chao Tianchen to think of a poem. View a mountain from the side and see the peaks on the other side. Chao Tianchen coughed and said, I'm afraid this isn't good. I, Mr. Chao, am a decent person and don't like to be alone together. However, I see that you are full of sincerity, so I will reluctantly agree. Head gardener Chao, how can I say that I'm also a famous girl? If I didn't have important matters to discuss, would I invite a strange man to spend time alone? I hope Director Chao's character is guaranteed, or else if something really happens, I'm a weak woman, but I'm powerless to resist. Lu Xianyao spoke pitifully, and also bit the word powerless to resist very heavily. Chao Tianchen's blood boiled as he listened, and he couldn't help but feel an urge. However, he quickly pushed the urge down. Intuition told him that this woman is dangerous, mouth to take advantage of even if, or do not really provoke the good. Cindy, Misty Cheiko-sama, you guys go ahead and wait for me in the car. That won't be necessary. Lu Xianyao signaled that the two girls didn't need to evade. Didn't you want to talk alone? Chao Tianchen asked. Lu Xianyao snorted a laugh and pouted in a delicate voice. What's this about talking alone? He said, handing out a card. The Rose Hotel, 0507. This is the room card? Chao Tianchen was confused. So that's what talking alone means? He's the one who's alone. Bah, shameless. Guo-chan was furious. And Sakuragi Machako nodded her head darkly, rather like she was in the same boat. Lu Xianyao said with an innocent face. Garden Manager Chao, didn't you say you like to be direct? Is this not direct enough? Chao Tianchen was momentarily speechless. He's into directness, yes. But you. That's too direct. MS. Lu, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. But if there's nothing, then I'll leave first. Chao Tianchen didn't bother to pick up this room card. He didn't believe that the other party was a stupid white sweetie who would stage some kind of sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. There must be some kind of backstabbing waiting for him. Head gardener Chao, don't be in a hurry, I can have something you're interested in on me. Lu Xianyao leaned over. Her delicate skin felt silky to the touch. Chao Tianchen respectfully declined. I'm not interested now. MS. Lu, please take care of yourself. Lu Xianyao let out an ouch and chided. Head gardener Chao, the thing I'm talking about is the blood-containing grass. What are you rambling on about? You have blood-bearing grass? Chao Tianchen's face was delighted. Then he realized that he had lost his temper, but he couldn't care less. Want me to do what? Just tell me straight. He had long ago promised Flametail a blood-bearing herb, but had never honored it. One must know that of the current Beast Kings under his command, only Flametail had not reached the upper-level Beast King. This little guy has been visibly depressed lately. Moreover, he had seen all of Flametail's recent performance, which could be described as a labor of love, especially that time when he contracted White Scale and risked his life. Right now there was an opportunity to help it advance, so naturally it couldn't miss it. Lu Xianyao said, I hope to work with you. Cooperation? Chao Tianchen frowned. You're the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of the top 10 ancient martial arts families. You don't lack anything. What are you cooperating with me for? Who says I'm missing a dependable man and a child? Seeing that she was starting to be out of tune again, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but tense up. MS. Lu, are you really a lady of the house? How come you look like a female hooligan? Lu Xianyao sneered back. Park Director Chao, if I didn't know that you have your foot in 3 boats, I would have thought that you were some kind of decent person. Seeing her look of I've investigated you long ago, Chao Tianchen's face instantly darkened. Lu Xianyao laughed her ass off. Hand over the room card again. We won't see you tonight at 10 o'clock to talk more about our future collaboration. Since we're talking about cooperation, it's a bit inappropriate for you to pick a place like this. Chao Tianchen changed to a more normal place. Lu Xianyao had a helpless face. Look at you. We're clearly talking about business and you're making it sound like we're talking about feelings. Besides, what's inappropriate? I think it's better to be honest and open so that it seems sincere. She seemed to be talking a lot of sense. Chao Tianchen was speechless for a moment. Without waiting for him to react, Lu Xianyao shoved the rune card into his hands. Looking over again, she had boarded the car and was just stowing her long white legs inside. Director Chao, there are a lot of people who are watching, so you have to be more careful. With a reminder, Lu Xianyao ordered his men to drive. Vehicles traveled far. Keeping an eye on me? Meh, just a bunch of rats. Chao Tianchen smiled disdainfully. When the end times came the day after tomorrow, it would be his world. No matter who he was, as long as he dared to jump out, get him killed. Cindy, call the van master. We'll go back to Izura House first. Soon, the two cars exited the Snow Lion House one after the other. It hasn't been open for a while. Ha, Master Gardener. Why did that van master change his route? Guo Chan said. Rerouting? Chao Tianchen looked into the rearview mirror and realized that the van following them had turned the corner and disappeared. It was nothing more than an empty car, and he didn't bother to put any more effort into paying attention to it. Ignore him, you drive. Guo Chan let out an oh-so-subtle cry and continued driving. The moment. Inside a commercial car by the roadside, Sakuraji Bubble Pot was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Sakuraji Bubble Pot immediately picked up and asked, "Did it work out?" "It's done, Lord Bubbling Pot." After receiving an affirmative answer from his men, Sakuraji Bubbler clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. There was also a lot of jubilation in the car. Lord Bubbler is truly wise. They would never have guessed that we actually switched the truck drivers. Ha ha ha, now we're even saving money. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Those dragons spent $300 million and didn't even get a fart. So I'm afraid they're going to be so angry they're going to hit the wall. I can only say that Lord Bubbling Pot is awesome, easily toying with those Rokoku people. Listening to his men's boasting, the corners of Sakuraji Bubble Pot's mouth were harder to suppress than AK's. Lord Bubbling Pot, now that we've gotten our target, where should we go next? A henchman inquired. Sakuraji Bubble Pot cut in. Go to the division. Going to the branch? Butler Yoshida has always been at odds with us, and has tripped us up at such a critical time, so I'm afraid he won't look good if we go. Yeah, what if he's shameless and wants to take a share of our credit? Faced with the confusion of his men, Sakuraji Bubble Pot gave an explanation. For one thing, the Dragon Kingdom is very tightly regulated, and if those Dragon Kingdom people call the police, they might soon be on our heads. Going to the branch is just the thing to get out of the way. Although that old thing Yoshida doesn't get along with us, he's still loyal to the Sakuraji family, so it's not like he's going to expose us to the Rokoku police. Sakuraji Bubble Pot paused. Secondly, I'm going to let that old man know who is the one who can truly lead the family forward. As long as he can submit to me, what's the harm in sharing half of the credit with him? Hearing this, the men's eyes lit up. It should be noted that although Sakuraji Bubble Pot is very capable, he is a member of the Sakuraji family split and has been ostracized by the clan. He's saying this now, and it's clear he intends to be majestic. If Sakuraji Bubble Pot could become the family patriarch, then they could follow suit. Lord Awakening Pot is the guiding light of the Sakuraji family, and the future of the Sakuraji family rests on Lord Awakening Pot. The car was full of bragging rights. It was as if the world was about to end when Sakuraji Bakuto didn't become the head of the Sakuraji family. Listening to his men's boasting, Sakuraji Bubble Pot's heart soured. He raised his hand and pointed to the 50-story high-rise building in the distance, his whole body in high spirits. Toward the Tianmiao City branch. Depart. Izura House. 45th floor. Private gym area. Chao Tianchen walked out from inside the gym, took a cup of iced drink handed to him by Guo Chan, cooed and took a sip of it, and the whole person felt sour and refreshed. He swept his gaze to Guo Chan. Guo Chan was currently dressed in loose sportswear, with a convex front and curved back, just like a ripe fruit. Unfortunately, he still had to meet Lu Xianyao tonight. Otherwise, in another 3 or 4 hours, he could have picked this fruit. At that moment, Kajiko Haneru came to report. Head gardener, caught a mouse. Rats, bring it on. When he saw the visitor, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but smile. Yo, if it isn't Bubble-san. Sakuraji Bubble Pot was tied up hand and foot, his body bruised and purple, but the pain in his body was nowhere near as bad as the pain in his heart. Yoshida old dog, I'll be damned, he's dead and he's still screwing me over. Ha 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 ha. Chao Tianchen was in tears of laughter after knowing the cause and effect. To be reasonable, Sakuraji Bubble Spot is acting a bit funny though, But whether it's jumping back in the conference room or designing a stolen van, it's clear that this man has heart and means. His mistake was being teammates with Satoshi Yoshida. He was practically stiffed by Satoshi Yoshida to this point. At this point, Sakuragi Machako arrived in a hurry and begged, "Tenchun-kun, can you let my cousin go?" Chao Tianchen was unmoved. He had enough islanders under his command, and more could not help but affect the balance of power under his command. Kill! Kajiko Hanichiro immediately raised his hand and separated Sakuragi Bubbler's body and head. Sakuragi Machako was furious, but when she met Chao Tianchen's icy eyes, in an instant, her courage was lost and she was silenced. "What should we do about those henchmen of Sakuragi Bubblepot? Head gardener?" Kajiko Haniru asked. Chao Tianchen thought for a moment and said, "Bring them all here." Soon, 5 strong islanders were brought over, all of them bound hand and foot, looking terrified. Chao Tianchen told Guo-chan's trio to stand down. Then he finished off all 5 burly men and threw them and Sakuragi Bubblepot's corpses into the deeded spirit space. As soon as the corpse touched the ground, it sank and was swallowed up entirely by the spirit deed's loam. Spiritual energy reserves. 2. Mid-mortal level provides 1 point of spiritual energy. Early mortal level provides 0.3 points of spiritual energy. While the spiritual energy provided by ordinary people is almost negligible, it's too little. It seems that we still need the corpses of the strong. Chao Tianchen will look at the time. Evening, 9:30. It's almost time to go. The Rose Hotel. Inside a certain room, there were 9 people sitting on a long table. Each of them had a thick aura, and all of them had at least the strength of the late stage of the metamorphosis level. The person in the first seat was a woman with a beautiful appearance, with phoenix eyebrows and starry eyes. Her long hair was like silk, and her body faintly emitted fluctuations of spiritual energy. A long-eared green fox lay in the woman's arms. The little guy was rubbing his face with his pink paws, and when he finished rubbing his face, he wanted a different position, so he tossed it. Lu Xianyao gently patted the green fox's head to make it stop making noise, then slowly spoke. "How is the situation in the clan?" At this moment, she had swept away her enchanting posture in front of Chao Tianchen. Her demeanor was noble and dignified, and she also exuded a mighty power between her eyebrows. Reporting to Missy, young Master Pivotal Concordance has recently traveled to the Luo City ancestral ground frequently and is in close contact with that group of elders in the clan. There are already quite a few elders whose stance favors him. The person who reported it hesitated a little before adding, "Elder Dong, in particular, has supported him several times in public." The atmosphere in the room was a bit depressing. The Lu family, as an ancient martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy, infighting was considered a traditional item. Since the death of Lu Xian, the contemporary head of the Lu family, several years ago, the popularly publicized battle for the head of the family has been officially launched. Lu Xian has 2 sons and 1 daughter. First son Lu Shuxi, second son Lu Chuanqi, and Lu Xianyao. Lu Xian's 2 sons were both firstborn, while Lu Xianyao was an affair he owed outside the country in his early years. Compared to his 2 uneducated brothers, Lu Xianyao, who was both talented and skillful, has taken up a key position in the family early on and has made the family flourish. However, she was neither a firstborn nor a man's body, so she was at an extreme disadvantage in the battle for the head of the family. Lu Xianyao has always been the strategy is to pull a fight. Go development go to the Lu family completely control, but in favor of Lu Chuanqi that indisputable hung. It exposes her directly to the light, although in terms of ability, her 360-degree, all-around, no-death angle dangling competitor Lu Shuxi, but the big families know what they're talking about. A bunch of old-timers in high places. The best thing he can do is to knock on his cane, coughing and shouting at the same time. If a woman, or a woman from the concubine's family, ascends to the position of the family head, what face does my Lu family have to face the other top-tier ancient martial families? What face will I have to gain a foothold in the ancient martial arts world? After I die, what face will I have to see my ancestors? Then it just kept coughing and looking like it was going to die, but it just wouldn't. Lu Xianyao rubbed her temples. She also had a big headache with this bunch of old farts. At this point, a pink-clothed, double-ponytailed young girl, slapping the table, said angrily, "Humph, it's all because of that guy named Chao Tianchen. If he hadn't slaughtered Lu Chuanqi, do we need to be so passive?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became resentful. Zhang Linglong is right, it's all because of this surname Chao. If it wasn't for him, in another 3 to 5 years, the Lu family would definitely be in Missy's pocket. If this person is not removed, it will be difficult to fulfill the hatred in my heart. Right, Missy, why don't I send someone to do him in? As long as Lu Xianyao was able to ascend to the position of family head, they would be the credit of the slave dragon. But after many years of dedication and seeing the rewards, they have lost all their efforts. How can I not hate it? Okay. Lu Xianyao's voice was not loud, But as soon as she opened her mouth, everyone was immediately silenced, and she was instantly the only voice left in the room. Where's your usual arrogance when you meet this setback? Zhang Linglong and Zhao Zifeng stay. Everyone else go back first. Soon there were 3 people left in the room. Missy, Lu Shuxi has already taken the bait. I've also mapped out all the layouts of his residence and can arrange for an assassination at any time. Zhao Zifeng has a slender and straight figure. His temperament is like a sharp blade hidden in its sheath, and when he opens his mouth, he is introverted and calm, yet he does not lose his sharpness. Zi Feng, this trip is full of dangers. It's been hard on you. Hearing Lu Xianyao's concerned words, waves rippled in Zhao Zifeng's eyes, but they were quickly hidden by him. That's all I'm supposed to do. Zhao Zifeng deliberated a little and added, Missy, will we be too risky on this trip? Zhang Linglong on the side also wanted to speak. I could tell by her look that she didn't approve of the assassination either. There was an unwritten rule in the infighting of ancient martial arts families that competitors were never allowed to assassinate each other. This seemingly civilized rule was actually forced upon us. It's a society with the rule of law now. They, the ancient martial arts families, were regarded as a tumor by the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. The Ministry of Patrol and Military Affairs, which is the sword of Damocles, is keeping a close eye on their every word and action, sharpening its sword. Just get caught. The Lu family, right? Disturbing the public peace and causing a bad influence. You won't be given chopsticks for next year's top family gathering. I, the Ministry of Military Affairs, unilaterally declare you disbanded in place. Don't think this is a joke. When the Dragon Kingdom was founded, there were more than 20 top-tier ancient martial arts families, while now there were only 10 left. Lu Xianyao sighed. How could I not understand this? But the ancient prophecy of the recovery of the heaven and earth's aura is coming soon. It's too late to fear a change. Moreover, I always have a bad premonition. Zhang Linglong said, but there's no need to choose that Chao Tianchen. I always feel that he's not very reliable. Why don't we just do it ourselves? Zhao Zifeng took the initiative to volunteer. Missy, let me do it, and never implicate the Lu family. Lu Xianyao shook her head. You guys are underestimating the Ministry of Martial Patrol. As long as it's one of our people who moved, they can definitely find out. In fact, when Lu Chuanqi disappeared, the Ministry of Military Patrol got the news before the Lu family. But the Ministry of Patrol and Armed Forces finally went to great lengths to find out only that Lu Chuanqi was dead. As for who killed him, Chao Tianchen was the most suspicious, but he could not find the slightest evidence. It had to be left unsettled. Lu Xianyao also relied on the beneficiary inference to determine that Chao Tianchen was the murderer. In fact, she was making a big bet. In case Chao Tianchen wasn't the one who killed Lu Chuanqi, in case he was pressurized and incapable of concealing himself from the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. At this point, Green Fox climbed to his feet and barked twice. A closer look reveals that its eyes are turquoise in color and also have a halo of light that glows in circle after circle. The guests have arrived. Lu Xianyao smiled sweetly. I'll meet him. Zhang Linglong dropped a sentence and ran away. Don't make too much of it. Got it, Sister Xianyao. Chao Tianchen had just entered the front door of the hotel when he felt that he was being watched. But strangely enough, with his powerful spiritual power, he couldn't sense the direction of the probers at all. Just then, a young girl bounced up to him. The young girl was small, with a pink double ponytail and 10 nails painted with different nail polish, looking extremely non-mainstream. Little brother, a handsome boy like you, be safe when you go out, come on too. Looking at the square object in the young girl's hand, Chao Tianchen fell into deep thought for a moment. Chao Tianchen finally decided to come with too. After all, he's handsome as hell. In case Lu Xianyao couldn't control herself and had to have something with him, she mustn't pay attention to safety. How much? Zhang Linglong stretched out a hand, and the 5 colors of manicure glittered in the light. 500. 500? Chao Tianchen was slightly stunned. Society is still really sinister. It's amazing how young you are to know how to sit on your hands. It seems he's still too nice to adapt to the rhythms of social existence. 500 is 500. After paying, Chao Tianchen was called by the young girl again. Little brother, it's a 500. Chao Tianchen's eyes widened at once, touching the 2 squares in his pocket. Chao Tianchen was a little excited. 0507. This should be the one. The moment he opened the door, countless images surfaced in Chao Tianchen's mind. Black silk, suspenders, long legs, pink ambient lighting. But upon opening the door, he realized that was not the case at all. The clear color of the gilded wood furniture, the bookshelves full of books, the neatly trimmed grass and flowers, all reveal the nobility and cultivation of the owner of the room. Chao Tianchen checked a few times before he was sure that he hadn't gone to the wrong room. Park Director Chao. Looking at the sound, Lu Xianyao walked slowly in a red cheongsam. She trimmed her straight eyebrows, less soft and charming, more heroic. Zhao Zifeng followed behind her, like a loyal knight. Chao Tianchen was awestruck, but he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Well, people did come to talk business. He was the one who thought wrong. Lu Xianyao smiled sweetly. Park Director Chao, feel free to sit down. Oh, but before Chao Tianchen's but landed on the stool, he heard a chirping sound. Sister Xianyao, danger! A familiar figure jumped in front of him, staring at him with a wary face. It's you! Chao Tianchen recognized the person in front of him as the pink-clothed, double-ponytailed girl who had just given him the seller's block. Zhang Linglong, on the other hand, looked like she didn't recognize him. Eldest miss, this man is the murderer of the second young master. He is close to you, and he definitely wants to do you harm. I seriously suspect that he carries the murder weapon on him. Don't spit blood. Chao Tianchen naturally denied all of Zhang Linglong's accusations. We'll know if there's one or not. Zhang Linglong was so graphic that she touched towards Chao Tianchen's body without his consent. But after half a day of feeling around, I couldn't find anything. It shouldn't be. Those two helmets were clearly marked. How could they not be? Chao Tianchen's heart cried out for danger. Luckily he reacted at the last moment and put the helmet into the deity space. Little man. Fight me? Seeing that Zhang Linglong was still touching around, Chao Tianchen slapped her hand away. Don't look for it, little sister. You don't think about it. How could a boy as pure as me carry something like that on his body? Say, little sister. You know a lot. I was still ignorant at your age. Zhang Linglong was furious, but after seeing the other party's smiling eyes, she instantly hung her head again, her face full of blush, itching to drill a crack in the ground. Woohoo! Society is dead. Society is dead. Seeing Zhang Linglong's awkwardness, Lu Xianyao laughed her ass off, and even the always serious Zhao Zifeng couldn't help but laugh. Sister Xianyao, you're still laughing. Who do you think I'm doing this for? You traitor! Zhang Linglong was angry and shy, and immediately used her pink fist to palm Lu Xianyao's chest, stirring up a rising tide, and watching Chao Tianchen's blood boil. Alright, I won't laugh anymore. Lu Xianyao softened. However, after making such a mess, she had more confidence in Chao Tianchen. Park Director Chao, let's talk it over. Chao Tianchen listened to her talk about the history of her family's mansion and grudges, and felt an overwhelmingly sour aftertaste. This is the pure version, or was it recounted by the person himself? However, regarding Lu Xianyao's request, Chao Tianchen still chose to refuse. Ms. Lu, regarding the assassination, you should hire another person. 4-1. I didn't kill Lu Chuanxi. 4-2. I am also not capable of assassinating Lu Shuxi. Chao Tianchen now knew how dangerous it was to kill the children of the lineage. If it wasn't for Lu Chuanxi's death-defying run to the grove, coupled with the fact that he had the spirit contract space to destroy his body, he would have been caught by the martial arts patrol. The end times are coming, and it would be a laugh if we rolled over at this point. Park Director Chao, don't reject it just yet. Lu Xianyao took out a dark red plant and pushed it in front of Chao Tianchen. Bloodwort. Chao Tianchen's eyes lit up, but he didn't go for it. What do you mean by that? Lu Xianyao smiled sweetly. I am in a cooperative relationship with Garden Manager Chao, so whether it succeeds or fails, I have to show my sincerity. Imply STH. I am very sincere. You did not do anything. I give you a blood grass. If you do things, you can imagine how much benefit. Chao Tianchen had always been decisive, but looking at the blood-bearing grass in front of him, he was a little wobbly for a moment. This blood-containing grass seemed to be given for nothing, but if he accepted it, if Lu Xianyao's actions failed in the future, the Ministry of Martial Patrol might even check on his head, then he might as well get involved. But if you don't, that was, after all, a blood-bearing grass. It was worth a lot of money, and crucially, it could also allow Flametail to be promoted to an upper-level Beast King. If I had waited until the end times, I don't know what chance I would have had to obtain it, but now it is close at hand. It's at your fingertips. Chao Tianchen looked at Lu Xianyao again. This woman had great tactics. Her future was by no means generalized, and her name was familiar. Who the hell is she? What's wrong with that? At that moment, a green fox then leapt down from the top of a nearby bookshelf and landed in Lu Xianyao's arms. Seeing this green fox, Chao Tianchen's heart set off waves of shock. The ears are long and pointed, the eyes are turquoise like emeralds, and they also emit fluctuations of psychic energy. Can't go wrong. This green fox was none other than the future famous Heavenly Phantom Fox Emperor, Phantom Hitomi. Not only was Phantom Hitomi a beast emperor, it had also awakened the extremely rare mental faculty ability, Heavenly Phantom Demon Pupil. The Heavenly Phantom Magic Pupil is capable of ultra-long range detection, ultra-long range mental marking, and ultra-long range mental attacks. It's a post-apocalyptic version of a search and destroy drone. Li Bai had to bite off his pen when he saw it and didn't know how to write bull. The heavenly phantom demon pupil also had the ability to select an indentured servant and share the ability with him or her. Through the presence of the phantom pupil, Chao Tianchen also recalled Lu Xuanyao's identity, the contractee of the heavenly phantom fox emperor, post-apocalyptic empress. It was also the first being to claim the title of emperor in the last days, known as Yodi. The reason why Chao Tianchen didn't recall Lu Xianyao's identity was because in that era, the name Lu Xianyao was rarely mentioned anymore. People call Lord Yodi. There are mixed reviews about Yaodi. Although the order nearly collapsed at the beginning of the end times, people always retained the last trace of bottom line. But she had pierced through that layer of window paper, completely galvanizing people's ambitions. Since Yao Emperor began, there have been countless people who have claimed the title of king, and even those who have claimed the title of god. Some scolded her for turning back history, while others praised her for ushering in a new era. Chao Tianchen could only say, "This is my idol. It's a rare opportunity to make a deal with an idol. Yao, MS. Lu, if I say yes, what will I get?" Almost called it wrong. Awkward. Lu Xianyao said, "Why should I change my name? I still like it when you call me Yao. MS. Lu is too formal. By the way, I'll call you Tianchen from now on." Let's just forget about it. Chao Tianchen politely refused. Idol to idol. But none of the men who hooked up with this woman in her previous life had a good ending. Her name is synonymous with ruthlessness. Lu Xianyao seemed like she didn't hear his rejection. "Tianchen, I guess, you must really need this." At her gesture, Zhao Zifeng fetched a box. The box opens. An emerald green fruit lay still, its roots resembling a dragon's head biting down on the fruit. Seeing this fruit, Chao Tianchen was simply more shocked than recognizing the heavenly charming fox emperor and the empress. Dragon swallow fruit. Dragon swallow fruit, also known as Hualong fruit. Of course, this is just a compliment. Not that eating it will turn you into a dragon. The effects of dragon tuna fruit are gradual. When a ferocious beast ate the dragon swallow fruit, it would take as little as 1 year, or as much as 3 years, and it would inevitably be promoted to upper beast king. There was a high probability of being promoted to the heavenly king level beast king. There is a small chance of being promoted to beast emperor. The higher the level of the ferocious beast itself, the higher the probability of promotion. In the end times, once the dragon swallow fruit was released, it would surely attract a large number of beast kings to frantically snatch it, and it wasn't surprising that there were heavenly king-level beast kings who went down. As for humans, anyone who makes a video, consider yourself involved. Chao Tianchen looked at the dragon swallow fruit and was already considering which beast king to give it to. At this point, Zhao Zifeng covered the box. For an instant, Chao Tianchen had the idea of snatching it, but thinking that the other party was not a generalized person, he dismissed the idea. "I'll take the job." Lu Xianyao stroked Meisher's head and smiled sweetly. "It seems that my guess was right. We both possess similar abilities. I'm much more capable than you." Chao Tianchen thought to himself. That's quite a fate. By the way, is this fruit still available? No more. This fruit was obtained by me by accident. 2 in total. 1 has already been eaten by Phantom Hitomi. Chao Tianchen nodded. Because of the special nature of the charmed pupil, the battle power and ability displayed now was not outstanding. Therefore, there was no need to lie to Lu Xianyao when he couldn't recognize the value of the dragon swallow fruit yet. Waiting for the future, she was afraid that her intestines would be green with remorse. Chao Tianchen looked at Phantom Hitomi again. The current Phantom Hitomi should be the same as White Scales, a heavenly king-class beast king, and have awakened her powers. That's a lot of potential. Chao Tianchen secretly launched the contract. Wish reading. Read failed. A unique contract object already exists for this target. Ask the host to choose a suitable target. Sure enough, Chao Tianchen was just trying it out and didn't expect much. Phantom Hitomi glanced at him curiously before continuing to indulge in Lu Xianyao's warm fragrance and soft jade. Next, Lu Xianyao told the whole story of his plan. The task she assigned to Chao Tianchen was simple. It was to wait for her people to lure away all the guards and then sneak into Lu Shuxi's room to make him disappear completely. Chao Tianchen was satisfied with this arrangement. What's not to be satisfied with when you can pick up a dragon tuna fruit for nothing without doing any dirty work? Dark and windy night. Bay Drain Resort. 2 guards, 1 tall and 1 fat, were chatting at the entrance of the village. I'm so envious of these rich people who can open their mouths and bag an entire resort. That's nothing. Guess who I saw when I was just patrolling and passed by young Lu's room? Who? You idolize? Guo Xiaoman, the fat guard screamed out, looking incredulous. Hasn't she always claimed that she doesn't have a boyfriend? How could? Boyfriend? The tall guard snorted. Does she deserve it? She's just here to be a toy for Xiao Lu. Seeing the goddess being degraded, the fat guard retorted. Impossible. She's become a climate since she played the heroine of My Secretary Gua and became a hit. There's no need for her to hug the capital's thighs anymore. She must be with young Lu because of love. The tall guard grinned. Love? For your information, she's not the only one in Lu Xiao's room. There's also Zhang, Li, and Zhou. In order to curry favor with Xiao Lu, they can be more liberal than one another. Especially Gui Xiaoman. That kind of difficult position is not often seen even in my study materials. His words were full of envy and jealousy. The woman that ordinary people can't afford to climb up to. People Lu Xiao play a dozen. How come he wasn't reincarnated in the Lu family? The fat guard, on the other hand, looked pained. I always thought she was different. An innocent girl. Dramas that are played for the common man. Get to work, man. Alas, what else in this world can be trusted? Just as the two men were lamenting the evils of the world, a trash can caught fire not far away. Damn, which unqualified cigarette butts without rest to throw the trash can. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Let's destroy the world. The two cursed on their lips, but they still hurriedly began to put out the fire. Meanwhile, scenes like this played out one after another throughout the resort. Either a fire here or a leak there. Upon receiving the report from his men, Su Gongming, who was the leader of the guards, frowned. Having worked in security for many years, he was extremely alert and quickly sensed something was wrong. Divide half of the men to deal with the disturbance. The rest of them will close in on the courtyard where young Lu lives. Make sure to protect young Lu's safety. But no sooner had his order been given than his men hurriedly came to report. Boss, Mr. Lu has been disturbed and is having a fit. He ordered you to quell the commotion in 5 minutes. Doesn't he realize the dangers of this? He didn't know. Su Gongming sighed and just had to all drain everyone out. Then he came to the path that led to the courtyard and stood guard alone. Su Gongming held his long sword in his hand and was much more at ease. With his strength at the early stage of the celestial realm, he thought that no one would dare to come and make trouble. Xiao Lu, don't be like this. Ah! Hearing the warbling swallows crowing from the courtyard and Lu Shuxi's unrestrained yelling, Su Gongming couldn't help but spit. If the Lu family is handed over to this kind of person, sooner or later it will be over. At this time, Chao Tianchen, Lu Xianyao, and Zhang Linglong touched the neighborhood, and mimicry followed behind the three of them. Chao Tianchen observed. The compound where Lu Shuxi lived was surrounded by open terrain and was encircled by a fast-flowing river. I'm afraid that I won't be able to get in without taking care of the leader of the guards in front of me. Sister Xianyao, want to settle him? Zhang Linglong looked towards Su Gongming, eager to try. Although she was only at the peak of the late stage of the metamorphosis level, she was a genius, and it was her prerogative to challenge at a higher level. Lu Xianyao shook her head. There's no need to risk it. You guys wait here for me. Then, she actually walked out graciously. You're right. The Lu family will be finished sooner or later when it's in the hands of this kind of person. Who? Su Gongming pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, but after seeing the face of the visitor, he froze for a moment, and then came to a realization, revealing a bitter smile. Missy, do we really have to go this far? Lu Xianyao smiled sadly. Born in such a family, what can I do? Su Gongming took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Missy, although I, Su Gongming, am not very capable. I know how to repay kindness. The family head treats me like a mountain of kindness. So today I will protect young Master Pivotal Concord no matter what. At those words, Lu Xianyao let out a cold laugh. Can it be that only he, Lu Shuxi, is my father's son, and I am not my father's daughter? Su Gongming was slightly stunned. Crap, it seems like such a thing. No, Missy, you are trying to kill the young master of the Pivotal Association. This is different. Su Gongming reacted. Lu Xianyao said, if I lose in this fight, even if I don't die, then I'm afraid that the end is not much better than death. At that time, what's the difference between you and helping Lu Shuxi kill me? Su Gongming was speechless. Just the next second he heard a miserable cry. Looking over again, Lu Xianyao was already teary-eyed. Su Gongming was in disarray, not knowing what to do. Missy, Lu Xianyao was even crying like a pear. Poor my mother even said to me when she died, whenever you have any trouble, go to Gongming. I helped him when his mother was very ill. Besides, he is a man of integrity, and even if you don't mention this favor, he will still help you. Memories flooded Su Gongming's mind. Compared to the condescending Lu family's main mother, Lu Xianyao's mother was nice to them. The subordinates. Hardly speaking, Lu Xianyao's mother was the rightful owner, but her status was too low, and she was a big family. Who understood? Thinking about this, Su Gongming was a mess. Why don't we just do both? Save your heart. But without waiting for him to open his mouth, Lu Xianyao pulled out a dagger and put it on his neck. Good. Since you have to side with Lu Shuxi to repay my negative old man's favor, then I'll send you this heavenly fortune. Su Gongming was so frightened and terrified that he rushed up and snatched the knife out of his hand. Missy, if you have any requests, just say so. Why this? What's the point? Seeing this scene, Chao Tianchen, who was hiding in the shadows, almost didn't give a standing ovation. Bull. No wonder people can be empresses. This acting skill and eloquence should be recorded in the Teikyo Film University's textbook. As for moral standards, that's even higher. Can one not be moral when one can stand on the moral high ground and condemn others? Lu Xianyao asked, Brother Gong Ming, are there any other guarding forces within the courtyard? At this time, one person had been added to her team, and it was none other than Su Gongming. Su Gongming realized that it was too late to be pitched, and now he can only follow Lu Xianyao's path to the dark. No more. However, there is a pivotal young Lu Pivotal's girlfriend, and two of his girlfriend's friends. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but spit out. Getting high by yourself and bringing your girlfriend along? And bring your girlfriend's friends along? This is no one else. Zhang Linglong looked disgusted. It's too messy. It's really too messy. Su Gongming shook his head. This is where you guys are mistaken. I see that Lu Shuxi quite respects that girlfriend of his. It also arranged a separate room for her and her friend, staying just downstairs from his own. Chao Tianchen was powerless to spit. Respect? Arranged to hear voices downstairs calling for respect? How strong are those three? Lu Xianyao wasn't interested in all that mess. She was only concerned about whether the three would be a variable and affect her plans. Su Gongming pondered for a moment and said, I can't sense the aura of Lu Shuxi's girlfriend. She should be an ordinary person. As for those two friends of hers, they are both at the late stage of the metamorphosis level. At those words, Lu Xianyao's heart was greatly relieved. Her side, Su Gongming was at the celestial realm, although he himself was not good at fighting. He was at least at the celestial realm, although Zhang Linglong was at the late stage of the metamorphosis level. She was extremely special and could be considered a celestial realm combatant as well. 3 celestial realm, against 2 late metamorphosis level. There was simply no reason to lose. As for Chao Tianchen, mid-metamorphosis level, it was still no problem to settle Lu Shuxi, who was only at the beginning of the metamorphosis level. At this point, a figure landed beside the 4. Missy, the guards have been held back by all the men I brought with me and won't show up for at least half an hour. The person who came was none other than Zhao Zifeng. Previously, he had been assigned the task of distracting the guards by Lu Xianyao, and after the task was completed, he rushed here without worrying. Zifeng has gone AWOL. Please forgive me. Missy. No, Zifeng, you came just in time. Lu Xianyao could no longer hide her joy. Zhao Zifeng's appearance undoubtedly made her feel that this operation was already half successful. As the ace combatant under her command, not only was Zhao Zifeng's qualifications superb, at the age of 25, he had broken through the celestial realm, and being equipped with a secret technique that could briefly break through the limits, he could be called invincible at the same level. In the whole world, except for her righteous sister who was not by her side due to important matters, she could not think of anyone else in her class who was his opponent. Now that the 4 great celestial realm warriors were here, even if Lu Yunguan Yuan Master Zhuo Xuanji encountered them, he would have to retreat. Thinking of this, with a wave of her jade arm, Lu Xianyao led the crowd to break into the courtyard. There are 3 floors in the courtyard. The lights in the top room were on and there was a steady stream of woozy sounds. Xiao Lu, I can't do this. Don't do this. Ah ha 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 ha. I like that look on your face. Fight back a little harder. Lu Xiao, don't. Cough cough cough. Ah ha 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 ha. Chao Tianchen sked twice, thinking that Lu Shuxi this kid, a lot of tricks well. Lu Xianyao beside him, on the other hand, revealed her murderous aura as she pushed open the door of the pavilion. The first level, spacious and empty. It was empty except for a halberd sitting on a shelf in the center of the hall. Chao Tianchen glanced at the halberd twice. The halberd is 3 meters long and out. The tip of the halberd is chilly and languid, under which extends a 2-eared sharp blade, and the halberd body has a bronze-colored luster. Is this someone's weapon? Chao Tianchen couldn't help but ask. Zhang Linglong was amused. What era is it now? Who still uses this kind of weapon? It's probably used by Lu Shuxi to pretend. Others thought the same. The length of this halberd looked not suitable to be used for fighting at all. More like a decorative item than a weapon. Chao Tianchen didn't say anything else. He just felt a little weird. The stairs are here. Hurry up. Lu Xianyao urged. The crowd went up the stairs. Ouch. Zhang Linglong exclaimed as if she had tripped over something. Ha, what's that? Soft? Chao Tianchen turned on his flashlight and realized that the one who tripped Zhang Linglong was actually a woman. This woman looked to be 23 or 24 years old, with long red hair, and her face and figure were not inferior to Lu Xianyao's at all, especially those beautiful legs. which were simply excessively long. Visual estimation was about 1 meters. Extrapolating from that, her height was at least 178. Extreme Mikado. The woman was carrying a bottle of wine in her hand. Her face was flushed, and she was making petulant snores, apparently having fallen asleep from drinking too much, and Zhang Linglong was lying on top of her, her hands grasping the awkward position in an extremely erotic scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chao Tianchen watched with interest. Su Gongming and Zhao Zifeng avoided the sight. Ah! Zhang Linglong screamed and retreated away in shame. Unable to cry. Woo woo, XX. Social death. And the community died again. She glared at Chao Tianchen. What are you looking at? Ha, it's not like I'm looking at you. You. If she had encountered this situation in the past, Lu Xianyao would have inserted a couple of dirty words, but now she was not in the mood for this at all. Shut up, all of you. Chao Tianchen and Zhang Linglong laid down their arms at once. At this point, Su Gongming said, "This girl is Lu Shuxi's girlfriend." When Chao Tianchen heard this, he secretly said that it was a pity. Such a stunning beauty was actually spoiled by the kind of scum like Lu Shuxi. Lu Xianyao swept a glance at the woman and coldly spat out 2 words. Kill. Kill? Su Gongming was a bit hesitant. This girl is innocent, right? Zhang Linglong said. Sister Xianyao. She's been spoiled. It's already weirdly pathetic. The team is divided. Chao Tianchen said decisively. Since this woman is involved, she must be resolved. Otherwise, there will be endless consequences. This is not the time for women's benevolence. The crowd heard the words and had no further objections. Bring her up and I'll take care of her together, Chao Tianchen said. Lu Xianyao knew that this was him not wanting his secrets to be pried into. Finally, Zhang Linglong took the initiative to take on this errand. She didn't want to let Chao Tianchen, the colorful rascal, have a chance to take advantage of her. However, due to her petite stature and the fact that the woman was long-legged and big and tall, she struggled to help her up. Seeing her comical appearance, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Linglong was so angry that her silver teeth were about to be clenched, but she had to swallow the bitter fruit she had sown with tears in her eyes, and only glared fiercely at Chao Tianchen as she continued to toss and turn. Zhao Zifeng couldn't watch and intended to come to help. At this point, there was movement from the woman who had been sleeping. Chao Tianchen hadn't taken it seriously, but an extremely dangerous aura suddenly emanated from the woman. It made his heart skip a beat. Look out! As soon as the words left his mouth, several people backed away in unison. Everyone sensed something unusual about the woman in front of them. Even the usually lethargic Phantom Hitomi was staring at the woman closely, showing her teeth. As the woman gradually awoke, Chao Tianchen's eyebrows jumped straight up. The sense of danger that this woman gave him was actually second only to Red Hitomi. What a headache! The woman grumbled, clenched her fist, and banged it twice on her head, then slowly opened his eyes and looked at the crowd. The woman was slightly surprised and gave a teasing smile. Ha! Ran in a few bunnies. For a moment, the crowd had the feeling of an awakened tiger encountering prey that had trespassed into its territory. A suffocating sense of oppression came over me, and, as the woman stood up, that sense of oppression climbed in intensity, and the air in the hallway condensed and sank. The crowd couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Next, the woman walked slowly down the stairs. When she took a step forward, the crowd took a step back. When Chao Tianchen came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that his party had been forced back to the first floor by her. Who the hell are you? It was a question that spoke to everyone's heart. Me? The woman laughed out loud, her expression domineering and open. She leapt forward and picked up the halberd in the center of the hall, which was considered an ornament, to the shocked looks of the crowd. My name is Lu Tianzhou. LV Tianzhou held his square sky painting halberd in his hand and pointed it at the crowd. The spiritual energy around his body boiled, like boiling water that lifted the lid of a pot, bubbling with rolling waves of heat. The feeling of oppression instantly pulls through the roof. Remember, it's the pride of pride. I'll cut off the head of anyone who calls it wrong. Hearing this name, Chao Tianchen's heart set off waves of shock. It was actually her. Lu Tianzhou, murmured Chao Tianchen under his breath, his heart shocked beyond words. Lu Tianzhou, recognized as the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's battle power, invincible at the same level, and the mention of her brings up her title, Humanoid Beast King. These 4 words are the greatest praise for its strength, and it is many times better than some lousy XX god of war. One should know that even an ordinary ferocious beast would require at least 3 or more human awakened beings of the same level to fight against it. The Beast King, as an extreme individual amongst the ferocious beasts, had supermodel attributes and perverted battle power. It's an eternal nightmare for humans. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there is only one person who can be labeled as the Humanoid Beast King, Lu Tianzhou. And the title is not an empty one. At the beginning of the end times, the power of the ferocious beasts caused the entire human world to tremble. In the past, the proud geniuses of the ancient martial arts world could be beaten up by a dog or even a cat that appeared on the road. So that a cat or a dog in the dictionary of the Dragon Kingdom has simply become a synonym for powerful. Under such circumstances, Lu Tianjiao came out of nowhere and angrily justified a beast king of the same level, directly shocking the world's jaws, shattering the myth of the beast master's invincibility. Moreover, Lu Tianjiao also possessed an even more shocking growth rate than her BT battle power. The beast king who could originally suppress her would be rubbed on the ground by her after a few rounds of exchanges with her. Late in the end times, she even grew to the point where she could rival a beast emperor. What's wrong with you? So shocked? Hearing Lu Xianyao inquire, Chao Tianshan returned to his senses. He realized that he was a little too shocked, and his thinking was still stuck at the level of the kind of cannon fodder leader he had been in his previous life. It was true that Lu Tianjiao was bullish, but she hadn't grown up yet after all. What's more, now that he was sitting on 6 beast kings and even had the system in hand, could he be inferior to her? Not to mention LV Tianzhou, it was the entire world. Whether it was battle power or potential, who could be compared to him? Thinking of this, Chao Tianshan resumed his strong stance. It just feels like she's a little strong. Strong? I don't think so. Similarly unconvinced was Zhang Linglong. She had been a top genius since she was a child. It had always been her who had overpowered others. When had she ever been suppressed like this? Watch me hammer her. Zhang Linglong rushed out first. Her weapon was a pair of wolf tooth gloves, and she needed to fight Lu Tianjiao in close quarters. However, Lu Tianjiao did not utilize the length advantage of the Feng Tian painted halberd. Instead, he let her advance, even hooked his hand in a provocative gesture. Zhang Linglong's anger instantly soared. Don't look down on people. With a catapult start, she rushed to the top of Lu Tianjiao's head, her fists falling like rain. In response, Lu Tianjiao actually blocked in front of him with one hand across his face, intending to take this wave of damage hard. However, Lu Tianjiao's confidence was not without reason. No matter how fierce Zhang Linglong's attack was, she stayed still. A little ant at the late stage of the metamorphosis level also comes to touch the porcelain? Who are you calling a little ant? Zhang Linglong's double ponytail stood up in anger. She clenched her fists, and for a split second, her gloves were radiating psychic energy fluctuations. Seeing this scene, Su Gongming was shocked beyond words. Isn't she only at the mortal transformation level? How can she use spiritual energy? Lu Xianyao explained. Even at the metamorphosis level, the body possesses a very small amount of spiritual energy. It's just that normal people can't call on it. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianshan was also secretly surprised. After attaching spiritual energy, Zhang Linglong's punches became even more powerful, but Lu Tianjiao still blocked easily. Not bad, not bad. If you were 10 years older, you would be qualified to fight me. But now, you're still a little ant. Lu Tianjiao suddenly struck out with a fist. The whole person was like a tiger pouncing on a tiger. The ferocious aura was about to overflow. Bang! Zhang Linglong only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew out backwards, hitting the wall. LV Tianjiao stabbed the tip of his halberd to take Zhang Linglong's life. At that moment, a long-handled short sword attacked and beckoned the square sky painting halberd. Only Zhao Zifeng's face was cold, and his entire body was like a sharp sword unsheathing. The surging spiritual energy was chilling. The corners of Lu Tianjiao's mouth rose. Ha! Finally an interesting one has come. With a swing of her square sky painting halberd, a strong wind instantly blew out in front of her eyes. Zhao Zifeng jumped up high, avoiding the attack while holding the hilt of the sword and flinging it with force. The hilt extended, and the long-handled short sword transformed into a lance, stabbing out violently. The cold aura arrived in an instant. Good coming! Lu Tianjiao let out a high shout, and even grabbed the tip of that cold light flashing gun with one hand. The point, and she caught it. Onlookers! Zhao Zifeng twisted the handle of his gun and broke free from Lu Tianjiao's grasp. Then the gun came out like a dragon. The gun's shadow was like rain. Lu Tianjiao dodged repeatedly, but this situation did not last long. Lu Tianjiao seizes the opportunity to avoid the attack and delivers a powerful jab. Shasta! The square sky painting halberd was actually like firing a cannon, emitting a sonic boom. Buzz! Zhao Zifeng withdrew his spear to block, but LV Tianjiao's strength was too strong to resist, and he instantly flew backwards, relying on his spear to hold the ground and paddling out a long way before coming to a stop. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, obviously injured. Lu Xianyao drew her short sword and said solemnly, Tian Chen, you stay. Zi Feng, Linglong, Big Brother Gongming, we'll go together. Chao Tianshan nodded his head repeatedly, indicating that this arrangement was reasonable. Yes, Missy. Zhao Zifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Linglong stood up, Her body didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, but her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Yes, Sister Xian Yao. Chao Tianchen was slightly surprised. If he received that Lu Tianjiao, I am afraid that he has long been seriously injured. But this little girl actually with a person like nothing. Su Gongming was the last one to draw his longsword. It's a bit of a victory, but it's the only way to go nowadays. Win, ha ha ha. You guys actually think you can win? Lu Tianjiao laughed as if he had heard some heavenly joke. A man of clay still had 3 points of fire. How could the four of them endure such a provocation from her? And they struck out in unison. Even Phantom Hitomi joined the fight. A messy fight is officially underway. A good fight. It's best to have a lose-lose situation, so that the future Empress, the heavenly charming Fox Emperor, and the humanoid Beast King, I will be able to have all of them in my pocket. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but think this way as he watched the battle. But to his surprise, facing the siege of 4 people and a fox, Lu Tianjiao, however, waved his square sky painting halberd as if he was idly strolling around the room. Brings out the arrogance and power. So outrageous? Chao Tianchen frowned, hesitating to join the siege. Suddenly, a cold arrow attacked, straight at Lu Xianyao who was fighting. Missy, look out! Zhao Zifeng picked off the arrow, but he also put himself in danger, being knocked out by the sweeping Fong Tianhua halberd and splattered with blood. Zifeng! Lu Xianyao lost her color and hurriedly withdrew with the crowd to check Zhao Zifeng's injuries. Fortunately, Zhao Zifeng had only broken an arm and his life was not in danger. At this time, the entrance to the building down a fat and strong 2 youths. The fat youth had a simple face. He held a bow and arrow and shouted, "Big sister, I'm here to help you." The lean young man took 2 slow steps, putting some distance between him and him slightly. Chao Tianchen's face was a bit ugly. These 2 youths should be LV Tianjiao's little brothers. This is bad. The highest combatant on his side, Zhao Zifeng, had a broken arm and his combat power was greatly reduced. And the other side adds 2 more. If he didn't summon the Beast Kings, I'm afraid that even if he went to join the battle as well, he would hardly stand a chance of winning. But if he summoned the Beast Kings, he would have to leave everyone here in order to ensure that his secret would not be revealed. By then, everyone will be his enemy. Chao Tianchen was caught in a dilemma for a while. Chao Tianchen thought for a moment, but decided to leave everyone behind. Just as he was about to summon the deed spirit, he heard a roar. "Stupid things, do I need your help?" Lu Tianjiao's long red hair rose up like a red-haired Rakshasa. The fat youth shivered in fear. His bow and arrow dropped. "Big sister. No, it's not me. It's Zhangwen who told me to." Lu Tianjiao didn't listen at all and punched him away. Seeing this, the lean youth was sweating profusely. "Big sister, don't listen to that kid Zhang Xian. I didn't at all." "Zhangwen, I know you didn't," Lu Tianjiao said. Zhangwen was just relieved when he heard Lu Tianjiao continue. "But I just want you to stay out of the way." "Zhangwen?" Zhangwen only felt a buzzing in his brain, and the scene around him began to regress. Ending up in the same situation as Zhang Xian, Lu Tianjiao painfully attacked his teammate, directly dumbfounding the crowd. But that's not all. Only to see Lu Tianjiao holding the tip of the halberd and making a large cut against his right arm. Blood was pouring out. "I hate taking advantage of people when I'm fighting." Su Gongming lowered his head and cried out in shame. And even Zhang Linglong, who had always been a tough talker, was convinced. They didn't speak of martial virtues and besieged Lu Tianjiao for half a day. But in the end, the injuries on the others' bodies were still of their own making. Chao Tianchen was also staggered. But think about it. In addition to her outstanding natural talent, Lu Tianjiao also had the heart of a strong man. And that was the reason why she had ascended to the pinnacle of humanity and rivaled the Beast King. There was a brief stalemate. At that moment, another woozy sound came from upstairs. "Ahahaha, today is a real high. Guo Xiaoman, bring me another pill." Chao Tianchen was both speechless and upset. Why don't we just go around and fuck this guy up? The idea suddenly struck him as a good one. Let the gang fight it out down there while he goes and steals home. When he came back, if Lu Xianyao and the others won, then he would strike a deal. If Lu Tianjiao won, then he would run away. If both sides lost, or if one side won but was seriously injured, then he would sit back and reap the benefits. TSK, TSK, TSK. Society is so dangerous. He must be careful in the future not to catch anyone else in such a situation. "Yao, why don't you guys hold her back and I'll take the opportunity to go upstairs to finish off Lu Shuxi. How about it?" Chao Tianchen said in a low voice. Lu Xianyao was slightly stunned, seemingly startled by his intimate address. She pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, we'll create opportunities for you." Soon, the 4 men and the fox attacked again. LV Tianjiao had injured one hand, and the other hand still needed to hold the square sky painting halberd, so he could no longer allow people to get close to him at will, and he could not fight as recklessly as he had earlier. It took a lot of pressure off the crowd. The longer the battle, the better. Lu Xianyao finally seized the opportunity to use the big move that he had been holding back for a long time. Mental interference. Her eyes emitted an emerald green light that shot at Lu Tianjiao. Lu Tianjiao was in a trance. With an overpowering will, she recovered in an instant. However, Chao Tianqian had already leaped over her and headed straight for the stairs. Lu Tianjiao tried to stop it. However, Lu Xianyao and the others were on fire, using their respective strongest means, and Lu Tianjiao had to deal with the immediate trouble first. Chao Tianqian dashed to the third floor, found Lu Shuxi's room, and kicked open the door. Lu Shuxia was playing pool with a group of actresses and was just about to score when he heard a loud bang. It was so scary that I almost broke my cue. Kid, you fucking don't want to live? Know who Lousy is? Lu Shuxi stared at Chao Tianqian, anger blazing in his eyes. Chao Tianqian, however, didn't bother with nonsense and directly drew his sword to settle the nearest actress. Ah. The splattering of blood caused the remaining actresses to lose their colors and let out piercing screams. Lu Shuxi touched the blood on his face, and his IQ was urgently online while he was in shock. Bro, it was that b-boy Lu Xianyao who sent you to kill me, right? This way, I'll give you double the amount of money she paid you. No, triple. Chao Tianqian still pressed on step by step. With money not working in front of him, Lu Shuxi grabbed an innocent-looking actress beside him, ripped the few strips of cloth off of her, and pushed them towards Chao Tianqian. The latter let out a scream and fell at Chao Tianqian's feet. Brother, this is Guo Xiaoman, the female lead in the previous hit drama My Secretary Guo. Now, she's yours, feel free to play around, just please let me live. Lu Shuxi curried favor. Although Guo Xiaoman hated Lu Shuxi pushed her into the fire pit, but she could not afford to offend both sides. The slightest carelessness will also be a little life is not guaranteed, only to compromise. I hope my master takes good pity on me. Guo Xiaoman half-covered torso, instant tears, crying scene in place for a second. It's a trick she's tried time and time again. Just by showing this look, the hidden desire for conquest and evil thoughts within a man will be aroused. Guo Xiaoman. Chao Tianqian doesn't like to follow dramas, but he did catch Guo Chan going to work a few times to touch the fish and watch the drama, and he was a little familiar with the name. Hearing Chao Tianqian open his honorable mouth, Lu Shuxi also had a slightly slower face, and even smacked his lips, revealing a look of reminiscence. Brother, don't look at her innocent appearance, but she is actually very flirtatious, with so many poses that you can't imagine. If it wasn't for the fact that I see a destiny with you, I definitely wouldn't want to give up. But in the next second, he saw Chao Tianqian / Guo Xiaoman. The remaining actresses screamed again. Chao Tianqian, on the other hand, had a cold face, but he wanted to silence everyone. Bro, so you don't like this type? Why don't you take a look at this one, royalty type? Lu Shuxia once again launched an actress, who was frightened into silence. Chao Tianqian's face was expressionless, and he took it away with a single slash. Brother, what do you think of this one? Young woman type. She can also sing and give you a mom-like feeling, said Lu Shuxi as he pushed out another person. Chao Tianqian was still slashing. The actresses counted on seeing that the man in front of them was not close to women at all. So what are you waiting for? Run! The actresses scattered in all directions. One actress panicked and actually rushed in front of Chao Tianqian, attempting to carry the ball across the field. Chao Tianqian resolved it with a single slash. Then, his figure swept, and a goddess who was sought after by millions of people in the outside world died under his blade just like that. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Lu Shuxi almost vomited as he forced himself to calm down. Ha, brother, it looks like you're a man of great deeds. These rotten goods are naturally not worthy of you. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. I know, Lu Xianyao, you must like her. Tell me earlier. Brother, I'll give her to you when I become the Lu family head. Chao Tianqian stopped in his tracks. He didn't want to settle Lu Shuxi so quickly yet, as he had to wait for the people downstairs to lose both. Lu Shuxi, however, thought he had faltered. That's the way to go. Brother, what's the point of being a dog licker? If you love her, get her. Let me tell you, Lu Xianyao has two other righteous sisters. Both of them are the best on earth. I'll pack them all up and give them to you. The more Lu Shuxi talked, the more excited he became, and the more BT he laughed, especially that younger one with the toughest mouth. You can give Lu Xianyao in front of her. Okay. Chao Tianqian interrupted Lu Shuxi, because he sensed a scent disappearing downstairs, indicating that someone had fallen in battle. It's almost time to wrap it up. Well said. And don't say it again in your next life. The smile on Lu Shuxi's face instantly disappeared. He shouted in terror. Lu Tianjiao, help me. Chao Tianqian smiled contemptuously, but suddenly he felt an aura of danger scurrying from his feet. Instantly a backward jump. Boom! The very next second he jumped away. A large hole was broken in the ground. Debris splattered. A cold aura swept through. Looking again, a square halberd had been nailed to the beams of the room. Immediately after, the ground gaps and a red figure leaps out, flying to reach the beams of the room. It was Lu Tianjiao. Lu Tianjiao pulled down his square heavenly halberd and landed on the ground with a loud thud like a heavenly god descending from the sky, shaking the floor of the entire room into wood shavings. Chao Tianshan's heart shook. He detected that at this moment, Lu Tianjiao's aura had climbed a notch from when he first saw him, coming to the middle stage of the warrior-soldier class, and the arm is back from the injury. Limit break? These geniuses are really annoying. Lu Tianjiao was holding a square sky-painting halberd, and her stunning face was overflowing with a ferocious aura. They ran away. But you can't. Run. Run. Chao Tianshan's heart had 10,000 grass mud horses racing through it. Lu Xianyao actually backstabbed him. Is this something a human being can do? They're allies. What about trust between people? This society is so damn sinister. Ha 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 ha. Kid, the offense and defense are reversed. Right? Fight me? Seeing Lu Tianjiao's arrival, Lu Shuxi instantly hardened up and even let out a wild laugh. Lu Tianjiao, capture him alive for me. I'll make his life worse than death. Just thinking about how he almost lost his life just now, Lu Shuxi hated Chao Tianshan to no end. But in the next second, his laughter came to an abrupt end as the tip of Lu Tianjiao's halberd was resting on his throat. Is that how you talk to me? Lu Tianjiao's face was full of fury. I'm sorry, Tianjiao, I got carried away. Lu Shuxi held his hands up with a curt smile on his face, a bead of sweat slipping down his face and dripping onto the tip of his halberd. With his understanding of Lu Tianjiao, he didn't doubt for a second that the latter would make a move. Humph, there can be no next time. Lu Tianjiao was too lazy to fight with this kind of waste as she turned the tip of her halberd and took out Chao Tianshan straight. What a pain in the ass. Chao Tianshan no longer held back and unleashed tyrannical blood rage. Turn your head and run. Lu Tianjiao pounced and revealed a puzzled expression. She couldn't understand how a middle stage of the mortal transformation level could explode with such speed. However, her fighting instincts drove her body to react immediately, and with the help of the square heavenly painted halberd, she performed a beautiful pole vault, quickly closing the distance between her and Chao Tianshan. Chao Tianshan was not idle either. Relying on flexible positioning to escape the door, Lu Tianjiao chased to the door and saw only the dark corridor. A sense of crisis welled up. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the hallway. In the darkness, a huge beast with two horns glowing with silver light came flying. Lu Tianjiao raised an eyebrow and reversed his body to cross his halberd to block. Bang! The tremendous impact caused Lu Tianjiao's throat to sweeten, and his body knuckled back, scraping two long traces on the ground. Lu Tianjiao swallowed this mouthful of blood. His arm's veins rippled, and he let out a beast-like roar. Aha! Under her power, Silverhorn's power-assisted surge was actually stopped hard. After a bit of wrestling, Lu Tianjiao got the upper hand and started pushing Silverhorn away. Chao Tianshan, who was secretly observing, almost dropped his jaw in shock. Although there was a large realm difference between the two sides, Silverhorn was an upper-level beast king, or a beast king that was known for its strength, and had eaten the everlasting power pill. This woman is, indeed, a monster. Chao Tianshan summoned the deed spirit again. This time, he summoned Flametail, which had gained evolution after eating blood-containing grass. The space door unfolded. A giant monkey with a slender figure appeared. It was 2 meters and 3 meters tall. Its body fur was golden, while its limbs and tail were fiery red, like a burning flame. Spirit, Flametail. Race, Qigong Fire Monkey. Realm, 15% of mid-metamorphosis level. Abilities, Flame Enabler. Key Enabler, new. Skills, King Strength, new. Strong Body. Sensitive Stance. Ruthless Claws. Brutal Bite. Tail Stick Technique. Stick Specialization, new. King's Qualities, past kings have strengths and weaknesses. This unit has 5 times the base attributes of its counterpart and has the qualifications to become a superior king. Stick Specialization, passive the unit is proficient in the art of the stick. Gas Energy Enabler, exotic the unit's psychic energy will be transformed into a unique gas form with many wonderful uses. Chao Tianshan nodded in satisfaction. Now Flametail is a step up. Not only did he metamorphose and upgrade, but he also gained an alien ability again, and all of his abilities were awakened. It directly became an existence under him second only to White Scale. Of course, this has the influence of the evolutionary glory approaching, but there is no denying that Flametail's talent and excellent luck. Go ahead and loosen up. Flametail nodded. It ripped a hose off the wall and used it as a rod, then a jumping chop, straight to the back of Lu Tianjiao's head. The heart of Lu Tianjiao, who was pressing in Jiao to fight, tightened, and her beastly fighting instincts made her immediately turn back to counterattack. Bang! In terms of strength, Flametail is obviously inferior. and the water pipe in his hand was immediately dislodged. However, it has a flexible body and long arms, twisting its body in mid-air, catching the rod, and landing firmly on the square sky-painting halberd with both feet. Then, it stepped on the halberd and took 2 steps, forcing its way to Lu Tianjiao's face. One swing of the bat. Monkey? Lu Tianjiao used a faint sliver of moonlight to see Flametail's true colors. For a moment, he was actually stumped in place. Boom! This rod struck Lu Tianjiao's head solidly, and blood slowly trickled down. However, Lu Tianjiao did not suffer a heavy blow and returned to his senses. Lu Tianjiao forces Flametail back with a jab. She did not continue to fight, but scratched her head, as if a large question mark lit up on her head. Another cow. Another monkey. Is someone's zoo broke? The corner of Chao Tianshan's mouth twitched. This guy doesn't seem too smart for Yakko. Never mind. It's good to slow her down. Chao Tianshan opened the space door and returned directly to Lu Shuxi's room. After he upgraded to the middle stage of the metamorphosis level, the anchor point of the space gate increased by 1. Back when Lu Tianjiao appeared, he had set this anchor point in Lu Shuxi's room. Lu Shuxi was startled by Chao Tianshan, who had reappeared. Hell no, but he's always quick on the uptake intellectually when the situation is critical. Dude, you're here. I was just about to make a call to Tianjiao to ask her to show some mercy. Yo, Mr. Lu, changed your mind? Didn't you just say that you wanted me to be worse than dead? Chao Tianshan was amused. Lu Shuxi Kanshan said, Brother, what are you talking about? I just figured it out. It is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up, to be a person or to be open-minded. There's no one to save you now. Go to hell. Chao Tianshan swung his sword at Lu Shuxi, who had a look of despair on his face and simply didn't even resist. Boom! Just as Chao Tianshan was about to get his hands on him, the wall on one side of the room's corridor was suddenly broken open. The rubble exploded. Chao Tianshan hurriedly backed away. Looking back again, Flametail and Silverhorn tumbled to the ground and lay on the ground, clearly injured. And Lu Tianjiao made his appearance again to save Lu Shuxi. A closer look could also reveal that Lu Tianjiao's surroundings were haunted by red spiritual energy, which formed a semblance of armor. Crap, psychic armor. Isn't that something that can only be mastered at the assault level? After the battle soldier class, comes the strong assault class. At this realm, one's use of spiritual energy was no longer limited to strengthening the physical body, but rather, one was able to detach the spiritual energy from the physical body. The most classic use of this is psychic armor. Chao Tianshan was so shocked that he couldn't help but want to slap himself. Shit. Groans, I should have sent all the chevaliers up there. Retaining strength and talking a lot of nonsense is a taboo for villains. Old comrade Chao, you've been drifting a bit lately. Next time you can't make this kind of mistake again. Chao Tianshan secretly admonished himself. However, facing the current Lu Tianjiao, Chao Tianshan was no longer certain. In case the other side made another breakthrough, then he wouldn't really be a giver. Besides, instead of facing this hardcore piece of Lu Tianjiao, he might as well go back and pinch that soft persimmon of Lu Xianyao. The latter's backstabbing of him was something he could always remember. MS. Lu is truly an unrivaled talent. I'm a mid-mortal transformation level. I'm sure you don't care to kill me. Let's just pretend that we're just meeting each other and leave it at that. Shall we? Chao Tianshan had an admiring look on his face. Lu Tianji laughed. Alright, I've had a rewarding day and am in a good mood, so I'll spare your life. Lu Shuxi, however, was in a hurry. Tianjiao, we can't let him go. But his behavior angered Lu Tianjiao. Lu Tianjiao directly lifted him up and questioned. Say that again? Even a man of clay has 3 points of fire. Lu Shuxi is also angry. Lu Tianjiao, I have treated you well, provided you with all sorts of cultivation resources, and even gave you the Lu family's cultivation technique. You're not taking me too seriously, no matter what. I'm also your boyfriend. LV Tianjiao was pinched in his soft underbelly, but he didn't squeak. When Chao Tianshan ate this melon, a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. He knew how to break the ice. Chao Tianshan coughed twice and said, I have a word. I don't know if Miss Lu is willing to listen? Hearing Chao Tianshan interject, Lu Tianjiao's phoenix eyes glared. Get lost if you don't want to die. Chao Tianshan, however, didn't seem to hear her threat inside, saying to himself, I just think that Miss Lu met a bad person and feel sorry for you. If you ask me, with your figure, face value and strength, you deserve a better future. Lu Shuxi's heart beat wildly when he heard this. This is fucking coming to cut corners. If he doesn't have the shelter of Lu Tianjiao, will he still have a life? He stared at Chao Tianshan, his eyes resentful. What the fuck are you babbling about? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Lu Tianjiao put a halberd against Lu Shuxi's throat, scaring the latter into silence. Then he turned his head to look at Chao Tianshan and laughed softly. If I don't follow him, do I follow you? It's not impossible. Chao Tianchen was almost about to blurt it out, but he held his tongue as the words came out. He knew that in addition to his unrivaled combat strength, he was also a famous husband chopper. In her previous life, Lu Tianjiu had a few boyfriends, and they all became dead under her halberd without exception. Lu Tianjiu is like a lioness. She chooses the strongest to serve, and chooses the advantageous. After realizing that these men weren't as strong as her and had little use for her, they just cut them down. Of course, in the midst of the end times, everyone's knuckleheads are swooping all the way down. Husbands and wives can betray each other over a piece of moldy brown bread. A little betrayal by a friend between a man and a woman is not really a big deal. The reason why Lu Tianjiu stood out so much was still because she was getting so much attention. Miss Lu has outstanding posture and superb force, but I didn't expect the pattern to be so small. Chao Tianchen shook his head. What do you mean? Lu Tianjiu froze for a moment. She had thought that the other party was going to introduce her to her next family. Chao Tianchen had a pained look on his face. When a man is dependable, a sow will get on a tree. Ms. Lu, how can you be bound by traditional feudal thinking and always think of clinging to men? You should go solo on your own. Be an independent woman of the new era. Show your self-worth, instead of defining yourself as an accessory. Look at my boss, Ms. Lu Xianyao. Even though she lost to you, look at her temperament. That look of being able to be yourself and enjoy the freedom of your soul is what women should be like. This wave of chicken soup filled Lu Tianjiu's head straight. She is unrivaled in battle, and none of these men are worthy of her. As for any aura, she didn't feel it. However, when she thought that Lu Xianyao's gang of subordinates were all handsome men and beautiful women, while she only had two bean under her hand, her heart was not in a good mood. No, Lu Xianyao is from a big family after all. How can I compare to her? Lu Tianjiu shook his head. This is nothing. My family's boss, Ms. Lu Xianyao, has always been happy to help women who seek independence and freedom just like her. As long as you stop meddling in the Lu family's affairs, you can ask for whatever you want. Chao Tianchen said with conviction that he didn't have to pay for it anyway. Lu Shuxi knew that he couldn't remain silent any longer, or else he would have to lose his little life. Tianjiu, don't listen to him. Lu Xianyao, that b-boy is the most small-minded and his words are not trustworthy. You've seen how good I am to you. Can you guarantee that she'll treat you like I do? Lu Tianjiu was a bit hesitant. Although Lu Shuxi was scrappy and scummy, he was after all his own licking dog, and in the licking piece, he was still quite sincere. If it's not possible, forget it. After all, everyone has different values and pursues different things. Then I'll leave first. Chao Tianchen looked like I can understand, but in fact, he slowed down his pace, and kept chanting pity pity pity. Slow down. Lu Tianjia called out to him and hesitated for a moment. I want the second half of the Lu clan's royal how technique. No problem. Chao Tianchen was ecstatic in his heart and agreed decisively. Lu Shuxi instantly turned pale, but he couldn't get the appropriate chips. This was because the second half of the emperor's how technique was in Lu Xianyao's hands. He could only hope that Lu Tianjiu would be mindful of past love. Lu Tianjiu still looked a bit hesitant, but he is my boyfriend after all. I can't give him up like that. Once Chao Tianchen heard this, but he knew that things had been stabilized for the most part. You're just his girlfriend, not his wife, much less his nanny. If you really can't bear it, just break up with him and I'll do the rest. Lu Shuxi was so scared that he burst into tears. Tianjiu, you can't do this. Save me. Save me. If Lu Tianjiu chooses to break up, what's the difference between that and killing him? Unbeknownst to him, but this weak look of his drew even more disgust from Lu Tianjiu. LV Tianjiu was slow to speak out, just that there was still a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. At this point, Chao Tianchen's devilish voice sounded again, slowly opening the seal within Lu Tianjiu's heart, and also sounding the death knell of Lu Shuxi. Ms. Lu, you saved him twice. It's already considered benevolent. Besides, what kind of boyfriend is this guy? You're down there fighting for your life while he's up there making peace with a bunch of women. It's true that an uncle can endure, but a sister-in-law can't. If it were me, I would have poked him to pieces long ago. Lu Shuxi felt the killing intent gradually rising from Lu Tianjiu's body and was terrified beyond words as he flung himself down beside Lu Tianjiu, preserving her thighs. Tianjiu, we made a deal back then. I don't touch you and you don't care about me. This is still you mentioning. Chao Tianchen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect there to be such a hidden plot. Pust. But before Lu Shuxi finished speaking, he was zapped by Lu Tianjiu, not letting Chao Tianchen hear the follow-up gossip. Actually stealing a woman behind my back. Damn it. Lu Tianjiu held his tongue for half a day, forcing a reason. Chao Tianchen was speechless, but he still looked like he was in the same boat. Ms. Lu is truly genuine. Mr. Chao is impressed and impressed. Chao Tianchen paused. Ms. Lu, go out and wait outside the courtyard for a moment. I need to use special means to deal with the scene. You know, it can be troublesome for the ancient martial family to be targeted by the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts. As for what you want, I'll contact my boss by the way and have her send it over. Lu Tianjie nodded. As long as she guarded the exit, she wasn't afraid of the other side playing any tricks. Lu Tianjie went downstairs to find Zhang Wen and Zhang Xian, who had turned awake, and brought them out of the courtyard. After making sure that Lu Tianjie went out, Chao Tianchen began to clean up the battlefield. He retrieved Silverhorn and Flametail first. These two were heavily injured, but a Beast King was a Beast King in the end. It was just thick skin and flesh, and they would be fine after recovering for a few days. Summoning the loam of the spiritual contract. The space gate unfolded, and the soil of the spirit contract began to spread like a tentacle monster, swallowing up all traces in its path. Chao Tianchen didn't move Lu Shuxi's corpse. He also had to use this as a bargaining chip to make a deal with Lu Xianyao, preventing the latter from not speaking of martial virtues. In the process of cleaning up the battlefield, Chao Tianchen discovered Su Gongming lying on the ground. Upon checking, it was found that Su Gongming had only fainted and was not in fear of his life. To be able to reach the warrior-soldier level before the end of the world meant that Su Gongming's qualifications weren't considered demonic, but they belonged to the top tier. This caused Chao Tianchen to entertain the idea of adopting it for himself. Forget it, we'll slowly cultivate our feelings later. Chao Tianchen threw Su Gongming into the deity space. Strange, since the vanishing breath isn't Su Gongming, who is it? After some searching, Chao Tianchen sought out Phantom Hitomi in the corner. Phantom Hitomi's corpse, to be exact. Phantom Hitomi's chest was stabbed through a large hole, and she couldn't die anymore. Chao Tianchen was stunned. The future heavenly Phantom Fox Emperor actually died just like that? AI. It seems like there's a risk of falling before becoming a truly strong person. Alarm bells rang within Chao Tianchen. The loam of the spirit contract allowed the Phantom Hitomi's corpse to be engulfed, even if it was a beast emperor in the future. Its corpse, right now, was only worth so much. Just then, the system suddenly sent a message. Special animal spirits detected. The soul is too powerful to be wrested by the soil of the spiritual contract. The soul has been detected as praying. Is it acceptable? Chao Tianchen. Chao Tianchen was so excited that he almost shouted. This soul body was obviously Mimic Hitomi. It's like pie in the sky. Then what's the point of wasting words? Accept. Wish reading. Wish read. This mission is a special mission. Special assignments. Not counted in the main quest. The host can still read the wishes of other animals. In addition to the basic rewards, there will be additional special rewards. Nini's resurrection. Collect all the elements of resurrection to help Nini come back to life. Recovery elements. The revived soul of the charmed pupil, 1/1. Special spiritual container, 0/1. Sufficient spiritual energy, 2/1000. Return of the soul formation, 0/1. Mission time, unlimited by the system. However, Phantom Hitomi's soul will dissipate after a certain period of time. Countdown, 1 month. Failure penalty, no penalty from the system. However, if the mission fails, there is a 70% probability that the soul of the phantom pupil will turn into an evil spirit and attach itself to the host, reducing the host's full attributes by 70% and decreasing the host's control over the spirit of the contract. Important reminder, if the host's control over the deeded spirit is reduced, the deeded spirit will irregularly go berserk or even mutiny. Is it another special mission? Chao Tianchen couldn't help but frown when he saw the punishment clause. I'll put up with lowering my attributes, but this lowering of my control over the deeded spirit is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Cheerling, that was his lifeblood. Junk system, all this nonsense. At that moment, the system sent a message. The system will give the host a chance to voluntarily dissipate the soul of the deed spirit. If accepted, the host will be considered to have abandoned the mission and will not suffer a failure penalty. Is it acceptable? Or forget it. The mission is taken. And the thing about being a man is that you have to finish what you start. Chao Tianchen smiled awkwardly. It was just a rant. That's the future beast emperor. Who in their right mind would give that up? However, Chao Tianchen could imagine the contemptuous look cast by the system. So what? He's cheeky anyway. However, looking at these recovery elements, Chao Tianchen's brain broad began to hurt again. 1000 psychic energy is a bit much, but you can get it with a bit of work. But this special spirit body container and soul restoration formation, it wasn't something that could be easily gotten at once. If you really can't, look for clues when you go back to the Flowing Cloud sect. Chao Tianchen muttered and dialed Lu Xianyao's number after making sure nothing was missing. Rose Hotel. Conference room. The previously filled conference table of 9 is now down to 3. Lu Xianyao's face lost its blood color, and her phoenix brows were furrowed. It is said that the world is a cool place, but she had thought that even if the plan failed, At least there would be a few followers left. She even wanted to take this opportunity to test the loyalty of those around her. Unexpectedly, except for Zhao Zifeng and Zhang Linglong, none of them actually ran away. The clown was actually herself. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xianyao laughed. She laughed louder and louder and even laughed somewhat maniacally. Zhao Zifeng and Zhang Linglong were heartbroken when they saw this, but they didn't open their mouths to comfort them after all. They knew how strong the woman in front of them was going to be. Comforting her is tantamount to victimizing her twice. Lu Xianyao suddenly stopped laughing. Her face was like sinking water. Her fingertips pinched in her flesh, her palms overflowing with blood. She took a deep breath and said, Tianmiao City is no longer safe. Let's pack up and go to Sichuan Province. When making this decision, Lu Xianyao's heart was dripping blood. Although Chuan Province was the place she had left as a fallback, going there meant that she had given up her nearly 10 years of hard work in New Hai Province, including everything in the Lu family's ancestral land. Luo Chang, the damage is not usual. Lu Shuxi, don't be complacent. We don't know who's going to die, and those who turned their backs on me. One day I will make you regret the decision you made today. After packing up, Lu Xianyao took one last look at the conference room and made a secret vow. Go. Just as Lu Xianyao was about to leave, her cell phone rang, and after seeing the caller's number, she frowned. Chao Tianchen? Sister Xianyao. In that situation, he should be dead. Zhang Linglong guessed. This phone call is probably Lu Shuxi taking his cell phone to call and deliberately disgust us. Simply don't answer it. Lu Xianyao laughed. Just answering a phone call. What's there to be afraid of? She was already queuing up the kind words in her head, but when the call was answered, it was Chao Tianchen's voice. My dear Yao, you're a tough call. Lu Xianyao's 1,000 words turned into a cry of surprise. Chao Tianchen, you're not dead? Yo, just now you were calling Tianchen, and now you've changed your name again? I've been fighting for you for a long time. By the way, when did you run away and didn't bring me along? Chao Tianchen had a great deal of resentment. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xianyao was also on fire. Chao Tianchen, stop pretending. Does it take that long to resolve an early stage of the mortal transformation level? In order to stall for time, not only did I lose Big Brother Gongming, even Phantom Hitomi died. Phantom Pupil was raised by Lu Xianyao, and her feelings were already deep. As soon as she thought of Maisie's sacrifice to protect herself, Lu Xianyao was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew that Lu Shuxi actually made a breakthrough on the verge of a fight? And I was fighting him for a while. Chao Tianchen babbled. If that loser Lu Shuxi can make a breakthrough in the battlefield, I'll give up the position of the family head. Lu Xianyao was so angry that she spat out blood and directly bared her expletives. You can't even beat this kind of waste. You're 3 seconds asterisk. Short asterisk. Chao Tianchen was also on fire after being scolded like this. Don't you damn well get all grouchy. Things are turning around now. If you keep this up, I'm hanging up. Turn around? Things are like this. How can there be a turnaround? Lu Xianyao was a bit unconvinced. But, what if? What turnaround? Lu Xianyao couldn't help but ask after all. Chao Tianchen let out a cold snort and told him what had happened. Of course, some of the parts that involved his secrets were glossed over. Lu Tianjiao's condition is that he wants the second half of the Lu family's imperial Hao technique, and a blood-containing herb. Don't you dare play tricks. I haven't disposed of Lu Shuxi's corpse yet. After hearing this, Lu Xianyao's inner excitement was beyond words. She didn't expect Chao Tianchen to actually turn LV Tianjiao. As for the second half of the Lu family's royal Hao technique, of course it is. Here. Not to mention half a cultivation technique. Even if it was an even more excessive request, she dared to agree to it. As for the blood-containing herbs, oh, I don't want to give it at this point. Tianchen, you're amazing. Lu Xianyao's attitude turned 180 degrees. Although Phantom Hitomi's death had caused her to hate Chao Tianchen to death, it was still a much lower priority compared to taking charge of the Lu family. Who just said that I was 3 seconds and still short? Chao Tianchen held a grudge. Tianchen. You heard wrong. People just clearly said 3 hours besides. You don't try it with others. Who knows if you're long or short? Lu Xianyao began to talk dirty. There were some tiger and wolf words that even a LSP like Chao Tianchen blushed a little when he heard them. Stop. Stop bullshitting and hurry up and send someone over with the stuff. By the way, there's also my dragon tuna fruit. Hanging up the phone, Lu Xianyao had a joyful look on her face. When she made the call, she didn't avoid Zhang Linglong and Zhao Zifeng, who also heard the conversation. Great, Sister Xianyao. Zhang Linglong was excited. I can't see that this Chao Tianchen is quite capable. Zhao Zifeng, on the other hand, looked gloomy. He hadn't originally placed Chao Tianchen in his heart, but now it seemed that the other party's effect on Lu Xianyao could be more than 1 star stronger than him. Missy, I'll go deliver the stuff. Just in case there's a scam. Zifeng, it's better for me to go. You're injured, Zhang Linglong said. Lu Xianyao nodded. It's better for Linglong to go. Zhao Zifeng got stubborn in a rare moment. I hope Missy will agree. Lu Xianyao opened her mouth and sighed in her heart. Zifeng, then I'll make a hard trip for you. If you can, bring back the corpses of Big Brother Gongming and Phantom Hitomi. I want to bury them. When she finished preparing her things, Lu Xianyao handed Zhao Zifeng another blood-containing grass and instructed, remember, if things don't work out, you have to restrain yourself from any further conflict and just come back safely. Yes, Missy. Looking at Zhao Zifeng's departing back, Lu Xianyao was stunned. Zhang Linglong hesitantly opened her mouth. Sister Xianyao, Zifeng, he treats you. Okay, stop it. How could Lu Xianyao not know Zhao Zifeng's feelings for her? But what she seeks dooms her to give up something. A street outside the resort. The deal was struck and the result was satisfactory to all three parties. Lu Tianjia was the first to leave. This caused both Chao Tianchen and Zhao Zifeng's nerves to relax a bit. Brother Zifeng, it's really hard on you. Chao Tianchen's face went numb with laughter as he looked at the dragon swallow fruit and blood-containing grass in his hand, and he tried to pat Zhao Zifeng's shoulder, but the latter dodged it. Zhao Zifeng didn't find the corpses of Su Gongming and Phantom Hitomi and left without saying a word. Boring. Chao Tianchen took the dragon swallow fruit and hesitated on who to use it on. Chao Tianchen divided the beast kings under his command into 3 echelons according to their battle strength and potential. First tier, White Scales, Psychic Ability, Beast Emperor Potential. Second echelon, Ice Teeth, Psychic Ability, Divine King Beast Potential, Prison Teeth, Special Ability, Flame Tail, Dual Psychic Ability. Third echelon, Silver Horn, Bristles. The higher the qualification of the ferocious beast, the stronger the effect of the Dragon Tunnel Fruit. Theoretically, the Dragon Swallow Fruit should be given to White Scale, but there's a word for that, overkill. White Scales already possessed Beast Emperor potential, and the gap was just a foot away. It would be too much of a waste to give it the Dragon Tunnel Fruit. Further, White Scales are less obedient compared to other deeded spirits. After the last battle, there was a ruckus because he didn't give it the Molting Mortal Pill in time. In the end, it was only after giving it 2 transmutation pills that it was able to stop. White Scale Realm, Mortal Level 64%. Chao Tianchen had originally planned to feed the White Scales until they advanced, but then he thought better of it. Despite the restrictions of the contract, if it improved too quickly, there was no guarantee that it would not take him into consideration. In the second tier, Ice Tooth had achieved Heavenly King level Beast King in the future, and was higher than the other 2 in terms of potential. However, Chao Tianchen directly passed it over, because he realized that the bastard was too lazy. The beast life only does 3 things: eat, sleep, and blow the air conditioning. There was no awareness of being a Beast King at all. Then again, in his previous life, Icy Tooth was a notorious swimmer and master paddler, creating countless famous scenes. I didn't feel it when I was standing on the opposite side of the enemy, but now that I'd become one of his men, my senses are instantly bad. The Dragon Tunnel Fruit was given to it. A proper waste. After some elimination, it seemed that only Flame Tail and Prison Tooth were the most suitable to eat this Dragon Tunnel Fruit. How about choosing Flame Tail or Prison Teeth? Flame Tail has just eaten a blood-bearing herb, so as a matter of fact, it's Prison Tooth's turn, but Flame Tail has gotten more credit. Speaking of credit, Chao Tianchen suddenly felt that Silverhorn and Blackmane did not get a small amount of credit either. Silverhorn is the chosen fighter, and Blackmane takes the knife for him every time. It's really annoying. This Dragon Swallow Fruit, how come there's only one? Chao Tianchen felt tricky. Don't look at these deity spirits that look dumb now, but they will all awaken a very high level of intelligence in the future. You can't just scribble away on the basis of a deed, or there will be a lot of trouble. Whatever, let's give it to Silverhorn first. We'll talk about the rest of the deeded spirit later. It wasn't the optimal solution, but Silverhorn, as his first contracted spirit and having labored so hard, deserved this Dragon Tunnel Fruit. After feeding the Dragon Tunnel Fruit to Silverhorn, glistening green lights began to emerge from the Silverhorn's body, and as these green lights became brighter and brighter, its size expanded rapidly. Within a few moments, the 10-meter mark was surpassed. Wait until the green light dissipates. Silverhorn's body length was set at 15 meters, and his shoulder height came to a terrifying 7 meters. A pair of large silver horns were cold and icy, and their color was even more gray and faintly rusty red. Spirit, Ginkaku. Race, Raging Horned Blood Demon Bull, Hidden Potential. Realm, 3% of Mid-Metamorphosis Level. Alien Power, Blood Boiler, New. Skills, King's Capital, New. Unrivaled Power. Strong Physique. Blood Rage. Raging Horn Slash. Dancing Moon Horn Slash. Hidden Potential. The unit has not yet reached its limits in terms of growth, and there is still a lot of potential left to be developed. Title of Heavenly King, being the unit has been located at the apex of the king, is the title of Heavenly King, and has 10 times the base attributes of its counterpart. Blood Boiler variant. When this unit deals bleeding damage to an enemy unit, it will have the following special effect. Draw blood to heal your own injuries. Cooldown, 30s. Steal some attributes for your own use for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. If the target is killed, the cooldown of is refreshed. I'll go. It's actually directly promoted to the Heavenly King level Beast King. Wait, it looks like it's also awakened psychic powers. Blood sucking, attribute stealing, cooldown reduction. This is Mad Dog Sword Bull? The streets were empty at around 3 in the morning, and Xiao Tianxian couldn't help but let out a wild laugh after looking around. Ha 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 ha, but there are always night owls in this world. Upstairs in the residential building, a cranky yellow guy opened the window, full of anger. Shit, which sand sculptor doesn't sleep at night? Xiao Tianxian smiled awkwardly. Sorry about that, bro. Say hi. Seeing him apologize, the yellow-clothed guy's anger subsided quite a bit, only his mouth still kept muttering. I'm going to forcefully kill the opposite side in front of the mentor tower in this wave. E-wake operation pulling full. Just because you yelled. It scared me so much that my mouse shook and I missed. Died. 4 of my teammates said I'm a rookie and had to fight to surrender. This is my promotion. So it's a promotion tournament. As a veteran player, Xiao Tianxian understood this feeling well, and a drop of apology rose in his heart. Brother, send you a message as compensation. News? The boy in yellow froze for a moment. What news? Stock up on as much instant food, instant noodles, and mineral water in the house as you can. Lock the doors and windows and don't go out no matter what happens until you know what's going on. Xiao Tianxian paused. Also, and most importantly, don't trust anyone so easily. Don't open the door so easily. I hope to meet you again in Summoner's Canyon. After saying that, he waved his hand, leaving the yellow-clothed boy with a dashing back. The boy in yellow looked confused. This person is toxic, right? He promised to meet in Summoner's Canyon, but he didn't even add an ID? It can't be that he forgot, right? The guy in yellow shouted. Open Black Add Me. A district. ID, do not know who to catch me. Main play top single. My Stone Man Tower Knife Thief Slippery. When he shouted, he had already lost Xiao Tianxian's figure. Disappeared? The boy in yellow rubbed his eyes to make sure the street was empty. There was obviously someone there just now. Could it be that I've been playing too many games and I'm hallucinating? Poison. He closed the window and returned to his computer desk, maneuvering his recently revived hero out of the spring and to his own mentor tower. But his opponent's set of unexplained combos made him black screen again. Looking at his 0-14 record, the guy in yellow slammed his mouse in anger. Damn, the mind is affected. It's causing me to distort my operation. At that point, the team finally made it to the 15-minute mark and just 4 votes to initiate surrender. Rookie teammate, pit me again. The yellow-clothed boy cursed angrily, but instead of being discouraged, he grew more and more energized. Have a bowl of noodles and a handful. Rummaging through the box, the yellow guy realizes that the bubbly has been dried out. What a pain in the ass. Order a takeout with instant noodles and have it delivered in the morning. Ha, half price today. Sure enough, it's extremely important information. Ha ha, buy 2 more packs. Place your order successfully. Just as he put down his cell phone, he suddenly remembered what Xiao Tianxian had said, and the back of his neck couldn't help but feel a chill. Ghostly, he picked up his cell phone again. Why don't we buy 10 cases? Anyway, half price. Not for nothing. Well, since the noodles are bought, then sell 10 more cases of mineral water. Place your order successfully. The eerie feeling in the heart of the young man in yellow was much less, but looking at his single-digit change balance, he began to regret it again. I must be out of my mind. A guy I don't just know. Why should I believe him? It's over. It's going to be eating instant noodles until I puke. Xiao Tianxian teleported back to the House of Love Sakura. Seeing that Guo-chan had fallen asleep on the table, there was still crystallized saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. The cell phone in front of her was lit up and was broadcasting a TV series. My secretary Guo-tu. Ha, this little ninny is touching fish at work again. Jia jia jia. Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. Xiao Tianxian glanced at his cell phone, revealed a bad smile, and slowly approached Guo-chan. Head gardener, don't go, murmured Guo-chan dreamily. Xiao Tianxian froze for a moment. The memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind, and the evil fire dispersed quite a bit. Hey, you're wearing so little, and you don't find a shirt to cover you up. Xiao Tianxian took off his jacket and covered her body, then walked out of the office. Just because Guo-chan could touch the fish, it didn't mean that other people could do the same. Xiao Tianxian immediately gathered all the remaining people. It was now 4 a.m. sharp, 20 hours before the end times fell. He needs to check and be prepared for anything. The end times? Ha, that's pretty exciting. Inside the conference room, Chao Tianchen resided at the head seat, his eyes slowly sweeping over the crowd. Anyone who touched his gaze unconsciously lowered their heads. Everyone could feel that on the young gardener. A pressure belonging to the higher-ups was quietly rising and getting thicker and thicker, which was alarming. Chao Tianchen broke the silence and faintly asked, Jia Xiu and Shou Zhang, how are you doing with the building materials? A change of address means a change of status. From now on, he will not be willing to be a zookeeper anymore, but the king of the new era. Jia Xiu was the first to adapt to this rhythm. It's already done. It just so happens that there was a project that was in shambles, and the owner sold all the construction materials to me at a low price. The materials are currently sitting at the construction site, ready to be called upon at any time. Jia Xiu pushed up his glasses, sounding rather smug, and beside him, Deng Shouzo lowered his head, his face ashamed. Sorry, gardener, I didn't get anything. Chao Tianchen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't realized that the two were operating separately, but a little thought led to an understanding of why. In terms of personality, there was definitely a disagreement between Jia Xiu and Norimori Zao. It just didn't show in front of him. A leopard in a pipe. His gang of henchmen are not all one and the same. Chao Tianchen did not object to this situation and was even happy to see it happen. A proper fight makes it easier for him to mediate and improves the organization's mobility. Just don't overdo it. Although Chao Tianchen was more in favor of the canonical Guardian collection, as a superior, the most important thing was to distinguish between reward and punishment. Chao Tianchen thought for a moment and condensed a ball of light blue spiritual energy in his palm. What is it? Everyone looked shocked. Shoo! Chao Tianchen flexed his fingers and flicked this massive spiritual energy toward Jia Xiu, and the spiritual energy quickly burrowed into him. Jia Xiu was instantly horrified. Associated with Chao Tianchen's ruthless methods, he didn't believe that it would be anything good. Damn it! Shouldn't have taken that chance. Jia Xiu's bowels were green with remorse, but as a warm current ran through his body, Jia Xiu was shocked to realize that he had actually broken through, came to the late stage of the metamorphosis level. The horror immediately turned into great joy. Thank you, gardener. While Jia Xiu was excited, he was extremely shocked inwardly. This hand of Chao Tianchen's was many times stronger than the pile of strengthening potions that he had painstakingly gotten out. The gardener is really unpredictable. The awe in Jia Xiu's heart went up another notch. The moment. Chao Tianchen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect it. Jia Xiu used only 2 points of spiritual energy to break through to the late stage of the metamorphosis level. As for himself at that time, he had used a full 10 points of spiritual energy to break through the middle stage of the mortal grade. On second thought, his own physical quality was much stronger than Jia Xiu's, so it was natural and reasonable to consume more. While Jia Xiu's breakthrough had left the crowd full of shock, they could not see through Chao Tianchen more and more. The gardener, it seems, is always in a fog, and every time you go through a layer of fog, thinking you can reach him, you end up seeing a thicker fog. After the shock, Kajiko Hanaru was the first to press on. Is there anything else you wish to order, Master Gardener? I will go through fire and water. The corners of Chao Tianchen's mouth fluttered. He saw in the other man's eyes a desire for power. Such people are instead the easiest to control. Hafichiro, you and Jia Xiu form a team that specializes in the manufacturing and research of totem warriors, and I will provide you with some materials from time to time. Jia Xiu, any equipment that needs to be purchased, you'll purchase it all at once today. Fukada Kane, you're in charge of appropriating funds and freeing up a floor in the Izura house to be used exclusively as a laboratory. For the specifics, you discuss it with Jia Xiu. The three of them had different thoughts when they heard this, but all of them showed a resolute attitude towards Chao Tianchen's order. Yes, gardener. At this time, Guo-chan arrived late. When she saw the serious atmosphere of the meeting, she shivered like a rabbit caught by the ears. I'm sorry, head gardener, I'm late. Next time. Chao Tianchen only said 4 words, and then nothing more. This has been blatant favoritism, but no one said much. Those who get it get it. Only Sakuragi Misty Chako's heart was vaguely jealous. Subsequently, Chao Tianchen went to the construction site and loaded the building materials into the deity space. It's time to go to the Flowing Cloud sect to pick up the goods. Some dark corner of the city. A man and a woman wearing masks and duck hats stand with their backs to each other. Helen, are you crazy? How dare you stay here under these circumstances? Do you know that the patrolling marshal department has its eyes on you? The man was the first to speak, his voice raspy and obviously treated with special means. Helen delicately said, Marshal Inspector Zhou, it's not that you're here. The man known as Marshal Inspector Zhou snorted coldly. I'm not interested in older women. Let go of any farts. Helen instantly grimaced. Marshal Inspector Zhou, you'd better be polite. Don't forget. But before the words left her mouth, she was choked by the man. Don't flatter yourself. That thing will only get me into a bit of trouble. If I'm in a bad mood, I don't mind paying a little price to crush your stinking ass. The man's voice was cold and confident. Seeing that Helen was about to suffocate, he threw Helen to the ground like a piece of trash. Helen climbed to her feet, shaking inside. She was in the celestial realm. How dare you not be able to resist at all in front of the other party? She didn't even see the other person move. Helen resented it in her heart, but she didn't dare to continue making a scene. Marshal Inspector Zhou, you've misunderstood. I just want to provide you with some information. It's information about your love rival. Helen added. He's close to your fiancé Sun Tianxiang. Who? The man's demeanor moved, actually revealing his original voice, sounding absolutely no older than 25. Chao Tianchen. Chao Tianchen? Who is Chao Tianchen? At Helen's prompting, the man finally got an impression. It turned out to be a minor character who wasn't even on his radar. Puzzled, the man asked, I thought you said he infiltrated your chassis. Didn't you take care of him? Helen laughed. Marshal Inspector Zhou, it seems that you have underestimated this love rival of yours. He is not as simple as you think. What's going on? At Helen's explanation, the man finally looked serious. The status in the patrolling marshal department was not low, and this Chao Tianchen had become enough of a threat to him. Wait, does the patrol force department have biochemical research? How come I haven't heard of it? Isn't there? Helen was skeptical. Could it be that Chao Tianchen was lying to her? The man hesitated a little. Because there are many factions in the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts, each with their own secrets. After eliminating all the possible existences in his mind, the man skimmed his mouth and said, it's probably some clowns who made it. The truly strong don't need to use these external forces. After he spoke, he also looked down on Chao Tianchen in his heart. The corners of Helen's mouth twitched. The ancient martial forces of the Dragon Kingdom were really more arrogant than one another. Chao Tianchen and the people behind him were all clowns. So what was she? Marshal Inspector Zhou, I will take care of this love rival for you. As for those external forces that you can't see, consider it as payment for me. The man nodded. I'll provide you with some information, but I won't make any direct moves. Just as he was about to leave, he called out to Helen again. You can make a bigger move this time. The Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts doesn't have the energy to pay attention to you guys lately, he said, disappearing into the shadows. Helen froze slightly. You just said that the Armed Forces Patrol was onto her, and now that you're involving your own love interest, you're saying that the action can get bigger? None of these men are fucking good. Then, remembering the betrayal she had suffered not so long ago, Helen's wounds began to ache. Make it bigger, huh? Ha, I will. When Chao Tianchen arrived at the Flowing Cloud sect, he went straight to the hidden Dan Pavilion. Coincidentally, the one who received him was still the pavilion guard disciple named Wang Chuanxin. As soon as they met, Wang Chuanxin complained. Senior brother Chao, you've caused me a lot of trouble. What's going on? You didn't hang up your bill here with me last time. Afterwards I went to find senior sister Sun to ask for the money. But she didn't give it even if she didn't. She even beat me up. When senior sister Sun beat me up, I even advised her that you two couples quarrel as much as you quarrel, but you still have to pay back the money you owe the sect. But who knows? Speaking here, Wang Chuanxin wiped a handful of tears, as if he had suffered a great deal. But who knows? She hit me even harder. The surrounding masters and brothers were too scared to stop her, thanks to the sect elders passing by. Otherwise I would have been killed alive by her. Woo-woo. Men don't shed tears. They just haven't gotten to the sad part yet. Wang Chuanxin hunched his back and limped, looking like he was seriously injured. Chao Tianchen had no ripples in his heart and even wanted to laugh a little. What a little master of death. And so on. Listening to his words, wouldn't Sun Tianxiang already know about those rumors outside? Even though she didn't spread those rumors herself, what if she took her anger out on herself? It's better to just pick up the goods and run. Chao Tianchen feigned anger. It's so out of line. Randomly bullying and insulting fellow disciples. Does this even put my usual admonitions in my ears? Senior brother Wang, help me carry some pills first, and I'll teach her a good lesson when I get back. Wang Chuanxin couldn't help but bellyache. Come on, where did you get the money when your husband and wife broke up? A lecture? It would be nice not to be lectured. Senior brother Chao, it's better to forget about it. Recently, the sect has tightened its policy on selling pills to the outside world, so I won't dare to peg your account this time. Pending accounts? I still need to hang up accounts? Senior brother Wang, you're looking down on me too much. Chao Tianchen pulled out his bank card and slapped it on the table. There are more than $2 billion in there. Feel free to swipe it. Recommend me up any valuable pills you have. 2 billion plus? Wang Chuanxin's eyes widened. After picking up his bank card, his back didn't hurt and his legs weren't sore. The smile was so big. I've heard for a long time that senior brother Chao is a tough husband. I didn't believe it before, but I've seen it today. Other men have trouble asking for $20 from their wives. But I didn't expect that Master Chow would open his mouth for more than $2 billion. 1,000 words can't describe it. Only the word bull. Chow Tianchen was too lazy to explain. And even gave a small blow. I just didn't know you were beaten up. Otherwise I could have asked for another 2 billion. The color of admiration in Wang Chuan's eyes intensified. Come, Senior Brother Chow. I happen to have a few good things to recommend to you. Chow Tianchen first bought 30 of each of the Mortal Transformation Pill, Perpetual Vigor Pill, and Mixed Yuan Spirit Gathering Pill. Then, under Wang Chuanxin's overwhelming recommendation, he purchased 100 Stormy Chi Pills and 20 Enlightenment Pills. Stormy Chi Pill, 100% increase in all attributes for 2 minutes. After using it, it will enter 1 hour of weakness. Continuous use will put your life in danger. Dao Enlightenment Pill, used at the peak of the late metamorphosis level. It can increase the probability of advancing to the celestial realm by 25%. Not valid for repeated use. The tyrannical Chi Pill was slightly cheaper, priced at 5 million. After all, it was a disposable item. But the Enlightenment Pill is expensive, with a price tag of $50 million. Of course, advancing to the celestial realm was the ultimate goal of experts in the ancient martial arts world. Not to mention $50 million apiece. Even $500 million apiece will be bought. That's a reasonable price. Eventually, not only did Chow Tianchen spend all his money, he also owed $500 million backwards. Just as he was about to return some of the pills, Wang Chuanxin stopped him. Senior Brother Chow, I won't hide it from you, but our clan recently has a pending quota of $1.5 billion for our old customers. After removing your 500 million quota this time and the 500 million quota from last time, you can still have another 500 million pending. The corner of Chow Tianxin's mouth twitched. No kidding? Oh, if you hadn't seen my strength, wouldn't you have kept it from me? Wang Chuanxin thought he was too little. It was me who took the liberty. With Senior Brother Chow's wealth, how could he put this amount of money in his eyes? He gritted his teeth and said, how about this? I'll make up a hole and raise the remaining pending amount to another billion. Senior Brother, I have limited authority, so please don't blame Senior Brother Chow. Chow Tianchen was numb with laughter in his heart. Blame? I can't thank you enough. Although it's a little less. So be it. Chow Tianchen stifled his laughter and pondered for a moment. Besides pills, is there anything special within your clan? For example, Soul Restoration Formation, Special Spirit Body Containers, or something like that? The pills he had bought enough, thinking if he could get these 2 recovery elements. Wang Chuanxin scratched his head. Senior Brother Chow, this is difficult for you. I do know something about the Soul Return Formation. That seems to be a formation of the old ancient martial power, 8 Qian Peaks. As for Special Spirit Containers, I've never heard of them. Chow Tianchen was a bit disappointed, but a clue is better than no clue. Then tell me about this 8 Qian Peaks. Wang Chuanxin naturally knew everything. The 8 Qian Peaks, also known as the 8 Qian Sect. It's located in our next province, Thousand Peaks County in Desolate Sky Province. 1,000 years ago, it was also a top clan on par with our Flowing Cloud Sect, but it has gradually declined since recent times, and today it can only be considered a third-rate ancient martial force. What 8 Qian Peak is best at is all kinds of formations, but the means well, is certainly not as awesome as it was 1,000 years ago. And the thing about formations, it's not much use to put them in now to generate income. It is rumored that 8 Qian Peak can't even afford to pay the land rent now. The patriarch and elders are reduced to moonlighting as feng shui readers. Hey, it's not a good day. Wang Chuanxin had a sighing face and was quite a bit in the same boat. Thousands of years of heritage of the clan, the decline was only in the night. But since recent times, the declining sects are more than just the 8 Qian Peaks. Chow Tianxin's thoughts were completely different. For him, it was good that the 8 Qian Peaks had fallen. Only when it was gone would he have room to maneuver. I just hope they don't lose the Soul Return Formation. Right. Wang Chuanxin suddenly remembered something. As I recall, a few months ago, the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts launched a special campaign to advocate science and crack down on feudal superstition. And the Patriarch of 8 Qian Peaks and a few elders were all invited to tea. The 8 Qian Peaks have been disbanded? Chow Tianxin's heart tightened. That's not true. In the end, it was our left Guan master who went to vouch for them before they were released. Senior Brother Chow, aren't you also from the Martial Patrol Department? Don't know about this? I joined late. Oh, if you need any formations from the 8 Qian Peaks, I suggest that you can go to our Guan master. As long as his old man opens his mouth, I'm sure 8 Qian Peaks won't refuse. Thanks for reminding Senior Brother Wang. Chow Tianchen thought to himself that it was time to pay a visit to Zhuoxuanji. Thank you is not necessary. Wang Chuanxin hemmed and hawed. Senior Brother Chow, I'll take you to see something good. Soon, Chow Tianchen was led to a secret pavilion. As Wang Chuanxin opened the hidden mechanism, an ancient stone door inside the attic slowly opened. A secret room is revealed. A stick was stuck in a groove in the foundation of the chamber. Chao Tianchen was filled with astonishment. The stick was reddish gold in color, 10 meters long, with a circling golden dragon engraved on each end of the stick. The center is skeletonized and doesn't look like a product of this era. Wang Chuanxin introduced it with a smug look on his face. Senior brother Chao, our Lu Yun is not only good at refining pills, but also at refining weapons. What you're seeing now is our flowing cloud sect's Xinguan treasure, the coiling dragon flowing cloud stick. This stick is a product of our clan at its peak. Back then, it was made by 10 master refiners of the celestial realm, who gathered all kinds of rare metals and teamed up to refine it for 77 days. It doubles the output of spiritual energy, and is like an exterminating artifact in the hands of a celestial realm powerhouse. It can be described as windswept flowing clouds in coiled dragon stick. 10,000 ghosts are ambushed at this time. The key is that it's cheap, just $1 billion. The corner of Chao Tianxin's mouth twitched. You only have the last sentence to focus on, don't you? Has anyone used this stick? Wang Chuanxin smiled awkwardly. Back then, the clan seniors originally wanted to train it to 3 meters long, but the materials used were all too good, and training it to 10 meters was already the limit. No one can use it but to sit idle. Senior brother Chao, you're rich and powerful. Can you help me? Chao Tianchen almost didn't explode. You're really taking him for a fool, aren't you? However, he was quite enamored with the stick, as he had found an owner for it. Panlong Luyun stick. Sounds pretty cool. I'll take it. Senior brother Chao is awesome. Wang Chuanxin was overjoyed. Chao Tianchen had exerted a lot of effort to manage to get the coiled dragon flowing cloud stick out and stuff it into the deeded spirit space in a way that hid it from people's eyes. Squeak! Within the spirit contract space, Flametail exerted his utmost effort, but he was unable to move the pan-dragon flowing cloud stick even by a fraction of a millimeter, and he was so anxious that he scratched his brain and earplugs. Chao Tianchen couldn't help himself. This coiled dragon flowing cloud stick weighs around 20 tons. You have to be at least a warrior soldier rank to be able to pick it up, and only then will you grow to match its size. Flametail nodded, but still refused to leave. Wrapping around the Panlong Luyun stick, he knocked on the east and knocked on the west. Chao Tianchen no longer cared about it. Senior brother Wang, take this. Chao Tianchen called out to Wang Chuanxin and drew a strange inscription on the back of his hand. This strange inscription was none other than the secondary servant contract. Secondary servant contracts? Secondary summoning authority, enabled. Bound spirit, silver horn. P.S. The host may restrict, close, open, or release this covenant at any time. Chao Tianchen felt that it was inevitable that the Luyun sect would be affected in the upcoming end times after he had siphoned off so many pills. Zhuo Xuanji treated him well, and even saved his life in his previous life. Chao Tianchen didn't consider himself to be a good person, but he also made a point of distinguishing between grudges. The gift of the subordinate servant contract was to give the flowing cloud sect an additional safeguard. As for why it was given to Wang Chuanxin instead of directly giving it to Zhuo Xuanji, it was because Zhuo Xuanji was very knowledgeable and was afraid that he would see something. Senior brother Chao, what is this? Wang Chuanxin asked. This is a divine secret method passed down to me by a high-ranking member of a family. As long as one prays with devotion, one can summon a divine beast, Chao Tianchen urged. Remember, you can only use it in times of crisis. Unexpectedly, Wang Chuanxin grabbed him by the shoulders and asked anxiously, is that person still to be found? Hurry up and return the money. That person must be a liar. Was I not clear? That's a Taoist master. Chao Tianchen emphasized. Oops, senior brother Chao. It's because I heard you say you were a Taoist master that I was sure that man was a fraud. Ha! Chao Tianchen was dumbfounded. He also made a special effort to say that the high people of the family to enhance the persuasive power, but I did not expect that it actually backfired. Wang Chuanxin was chagrined. Senior brother Chao, I'm just a Taoist priest. Can I not know what other Taoist priests think? Bullshit masters of the way, that's all a trick. Seemingly realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he hurriedly added, of course, only a formal Taoist temple like our Luyun sect is trustworthy. Chao Tianchen was completely speechless. Now, he didn't need to guess. He could tell what Wang Chuanxin was thinking in his mind. Master Chao is stupid and has a lot of money, so we can't let the fat water flow to outsiders' fields. Subsequently, Chao Tianchen traveled to pay his respects to Zhuo Xuanji, ran into another old acquaintance. Little 5. Senior brother Chao, wait for a moment. Allow me to go and pass on the information first. With pleasure. Sect Hall. Guan Master Zhuo Xuanji, clan elders, and core disciples gathered together. The crowd's faces were more or less colored with excitement. I realized that recently, when I run the sect's mind method, I can absorb a special purple energy. This kind of energy can greatly accelerate my cultivation speed. Needless to say, I also know that the effects are better at night. I closed my eyes day and night and broke through the celestial realm last night. Ha ha ha. This time I can live another armor. I was all set to eat the banquet, but you damn well broke through. I didn't get to eat. You old thing. Me asterisk. Elder Lee. Elder Quan. You guys stop arguing. Hey, we are old. Catching up with this big change when we are about to enter the earth. The children will be lucky. You're lucky to make it. Old Sun and Old Lee just left a month ago. They're the ones who aren't blessed. Purple Chi is coming from the east, and the aura is reviving. This is the momentum of a great struggle. My Luyun sect will definitely regain the splendor of 1,000 years ago. Evolutionary glory is still a secret to the general public. However, for ancient clans with deep roots, this situation had long been recorded in their heritage. Although the information was tattered and only a few words remained, it was summarized in one sentence: martial cultivation would be easier to break through. Which means, they will have more power, longer lifespan, strength and longevity. Aren't these two exactly what they seek after with their painstaking cultivation? Now the opportunity is at hand. How can you not get excited? Of all the people, only Zhuoxuanji had a sad face. Senior brother, didn't you make a breakthrough? Why does it seem like you're not too happy? The person inquiring was the Flowcloud sect's grand elder, Tai Shi Huode. He was tall, tiger-eyed and bearded, and was known for his short temper within the clan, and the disciples were all afraid of him. Zhuoxuanji said, "When I was practicing last night, I unintentionally inhaled that purple chi, and my strength suddenly soared. If I hadn't stopped it in time, I was almost about to break through the realm above the celestial realm. There must be a demon when things go wrong." Seeing this look of afterthought on his face, Taisher Huode Liao couldn't wait to go up and give him two big pussy pockets. Above the celestial realm, wouldn't that be the legendary half-immortal realm? This kind of realm was extremely rare even if it was placed 1,000 years ago. Master, look at you. You're starting Versailles again. Zhuoxuanji, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly. There was something he never said. Last night, he divined several hexagrams. All of them were great evil omens. The world is in danger. The world is in danger. And the only variable in the trigram points to one person. However, this person's destiny is peculiar and covered in mists. He wanted to peep into the bottom, and almost even suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao. At this point, Xiao Wuzi walked over and attached himself to Zhuoxianji's ear and whispered a few words. Zhuoxuanji immediately looked puzzled. Let him in. Chao Tianchen had just walked into the great hall when he noticed several gazes cast toward him. There was jealousy, anger, and contempt in those stares. Chao Tianchen could easily guess the identities of these people. With the exception of Zhuoxuanji, the core of power in the Luyun sect was the 10 elders. Under each elder's name, there were 1 to 3 core disciples each, and they were all top geniuses selected from the inner disciples. It was these core disciples who were hostile to him. As for why he was hostile, it was all because of Sun Tianxiang. What a redhead! Chao Tianchen couldn't help but look at the Chenliang figure in the crowd. Sun Tianxiang was still the same as always, with her stunning face and frosty face. Sun Tianzi was sitting next to her and was scowling at him. Little Chao, you can sit here. Zhuoxuanji pointed to a seat not far away, signaling Chao Tianchen to take a seat. Chao Tianchen was directly speechless, because the position Zhuoxuanji pointed to was right in the middle of Sun Tianxiang and Sun Tianzi's siblings. Chao Tianchen still had something to ask for, so he only took his seat. In this way, the hate value is pulled straight up. Many of the core disciples' veins flared up, and if it wasn't for the wrong occasion, they would have gone down to the field to initiate a challenge. The elders looked over as well, speculating on what was so special about this youth that he could obtain Zhuoxuanji's favor. Just when Chao Tianchen thought that something troublesome was going to happen, it turned out that what happened next had absolutely nothing to do with him. He gradually became transparent. The crowd of the Flowing Cloud sect opened up a discussion on the future changes in the general situation. Through their conversations, Chao Tianchen realized that these families had long been in possession of information about evolutionary glory. It's just cognitively biased because of the crippling information. Everyone was optimistic that it was an aura revival. It turned out to be the end times that I didn't realize were coming. This will explain why these deep-rooted families and clans will be defeated. Combined, most of these people have mutated into zombies due to an overdose of psychic energy intake. The families are afraid that it has taken a lot of effort just to pacify the civil unrest. Zhuoxuanji pressed his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and after a long period of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. Effective immediately, all elder disciples in the sect, including me, are no longer allowed to operate the sect's mind techniques. At the same time, anyone who has made a breakthrough in recent days will take the chi dispersal pill. Retreat to your original realm. The whole room was in an uproar at these words, not to mention the elder disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. Even Chao Tianchen, a reborn person, had his jaw dropped in shock. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people around, he really wanted to kowtow to Zhuo Xuanji. Bull. It is said that cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents, and Zhuo Xuanji's move is undoubtedly even more serious. It was therefore strongly opposed by the crowd, and the first one to oppose him was none other than Tai Shi, who was closest to him. Master Guan, the great power tipping is imminent. Ghosts and oranges are hard to predict. Ancient martial forces are not my Luyun sect. If we are careful and cautious, won't we lag behind? The fact that Tai Shi called himself Master Guan instead of senior brother showed how strong his opposition was. It had the meaning that Zhuo Xuanji would draw a line with him if he didn't compromise. With Tai Shi leading the way, the rest of the elders chimed in. Master Guan, the rare opportunity of the ages is here. If we miss it, I'm afraid we'll become the sinner of the clan. Master Guan, the tide is turning, and a move against the heavens will be reversed. Master Guan, if we miss this good opportunity, in the future, when I wait until I'm underground, what face will I have to meet the ancestors of the sect? Goddess of mercy, please think twice. What are they suffering for? Strength, lifespan. But now they were asked to voluntarily give up these two things. Even though these elders had 100 years of cultivation, how could they stabilize their minds? Not pointing at Zhuo Xuanji's nose and cursing him is already giving him enough face. Chao Tianchen watched all of this, his heart like a clear mirror. If they were in their place, they would inevitably object as well. It can even be more extreme. On the path of chasing power and longevity, one must fight even the slightest chance. A predecessor with the name of Fawn once said, "It is just a little bit of wind and frost." Opposition grew stronger. Not only the elders, even some of the disciples began to bellyache about Zhuo Xuanji's move. Master has not been too cautious, Sun Tianzi muttered. Shut up, Sun Tianxiang reprimanded. Master, his old man is free to make his own decisions. How can you be allowed to say anything? Chao Tianchen laughed. If he hadn't seen her subconsciously nodding her head as Sun Tianchen spoke, he would have almost believed it. Female liar. The surroundings were too noisy, so Sun Tianxiang didn't hear what Chao Tianchen said. However, she was sure that what was said was by no means good, so she glared fiercely at Chao Tianchen. But the act looked like flirting to an onlooker, because Sun Tianxiang had always been cold as ice. She rarely had mood swings towards people. In his heart, Sun Tianzi called his brother-in-law bullish. Many core disciples, on the other hand, clenched their teeth in anger and vowed to find an opportunity to teach this guy who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. Chao Tianchen didn't care about this. He then waited for the conference to end and asked Zhuo Xuanji about the 8 Qian peaks. As for the outcome of the conference, he already knew. In the end, naturally, Zhuo Xuanji compromised. It was because after the end times of the previous life came, there was only one warrior soldier level, celestial realm, left in the Luyun sect, Zhuo Xuanji. Whereas right now, the Flowing Cloud sect's warrior soldier rank was as high as 15. Nothing but violent internal conflict could have wiped out this massive war effort in the early days of the end times. It's understandable when you think about it. In the case of raising the clan against it, with no support from the first-line disciples, even if Zhuo Xuanji was bullish, he had to doubt himself. As Chao Tianchen had expected, Zhuo Xuanji was under tremendous pressure at the moment. The lure of power and longevity he was able to restrain. He was also able to forcibly suppress the strong opposition of the entire clan. But the confusion and trepidation inside him he couldn't suppress. In case he was wrong, the whole clan would have to pay for it. Luyun sect's thousands of years of inheritance. If it is once destroyed in his hands, he as 100 deaths will not be able to redeem. Zhuo Xuanji couldn't help but recall the ardent instructions and high hopes in his master's eyes when he passed on the position of the Guan master to him. There was more pressure on the mind. Master, what should I do? Even though Zhuo Xuanji had 100 years of Taoism, he was confused now. Suddenly, he saw Chao Tianchen not far away. The latter's old and calm appearance was out of place with the emotionally charged crowd in the Great Hall, as if he had long since seen through everything. Variable? Variables. Variables. Zhuo Xuanji suddenly asked. Chao, what do you think about this? The moment these words came out, the hall instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at Chao Tianchen in unison. Ha, you asked me? Chao Tianchen froze for a moment. Zhuo Xuanji nodded. Chao Tianchen was confused. Crap. It's got nothing to do with me. After confirming that Zhuo Xuanji was not joking, Chao Tianchen became a little hesitant. To be honest, he was reluctant to get involved in this, not to mention the effort. But the Luyun sect's retained strength was too strong and would become a potential threat to him. However, out of respect and gratitude for Zhuo Xuanji, Chao Tianchen still said, I do think that what the Guan master did was good. The Great Hall instantly exploded. The crowd all verbally attacked Chao Tianchen. Tai Shi stood up and angrily rebuked. You are not a member of my clan. Being able to listen to such classified important news in the clan's main hall is already a great gift. If you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for being merciless under my palm, Chao Tianqian said in a cold voice. Old thing, if you have the ability to try? Harpies, seek death. Taisher Huode was enraged and stormed out on the spot. Stop it all, Zhuo Xuanji bellowed, and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire field. Everyone was instantly surrounded by a sense of suffocation. Even Taisher Huode, whose strength was second only to Zhuo Xianji, was suppressed and unable to move. Zhuo Xuanji, who was at the peak of the celestial realm, was already located at the apex of the world. In the ancient martial arts world where the strongest person was the most respected, his words were holy orders. Zhuo Xuanji looked at Chao Tianqian, put away his might and asked in a kind tone, "Can you tell me the reason? When I was practicing recently, I unintentionally absorbed a strange energy. Maybe it's because I'm naturally more perceptive. This strange energy gives me a weird and dangerous feeling. If I continue to absorb it, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. That's why I support Lord Zhuguan's approach. It's better to be cautious before we figure out the situation." Chao Tianqian was telling a half-truth. At this, the crowd scoffed at this statement. Zhuo Xuanji, however, was excited inside. It was because he had encountered the kind of situation that Chao Tianqian was talking about. Although it wasn't as obvious as what Chao Tianqian had said, it certainly proved that he was on the right track. In that case, everything else is insignificant. The old man's mind is made up. Everyone performs as prescribed. At this point, Fifth Elderly double-fistedly cried out, "Master Guan, I have been cultivating for more than 100 years and my time is coming. If I return to my original realm at this time, isn't this forcing me to die? Then you might as well kill me with a sword." Master Guan, the fifth elder is unable to break through because his qualifications are damaged for the sake of the clan. So have mercy on him. The one who spoke for Li Shuangquan was sixth elder Quan Shijiao. It's the one who shouted for a seat earlier. Although he and Li Shuangquan often fought, the two actually embraced 100 years of deep friendship. At critical moments, he did not hesitate to choose to support Li Shuangquan. Noisy, Zhuo Xuanji's figure moved and gave Li Shuangquan and Quan Shijiao a slap each. The two instantly flew backwards, spitting blood from their mouths. Lock them both up under close guard, and no one is to visit without my orders. Now, who else is against it? Zhuo Xuanji's face was like frost, fully displaying his domineering side. The whole room was silent, and no one dared to touch its whiskers anymore. If there's nothing else, disperse. Xiao Chao, you stay. Wait until the crowd disperses. Zhuo Xuanji let out a long sigh with a complicated expression. He then looked at Chao Tianqian and resumed his kind face. Xiao Chao, nothing is wrong. I'm sure you've come to see me about something. Speak up. I will never push back if I can. I want to go to Thousand Peaks County and look for 8 Xian peaks to seek the formation diagram of the Soul Return Formation. I heard that Master Zhuo has some friendship with 8 Xian peaks, so I hope that Master Zhuo can help. Chao Tianqian said bluntly. Old me does have some friendship with the 8 Xian peaks. Zhuo Xuanji stroked his beard and laughed. However, you don't need to go to Thousand Peaks County. I just happen to have the formation diagram for the Soul Return Formation. After saying that, he found a formation diagram and handed it to Chao Tianqian. Thank you, Master Zhuguan. Chao Tianqian was overjoyed. Just as he was about to take his leave, Zhuo Xuanji called out to him and handed him a jade slip. Looking at the jade slip, Chao Tianqian's eyes snapped wide open. The flowing clouds sex heart technique. The flowing clouds condensing heart technique. However, he didn't accept it out of hand. Master Zhuguan, what do you mean by this? The old man intends to take you as his disciple. I wonder if you are willing. Hearing Zhuo Xuanji's words, Chao Tianqian thought to himself that this was indeed the case. The flowing cloud condensation technique was the original technique of the flowing cloud sect, and was not to be taught by non-sect disciples. Chao Tianqian hesitated for a moment, but still chose to decline. Latecomer is blessedly weak. I hope that Master Zhuguan will forgive me. The flowing clouds concentration technique was definitely the top technique in the world. However, he had the spirit deeds loam in his hand and could directly extract pure spiritual energy. So to him, no matter how powerful the cultivation technique was, it was just icing on the cake. If one were to join the flowing cloud sect and be subjected to many restrictions as a result, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Zhuo Xuanji seemed to have anticipated Chao Tianqian's reply. However, he did not take the jade slip back, but continued. With your relationship with Tian Xiang, you can also practice this technique. Chao Tianqian said awkwardly. That's all blindly rumored by the masters and brothers outside. In fact, Latecomer and Tianxian are not that kind of relationship. Old me knows, Zhuo Xuanji said. No? Chao Tianqian froze. Knowing why you still. Old me knows that although you guys don't have any substantial progress right now, you are destined to become a divine couple. Zhuo Xuanji had an inscrutable face. Remember, This is a heavenly secret. You must not divulge it. The corner of Chao Tianshan's mouth twitched. If he hadn't been born again, he almost would have believed it. Didn't your old man read horoscopes? Zhuo Xuanji's beard blew, as if he had been greatly insulted. Look at the constellation, that's a side business. Look at your face. I've been alive for more than 100 years. What's wrong with having multiple side jobs? I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm also a professional player in the new Water City chicken-eating elderly group, with an average KDA of 9.8, and I'm nicknamed the warm-blooded old master. The moment. In Chao Tianshan's mind, Zhuo Xuanji's image of a virtuous master collapsed. Live to be old. Learn to be old. Lord Zhuoguan is very knowledgeable. It is the latecomer who is shallow. Since it was a benefit delivered to his door, Chao Tianshan naturally had no reason to refuse it. He accepted the jade slip and asked, "How do I practice this technique?" "Just concentrate," Zhuo Xuanji said. After Chao Tianshan did as he was told, Zhuo Xuanji began to input spiritual energy into the jade slip. Immediately afterward, Chao Tianshan only felt a buzzing in his head, and countless information was drilled into his brain frantically. By the time he returned to his senses, the jade slip in his hand had already dissolved, and many strange and complicated words appeared in his mind. These were words that he could read, but could not describe. Chao Tianshan secretly said that it was awesome. Not to mention this magical jade slip. The way this jade slip was activated actually required spiritual energy. This was to ensure that the celestial realm powerhouses within the clan could not be cut off. Daring to use this method of inheritance, it was evident that the flowing cloud sect's depth and self-confidence was evident. At that moment, the system helped parse the flowing cloud condensation technique. Streaming cloud concentration skill LV1. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency increased by 10%. 10% increase in all attributes. There are a total of 9 ranks in this skill. There are peculiar changes with each level up. Chao Tianshan's eyes lit up. It's actually a 10% increase in all attributes, which is quite a surprise. Thank you, Master Zhuoguan. At this moment, Zhuo Xuanji was too shocked to speak. The amount of information carried by the inherited jade slip was enormous. After a person was transmitted with this massive amount of information, they would all pass out because they could not withstand it. And, because the brain needed time to process this information, it would fall into a coma for up to several days. The flowing cloud sect would usually use the length of time in a coma to determine the qualifications of a child. The quicker one awakens, the higher the enlightenment and the higher the cultivation qualifications. In his own case, he was revived in only 3 hours. It was hailed as a heavenly talent for the ages. Even the outstanding sons and daughters of the clan later on, like Sun Tianxiang and Sun Tianzi, were far from him. They all took more than half a day to awaken. But now compared to Chao Tianshan, they were all jokes. Zhuo Xuanji returned to his senses and couldn't help but ask, Chao, don't you feel dizzy? Dizzy? I'm not. Chao Tianshan looked puzzled, along with nervously asking, should I be dizzy? It can't be something wrong with the gong method, right? There's nothing wrong with the kung fu. It's you who have the problem. Zhuo Xuanji didn't feel good in his heart. Once upon a time, when people said they envied him for his high level of talent, he always laughed it off and advised them not to care. But now, he finally understood what it felt like. It's very diaphragmatic. Zhuo Xuanji quickly adjusted his mind. There's nothing wrong, this is normal. Oh, Chao Tianshan nodded. Little Chao, in the future, you should be more careful when you are in the flowing cloud sect. Claim to be my disciple when necessary. This time, it's old me who is sorry for you. Zhuo Xuanji sighed helplessly. This time, Chao Tianshan had sort of offended all those elders and core disciples. These people didn't dare to do anything to him, and would inevitably vent all their anger on Chao Tianshan. Chao Tianshan had a disinterested look on his face. He wasn't the minion he'd been in his previous life. As long as Zhuo Xuanji didn't make a move, he wouldn't be afraid even if it was against the entire flowing cloud sect. Now that he thought about it, Zhuo Xuanji's insistence on teaching him the flowing cloud condensation skill was not without the intention of protecting him. The respect for Zhuo Xuanji in his heart increased a few more points. It's just a small matter. There's no need for Master Zhuoguan to be concerned. Zhuo Xuanji laughed. Seeing that you are so open-minded, it is the old man who has made a joke. Chao Tianshan shook his head. Master Zhuoguan's single-mindedness and his thunderous tactics. I really admire them. I dare not laugh at them. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xuanji instantly became much more relaxed. Laughing, he scolded. Brat, you are sweet-talking. If only those stinky girls and brats in the clan could be half as understanding as you. Chao Tianshan was blowing up again, making Zhuo Xuanji laugh heartily. He then inquired about special spirit containers. Special spirit body container? Zhuo Xuanji frowned and said, Chao, give it up. The ability to resurrect people simply doesn't exist in this world. In fact, as early as when Chao Tianshan inquired about the soul restoration formation, He had his suspicions, but he just didn't ask about it. There really isn't? Chao Tianchen asked. As he grew stronger, he realized that the world was far from what he thought it was. There were all kinds of paranormal phenomena before the end times. Absolutely not. Those who are resurrected by the soul restoration formation are all walking corpses, and some of them may even become evil creatures to plague the party. You mustn't do this act of defying heaven. Zhuo Xuanji's eyes carried a few hints of warning. Chao Tianchen babbled. This is actually a matter that an islander begged me to do, and he offered $1 billion. You may not know, my family's zoo has a problem with its financial chain and is in dire need of a large sum of money. So, when he said this, he was apprehensive in his heart, afraid that Zhuo Xuanji would object. Fortunately, Zhuo Xuanji not only didn't object, but even gloated a bit. It's the islanders. Then it's fine. Let them toss it around. Chao Tianchen was instantly relieved. Oh, I can't see that you're quite cynical. Cynicism aside, but the money you have to score half of the old man. After all, the old man also contributed. Or the big head. In Chao Tianchen's shocked look, Zhuo Xuanji continued, Chao. Your family is not a broken chain of funds. You can borrow from the old man. You can rest assured that the interest rate of the old man is a little higher than the bank. But it is better than the speed of the money. Seconds to the account. And I'm not afraid that you do not return. Chao Tianchen stared wide-eyed with a skeptical expression. Master Zhuguan, you are so highly respected that you actually lend money? Side business. Side business only. Zhuo Xuanji's old face slightly reddened. There's no way. The sect has high expenses, and can't live without some side business. Chao Tianchen held his forehead with his hand. I didn't realize you were such a left viewer. Master Zhuguan, you'd better quickly tell us about the special spirit body container. Under Zhuo Xuanji's description, Chao Tianchen finally understood what a special spirit vessel was. Before talking about special spiritual containers, it is necessary to mention the relationship between the physical body, mental power, and psychic energy. The human body carries the psychic energy, of which the brain carries and supplies the mental energy, which controls the psychic energy. When a person dies, when the brain dies, the mental energy is the first to dissipate. Losing the control of spiritual energy will gradually overflow, and the speed of overflow will accelerate as the body decays. However, when a person's spiritual power is strong to a certain extent, or under certain special circumstances, the spiritual power will control the gathering of spiritual energy and attach to it before dissipating. At this point, spiritual energy will replace the brain as the new carrier of spiritual power. The product of the combination of the two is called its spiritual body, commonly known as a soul. Spiritual state. Mental energy needs to be maintained all the time to gather psychic energy. Due to the inability to be replenished, once the mental energy consumption runs out and the psychic energy dissipates, the soul will dissipate with it. For a variety of purposes, spirit containers were created. Spiritual containers can assist in gathering psychic energy, thus reducing the consumption of psychic energy and prolonging the duration of a spirit's survival. Common spiritual containers are spirit tablets and vessels for offerings. Some of the deceased's belongings during their lifetime can also become spirit containers by chance, but all of these spirit containers have two very serious drawbacks. The carrying capacity is so small that only a residual thought can be retained. Second, unable to replenish their spiritual power, the spirit is doomed to perish. And special spirit containers are those that not only have a large carrying capacity, but are also able to constantly replenish their spiritual energy. Special spirit containers are not formalized. It can be an object, a plant, an animal, or even a person. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but get goosebumps when he heard that special spirit containers could be human. This is tantamount to trafficking in human organs. It was quite evil. No wonder Zhuo Xuanji had to warn him. Master Zhuguan, if one can use a human as a special spirit vessel, wouldn't that be the same as taking over the body and being reborn? Zhuo Xuanji laughed. That's just a theory. Human beings are very complex and unique existences, and the only thing that can perfectly fit one's soul is usually one's own body. After saying that, he gave Chao Tianchen a jade pendant. This is a special spirit-seeking jade pendant. As long as there is a spirit vessel nearby, it will emit a blue light. If it is a special spirit vessel, it will emit a purple light. As for the direction of searching, you can list as targets the 3 plants of returning sun grass, encountering dead bamboo, and fengchun tree, which have a higher probability of becoming special spirit containers. Chao Tianchen received the jade pendant with a little excitement in his heart. When this mission was completed, he would have another beast emperor level deeded spirit in his future. Thank you, Master Zhuguan. Thanks is not necessary. Just remember to share half of the money with the old man. After Chao Tianchen bid farewell to Zhuo Xuanji, he found a hidden location and placed the anchor point of the space gate. This was a handful of preparations he had made considering that after the end times came, movement was not as convenient as it was now. Just as Chao Tianchen was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. Stop! Chao Tianchen looked back, only to see a purple-robed teenager striding forward. He was handsome, fair-skinned, and looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The slightly boyish face was filled with anger. Finally, I've found you. I've been putting up with you for a long time since you made a big fuss in the sect hall today. I will definitely teach you a good lesson today. Teach me a lesson? Chao Tianchen snorted. You're not qualified enough. Ha! What ignorance! The purple-robed teenager drew his longsword with a contemptuous expression. I won't bully you either. I'll only use 7 points of force for this sword, and if you can take it, then you can stay or go as you please. 7 points of force? Chao Tianchen immediately had a strange expression. This time, however, he had something tough to say. Jumping the gun. The last person who said that to me is dead as a doornail. Get comfortable. As the commotion was so loud, the passing disciples stopped to watch. It's senior brother Chao. He's in conflict with someone. Who's the other one? Wearing a purple robe. It's a core disciple. Core disciple? Let me see. I'll go. It's actually Taisher Changyun. He's the one who's known as our clan's mixed double hegemony alongside Sun Tianzi. How did senior brother Chao mess with him? As a core disciple, Taisher Changyun has the strength of at least the middle stage of the mortal transformation level. If we were to fight, senior brother Chao would definitely suffer. The ordinary disciples of the Luyun sect all had pretty good senses towards Chao Tianchen, and when they saw that he was in danger, they all looked worried. Quickly go and ask the sect elders to stop them. A disciple tried to move, but was stopped by his companion beside him. Don't go. Why? Haven't you heard? At today's sect assembly, senior brother Chao offended a bunch of elders and core disciples. Ha! Wait. Senior brother Chao is not a member of my sect, so why can he participate in the assembly of the senior members of my sect? Ha! When you put it that way, I'd be surprised. What do you care? Better think about what to do. Senior brother Chao is about to get his ass kicked. Why don't we go stop it? The offer choked the atmosphere. Not only was Taisher Changyun a core disciple, he was also the grandson of Grand Elder Taisher Huode, and his status was incomparably esteemed. Those present were ordinary disciples, but no one dared to offend him. Right, we can go find senior sister son, a disciple said. Makes sense. Immediately, one of the onlooker disciples was separated to search for Sun Tianxiang. Now we can only hope that senior brother Chao can hold out. Hang in there, my ass. Just don't get killed. The remaining disciples turned their gazes to the scene of the conflict once again. As a result, what he saw was that Chao Tianchen pressed Taisher Changyun to the ground and beat him violently. Everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes. Crap, am I blind? How come the one being pressed to the ground and punched seems to be Taisher Changyun? I was just about to say that. I thought I was the only one who saw that. Is senior brother Chao so fierce? Oops, I should have thought of it earlier. Being able to be looked at by senior sister son. How can senior brother Chao be an idle one? I had always thought that senior brother Chao was being looked at by senior sister son because of that heaven-defying face value. A bit of both, I guess. What now? After a short silence, the onlooker disciples rushed forward to stop them. Senior brother Chao, stop it. You can't fight anymore. You'll kill someone if you do. Senior brother Chao, have mercy. The disciples finally made Chao Tianchen stop after a burst of persuasion. But when they looked at Taisher Changyun again, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Taisher Changyun's originally handsome face is now swollen like a pig's head. The symbol of the core disciple's purple robe is torn and tattered, but also full of shoe prints, and his body is even more green and purple. Misery. It's too bad. When had the usually formidable core disciple ever ended up in such a state? The crowd was feeling a little bit good inside. Aren't you always so cool? You don't think there's no one else to see? And today? Ha ha ha. Chao Tianchen looked at Taisher Changyun with a ferocious look on his face. Convinced? Taisher Changyun looked terrified, but he couldn't pull his face down and beg for forgiveness, so he could only shrink back like an aggravated daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, the disciples who had gone to shake people were on their way. Following him were Sun Tianxiang, Sun Tianzi, and Taisher Yuhao. Senior sister son. You don't know. Without saying a word, senior brother Changyan made a move with the flowing cloud fist, which made senior brother Chao spit out blood and fall to the ground. Immediately after that, there was another flowing cloud kick that directly greeted senior brother Chao's handsome face. We couldn't even stop it then. Miserable. It's just too bad. Listen to the colorful description. Sun Tianxiang's face was as usual. Sun Tianzi had a strange expression on his face. Only Taisher Yuhao was full of apologies. I'm really sorry. Senior sister son. I'll definitely teach the Changyan brat a good lesson. When she said that, she looked worried again. Hey, My younger brother is already in the late stage of the metamorphosis realm. What if he disabled senior brother Chao? Could it be that her sisterly love with Sun Tianxiang was about to come to an end because of this? Sun Tianxiang was speechless. Elder sister. Let's talk about it at the scene. It's not certain who is disabled. When the four arrived, they saw the gathered crowd from afar. That would be the scene of the conflict. Taisher Changyun's heart stirred as he broke away from the group and accelerated his pace. She wanted to rush ahead of Sun Tianxiang and beat up that unlucky brother violently to calm Sun Tianxiang's anger. Taisher Changyun, kneel down. Taisher Yuhao chimed out, attempting to preempt the anger and express her anger and stance. But when she looked around, she didn't see Taisher Changyun's silhouette, but instead saw Chao Tianxian. Chao Tianxian's clothes were immaculate, making her somewhat skeptical of the conflict. Senior brother Chao, have you seen my brother? Chao Tianxian instantly recognized that the woman in front of him was the Jade Reserve fairy who had presided over the auction in the first place. That kid is her brother? Chao Tianxian was at a loss for words for a moment. At this point, Taisher Changyun crawled over, grasping Taisher Yuyao's skirt with difficulty, and slurred, "Oh in Zili." Taisher Yuhao followed the sound of the voice and was startled by his appearance, kicking him away. Who are you? Yeah whoops, old sis. Taisher Changyun, who had been victimized twice, had a slightly sobbing voice. Who are you? How dare you impersonate my brother? Taisher Yuhao's anger rose from his heart. Although her brother owed a beating, he was definitely handsome and suave. How could this pig head in beggar's clothes in front of her be her brother? The disciples on the sidelines lamented in their hearts. Senior Chao is really ruthless. I've hit my own sister so hard that she can't even recognize her. Really wow. Old sister. Taisher Changyun wanted to cry and pretend. Taisher Yuhao had a set of chain kicks that greeted Taisher Changyun directly, adding to his already battered body. What long legs! While the surrounding disciples lamented, their hearts mourned for Taisher Changyun for 3 seconds. Suddenly someone said, "It must be very happy to be kicked like that every day." Everyone looked at the man who had spoken in unison. You're a bit strange. Taisher Yuhao kicked for a moment and realized something was wrong. What's with the familiar striking sensation? After a few more kicks, Taisher Yuhao's face suddenly changed. There was no mistaking the feeling of the blow. It was none other than her brother. Taisher Changyun. Changyun, Taisher Yuhao exclaimed, hurriedly helping him up, his face full of anger. Who in the world beat you up like this? At this time, Sun Tianxiang's siblings arrived and saw Taisher Changyun's miserable condition. Sun Tianxiang glared at Chao Tianxian as if to say, "Look what you've done." Chao Tianxian blinked with an innocent expression. Can you blame me for this? Come to think of it, I know I didn't start it. Seeing the two of them frowning, the surrounding disciples could smell a sour odor. The Animal Protection Society? We're going to report it. Some people abuse dogs. Single dog abuse. Ahahahaha. Taisher Changyun, your kid has had his day. His head swollen like a pig's head, laughing me to death. Ha 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 ha. Sun Tianzi was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. His sister and Taisher Yuhao were bosom friends, and his relationship with Taisher Changyun was naturally not bad. It's a very close detractor. Taisher Changyun wanted to complain, but when he heard Sun Tianzi's ridicule, he felt that he couldn't save face. Elder sister, I'm fine. I just had a problem with my cultivation. That's why I became like this. Sun Tianzi could not let him muddle through. Bullshit, you are clearly. Before he could finish his words, he received a painful flexing elbow strike from Sun Tianxiang. Brother Changyun, it's not advisable to rush things. Sun Tianzi's face was pained. If it wasn't for Sun Tianxiang's death stare beside him, Chao Tianxian would have almost thought that he was being truthful. Taisher Yuhao wasn't stupid. It's obvious who moved. Senior brother Chao, I need an explanation, Taisher Yuhao asked in a cold voice. Her brother? She can beat up, but no one else can. So what if I did? Without Sun Tianxiang's eye warning, Chao Tianxian would have wanted to say this. Senior sister Jade Reserve, your brother insisted on sparring with me, but before we even exchanged blows, he had all sorts of convulsions and became like this. If you don't believe me, just ask everyone. Everyone saw it. Chao Tianxian swore with conviction. The disciples on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Crap, we're just onlookers. It's got nothing to do with us. While the crowd cursed Chao Tianxian for having a bad conscience, they nodded their heads in succession. That's right. Senior sister Yuhao. That's it. While Taisher Yuhao was angry, he was also trembling inwardly. Her brother Taisher Changyun is a late stage of the metamorphosis level. And although this late stage of the metamorphosis level is more or less watered down due to the recent special circumstances, it is not something that can be icked at will. This Chao Tianxian actually beat Taisher Changyun just like this with such ease. It was clearly not simple. Taisher Yuhao weighed his options and chose to endure it. In that case, senior sister's son, senior brother Chao, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he took Taisher Changyun and left. The rest of the disciples also took their leave. Stop it. I get it. Sun Tianzi dropped a sentence and immediately wiped his feet. Chao Tianqian froze. What do you know? Seeing that there were only 2 people left, Chao Tianqian also intended to leave, but was stopped by Sun Tianxiang. Do you realize how many people are watching you because of what happened today? You still dare to act recklessly like this? Sun Tianxiang's tone was exceptionally harsh. Ha, so what? Chao Tianqian looked at her, seemingly smiling. But, no matter what happens to me, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Humph, if it weren't for my master's request, do you think I would care about you? Sun Tianxiang was furious. This girl, she's a little moody today, isn't she? Chao Tianqian frowned and asked, are you experiencing something? Sun Tianxiang visibly froze for a moment. She wanted to say something, but finally her expression darkened. Nothing much. With that, he turned and flew away. Women are really mouthy. Looking at her departing back, Chao Tianqian couldn't help but shake his head. Never mind. Just come back and check it out sometime. Glanced at the time. 11 a.m. 13 hours until the end times fall. Chao Tianqian was still in high spirits even though he hadn't slept all night, and was even filled with excitement and anticipation because of the imminent arrival of the end times. Let's go have lunch and then make final preparations. In the meantime, Lu Yun sect, Fire Cloud Peak. Inside the Fire Cloud Hall, Taisher Changyun was kneeling on the ground. Standing in front of him was his grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, Taisher Huode. Rubbish thing, there are so many stupid people. Why are you the only one who made this out? Taisher Huode's voice was like a thunderclap, staring Taisher Changyun into silence. Seeing him in such a wimpy state, Taisher Huode became even more angry. Holding a long whip, he was about to hit him, and Taisher Changyun hurriedly hid behind Taisher Yuhao. Don't you run. See if I don't beat you to death. Older sister, save me, Taisher Changyun shouted. Taisher Yuhao was still heartbroken for this younger brother and hurriedly protected him. Grandpa, you know, Changyun is most filial. He saw that Chao Tianqian speak out against you and only went to trouble him on impulse. Upon hearing this, Taisher Huode's face instantly looked much better. Although his mouth cursed the waste again, he finally put away the whip. Get out! Taisher Changyun begged for it, and immediately wiped his feet. Only after Taisher Changyun left did Taisher Huode ask with a serious expression. Yu Huan, regarding this Chao Tianqian, what is the Zhou family's reaction now? Taisher Yuhao said. There is currently no reaction. Taisher Huode nodded. Unexpected. This Chao Tianqian was raised up by senior brother. The Zhou family is shrewd and has always been unwilling to clash with senior brother in any way. Has the marriage between the Zhou and Sun families been finalized? Determined. Taisher Yuhao pondered for a moment and said, Grandfather, I always feel that this Chao Tianqian is not a pawn. Taisher Ferenza's expression shifted. Tell me about it. Taisher Yuhao did not directly mention Chao Tianqian's special features, but first talked about the current situation of the Luyun sect. Although my Luyun sect is a sect, it has been passed down for thousands of years, and many family forces have been born within it. For example, my Taisher family, as well as the Zhou family, Sun family, and Zheng family. Currently, the most powerful of these family forces are the Sun family and the Zhou family. Not long ago, the Sun family and the Zhou family set up a marriage between their firstborn children as a way of concluding a covenant. If this matter comes to fruition, the clan will be dominated by the Sun-Zhou alliance. Taisher Yuhao paused. But it just so happened that at this point in time, Chao Tianqian appeared out of thin air and got very close to senior sister Tianxiang without any effort. Moreover, in only 2 or 3 days of work, the relationship between the two is well known within the clan. In this, there must be a person who has excellent means and is extremely close to senior sister Tianxiang who is pushing the envelope. And the only person with the motivation and ability to make this happen can be the goddess of mercy. It's obvious that Chao Tianqian is a pawn that Lord Guan introduced into the bureau. Its purpose is to disrupt the marriage between the Sun and Zhou families and return the balance of power within the clan. Taisher Huode nodded repeatedly after hearing this. It wasn't just him, the slightly minded people within the clan were all thinking this. Taisher Yuhao continued. But the problem is that everyone only sees this Chao Tianqian as a pawn, and they all focus on the Guan master, Sun clan, and Zhou clan, thus ignoring this character. Grandpa, let me ask you, how much do you know about Chao Tianqian? Taisher Huode's heart fluttered. As far as he understood, Chao Tianqian was an ordinary college student who had just inherited a zoo before joining the Martial Patrol Department and becoming a Blue Stripe Martial Patrol envoy. These things, when placed in the world of ordinary people, might be earth-shattering, but in the world of ancient martial arts, they were just average. Moreover, these things would make even less sense when any ordinary disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect could be pulled to say them. He had also sent people to investigate Chao Tianqian. but no amount of investigation could produce any useful information. It was as if this son was an ordinary man. But now that I think about it, if this son is really an ordinary person, how could he be chosen by Zhuo Xuanji? At least he has something, right? Taisher Huode already had some hidden importance in his heart. When things go wrong, they go wrong. This son appears to be clear, but in reality he is unclear, as if he is in a fog. Maybe everything he's showing is on purpose for everyone to see. This son has such a deep heart. Yu Hao. You continue. The most suspicious thing about this person is his strength, Taisher Yu Hao said. Chang Yun has fought with him and has the most profound feelings. He said that this person's strength is extremely terrifying, and definitely has the celestial realm. Perhaps that bastard kid Chang Yun was defeated in battle and deliberately exaggerated the opponent's battle power? Taisher Huode snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with his grandson. Taisher Yu Hao shook his head and began his analysis. Chang Yun said that when he was hand-to-hand with this person, he didn't even see his opponent's movements before he was knocked down. I looked at it afterward. And that Chao Tianqian even had clean clothes. If it wasn't the celestial realm, would it be possible to defeat Chang Yun so easily? Furthermore, based on my observation, the aura emanating from Chao Tianqian is only at the middle stage of the metamorphosis level. Grandpa, don't you know about Chang Yun's natural talent? It's always been him who has battled others at a higher level. Where has anyone else ever battled him at a higher level? You should know that the celestial realm is capable of camouflaging your breath. That obviously pairs it up. Taisher Huode table slammed and said angrily, even if it was the celestial realm, that bastard shouldn't have been defeated so miserably. He actually didn't even touch the corner of someone's coat. What a waste. In his heart, he had already acquiesced that Chao Tianqian was the celestial realm. As for its revealed middle stage of the metamorphosis level, Taisher Huode was never going to believe it. Although he often scolded Taisher Changyun for being a waste of space, it was a spur and expectation for Taisher Changyun. He was still proud of this grandson in his heart. If someone had said that Taisher Changyun had been violently beaten by someone over the top, Taisher Huode would have been the first to jump out and refute it. But people will die and goods will be thrown away. Although Taisher Huode felt that his grandson wasn't bad, compared to Chao Tianqian, he was as worthless as the light of a fluorescent candle. Old me remembers that this son is only 20 years old. At this age he is at the celestial realm. Truly terrifying. Taisher Huode couldn't help but lament. The celestial realm, even in the entire ancient martial world, was an existence that could not be underestimated, not to mention being so young. For such an existence, whoever said that he was a pawn, Taisher Huode would definitely spray the other party in the face. In the future, when the heavens and earth change drastically and the limits of martial arts are broken through, this person will be even more unlimited, Taisher Yu Hao reminded. Taisher Huode took a deep breath and looked grave. Taisher Yu Hao added, at that time, I'm afraid that only the one from the Zhou clan will be able to be compared to him. Taisher Huode shook his head. This son is certainly powerful, but to say that he is still much inferior when compared to that boy from the Zhou family, it's not that bad. Aren't they all in the celestial realm? Taisher Yu Hao couldn't help but ask. You don't understand. Taisher Huode said meaningfully, sometimes, the gap between the same rank is even greater than the gap between different ranks. Within the people that Lao Fu has seen, in terms of talent, that kid from the Zhou clan is second only to Lao Fu's senior brother. Mentioning Zhuo Xuanji, Taisher Huode revealed some sadness. AI. Senior brother. He was just born at the wrong time. If he had been born 90 years later, who in this world could compete with him? With these words, he was talking about Zhuo Xuanji, as well as himself, as an existence second only to Zhuo Xuanji at the same time. How could his talent be inferior? 4 words. Born at the wrong time. Taisher Yu Hao wanted to comfort him for a few moments, but Taisher Huode waved his hand. The time is also fate. The old man looks on. You go on with yours. Grandpa, after Chao Tianqian beat up Chang Yun today, I wanted to hold him accountable, but senior sister Tianxiang actually defended him. The two are afraid that their relationship doesn't stop at being a couple. Are you saying that the two faked it? Where is the fake drama? It's already raw rice cooked. The fire of gossip burned in Taisher Yu Hao's eyes. I've recently gotten a piece of news that Chao Tianqian and senior sister Tianxiang had a son in their early years. What? Taisher Huode was shocked, then hesitated a bit. That girl Tianxiang is quite conservative. Old me doesn't look like. Well, even if it's possible, Shifu wouldn't let such a thing happen. That Tianxiang girl is his successor. Grandpa, don't you understand? Senior sister Tianxiang is just a front. This Chao Tianqian is the real successor that the Guan master is cultivating. Think about it. If it wasn't for the Guan master's early premeditation, how could he and senior sister Tianxiang be so swift? Taisher Huode came to a realization. If this son was the successor that Zhuo Xuanji had secretly cultivated, then all of this would make sense. then associated with the Zhuoxuanji in the clan assembly of this son's support. There is not a kind of cultivation of the successor of the meaning of elder brother is really good at this. This move not only destroys the Sunjo marriage and balances the forces within the clan, but also pulls together a force for his successor, and hides it in the shadows, waiting until the critical moment to pop up again and hammer away at the end of the day. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As Taisher Huodi lamented, his importance to Chao Tianqian deepened a few more points. No wonder the son dared to contradict the old man at the assembly. At that time, the old man felt that he had the demeanor of his senior brother back then. Taisher Yuhao couldn't help but roll her eyes. And I don't know who's been dropping things as soon as they get back. Grandpa. Really wise. Taisher Huodi looked at Taisher Yuhao and nodded in satisfaction. Yuhao, you are truly intelligent and unrivaled. If only your brother could be half as good as you. Tell me, what should we do next? Just wait and see what happens within the clan. Taisher Yuhao had a look of being in control. As for this Chao Tianqian, naturally, he should be drawn in as much as he can. How do you pull it together? I've investigated. Changyan happens to be in the same school as Chao Tianqian. He can't beat him in a fight, but he can't treat him to a meal. They are all young people. Soak in a bar, jerk off a string, play a few games, and immediately become good brothers. Good idea. You go and arrange it at once. In the meantime, Chao Tianqian arrived at New Water University. Looking at the school gate, he remembered those brothers who spent time together in his previous life. And inwardly there were a few points of close to the countryside feeling more timid feeling. Ha ha ha, sons, in this life, daddy takes you flying. New Water University, dormitory building, dormitory 207. When Chao Tianqian stood at the door of the dormitory, he could hear the urgent keyboard tapping inside. Shit, if my computer hadn't just gotten stuck, I could have definitely soloed the opposite side. This familiar line made Chao Tianqian unable to help himself. The owner of the voice was none other than his good friend, Xiahou Run, an orphan top laner who's a vegetable and loves to play. Motionless like in the opposite side of the 1v1 real men battle. Won a variety of blowing pussy, lost on the blamed computer card. Once, the rest of the dormitory was so overwhelmed by this guy that they planned to pool their money to get him a new computer. I'm not sure that this one is going to change. And say something about not being able to bear to take a pinch from your brothers. This one usually even takes a sip of the drink he's had, let alone a computer. It's obvious that you're afraid you can't get rid of the computer if you change it. Knock knock. Xiahou Run, open the door for father. Chao Tianqian shouted as he knocked on the door. I'm playing a game. I'm not available. Don't pretend. Dad knows your screen is blacked out. You die the fastest every time. Open the door. There was a cry of state from the other end of the door. Immediately after, a boy with a big greasy head opened the door, cursing under his breath. But when he saw the takeout and drinks Chao Tianqian carried in his hand, he immediately staged a Sichuan opera face change, and that smile was as bright as it could be. Ouch, isn't this me, brother Tatsu? No, it's my father Tatsu? Look at you. Just come back. You still bring things. Quickly, inside please. Xiahou Ren took the takeout with both hands and kicked open the dormitory door with one stinky foot in a skillful movement. Obviously not the first time this has been done. Familiar people, familiar images, dusty memories were opened up, turning into rolling waves that struck Chao Tianqian's tear ducts. Chao Tianqian sucked in a large breath of cool air before letting his emotions stabilize. Of the people he knew, Xiahou Ren was the earliest to die. Past life. When the end times first came, the 4 people in the dormitory encountered a mutated dog. Although it seemed to be just an ordinary ferocious beast now, at that time, he was simply powerless to fight against it and could only desperately escape. But mutant dogs are extremely fast. Seeing that he was going to be caught up, Xiahou Ren took the initiative to distract the mutated dog. At that time, he was too scared. His brain was blank, and he only focused on burying his head and running. And when he got out of danger, he realized that Xiahou Ren had disappeared. He didn't even see Xiahou Ren's valor. He desperately recalled, only remembering that Xiahou Ren had shouted a sentence when he drew away the mutant dog. Dogs, come and fight alone. It was something he usually heard 800 times a day, and he'd gotten tired of hearing it a long time ago. But that day, how he wished he could hear it again. For countless days and nights afterward, he hated his cowardice beyond measure. He had asked himself more than once, Xiahou Ren, this kid jerk played 5,000. A handful of 5 kills did not get. Open the box is more face black to vomit blood. His life is not easy to have a highlight moment. You bastard thing, why did not come back to a head? To his radiant, forced gas overflowing to remember it. Even his later hand-to-hand killing of the mutant dog didn't make up for that lack. Chao Tianqian forced himself to hold back his sore nose and walked over to Xiahou Ren, staring at his face and scrutinizing it as if he was trying to imprint his appearance in his mind. Good buddy. I'm back. In this life, you play hard to get. I'll give you a ride. Fuck off. Who wants to be your brother? I just want to be your son. Xiahou Run, on the other hand, looked at Chao Tianchen with contempt and ran into the dormitory with the takeout. His stinky feet, not to mention how joyful they were. Zhangzi, Tiger, Tatsu Daddy brought us takeout. Chao Tianchen was speechless. The mood was spoiled all at once. Chao Tianchen walked into the dormitory and saw the other two roommates. The fair-skinned, glasses-wearing, gentlemanly boy was Sun Jingzhang. Sun Jingzhang was born in a high-profile family. Her parents were both teachers at Taikyo University, and Sun Jingzhang inherited her parents' good genes, and has been a schoolteacher since she was a child. But at the end of the college entrance examination, Sun Jingzhang had a conflict with her parents, and in a fit of anger, she didn't take the last subject directly. Even so, Sun Jingzhang was admitted to New Water University. Upon learning this news, the other three people in the dormitory, including him, were shocked to the point of convulsions, and decisively assigned Sun Jingzhang the task of a full semester's worth of homework. Sun Jingzhang had always acted as his wise counselor after the end times came. Yo, Brother Chen is back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sun Jingzhang made a few perfunctory remarks and continued into the battle. Chao Tianchen remembers that when Sun Jingzhang first came to the dormitory she didn't bother to talk to them, and there was always a bit of the intellectual family's innocence between her eyebrows, but close to the ink is black. Over time, it was assimilated by him and Xiahou Run. It's also starting to get jumpy. Chao Tianchen glanced at the screen. Sun Jingzhang was using his favorite cardmaster, and he was making all sorts of decisions while playing against the line and typing to direct his teammates. Xiahou Ren sends less. We can win this one. Su Hu, you hold steady on the lower road. My big move will be ready soon. Chao Tianchen looked towards the last person in the dormitory. Su Hu, as his name suggests, grew up to be a real tiger. The entire 207 dormitory is full of big, tall guys. Xiahou Ren and Sun Jingzhang were both 180 out, and Chao Tianchen was even 185. But Su Hu actually has 190, and Su Hu is on the chubby side and looks even more tigerish. However, despite his bluffing looks, Su Hu had a gentle personality, as could be seen from the positions and heroes he played. Support positions: Bloom, Bullseye, Titan, Tatsu. I'll get you a stool. Su Hu tried to get up, but Chao Tianchen stopped him. You play you. Su Hu laughed nervously and continued into the battle. For Sun Jingzhang's command, he was able to cooperate well with all of them, and when Xiahou Run was singled out for a kill, he was able to speak out to calm him down. With the trio working together in good faith, things are moving in a good direction. 15 minutes later, your own base explodes. The word failure appeared in scarlet on the screens of the three of them at the same time. Chao Tianchen directly went numb with laughter. The familiarity is back. Xiahou Run, I told you not to go out. Don't go out. Why don't you listen? The opposite top laner is clearly GYing you. Sun Jingzhang was so angry that her hair was dizzy. He was about to win under his command, but Xiahou Run went out and gave away a wave. Directly GG. Unexpectedly, Xiahou Run justified. Every time the other Galen kills me, he has to dance on my corpse. I've easily caught a chance to be able to kill him. How can I miss it? Besides, I didn't kill him. Hearing this, Sun Jingzhang almost didn't die of anger, but we lost the game. Seeing that the small boat of friendship between the two was about to capsize, Su Hu hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Brother Tatsu brought us takeout, so let's eat while it's hot. After we eat we'll call Brother Tatsu to join us, and we'll definitely win the next hand. The two were instantly a little hungry. They've been playing since they woke up and haven't eaten breakfast. Let's eat first. We'll fight afterward. Chao Tianchen chimed in, then went to his seat, turned on his computer, and logged into the game. Since Brother Tatsu has given the word, everyone will eat first. Several people have opened their takeout bags. Sun Jingzhang sent a game invitation to Chao Tianchen. Brother Chen, you must pull out your best demon clown. I've been losing all morning. Chao Tianchen gave an okay sign. Absolutely no problem. Suddenly, Xiahou Ren let out a cry of alarm. Crap, Brother Tatsu. You've gone out on a limb after you went home and inherited the zoo. There are actually 5 grilled sausages added to this order of Longjiang pork feet rice, and it's $5 a piece for a volcano stone grilled sausage. The dormitory was instantly silent. Sun Jingzhang glared fiercely at Xiahou Run. Eat it you. 5 meat sausages can't even stuff your mouth. What's wrong? Xiahou Run was unsure. Su Hu reminded in a low voice. Brother Run, Brother Chen's grandfather. Xiahou Run just reacted. Chao Tianchen's grandfather had just passed away. It was too presumptuous for him to say so. Look at my broken mouth. It's a real pot calling the kettle black. Xiahou Ren slapped himself in the mouth. Brother Chen, I'm really sorry. From now on, Your grandfather is my grandfather. Take me with you when you visit your grave in the future, and I'll definitely kowtow no less than you. Sun Jingjiang and Su Hu couldn't help but cover their faces. That's a fucking talent. Chao Tianchen smiled. Eat your food. I don't need you to worry about it. After 2 lifetimes, there's no point in being sentimental when you've cried your heart out. Those who have passed away cannot be undone, and those who are alive should cherish them all the more. After eating, the 4 of them immediately turned on the game. Chao Tianchen used Demon Clown to carry the entire game, leveling the opposite side's base in less than 15 minutes. After the game was played, the 3 of them bragged about Chao Tianchen. Brother Chen is awesome. This clown plays with that sunny cheerfulness. Original, again and again. I have a feeling we're going to win 10 in a row today. Chao Tianchen, however, refused. Don't even play, brother will take you to a place. What place? Interesting place. Seeing him speak so mysteriously, the 3 of them glanced at each other, all a bit impatient. This is Seaside Beach Park? Looking at the golden sandy beach in front of them, Xiahou Ran, Sun Jingjiang, and Su Hu were all too shocked to speak. The 3 never expected Chao Tianchen to bring them to such a place. You have to know that the beachfront beach park is the most upscale entertainment place in New Water City, and you have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to go in for a drive. The average rich person can't afford to spend money. Those who can come here are really rich. Losers like them are even more unlikely to come to a place like this in their lifetime. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiahou Ren rubbed his eyes, still somewhat incredulous. Chao Tianchen smiled faintly. Of course it's true. Seaside Beach Park isn't far from New Water University, and is still on the path of the 4 men's frequent internet cafes. He remembered that every time he passed by here, Xiahou Ren had to stop and glance twice, fantasizing about the scene inside, and mumbling something like so-and-so schoolgirls are actually wearing swimsuits to do odd jobs here. The world is really going down the drain. The sour breath. He could smell it even if he pinched his nose. So this time when he came back, he instructed Guochan in advance to pack the whole beachfront beach park, in order to let this kid experience the life of the high society. Of course, he wasn't all about Xiahou Run. Seaside Beach Park, as the only sea-facing shallow beach in New Water City, will have more than 100,000 shield armor crabs landing from here after the end of the world. To ordinary people, 100,000 shielded crabs were a nightmare. But to him, 100,000 shielded crabs were a huge fortune, because the shield armor crabs moved slowly. Their level was at most no higher than the late molting level, and they were particularly fond of killing each other when they huddled together. As long as he spread a layer of spirit-contracted loam on the ground and sent the 6 beast kings to guard the pass, it wouldn't take more than a few days for the 100,000 shield-armored crabs to turn into a sea of spiritual energy. Adding to his end-time hegemony, Xiahou Ren came back to his senses and couldn't wait to run to the yacht by the beach. He had long been mesmerized by this kind of rich man's exclusive seat. Sun Jingjiang and Su Hu followed close behind. Chao Tianchen shouted, "You guys go take a shower and change your clothes first. Especially you, Xiahou Ran. Look at your big greasy head. What a disgrace to your father." "Aye, Father Tatsu." The 3 men spoke in unison. "Then, go ahead and clean up a bit under the guidance of an usher." Looking at the departing backs of the 3, Chao Tianchen smiled, then came to a sunshade alone. "Guochan has been waiting here for a long time." Chao Tianchen lay down on the recliner and took a sip of the iced drink Guochan handed him. "How are things going with Misty Chaco and Marizo?" These 2 were arranged by him early in the morning to buy the returning sungrass, the encounter bamboo, and the feng chun tree. Guochan replied, "I just received word that they have bought many of the returning sungrass and encountering dead bamboo and are sending them this way." She paused. "Fungus tree. Got one of those too. It's big, though, and they won't let you bring it in here. I'll just rent a place nearby and have them delivered there first." "Well done." Chao Tianchen nodded. "By casting a wide net, special spirit containers shouldn't be a problem." Chao Tianchen waved his hand at Guochan. "Go play your game. Don't worry about me. I'm going to stay with the gardener." Guochan came up and pouted. Chao Tianchen's heart was tingling. It was then that he noticed that this little ninny was wearing a sexy black swimsuit today. Her pale skin was like milk, and she was swaying, as if there was no point of force. One word. Run. Chao Tianchen's blood pressure spiked at once. "Jia jia jia. I'll take you, a ninny, for meet tonight." It didn't take long for Xiahou Ren and the others who had finished packing to arrive. At a glance, they saw a girl in a black swimsuit feeding Chao Tianchen fruits, and her white skin was still rubbing against him from time to time. The 3 were immediately sour to the bone. "Who is this sister? Tell me the truth." "Oh, let me introduce you guys. This is my secretary, Guochan," Chao Tianchen said lightly. "Secretary?" The 3 immediately associated themselves with the saying, "Something for the secretary?" "Nothing for that. Secretary. Xiahou Rin and Sun Jingjiang directly soared out of the sky, and even the always amiable Su, who expressed his unwillingness to play with Chao Tianchen anymore. TM, can we still be brothers? Brothers are still single. You actually have a little secret? I'm so sorry. Chao Tianchen. You've drifted away from us and become a capitalist of all evil. I've decided to kick you out of dormitory 207. Tatsu, you're really too much. Ah. Chao Tianchen couldn't stop laughing. Being able to pretend in front of his brothers. It felt like showing off with 5 kills, not to mention how sour it was. You're actually still laughing? Xiahou Ren's entire being was bad. Chao Tianchen, your dropping conscience is greatly broken. Guo-chan couldn't tolerate him making up Chao Tianchen like this and stared at him with almond eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? My homesteader is the most kind-hearted. Good heart? Hearing this word, the trio couldn't tense up, and they decided to save this lost little white rabbit from Chao Tianchen. Xiahou Ren said, Maisie, do you know that this guy is sinister as hell? And his favorite hero to play is the demon clown. The original, Sun Jingjiang added. Original, Su Hu echoed. It turns out that the head gardener likes to play with demonic clowns. Guo Chan's eyes lit up as she felt as if she had caught some important information. Great, I brought you guys here to have fun. And you guys are actually making up stuff about me? Chao Tianchen feigned anger and even brought up the identity of the Gold Master's father. But the brothers had gotten a little real fired up. Let's go. Let's ignore him, he said, about to pack up and leave. Is that so? Chao Tianchen sighed. It's a pity about that boatload of girls. I can only dismiss them. I don't know how they, who didn't earn any money for their drinks, are going to get through this hot summer. Yeah. I seem to remember that there's another schoolmate who came to work study, and she's afraid that she won't be able to come up with the tuition fee this year. TSK, sad nah. Hearing that there was a boatload of sisters and schoolmates, Xiahou Ren immediately rebelled. Brother Tatsu. No, it's Father Tatsu. I just said it wrong. Your best skill is Demon Hunter VN, bringing sister thieves. Without further ado, I'm going to go help the schoolmates who are putting together the tuition. Bye, he said, and ran off in a huff. Xiahou Ren, you traitor! Sun Jingjiang and Su Hu cursed with their mouths, but their running was no slower than Xiahou Ren's. Tian Senpai. When he came to the ship, Xiahou Ren was directly shocked. He actually saw his goddess, the vice president of the student council, Tian Jingxue. She was also wearing gaudy makeup and a butterfly swimsuit, flashing herself a pleasing smile. He's not dreaming, is he? Seeing that someone recognized her, Tian Jingxue was slightly stunned. Is there anyone she knows who's this rich? Still so young? Why doesn't it ring a bell? Whatever. The people who can come here are either rich or noble. She can't afford to offend them. Jingxue Tian put on a smile and asked, What are you? Xiahou Ren pointed at his face and said excitedly, Senior Sister Tian. It's me, Xiahou Ren. It was you who recruited me into the student council in the beginning. In school, a loser like Xiahou Ren would have been automatically confused by Jingxue Tian's retinas. In other words, Jingxue Tian had no impression of Xiahou Ren at all. However, at this moment, Tian Jingxue came to a realization and said with a shy face, so it's schoolmate Xiahou. I was just wondering if it was you. It's just that after not seeing you for a few days, you seem to have become handsome again. I almost didn't recognize you. Yes, sister. Xiahou Ren, who had never been in love before, was at a loss for words. Tian Jingxue nodded her head vigorously, her face full of little stars. That's for sure. I've been paying attention to you since you first entered the student union, but I just haven't had the chance to communicate with you. So the goddess has been in love with him for a long time? Xiahou Ren froze, somewhat chagrined. If I had known this, I wouldn't have run out to surf the internet every day with this gang of foxy friends in the dormitory. It's just a waste of time for me to spend with my senior sister. Next to her, Sun Jingjiang was directly speechless. If it wasn't for running out to surf the internet with Chao Tianchen every day, you'd never have been looked at by Tian Jingxue in your life. The time came to 3 p.m. Norimori Shuzu and Sakuraji Kirichako brought the returning sungrass and encountering dead bamboo with them. Chao Tianchen took the spirit-seeking jade pendant and began to test each of these plants. No color. Blue. No color. Purple. Chao Tianchen was delighted in his heart. I can't believe it was so easy to find. System, take a quick look at this returning sungrass to see if it's okay. Testing in progress. Soon, the system sent a message. Eligible. Oh yeah. Chao Tianchen clenched his fists in excitement. He was about to add another Beast Emperor potential deed spirit under his command, but the system soon sent another message. The special spirit container meets only the minimum standards. If used, the qualification will be effected after the resurrection of the deeded spirit. the spirit of the deed will fall to the upper level of the king of beasts. Whether or not to deliver that particular spirit container to the mission? Chao Tianqian immediately felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. That goes without saying. Whether or not. Of course. Nowadays, the upper beast king was no longer to his liking. What's more, Phantom Hitomi had originally been able to become a beast emperor. How could he be told to accept this huge discrepancy? Forget it, there's still a whole lot left to measure. Chao Tianqian consoled himself and tested the remaining returning sun grass and encountering dead bamboo. Blue. No color. No color. Purple. Purple. Blue. Blue. Chao Tianqian picked out all the special spirit containers and took them to the system for testing. But to his disappointment, these special spirit containers were invariably not of very high quality. Once it was handed over to Phantom Hitomi to use, it would all cause Phantom Hitomi to fall to the upper beast king. Cindy, show me the Fengchun tree. Chao Tianqian immediately moved and rushed to the location where the Fengchun tree was stored. He pinned all his hopes on that spring tree. Temporary storage sites. Chao Tianqian placed the spirit-seeking jade pendant next to the Fengchun tree, and the spirit-seeking jade pendant immediately erupted with a rich purple light. Apparently, this Fengchun tree is quite extraordinary. Chao Tianqian was overjoyed. System, quickly test it for me. Not a moment later, the system sent a message. Specialized spirit containers of very high quality have been detected. After using this special spirit container, the quality of the deeded spirit is only slightly damaged. After the resurrection of the deeded spirit, it can maintain the quality of the heavenly king of beasts. Whether or not to deliver that particular spirit container to the mission, it can maintain the quality of a heavenly king level beast king. That means it can't be promoted to beast emperor in the future? Chao Tianqian asked. Yes. After receiving an affirmative reply from the system, disappointment was written all over Chao Tianqian's face. Heavenly king level beast king and beast emperor. The battle power of the two were as different as clouds and mud. Not comparable at all. Just look at the battle between White Scale and Red Hitomi back then. The white scales of the heavenly king-class beast king couldn't even hold out for a minute under the hands of the tiger emperor's Red Hitomi. This was still under the circumstance that the white scales possessed top-level psychic abilities and were at the peak of the heavenly king-level beast king. If it was an ordinary heavenly king-level beast king, he was afraid that it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for him to be finished off by Red Hitomi. Chao Tianqian branched out from the others and collected this Fengchun tree into the deed spirit space. The entire city of Shinshui has been run through by Sakuraji Kirichako and Norimori Shuzo. Apparently, higher quality special spirit containers weren't that easy to find. It's a bummer, but in the absence of a better alternative, you'll just have to take this spring tree for now. Forget it, just think of it as one more heavenly king beast king. Shuzo, Misty Chaco, you two have worked hard. As long as I can help the gardener. It's not hard work. Denshozo smiled nervously. Misty Chaco Sakuraji pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Go back and get some rest. Cindy, let's go. Back at the seaside beach park, Chao Tianqian met Sun Jingjiang and Su Hu who were preparing to go for afternoon tea. So Norimori Zo and Sakuraji Kirichako were introduced to the two. Sakuraji Misty Chaco. This sister is from an island country? Sun Jingjiang asked curiously as she looked over at Sakuraji Machako. Being asked this question, Chao Tianqian's mood improved quite a bit, and his soul of pretending was stirring. The king once said that not returning home when you are rich and powerful is like walking in brocade at night. How's this for a loaded wave? Misty Chaco is also my secretary. Chao Tianqian coughed and winked at Sakuraji Misty Chaco. Misty Chaco, feel free to do a bit of island language. This guy actually holds himself in a cup. Sakuraji Machako felt insulted and was furious, but after hesitating for a moment, she still had a red face and whispered, yeah no. Chao Tianqian froze for a moment. I told you to say something, but not this one. It'll look like I'm playing with flowers. But what's with the sourness? Crap, animal. Sun Jingjiang directly cursed. The heart was so sour. It's not enough to have a little secretary just now, but now there's a little island secretary. Aren't you afraid of getting a back strain? Su Hu was dissatisfied. Brother Chen, you're being a bit inappropriate. Seeing that the two were about to storm out, Chao Tianqian hurriedly said, all good brothers, in the future, if you all come to serve in my zoo, I'll give each of you a female secretary. Really? Su Hu blushed slightly. Yachts, beautiful women, female secretaries, this honest kid has opened up a new world today. Chao Tianqian patted his chest and assured, of course it's true. Beauty? Meh, it's the least valuable thing in the post-apocalyptic world. Sun Jingjiang, however, shook her head no. Brother Tatsu, although my brother is grateful to you, the specialty I studied is not the right one, and I can only eat idle food when I enter your family's zoo, so I won't go. After a moment's hesitation, he added a reminder. You'd better run the zoo properly and stop spending so recklessly. He was afraid that Chao Tianchen would go astray once he gained power. Su Hu followed suit. Brother Chen, I'm not going either. I won't be able to help much if I go. Chao Tianchen was touched in his heart. Other people meet developed brother. Hate to stick up to take advantage of all the cheap. Cannot take advantage of the cheap to turn against each other. But Xin Jingjiang and Su Hu were actually able to think about him. It was simply his third life's fortune to meet such a brother. Come when you are told to come. I've had long-term plans about the zoo for a long time. And all that's missing are trustworthy people like you. Chao Tianchen was telling the truth. He had quite a few men under him now. But the only ones who were truly trustworthy were Guochan and Duan Shouzang. But these two are slightly less capable. As a result, he is in dire need of replenishing his direct lineage. Especially Sun Jingjiang. Chao Tianchen planned to let Sun Jingjiang manage the logistics of his forces and be responsible for coordinating the overall situation. After all, in the future, when the power is huge, he will be busy and distracted. He didn't feel comfortable letting the islanders deploy some important supplies. Then the brothers will respectfully comply. Seeing Chao Tianchen's insistence, Sun Jingjiang and Su Hu no longer insisted. Good, Jingjiang, you'll first familiarize yourself with the affairs of the zoo behind Shaochan. As for Su Hu, you'll follow Shouzang. Chao Tianchen was halfway through the arrangements when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be someone missing. Where's that Xiahou Ren kid? Upon hearing this, Sun Jingjiang and Su Hu both had a blank expression on their faces. What's going on? After the duo's story, Chao Tianchen learned that Xiahou Ren was actually in love with Tian Jingxue. Chao Tianchen frowned. Didn't you guys talk to him? The women here are not simple. He had no problem with Xiahou Ren falling in love. He was afraid that a simple big boy like Xiahou Ren wouldn't be able to play with the other side. Especially after entering the post-apocalyptic world. If the person next to you is this kind of woman, it's like losing half of your life. Persuaded. Couldn't be persuaded. Sun Jingjiang said helplessly. Where is he? I'll go get him. Jingxue Tian held Xiahou Ren's arm in a bird-like manner. Whenever Xiahou Ren said something, she would react promptly. Or petulant laughter. Or adoration. However, when Xiahou Ren looked away, a strange light swept under Tian Jingxue's eyes. As a rather tactful woman with a heart of gold, Tian Jingxue had long ago figured out Xiahou Ren's bottom line. It was also learned that Xiahou Ren was not the real gold master. The real gold master is someone else. It was Xiahou Ren's roommate Chao Tianchen. However, Jingxue Tian did not immediately abandon Xiahou Ren. It was because she planned to use Xiahou Ren to get close to Chao Tianchen first, and then try to become Chao Tianchen's woman. As for how to operate, Jingxue Tian was very experienced and had long written down a 20,000 word plot outline in her mind. From how to leave contact information, how to meet by chance, how to create an ambiguous relationship, to how to reasonably kick off Xiahou Ren's success on the throne. She is all clear thinking. The next step is to fill in the details. Jing Shui, is there anything else you want to play? Xiahou Ren asked. With her thoughts interrupted, Tian Jingxue couldn't help but furrow her brows. Xiahou Ren was at a loss for words. Jing Shui, is it something I did wrong that made you angry? You tell me. I'll change. Your biggest fault is being a poor bastard. Tian Jingxue despised it in her heart, but a sweet smile appeared on her face. She currently still needed Xiahou Ren as a tool person. Run. I'm a little hungry. Where are those friends of yours? Let's call them to join us for a meal. That was exactly the first step in her plan. Under the guise of a dinner party, to obtain the contact information of Chao Tianchen, and its initial and establish a relationship. Xiahou Ren naturally didn't know what she thought and was still very self-conscious. It's my fault for just playing. I'll take you to dinner right now. Jing Shui, let me tell you, this place can be equipped with a specialized hotel, and the food inside is delicious. Listening to Xiahou Ren's showboating speech, Tian Jingxue's heart grew more and more contemptuous. I've been around here longer than you. Can I not know better than you? Still, she made a face of surprise, as if it was the first time she knew there was a hotel here. Really? Xiahou Ren patted his chest and said, of course it's true. Whispering to you, Brother Chen has chartered the entire seaside beach park, and everything inside is free to eat. Jingxue Tian was both shocked and excited inside. To actually wrap up the entire seaside beach park, then this Chao Tianchen is how rich he must be. It's kind of a big fish this time. Relying on her excellent mental qualities, Tian Jingxue forced down the curled up corners of her mouth and put on a look of fear and embarrassment. Run. Let's just forget about it. I'll pass. Jing Shui, what's wrong? Xiahou Ren asked hurriedly. Tian Jingxue hesitantly spoke. Although I had to come here to work part-time because my mother was paralyzed in bed and to raise tuition fees, it's inevitable that I'll still be labeled as a gold-digging woman. You'll be looked down upon by your friends if you bring me along. Pretending. She's really too good at it. Xiahou Ren waved his hand. It won't be. My brothers are all very nice. But, Jingxue Tian tried to pull a little more, but Xiahou Ren went straight to the top. If they think less of you because of that, I'll cut them off. Hearing this, not only was there not a trace of emotion within Tian Jingxue, but she also even wanted to hit him a little bit. You dumbass! If you cut off your friends so early, how can I be on the list of the rich and famous and be among the high society? At this time, Chao Tianchen, who had hurriedly searched for him, also heard Xiahou Ren's words and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He wasn't offended. After all, the four of them in the dormitory had been cut off from each other for 3 days, but when it came to hacking there was no one missing. Xiahou Ren, looking for you everywhere, what are you hiding here for? When Tian Jingxue saw Chao Tianchen, her face suddenly changed and she cursed Xiahou Ren in her heart for being stupid. Xiahou Ren, I don't like people who don't value friendship. She's got to keep up her persona. Seeing Tian Jingxue get so angry, Xiahou Ren couldn't be bothered to greet Chao Tianchen and hurriedly compensated with a smile. Jingxue, I'm just kidding. Tian Jingxue glanced at Chao Tianchen with her afterglow and was somewhat disappointed to see that the latter had no reaction to her performance. Just have to keep putting on the angry face. However, she controlled her force well, conveying the meaning without giving the impression of being fierce and bratty. Instead, it was a little pouty and cute. Xiahou Ren was mesmerized. He pulled Chao Tianchen and said eagerly, Brother Chen, you quickly tell Jingxue that you don't mind this. Chao Tianchen was directly rendered speechless. This kid is really seeing the light. It can't be helped. Who made him his brother? Chao Tianchen pulled Xiahou Ren aside. Your boy usually chases dramas and reads novels, and you talk a good game about how to tell green tea. But once you're in actual combat, how can it be so bad? This woman has impure intentions. Can't you see? Xiahou Ren, however, was furious. I'm with Jingxue because of love. Jingxue said she would be with me even if I had nothing. If you insult her again, I'll cut you off. Chao Tianchen said. In that case, it's not too much for me to test her, right? Xiahou Ren visibly froze. How could he not know that a goddess-level figure on campus like Jingxue Tian would not look at himself if she did not have an ulterior motive? Only, there was still a glimmer of luck inside him. What if? Xiahou Ren was suddenly a little scared. Love was so beautiful that he didn't want to pierce the veil, even if it was fake. Seeing that Xiahou Ren was getting deeper and deeper into it, Chao Tianchen decided that he couldn't let this kid continue. He walked straight to Jingxue Tian, pulled out a check from his pocket, and placed it on the table. Here's 3 million, leave my brother. Jingxue Tian froze. What the hell kind of drama is this? I've seen novels written about the hero's mom giving money to make the heroine leave the hero, but I've never seen the hero's brother giving money to make the heroine leave the hero. To take, or not to take? After a struggle, Tian Jingxue held back her greed and decided that it was better to catch a big fish with a long line. I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of woman. Tian Jingxue's voice was slightly weepy, as if she was greatly aggrieved. At those words, Xiahou Ren was thrilled and rushed to protect Tian Jingxue's body. Brother Tatsu, I told you before, right? Jingxue, she's not that kind of woman. At this moment, he felt like his world was full of sunshine. Chao Tianchen also revealed a relieved smile as he patted Xiahou Ren's shoulder. Good boy, congratulations, you found your own love. He then looked at Tian Jingxue with an apologetic face. Senior sister Tian, it's me who misunderstood you. I apologize to you. It's okay, you're doing Ren a favor. I'm so happy for Ren that he has a friend like you. Jingxue Tian waved her hand repeatedly in a very understanding manner. In fact, she had started laughing maniacally inside. I can't. I'll have to find a place to sneak a laugh later. Or I just can't help it. However, Chao Tianchen's next words caused Tian Jingxue's mood to fall directly from the peak to the bottom. Xiahou Ren, Sister Tian Shui, after today, I'm going to Midiai and won't be back for a short time. Let's have a meal together later and say our final goodbyes. Jingxue Tian's expression stiffened. Wasn't the purpose of her contacting Xiahou Ren to get close to Chao Tianchen? If Chao Tianchen wasn't there, then she was still playing chicken. How long are you going for? I mean, will we be able to get together again in the future? Jingxue Tian couldn't help but ask. All she could do now was hope that it wasn't too long. Chao Tianchen secretly laughed. You're showing your tail, aren't you? Chao Tianchen's face showed 6 points of sadness, 3 points of reluctance, and 1 point of relief before he took another deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words. 10 years. Acting? Brother has it too. 10 years. Jingxue Tian was struck by lightning. Where she could wait 10 years. By that time, she and that loser even had a baby, right? No way. Absolutely not. After learning that Chao Tianchen was going to leave for 10 years, Tian Jingxue instantly became disillusioned, because even with her skillful tactics, she couldn't lasso a man across an ocean. If she could do that, she wouldn't need to be a big shot. Wouldn't she just become Superman? Jing Shui, are you not feeling well somewhere? Why does your face seem a little off? Xiahou Ren asked with concern. It's okay. Tian Jingshui made a perfunctory remark. Now she didn't have the heart to bother with Xiahou Ren. It's kind of a bummer that it's not working this time. Suddenly, Jingshui Tian's eyes lit up slightly when she saw the check on the table. $3 million, with a little saving, would be enough to last her a lifetime. No loss. No loss. She quickly averted her eyes as her heart began to race. How sharp was Chao Tianquan's perception, taking in all of her micro-expressions. Let's go eat first. Chao Tianquan urged to hurry up and get going, as if he had forgotten that there was a $3 million check on the table. Tian Jingshui exclaimed in her heart, God help me. Run, let's go eat first. She echoed a sentence and pulled Xiahou Ren to hurry away. When the three of them were halfway there, Jingshui Tian made an excuse to turn back, while also refusing Xiahou Ren's following. Still here, seeing the check still sitting on the table, Tian Jingshui was so excited that she could hardly hold herself. She walked quickly to the table, picked up the check, and kissed it fiercely. Get rich! But what she didn't notice was that Chao Tianquan was pulling Xiahou Ren to hide not too far away, taking in her money-grubbing face. No, it's not true, murmured Xiahou Ren, his expression pained. Chao Tianquan didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. Oftentimes, the reasoning is obvious to anyone, but when it comes to the real thing, who can accept it with open arms? That being said, he's still to blame for this. If he hadn't brought Xiahou Ren to this kind of place to play, he wouldn't have run into a heartthrob like Tian Jingshui. But on second thought, this experience was not a good thing for Xiahou Ren. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, even the naive-looking Su who knows a little bit about the world, and only Xiahou Ren is too simple and has not experienced the poisonous beatings of society at all. As long as Xiahou Ren could walk out this time, it would be a metamorphosis, and in the future, he would be able to better adapt to the post-apocalyptic survival environment. Just as Chao Tianquan was thinking, Xiahou Ren walked out alone. Jing Shui, why? Jingshui Tian was startled, and after turning around and seeing Xiahou Ren, her eyes were somewhat averted. But she quickly responded. With the money in hand, she didn't have to pretend anymore. Why? It's not because you're poor. Tian Jingshui had a disgusted look on her face, looking at Xiahou Ren as if she was looking at a piece of shit. Xiahou Ren froze, but he did his best to think the best of the other man. Are you saying this because your mother is seriously ill and you're short of money to study in the Sunset Empire? You believe such words? Ah. Tian Jingshui couldn't help but laugh, and the more she laughed, the louder she laughed. The more tears soon came out of her eyes. Know anything about packaging? Stupid. The only way to catch your dirtbag brother is to pack it well. Xiahou Ren hissed. No, Jing Shui, you said that the person you love is me. Love? Ha. I can say that to anyone as long as they pay. And don't you keep calling Jingshui, like I know you well. Jingshui Tian was full of sarcasm. Don't you think for a second that I'd care about you if it weren't for your dirtbag friend? You're just a tool man. What makes you think you're good enough for me if you don't take a piss and look at what you are? Poor losers. Tian Jingshui's vicious words were like sharp knives, stabbing at Xiahou Ren's heart one after another. Xiahou Ren fell to the ground, in a trance. He couldn't help but wonder about himself. Am I really that worthless? Suddenly, a scream came. Upon further inspection, Jingshui Tian had fallen to the ground, a large chunk of her pretty face swollen, her eyeliner and makeup spent. That's disgusting, actually applying so much powder. Chao Tianquan picked up a wet towel and wiped his hands. Hiss. Tian Jingshui wanted to cover her face, but the intense pain made her instantly pull her hand away. She looked up at Chao Tianquan with resentment in her eyes, but out of the instinct of kneeling to the rich, she opened her mouth slightly, but in the end she didn't say anything. Bear the grudge. Chao Tianquan, however, had no intention of letting her go, sneering, it's just AJ, and you're still yanking it up. Mudbloods have a little fire left in them. What's more, Tian Jingshui, who had been front and center and licked countless dogs in school, also exploded in the face of Chao Tianquan's humiliation. However, she was not targeting Chao Tianquan, but Xiahou Ren. Jingshui Tian sneered. Chao Tianquan, if it's you, just hook your hand and I'll lie down on the bed without saying a word. But that loser? No way. The killing intent in Chao Tianquan's eyes flickered. Still, held back from doing anything. Xiahou Ren's heart's demon. After all, he has to break it himself. He can't do this kind of thing for me. Chao Tianquan snorted. You women look smart, but you're actually stupid. No wonder so many women here have made it to the top, and you're the only one still mixed up like a J-girl. If Xiahou Ren was worthless, would I be friends with him? What do you think? Am I stupid or are you? Tian Jingshui was a bit unsure of herself at once. In her opinion, Chao Tianquan, who was a rich man, was definitely much smarter than her. Could that kid really be a prospect? She had some hidden regrets in her mind. My brother. You can't afford it. Chao Tianchen shouted angrily. Get the hell out. Tian Jingshue's heart grew more and more regretful, but she had no way back, so she could only clutch the check and hurry away. But halfway there, Chao Tianchen called out to her again. If you're in danger in the future, run to the rooftop of the school. Chao Tianchen was afraid that this woman would die too soon, so he reminded her of a temporarily safe location. Jingxue Tian didn't understand what Chao Tianchen meant, but she still silently memorized the words. Then, a quick departure. Chao Tianchen looked at Xiahou Run. Xiahou Run, what the hell are you up to? Why don't you get up? Brother Tatsu, you think too highly of me. Maybe it's really me who's too useless. Xiahou Ren's eyes were red. He had naturally heard all of Chao Tianchen's words just now, but while he was moved, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Feeling sorry for Chao Tianchen's favorable opinion of him, Chao Tianchen frowned. At the age of 20, and still graduating from college, you're dismissing your life so easily? Xiahou Ren is still disheveled. When Chao Tianchen saw that he still couldn't walk out, he became furious and grabbed him by the collar. Xiahou Ren, don't be a mother-in-law. Where's your usual spirit of delivering heads? Life and death are not important. All you have to do now is stand up and make something of yourself. You need to tell that woman that her giving up on you was the stupidest decision she's ever made in her life. Xiahou Ren pulled himself together, but he soon doubted himself a little. Can I really? He's average in every way. How easy is it to make a career out of it? Chao Tianchen patted his shoulder and encouraged. Believe in yourself. In my opinion, you are full of merits. Am I really any good? Tell me quickly. Xiahou Ren's face was full of anticipation. That's for sure. There are good things about you. There are. Chao Tianchen's frown grew tighter and tighter. Suddenly, he said, the best thing about you is that you have me as a brother. Xiahou Ren instantly blanched. Chao Tianchen, you grandpa, can you comfort people? Comfort you my ass. You think you're my girlfriend? Do you need to be coaxed? Since you're not dead, get up. I'm starving to death waiting for you. Chao Tianchen didn't give a damn about him when he finished speaking and left directly. Xiahou Ren followed suit and got up to leave after cursing the nationalist. The two of them were halfway there when Xiahou Ren shouted. Tatsu. Thanks. Let's play these melodramatic. If you dare to send it again at night hacking, I'll scold your own mother and not even recognize it. Chao Tianchen quickly stepped forward. He's got sand in his eyes. The dining room table. Chao Tianchen shared with the crowd information about evolutionary glory and the ancient martial arts world, including his relationship with the Lu Yun sect and the martial arts department. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the information about the evolutionary glory, he took out the ancient martial arts community's set of words. The crowd was not told about the end times. After the crowd had digested them, Chao Tianchen said in a serious tone, the world is about to invoke a situation of great change. Anything is possible. Everyone must be careful in everything. The cruelty of the end times is far beyond imagination. The slightest mistake could cost you your life. He can't watch over everyone like a babysitter. A lot of times, they need to be careful themselves. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, the corners of Xiahou Ren's mouth couldn't be suppressed. Ahahahahaha. From my 10 years of experience in online writing, isn't this an aura revival? I'm familiar with this plot. Through cultivation, the protagonist becomes bigger and stronger step by step, marries a rich white woman, and goes to the peak of his life. Suddenly, Xiahou Ren's eyes lit up as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Brother Chen, when you just said that you look favorably on me, did you already know about my identity as the chosen son? Chao Tianchen immediately had a black line on his face. It was as if he had taken the trouble to remind him, but the bastard hadn't paid any attention to it. Without waiting for Chao Tianchen to open his mouth, Xiahou Ren continued to say to himself, no wonder I've recently sensed that, in the underworld, there is a magical force calling me, so this is the right way to open my life. The guy clenched his fists, filled with excitement, and began to why. If my guess is right, the next plot development should be that the school conducts a martial artist selection test, and then, me, the chosen son, Xiahou Ren, shining at the martial artist selection contest and harvesting the hearts of countless young girls. Immediately afterward, the villain appeared. Out of jealousy of my talent for the celestial congregation, he wanted to inflict harm on me. I didn't expect that I would be blessed with good fortune and easily kill him back, and also pocketed his fiancée, elder sister, and younger sister all. The more Xiahou Ren spoke, the more sour he became. I can't wait to pretend. Sun Jingjiang directly sprayed, with your handiness in opening boxes. You're still the chosen one? In a novel, It's good enough to survive more than 300 words, Xiahou Ren said unconvincingly. Maybe, after the aura revives, I'll have a turnaround? Sun Jingzheng continued to output. Have you traveled or been reborn, and transmigrated? If there really is any aura recovery, the ones who will benefit the most are also those ancient hidden sects, thousand-year-old families. They have a deep heritage, and their future strength will definitely far exceed that of ordinary people like us. As Sun Jingzheng spoke, her face gradually became grave. When the force of the individual overrides the collective, the existing society is bound to create turmoil. Xiahou Ren, don't flail around in the future. This isn't a game. You can't be resurrected if you die. Although what Sun Jingzheng said deviated a bit far from the truth, Chao Tianqian still expressed his high approval. Jingzheng is right. Everyone should be careful in everything. The crowd immediately looked serious, and Xiahou Ren also put away his dangling appearance. Chao Tianqian pressed his hand, signaling that there was no need to worry too much. Since I have learned of this insider information, I have certainly prepared for it. After saying that, he took out the transformation pill and the mixed elements spirit gathering pill and shared them with his 3 roommates. Brother Tatsu, Bull. The 3 men's eyes lit up. With these elixirs, they would be ahead of the starting line. The 3 of them quickly elevated to the transformation realm after taking the pills. Xiahou Ren's mouth grinned as he felt the power in his body and began to swell again. Brother Chen, Zhang Zi broke through after taking 1 transformation pill, and I broke through after taking 2 transformation pills. Is this because my qualifications are high and I consume more energy? Chao Tianqian shook his head. No, that's because you have a dark face. Usually, the probability of a molten mortal pill making a breakthrough is 85%. After taking the mixed spirit gathering pill, this probability will rise to 99.7%. Xiahou Ren's smile instantly froze on his face. Chao Tianqian continued to mend his ways. Within the people I know, you're still the first one to fail to break through by taking the mortification pill. With a 0.3% chance of you even stumbling upon it, you're really a chosen one in a sense. The crowd burst into laughter. Sun Jingzheng, in particular, laughed heartlessly, giving full play to her character as a detrimental friend. What are you laughing at? Thanks to you being born in a Kochi family, it's a shame to laugh like this. Xiahou Ren sprayed Sun Jingzheng and finally pointed at Su Hu. Didn't Tiger-chan also eat 2 transformation pills before he broke through? Why don't you guys laugh at him? Su Hu touched his head, a little embarrassed. Brother Chen, I'm sorry for wasting your pills. There's no need to apologize. Chao Tianqian laughed. You're like this because of your high qualifications and the amount of energy you consume. That's good. Su Hu smiled nervously. Xiahou Ren, however, quit. Why is it that when it comes to Tiger Boy it's high qualifications and when it comes to me it's a black face? Chao Tianqian explained. If it's a failed breakthrough, the taker will obviously feel weak. However, if it's simply a lack of energy, the body of the taker will have no reaction. Besides, the main function of the metamorphosis pill is still to help one break through, not to replenish energy. You're just simply black-faced. Chao Tianqian summarized in a flat tone. Xiahou Ren looked as if he had suffered a 10,000 point blitz, with a lifeless look on his face. Seeing his appearance, Chao Tianqian laughed darkly. I told you to fool around. Chao Tianqian looked at Su Hu again. In his previous life, after Su Hu became an awakened, his strength was 2 to 3 times that of an awakened of the same level, and his qualifications were superb. In this life, he entered the transformation level in advance, and then experienced the baptism of evolutionary glory, and the enhancement he gained was bound to be even greater. Next, Chao Tianqian gave each person present 3 more chi explosion pills, just in case. Alright, it's been half a day of tossing and turning, the food is getting cold. Xiao Chan, go and call the waiters and ask them to bring up a new table with new dishes. Guo Chan nodded and picked up the front desk. I'm going to serve a few new tables here. It didn't take long for the waiter to arrive, but it was closely followed by a couple of menacing, burly men. Sir, you can't go in. The place is booked for the day. Fuck off. The blocking waitress let out a scream as she was pushed to the ground. When the doorway to the room was occupied, a couple of strong men lined up in 2 rows and shouted, Greetings, young Master Zhang. The crowd looked over, only to see a tattooed youth with 5 rings on his face stepping through the door, with an innocent-looking girl in his arms. After seeing Chao Tianqian, the girl's expression stiffened and she quickly lowered her head. Xiahou Ren looked at the girl and said angrily, Chen Yutong, it's only been a few days since you broke up with Brother Chen, and you've actually found someone new. How shameless. You brat, keep your mouth clean, the 5-ringed youth said in a cold voice. Yutong is now my woman. If you dare to say one more word, I'll pull out your tongue. Who's afraid of who? Xiahou Ren was immediately furious, but Chao Tianqian reached out to stop him. Brother Tatsu? Xiahou Ren was puzzled. Chao Tianqian didn't say anything as his gaze swept past Chen Yutong's face, an unnoticed strange light flickering away. Finally, he looked to the five-ringed youth. What's the matter with you guys? The five-ringed youth grinned at the corner of his mouth and pointed to the ground, arrogantly saying, we're occupying this place. You guys, get out. Fuck you. On Chao Tianqian's side, most of them were bloodthirsty boys. How could they be subjected to this kind of brutishness? But unexpectedly, Chao Tianqian stopped the crowd once again. Afterward, in the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, he faintly opened his mouth. Let's go. Chao Tianqian turned a deaf ear to the five-ringed youth's insults. Right now, his mind was on the spirit-seeking jade pendant that had been slipped into his pocket. Just now, the spirit-seeking jade pendant suddenly erupted with purple light. That purple color was so dense that it was almost about to drip out. The one who caused the spirit-seeking jade pendant to react in this way was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Chen Yutong. After systematic testing, Chen Yutong was actually a perfect spirit vessel. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. Retribution. It's all retribution. In his previous life, he had paid almost everything for this woman, and had even lost most of his forces because of one of her caprices, and was also seriously injured, almost losing his life. But this woman immediately defected to another strong man after seeing him weakened. When he tried to retain her, he was even rejected and blamed by the other party. Since you are cold and heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold aura swept across the bottom of Chao Tianqian's eyes, and then quickly converged. He knew that now was not the time to do it. Go. As Chao Tianqian got up to leave, Xiahou Ren and the others followed. Despite their resentment, Chen Yutong originally had a few moments of guilt. It was a bit of a seamless transition when she unilaterally announced her breakup just a week after finding a new boyfriend. But Chao Tianqian's cold attitude stung her deeply. Chao Tianqian, do you know why I broke up with you? It's because you're such a loser. Is it hard to ask the family for more money? You're just building the misery of life on me for your pathetic pride. Do you know how all my girlfriends laugh at me? They say I'm vain and purposely disguise my boyfriend as a rich kid. Chen Yutong shouted, venting her dissatisfaction and aggression. I'm not a materialistic girl, but I really don't see a future following you. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but laugh. Since talking to Chen Yutong, his pocket money has all gone into the other party's pocket, and he has hardened from a rich second generation to a loser. But Chen Yutong is still not satisfied, but also urged him to ask for money from his family. The two split up over this very thing. Moreover, he had never bragged about being some rich second generation since the beginning, and this was all flaunted by Chen Yutong on her own initiative in front of her girlfriends. It's obvious that they are vain, but they use all sorts of flags to hide what they are. It is this kind of person that is referred to as being in standing. However, Chao Tianqian was simply too lazy to bother with her. A dead person. What's the point of bothering with her so much? But this kind of disregard made Chen Yutong more and more irritated, and she reached out to stop in front of Chao Tianqian. Since we happen to run into each other today, I'll be honest and tell you that we're completely over it. Chen Yutong pointed at the five-ringed youth. I've found someone who truly loves me, Zhang Chuanyi. Not only does he love and care for me, he knows how to pay for me. He's better than you everywhere, he said, and turned slightly sideways, showing off the limited edition bag he was carrying. Then congratulations, you guys are quite a match, Chao Tianqian said indifferently, then left straight away. Chen Yutong's face flushed red. In her opinion, Chao Tianqian should have cried bitterly and fainted from grief when he lost her, and then kneeled down and begged for her forgiveness. How can you be so calm? Make it sound like she did something wrong. Chen Yutong gave a wink to Zhang Chuanyi beside her, and the latter immediately understood and waved his hand, greeting the strong men around him to pounce on Chao Tianqian and his group. Chao Tianqian's gaze went cold. He didn't mind if the other wanted to die so early. Just as the two sides were about to break out into conflict, a bellowing cry came from the distance. Stop! This sound contained an impact of spiritual energy, causing everyone's body to stall. Immediately after, a country-faced middle-aged man rushed to the scene with a few of his men. Chao Tianqian recognized the middle-aged man at a glance, the owner of Seaside Beach Park. Lo Qianlong. Lo Qianjian was one of the top powerhouses in New Water City, and in the future, he would even become a giant on one side. Without summoning the deeded spirit, Chao Tianqian had no chance of winning against him. It was out of fear of Lo Qianlong that Chao Tianqian didn't take immediate action against Zhang Chuanyi and Chen Yutong. The waiter reported the matter to Lo Qianjian, who instantly grimaced after hearing it and coldly looked at Zhang Chuanyi. It's you boys causing trouble? Zhang Kuanyi said. Kid New Water City ancient martial Zhang family, Zhang Kuanyi. By the order of my father, Zhang Sanhe, I came here to set a table, so I hope the boss will give me face. Learning of Zhang Chuanyi's identity, Xiahou Ren and the others paled slightly. Ancient martial arts family. Now they are aware of the weight of these four words. That's the top power in the future world. The crowd couldn't help but speculate. Could this be Chao Tianqian's reason for backing down? Zhang Kuani took in the expressions of the crowd and was secretly pleased in his heart. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiak roared. Zhang Sanha is nothing. Le Qianlong, the middle stage of the heavenly human realm, need to give him face? While many people still didn't understand the meaning of the middle stage of the celestial realm, Zhang Kuani had long been scared to death. If he had known that the other party was in the middle stage of the celestial realm, he wouldn't have dared to offend him even if he had 10 guts. One must know that the most powerful Zhang Sanha of the Zhang family was only at the late stage of the mortal transformation level, and the mid-celestial realm could easily hang 100 late metamorphosis levels. If he messed with such a big shot, he wouldn't need the other side to do anything. His old man Zhang Sanha would personally clean up the mess. Boss Lu, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize Tai. It's just that when I saw that your garden was out of seats, I was in a momentary rush and made an offense. Zhang Chuanyi wanted to cry. Originally thought it was a high-end consumption place, only too expensive he had never come. How could such a presence appear? Fortunately, Le Chenjian didn't really want to do anything to Zhang Chuanyi. Although the ancient martial Zhang family was trash, the Lu Yun sect behind it was the bearer of the entire Raging Sea province, so he was still a bit scared. Get lost, Zhang Kuani said stiffly. Boss Lu, look, can you arrange a place? This time, his old man had explained to him that he must book a table at the seaside beach garden, with the purpose of feasting on an extraordinary big shot. If this goes wrong, his old man will tear him apart. Are you incapable of understanding human language? Get lost. Le Qianlong's face instantly pulled down, his spiritual energy surging around him as he made a move. Chen Yutong was scared straight and pulled Zhang Chuanyi's arm. Chuanyi, we'd better get going. Zhang Kuani was immediately angry. He had obviously taken his place. It was all because of this woman who caused trouble. A slap on the wrist. Pop. Chen Yutong was dumbfounded. How dare you hit me? Stinky B-sub, it's you who are beaten. Zhang Kuani threw a burst of punches and kicks. Chen Yutong screamed repeatedly, and the anger in her heart was beaten out of her, so she began to beg for mercy. I was wrong. At this moment, Chen Yutong was desolate inside. How ironic that the boyfriend who just bragged about still being worth trusting for life now seems to be. She's practically a clown. But on second thought, his heart hated Chao Tianqian even more. Wimp. It's amazing how indifferent it is to see her being beaten. 3 years of youth is kind of dog-eat-dog. Take her. Zhang Chuanyi finished venting, greeted his men and dragged Chen Yutong away. This woman he has not played yet, cannot be wasted. Chao Tianqian naturally couldn't let them leave, especially Chen Yutong. Boss Lu, I'll withdraw a portion of the tables and let them have it. How about this matter is settled? When these words came out, everyone looked stunned, not knowing what kind of medicine he had in his gourd. Since it's fine with you, it doesn't matter to me, Lu Qian said. After receiving an affirmative reply from Lu Qianjin, Chao Tianqian left without looking back. Now he is, all things considered, all he needs is an east wind. After the break, looking at Chao Tianqian's departing back, Chen Yutong was in a trance. Could it be that he still feels sorry for himself? But think of the indignation in your heart. If that was the case, why hadn't he come forward earlier, causing her to take a beating for nothing? No wonder he was in such a hurry to leave. I guess he didn't have the face to face her. Chen Yutong looked at Zhang Chuanyi again with a somewhat fearful expression, but under Zhang Chuanyi's half-threats and half-baiting, she still chose to compromise. Yutong, this is my Zhang family's secret trauma medicine, guaranteed not to leave any scars. Let me apply it to you, Zhang Chuanyi said, also ignored the sight of the people, directly peeled Chen Yutong's clothes, to give her medicine, during which naturally cannot help but dip a little cheap. But when Chen Yutong looked at Zhang Chuanyi, who was personally giving himself medicine, she actually felt that he was a bit gentle and handsome. Maybe it was the fact that he had just badgered him that made him angry. He didn't mean to hit himself. After thinking about it, Chen Yutong actually opened her mouth to apologize. I'm sorry, Quan Yi, I was impulsive just now. Zhang Kuani was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. Next time I do something, you have to be more understanding. After all, not everyone is as forgiving and generous as me. Chen Yutong let out a soft The corners of Zhang Kuanyi's mouth grinned directly to the back of his head, and he was very contemptuous in his heart. Do you think this person is just cheap? Chen Yutong is. So did that Chao Tianqian just now. A masochist who loves him even more after being beaten by him instead. A dead-licking dog. Being scolded without any dignity, not to mention giving him the hotel room to his love rival. TSK. Zhang Kuani couldn't help but shake his head. Love? Dogs don't even touch. Just during the time the waiter was serving the food, a figure quietly touched the opening of the ventilation duct of the box, and through the thin slit of the duct opening, observed the every move of the people below. The figure was none other than Sakuragi Kirichako. She possessed excellent stealth abilities, so she was arranged by Chao Tianchen to keep an eye on Chen Yutong. Is this his sweetheart? It's not bad looking, but why is it so cheap? Sakuragi Mucheko looked at Chen Yutong, who was lying in Zhang Kuanyi's arms, and couldn't help but doubt Chao Tianchen's taste. If this kind of quality can be his sweetheart, then wouldn't I be? Blah blah blah. Who wants to be that devil's sweetheart? Sakuragi Mucheko couldn't help but think of the scene just now. That demon was ferocious and tyrannical, but in the face of his beloved, he didn't say a word even when he was scolded to death. Seeing his sweetheart beaten, he was even willing to put down his dignity and give in to his love rival, even though Tianchen Jun killed Master. He's really so gentle, Misty Sakuragi Cheko muttered. She then glanced at Chen Yutong. In terms of looks, family history, and body shape, he had left this woman behind. By what right is she Tianchen Jun's beloved? It's really upsetting. Just then, a fat-headed middle-aged man appeared in the box. Sakuragi Mucheko pulled back her thoughts and looked alert. She sensed the aura of a late metamorphosis level in this man. She hurriedly hid her breath and watched carefully. Seeing the middle-aged man, Zhang Kuanyi hurriedly got up and shouted, "Father! Family master!" The surrounding burly men also saluted. This fat-headed middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Xinshui Zhang family, Zhang Sanhe. "Father, you don't know how much effort I wasted this time." Zhang Xuanyi came to Zhang Sanhe and proudly invited the credit. "Good job, you boys are finally useful for once." Zhang Sanhe nodded with satisfaction before his gaze fell on Chen Yutong beside him. Immediately a lewd grin appeared. Facing Zhang Sanhe's aggressive gaze, Chen Yutong couldn't help but shrink behind Zhang Xuanyi. Zhang Xuanyi naturally knew what kind of goods his old man was, and hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Yutong, saying, "Father, I haven't played with this woman yet." Chen Yutong's expression stiffened. "Play? She's a plaything in Zhang Xuanyi's eyes? Nope. It must be Zhang Xuanyi who said this on purpose to protect her. That's right. That's it." But the next scene completely shattered Chen Yutong's fantasies. Zhang Sanhe just coldly swept a glance at Zhang Xuanyi, and the latter instantly softened. "Yutong, keep my father company and make sure you serve his old man well." Zhang Xuanyi knows that if his old man is really angry, not to mention breaking his small treasury, he will also punch and kick him. Besides, his old man has been getting more and more irritable lately, so it's better not to mess with him. Misty Cheko Sakuragi, who had been watching from above, was amazed. The island was rich in resources, and she had been exposed to taboo subjects by ear since she was a child. But in real life, it was the first time she had seen it. The corners of Sakuragi Misty Cheko's mouth curled up as she pulled out the miniature camera she carried with her, intending to record it. "I believe that with these things, Tianchen-jun should be dead to this woman, and then she will take advantage of the situation." Ga ga ga. The moment. Chen Yutong's mood had dropped to the freezing point. After a moment of silence, she finally exploded. "Zhang Xuanyi, what do you take me for? Chen Yutong is a white lotus though, yet she does not consider herself a white lotus flower, but a pure and beautiful white moonlight." And Zhang Xuanyi's action undoubtedly punctured her fantasy and pierced her sensitive and fragile heart. As it turns out, anger does nothing but make people angry. Chen Yutong's outburst annoys Zhang Xuanyi, who gives full play to his scummy nature and is not at all spoiled, going up and slapping him. "Let you accompany. Where's so much nonsense? Do you really think you're a virgin?" After Chen Yutong received a slap, she immediately lost her temper, and only fear remained inside. She covered her face with a small sob. Pop. This time, it was Zhang Xuanyi who was slapped by Zhang Sanhe. "Who the hell told you to punch your face? If you break your face, you can't play anymore. I'm tired of seeing you. Get the hell out of here," Zhang Sanhe said angrily. Zhang Xuanyi did not dare to disobey, but only suffocated and left. And with him there were those few strong men. Wait for everyone to leave. Zhang Sanhe looked at Chen Yutong colorfully. His appearance was like a toad with saliva. "Little beauty, don't worry. As long as you follow me, you'll have whatever you want. Some other day I'll take you to buy a villa first, and then I'll give you a credit card, guaranteeing that you'll have no worries about food and clothing in the future." The villa, the bank card. Chen Yutong's heart stirred, suddenly feeling that Zhang Sanhe's ugly practice had a few moments of handsomeness, and she closed her eyes, sort of acquiescing to what was about to happen. Just as Zhang Xuanyi touched Chen Yutong's body, but he suddenly stopped his hand, and also called Zhang Xuanyi back on the phone. "Father, why are you so fast?" Zhang Kuanyi asked with an odd expression. Zhang Sanhe was another big forced pocket, hitting Zhang Xuanyi's brain buzzing. "Idiot, what if we don't have anything to entertain young Master Chan Yun when he comes later?" Zhang Xuanyi aggrieved bad. "Grab to play is you, said not to play is also you. Well, you're the old man. You say whatever you want." When Chen Yutong heard that she was being sent around like goods, She pursed her lips and didn't say anything else after all. Now, she's laid down her dignity. Misty Keiko Sakuragi was disappointed to see the scene. Let's wait a little longer. There's another one coming up, so we'll do it then. The moon hangs high in the sky. Chao Tianqian stood on the silver-white sandy beach and looked into the distance. The waves rose and glistened. But farther away, there is infinite darkness. The wind howls in the darkness like the roar of an unspeakable monster. Chao Tianqian glanced at the time. 8:25 p.m. 3 hours and 35 minutes until the end times come. It's actually unexpectedly long. The corner of Chao Tianqian's mouth lifted slightly as he stretched out his one hand, and arcane runes bloomed from the center of his hand, unfolding into a gigantic space door. Summon, the soil of the spiritual contract. In an instant, the loam of the spiritual contract erupted, spreading out on the beach under the cover of the night. Finally, this beach is pretty big. Chao Tianqian stretched his somewhat stiff body, then looked towards the sandy beach that was covered in the soil of the spirit deed and smiled faintly. Next, wait for the harvest. Suddenly, Chao Tianqian's eyes moved as he looked somewhere in the darkness. An intense killing intent erupted in his eyes. Who? A familiar voice came. Brother Tatsu, it's me, Xiahou Run? Chao Tianqian collected his killing intent. In the darkness, Xiahou Run walked over. Brother Tatsu, you scared me to death with that look just now. Looking like a homicidal maniac. You wouldn't have killed anyone, would you? Chao Tianqian said. Not many, just about 200 people I've killed with my own hands. Hey, saying you're fat, you're still panting? Xiahou Ren had a disbelieving face. If you can kill 200, I'm 1,000, believe it or not. Chao Tianqian spread his hands, then asked, aren't you guys in 5 blacks? Why did you run out on your own? Xiahou Ren's expression froze. Could he say that he was kicked because he was too good? Ahem, Tatsu, am I not concerned about you? Chao Tianqian looked at Xiahou Ren skeptically, wondering what he was up to again. Xiahou Ren asked, Brother Chen, are you still thinking about that woman? Which woman? They are all self-brothers. What are you pretending? It is Chen Yutong. Ah. Chao Tianqian instantly had a black line on his face. He was thinking of Chen Yutong, but his thoughts, and Xiahou Ren's thoughts, shouldn't mean the same thing. Without waiting for Chao Tianqian to say anything, Xiahou Ren began to chatter, saying things like if you love deeply, you will be harmed. Chao Tianqian was directly speechless. I don't know who was in love this afternoon. Okay, let's get back to hacking. With all the preparations that need to be made, it's time to relax. The other side. Taisher Chanyun appeared in the box in a purple t-shirt. Very flirty. Everyone present, led by Zhang Sanha, rose to greet them. Chen Yutong was slightly stunned. She had thought that the so-called big shot was another fathead, but she didn't realize that it was actually a young handsome guy. Young Master Chanyun, I've waited for the stars and the moon, but I've finally gotten you here. Zhang Sanha took Taisher Chanyun's hand, and his enthusiastic appearance made people wonder if he wanted to call out to his father. Watching his old son's devotion, Zhang Chuanyi didn't feel the slightest bit bad. Although they were both lineages derived from within the Flowing Cloud sect, the Taisher family and the Zhang family were simply two-dimensional existences. The former had a deep heritage and had accompanied almost the entire history of the Luyun sect, while the latter was a stray fish. The slightly more established disciples of the Luyun sect did not place it in their eyes. For the Taisher family, the Zhang family licked as earned. Taisher Chanyun did not take kindly to Zhang Sanha's enthusiasm and gave a no sound, pulling his hand away in disgust. Zhang Sanha did not show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Instead, he personally pulled a stool for Taisher Chanyun and invited him to take a seat. When Taisher Chanyun was seated, Zhang Sanha waved at Chen Yutong and pointed to the seat next to Taisher Chanyun. You sit here and keep young Master Chanyun company. Chen Yutong instantly flushed. If she didn't have to keep up appearances, she hated to let out a maniacal laugh. To be able to make Zhang Sanha so respectful, this Taisher Chanyun's status must be extremely high, even far beyond Zhang Sanha. Plus he's still so young and handsome. He's practically the Prince Charming of her dreams. Sure enough, leaving Chao Tianqian was the right thing to do. If she hadn't left Chao Tianqian, how would she have been able to open up a new world and meet a boy of such high quality? Chen Yutong inhaled slightly and after adjusting her emotions, she came to sit beside Taisher Chanyun and shouted crisply, Young Master Nagumo. Chen Yutong's appearance was pure and lovely, with a pair of large almond eyes penetrating innocence, and although she was actually a few years older than Taisher Chanyun, she looked very tender, like a little white rabbit that had not yet been exposed to the world. As expected, after seeing Chen Yutong, Taisher Chanyun's eyes lit up. What's your name? Chen Yutong, replied Chen Yutong softly. Being able to piss in the same pot as Sun Tianzi, Taisher Chanyun naturally wasn't some innocent schoolboy, pulling Chen Yutong into his arms and starting to go up and down. Chen Yutong pushed against his chest, Blushing, young Master Changyun, don't be like this. This look of refusal greatly inspired Taisher Changyun possessiveness, movement more and more unrestrained. The bitch can act. Zhang Xuani's father and son were secretly surprised from the sidelines. The two felt their mouths dry as they watched the gradually passionate pair. Zhang Sanha was the first to react and greeted the crowd to leave the stage quickly, leaving the stage for the two to perform. Just then, a cough sounded. The crowd was shocked, and only then did they notice that at some point, there was an additional black-clothed old man in the room, whose aura was palpitating. Celestial realm. Looking at the old man, Zhang Sanha exclaimed in shock. The Zhang family members were shocked. A great deal of emotion ensued. The most powerful of his Zhang family was only at the late stage of the one metamorphosis mortal level, while the young master of the Taisher family brought his own bodyguard of the one-day human realm with him when he went out. The difference is literally one heaven and one earth. Hearing the coughing sound, Taisher Changyun hurriedly stopped and looked at the black-clothed old man with an awkward expression. Uncle Fu, don't misunderstand. I'm just checking the color of this item. You know, later on, if senior brother Chao comes, and we don't have anything to entertain him, I'm afraid it won't be very polite. Fubuki shook his head, indicating that I don't understand. If you let that girl Tian Xiang know about this behavior, I'm afraid you'll make a mess of things. The duo had come on this trip with a family mission. The purpose is simple. It is to get close to Chao Tianchen and make a good relationship with him. For this reason, the Taisher family has gone to great lengths. First, he had spied out Chao Tianchen's whereabouts, and then he had the Zhang family book the banquet as a third party, and finally created a chance encounter. Uncle Fu, you only know one thing but not the other. Senior brother Chao has two words for senior sister son. Taisher Changyun obediently two fingers. Take the pinch. Not to mention playing with women outside. Even if you were to take a second wife outside, senior sister son wouldn't dare to say a word of no. Uncle Fu frowned, unwilling to believe it. That girl Tian Xiang is high-minded. I knew you were going to say that. Taisher Changyun interrupted him and said excitedly, although it sounds unbelievable, this is the truth. This is the conclusion that my sister has reached by gathering intelligence from multiple sources. Moreover, it was also certified by that Sun Tianza kid himself, with the endorsement of Taisher Yuhao and Sun Tianso, two of Sun Tianxiang's closest people. Fu Bo had to believe even if he didn't believe. Senior brother Chao is truly exceptional. Taisher Changyun looked adoring, saying, truly a model for my generation. It was hard to imagine that the cold as ice senior sister son would die to a man to such an extent. After learning this key message, Fu Bo is still a bit hesitant. Not good, not good. The old man viewed it as not addicted to female color generation. Uncle Fu, what's wrong with that? As long as senior brother Chao is still a man, he will inevitably have needs in this area. Besides, although senior sister son is a beautiful woman, she will get tired of it after a long time. We're exactly throwing ourselves at her. Furthermore, you're still not clear about what Sun Tianza and I are. If we don't make senior brother Chao into the same kind of person as us, we're destined to piss in the same pot. So how can we talk about getting closer? Originally it was just a prevarication, but at the moment, Taisher Changyun was getting more and more confident. He felt like a genius. Along with that, he looked at the Zhang family's father and son much more favorably. The Zhang family's father and son were even grinning to the back of their heads. Boy, wouldn't someone who could make the Taisher family go to great lengths to try to make a good relationship be bullish? Their Zhang family rubbing it in is earning it, while Chen Yutong, who was on the side, stared with wide eyes. She's already been transferred twice this night. Does this mean she's going to be transferred again? But she was soon thrilled. This is another level of opportunity to cross the class A. Even the price of housing couldn't catch up with this speed, right? As for that big shot surname, Chao, and also being similarly in the seaside beach park, it gave Chen Yutong a weird thought in her head. Could it be Chao Tianchen? Chen Yutong let out a light laugh and shook her head slightly. Simplest reason. Chao big names Taisher Changyun Zhang Sun Hajong Chuani Chao Tianchen. There was a gap of 4 strata between the great man surnamed Chao and Chao Tianchen. So how could they be the same person? Fu Bo pondered for a moment and felt that what Taisher Changyun said was not unreasonable. One must know that what the Taisher family wanted to establish with Chao Tianchen nowadays was not a simple cooperative relationship, but an extremely close life and death alliance. Nagumo, let's do what you think. Taisher Changyun smiled smugly. Uncle Fu, just watch me. Bringing people to learn good he was not good at, but bringing people to learn bad, the entire Lu Yun sect, except for Sun Tianza, no one could compare to him. Fubuki nodded. Suddenly, he frowned, and his entire body rose up in the air like an eagle, slapping his palm at the ventilation duct opening. Sakuraji Mochako, who was hiding inside, was scared out of her wits and hurriedly drew back. Bang! The building materials of the seaside beach garden were excellent, and Fubuki's palm was slightly hindered before it struck into the wall. which gave Sakuragi Kiritsuko a chance to dodge. By the time Ferber got into the ventilation duct, he was gone, and only a small streak of blood remained in the duct. Fubo did not pursue deeply. He turned back down and looked coldly at Zhang Sanha. How do you do your job? Can't you even do the most basic screening? Zhang Sanha was silenced. Although there was only a one-level difference between him and Uncle Fu, this one level was like a heavenly rift. It would be easy for the opponent to kill him. He glared hard at Zhang Kuan-yi. You're a fool, aren't you? Zhang Kuan-yi was also paralyzed with fear. This place was prepared by him. No matter what, he could not be blamed. Looking at the wretched appearance of the Zhang family's father and son, Chen Yuton showed contempt. Two losers, and toads wanting to eat swan meat. Chen Yuton didn't suppress her voice. She had long since made herself known as that big shots woman, and didn't give a damn about the two original gold masters. Zhang's father and son dared to be angry but dared not say anything, and could only curse this bitch in their hearts for her rampant power. Surprisingly, Taisher Changyun stopped Fu Bo, who wanted to punish the two. Uncle Fu, what's the point of sulking with the two of them? This is not a good thing for our Taisher family. What do you mean? Fubuki didn't understand. Their secrets were probed. What good could it be? The corner of Taisher Changyun's mouth lifted as he began his analysis. The only ones who can come to scout our whereabouts are the few other clans within the clan. But what can they do if they probe? I, the Taisher family, have made my cards clear. Just stand on the side of the goddess of mercy. What can they do? If this matter is known by the goddess of mercy, it will instead increase his old man's favor towards us. It will even increase senior brother Chao's favor towards us. Uncle Fu couldn't help but nod his head. That's a good point. Now that the general situation is undecided, it's definitely better for us to take a stand in advance than to add to the brocade. After receiving Fu Bo's affirmation, Taisher Changyun continued. In my opinion, we don't need to wait for them for today's matter. We ourselves can secretly send someone to reveal the news to the Guan master. Oh, Fubuki eeped in surprise. Taisher Changyun explained. Doing so, on one hand, we can come out on top in terms of showing loyalty. Secondly, it can nauseate a few other clans and make them leave a bad impression on the goddess of mercy. The more he talked, the more excited he got. That plus and minus, that's a distant second. Fu Bo looked at Taisher Changyun and revealed a pleased smile. Changyun has grown up. Thinking long term, Taisher Changyun was sour in his heart. He felt downright intellectual today. Surprisingly wise. Also think like a spring. As I see it, we don't need to create any chance encounters. Just go straight to the door. Tell senior brother Chao that you are the Guan master. Command the entire Luyun sect. We, the Taisher clan, support you. That's treating people honestly. This plan is marvelous. Uncle Fu couldn't help but clap his hands. Changyun, after this matter, I will report your merits to the family head. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Taisher Changyun was originally the young master of the Taisher family, so he didn't care about any credit at all. He just wanted to tell Taisher Huode, Grandpa, your grandson is not a dumbass. Wisdom is something that my sister has and I have. Misty Cheiko Sakuragi returns wounded, startling the crowd. But she couldn't care about much, and after simply treating her injuries, she began to report the situation of the probe to Chao Tianchen. Chao Tianchen said, are you saying that the one who went to the banquet with the Zhang family was the Taisher family, and there was another person among them named Taisher Changyun? Yes. Sakuragi Muchako nodded. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but frown. He had just had a falling out with the Taisher family at the clan conference, and later beat up Taisher Changyun. The other side is obviously not coming for good. With a few moments of awe, Sakuragi Misty Cheiko continued. Among the people from the Taisher family who came this time, there is also a strong person at the early stage of the Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm. Once these three words came out, a layer of dark clouds hung over the hearts of everyone present except Chao Tianchen. The more exposure you have to the ancient martial arts world, the more you understand the meaning of these three words. The pinnacle of humanity. It's like a little superhero in a movie. Xiaohoren said. Brother Chen, from my 10 years of experience in net writing, this is the classic net writing trope. Beating up the little one to come to the old one. Then he shook his head again. But this is reality, not a novel. The one who came this time is at the early stage of the Celestial Realm. And even if we win by a fluke, the one who comes next time will be at the middle stage of the Celestial Realm. We can't become stronger in desperate situations like the protagonist of a novel. So winning is impossible. It's better for us to bolt early. Hearing Xiahou Ren's words, the three people who originally had quite a bit of confidence in Chao Tianchen, Duan Shuzu, Guo Chan, and Sakuragi Misty Cheiko, also faltered. Yeah, Chao Tianchen is bull. However, against the Taisher clan, which was filled with experts, the chances of winning were still extremely slim. Sun Jingzhang glanced at Xiahou Ren, thinking that this fellow was finally wise for once. However, He did not approve of Xiahou Ren's idea. Tatsu, I don't think we should leave now. We can still be sheltered by Boss Lu when we're here. But if we leave, the other party will be unscrupulous. It's imperative to contact the left-observant master of the Flowing Cloud sect and seek his help. Upon hearing this, the crowd agreed. The Taisher family was so powerful that it still had to be in existence at the same level to fight against them. Chao Tianchen didn't listen to a single word of their Edge OB's analysis. A mere celestial realm, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. And he didn't even care about the Taisher family. He was torn between whether or not to make an early move and recapture Chen Yutong. But that would inevitably lead to a conflict with Lu Qian. Mid-celestial realm. The only way he could defeat it was to use the deeded spirit. It's 9 p.m. 3 hours before the end times come. The surface of the Dragon Kingdom appeared to be calm. But in reality, the dark currents were surging, and all forces had long been tightening their nerves. If the commotion was too loud at this point, it would inevitably draw out a bunch of bulls and ghosts. That would be a problem. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The room crowd instantly tensed as the other side came to the door. When you make a break, you will suffer. A cold aura exploded in Chao Tianshan's eyes, and the murderous intent that erupted caused the people around him to unconsciously retreat. When it came down to it, he had no choice but to butcher the entire seaside beach park. Leave no one alive. Just as Chao Tianshan opened the door, intending to strike a painful blow, what he saw was Taisher Changyun's bright and incomparable smiling face. Senior brother Chao, the bright people don't speak in the dark. I, the Taisher family, would like to support you as the next Guan master. Chao Tianshan. Crap. Crowd. Crap. Chao Tianshan slowed down for a while, and still didn't get over it. What the hell? How come he's being asked to compete for the position of master of the temple? And support? Did he hear right? Chao Tianshan held his tongue for half a day and asked, Senior brother Changyun, what are you doing here? Taisher Changyun smiled faintly. Senior brother Chao, I know you're confused, but don't be confused yet. I've already been preparing a banquet long ago, just waiting for you all to take your seats and talk in detail. Chao Tianshan's expression grew progressively weirder. Is there any other box in the entire seaside beach park besides the one he let out? What the hell is going on? I can't, my brain hurts so bad. Looking at the familiar room number, Chao Tianshan became even more confused, as it was the very one he had let out. Could it be a Hongmen banquet? Chao Tianshan glanced at Taisher Changyun, but the latter remained enthusiastic and couldn't see any clues. You guys wait here for me. Chao Tianshan greeted the crowd and walked into the box alone. The moment. Inside the box, Chen Yutong had just finished touching up her makeup and was having a beautiful dream. Where's Mr. Bully this time? Or the young master of the family? I'm looking forward to it. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Yutong's heart stirred. She turned slightly to the side and lifted her short skirt slightly, revealing half of her fat ass, before putting on a shy smile, pure and seductive at the same time. But after seeing the visitor, Chen Yutong's smile directly froze on her face. Chao Tianshan. Chen Yutong returned to her senses and shook her head frantically. No way. Absolutely not. If Chao Tianshan was that big shot, then wasn't what she had been going through all this time a clown? Chen Yutong forced herself to calm down. First of all, Chao Tianshan could never be that big man. There is no doubt about that. He must have appeared here because he still couldn't forget her. And the thought made it so painful that he instinctively found this place and begged her to get back together. That's right. It has to be. Thinking of this, Chen Yutong gritted her teeth in hatred. If Chao Tianshan's behavior, let that big man have a misunderstanding. Isn't this harming miserable her? Chen Yutong stood up and angrily rebuked. Chao Tianshan, it's useless for you to stalk me. We're over. Get the hell out of here. Zheng Kuan-yi was originally startled as well, but after hearing Chen Yutong's words, he similarly denied the speculation in his mind that Chao Tianshan was that big shot. Kid, this is no place for you. Get out of here. Chao Tianshan's face sank. He paid no attention to these two minor characters, but instead looked coldly at the culprit beside him. Taisher Changyun. Killing intent suddenly erupted. The moment. Taisher Changyun's entire brain buzzed. What the fuck is going on here? The accident came so fast like a tornado that he had no time to dodge. The cold killing intent woke Taisher Changyun up. Senior brother Chao. This is a misunderstanding. If you want to do it, then do it. Where's the nonsense? Chao Tianshan's face was as cold as frost as he glanced contemptuously at Fu Bo, who was also in a state of confusion, and drew his short sword. Taisher Changyun, if this is what you're relying on, I can only tell you that a mere early stage of the celestial realm is not in my eyes. At the same time, hearing the commotion, Xiahou Ren and the others who were waiting outside flocked into the room. The scene was suddenly tense with swords. Taisher Changyun could not cry. Senior brother Chao, this is a misunderstanding. Uncle Fu also came back to his senses and busily said, Chao, Xian nephew, this is indeed a misunderstanding. Chao Tianchen asked back in a cold voice. You guys think I'll believe it? Taisher Changyun was momentarily speechless. But fortunately, his IQ was off the charts today, and he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Taisher Changyun looked at Zheng Chuanyi and Chen Yutong with a ruthless look in his eyes. Dog, boy and girl, how dare you want to miss my big event? I think you are spies sent by other families. Zheng Chuanyi was so scared that he was shivering, and his shaking was comparable to street dancing. He pointed at Chen Yutong and shouted frantically, It's all because that bitch seduced me and made me do it. It's none of my business, it's none of my business. Chen Yutong also lost her color and went limp. She was literally gutted. A big circle. I did not expect that the big man is in the sight of their own all the time. She's so blind. How could I not see that Chao Tianchen was that honorable big shot? Noisy. Taisher Changyun stomps out. Click. Zheng Chuanyi's leg should be broken. A mournful wail echoed through the room. Young Master Changyun, spare my life, have mercy. Not only did Taisher Changyun not stop, he instead increased his force and soon stomped that leg to a bloody pulp. Father, you save me, Zheng Chuanyi cried out. Fuck off. Zheng Sanha almost fainted in anger. I can't even save myself because of you. You loser, and I'm saving your ass? You should have been on the wall in the first place. How dare you insult my senior brother Chao? Simply seeking death. Taisher Changyun mouthed his loyalty and smoothly stepped on Zheng Chuanyi's other leg, causing the latter to let out another miserable cry. Chao Tianchen's face was expressionless. However, in his heart, he was certain that the Taisher family had no malicious intent. He secretly watched the reactions of those around him. The three housemates wanted to say something, but from their expressions, they could tell that they all felt that Taisher Changyun's actions were too cruel. Chao Tianchen let out a dark sigh. Not having experienced the beatings of society, it's still too much of a goody-goody. In contrast, Taisher Changyun, as the son of a family, although younger, was capable of doing anything for the sake of the family's interests. At this moment, Zheng Chuanyi finally reacted to who was the rightful owner and hurriedly begged for forgiveness to Chao Tianchen. Please, my lord, let me go. I'll definitely work for you as an ox and a horse. Chao Tianchen ignored him and instead said to his three housemates, this is the future of the great struggle. The weak deserve to be second best. After saying that, regardless of whether the three people understood or not, two words were once again coldly spat out from his mouth. Go on. Alright, Taisher Changyun said excitedly. Since Chao Tianchen had struck up a conversation, he had already forgiven him. He's got to be good. Under Taisher Changyun's burst of punches and kicks, Zheng Chuanyi was covered in blood and finally fainted, his pants wet. When Chen Yutong saw Zheng Chuanyi's miserable state, her stomach churned and there was no trace of blood on her face. It was as if she could foresee what would happen to her. Fruity. Taisher Changyun swept over coldly. Chen Yutong was immediately scared out of her wits and reached out to grab Chao Tianchen, hoping that he would be mindful of his past love. Tianchen, let me go, please. Chao Tianchen, however, didn't even bother to look at her. Senior brother Changyun, remember, don't get it killed. This statement was made. Chen Yutong instantly turned pale. Immediately afterward, she let out a mournful scream as Taisher Changyun stepped on her calf as he had done. Bean-sized beads of sweat oozed from Chen Yutong's forehead, and tears and snot fell in a mixture, blurring her carefully prepared makeup. But to her even greater horror, Taisher Changyun stepped on her other leg. Chen Yutong hurriedly shouted, Tianchen, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Chao Tianchen finally glanced at her, but what he said was, if I had known, why did I bother? Agony, remorse. Various emotions were intertwined in Chen Yutong's mind. If she could have another chance, she definitely wouldn't hold on to Chao Tianchen's thigh and die. Unfortunately, there aren't that many ifs in this world. It is said that people are not all the same in their sorrows and joys. Guo-chan and Sakuraji Muchako were happy at the moment. Ever since they knew that Chao Tianchen had a sweetheart, the two women were terrified of losing favor. The biggest enemy in front of them ended up like this, and the big stone in their hearts finally fell. Enough. Chao Tianchen stopped Taisher Changyun. Although he was still a bit confused by the Taisher family's sudden support of himself, he didn't intend to waste any more time now that the situation was under his control. Take Chen Yutong directly to hand in the mission. Chao Tianchen first had someone treat Chen Yutong's injuries, then instructed Guo-chan, Xiao-chan, prepare a room for me. The head gardener has such heavy tastes. Guo-chan muttered reluctantly. The crowd looked at Chao Tianchen in unison with odd expressions. Chao Tianchen glared fiercely at this little ninny and didn't follow through. Chen Yutong, on the other hand, saw a glimmer of hope. She secretly vowed that even if Chao Tianchen proposed even more excessive poses, she would make sure to fulfill them. Break a leg and finish. Within a few moments, Guo-chan had prepared the room. Chao Tianchen entered the room and looked at the ambient light in the room, as well as Chan Yutong, who didn't have a few pieces of cloth on her body, and was directly speechless. Is that how I fucking prepared you for this? The sea at night is a deep darkness. Woo! The mellifluous sound of a hooter was heard. A huge ship was breaking the waves and sailing slowly across the sea. The lights on the ship made a long track of light across the surface of the sea, like shooting stars pulling back the curtain of the night. Captain Kai Shangwa led a few crew members to drink on the deck. It's the best way to relieve stress on a long voyage. The wine is in full swing. One of the older crew members drained his glass, then set it down with a pop and a note of excitement in his voice. Brothers, my wife has given birth. After this order, I'm going to take some time off and spend some time with my wife and kids. There was a chorus of congratulations from the crew. Kai Shangwa patted the old crew member on the shoulder, his tone slightly teasing. Okay, old Lee, you're an old tree blossoming new buds. It's rare. New shoots on an old tree. The captain's analogy is simply brilliant. Ha 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 ha. The crew burst into laughter. Captain, what are you going to do back there after this order? A crew member asked. Me? Kai Shangwa smiled and took out a picture. The photo shows a girl with a backpack and a bright smile, full of youthful vigor. It's none other than Kai Shangwa's daughter. Kai shouts you. When you go back this time, stay with my daughter. Kai Shangwa suddenly realized that he and his daughter hadn't seen each other for a long time due to the hard work of shipping runs in recent years. Meanwhile, the crowd has been thinking about what to plan for after this voyage is over. There are those who have to go home to their parents, those who have to go get a marriage license with their girlfriends, those who have to go fishing with their friends, and those who have to start a new book to realize their dreams. Kai Shangwa looked at the smiles on everyone's faces, and suddenly felt a much heavier burden on his shoulders. Communication and transportation at sea is not easy, and in case of accidents, the probability of survival is very low. He was not only a father, but also the captain of a ship that carried 10 families. He must bring everyone back safely. Thinking of this, Kai Shangwa raised his glass high and shouted out the words he always says when he goes to sea. Safe journey. The crew raised their glasses. Safe travels. Safe travels. Safe travels. Suddenly, the sea breeze picked up and went from being cool to somewhat chilly. Kai Shangwa was blown away quite a lot of alcohol, plus the more heavy heart. It is even more uninterested in drinking, so he planned to leave. Why don't you guys have a drink? And I'll go back to the control room and see if there's anything missing. Kai Shangwa checked the control room and did not find anything out of the ordinary, but as the docking was imminent, he became more and more distracted and his eyes darted. What's going on? Suddenly, a scream came. Kai was shocked in his heart and immediately rushed towards the place of the screams. Climb over the stairs to the deck. To the eye, there were several men in trench coats slaughtering his crew. These men were agile and skilled in combat, and the crew were almost always killed by them in a single blow. Old Lee, aha! Kai Shangwa's eyes instantly filled with blood as he watched the crew members fall into pools of blood one by one. He copped a fire axe and slashed at the nearest trenchcoat man. Kai Shangwa had spent time in the Shaolin Temple in his early years and had cultivated to the early stage of the metamorphosis level. Under his sudden outburst, the trenchcoat man was caught off guard and was cut down to the ground, suffering serious injuries. Old Lee's wife just had a baby and he's obviously going home. Obviously he was about to go home. Why did you kill him? Why? Kai Shangwa raised the fire axe high and was about to result in the trench coat man's life. Suddenly, a huge force came from his flank. Boo! Kai Shangwa's entire body flew backwards and hit the wall, like a broken muppet, drenched in blood. Dimming. Rubbish things. If you can't even do this little thing right, what use do I have for you? My subordinate deserves to die. I didn't realize there were martial artists on this ship. Lord Helen, the item has been found. Hurry, lead the way. Kai Shangwa vaguely heard such a conversation. Then, consciousness fell into darkness. Everyone, I'm sorry. Chu, I'm sorry. A few trenchcoat men lifted the door of the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with sea crabs, looking less than a few thousand tons. Ha 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 ha. Helen let out a maniacal laugh as she was finally able to begin her revenge. Do it! With Helen's command, several guard-clad henchmen carried over several buckets of unknown liquids, which were then sprayed on the sea crabs with a nebulizer. Zip! 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 Many sea crabs were corroded by the liquid and died on the spot. But more sea crabs had their bodies twitching and their physiques gradually growing larger, beginning some sort of mutation. The corners of Helen's mouth turned up. When the island country had a nuclear leak, many mutated creatures were born. She extracted elements from these mutated creatures and developed this DH alienation potion. The DH alienation potion transforms animals into ferocious, bloodthirsty killing monsters at the cost of a drastically shortened lifespan. Lord Helen, it's all been sprayed, the henchman reported. Helen nodded. Then, madness and ferocity came out of his eyes. Locked on course. Target. Seaside Beach Park. Full speed ahead. Yes. Seaside Beach Park. Inside a certain room, Chao Tianchen looked towards Chen Yutong, who was lying on the bed. Only her delicate face was scarlet, and the love in her eyes seemed like it could drip out of water. Tianchen. I'm really wrong. I'll listen to you completely from now on. I'm willing to give everything for you. Oh, Chao Tianchen's pitch dropped and then rose, a wry smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. You're really willing to give everything for me? Chen Yutong was startled by his tone and smile, but on second thought, nothing more than the action is harder. The gameplay is more violent, and at best it hurts again. What's there to be afraid of? More importantly, she couldn't afford to lose this chance to turn things around again. I'm willing, Chen Yutong firmly said. The smile at the corner of Chao Tianchen's mouth grew even wider. Very well, I'm coming to take away everything you have. After saying that, his eyes suddenly turned grim. System, deliver the mission. The system responded quickly. Detected as a perfect grade spirit vessel. It's getting. As the system operated, a bizarre purple light shot out from Chao Tianchen's brow and shone onto Chen Yutong's body. This purple light possessed traction, pulling Chen Yutong into midair. Tianchen. What is this? Chen Yutong asked in shock. This scene is just too weird. Completely beyond her comprehension. Chao Tianchen didn't respond, just looked at her coldly, as if he was looking at a corpse. Chen Yutong was instantly chilled all over. She tried to call for help, but realized she couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, Chen Yutong's face twisted up as if she was experiencing something extremely painful as she looked towards Chao Tianchen, frantically begging for mercy. Chao Tianchen, however, remained indifferent. This woman, she doesn't deserve any sympathy at all. I don't know how much time has passed. The system sent a prompt. Perfect grade spirit containers have been acquired. Inside the room, a purple bead floated in midair while Chen Yutong was out of breath. Perfect grade spirit vessel. Could it be Chen Yutong's soul? Forget it. Whatever. Chao Tianchen removed the purple bead. The heart was ecstatic. Only one final step away from resurrecting Phantom Hitomi. He then threw Chen Yutong's corpse into the soil of the spirit contract and transformed it into spiritual energy, taking everything from her when he said he would. It's over. Suddenly, boom! A loud roar came and the earth trembled, and it took a long time before it subsided. What's the situation? Chao Tianchen hurried outside, but the scene before him shook him physically and mentally. A huge freighter ran aground on the beach. The broken hull of the ship, a crab-like creature kept crawling out, densely packed. Aren't there 100,000 of them? How come this looks like there are millions of them? And, it looks like it's mutated? Just as Chao Tianchen couldn't figure out the situation, the black night suddenly lit up and the sky erupted with brilliant purple light, like a waterfall pouring down. Chao Tianchen glanced at the time. 12 o'clock sharp. The end times are upon us. The vastness of the universe. A purple light with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers, called evolutionary glory in later times, came from the starry sky and disappeared into the depths of the universe after running through the entire blue planet, as if in a hurry, and after being penetrated by the violet light, a shimmering purple mist filled the entire blue star. If observed from space, the blue star had become a purple star at the moment, demonic and bizarre. Meanwhile, around the world, on a national highway. What kind of crap is this weather forecast? It doesn't say it's foggy today either. I'm in a hurry to make a delivery. The visibility is too low. Father, drive slower. We're in no hurry. Crap, why is my car stalled? The following is an emergency announcement. Due to special weather conditions, please drive at night. Zip zip zip, current sound. A military district. Brothers, the time has come for the country and its people to need us in the wake of a mega disaster in the country. Our slogan is, every inch of land will be defended. When in trouble, go forward. Good, listen to my orders. The 1st Regiment rushes to Chanyuan City. The 2nd Regiment rushes to Qiantao City. And the 3rd Regiment. Once each regiment arrives at the target city, immediately cooperate with the local police and the Patrol Armed Forces Department to maintain order in the city. The entire army is on a hasty march. Depart. Footsteps. Somewhere deep in the mountains. Ahahahaha. Tianqing mi hegemony sect. Tianqing my hegemony sect. All elders and disciples listen to the order. All of you go to the sect's secret realm immediately, and run our sect's heart method, the nascent sword, and make sure to suck in more of this violet chi to improve your qualifications. Gain a head start for my hegemonic chi in the great power struggle. Yes, a 500-meter underground safe house. Brother, yeah, you can't build this safe house. It's actually leaking. These adulterers, they're pissing me off. Hey, Consumer Council? I want to file a complaint. How come the phone doesn't work? Forget it, Brother E, let's just get out. Don't give the whole poisoning. Also, in the future, you should read less post-apocalyptic literature. Where is the world going to end so easily? Crap, why is the elevator broken? Brother Yoshi, where is the safe passage? I specifically didn't let them build. Kimchi Country, a nightclub. What is this purple mist? How come it's pervasive and everywhere? Oba, what pervasive? I don't believe it's even in here with me. Aha, screaming, how come it's all here? Don't panic, Oba will check you out. Island, a secret biological research base. Ahahahahaha, ahahahahaha. Success, success. The biochemical weapon I've been studying for 50 years has finally succeeded. The time has finally come for my island to dominate the world. Dragon Kingdom, MIDI. How many floors to carry a bag of rice? Mouth with mud. Who gives you a bag of rice, yo? Bird language. Professor Karai. It's not good. It's not good. What is it? Lab animals. The lab animals have mutated. They destroyed the container and broke out. What? Screams. MIDI. An environmental organization. A mega haze. This is a mega haze that's enough to destroy human civilization. It's all the fault of the Dragon Kingdom that the environment is so polluted to such an extent. It's all caused by their vigorous industrial development and emissions. Right, it's all the Dragon Kingdom's fault. They should just go back to being indigenous. That will protect the environment. Immediately contact the newspaper and condemn the Dragon Kingdom's behavior. The headline will be, Dragon Kingdom, not the enemy of the Me Empire, but the enemy of the whole world. Seaside Beach Park. Purple fog filled the air and visibility was less than 5 meters. Everyone was startled by this bizarre scene, and the garden was thrown into chaos. Chao Tianchen, however, was thrilled. At last, the originator of global biological mutation, the special substance left behind by evolutionary glory on the blue planet evolutionary light mist. The evolutionary light mist will remain for only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it will integrate into the blue star in various forms. I have to hurry up. After a short period of excitement, Chao Tianchen immediately made the calmest decision. Space gate, unfold. In an instant, a space door with a diameter of 100 meters unfolded in midair. The purple mist slowly floated into the deed spirit space and was collected by Chao Tianchen. Evolutionary light mist, which can modify genes, increase levels, and even awaken psychic abilities. However, overabsorption may lead to physical alienation, disease, or even becoming a zombie. Chao Tianchen collected evolutionary light mist, not to absorb it himself, but intending to give it to other creatures to absorb. After the other creature absorbed the mist of evolution and leveled up, he would slaughter that creature. Finally, use the soil of the spirit deed to refine its corpse into spiritual energy. Simply perfect. Jia. Cough cough. Will I be too evil like this? Forget it. It's all because of the sinister society that pushed me into this. Chao Tianchen pretended to shake his head, but the corners of his mouth grinned to the back of his head. Next, Chao Tianchen summoned all the deity spirits again and had them absorb the evolutionary light mist. Among them, white scales and ice teeth were fed to the metamorphosis level by him in advance with the metamorphosis Dan, and were also fed with the perpetual power pill to ensure that they could achieve the maximum benefit from this opportunity. After putting the deeded spirits in place, Chao Tianchen did not follow along to absorb the evolutionary light mist. Instead, they kept a close eye on the state of the deeded spirits to prevent them from losing control of their instincts and overabsorbing. Later studies have shown that the optimal measurement for a human to absorb the evolutionary light mist is to move up one small level. In this way, not only will the genes be maximally strengthened, but the risk of alienation will be avoided. The Beast King, on the other hand, was able to absorb relatively more measurements of evolutionary light mist due to his strong physique. It can be no more than 1 major grade at most. Otherwise the alienation is small, and there is also the risk of bursting into flames. These deed spirits were all his treasures. Even if he exploded one he would be heartbroken. After about 3 minutes, the deity spirits had all reached saturation in their absorption of the evolutionary light mist, and Chao Tianchen immediately forced them to stop absorbing it. The moment, all of the deeded spirits were raised to the level of warrior soldier, and all of those who possessed psychic abilities were awakened to their psychic abilities. The body size even soared again, like a small mountain standing on the beach. It loomed in the purple mist, with the immediacy of a giant monster in the mist from a horror movie. Chao Tianchen forced down the corners of his mouth and allowed the system to organize the information of the deed spirits. Black mane, race, mountain pig, qualification, upper beast king peak upper beast king, realm, middle warrior rank, flame tail, race, qigong fire monkey spirit stone monkey, qualification, upper beast king peak upper beast king, realm, middle warrior rank, abilities, flame enabler, key enabler, jailbait, race, jail elephant. Qualification, Upper Beast King peak Upper Beast King, Realm, Early Warrior rank, Psychic powers, Blackwater Envoy, Ice Teeth, Race, Ice-Toothed Snow Lion. Qualification, Peak Upper Beast King Quasi-Heavenly King Beast King. Realm, Early Warrior Rank. Psychic Ability, Freeze Enabler. Ginkaku. Race, Raging Horned Blood Demon Bull. Qualification, King of Heavenly Kings Peak King of Heavenly Kings. Realm, Middle Warrior Rank. Alien Power, Blood Boiler. White Scales. Race, Thunder Scaly. Qualification, Peak Heavenly King of Beasts Quasi-Beast Emperor. Realm, Early Warrior Rank. Psychic Ability, Thunderbolt. 3 Peak Upper Level Beast Kings, 1 Quasi-Heavenly King Level Beast King, a Peak Heavenly King Level Beast King. There's another Quasi-Beast Emperor. Chao Tianqian finally had trouble holding himself back and couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. Ahahahahahahahaha. There's simply no justice if I, Chao Tianqian, don't dominate this end times. Chao Tianqian pressed down his excitement and sat on his knees, exercising the turning flowing clouds sex fart technique. Flowing clouds concentration decision. Chao Tianqian's body seemed to have become a vortex, and all the surrounding purple mist was sucked into his body. In just 10 or so breaths of effort, a wave of warmth ran through Chao Tianqian's entire body, and he had successfully broken through to the late stage of the metamorphosis level. Chao Tianqian only felt tasteless. With so many bullish beast kings at his disposal, his own enhancement was insignificant. The only good thing about this is that the spacegate is upgraded to level 4, and there is one more available spacegate anchor point. By this time, the purple mist had gradually dissipated, and visibility reached 20 to 30 meters. Many crab-like monsters sprang up around them. Looking at these monsters, Chao Tianqian frowned. Strange. These monsters are by no means the shield crabs I encountered in my previous life. The shield armor crab was no more than a meter in length, with the armor on its back bulging out like a vertical shield, and its rank could not be more than the late metamorphosis level. And these monsters, the largest body length can exceed 2 meters, and there are 2 file-like big pincers in their hands. The key is their rank. Surprisingly, they were generally at the early stage of the combat soldier rank, and there were even mid-stage combat soldier rank existences. Chao Tianqian searched his memory to find information about this monster, the double chopper crab, a specialty monster that exists within the territory of the Midi, known for its super high attack power. To deal with it, one would need at least 4 human awakened of the same level and well-equipped, as well as perfect kiting tactics, to have a probability of defeating it. Because the double-cut crab knows a must-kill technique scissors guillotine, as long as it hits, it can easily kill human powerhouses of the same level in seconds. Even, it was able to cross 2 levels to decapitate human powerhouses. In the previous life, the double-chopped crab flood bearing in the territory of the Mideast, after the end of the world came down, it directly extinguished 2 states. Directly before his rebirth, the double chopper crab was still expanding its chassis within Midi. How did Midi's monster appear here? Is it hard to believe that it's a butterfly effect from my rebirth? Chao Tianqian couldn't figure it out, so he fortunately didn't think about it. He swept a glance at the ground, which was filled with the limbs and broken armor of the double decapitation crab. There were quite a few lucky ones who jumped directly from ordinary creatures to become battle soldier level, but more of them burst into flames. Unfortunately, these double-chopped crabs did not die in battle and could not be absorbed by the loam of spiritual deeds. Fine. Let's take you guys as an appetizer to start my end-time domination. Chao Tianqian grinned and retreated behind the crowd of deity spirits. Give it to me. White Scale has long been unable to hold back. Immediately drilled into the double-cut crab group. Huge body like a swimming dragon. Wherever it passed, corpses were everywhere. They were both at the same war soldier level. But the battle power of the double decapitation crab was not even in the same class as the White Scale. Chao Tianqian smiled faintly. This was why he had only contracted the Beast King before the end of the world. The double chopper crab swarm was agitated by the painful blow from the White Scales. Their cruel and murderous nature made them dare to attack even in the face of the White Scales of the Quasi-Beast Emperor. Boo boo. The double-cutting crabs roared and swarmed up. Their pincers gathered their spiritual energy and performed the scissors guillotine chopping. A must-kill technique. Dang, dang. The intensive attacks were like rain hitting the White Scales. But what kind of existence is White Scale? That's a Quasi-Beast Emperor. In the entire Raging Sea province, aside from the unknown Red Hitomi, it was the most awesome. Despite the double-cut crab swarm's all-out effort, it couldn't even manage to leave a single scratch on its scales. Of course, it can't be said that they all didn't. They succeeded in angering the White Scales. Roar! The White Scales let out a heaven-shattering roar, their bodies erupting with bright electric light. It was going to use absolute strength to show these scum what the might of a quasi-emperor was. Zip! In an instant, several 20-meter-long lightning bolts emerged from the beach, like wildly dancing electric dragons. Wherever the electric dragon flew, the double-chopping crab was electrocuted into pieces. Seeing the White Scales go on a rampage, the rest of the deeded spirits couldn't hold back and wanted to try out their current power. Moo! The silver horn's nose spewed out a mouthful of hot breath, and its eyes glowed red as it rushed out. A pair of large horns were like large gates and knives, frantically harvesting the lives of the double decapitation crabs. At the same time, the blood boiler sucks the life force of the double chopper crab it kills, which not only restores its stamina, but also adds a temporary attribute to it. Snort! The next one to rush out was Black Mane. It didn't have the killing power of the silver horn, nor did it have any special abilities, but with its massive size, it could crush several double chopper crabs with a single stomp. Running like a roller coaster, everywhere it passes, there are the rotten shells and limbs of the double-chopped crabs. And speaking of body types, the largest of all the deeded spirits is Jail Tooth. Silverhorn and Black Mane are both around 20 meters. The prison teeth, however, were pushing 30 meters. The height was even a staggering 12 meters. That's 4 stories high. Although Prison Tooth had an absolute size advantage, it didn't fight with its size, but instead unleashed its supernatural ability. Black Water Make. Black Water Envoy. This unit can create black water that has the ability to seal and weaken the psychic abilities of enemy units, and has access to black water-related skills. Jail Tooth let out a long bellow, his proboscis spewing out a massive stream of black water. The double chopper crab, which was stained with the black current, gradually became shriveled and even staggered as it walked. Facing these defenseless double chopper crabs, a water gun coalesced out of the black water current and stabbed them millimeters at a time. At that moment, Flametail also struck. It was only seen to have its palms clasped together, and gaseous spiritual energy erupted around it. These gaseous spiritual energy slowly condensed and turned into 2 flametails. Crap, what is this? Chao Tianchen was shocked and hurriedly checked Flametail's information box, only to realize that it had an additional skill called Split Art. Diversion, Mane, a doppelganger created from gaseous psychic energy. The doppelganger has 1/5 strength, 1 out of 100 constitution, 1 out of 5 agility, and 1/100 defense of the main body. Conditions of use: gas-enabled, maximum charge, 2, charge time, 1h. Gas energy enabler, variant your psychic energy will transform into a special gas form and have more wonderful uses. The Chi can make it. This supernatural ability is awesome. Chao Tianchen was full of envy, thinking in his heart, how come he hadn't awakened any special ability? If anyone knew about this idea of his, they would just spit in his face. You've awakened the system. What more do you want? After Flametail reached the middle stage of the warrior-soldier rank, his height was close to 4 meters, and his strength was also to the point where he could easily wield the Pan-Dragon flowing cloud stick. Raising his stick and sweeping it, he smashed several double-cut crabs into mush. At this time, the 2 doppelgangers also manifested 2 sticks in their hands, and similarly swung their sticks and swept them, also easily salting 3 or 2 double-chopping crabs. But Flametail scratched his head anxiously, not satisfied with the results of such a battle. Flametail took a deep breath, her chest puffing out. It then spewed out a cloud of oversized flames that burned a large swath of double chopper crabs right over. Good job, Flametail, Chao Tianchen exclaimed, as the deeded spirits went on a rampage. More and more double decapitation crabs crossed the floor and were absorbed by the spirit deed's loam. The system keeps sending messages. Plus 75 psychic energy, plus 100 psychic energy, plus 125 psychic energy, plus 300 psychic energy, plus 175 psychic energy. Looking at the constantly bouncing reminder message, Chao Tianchen almost didn't wipe a hot tear. He can finally get over it. It was not in vain that he had gone through the trouble of contracting these beast kings before the end of the world. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is there one missing? Chao Tianchen looked back. I saw that Icy Tooth was lying motionless on the ground with a very salty look, and when he saw himself looking over, he even showed a puzzled expression, as if asking, what's wrong? Chao Tianchen immediately had a black line on his face. Chao Tianchen was very annoyed with Ice Tooth's groping behavior, and he directly activated the contract to forcefully command, Ice Teeth, charge me. Icy Tooth then reluctantly stood up and fired a blast of freezing light into the swarm of double decapitated crabs. Large swaths of double-cut crabs instantly froze into ice sculptures. Then, Ice Tooth leapt up and jumped into the group of double decapitation crabs that had turned into ice sculptures, and slapped his palm to the ground. Bang! The tremendous trembling force caused the double chopper crab, which had turned into an ice sculpture, to collectively fall apart. As the corpse of the spirit contract's lone double decapitation crab would be absorbed, the system sent a message reminder. Plus 200 psychic energy. Chao Tianchen nodded in satisfaction. Lazy is lazy, but the strength is still quite good. Just when he thought that Icy Tooth was going to continue to make a big show, the latter plopped down again. With the look of a salty fish who vowed to carry on to the end, Chao Tianchen held his forehead with his hand. Good man, this is trying to get away from me, isn't it? Forget it, Not everyone in a group is enthusiastic. There are always one or two touchy-feely ones present. Be normal. Be normal. Chao Tianchen forced a wave of comfort on himself and commanded the remaining Chevalier spirits to make a big kill. Not a moment later, the purple mist completely dissipated. Chao Tianchen saw the full picture of the double decapitation crab swarm. A huge piece, occupying the entire beach. And there are a considerable number of double chopping crab. Body length is more than 2 meters 5. There is even a body length of more than 3 meters of existence. The breath emitted was extremely terrifying. There are actually so many elite and chieftain classes. Chao Tianchen was shocked, but his heart was greatly disappointed. After the end of the world, the ferocious beasts under the Beast King were also subdivided into ordinary, elite, leader, and great leader levels. An alpha-level double chopper crab can command a lower-level double chopper crab. In other words, his plan to hold the pass and force the double chopper crabs to kill each other was sort of broken. At this time, without the cover of the purple mist, the legions of double-cutting crabs also discovered Chao Tianchen and the Chevalier spirits, and their eyes suddenly lit up like a pair of red lanterns, frantically pouncing towards the side. Although the double chopper crab had blown up most of them when they evolved, there were still 200,000 to 300,000 left. It rushed over with an amazing momentum, like an army with armor and spears. Facing such a huge number of double-chopped crabs, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but feel emboldened. In a previous life, he would have started picking out grave locations, but now, with a long breath, he regained his composure. I have long since ceased to be the me of my former life. As Chao Tianchen's words fell, roars of rage rose from the Beast Kings. Roar! Snort! Moo! Roar! Z! The Beast Kings, although there were only 5, no, 6 of them, were not the least bit afraid in the face of thousands of troops, immediately killed into it, staged what is called 7 in 7 out. The Beast King deserves to be a Beast King. It's just one level above the beasts, of course, except for you, the old 6th. Chao Tianchen looked at Ice Tooth beside him and said expressionlessly. Icy Tooth gave a low growl of displeasure and pointed to the circle of ice walls around him. The ice wall protected the one man and one lion, and no matter how much the double chopper crab outside attacked, it could not break through. Alright, count yourself as somewhat useful, Chao Tianchen reluctantly said. The Beast King Legion and the double decapitation crab legion fought for a while. Plus 50 psychic energy, plus 150 psychic energy, plus 75 psychic energy, plus 300 psychic energy. The system's alert message was sent until it was almost smoking. The spiritual energy collected by the spiritual contracts loam quickly exceeded 3,000 points. Chao Tianchen directly went numb with laughter. The final piece of the puzzle to resurrect Phantom Hitomi has finally come together. Battlefield. White Scale was on a killing spree. Suddenly, a double chopper crab with a body length of more than 4 meters quietly touched behind it, and raised both pincers to use the surefire technique, scissors short head chop. White Scale, be careful. This double decapitation crab is at the big head level, Chao Tianchen warned. White Scale, whose mental power was transcendent, had naturally noticed this large leader-class double decapitation crab long ago, but it didn't take it to heart at all. Who is this White Scale? That's a quasi-beast emperor. There was still one step left to ascend to the Beast Emperor and become an unspeakably terrifying existence in this world. In this world, other than that vicious tiger, the rest of the ferocious beasts were all ants, but the White Scale soon paid the price for its arrogance. The large head of the double chopper crab swung his energized pincers and slashed down hard. Acid! Boom! After a burst of sparks, the double pincers of the large leader-class double chopper crab directly crumbled off. In the meantime, the sturdy scales of the auger were actually broken open, and dark red blood slowly spilled out. The white scales only felt like they were being poked by a needle, and when they looked back, their eyes instantly turned scarlet as they let out a long roar of extreme anger. Roar! The wound was less than half a meter long, which was insignificant compared to the 70-meter body of the white scale. Even under its superb self-healing ability, the wound was gradually recovering. But the wound was extremely insulting to the white scales. One must know that its strength is the strongest among all the deeded spirits, but now it has become the first one to be injured. The more White Scale thought about it, the angrier he became. Its body was covered in electric light, and electric currents continued to gather, even turning its body into a bluish-white color. Not long after, its head and body, horns and claw-like lightning bolts extended out again. What's this? It looks so cool. Chao Tianchen hurriedly checked White Scale's information and found that it had an additional skill, Raging Thunder, Thunder Dragon form. That being said, the deeded spirits had all upgraded with a lot more skills, but he hadn't had time to look at any of them. Raging Thunder, Thunder Dragon form, by consuming a large amount of psychic energy, you take on the form of a thunder dragon. Attacks all carry lightning attribute ranged damage. Usage conditions: True Dragon Breath. Thunder Envoy, cooldown, 1 day. The white scale stared at the large alpha-level double decapitation crab with a deadly stare, the terrifying pressure causing the latter to tremble. If the big leader class double chopper crab had any intelligence, it would probably already be regretting sneaking up on the white scales. Zigzag. Columns of lightning erupted from the white scale's mouth, vaporizing the large leader class double chopped crab straight away. White scale, don't use that trick. Chao Tianqian hurriedly stopped the operation of the white scale cannon hitting the mosquito. The point is that the vaporized double chopper crab doesn't even have a body. There's no way to collect psychic energy. But the white scale was now on top of its head, completely unable to listen. It directly rushed towards the double-cut crab group, vowing to let these mole crickets see its wrath. In the face of the white scales that were as terrifying as this, even the double chopper crab, which was by nature intrepid and fearless of death, was scared out of its wits and fled madly. But it's no use running away. White scale uses his body as a thunderbolt, a mega ranged attack that can clear an area instantly. But white scale's prowess didn't last long. Maintaining this form was extremely spirit energy consuming, and even though the white scales, as a quasi-beast emperor, had a spirit energy volume that was over 100 times that of a creature of the same level, it only lasted for a mere 30 seconds or so. White scale, who had exited his thunder dragon form, immediately fell into a weakened state. Not only was his strength and agility greatly reduced, but even his defense was much weakened. The alpha-class double decapitated crab that had just been unable to inflict damage on it was now able to injure it. And, after realizing that the white scales had fallen into weakness, the double-cut crabs once again became ferocious and charged at the white scales fearlessly. The white scales felt a great deal of pressure and immediately launched themselves at Chao Tianqian for help. Chao Tianqian laughed. I told you to just pretend to be a bully. Now you've suffered. He let the white scale suffer the siege for a while longer, and only when it was about to be unable to support itself did he put it into the deeded spirit space. In the meantime, several of the remaining deeded spirits also went into a state of weakness. Although the double chopper crab was like an ant to them, but after digging out the ant's nest for so long, then they should be tired. What's more, there were still more than 200,000 remaining double decapitation crabs, so it was simply impossible to kill them all. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but feel a sense of withdrawal. Let's withdraw first. We'll deal with them when we've upgraded. In fact, the other thing that made him retreat was that a portion of the double chopper crab was moving in the direction of the hotel. Guo Chan, Xiahou Ren and the others were still over there. Chao Tianqian put away the spacegate and left a spacegate anchor point in the same spot, clearly intending to use this place as a long-lasting practicing spot. Then, he took Silver Horn, Black Mane, Prison Tooth, and Flame Tail into the deeded spirit space. Ice Tooth stood up and was just about to leave when he saw that Chao Tianqian had no intention of putting it away. Icy Teeth. Chao Tianqian jumped directly onto its back. What are you waiting for? Rush out. Icy Tooth's eyes widened at once. It's a good thing he's a good-tempered lion, or he'd have lifted off for the sky by now. The moonlight is bright and the sea breeze is getting cooler. Seaside Beach Park, 7th floor of the hotel. Xiahou Ren held up a crude torch and asked nervously, Zhang Zi, has that zombie caught up yet? Hold on. I'm watching. Sun Jingzhang scanned the ground, her eyes emitting a light blue glow. The scene downstairs was presented to him like a 3D printed image. Ever since that strange purple mist descended, he had suddenly awakened this ability. At the same time, the name of this ability, Eye of Scrying, appeared in his mind. Probing complete. Sun Jingzhang said, didn't follow. Scared me to death. Xiahou Ren let out a long breath and sat down on the ground. Su Hu and Zhang Chuani on the side were also relieved. Taizhi Chanyun, on the other hand, looked grim, because the zombie in Xiahou Ren's mouth was referring to Fu Bo who was accompanying him. Once the purple mist descends, Fu Bar suddenly turns into a zombie and goes crazy attacking people around him. The group was swept away. In the end, it was the 5 of them who got together. The crisis is temporarily lifted. The crowd, however, remained silent for a long time, obviously not having slowed down from this shocking change. Before the purple mist descended, I saw Brother Chen run out alone. Will he be in danger? Why don't? Let's go find him. Su Hu was the first to speak, looking worried. Upon hearing Chao Tianqian's name, Taizhi Changyun's spirit shook. Fubuki was the one who alienated into a zombie because he absorbed the strange energy excessively. He, on the other hand, had retreated to his original realm due to taking the chi-dispersing pill within the clan beforehand. Therefore, after absorbing the purple mist, his strength had advanced instead of retreated, and had even touched the threshold of the celestial realm. Now that he thought about it, if it wasn't for Chao Tianqian's insistence at the sect assembly, he was afraid that he would be following in Uncle Fu's footsteps right now. Where else is there such an encounter? Thinking of this, Taisher Changyun was grateful to Chao Tianchen while at the same time vaguely admiring him. Senior brother Chao is farsighted and strong, so he doesn't need us to worry at all. Let's just think about ourselves. Yeah. Zhang Quanyi echoed in a small voice. The comms are down. We can't even call out for help. We'd better save ourselves first. The purple mist healed his injuries and also allowed him to break through to the early stage of the metamorphosis level. However, his old man also alienated into a zombie and his men were either killed or ran apart. Today, he is alone. In order to stay alive, they could only follow Xiahou Ren and the others in a deadly manner and report for warmth. The dormitory trio looked at each other. Although none of them had a favorable impression of Zhang Quanyi, they all felt that he had made a good point. The zombie-turned foobar is hanging around downstairs and could come up at any moment. It was difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone find Chao Tianchen. Then let's think about how to get out of the trap first. Sun Jingjiang looked around the circle. What ideas does everyone have? Let's talk about them. Why don't we turn back and charge? Maybe we can break through, asked Su Hu tentatively. Taisher Changyun interrupted him. Never. Uncle Fu was originally at the early stage of the celestial realm, and after alienating into a zombie, his strength is bound to be above the middle stage of the celestial realm. You guys have become martial artists for a short time yet, and you don't understand the power of this realm at all. Aside from not being able to fly, Fu Bo's physical qualities are stronger than even Superman in the movies. Just now, if it wasn't for Fu Bo using his remaining consciousness to control himself, none of us would have been able to run away. Zhang Chuanyi suggested. Let's climb out from outside the window. How about it? This method is good. Xiahou Ren and Su Hu nodded their heads in succession. Nowadays, they were all martial artists with a small amount of strength, so climbing a building shouldn't be a problem. Sun Jingjiang did not express her approval, but instead looked at Taisher Changyun, who also did not make a sound. The range of the celestial realm's scrying breath should be very wide. If we climb down from the upper floors, can he detect us when we climb down to the vicinity of that morning? Fu Bo? Taisher Changyun nodded with a grave expression. The crowd was instantly disappointed. Xiahou Ren retorted. He's turned into a zombie. Is he still able to probe us? Sun Jingjiang waved her hand. No, you can't gamble on this. Zhang Quanyi gritted his teeth. Then why don't we just jump straight off the building? He really wants to live too much. Taisher Changyun had a look of contempt. Do you have some misunderstanding about your strength? We are now on the 7th floor, at a height of more than 20 meters. It's the early stage of the celestial realm that jumps down. It's either death or disability, not to mention you. An early stage of the metamorphosis level? If it wasn't for the bad timing, this guy who was affecting his relationship with senior brother Chao, he would have hated to kill him right now. Zhang Quanyi didn't dare to disobey Taisher Changyun and could only lower his head. Zhangzi, you're the smartest in our dormitory. Think of a solution. Su Hu looked towards Sun Jingjiang. Sun Jingjiang pondered for a while and smiled bitterly. The best thing I can think of nowadays is to climb downwards and climb to the maximum probing range of Fu Bo before jumping. This is a good idea, Taisher Changyun said excitedly. That way we only need to jump down from the 4th floor. At most we will be injured to focus. Our lives can still be saved. The rest of the group agreed. It's important to stay alive. Sun Jingjiang continued. But the problem is, we can't be sure if there are still zombies outside? What if we are all incapacitated by then, and we don't even have any room to fight back? The crowd was immediately poured a bucket of cold water. A silence fell over the room. Right now, it seems to be a dead end. Suddenly, Xiahou Ren jumped up and said with confidence, I have an idea. The crowd looked at Xiahou Ren in surprise. In their opinion, Xiahou Ren is synonymous with not smart. What good can be done? Xiahou Ren pointed to the top of his head. We can go up. The crowd had a disappointed look on their faces. Xiahou Ren continued. Heaven and earth anomalies, communication disruption, and zombies. Based on my 10 years of experience in online writing, the situation we're experiencing now is the end of the world. And in the post-apocalyptic world, zombies usually have crystals and stuff in their bodies, and devouring crystal cores can increase your strength. Xiahou Ren paused. Just like playing the game. We'll go for the weak zombies first, kill them, devour the crystal cores, and keep improving our strength. Finally kill back and solve the final boss, and you'll be out of the crisis. The crowd's eyes lit up. This guy talks like it's pretty good. This was followed by a flurry of endorsements. Then I will be in command during the battle. Sun Jingjiang seized command first, then added, everyone be more careful when you act. Especially you, Xiahou Ren, don't charge around. This isn't a game. Xiahou Ren patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'm a 10-year-old bookworm, and I'm considered half a reborn person. It's just the end of the world. Let's see me easily trample it under my feet, he said, and rushed up the stairs with a fighting spirit. This guy, Sun Jingjiang was so angry that she stomped her feet. but she could only follow, while opening her eye of scrying. The rest of the group followed immediately. The group went up to the 8th floor, and after a while of hugging and searching, they found a walker. The zombie, a good-looking waitress in life, is now green-faced and has purple spots all over her skin. The strength is in the middle of the metamorphosis level. Everyone be careful, Sun Jingjiang shouted. Keep the formation, test it first, then. Before he could finish his words, he realized that Xiahou Ren had somehow gotten to the side of the zombie. Xiahou Ren, what are you doing? Sun Jingjiang almost didn't die of anger. Xiahou Ren didn't care in the slightest. He was pointing at the female zombie and talking eloquently. Gentlemen, I'll vouch for my 10 years of webcomic experience that this is the lowest of the low zombies. I named it the zombie maid. It is characterized by attacks with viruses and thick skin. However, its movement speed is slow, so as long as we sneak up from behind, we can slowly wear it down. This kind of post-apocalyptic novice monster is here to give us experience. With that, Xiahou Ren walked behind the zombie maid. The female zombie slowly turned her head to look at Xiahou Ren. Her neck was like a rusty gear, making clicking sounds as if confirming his statement. Seeing Xiahou Ren so molest zombie maid, the crowd also relaxed a lot. Quite a feeling of playing games, just as everyone let their guard down. Suddenly, the zombie maid twisted her limbs and lunged towards Xiahou Ren in a bizarre stance, that speed even exceeding that of a martial artist of the same level. Xiahou Ren, watch out! Sun Jingjiang was busy shouting. Xiahou Ren seemed to have prepared for this, and while dodging, the torch in his hand swung to repel the zombie maid. Sun Jingjiang was slightly stunned. A light laugh followed. This kid turned out to be afraid in his heart, but he was just playing hard to get. Everyone together, Sun Jingjiang shouted and warned. Don't use your hands directly, prevent a virus. So the crowd copied tables, chairs, and benches and rushed towards the zombie maid and gave it a good thrashing. Crackle, crackle. Faced with 5 big man siege, the zombie maid cannot even move, can only be manipulated, body twitching constantly. Let go of the zombie maid and let me. Xiahou Ren swung a broom and slashed towards the zombie maid's neck. Eat my move. Blast wind half moon chop. As Xiahou Ren shouted, a translucent wind blade actually gathered on that broom. Huffing and puffing, the zombie maid was instantly separated from her head. Purple blood splattered. After releasing his long-hidden move, Xiahou Ren looked at the crowd and smiled a very beatific smile. Ha 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 ha, my awakened psychic ability is awesome, isn't it? Suhu was filled with envy and asked, Brother Ren, your psychic ability is so powerful. What kind of psychic ability is it? Xiahou Ren didn't hide it and reported the name of the supernatural power. Blaster. Not only does it grant me wind-like speed, it also allows my attacks to have a cutting effect attached to them. As the saying goes, to live as a swift wind, and to die as a pretender. That's the ultimate meaning of this supernatural power. Blizzard Envoy. After hearing that, Suhu became even more envious. What a mess. Sun Jingjiang spat with her mouth, but in her heart, she felt that her supernatural ability didn't smell good anymore. Boys still favored attacking powers over supporting ones. Zhang Kuanyi's eyes were filled with jealousy. Is there any justice at all? Even this kind of idiot can awaken supernatural powers. Taisher Changyun has seen a lot and has a slightly better mindset. He felt that this supernatural ability was rather like the abilities of certain special physiques recorded in ancient texts. This Xiahou Ren is well qualified. The key was the close relationship with senior brother Chao, which was worth drawing in. Taisher Changyun thought about it and slightly arched his hand towards Xiahou Ren. Brother Xiahou is really powerful. In a novel, that would be the chosen son. At the same time, in his heart, he added that if there was no senior brother Chao, Xiahou Ren is straight up cool to the H. Now he was aware that Taisher Changyun was a core disciple of a hidden sect with an extraordinary status. If there were no accidents, he would never have gotten into the other side's eyes in his life, and now the other could praise him. Doesn't that mean he's a bully? Xiahou Ren pressed down his stupidly pretentious soul and said, Brother Changyun, you're too kind. You're close to breaking through the celestial mirror, aren't you? You're the true pride of the heavens. With one mouth, he sort of finished all his humble words for the month. Taisher Changyun hurriedly gave him a hi-hat. Where? Brother Xiahou is the true dragon phoenix among men. The two had a commercial blowout, both blowing each other out of the sky and out of the water. Sun Jingjiang couldn't help herself. Have you guys had enough? Let's take a look at this zombie. If it doesn't have a crystal core, we'll all be doing nothing. He actually used to be a very calm person, but ever since he had this unlucky roommate, Xiahou Ren, his mindset had changed for the worse. With Sun Jingjiang's reminder, the crowd then remembered that there was still business to be done, digging for crystal cores. But looking at the sickening corpse, everyone hesitated. Who digs? Zhang Kuanyi subconsciously asked out loud. But the next second, he realized that the rest of the group was looking at him in unison. I'm just a little outnumbered, aren't I? And the rest of them are clearly saying, I'm bullying you for being so weak. What's wrong with that, right? Zheng Kuan-yi had no choice but to compromise and walk towards the corpse. At this time, Xiahou Ren shouted, everyone, back away. From my 10 years of experience in netiquette, this corpse must contain some kind of unknown virus. Sun Jingjiang and the others backed away, afraid of being splashed. Zheng Kuan-yi's mind, on the other hand, suffered a 10,000 point blitz. Good. You don't even think I'm human, do you? All wait for me. Turning his grief and anger into strength, Zheng Kuan-yi forced himself to endure his nausea and began to dig around on the zombie maid. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the corpse of the zombie maid was hollowed out in a bloody mess. The crowd couldn't help but start to worry. Could it be that there are no crystal cores? Suddenly, Zheng Kuan-yi felt as if he had touched something hard. He couldn't care less about his nausea and pulled it up to take a look. A crystalline object. It was still covered in blood. Found it. Before Zheng Kuan-yi could be happy, the crystals in his hand were snatched away by a handful. Taisher Changyun wiped the crystal. The crystals revealed their original color. Pure white. It was so pure in the moonlight that it was hard to imagine that it was something that had been dug out of a walker's body. The rest of them came up to watch, their eyes filled with curiosity. Only Zheng Kuan-yi looked stiff and froze in place. This is something he went through a lot of trouble to pull out. Why does it seem like it's suddenly okay with him? Am I right? This zombie definitely has a crystal core in its body. Xiahou Ren was very proud. He pointed at the crystal core again and said with certainty, I'll vouch for it again with my 10 years of experience in netiquette. Right now, as long as whoever eats it, they can become stronger. Then who will eat first? Su Hu asked. There was instant silence in the room. Even Xiahou Ren, who had just sworn an oath, stopped speaking. Just kidding. This stuff was pulled out of a walker. Whether it's clean or not is not the issue. But what if there's still a virus? And if you eat it, you'll turn into a zombie? Who's going to be the guinea pig? The crowd subconsciously looked at Zheng Kuan-yi. Zheng Kuan-yi instantly became taut. You guys can't go too far as human beings. Sun Jingjiang said expressionlessly. You dug out this crystal core, so of course it belongs to you. Su Hu justified. Xiahou Ren, no problem. What's the point of bothering with him? Taisher Changyun shoved the crystal core hard into Zhang Chuanyi's hand. His eyes cold. Eat or die. Zhang Chuanyi was aggrieved, but at this moment he had no choice. With a clench of his teeth, he swallowed the crystal core. As a warm current flowed throughout his body, Zheng Kuan-yi let out a groan of relief. He broke through to the middle of the metamorphosis level. Feeling the power within his body, Zheng Kuan-yi felt as if he was in a dream. It's really a blessing in disguise. In just one day's work, he had completed the leap from ordinary person to mid-metamorphosis level martial artist. Put before the end of time. That's something no one else can do in their lifetime. When the crowd saw that nothing happened to Zhang Chuanyi when he ate it, they couldn't help but have their hearts pounding. Just eat the crystal core and you'll get stronger. So what are you waiting for? Kill the zombies. Dig for crystal cores. Zheng Kuan-yi looked at the excited crowd and suddenly had a plan. Gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with my body right now, but I can't rule out this time being an exception. I'd better eat 2 more crystal cores, and when I'm sure the cores are fine, you guys can eat them again. How about it? Sun Jingjiang's expression moved. He naturally sensed Zhang Chuanyi's small mind, but it was undeniable that Zhang Chuanyi had a point. All right. Seeing that Sun Jingjiang, who was the commander, was fine with it, the remaining 3 also expressed no opinion. The crowd packed up and began to continue exploring. The moment. Zhang Chuanyi's heart, however, was bursting with smiles. Ha 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 ha. When I get stronger, I'll kill you all. Bunch of idiots. Just be a stepping stone on my path to power. Hiss. Why is my back a little itchy? Zheng Kuan-yi couldn't help but scratch his back. At that moment, a sliver of moonlight spilled down and shone on Zheng Kuan-yi's back. A purple patch appeared there. The group continued to explore. It didn't take long. In a storeroom, another zombie maid was found. With the strength of a late metamorphosis level, the crowd hadn't originally taken it to heart, but once they exchanged hands, they realized that although this zombie maid was only 1 level higher than the one they encountered earlier, it was many times stronger. Even if the skin was thick, it was surprisingly fast. For a time, the crowd was pushed into danger. It was only when Taisher Changyun used all his means that he was able to suppress this zombie maid and stabilize the situation. After some hard fighting, the zombie maid finally hissed and fell to the ground unwillingly. Sort of a shocker. Xiahou Ren was panting with exhaustion as he sat paralyzed on the ground with a skeptical expression. It's just a rookie monster. Ha, I actually can't beat it even though I have psychic powers. This doesn't make sense. Su Hu comforted. Brother Ren, it must be because you're still not skilled in the use of your powers. You'll definitely be able to beat it easily in the future. Sun Jingjiang skimmed her lips. It's just an awakening of a special ability, right? You really think you're the chosen one? Look at how calm other Taisher Changyun's mindset is. But the words just fell. Taisher Changyun beside him then murmured in a low voice. How could it be? I grew up as the pride of heaven. Even if I can't beat Senior Chow, how could I even a zombie? Obviously struck out as well. Sun Jingjiang, dig out the crystal core. The crystal cores were once again distributed to Zhang Kuan-yi. After Zhang Chuanyi swallowed this crystal core, he successfully broke through to the late stage of the metamorphosis level. At the same time, no discomfort was revealed. Sun Jingjiang said, it seems that the crystal cores are fine. Then let's take turns dividing the crystal cores obtained below. The we in his mouth naturally excluded Zhang Chuanyi. The remaining three nodded. A flash of ferocity flashed under Zhang Kuan-yi's eyes. All wait for me. At this point, Su Hu shouted, everyone, come look. I found quite a few supplies. The rest of the group immediately came together. A compound bow and a handful of arrows. An alloy cauldron lid. 2 fire axes. Sun Jingjiang picked up the compound bow. This bow will be mine. He possessed the supernatural ability, Eye of Scrying, which was equivalent to a self-contained scope, and it was just right to use this bow. The others were naturally fine with it. Xiaoran looked to Taisher Changyun. Brother Changyun, you choose first. I have my own weapon. You guys choose. Taisher Changyun said, displaying his accompanying short sword. Xiaoran nodded and then took away a fire axe. Now all that's left is a fire axe and an alloy cauldron lid. Zhang Kuan-yi's expression moved as he picked up that alloy cauldron lid, which caused Su Hu, who was originally going to take the alloy cauldron lid, to freeze for a moment. The remaining three also looked at Zhang Kuan-yi with strange expressions. Holding a metal cauldron lid meant taking responsibility for the front row of the team. Zhang Kuan-yi didn't look like the kind of person who was willing to sacrifice for the team. Zhang Kuan-yi Kanchan said, I know that everyone was a bit prejudiced against me before, but this is the end times. It's hard to survive alone. I also want to integrate with everyone. Naturally, I have to show some sincerity. Although the crowd was half-hearted, since someone was willing to do this kind of thankless thing, it was fine with them. With that, Su Hu took the last fire axe. As the team bird-dogged, the crowd became combative. Depart. Zhang Kuan-yi, on the other hand, smiled grimly in the dark. The reason he chose to be the front row was to obtain the zombie's crystal core in the first place. As long as he broke through to the celestial mirror, these 4 fools would still be at his mercy. Chao Tianchen relied on sensing the Scarlet Pact and smoothly found Guo Chan, Norimori Zhou and Sakuragi Misty Cheiko. Where are Xiahou Rin and the others? Guo Chan returned. Head gardener. They're still stuck in the hotel. She then gave a quick recount of what had just happened. I see. Chao Tianchen nodded, then intended to go save Xiahou Rin and the others. However, considering that Guo Chan's 3 people were still weak and would become a burden if they followed instead, he unfolded the space door and let the 3 people enter the deity space first. Head gardener. What is this? Guo Chan looked at the space door with a surprised face. Norimori Zhou and Sakuragi Kirichako had the same expression. This is my awakened spatial system psychic ability, Chao Tianchen casually explained, and then asked, none of you have awakened an alien ability? His gaze was intent on the canonical guardian hide, but to his surprise, all 3 shook their heads. Is it that he has not yet realized that he has awakened his supernormal ability? Chao Tianchen did not reveal it hastily, but urged the 3 people to enter the deed spirit space. After entering the space of the deed spirit, Sakuragi Misty Cheiko looked at the white blanket with an indescribable sense of familiarity, but soon enough within this space, Chao Tianchen's voice echoed, absorb this mass of psychic energy. Then, a ball of psychic energy appeared in front of each of the 3. Chao Tianchen had left them with enough spiritual energy to break through the celestial realm. In the meantime, Xiahou Rin and his group rolled into a large parlor and found a brand new female zombie. This female zombie had a bloated body, a fierce face, and a large broomstick in her hand, and her rank was late metamorphosis level. Xiahou Rin showed off his 10-year-old bookworm status again, commented on the female zombie, and then also very thoughtfully gave it a name. Just call it anti-zombie. The crowd gave a thumbs up. It's still up to me, Jen, to pick the name. Jen, it's a shame you're not a game planner. Sun Jingjiang opened her eyes of scrying and glanced at the zombie ant, and her expression suddenly became serious. Everyone be careful. The 2 zombie maids just now. The color I saw on them with my probing eye was white, while the color on this one is cyan. Though he wasn't sure what the colors white and cyan meant, the unknown meant danger. Xiahou Rin said, judging from my 10 years of experience in netiquette, we should have encountered an elite monster by now. The crowd said there was nothing wrong with it. At this point, Anti-Zombie also spotted the 5 humans, and with a hoarse hiss, it rushed forward. As a meat shield, Zhang Chuanyi bore the brunt. Zheng Kuan-yi immediately held up the alloy cauldron lid and hardened himself against the zombie ant's onslaught. Bang! Zhang Chuanyi's throat was sweet, and he was almost about to kneel down when his legs went limp. The zombie ant was much more powerful than the zombie maid, and he felt like he'd been hit by a car. The crowd couldn't help but feel a little intimidated at the sight of their zombie ant being so violent. So Jinjiang shouted, "Everyone don't panic, follow the original tactics. The front row holds the top, fight and retreat, draw it into the aisle fight." At those words, the heart of the army instantly stabilized. In order to improve the combat capability, Sun Jingjiang specially formulated the tactic of closing the door and beating the dog. As long as they lured the walkers into the narrow walkway, they could use their numerical advantage to jam the walkers in, and then one output and they were done. Soon, the zombie ant was then led down the aisle. The five swarmed the zombie ant and stuck her in a corner, greeting her in various ways. Crackle! Crackle! Although the zombie ant is very strong, but facing the five people's rogue tactics, only hidden hate northwest. The fight is over. Zheng Kuan-yi took the opportunity to dig into the zombie ant's brain and yanked out its crystal core. Ha 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 ha. But the next second, a flying arrow pierced through Zheng Kuan-yi's palm. The blue crystal core landed on the ground with a crisp clang. Zheng Kuan-yi's laughter also came to an abrupt end, covering his palms and wailing. Sun Jingjiang smiled contemptuously and said, "Do you really think that I can't detect that little trick of yours?" Zheng Kuan-yi's face turned red. Turns out he was a clown all along. But he's not happy about it. Zheng Kuan-yi leapt at the crystal core that fell to the ground, trying to make a final struggle. On the side, Taisher Changyun was prepared for this, and while stomping on the crystal core, he kicked Zheng Chuanyi away. Afterwards, the short knife was drawn. "Go to hell, please, please, let me go, let me go." Zheng Kuan-yi was so scared that he cried out in pain and begged frantically for mercy. Just as Taisher Changyun was about to result in him, four zombie ants suddenly appeared around him. The crowd was shocked. One zombie ant is so difficult, let alone four. But that's not all. Soon, a new female walker appeared on the field. This female walker is dressed in a manager's uniform and maintains the beautiful appearance she had in life. If it weren't for the dark purple color of his skin and even longer, sharper, deeper black nails, he would be nothing like a normal human. This zombie has a blue light emanating from its body, Sun Jingjiang said with a horrified expression as she opened her eyes of scrying. "In my 10 years of online writing experience, stop showing off and run." Within a few steps of the four of them running out, Zheng Kuan-yi's mournful screams came from behind them, as well as the toothsome sound of chewing. Instant chills ran down his spine and he picked up his pace again. If I guessed correctly, that zombie must be an alpha-level monster. I named it. The head zombie maid. Xiahou Rin still had the heart to comment, but now there was no one around to shout 666. Taisher Changyun had an anxious look on his face. "Brother Xiahou, it's already that time of the year. So let's stop pulling all this nonsense. It's better to think about what to do." Xiahou Ren glanced behind him and then comforted the crowd. "Don't worry everyone. That zombie head maid isn't catching up. It's only the four zombie ants that are catching up. In my 10 years of experience with Netflix, power walkers like Auntie Walker are usually slow." The crowd glanced back at the words, and after seeing that what Xiahou Ren said was true, they were slightly relieved. "Reasonable." Taisher Changyun directly nodded. But no sooner had he clicked the button than a zombie ant came flying in and toppled him out of the room. Taisher Changyun tumbled for a while and spat out blood from his mouth after stabilizing his form. "Reasonable, you sister." Just as he finished cursing, the zombie ant who had knocked him away used a Tarzan move, her fat body creating a huge shadow that enveloped him. Taisher Changyun instantly looked desperate. Is he going to be accounted for here? Just then, Su Hu came barreling over the side and knocked the zombie ant into the ground. "Brother Su." "Thanks," Taisher Changyun said gratefully. "Hurry up," Su Hu urged. Taisher Changyun hurriedly climbed up, while Su Hu slammed some tables and chairs on this zombie ant to stall for time. At that moment, the other three zombie ants rushed over. The four of them spread their legs and ran, pushing over some debris on the way, trying to create an obstacle to the zombies' pursuit. But it's not much use. Auntie Walker is incredibly strong and runs like a road roller, either sending obstacles flying or crushing them along the way. Ho ho ho! The zombie ants were approaching so fast that the four could even smell the rotting odor of their bodies. Xiahou Ren couldn't help but curse angrily. TM, shouldn't anti-zombie be a power zombie? Why is she still so fast? This doesn't make sense. Hearing Xiahou Ren's words, Sun Jingjiang was suddenly inspired and shouted, "Everyone follow me." With that, it was a sharp turn into another walkway. The remaining three followed closely behind. The zombie ants, on the other hand, due to their speed and their large and inflexible size, couldn't break and fell to the ground one after another. However, they quickly climbed to their feet and resumed their pursuit. Next, Sun Jingjiang specializes in picking the kind of corner to run. Anyway, he has the eye of probing, equal to open the map hanging, not afraid of getting lost. Over time, the zombie ants would have some trouble catching up. Zhangzi, it's up to you at the critical moment. Ha 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 ha. Xiahou Ren laughed triumphantly. Unsurprisingly, as long as that zombie head maid doesn't show up, we're off the hook. Hearing this, the other three who had just breathed a sigh of relief had their faces darken like the bottom of a pot. You shut the fuck up. Not only Sun Jingjiang and Taisher Changyun, even the always good-tempered Su who glared viciously at Xiahou Ren. Luck shouldn't be that bad, said Xiahou Ren, scratching his head awkwardly. Soon enough, the head zombie maid who appears ahead of him proves that his luck is just that bad. The head zombie maid had a mouth full of blood, still holding an arm in her hand, and her empty pupils made the four people's scalps numb as she looked at them. Woe is not alone. The zombie ants caught up at that point. Ho ho ho! Despair and fear instantly enveloped the four. At this moment, Sun Jingjiang pushed open the large iron door behind her. Everyone, come in. Early on in his escape, he planned his course of action. This big iron gate should last quite a while, and as for after that, whatever, let's just get through the moment. It's still Zhang Zi who was reliable in critical moments. Taisher Changyun and Su who hurriedly entered inside the large iron gate. But when it was Xiahou Ren's turn, Xiahou Ren didn't come in and even closed the door with his hand. Sun Jingjiang shouted through the doorway. Xiahou Ren, you bastard, what are you doing? Xiahou Ren laughed. Of course it's a 4-point belt. This guy is going to draw off the walkers alone. After Sun Jingjiang understood what he was going to do, his eyes instantly turned red. Paralyzed, bring your head, get your ass in here. Su Hu and Taisher Changyun also joined in the persuasion. Jen, stop it, come on in. Yes, brother Xiahou, come on in. Xiahou Ren put away his smile and stared at Sun Jingjiang. Everyone goes to the same university. You really think you're much smarter than me? This iron gate can't hold them back for long. Don't say anything, I'm going to distract them. You fart. 2 more laps and I'll get you out of here. You don't have to be a hero. Sun Jingjiang's mouth shouted words she didn't believe herself. Reason told him. Because of the presence of the zombie head maid, it was only a matter of time before they were caught up. Sacrificing Xiahou Ren is undoubtedly the best option. But he couldn't take it. Even though this guy Jen talks to him every day, he's always treated him like a brother. Xiahou Ren, however, acted very calmly, a far cry from his usual hangdog appearance. Okay, chapters, let's get out of here before everyone dies here. With that, Xiahou Ren unleashed the blast wind envoy and ran in the opposite direction. Xiahou Ren, Jen, brother Xiahou, the three hissed, but Xiahou Ren was already far away. In order to attract the zombie's attention, Xiahou Ren also threw the fire axe in his hand towards the zombie head maid. Ah! Sun Jingjiang knocked hard on the iron door, crying with her nose and eyes mixed together, but thinking that Xiahou Ren's sacrifice could not be in vain, he still forced himself to endure his grief and locked the iron door. Let's go! The trio turned their grief into strength and turned to run wildly. They're going to live with Xiahou Ren's share. But soon, the harsh reality gave them a headache. This is Fubuki. Looking at this zombie in front of them, despair was written all over the faces of the three. At some point, Uncle Fu had actually felt his way up from downstairs and had avoided Sun Jingjiang's probing eyes. Buzz! With a distance of 20 meters, Fu Bo arrived instantly, moving at high speed and even wiping out a sonic boom. Fu Bar, Uncle Fu, I'm Changyun. Taisher Changyun tried to wake up Uncle Fu, but at the moment, Fubuki had completely turned into a zombie and didn't respond to his calls at all. Roar! Fu Bar let out a hoarse hiss. The terrifying pressure of the late stage of the celestial realm caused the three to be unable to even breathe, let alone escape. Fu Bo stretched out a withered arm and slowly reached out to Sun Jingjiang, about to enjoy this wonderful blood meal. Why? Sun Jingjiang used the last of her strength to let out an unwilling growl. At this moment, he did not suffer from the loss of hope for life. He only blamed himself for failing Xiahou Ren's sacrifice. Bang! Just as Fu Bo was about to touch Sun Jingjiang, a golden stick came out of nowhere and sent Fu Bo flying. Pan Long Luyan stick. Taisher Changyun looked at the stick and his jaw dropped out in shock. Could it be that someone from the clan had come to their rescue? Look over. But the one holding the stick was a giant red golden monkey. Its huge body was up to the ceiling, and it could only move around the floor if it was hunched over. This is, what kind of monster? The three people who were originally hopeful were once again in despair. At that moment, Fu Bo dragged his tattered body up and let out a hoarse low roar towards the giant monkey. A look of humanized surprise appeared in the giant monkey's eyes before he smashed Fu Bo into a pulp with a stick. Purple blood splattered. Seeing this scene, the three of them were scared out of their wits. A being that can kill Fu Bar in seconds. That war power isn't just flying in the sky. Oh, my god. How long has it been since the end of the world and this kind of monster has appeared? It's over. It's over. It's completely over. Just then, a familiar voice came from the giant monkey. Where's Xiahou Run? This voice. Is Brother Chen, Senior Brother Chow? The three of them looked towards the giant monkey, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, a youth walked out from behind the giant monkey. It was Chao Tianchen. Although they had already guessed this possibility, the moment they saw Chao Tianchen, the three of them were still shocked to the point of petrification, their brains going into a state of downtime and their ears buzzing. This giant monkey that could only kill the zombie Fubo in a single strike was actually Chao Tianchen's battle pet. Jesus! It's just so far off the original spectrum that the more you think about it, the more outrageous it gets. One must know that Fubo was not some cat or dog. After turning into a zombie, Fubo was a terrifying existence at the late stage of the celestial mirror. Her strength is far stronger than the zombie maiden who drove them into a corner. When facing the head zombie maid, they were still able to run away, but when facing Fubuki, they couldn't even breathe. Of course, using the head zombie maid as a measuring stick is not a good idea, because for them, that zombie maid chief strength is still unfathomable. Its strength definitely had the celestial realm. They were not qualified to fight at all. The next level up from the head zombie maid is the zombie ant, but the only zombie ant they've defeated is still the one they've shaded to death. Therefore, anti-zombies' true combat power remains difficult to estimate, and it's not appropriate to use it as a comparator. Come to think of it, the only thing that could be compared to them was the zombie maid, the late metamorphosis level zombie maid. They were able to defeat it by gathering the strength of 5 people, whereas the zombie maid is a normal monster. The zombie ant is an elite monster. By any conservative estimate, the zombie ant is more than a step ahead of the zombie maid. To this point, the following comparison formula came to mind for the 3 men. The 5 is almost equal to zombie maid zombie anti-zombie head maid zombie foobar giant monkey. They compared to this giant monkey, not to say 100,000 miles difference. Right, erasing the zero, 100,000 miles difference should be there. And such an existence was actually Chao Tianchen's battle pet. Let's just say that people don't experience the end times the same way. Until Chao Tianchen stood in front of them, the 3 of them still couldn't believe their eyes and froze for a moment before breaking out into excited shouts. Tatsu! Senior Brother Chao! Brother Tatsu, you finally come! At the thought of Xiahou Run, who was still in danger, Sun Jingjiang immediately spoke incoherently, her voice trembling. Xiahou Run he. Chao Tianchen's heart snapped and he hurriedly asked after him. What happened to Xiahou Run? Xiahou Run. He. The more agitated Sun Jingjiang became, the more he couldn't speak, so angry that he punched his own heart. Something happened to Xiahou Run. Chao Tianchen immediately looked at the other 2. What the hell happened? Su Hu was also agitated and at a loss for words. The situation they encountered was really hard to describe. Taisher Changyun was the first to calm down and pointed in a direction. Senior Brother Chao, go save Brother Xiahou, keep going. There's a big iron gate there. That's where we last encountered it. Chao Tianchen's pupils shrunk, and the memories of his previous life once again flooded his mind. Is it possible that history is about to repeat itself? No, never. I won't allow it. Flametail, Chao Tianchen shouted. Flametail immediately landed on all 4s, allowing him to ride up, and then ran in the direction Taisher Changyun had pointed, so fast that it looked like he was pulling up a cluster of flames. Xiahou Run, hold on to me, Chao Tianchen shouted in his heart. Xiahou Run sat paralyzed on the ground covered in blood. The overuse of his powers had caused him to run out of light. The 4 zombie ants surrounded him with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes, but they didn't launch an attack, instead waiting for an order from the bereaved head maid. Is it going to end? It's a bit disheartening. I awakened my psychic abilities, and I thought I was going to start a different life. Xiahou Run smiled to himself. Sure enough, novels are all lies. Losers are losers, and you can't buck the trend by getting a little lucky once in a while. The zombie head maid walked slowly. It stared at Xiahou Run, dark green saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. Instinct told it that eating this human with supernatural abilities would inevitably result in great benefits, but by the time it reaches its tier of zombies, it has become a new life form. There will be something more sought after than just instinct. For example, the flavor. The head zombie maid thought that humans in despair tasted better. The humans in front of us need a little more cooking. Roar. It came up to Xiahou Ren's face and let out a sharp, low roar, wanting Xiahou Ren to get up close and personal with death and feel despair. Xiahou Ren, however, bristled in disdain. Scare me? Foolish thing. He squeezed the last ounce of strength out of his body and stood up, then glanced around, picked up the half-broken wooden stick beside him, and pointed it at the head zombie maid. Do you know what a top man is? The kind that's full of arrows and can still charge forward? I'm a top laner. Would I be afraid of a damn thing like you? With that said, He struck the head of the head zombie maid with a stick. Wood chips splattered. Zombie head maid? This attack does 0 damage to it. But what it cares about is that the prey tastes worse. The zombie head maid grumped up and stared at Xiahou Run with a fierce light in her eyes. It was true that the prey still had to be made to feel despair and pain. Xiahou Run stared at it viciously. Come on, dog. Roar. The zombie head maid bites hard. And Xiahou Run is ready to meet his death. Just in the nick of time. A fireball shot sharply. Boo. The fireball exploded on the zombie head maid. Sparks were flying. The zombie head maid let out an agonizing wail as it struggled. But the flames grew hotter and hotter, eventually burning it into a streak of ash. The sudden turn of events equally startled Xiahou Run. He looked in the direction the fireball had come from. One could only see Chao Tianqian riding a reddish-golden-colored giant monkey speeding in, his posture as if he was a god descending from the heavens, his domineering aura leaking out. After knowing that he could still live, Xiahou Run immediately lost the heroic spirit he had just had. His legs trembled, and the urge to urinate went straight to the sky. Father Tatsu, help me! At this moment, the 4 zombie ants had lost the control of the zombie head maid and were lunging towards him. Flametail, finish them off! With Chao Tianqian's command, Flametail spat out 4 extremely fast-firing fireballs. Chirp, 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 boom, 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 boom. All 4 zombie ants were instantly struck and quickly caught fire, turning into ashes within moments. Xiahou Run, are you alright? When Chao Tianqian arrived, he jumped off the Flametail and pulled Xiahou Run up. Xiahou Run, who had survived the calamity, cried out directly, Brother Chen, I almost thought I was going to hang. You came just in time, woohoo. Chao Tianqian immediately checked him up. Slightly injured, but not life-threatening. Chao Tianqian was instantly relieved, and seeing that he was still crying, he teased, cry a hammer, aren't you the self-proclaimed charging, gutsy, death-defying top laner? Are you scared of this? Almost all dying. What's wrong with crying a little? Xiahou Run muttered, wiped his tears, but he stopped crying, only his body was still slightly trembling. Chao Tianqian didn't say anything else, instead letting Xiahou Run slow down on his own. The fear that death brings to a person is unimaginable to those who have not personally experienced it. Actually, Xiahou Run is already pretty good. Thinking about it, he was depressed for days after experiencing his first return from the dead. Xiahou Run slowed down and looked at Flametail beside him, and couldn't help but gulp. It was this giant monkey that had just destroyed all 5 zombies, including the head zombie maid, without any effort. Brother Chen, is this monkey your battle pet? Xiahou Run wanted to say monkey, but with his 10 years of experience in online writing, this giant monkey must be intelligent. It is not polite to say monkey, so he honored of monkey brother. As expected, after hearing Xiahou Run refer to himself as brother monkey, Flametail couldn't help but straighten his back, then just hit his head. Chao Tianqian, on the other hand, didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say anything about the system to anyone, and made it up as he went along. It's sort of my supernatural ability. I can summon it. Alamancy. Xiahou Ren's mouth opened so wide that he could fit an egg in it, and then he screamed out, you call that psychic powers? Hell with psychic powers, you're on a roll. He had thought that his awakened Bladewind envoy was bullish enough. Facing a siege of 5 zombies, he was able to hold out until now by relying on the blistering wind to make the flashes. Xiahou Ren was still quite proud in his heart. He was finally Ouyang possessed for once, awakened a superpower. But now, his pride had been slammed to pieces, not to mention stomped on twice. Compared to Chao Tianqian, he's nothing. People give away the ultimate boss straight out of the gate. How the hell are we supposed to play? Are people so different from each other? Xiahou Ren. Seeing Xiahou Ren return, Sun Jingjiang immediately came up and gave him a big hug. Good thing Xiahou Ren came back alive. Otherwise he'd have to die of guilt. Xiahou Ren was hugged and ripped into the wound, grimacing in pain. Get your ass out of here. I'm not good at this. With such words on his lips, he did not push Sun Jingjiang away. Chao Tianqian saw that the two of them were so base, and hurriedly separated them. He was afraid that if the two of them got any more melodramatic, they would bring him to tears as well. Jen, you're finally back. When Sun Jingjiang let go, Su Hu hugged Xiahou Ren again, and this being couldn't control his emotions and cried directly. When Su Hu cried, he brought Xiahou Ren, whose emotions had just stabilized, to tears as well. A brother meets a brother after a robbery. Chao Tianqian suddenly felt like sand had gotten into his eyes. It's great to be able to make up for regrets in a previous life in this one. When the crowd had slowed down, Xiahou Ren spoke at length about his heroic deeds. Chao Tianqian had to admit that this guy was really heartless. In the face of 5 zombie siege, that is not even frowned. Shouted, blast wind big treasure sword Xiahou Ren here. Who dares to make trouble? 5 zombies froze in place in fear. Silent. Xiahou Ren used his hands and feet to mold himself into a tall and powerful image. Brother Ren is mighty. Su Hu clapped his hands when he heard the excitement. Sun Jingjiang, who was the best detrimental friend, was also in a rare situation today that she didn't split the stage, intending to let this brat have his way. Brother Xiahou is awesome. Taisher Chanyun was filled with admiration. Although there are only 4 words, how many people have been able to do so throughout the ages? Seeing the crowd reacting in such a manner, the corners of Xiahou Ren's mouth were suddenly harder to suppress than AK. Right, almost forgot about my monkey. Xiahou Ren came to Flame Tail's side and introduced, "This is my monkey brother, Flame Tail. He is my father Chen's battle pet. In the future, all of you have some eyesight and be polite when you see my monkey brother." He was smug, looking like my monkey brother would cover me from now on. The gazes of the remaining 3 shifted to Flame Tail, whose massive form cast shadows in the moonlight that were hideous. Awe is in the air. They naturally knew about the existence of the Flame Tail before Xiahou Ren did, but before they had a chance to take a good look at it, Chao Tianchen rode it to the rescue. Sun Jingjiang couldn't help but open her probing eyes. Next, God's color changed in shock. Chapter. What's wrong? Xiahou Ren asked. The rest of the group looked over. The zombie maid observed earlier was white. The zombie ant was cyan. And the head zombie maid and Fubar were both blue. Sun Jingjiang glanced at Flametail, gulped, and slowly spoke under the gaze of the crowd. And its color is reddish gold. A reddish gold color? This is clearly a higher level of existence. Su Hu exclaimed. White is normal monsters. Cyan is elite monsters. And blue is leader monsters. Theoretically, the next level down is the big leader and boss level. Xiahou Ren said and paused. But reddish gold. That's a bit of a pushy color, when extrapolated as 2 tiers higher. I'm going to take a wild guess with my 10-year-old bookworm status that my monkey should be a big boss or ultimate boss type of monster. Ahem. Battle pet. Xiahou Ren a meal analysis fierce as a tiger. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but look sideways. There's something about this kid. Although there is a bit of a difference in the designation, Flametail is really what this tier is all about. Chao Tianchen said. Flametail belongs to the Beast King, and it's still an upper-level Beast King among the Beast Kings. There's nothing to hide about this. After all, Sun Jingjiang possessed the eye of scrying, and if she saw a little more of the ferocious beasts in the future, sooner or later, she would be able to deduce the tier of the Flametail. Upper Beast King. Sounds like a high level of compulsion. The crowd was envious. Taisher Chanyun was even more jealous to the core. Of course, he wasn't jealous of Chao Tianchen, but he was jealous of Sun Tianzi. With such an awesome brother-in-law, that kid is probably going to die of complacency. How come his old sister didn't catch such a golden son-in-law? What a no-brainer. Inside the Lu Yun sect, Tai Shi Yuhao, who had just finished meditating, sneezed, and suddenly felt a bit of an itchy hand, wanting to beat up his younger brother. The goddess of mercy is right. These strange energies really do tend to disturb the mind. Su Hu looked towards Chao Tianchen and rubbed his hands together. He. Brother Chen, how did you take in this battle pet? I don't want one as strong as Monkey. A weak one would be fine. At those words, Sun Jingjiang and Taisher Chanyun also looked over, their eyes burning. Who wouldn't want such a powerful battle pet? Chao Tianchen was a little embarrassed. He did originally have a subservient contract, but gave it away. Even if you don't count Taisher Chanyun, it's still not enough to share awe. At that moment, Xiahou Ren popped up and relieved him. Don't even think about it, guys. My monkey was summoned by Tatsu with his powers. Alamancy? The 3 were filled with disappointment. The powers are randomized, so it seems like a no-brainer. Then the heart flooded with acid. They struggled to fight the monsters and upgrade, and almost didn't get killed by the group. But Chao Tianchen summoned a big boss in the opening and pushed across the map. The gap was really not that big. Xiahou Ren comforted. There's nothing to envy. Although Monkey is powerful, there are some major flaws. Major flaw? Chao Tianchen froze for a moment. What major flaws could there be in the Beast King that he was so proud of? Too big to maneuver in some tight places. Chao Tianchen. Su Hu. Taisher Chanyun. All I can say is, what a big flaw. Sun Jingjiang said. You're being one-dimensional. The large size is just the more obvious flaw. Xiahou Ren revealed a honeyed smile that everyone was drunk. According to the law of conservation of energy, such a powerful battle pet, if you want to summon it, you're bound to pay a hefty price. For example, paying a quarter of your soul, dropping a level in your realm, or something like that. And, if I guessed correctly, the cooldown of this summon ability is extremely long. It's more like 10 days and a half months. Less like a week. Flametail looked confused. What was this human saying? I could understand every word he said, but together I couldn't understand it. Could it be that I haven't awakened enough spiritual wisdom? But others, after hearing this, nodded their heads and called it very reasonable. Brother Rin is worthy of being a 10-year-old bookworm, comparable to the existence of half a reborn person. Bullish 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 bullish. Su Hu said. The reason people trust Xiahou Ren is still more because of his status as a 10-year-old bookworm. It's not as accurate as it should be every time, but it's good to be pretty close. Analysis is accumulated on a huge amount of reading. Just read more. Xiahou Ren held his head high and said modestly, "What's all this nonsense?" The corners of Chao Tianqian's mouth twitched as he wanted to tell the crowd. There's no limit to anything. But just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Xiahou Ren's, "Brother Tatsu, I know you don't want to talk about it. Brother, I understand. After all, under the end times, everyone has their own little secrets." Chao Tianqian died speechless. "Wait, that. Okay, Brother Tatsu, there are some things that you should see through. So let's stop here." Xiahou Ren interrupted Chao Tianqian once again. Then with a sighing face, he said, "As a half-reborn person, I have long since seen through this end times." At this point, the crowd showed understanding. "Brother Tatsu, as much as I want to know, brother, you mustn't say anything. Senior Brother Chao, even if you don't tell me, I still hold you up as a role model. Okay, Tatsu, everyone understands you. You don't have to be embarrassed." Chao Tianqian held his forehead with his hand. "Actually, I really don't fucking want to lay low. Never mind, let them be." Just then, there was a rattling sound from all around. "What's that noise?" Just as the crowd was puzzled, Chao Tianqian already knew that this was the sound made by the double chopper crab as it moved. Seaside Beach Park isn't safe anymore, so let's all evacuate. Flametail, clear the way. With Chao Tianqian's command, Flametail let out a sharp cry. "Open your mouth and breathe in. Spit." Bursting streams of inflammation rolled away. In the darkness, unknown creatures screamed continuously. In the meantime, the temperature around them soared. By the light of the fire, the crowd finally seemed to see the incoming creatures. It was a crab-like monster, ranging from 3 to 4 meters in length, with its pincers trimmed like a file. "What are these?" Su Hu exclaimed. "It should be a mutated animal," Xiahou Ren said. "It's the so-called ferocious beast." Chieftain, it's still Chieftain. Wait a minute, this purple one is supposed to be a Chieftain class, right? Through the eye of observation, Sun Jingzhang continuously recorded the tears of these ferocious beasts. The more he recorded, the more shocked he became. All of these beasts were actually not inferior to the zombie head maids they had encountered before. There have been more. However, what shocked him even more was that even though these monsters were so powerful and so numerous, they were in front of Flametail, like a mole cricket. Under the rolling flames, it can only be reduced to ashes. Is this the terror of an upper beast king? Sun Jingzhang looked toward Chao Tianqian. He could already imagine that his housemate, relying on this one superior beast king, would inevitably be able to reign supreme in this end times. Ha ha ha, all under the beast king are ants. Xiahou Ren said in a very neutral way. Monkey is awesome. Brother Chen is awesome. Su Hu shouted. Taisher Changyun inhaled slightly, his heart trembling. Flametail's strength is probably not even comparable to that of Lord Zhuguan. No, it even surpassed Lord Zhuguan. Jealousy of Sun Tianzi +1. However, at the moment, Chao Tianqian, however, furrowed his brows. Too much. There are too many double decapitated crabs in the alpha and macro alpha classes. The ferocious beasts of the chieftain level and the great chieftain level were a party of fiefdom nobles in comparison to the ancient world of humans, already able to gather a group of minions and dominate. They do not belong to each other. Unless, appears to be the king. Ow! A growl passed. The sound of grating footsteps followed. A huge, immense, green crab was crawling up the entire side of the hotel building, too big for it to burrow into the building. Crap! What kind of monster is this? Taisher Changyun burst out. It's so big, at least 6 meters long. Su Hu opened his mouth wide. Sun Jingzhang opened her eyes of scrying. The color on this crab's body. It's golden. Xiahou Ren had already named this king-grade double chopper crab. This sure a double-cut crab king should be at the beast king level. Don't panic. Though, it's not as awesome as my monkey, he added. As long as my monkey's summoning time hasn't ended, solving it is a matter of minutes. This statement was made. Sun Jingzhang, Su Hu, and Taisher Changyun looked over in unison. It shouldn't be that unlucky. Xiahou Ren scratched his head awkwardly. The crowd looked at Chao Tianqian in unison again. Chao Tianqian was directly speechless. The situation is just so unlucky. Flametail doesn't have much of a summoning duration, but the point is, if it was Flametail in its heyday, it would have inevitably hanged this cultivation double-cut crab king in minutes. But after a series of battles and running attacks, it had already consumed most of its physical strength and spiritual energy. If we fight hard at this time, it is difficult to predict the victory or defeat. Plus, the Shura Double Chopper Crab King wasn't alone, and with the other party using the Double Chopper Crab Swarms to keep wearing them out like this, Flametail would have to be consumed sooner or later. Brother Chen, do you have another battle pet? Sun Jingzhang asked. This was the point that made Chao Tianchen even more speechless. Flametail was already the smallest deeded spirit under his command. All the other deed spirits were comparable in size to a small mountain, and once they were summoned, without mentioning solving the opposite side, they would first crush the few people around them. Chao Tianchen frowned. Of course, he could also throw a few into the deity space and then use the space anchor point to run away. But, the deity space, was his biggest secret besides the system? No one is allowed in unless they are someone he trusts very much. 3 housemates is certainly no problem. However, Taisher Changyun was ultimately a member of the Luyun sect, and was still the type of person with family colors. Right now the relationship looks close, even living and dying together. But if faced with a choice of family interests, Taisher Changyun would inevitably sell him clean. How about killing Taisher Changyun? This thought flickered in Chao Tianxin's mind. It was then rejected. Taisher Changyun's death was not enough, but the 3 housemates hadn't fully adapted to the rhythm of the post-apocalyptic world at the moment, and killing Taisher Changyun would make them think that he was too cold-blooded. When that happens, it won't be worth it for the brothers to be at odds with each other. Taisher Changyun was still unaware that he had walked through the gates of hell and looked anxiously at the idol he worshipped. Senior Brother Chao, what should we do now? After a long battle, facing the tidal wave of double-cut crabs, Flametail's spiritual energy had been exhausted, and his physical strength was gradually running out. The Flametail did not possess a strong defense like other large deity spirits, and if it was approached by a large number of double chopping crabs, it would definitely risk falling. Moreover, these double chopping crabs attempted to bypass the Flametail to attack Chao Tianchen and the others behind it. This caused Flametail to have to expend even more stamina and go on the defensive. To make matters worse, Flametail was also limited by the terrain and could only fight on its back, unable to exert its full power. In short, the fight was a stifling one. Whatever, let's try the contract first and see what this guy is wishing for. Chao Tianchen lightly called out in his heart. System, selected contract object Shura Double Cut Crab King. Wish reading. Wish read. Shura Double Cut Crab King's killing heart, kill all humans. Duration of mission, unlimited. Failure penalty, the system will enter a 7-day cooldown. Although Chao Tianchen had expected it, he still couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed when he actually saw this mission. Most of the post-apocalyptic ferocious beasts were murderous and especially liked to kill humans. It is not surprising that this desire was born. What a headache. Looks like the future of the deed is not so smooth sailing. But, in this way, it would instead prove how right a decision it was for him to specialize in picking out Beast King contracts before the end of the world. It was not in vain that he had expended so much effort. System, give up the mission. Chao Tianchen murmured in his heart. This kind of quest is definitely not doable, so it's better to give up early and let the system cool down early. Mission abandoned. Penalty on. Systems will go into a 7-day cooling. The countdown begins. At this moment, Flametail was already somewhat unable to hold on, and a large number of double chopper crabs crawled to less than 5 meters away from them, and all of them began to turn white with fear. Without further delay, Chao Tianchen offered his final card, the Possessed Spirit Contract. Possession Spirit Contract, a one-time prop that possesses an animal and fully adapts to its body and abilities for 30 minutes. It's up to you at the critical moment. Chao Tianchen uttered a word of emotion in his heart and made a Possessed Spirit Pact on the Shura Double Cut Crab King. The Shura Double Cut Crab King's body stiffened. Instinctive resistance ensued. Chao Tianchen utilized his massive spiritual power to forcefully suppress it. And even though he was one major rank lower than the cultivator Double Cut Crab King, he still seized control of its body. However, the control was shortened to 10 minutes. But it's enough. Chao Tianchen controlled the Shura Double Cut Crab King and gave orders for the Double Cut Crab Swarm to retreat. The double chopper crabs don't understand it though, but the king's orders, they dare not defy. Looking at the double chopper crab swarm that was like a scattered tide, the crowd was a bit stunned. Is it hard to believe that it's a trap? Sun Jingzhang guessed. When you make a break, you will suffer, no matter what the situation is. Since there's a chance right now, let's hurry up. Without much explanation, Chao Tianchen dropped this sentence and took the lead to leave. Looking at his back, the crowd felt an inexplicable sense of security and immediately chose to follow. Less than 10 minutes, Chao Tianchen then led the team and went out of the seaside beach park. Find a place to rest first. By the way, revive Phantom Hitomi. Thinking of the soon-to-be resurrected Phantom Hitomi, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but get a little excited. I'm really looking forward to it. Not long after Chao Tianchen and his group left, several more waves of people rushed out one after another from the seaside beach park. all in a very sorry state of appearance. When these people got together, shock was written on every face. TM. The country-faced middle-aged man at the head of the group sorted out a nationalist phrase, and then inquired about the situation of the group. A tall and skinny henchman hurriedly reported, "Boss, Erlong didn't come out, neither did Zhang Bing, and..." The middle-aged man was none other than the owner of Seaside Beach Park, Lu Qian. "Enough, Dairon." As his men reported out each name, Lu Qian spat out more and more blood as he listened, interrupting his men. "Forget the dead ones, just say who else is in the cadre that followed them out." Big Dragon said, "Me, and 3 dragons, Cat's sister." Lu Qian froze. "No more?" "Nope." De Lung shook his head and added, "Both of them were seriously injured and are still unconscious." Lu Qian was silent for a moment and lit a cigarette. He had been mixing with New Water City for so many years, and he had up to a dozen competent generals above the late stage of the metamorphosis level under his command. This was also the reason why he dared to throw his face at those clan families. But now, it's back to liberation overnight. The point is, he didn't even know what was happening. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he kicked over the trash can next to him. The trash can clunked as if it was mocking him. Seriously, he usually has a pretty good heart. But today, Dallin, tear down this trash can. Finally, it wasn't the demolished trash cans that changed Lu Qian's mood, but the swarm of double-chopped crabs that chased him out. After Lu Qian escaped to safety, he finally calmed down and began to think about the situation at hand. What are those monsters? Can it be true that mutated animals were born from the previous release of nuclear wastewater from the island, as reported on the marketing public? And what is the purple mist? Is it a haze? Or is it a chemical gas? Why did the bottleneck I've been stuck in for 10 years seem to loosen after it appeared? And what are those huge figures I saw in the purple mist? Lu Jack's mind was a mess. At this time, Big Dragon came to report again. "Boss, just now it was too dark. The people under his hand didn't pay attention to look and saved a woman he didn't recognize out of the way. What do you care? Just throw her on the road and let her destroy herself." Lu Qian was in a terrible mood. "But, she has the Celestial Realm." Celestial Realm? Lu Jack's complexion twitched. The Celestial Realm wasn't some cat or dog. There was bound to be something fishy about appearing in his territory. "Show me." Led by De Lung, Lu Qian saw a blonde woman with blue eyes. It was Dr. Helen. Helen awoke with a start, recalling the hellish scene she had just encountered, and the fear instantly assaulted her brain, causing her to tremble. The sudden outbreak of a crab wave engulfs her and her men, and she has to use her overdraft potion again, but still passes out halfway. "Who are you? Why are you here?" At the sound of the query, Helen snapped back to her senses. She looked up and stood before her was a middle-aged man with a scrutinizing gaze. Helen calmed down. "Looks like she's off the hook. Saved by the gang." This time, the mutant sea crabs were really weird and nothing like the ones in the lab. However, Jasho's gang should be dead and buried. Right now, she was severely injured and her men were all destroyed, so she had no choice but to follow the group first. Helen thought about it and spoke with deliberation. "My name is Tina, and as you can see, I am a Midii. But I have lived very much in the Dragon Kingdom for many years, working in scientific research. I forgot to mention that I'm a biologist." As soon as the words biologist were uttered, those present instantly evoked horrific memories of the crab tide. "Do you know something?" Lu Qian couldn't help but ask. The corners of Helen's mouth couldn't help but flutter. Chao Tianchen and his group exited the Seaside Beach Park and came to a 24-hour convenience store. Inside the store, blood was everywhere. Only a calf-sized mutant dog was seen gnawing on the corpse of the shopkeeper. Sun Jingzhang opened her eyes of scrying. Late metamorphosis level, an elite level ferocious beast. When the mutant dog heard the commotion, it turned back to look at the crowd, and a ferocious light flared up in its eyes as it lunged out. Roar! Roar! Woo! The mutant dog was halfway through its pounce when it suddenly saw Flametail standing behind the crowd, and its bark dropped directly from a tenor to a male whisper, and then down to whimper. Then he lowers his head and sniffs around on the ground as if looking for something. Pass by the crowd again. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a regular dog. Crowd. The mutant dog took advantage of the moment when the crowd froze and took off running, disappearing into the darkness. Is this dog a sperm? Xiahou Ren couldn't help but spit. There's enough stuff in the convenience store for us, so let's just fix it here. Chao Tianchen put away the flametail and then began to command. Everyone move their stuff first and block the door. Then, set up the torches. Position them all, and watch out for misfires. By the time the packing was done, the exhausted crowd could finally catch their breath and practically fall asleep. They're lucky. Well, at least there's food and shelter and security. But how many people will never wake up in this long dark night? Although Chao Tianchen was also tired, he still had things to do. Resurrection Phantom Poople. Inside the deeded spirit space, Chao Tianqian followed the drawings of the Soul Restoration Formation and built the formation, the material being stones made up of cement. Formations don't really require much in the way of materials. The key is in the recovery element. When everything is ready, Chao Tianqian placed the perfect grade spiritual body container purple bead in the center of the Soul Restoration Formation and then called out to the system. System, deliver the mission. Mission delivery in progress. Nini's resurrection. Collect all the elements of resurrection to help Nini come back to life. Recovery elements. The revived soul of the charmed pupil, 1/1. Special spiritual container, 1/1. 3. Sufficient psychic energy, 5123/1000. Return of the soul formation, 1/1. Elements have been assembled. Start the resurrection. Under the control of the system, Phantom Hitomi's revived soul, as well as a huge amount of spiritual energy, surged towards the purple bead in the center of the soul restoration formation. About an hour passed. The purple bead became more and more solid and gradually transformed into the image of a fox. However, unlike before, at this moment, Phantom Hitomi had grown 3 tails. Could it be a metamorphosis? Chao Tianqian was vaguely excited. Phantom Pupil was originally at the Heavenly King level, and then metamorphosis is not going to be a Beast Emperor, and then it is also a Quasi-Emperor, right? Unknown metamorphosis of the spirit. Is there a greater investment in spiritual energy? Is there a greater investment in evolving like fog? Add. It must be added. Chao Tianqian didn't hesitate in the slightest. The system then began to extract the spiritual energy again, as well as the large mass of purple mist suspended within the deity space, and put it into the soul return formation. Phantom Hitomi's body became more and more solid. I don't know how long it took, but the sky outside was all faintly white, and the first dawn of the end times descended. Just when Chao Tianqian was stuck to death, Phantom Hitomi's body emitted a blinding flashy light. The flashy light dispersed. A weak girl floated in mid-air, only 14 or 15 years old. Her skin is smooth and delicate as a peel egg. 3 green-colored fluffy tails wrapped her body. The young girl's eyes were closed, but it was still a sure sign that she was bound to have regal eyes. Mission accomplished. Satisfaction rating, yes. Comment, thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. Nima, I'm a decent guy and you're playing this for me. Chao Tianqian straightened up and cried out. However, when he fixed his eyes on it, he felt that the image of the young girl that the phantom pupil had manifested was very familiar. Wait, how come it looks a bit like a young version of Lu Xianyao? Ha! Phantom Hitomi opened her eyes, her emerald pupils taking in the spirit as she instantly locked onto the location of Chao Tianqian's spiritual energy and then looked over. Master! The chimera pupil lightly opened her shell teeth, her voice clear and crisp like an oriole bird. Speak! Speak? Chao Tianqian was very shocked, but think about it and let it go. What's wrong with speaking human when you can become human? Chao Tianqian looked at her young version of Lu Xianyao appearance. The heart has a kind of indescribable strange feeling. A little snack chicken. Couldn't help but ask, do you know who Lu Xianyao is? Charming Hitomi blinked her big eyes with a blank expression and shook her head gently. I don't know. Don't remember. Could it be amnesia? Then how did you transform into this appearance? Chao Tianqian asked again. Phantom Hitomi cocked her little head, pondered for a moment, and said, I constructed it based on the deepest image in my master's mind, and then combined it with my master's preferences. Chao Tianqian immediately stared with wide eyes. He felt his character had been insulted. Don't you talk nonsense. What does your constructing an image have to do with my preferences? You've known me for a few days and you know my preferences? Phantom Hitomi's small face bulged, very unconvinced. I know, the master's preference is. Alright, Chao Tianqian terminated the topic and asked, is this the only form you have? This half-beast lady is really eye-catching. If summoned, those who don't know will think he's some kind of BT. If Guochan knew he thought so, he would inevitably ask a rhetorical question, isn't it? Phantom Hitomi shook her head. No, I have a total of 3 forms. The half-human form, the green fox form, and the human form. I'm in my half-human form right now. Master, let me show you the other 2 forms. With that, he transformed into a petite 3-tailed green fox. Then, it transforms into human form. Immaculate NA. Wait a minute, can you say something when you change? I'm not prepared for this at all. Chao Tianqian was caught off guard. He didn't realize that Lu Xianyao had developed so well when she was a child. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. Perhaps feeling shocked for too long, Chao Tianqian coughed. You'd better turn into a green fox first. Later, I'll find you some clothes to wear. Don't catch a cold. Chao Tianqian added. Phantom Hitomi pouted her lips in a very aggravated manner. Oh, and reluctantly transformed into her green fox form. And a tantrum? Is this the collection of a great lady? Chao Tianqian shook his head helplessly. He then checked the information on Phantom Hitomi. Spirit, charmed pupil. Race, Heavenly Charmed Fox. Realm, Late Warrior Rank. Alien Power, Heavenly Phantom Pupil. Skills, Royalty. Magic Pupil, Dual Life. Right Pupil, Dissipation. Left Pupil, Focus. Charming Emperor's Bloodline. Quality of the Emperor. Being this unit is the King of Kings. The future Emperor of Kings has 30 times the base attributes of its peers. The Heavenly Phantom Demon Pupil, variant a powerful demonic pupil that strengthens mental power. Magic Pupil Dual Life. Deed Heavenly Phantom Magic Pupil is two sides of one body, and can select a bonded person to share the ability of the magic pupil with it. Unique Binding Object, Chao Tianshan. Right Pupil Escape. Main the right pupil of a Heavenly Chimera's magic pupil extends mental energy and makes it possess an infiltration effect. Left Pupil Focus. Main the left pupil of a Heavenly Chimera's magic pupil can level gather mental energy and allow it to be released or present in a variety of ways. Mimic Emperor Bloodline. Being for every major realm this unit raises, it grows an additional tail, while its mental strength is increased by 2 times. The unit also possesses 3 forms: Green Fox form, Half-Human form, and Human form. Activation Condition. Race is Celestial Charmed Fox. Beast Emperor. I finally have a Beast Emperor. Chao Tianshan was so excited that his heart was about to explode. Beast Emperor. Feral Beast Ceiling. An invincible presence in the end times. And the later the end times, the more invincible the Beast Emperor becomes. The only record of a Beast Emperor falling in the end times was when a Beast Emperor provoked the wrath of the crowd and met a siege of 7 Beast Emperors of the same level before falling. And the entire Dragon Kingdom couldn't come up with 7 Beast Emperors. In other words, after Phantom Hitomi grew up, as long as he didn't go all over the world looking for death, he was invincible. In her previous life, the reason why Lu Xianyao dared to brazenly claim the title of Emperor and dominate the area was due to the existence of the Phantom Pupil in her hands. Neither the fierce beasts nor the patrolling martial department could do a thing to her. And now, Phantom Hitomi had fallen into his hands. I'm sorry, Lu Xianyao. I'll take care of Phantom Hitomi for you. Chao Tianshan laughed. Though he couldn't see his face, he knew that he must be smiling sickly. Still, he wanted to laugh. Ahahahaha, ahahahaha, cough cough, ma batch. Choking on laughter, Chao Tianshan suddenly thought of something. Since in this life, the Phantom Pupil had fallen into his hands, Lu Xianyao's strength was bound to be greatly reduced. What if she doesn't have the strength and doesn't claim the throne? After all, a man of his high integrity can't do anything like driving history backwards. It's better to wait for someone else to do this kind of thing first. It's still a happy worry. Chao Tianshan wanted to laugh again. He covered his mouth, but the sound still came out. Jia jia jia. Brother Chen, you're up late at night. What are you laughing at? Xiaohoran was woken up and looked at Chao Tianshan with sleepy eyes. And you're laughing just because you're laughing. Why are you laughing so much like a villain? The voice is thieving and cheap. I'm the villain. And you're the mongrel under the villain. Go to sleep and leave me alone. Chao Tianshan dismissed Xiaohoran and then studied the charmed pupil skill. The Phantom Emperor's bloodline is awesome. And the mental power can be raised all the time. But it's a shame it can't be shared. The Emperor's capital. After the sharing was completed, 30 times the base attributes allowed him to directly go against the heavens. The attributes were infinitely close to the late warrior soldier rank. Heavenly Phantom Demon Pupil. Phantom Pupil's signature psychic ability is shared with him through a special contract. Straight H-bomb. Now I'm considered to have powers. A description of the magic pupil ability. Although it was written in a very mysterious manner, based on the memories about Phantom Hitomi from his previous life, Chao Tianshan was still able to make a rough guess. The ability of the right eye can be seen as a strengthened version of the searching eye, with the ability to mark. The ability of the left eye's biggest role is to release mental attacks. Currently, there is no such thing as a mental defense. Therefore, mental attacks are similar to real damage in some games, and are very powerful. Anyway, still have to practice sometime. Chao Tianshan suddenly tapped his head. Right, I almost forgot. I have an S-rank quest reward. Chao Tianshan then pulled up the quest reward. S-rank evaluation reward, blank pack tablet. GGG. Let's see what you're made of. Blank deed tablet. Write a paragraph of the content of the deed, and when it is done, the content will exist on the tablet forever. It is important that the content of the covenant meets the following requirements. Follow the principle of equivalence. Do not include conceptual content such as love or friendship. This thing doesn't seem to be of much use. Chao Tianshan couldn't help but mutter. A blank contract tablet, presumably a customizable permanent contract scroll. It is possible to make a contract with someone else on the condition of equal exchange and being pragmatic. But in the post-apocalyptic world, the most important thing is power. With power comes everything. And power was something he had never had enough of before. Who can come up with something to trade with him? By this time, the sky had brightened. Chao Tianshan yawned, and fatigue swept through his body. Just leave it for now. Rest for a while, then get up and test the heavenly charmed demon pupil. Chao Tianqian slept until the afternoon, and when he woke up, he gathered the remaining 4 and proposed the idea of going out. Sun Jingjiang was the first to object. Brother Tatsu, it's very dangerous out there right now. We'll just guard the convenience store, with plenty of supplies, and hold out for help. The officials will step in. Xiahou Ren and Su Hu both nodded their heads and said, Zhangzi has a point. Taisher Chanyun, however, did not agree with Sen Jingjiang's idea. Officials? With so many people in distress, when will the officials save us? According to me, we should just head straight to the flowing cloud view. The flowing cloud Guan is as strong as a cloud, and there's also the left Guan master sitting in the town, so it's definitely safer. Xiahou Ren and Su Hu thought about it, and again, they both couldn't help but nod their heads. What Brother Chanyun said seems to make sense. After Taisher Chanyun and Sun Jingjiang argued for a while, neither could convince anyone, and in the end, they both looked to Chao Tianqian, waiting for him to make the final decision. Chao Tianqian pondered for a moment and said, let's go back to New Water University. His aim was to dominate the end times, so naturally he couldn't go to a certain power as a guest house, and creating their own power. The college students in the school are undoubtedly best suited as henchmen. There are 3 reasons for this. 1. They are young, in peak physical condition, and extremely cost-effective to employ. 2. Most of them are very naive, have not experienced the social beatings, and are very good at fooling people. 3. There are both men and women among them, which will favor the balance of the power demographics by the end of the end times. Once things were settled, the 5 of them packed up some essentials and brought along a few large bags of food and water before moving the clutter away from the door. Before the trip, Chao Tianqian's face was serious as he said, my supernatural ability is still in the middle of cooling down. Everyone must be careful when acting. He had said this because he hoped that the 4 would sharpen themselves in battle instead of relying on him too much. Upon hearing this, the 4 people's horrifying memories of zombies and ferocious beasts struck them once again, and their expressions immediately became serious. Walk out the door of the convenience store. The sight in front of them caused the hearts of the 4 people other than Chao Tianqian to be shaken, and they lost their words for a long time. The streets that were once bustling are now empty and bleak. Claw marks were imprinted on the scrapped car. The faint smell of blood hung in the air, and the occasional oozing roar in his ears was chilling. It was as if the world had gone from a vibrant young man to an old man in the ICU overnight. Death is in the air. Go! Chao Tianqian had long since seen this kind of sight and greeted him. Walking at the very front, the remaining 4 returned to their senses and immediately followed. At the same time, look around warily. However, doesn't work. After walking for not long, the group was surrounded by 3 mutant cats in a narrow alleyway. Mutant cats are as big as adult Alaskans, and the blood on their whiskers means they've just gnawed on flesh and blood. As for what flesh and blood, it speaks for itself. The cat leader stood proudly on the roof of the room, licking its paws and looking at the 5 with a teasing look in its eyes, as if these humans had long been its dish. How could it be? My scrying eyes actually didn't detect these mutant cats. Sun Jingjiang was shocked. The crowd sniffed as if they were on the verge of an attack, being able to avoid the probing eye. These mutant cats were obviously not simple. Chao Tianqian, however, had a bashful face. In his right eye view, everything about the 3 mutant cats unfolded. Hidden Claw Boss, Qualification, Elite, Realm, Late Metamorphosis Level, Skills, Sneaking, Messy Claws, Sneak, when moving, you can hide your breath. Scrambled Claw, instantly unleashes several claw strikes. Cooldown, 60s, Hidden Claw Cat, Qualification, General, Realm, Mid-Metamorphosis Level, Skill, Sneaking, Hidden Claw Cat, omitted. The heavenly phantom demon pupils were really powerful, and could actually detect sneaking targets. Chao Tianqian lamented in his heart. Jingjiang, what is the range of your probing eye? Sun Jingjiang didn't know what Chao Tianqian was doing asking this at such a tense moment, but he answered truthfully. Take me as a radius. 50 meters. Chao Tianqian gently nodded his head. The probing range of the heavenly phantom demon pupil was as high as 1,000 meters, so it could only be said that it wasn't a star stronger. Sun Jingjiang was also a bit confused when he saw that he had no more to say, but he quickly tensed up. The 3 hidden claw cats had pounced. Prepare for battle, Sun Jingjiang exclaimed, and the quartet immediately went into battle mode. Su Hu moved forward with his pot raised. Sun Jingjiang held his bow and shot from afar, and Taisher Chanyun and Xiahou Ren struck from the left and right. They were now working together so well that they were actually fighting the 3 hidden claw cats, causing Chao Tianqian to be quite surprised. It was important to realize that the strength of ferocious beasts generally exceeded that of humans. Even a battle-weak one like the hidden claw cat would require at least 2 humans of the same level to deal with. The 4 of them were actually able to fight back and forth with 3 hidden claw cats, including an elite level 1. which was really quite good. Then let's try the left eye again. Chao Tianqian activated his heavenly phantom demon pupil, extracted a trace of spiritual energy, and then began to compress it. This thread of spiritual energy was quickly compressed into a thin needle. Shot. The hidden claw cat boss, who was originally in the midst of a great battle, suddenly felt as if his brain had been poked by something, and then slowly lost consciousness. To its dying day it doesn't understand what's going on. The foursome then seized the opportunity to slash at the hidden claw cat boss, beating his corpse to a bloody pulp. The other two hidden claw cats were terrified to see their boss in such a state, and scurried away in a puff of smoke. Chao Tianqian let them go in order not to reveal his abilities. Oi! The four erupted into cheers. Previously, against a late metamorphosis level zombie, they almost didn't break their Dao hearts. That's 4 against 3, decimating the enemy's leader. Finally, a raised eyebrow. Xiaohoren pried open the head of the hidden claw cat boss and took out its crystal core. How will this crystal core be divided? Don't split it, throw that thing away. Chao Tianqian interjected. Although the ferocious beast crystal core compared to the spiritual energy stone is, after filtering, relatively safe. However, taking too much of it can also cause the body to alienate and turn into a zombie, or there is a risk of bursting into flames. Ha! The four were very confused. Chao Tianqian didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say in a very metaphysical manner, I just feel that this thing is related to the purple mist, and it's a bit ominous. Since senior brother Chao said so, it must be so. Taisher Changyun instantly transformed into a little fanboy and showed his support for Chao Tianqian, because Chao Tianqian had predicted success. This crystal core can boost strength. Isn't it a pity to throw it away? And it's not like we have any other way to raise our strength. Xiaohoren still couldn't part with it. Chao Tianqian thought about it and thought it made sense. For ordinary people, apart from spiritual energy stones, crystal cores were already a very luxurious thing. Not everyone, after all, had a spirit contracted loan like he did, and could extract pure spiritual energy, then keep it for now. For the three roommates, he could have just gifted psychic energy, was not going to need this, but that doesn't mean others can't use it. Almost forgot. Crystal cores are still hard currency. In the future, just as the crowd was about to leave, the door to a nearby room opened and a group of people, both male and female, emerged from it. At the head of the group was a man with a slight build and a suit. All of you are young in age and have extraordinary strength. You are truly heroes. Right now the situation is chaotic. All the more reason for everyone to be united and help each other. At this point in the conversation, the man's meaning was already obvious. Wanting to seek shelter from Chao Tianqian and the others, Chao Tianqian couldn't help but sneer. This group of people, he had actually found out a long time ago. Just now the battle. They are in the house, do not come out. Cold eyes. Now that the ferocious beasts have been chased away, they jump out for help. How in the world can such a good thing happen? Chao Tianqian swept a glance at the slightly chubby man and coldly spat out a word. Get out! The slightly chubby man was instantly so angry that his face turned red. He, Song Shenga, is the head of the inspection team sent down by the provincial education department. Ever since he came to New Water City, he had been in the limelight along the way, and no one had ever dared to talk to him like that. However, in order to stay alive, Song Shenga decided to hold his breath and wait for the fall to settle the score. Song Shenga made a wink. Someone in the inspection team immediately stood out and angrily rebuked Chao Tianqian. Arrogant, do you know who this is before you? A burst of chatter ensued. Self-reporting. Chao Tianqian and the others now knew that the few people in front of them were of great importance. Enough, Song Shenga interrupted her subordinate. When we go out, we have to think of ourselves as the general public. How can we move around and use our status to pressure people? You quickly apologize to these children. Sorry, the subordinate apologized dryly, but didn't even look at Chao Tianqian and the others. Song Shenga looked at Chao Tianqian again and revealed an easygoing smile. Oh, it was our fault just now, and I apologize to you once again on behalf of our inspection team. Let's pair off on this. I also don't care about the fact that you just offended me. How about that? Song Shenga felt that with his status. Having said this, he had already given enough face. The corner of Chao Tianqian's mouth carried a faint mockery. Quite a lot of fun. We have 5 people hacking in the internet cafe. It's full and we don't take anyone with us. With that, he turned to leave. The remaining 4 followed suit and left, none of them having a good feeling about this group of people. Seeing that the 5 were determined to leave, Song Shenga immediately stopped up, looking like a madman. No, you must take me with you. You have to take me. He was too afraid of death. Otherwise he wouldn't have been the first to jump out and ask for help just now. At that point, the rest of the inspection team came running up. How can young people nowadays be so unsympathetic? Yeah, the world is going downhill. It's outrageous. I'll go back and reflect it upwards. Don't even fucking leave. If we don't leave, you don't leave either. The more these people talked, the more excited they became. Against ferocious beasts, they were coy, but against people, they were just bottomless. Seek death. Chao Tianqian was surrounded by killing intent. Song Shenga and the others were like falling into an ice cellar, so frightened that they didn't even utter a word. At that moment, another old man with gray hair appeared from behind the door. Su Hu. Hearing someone call his name, Su Hu turned around. Director Li Yutian. Li Yutian was happy. Thanks for remembering me, when you applied for the poor student, but I helped you. You can't not accept my favor. Su Hu was a bit at a loss for words as he looked at Chao Tianqian. Wanting to speak, Chao Tianqian raised an eyebrow. Although it is a bit of moral kidnapping, but since Li Yutian contributed to Su Hu's matter, he will help Su Hu return this favor. Bring it on. Li Yutian was so excited that he trembled and thanked him. He only wanted to live. Thank you, Brother Chen. Su Hu was touched. Chao Tianqian laughed. Such a small thing. What's there to be thankful for? After learning that the 5 were students at New Water University, several people on the inspection team suddenly wrote again. Song Shenga looked gloomy and growled loudly. Knowing that we're from the inspection team, how dare you see death and save us? I'll make it impossible for you to graduate. And what poor student? Disrespecting the leader. Can you be a poor student with this kind of character? Go back and I'll cancel your place. The words just fell. A knife plunged into his abdomen, the wound bursting and gurgling blood. The one holding the sword was none other than Chao Tianqian. The entire room was instantly dead silent. A pair of eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How dare he? Song Shenga stared at Chao Tianqian, his eyes filled with rage as he said with difficulty, You know the consequences of doing this. To kill you I need only 1 slash, but I intend to kill you with 8. Know why? Chao Tianqian asked rhetorically. Song Shenga froze. This first cut is the one I hate when people threaten me. Chao Tianqian stared at Song Shenga, his gaze as calm as water, while underneath that calmness, what was hidden were waves of anger. And these next 7 cuts are the ones I hate when people threaten those around me. Chao Tianqian pulled his sword out. Brush, 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 brush. Stabbed 7 times. Song Shenga pierced through his intestines. Dead as dead can be. Tough. It's too hard. Several of the inspection team were paralyzed with fear, some even wetting their pants. Chao Tianqian slowly looked at them with an icy expression. Sharp blades cut through. Blood splatters. Kill another person. Ah. There was a fat woman who let out a scream and ran like a dog, trying to get away from the place. The others reacted as well and began to frantically flee. Sun Jingzhang came back to his senses and busily shouted at Xiahou Ren's trio. Stop them. Then, armed with a bow, he shoots a fleeing man to death. The situation has reached the point of no return, and letting these people go will leave no end of trouble. After a moment of confusion, all 5 had blood on their hands. Other than Chao Tianqian, the other 4 were all killing for the first time and were physically a bit repulsed. It was good that they still had the experience of killing monsters and weren't disgusted to the point of regurgitation. There was a long silence. Su Hu said with a look of remorse, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Chao Tianqian laughed. What does it have to do with you? I'm just simply looking at them with displeasure. That's right. It's the end of the world. And you're still pretending to be a bully. If you're not killed by us, you'll be killed by someone else sooner or later. Xiahou Ren interjected. Then asked, by the way, Tiger, why did you apply for poor students? Are you short of money? If you're short of money, the brothers will help you. Upon hearing this, Su Hu, a large man of 200 pounds, instantly cried like a tearful man. Tiger, I'm sorry, oops, I'm just being cheap, you know that. Xiahou Ren didn't know that he was the one whose words had poked Su Hu's sore spot, and hurriedly apologized. Chao Tianqian glared at Xiahou Ren. If you can't speak, don't speak. Afterwards, he patted Su Hu's shoulder. There's nothing to cry about. I'm helping you. That's for investing in you. When you're rich in the future, just don't forget about your brothers. In his past life and present life combined, he had been with Su Hu for more than 10 years, so he naturally knew what Su Hu's temperament was. Su Hu's family is poor. This leads to the fact that although he looks naive, he is in fact sensitive and has low self-esteem. Unlike Xiahou Ren, who was always taking advantage, Su Hu felt that by taking advantage of his brother, this friendship would deteriorate. Su Hu extremely cherished this friendship. That's why he hid the declaration of being a poor student, just to avoid that people would help him if they knew about it. Hearing Chao Tianqian's words, Su Hu stopped crying and rubbed his eyes, then said with a firm expression, Brother Chen, since you look up to me, I will definitely repay you well. Naturally, he could tell that Chao Tianqian was defending his poor self-esteem. The more he did, the more he was moved inside. True friendship is not about monetary help. It's respect, Taisher Chanyun looked on with adoration. Senior Chao is really righteous. These guys are so lucky to be Brother Chao's brothers. Unbeknownst to him, his righteous senior brother Chao was suffering from a broad brain ache. Chao Tianxian had wanted to give the blood-containing grass directly to Su Hu. It doesn't seem to be working now. Gotta be euphemistic. Right. What a way to forget about this stuff. Blank deed tablet. The contractual condition of this thing is equivocation. Chao Tianxian suddenly thought of an extremely brilliant plan. Once this program is successful, not only Su Hu, but also his friends, lovers, henchmen, and even enemies will be affected by him. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest. Chao Tianxian was already a bit impatient. The four of them were a bit confused as they looked at the still-lit sky, but they still pulled the scared Li Yutian to follow them. Chao Tianxian chose a two-story storefront as the location for the repair, then directly broke down the door. There was no one in the store. Seriously, people who are still alive and still come to work in the end times should reflect on themselves. Afterwards, Chao Tianxian told the rest of the people to wait downstairs, while he himself went up to the second floor alone to do the preparations before the plan. To prevent being disturbed, he sought an excuse and instructed the rest. I'm going to make a breakthrough and need a quiet environment. You guys stand guard here. Don't let anyone up. Brother Tatsu. Don't worry, it's just a fly. I won't even put it up. Xiahou Ren patted his chest in assurance. Chao Tianxian had a black line on his face. I'm fucking worried about you the most, aren't I? Usually in the dorms, you're a shock and a fright. Brother Chen. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Xiahou Ren. Sun Gingzhan understood. Me too. Su Hu said. Xiahou Ren's eyes widened. Holy shit, why do you make it seem like I'm a troublemaker? Can we still be brothers? Break it off. Jing Zhang. Su Hu. Then I'll work hard for you guys. Chao Tianxian made up for it and went upstairs. Xiahou Ren, AA. Second floor. System. Call up the blank contract slate. A grayish stone slab appeared in Chao Tianxian's hand. The gray and white slate was only the size of an A4 sheet, looking very ordinary, with rough craftsmanship and a grainy feel to the touch, and not the least bit of the compulsion of an S-class item. The system prompted from the sidelines. The host can compile the contents of the contract by simply inputting spiritual energy into the tablet. Understood. Chao Tianxian nodded, but he didn't rush into it. Instead he closed his eyes and meditated, organizing the inspiration in his mind. Chao Tianxian's thought process was to create a trial secret realm. Then in this secret realm, one induces another person to sign a contract with him or her, thereby causing the other person to create a trading relationship with him or her that possesses dependence. Does this routine sound familiar? That's right. It's a common trope used by villainous bosses in various novels and movies. For example, give me your soul and I will give you power. Jia Jia Jia. Junior. Open this box and you can rule the world. Maiden. Give me your body. Something like that. Chao Tianxian intended to create the secret realm first. Templates he had readily available, the deeded spirit space. My deed spirit space is 1,000 meters across. Big enough, but it's too empty. There are also large contracted spirits inside, so it's easy to reveal them. Chao Tianxian thought about it. It was decided to get a building and cover it up so that those who entered it would not be able to find out what was really going on in the deeded spirit space. Say it and do it. Chao Tianxian called up the building materials he had collected earlier, intending to build an arena. The Izura house fence will have to be put on hold for now. Half an hour later, a circular arena was created. The arena was 200 meters in diameter. The fence was 10 meters high, and it was equipped with a circle of spectator seats, which looked pretty much like that. It's the fact that the arena is made of steel and concrete that seems a little out of place. But for now, it will have to do. Chao Tianxian looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Good, the secret realm is there. Next is the items to be exchanged. He organized the existing items in his hands. Molten Mortal Pills, 27 PCS. Eternal Power Pills, 40 pills. Mixed Elemental Spirit Gathering Elixir, 34 PCS. Stormy Chi Elixir, 82 PCS. Enlightenment Pill, 20 PCS. M416 Assault Rifle, 3, without ammunition. Bloodwort, 1 plant. Spiritual Energy, 1501 points. Evolutionary Light Mist, 7,890 cubic meters. I can't believe it's so much less. I remember when I read it before, there were less than 5,000 points of spiritual energy, and there were more than 10,000 cubic meters of evolutionary light mist to come. Chao Tianxian was surprised at the resources consumed by the phantom pupil's evolution. Spiritual energy is nearly 4,000 less. Evolutionary light mist is over 2,000 cubic meters short. He wasn't heartbroken. It's worth anything to create a beast emperor. Next, Chao Tianxian began to search for items suitable for trading. The potion and the M416 assault rifle were the first to be ruled out. These two were straight up revealed as soon as they were taken out. The blood-containing grass is internalized for Suhu. This stuff is extremely valuable. Not only does it enable one to gain psychic abilities, but it also causes an ordinary beast king to evolve into an upper beast king. Just this once. If he acquired it again in the future, he wasn't even going to take it out as a trade item. Then came, after purification, the psychic energy. Direct entry. One must know that the two current ways of enhancing strength, absorbing spirit energy stones and swallowing ferocious beasts' crystal cores, were both harmful to people. The purified psychic energy, on the other hand, is completely harmless. After everyone discovered the harmful effects of the spirit energy stone ferocious beast crystal core, the value of this thing would definitely skyrocket, drawing countless powerful people to fight over it. Moreover, due to the existence of the spirit contract's loam, obtaining it wasn't considered difficult for him and could be traded on an ongoing basis. And finally, the evolutionary light mist. This one he was a little unsure of. While the evolutionary light mist can make a person stronger, it can also potentially mutate a person to the point where they can only enter the TBD area. The only thing you can take is psychic energy. The variety is a bit low. With a flash of inspiration, Chao Tianchen asked, "System, as long as someone can pay a reciprocal price, can others summon my contracted spirit as well?" The system gave an affirmative answer. Yes, as long as the contents are written on the tablet, all the abilities the host possesses can be taken and exchanged with others. Chao Tianchen was thoughtful. He picked up the tablet and, after some deliberation, wrote down a paragraph. "I am the great dominator of the end times. Humble mortal, sacrifice to me the flesh and blood of the fallen and sign a pact with me. I will grant you my treasures and powers." After the contents were compiled, the stone tablet emitted a bright light that drilled into Chao Tianchen's brow. Chao Tianchen received a message. He will hold this deed in perpetuity and can contract with anyone. Whenever someone offers him the flesh and blood of a fallen slayer, he can gift them with abilities or items. The blood and flesh of the other party's sacrifice, on the other hand, will be transformed into spiritual energy by the loam of the spiritual contract. Spiritual energy can be given to others again. A closed loop has been formed since then. Secret world, arena, contracts, trading items. The corner of Chao Tianchen's mouth couldn't help but rise after checking the key elements over and confirming that there were no mistakes. Why do I have the feeling that I'm the one behind this? And it's a wonderful feeling. The more Chao Tianchen thought about it, the more excited he became. Jia. Ahem. I'm a sunny teenager. How could I get excited about something like that? It must be this sinister society that has driven me to this. Yes, it's all society's fault. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Downstairs, Xiahou Run couldn't sit still anymore as he waited. It's been almost an hour and Tatsu is still not ready? Taisher Changyun said. This is not true. A breakthrough is a major event. In the place of my clan's seniors, I'm afraid that I would have to bathe and change my clothes half a month in advance, burn incense and offer worship, and then close the door to breakthrough. It's only because senior brother Chao is so confident that he dares to make a breakthrough in this environment. Awesome. Taisher Changyun spoke with a face of adoration, and the crowd was used to it. Li Yutian was listening to the clouds. However, he didn't want to know. He just needed to stay alive. Chao Tianchen didn't come out, so the crowd only continued to wait, and they all consciously reduced their movements to prevent affecting Chao Tianchen. Suddenly, a huge black hole was born out of thin air on the feet of the crowd. Everyone was caught off guard and they all dropped instantly. There was a scream. At this point, Chao Tianchen stepped out from the corner of his mouth grinning in a bizarre arc. This huge black hole was none other than the space gate he had summoned. GGG. Ahem. Why can't you stop a bit? Next, Chao Tianchen went for a few more mutant beasts and half crippled them. Make it less difficult for a few people. The secret trial has begun. Jia. With a strange laugh, Chao Tianchen's consciousness entered the deity space. The five Xiaoren returned to their senses and realized that they were in a circular building. Huge high walls, white skies, but no sun. Such a bizarre sight. And when they thought about the way they had just traveled, everyone was fearful. Li Yutian was the least courageous. His white eyes rolled up, and he directly fainted. Where is this? Su Hu's voice stuttered. Sun Jingjiang shook her head. I don't know. It kind of looks like an arena based on construction alone. Look, there's audience seating over there. The crowd looked over. Not far away, there was indeed a circle of spectator seats situated. Taisher Changyun frowned. I think this place can't be as simple as an arena. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. I think this kind of thing or Xiahou brother has more say. The rest of them looked at Xiahou Run. This guy has appointed himself as a half-reborn, and so far he seems to have some stuff going for him. Xiahou Run was secretly pleased that it was finally time for him to perform. He first showed a serious expression. and after contemplating for a while, he said, "From my 10 years of experience in online literature, this should be an arena." The crowd poured out in a burst of desperation. "What the fuck is the difference between you and you didn't?" Not to mention them, even Chao Tianchen, who was secretly observing, couldn't hold himself together and almost spat out loud. Xiahou Ren was dissatisfied. "I haven't finished yet. Although this is an arena, it's still by no means an ordinary arena. Get to the point." Sun Jingjiang broke his defense. "When it comes to messing with the teammate mentality, Xiahou Ren in the dormitory calls it second, and no one dares to call himself first." Xiahou Ren continued, "I think that this place is a bit like the secret realm of trials. A certain immortal cultivation big brother left his legacy here, and as long as one passes the test, one can inherit the mantle and secret treasures of the big brother." Taisher Changyun's eyes lit up. Cultivate the legacy of the big man. How it sounds like it was made for him. Sun Jingjiang was puzzled. With the end times coming, will we meet the immortal cultivation big brother? Taisher Changyun reacted. They were in the end times. Cultivate AF * King Immortal. It seems so. Xiahou Ren scratched his head awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked horrified. "I know, this place must be a means left behind by some evil god to rule the world. Once someone triggers it, that person will be transformed into an evil god's minion. Since then, he or she can't help but do all the things that are unconscionable." The crowd was instantly unsettled, looking around in a panic, feeling that there were traps everywhere. Suddenly, a strange laugh escaped the empty sky. "Jia jia, jia jia, jia jia, jia 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 jia. Welcome to the Doomsday Proving Ground." The voice was hoarse, like a drawn bellows, and the tone was open and evil. The hearts of the crowd trembled and raced. The Doomsday Proving Ground. Not a good place to be once you hear it. It was really true that Xiahou Ren had gotten it right. Sun Jingjiang gathered her courage and questioned, "Who the hell are you? What's the purpose of getting us here?" "Jia jia jia. Since you sincerely ask questions, then I will mercifully tell you that I am the most faithful divine messenger under the command of the great dominator of doom." Chao Tianchen had wanted to call himself the dominator of doom, but suddenly it feels like the boss behind the scenes is pushing it a bit low by personally coming down and recruiting people. Just lay it on the line and call yourself the loyal horseman of the boss behind the curtain. As long as you pass the end times trial, you will be gifted by the great dominion of doom, become apostles of doom. Chao Tianchen was originally worried about revealing himself. He was not aware that he was acting in his true colors, and he directly scared a group of people to the point of trembling, and Li Yutian, who had originally turned awake, even fainted again. Now, Chao Tianchen was a bit speechless in turn. Was he that intimidating? But the show must go on. GGG. The trial begins. The words fell. A huge mutant dog appeared in the arena out of nowhere. Its body was as big as a cow. Its face was hideous, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Sun Jingjiang opened her probing eyes, her pupils suddenly shrank, and her voice trembled as she said, "Tian, the middle stage of the celestial realm, an elite-level ferocious beast." The faces of the people in Xuanmo were pale, and their hearts were filled with despair. Mid-celestial realm. It's still an elite level. Even if the four of them were tied together, they wouldn't be enough to beat him with one hand. They're dead. Tremble, struggle in death, cry out in despair. This trial is not fair at all. Taisher roared. That's no fun, just kill us directly. Xiahou Ren broke down. Wait, don't rush. Sun Jingjiang seemed to have discovered something and said with an odd expression, "There seems to be something wrong with this ferocious beast. Its life force is very weak." The crowd took a closer look. Only then did he notice that the ferocious beast in front of him was covered in blood, with all of its limbs wasted, and had a half-dead appearance. Xiahou Ren, Taisher Changyun, and Su Hu all had happy faces. The opponent is wasted, so if they can't beat them, it's their problem. Sun Jingjiang, however, was pondering. He suddenly moved his eyes and said to the sky, "You're not a doomsday divine envoy at all. Who exactly are you?" Su Hu and Taisher Changyun were shocked, and they also doubted Chao Tianchen's identity as a divine messenger. The other side of this trial, looking a bit of a white gift. There is no end of the world should have cruelty. Chao Tianchen secretly said that it was bad. It was overacting. Of course, there was no way he was going to admit it. Jia jia jia. I have my own considerations for doing things. You don't have to doubt my identity. Lying to you guys doesn't make any sense to me. Then how do you explain the fact that the arena was made of concrete? Sun Jingjiang asked. Chao Tianchen was momentarily speechless. He didn't feel it when he was a teammate, but as an opponent, Sun Jingjiang was kinda hard to deal with. When Sun Jingjiang saw that he didn't say anything, she felt more and more that there was something wrong with this divine messenger. I had my suspicions when I just came in, and I can now be sure that you are by no means a doomsday divine messenger, but rather an adept with spatial powers. Chao Tianqian had a big headache. The reason why he didn't tell these people was because he wasn't just doing this one-shot deal, but he wanted to prepare for the future. If he was exposed early, with that loudmouth Xiahou run around, his plan would be in vain. However, at that moment, the loudmouth Xiahou Ren relieved him. Zhangzi, don't ask. He, the god's envoy, is frankly an HR under the Doomsday Dominator, giving us a lower mission difficulty just to fulfill the KPIs. As for that concrete, if I'm guessing correctly, the End Times Dominion wouldn't give him startup capital and wanted him to work. He had to make do with what he had. You know, in any world, capitalists have the same face. Chao Tianqian was already clapping outside. This explanation is counterintuitive. It's so fucking counterintuitive, it made him almost believe it. Good son. Father didn't love you for nothing. After listening to Xiahou Ren's words, Taisher Changyun and Su Hu substituting the perspective of hitting the workers, suddenly everything made sense. Sun Jingzhang still felt that something wasn't quite right. Xiahou Ren continued, since people are giving us convenience, we just pretend not to know. Otherwise, people will just finish us off directly. So why go through all this trouble? Yes, it's good to be alive. What bike do you need? Li Yutian woke up again at some point and came up to say, Jia. Young man, your name is Xiahou Ren. Right. Good. Very promising. Chao Tianqian specifically named Xiahou Ren as if he agreed with his statement, but did not respond positively. Zhangzi, you're just too stubborn. There are some things to look past. Society isn't about fighting and killing, it's about people. Xiahou Ren made a very social speech that drew the admiration of Taisher Changyun and Su Hu. Jen, awesome. Brother Xiahou is awesome. Life is like that. Since you can't fight it, enjoy it. Sun Jingzhang sighed helplessly and redirected her gaze to the mutant dog. 10 minutes later, the mutant dog with empty strength was sadly turned into a corpse. Subsequently, the 5 of them followed Chao Tianqian's instructions and surrounded the corpse of the mutant dog and started the contract. Shasta. The sky was thunderous. Hailstones rolled down, and every now and then there were flames sweeping across the sky. The crowd was shaken. Such a terrifying heaven and earth vision. This Doomsday Dominator was simply an old cow flying an airplane, bullish to the heavens. Now, Sun Jingzhang was no longer skeptical, because there can't be such an awesome being among humans. But what they don't know is this. Outside the arena, 3 special effects crews, White Scales, Ice Teeth, and Flametail are hard at work. Icy Teeth, don't paddle. I am the great dominator of the end times. Humble mortal, sacrifice to me the flesh and blood of the fallen and slain, and sign a pact with me. I will grant you my treasures and powers. A voice filled with an evil aura rang in the ears of the crowd. Su Hu swallowed hard. Just the sound. It's so evil. It's so horrible. If it were not for the existence of a dark, vile and vicious heart, it would never be able to make such a sound. Unbeknownst to him, the voice came from none other than his housemate, whom he had spent so much time with, and Li Yutian, who was on the side, winced and was once again stunned. Chao Tianqian was directly speechless. The guts were too small. Xiahou Ren faced the contract and said unwillingly, from now on, I'm going to be reduced to a minion of evil? I originally swore to be the great sword of justice. Don't you know what's going on right now? Don't want to die. Sun Jingzhang hurriedly pushed Xiahou Ren, fearing that he would do something foolish. Taisher Changyun was candid. Brother Xiahou, our left Guan master once said that it is not the power itself that determines whether the power is righteous or evil, but the person who uses it. Xiahou Ren came to a realization. As long as I have good intentions in my heart, even if I use the power of evil, I can surely become the great sword of justice. Brother Nagumo, I've been taught. Taisher Changyun, however, shook his head. I've never labeled myself as any kind of good guy, so power good or evil, it doesn't matter to me. Xiahou Ren, Su Hu, Sun Jingzhang, one by one, the 4 signed the contract, and a light surfaced on them and quickly faded away. Chao Tianqian also received the deeds of the 4. As for Li Yutian on the ground, he was lazy, not signing the contract. That was Li Yutian's loss. Jia. Since the contract has been reached, the next step is the sacrifice. But there is only one sacrifice. Which one of you will come first? Chao Tianqian asked with a strange smile. Taisher Changyun stepped forward. I'll go first. Jia. Fooled you all. My lord has already chosen a candidate. The 4 were not angered by Chao Tianqian's teasing. In their opinion, this manner of behavior fits the persona of the divine messenger of the evil god. BT. Sick and toxic. Jia. My lord's chosen one is you. Praise my lord. Of the 4, Su Hu's body slowly floated up, quickly breaking away from the group and arriving in front of the corpse of the zombie dog. Su Hu was nervous. He then received a prompt in his mind. Following the prompts in his mind, Su Hu made a prayerful gesture and slowly opened his mouth. O great dominator of doom. You are the embodiment of darkness and slaying, and your loyal servant Su who offers you the flesh and blood of those who have died in the slaying and prays for your gifts. Chao Tianshan unconsciously covered his mouth. The feeling of excitement and shame within his heart intertwined with each other. That middle of the road line. Did I really come up with that? Along with Su Hu's words fell. A huge spell formation enveloped the corpses of Su Hu and the mutant dog. Immediately after, the mutant dog's body slowly sank until it completely disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. In the meantime, Chao Tianshan received a prompt from the system that he could now gift the items he wanted to gift to Su Hu. System, are there any condition restrictions on what I'm gifting? He remembered the 2 requirements of the blank tablet contract. Follow the principle of equivalence. Do not include conceptual content such as love or friendship. The latter is well understood, but the former is vaguely stated. Equivalent exchange? What kind of transaction is considered an equivalent exchange? The system responded quickly. Based on the number of psychic points that can be extracted from the blood and flesh of a sacrifice, the host may not provide the indentured servant with an item that is worth less than 1% of that psychic energy point. The value of the item will be measured by the system for the host. Chao Tianshan's eyes widened at once. System, originally I thought I was dark enough, but I didn't realize you were even darker than me. 1%? That's an equivalent exchange? The system was not to be denied. The world is never fair. Equivalence is only a word in a relative sense. Inequality is a part of equivalence. Chao Tianshan felt justified upon hearing this. For those who were struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, being able to gain a single chance to become stronger, a single hope of victory, was an extreme luxury for them. And how can we talk about equivalence? Hosts can adjust the rate upwards if they feel it's not right. Chao Tianshan skimmed his lips. Upward adjustment? Don't fucking dream about it. He now even thought that the 1% rate was a bit high. Wait, system, this 1% isn't something you're using to limit me, is it? The system's silence told him. That's right, it's there to limit you. Holy shit. You're practically insulting my character. Are my knuckleheads that low? Chao Tianshan said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he was already thinking about how to drill a hole. Nowadays it's higher and higher. Although Chao Tianshan was stingy with others, he really couldn't say anything about his own brothers. Directly giving the blood-containing grass to Su Hu. In the system's valuation, the value of the blood-containing grass was worth a full 30,000 points of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy that could be extracted from the corpse of a sacrificed mutant dog was a mere 35 points. The difference between the two is worth nearly 1,000 times. Su Hu was a bit confused when he got his hands on the blood-containing grass and didn't know what this thing was good for. But a prompt soon came to his ears. Make him eat it. After a slight hesitation, Su Hu swallowed the blood-containing grass in one gulp. A little bitter. Then, a flash of heat went through his body. Immediately afterward, a message sprang to mind. Su Hu's body shook with disbelief. Just now, he awakened his powers. Tiger boy, what's wrong with you? Seeing him frozen in place, Xiaohoran thought something had happened to him and hurriedly came up to ask. Jen, I've awakened my psychic abilities. I've awakened my powers. Su Hu hugged Xiaohoran, incoherent with excitement. Of the 4 people in the dormitory, he was the only one who had not awakened his powers. It had always made him have come with a sense of falling behind, a feeling that he was holding the dorm back. Nowadays, he has powers too. He's in the same boat as the housemates now. Xiaohoran was also very happy. Ha ha ha, since we all have psychic abilities, from now on, our dormitories will be known together as the new Water 4. Su Hu, what is your supernatural ability? Sun Jingzhang asked. Su Hu pressed down his excitement and exerted his supernatural powers. In the blink of an eye, a light formation was generated at his feet, and in the center of the formation was engraved a brown shield with a simple but heavy pattern. Su Hu said, my ability is called Guardian's Light, which allows me to unfurl an aura, and within the aura's range, I can take damage for my teammates. Sun Jingzhang frowned. This supernormal ability is a bit of a chicken rib. Taking damage for your teammates. Doesn't that mean you're still going to get hurt? He didn't feel that Su Hu's life was any less valuable than anyone else's. Chapters, it looks like you're just playing less games. There's definitely a follow-up to this thing. Xiaohoran said with certainty. Jen is really something. Su Hu smiled nervously and continued. Guardian's Light will store 80% of the damage taken and be used by me. Awesome. Xiaohoran clapped his hands. This is tantamount to anti-armor. Sun Jingzhang was not a fan of this, and letting his teammates get hurt was something he could not accept. Xiaohoran, in the future you can rely on having Su Hu to reduce your damage. Don't rush. Got it. Got it. At this time, Taisher Changyun came up. Gentlemen, let's hurry up and kill the monsters. After seeing Su Hu obtain such a great benefit, he could no longer hold back. alien powers, he wants it too. But Chao Tianshan was destined to disappoint him. There was only one blood-containing grass, and even if there were more, Chao Tianshan would not give it to him. Hearing Taisher Changyun's words, the crowd's hearts were also pounding, as if becoming stronger was just around the corner. Jia. Then let me test your strength. With a strange laugh, a half-dead ferocious beast once again appeared in the arena. Xiahou Run couldn't help but say, "This divine messenger. People are also strange good Lu." The rest of them nodded. Next, the four of them sharpened their swords and looked at the terrified beast with an impish smile. GGG. After killing this ferocious beast, the crowd gave the sacrifice to Taisher Changyun. Taisher Changyun couldn't wait to start the sacrifice. "O great dominator of doom, you are the embodiment of darkness and killing. Your loyal servant Taisher Changyun offers you the flesh and blood of the fallen slayers and prays for your gifts." Compared to Su Hu, Taisher Changyun not only shouted very loudly, but also very sincerely. However, Chao Tianshan could no longer have the blood-containing grass to give him. The corpse of the ferocious beast slowly sank, and a cloud of light blue gas surfaced in front of Taisher Changyun. It is the purified psychic energy. The psychic energy points provided by the ferocious beasts were 12 points, while this massive psychic energy was a full 15 points. It wasn't that Chao Tianshan was generous, but he predicted that Taisher Changyun's breakthrough would require just this much spiritual energy. The only way to make Taisher Changyun breakthrough was to shock him physically and mentally, and he would be very keen on sacrifices in the future. As the saying goes, the wool comes off the sheep's back. Think about those capitalists. Not all of them lose money in the early stage, and then make a lot of money in the later stage after expanding the market. What is it? Taisher Changyun looked at the light blue gas floating in his hand, his face puzzled. But no one answered. The remaining three were equally wide-eyed. But since it's an item bestowed by Lord Dominator of Doom, I'm sure it can't be bad. Xiahou Ren looked pious, as if he was a faithful believer. Sun Jingjiang and Su Hu rolled their eyes. And I don't know who just had to be the sword of justice to do it. At this time, Chao Tianshan reminded from the side. Jia. You just absorb it directly. Taisher Changyun nodded, then inhaled this light blue gas into his body. Buzz. Taisher Changyun's pupils snapped. A buzzing sounded in his ears. It is. Buzz. This was followed by another buzzing in his ears. Taisher Changyun felt as if a certain shackle within his body was being impacted. Buzz. The impacts became more and more frequent, and the shackles actually began to loosen. Even to break through. Taisher Changyun was incredibly excited as he hurriedly sat down on his knees and operated the flowing cloud condensation decision. Half an hour later, Taisher Changyun opened his eyes, and a refined light erupted from his eyes. It was incomparably sharp. Celestial Realm. Success. Ha 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 ha. Celestial Realm. Ah ha 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 ha. Less than 18 years old at the Celestial Realm. I, Taisher Changyun, am the first genius of the Luyun sect. What Sun Tianzi? Sun Tianxiang, all step aside for me. Even. Taisher Changyun inhaled slightly, thinking of the flametail that Chao Tianshan had summoned. That terrifying battle power. He didn't even come out after all. Congratulations to brother Changyun, actually breaking through to the Celestial Realm. The remaining three were congratulated. Full of envy, they had long since ceased to be the ordinary people they were earlier, so they naturally knew the gold content of the Celestial Realm. That's a human ceiling, a realm that thousands of martial arts practitioners could only dream of. Taisher Changyun's eyes moved slightly. For a moment, he simply wanted to decapitate the three and monopolize this heavenly opportunity. But thinking about it, he didn't do it. Not to mention, doing so was too cold-blooded for his conscience. In the event that this matter was known by Chao Tianshan, it would be doom and gloom for the Taisher family. Ha ha, not worth mentioning. Taisher Changyun pretended to be modest, but in reality, the corners of his mouth were listed to the back of his head. Unbeknownst to him, his timely withdrawal allowed both himself and the Taisher family to escape. Humph. Chao Tianshan snorted coldly. He naturally sensed Taisher Changyun's killing intent and was very dissatisfied in his heart. These sons of the world really can't be trusted. However, right now, keeping Taisher Changyun was still useful, plus he hadn't really made a move. So let's keep him alive for now. Brother God Emperor, I think I still need to test my strength. You see. Xiahou Ren rubbed his hands together and smiled cheaply. That look was like begging Chao Tianshan to bring takeout in the dormitory, making Chao Tianshan look a bit unable to help himself. Jia. This god envoy has always been fair and impartial, and has never engaged in shady practices. The four men were filled with disappointment. However, since you called me brother, this god emperor will test you again to see if you are qualified to be my brother. The four of them were immediately overjoyed, and called out with a mouthful of God's envoy brother. Chao Tianshan let out a strange laugh and cast another half-dead ferocious beast. Xiahou Ren circled around behind the ferocious beast, raised his fire axe, and aimed it at its asshole. Beast, sigma, degree delta degree. Xiahou Ren let out a strange laugh. GGG. I've decided. From now on, I don't want to be the righteous great treasure sword. I want to be the evil great treasure sword. Blast wind sword chop. Feral beast. Chao Tianchen offered all the ferocious beasts in his hands. The spiritual energy provided directly elevated both Su Hu and Sun Jingzhang to the celestial realm. Next to him, Taisher Chanyun gave a dumbfounded look. He suddenly had the illusion that the celestial realm was going to be devalued. As for Xiahou Ren, brother God Emperor, test me one more time. Just one more time. Hearing Xiahou Ren's plea, Chao Tiancheng simply wanted to vomit blood. As a matter of fact, as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, the probability of breaking through the celestial realm at the metamorphosis level and later stages was as high as 80%. Any normal person can break through as long as they aren't unlucky enough to do so. But Xiahou Ren is not a normal person. The guy broke through 5 times, but still failed to break through. What a fucking talent. I'll let you guys out later. Get out there and kill the ferocious beasts. Stop crying and mourning at my place. Chao Tianchen was so angry that he didn't even want to jia directly offline, focusing on letting them break through. He himself was still a late-stage metamorphosis level. Half an hour later, Chao Tianchen successfully broke through to the celestial realm. Since he was a beast emperor template, his breakthrough consumed 30 times the spiritual energy of an ordinary person. System, check the balance of psychic energy points. Spiritual energy, 751. Looking at the balance of spiritual energy points that was missing by a small amount, Chao Tianchen then remembered that his 7 deeded spirits were all big spiritual energy swallowers. The size of the ferocious beasts far exceeded that of humans, and the beast kings and beast emperors were even more outrageous than one another. The amount of spiritual energy they had to consume to advance was much more than he knew. Forget it, think about it for a moment. Chao Tianchen kicked the 5 out of the deity space. He then gave the 4 Xiahou Ren a task. For convenience, he had the system create a subsystem for the 4. Inside the house, the 4 looked at their system panels in a daze. Ryoko, am I just blinking? Why is there a system panel in front of me? Crap, when you said that, there was one in front of me, and I thought I was hallucinating. What is your mission? The 4 began to cross-reference their tasks and realized they were all the same. Mission name, spread the will of the end times dominator and complete the body of advancement. Quest props, the Lord's contract, mall purchase. Contents of the mission, help the Lord to recruit believers, more is better. Duration of the mission is permanent. What does this mission mean? Just as they were wondering, Chao Tianchen walked down from upstairs. I just saw you guys fall into a space gate. Did you guys enter a secret realm? Tatsu, you know? The corners of Chao Tianchen's mouth flared up in a bizarre arc, but it was quickly collected by him again. I might know something about this secret realm, because I've been in there too. The 4 hurriedly shared information about the mission, trying to get some useful intel. After listening, Chao Tianchen was first pleasantly surprised. Then he took a deep breath and held down his excitement and said, "Congratulations, you have triggered the Doomsday Transformation Quest." Doomsday Transfer Quest? Xiahou Ren was pondering. While the brains of the remaining 3 were a bit short, Chao Tianchen explained, "You are now ordinary Doomsday Apostles. While after you transfer, you can become high-level Doomsday Apostles and gain special powers. My flame tail was obtained during the transfer quest," Chao Tianchen added. The 4 men looked shocked. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. Immediately after, full of frenzy, Chapter 101, System Mall. Brother Tatsu, quickly tell me what this transfer quest is all about. How can I obtain a battle pet as powerful as Monkey? Xiahou Ren tugged on Chao Tianchen's hand and asked excitedly. The rest of them all had the same expression. They had seen the power of Flame Tail with their own eyes. It's simply unbeatable. If they had such a battle pet, the end of the district would still be at their disposal. Chao Tianchen was silent for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Guess I'll have to disappoint you guys. Flametail is something I got by chance. Moreover, there is only this one under the Doomsday Dominator's command. Since I summoned it, it's impossible for you to summon it again. The 4 men were suddenly disappointed, but they soon recovered again. After all, it made perfect sense for an existence as strong as Flametail to have only one. Moreover, Chao Tianchen's words of chance and coincidence were afraid that it wouldn't be that easy. Brother Chen, we don't expect to want a battle pet as strong as Monkey. We just need to have one. As things stood, the 4 of them could see it. This ferocious beast, it's just stronger than a human, and it's stronger than just a star. As long as they had a ferocious beast as a battle pet, it might not be as good as other ferocious beasts, but it was certainly better than a human. Chao Tianchen laughed in his heart. What's he call this move? Photos are for reference only and are subject to the real thing. First come to a bullish picture to advertise. arouse the desire of consumers, and then layer by layer to lure consumers into the pit, as to whether the final can buy what they want. Oh, that capitalist thing really does work well everywhere you put it. I was reluctant to tell you guys before because I always felt that this doomsday dominator wasn't a good person. Since you guys are now in the pit as well, there's no need for me to hide it. Chao Tianchen offered an explanation for his earlier behavior to prevent them from misunderstanding that he had intentionally not said anything. But the four men's attention wasn't even on that. Urging him to go on, Chao Tianchen continued. Actually, this transfer quest isn't that difficult. You guys first exit the quest bar and then open the system mall. The four followed the instructions and exited the task box. Then, a rudimentary interface appeared in front of them. Character information, system mall, task list. The four of them had the feeling that they were playing a game. Open the system mall. Mall interface. Most areas are gray. Currently, there are only 2 items available for purchase. Innate aura. Markup, 10 offering points per point. PS, pure psychic energy that enhances realms. The Master's Pact. Markup, 50 offering points / each, limited time 1 off. Buy it is blood money. PS, a one-time prop. The deed scroll that spreads the Lord's might and fame. Successful use of which will result in a large number of points. The innate aura was the purified spiritual energy, but it was changed by Chao Tianchen with a lofty name, while the Lord's Contract was the topological version of the contract tablet. Chao Tianchen guided the four to continue looking down. In the lower right corner of the mall, the offering points and points were displayed. Sacrifice points, the currency for purchasing mall items, are obtained through sacrifices, points. The accumulated points obtained from sacrifices. There is also a progress bar on the side of the points. The progress bar is full, and you unlock VIP. No, career advancement. Chao Tianchen began to explain the mission. Normally, sacrifices only yield a small amount of sacrifice points and points, but after opening this transfer quest, you will be eligible to purchase the Lord's Contract scroll. By using this scroll, you will receive a large number of points for each person you induce. Ahem. Each person you get to sign a pact with the Dominion of Doom, and by gaining points to a certain level, you can complete your advancement, transition to a higher level of existence, and the progression professions, from low to high, are, Trainee Apostle of Doom, High-level Apostle of Doom, High-level Apostle of Doom, High-level Apostle of Doom. For each rank, access to new items or abilities will be unlocked. Chao Tianchen's voice was full of compulsion, and several people clenched their fists and their blood boiled. It was as if the end of the world and the sweeping of the 8 wastelands was just around the corner. At this point, an ill-timed voice rang out. This quest can only earn points, meaning that one cannot earn sacrifice points? Sun Jingzhang asked. Chao Tianchen glanced at Sun Jingzhang. Sometimes, he really felt that Sun Jingzhang was quite annoying, having to poke through this layer of window paper. Exactly. The original passionate few people suddenly came back to their senses. Nice guy. Let them spend a lot of sacrifice points to do the quest. And when they're done there's no substantial benefit at all. Just the unlocking of the new mall. Surely things aren't free in the new mall? It must have been hugely expensive. Black. It's so damn dark. Xiahou Ran couldn't help but spit out. Isn't this just a kryptonite game? Did this doomsday dominator used to work at the Penguin Factory? How did he come up with such a black-hearted design? Penguin Factory is much kinder than him, alright. The most they can do is to lure you into a lottery. Even if it's a trash item, at least they'll still give you some. It's not like this that they don't give a dime a dozen. Su Hu followed and spat. Chao Tianchen listened to their tirades and instead of being ashamed, his eyes lit up. Sweepstakes. Why didn't he think of that? Hey, he was too nice after all. And so on. It's ultimately too damaging to the festival for him to design something like this himself. He could get a couple of game planners. It's post-apocalyptic. These people don't need to be overpaid. Just give them something to eat and they'll work. Jia. The more Chao Tianchen thought about it, the more beautiful it became. But fortunately, he forced down the corners of his mouth with his overpowering willpower, so that he didn't expose it. Okay, there's no point in everyone spouting off anymore. Have a good rest. Tomorrow we'll go out and kill monsters, and then we'll go to school to do the quest. Yes, the crowd immediately rekindled their passion. Curses aside, it's better to have a system than no system at all, isn't it? Taking advantage of the late night, Chao Tianchen came to the baby-friendly house. Fire gathered the 3 who remained here. How come it's just the 2 of you? Where's Jia Xiu? Chao Tianchen asked. Kajiko Haniru and Fukada Kana looked at each other. Master Gardener, Dr. Jia's research has reached a critical moment, and he's still in the lab. Do we need to call him over? Then leave him alone. Chao Tianchen waved his hand, and then asked the 2 to report back to him on the status of the recent day. Both of them answered the movements of their hands as they were. Fukada Kana recruited a group of survivors. For his part, Kajiko Haniru intends to select a group of fighters from among these survivors. Not bad in a crisis. Not bad at all. Chao Tianqian was still satisfied with the actions of the two, and then rewarded them with spiritual energy that was enough to break through the celestial realm. Thank you, Master Gardener. The two were overwhelmed with excitement. The main purpose of Chao Tianqian's visit was naturally not for them. Just moments ago, Norimori Shuzo awakened his powers. You know, Norimori Shuzo's special ability is item strengthening. This means that the merchandise can be about to increase in the system mall that he has developed. Fukada Kana, go collect some knives for me. Yes, Master Gardener. By the way, look in the survivors, if there are any who are game planners. Chao Tianqian added. Penguin factories are preferred. Fukada Kene was unsure, but respectfully said yes. Chapter 102 Tyrannical Muscle Macrophage Lizard. The next day, Blastwind Treasure Swordsman Xiahou Ren is here. Who will suffer death? The crowd stepped out of the store. Compared to yesterday's uncertainty, they are confident and full of strength today. But soon, reality hit them head-on. The smell of blood on the streets got heavier, and scattered white bones were everywhere. On the nearby houses, the windows that had been broken off indicated that the ferocious beasts had begun to expand their range of attack, and it was no longer safe for ordinary people to even hide in their homes. The roars of the beasts became more frequent, filled with cruelty and glee. There were also tearing noises mixed in. One could not help but visualize in one's mind the images of ferocious beasts fighting over human corpses. Hiss! The crowd drew in a breath of cold air, and the originally scattered formation contracted. Chao Tianqian's expression was also serious. In this holocaust, mankind, is still too weak, too humble, all the way. There were quite a few ferocious beasts staring at the group, but none of them attacked hastily, but hung not far from each other. Ow! A mutant dog jumped in front of the crowd, then zip-peed and made a provocative noise. Shit, this beast! Xiahou Ren raised his fire axe and was about to take the initiative. Sun Jingzhang hurriedly stopped it. Don't be impulsive, this beast is luring you. He saw through the eye of scrying that there were actually 5 other ferocious beasts hiding behind that provocative mutant dog. Not only that, they were surrounded by over 30 ferocious beasts. Cold sweat oozed from Sun Jingzhang's forehead. I didn't realize that these ferocious beasts had actually evolved intelligence. What a blunder! It's really dangerous out here. Sun Jingzhang glanced at the end of the line with her afterglow, and was instantly much more at ease. Luckily Tatsu was there. Chao Tianqian walked at the end of the group, his face as calm as water. It didn't take long to walk. An emerald green light suddenly flashed in Chao Tianqian's eyes. Then he murmured softly under his breath. This one is just right for practicing. Roar! A furious roar suddenly rang out, like thunder on the ground, causing the hearts and minds of the crowd to tremble. And upon hearing this roar, the surrounding ferocious beasts immediately dispersed as birds, quickly moving away from this place. The crowd looked to the source of the sound. At the bend of the road, a 5-meter-long mutant lizard ran at speed. Its body was covered with robust muscles, and its mouth was densely packed with sharp teeth, which was very horrifying. Damn it! Sun Jingzhang looked chagrined. The range of his scrying eye was only 50 meters, and it did not detect this high-speed moving ferocious beast. Everyone be careful. This ferocious beast is at the early stage of the celestial realm. It's still at the elite level. It's actually a storm muscle lizard. Xiahou Ren shouted in shock. Hearing this, Chao Tianqian, who was originally very calm, froze slightly. Shouldn't it be a giant lizard? Brother Chen, that's not a bad name you've gotten. So let's synthesize it and call it the storm muscle macrophage lizard, Xiahou Ren said. Chao Tianqian. Well, at least it's certain that Xiahou Ren isn't a reborn. As he spoke, the storm muscle macrophage lizard charged towards the crowd already. Sun Jingzhang, as the team commander, did not dare to be careless. Brother Tatsu, Brother Changyun, you guys go forward and hold on. Su Hu turn on the guardian aura, radiate both of them. Xiahou Ren, back off. This latter sentence, Sun Jingzhang was staring at Xiahou Ren as he said it, fearing that this kid would make a stupid mistake. Xiahou Ren was quite sensible, knowing that he was still a metamorphosis level. He hid behind and stood with Li Yutian. At the same time, Li Yutian was so scared that his white eyes rolled up and he directly fainted. Xiahou Ren, the other side. The storm muscle macrophage lizard impacted. Senior Brother Chao, watch me perform. Taisher Changyun volunteered and blocked the way. Bang! Taisher Changyun directly spat out blood from his mouth and flew backwards. Also flying out backwards was Su Hu. After opening the Guardian's aura, Su Hu Taisher Changyun took 80% of the damage. Otherwise this strike would have been enough to kill Taisher Changyun. Not far away, Sun Jingzhang, Shock and Xiahou Ren all looked dumbfounded. Is this the terror of a ferocious beast? The stormy muscle macrophage lizard's great display of power poured buckets of cold water in the hearts of the four, including Su Hu and Taishir Changyun, making them realize the power of the ferocious beasts. Humans of the same level were actually not a match. Brother Tatsu, be careful. Sun Jingjiang and Xiaoren returned to their senses and immediately looked nervous when they saw that the storm muscle macrophage lizard was pouncing towards Chao Tianqian. Although they had confidence in Chao Tianqian, that was only in comparison to humans, if it's a ferocious beast. But the next moment, the two saw a scene they would never forget. Chao Tianqian surprisingly used his human body to invoke a giant beast with a body length of 5 meters. Father Tatsu, awesome! Xiaoren shouted excitedly. Yet at the moment, Chao Tianqian was frowning as he muttered, I actually have to use 10% of my strength to be able to invoke this lizard's attack. One must know that he was a beast emperor template, and he still had the unrivaled overpowering power and strong physique boosts in his skills. In terms of power alone, it was nearly 180 times that of its class. In the end, it's still the basic attributes of humans that are too low, but others don't know about him. Taishir Changyun, who had slowed down, barely managed to spit out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. Please be human. One layer of power and you'll be able to tussle with an elite-level ferocious beast of the same class. This fucking doesn't know enough. Brother Chen. Its head has thick armor, but its eyes and forelimb joints are weaker. Sun Jingjiang reminded. Chao Tianqian nodded, then punched the head of the storm muscle macrophage lizard through. Blood exploded. Sun Jingjiang. Xiahou run. At this point, Chao Tianqian thought in his heart. It seems that an elite ferocious beast at the early stage of the celestial realm is still too much of a stretch for the four of them. They still need to find another weaker ferocious beast for them to practice on. Forget it, there's no rush. Chao Tianqian took out the crystal core of the storm muscle macrophage lizard and beckoned towards the crowd. Done. Since he used his materialized spiritual energy and wrapped his arm around it, he didn't even splatter a trace of blood on him. The whole thing looked as easy as, well, possessing a rock and picking it up. A few people looked directly numb. It took a few moments for him to come back to his senses. Brother Tatsu, could it be that you have some kind of PY deal with that Doomsday Dominator? Or else how could you be this strong? Xiaoren walked over and looked at Chao Tianqian with a skeptical face. Chao Tianqian had a black line on his face. Screw you, hurry up and make the sacrifice. Don't blame me for not being polite if you can't break through to the celestial realm this time. Xiaoren sniffed and immediately became a son. The no-holds-barred behavior left the surrounding people speechless for a while. The sacrifice is complete. This storm muscle macro provides 5 points. How come it's so little? This system couldn't have swallowed my points. Xiaoren called out directly. Chao Tianqian bristled. But he had given Xiaoren a 50% exchange value ratio. It's already very high. As he envisioned it, he starts with a high value exchange ratio and then lowers the value exchange ratio when he lets those indentured servants get through the preliminaries. Just be content. Before in the secret realm, it was that divine messenger who gave you high exchange privileges. Otherwise, how would you have gained so much spiritual energy? Besides, you're still in novice protection. Or you'd get even less psychic energy. Chao Tianqian babbled a few words and urged Xiaoren to hurry up and advance. And to be on the safe side, he even gave Xiaoren a Dao Enlightenment Dan. Fortunately, this time, Xiaoren was quite competitive and finally broke through the celestial realm. Ha ha ha, it looks like I've switched jobs. I have so many more things in my mall. Xiaoren suddenly shouted in excitement. Check it out. Take a look. The crowd immediately came together. The corners of Chao Tianqian's mouth fluttered slightly. Chapter 103 Garbage? No, this is a divine artifact. Congratulations. You have advanced from Trainee Doomsday Apostle to Doomsday Apostle. The system has opened the Apostle exclusive props for you. Please go to the mall and obtain the Apostle exclusive props to complete the transfer. A clear female voice rang in Xiaoren's ears. The new mall comes with a voiceover. Wow, this lady has a great voice. Why? Does it sound familiar? The voice for the system is none other than Guochan. Chao Tianqian pulled her through a whole night of dubbing, and now she still had a bit of dark circles under her eyes. Net focus on these useless things. Quickly look at what's inside the mall. Chao Tianqian almost forgot that these few people around him had seen Guochan before. Fortunately, Xiaoren's thick nerves allowed him to quickly throw this matter behind him and check out the added items in the mall. There are a lot of new items added. There were so many that Xiaoren was a bit unable to look at them. Doomsday Pan. Price, 3 offering points/month, 20% off for a limited time. Evaluation, D-grade props. PS, the exclusive props of the Apostle of Doom, with not bad defense, attacking the enemy's head in stun effect. Acquire it to transform into a Doom Pan warrior. The Doomsday Spoon. Price, 3 offering points/month, 20% off for a limited time. Evaluation, D-grade props. PS, exclusive props of the Apostle of Doom, with a certain armor-breaking effect. Acquire it to transform into a Doomsday Spoon Warrior. Doomsday Chopper. Price, 2 offering points/month, 20% off for a limited time. Evaluation, D-grade props. P.S. The exclusive props of the Apostle of Doom. Let's just say that this is not an ordinary chopper, but a chopper full of infinite possibilities. Acquire it to transform into the Chopper Warrior of Doom. Xiahou Ren's expression changed from excitement to shock, and then from shock to anger. The pit. When the crowd learned about the mall, they also broke out in anger. But just selling a prop, and under the guise of transferring, do you really think we're fools? And these props are crap. Pans, spoons, choppers? Is this making us turn into chefs? Rubbish is tolerated, but the key is that this prop has a time limit. I've seen people renting a house, but I've never seen people coming out with kitchen knives. This eating is too ugly. I originally thought Penguin's planning was dark enough, but I didn't realize someone was even darker than them. This plot is playing devil's clown, isn't it? The heart is so dirty. Father Tatsu, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about you, Chao Tianchen, who was the initiator. Hid in the crowd and similarly made a show of righteous indignation. In truth, he was smiling inside. He only lends but does not sell, in order to keep the props from circulating, thus achieving the effect of making the user deeply bound to him. If one day he looked at anyone and got upset, he would just turn off the other person's system. That guy must be desperate when faced with a weapon that's about to expire. Jia. Ha, Brother Tatsu, didn't you say before that you're a senior apostle? So as a matter of fact, you shouldn't have known about the situation in this mall a long time ago? Sun Jingjiang suddenly asked. The crowd looked over in unison, suspicion in their eyes. Chao Tianchen was embarrassed. Can he say that he just came up with all these tawdry maneuvers last night? I'm pissed off at this once I see it. Dog planning. It's unconscionable. The crowd immediately empathized. Chao Tianchen's words changed. Ahem. But then again, this system pit is a pit, but it's better to have it than not to have it. Makes sense. The crowd had no choice but to accept it. Even Kung Fu was afraid of a chopper. So I'll buy this Doomsday Chopper. With only 2 sacrifice points left, Xiahou Ren didn't have much to choose from. Purchase complete. A space door popped up on the mall system and a chopper slowly emerged. Xiahou Ren took the chopper out and scrutinized it. The chopper was black in color, with an ebony metallic sheen, and a cold aura flickering at the blade. It sells well, but, ultimately, it's a chopper. Brother Run, show me. Su Hu said. I don't even want this trashy thing. If you want it, you take it. Xiahou Ren handed Su Hu the chopper without the slightest bit of heartache. Su Hu took the chopper, but the moment it made contact, the chopper seemed to be withdrawn by some mysterious force and reappeared in Xiahou Ren's hand. And this thing is not transferable? The crowd once again dropped their jaws in shock. Chao Tianchen looked away. Again, this is a restriction he set up to prevent props from being lost by trading only for specific individuals. Pitbull stuff, can't even give it away. Really think you're an artifact? How valuable is it? Xiahou was furious. He simply regretted it. If he had known earlier, he might as well have redeemed the innate aura. Chao Tianchen advised. Don't look down on the fact that it's a kitchen knife. It might just be good. I see its ebony light shimmering. It looks quite extraordinary. He was aware that the chopper that had been strengthened by the Duan Shouzo was comparable to the refined weapons of some hidden sects, and was very powerful. Unexpectedly, Xiahou Ren looked at the chopper and became more and more upset. Not to mention that it glows black. It glows gold. And it's still a kitchen knife. A piece of junk. Yuck. With that, he pinned the Doomsday Chopper to his waist and proceeded to use the fire axe. The rest of the group averted their eyes, showing great disdain for the chopper. Chao Tianchen was not in a good position to force an amenity, so he had to stop. That's all. The crowd continued on their way with a load of grievances. Nearing the school, they were blocked by a 2-meter-tall mutant rat that walked upright. Early celestial realm, ordinary level. After Sun Jingjiang finished his exploration, he immediately commanded the crowd to set up a formation to meet the battle. Chao Tianchen, on the other hand, was assigned to press the battlefield. Actually, just go for a paddle. After all, in the eyes of the crowd, there was no point in fighting if this big man was on. The strength of ordinary ferocious beasts was inferior to elite ferocious beasts. Plus, creatures like rats, whose basic attributes weren't too high in the first place, naturally wouldn't be as strong after mutation. As a result, the 3 people in the front row fought the giant mutant rats, and even had a tendency to suppress the latter. This has restored a lot of confidence in the team. The longer the battle, the better. Sun Jingjiang shot out an arrow, forcing a break in the giant mutant rat. It's now. Sun Jingjiang once again fired both arrows directly at the eyes of the giant mutant rat, while the 3 people in the front row also attacked its abdomen at the same time. Hiss! the giant mutant rat suffered a heavy blow and let out a bitter wail. However, it has also become berserk as a result. Both claws swung wildly. Fight for your life. Not even caring about the attacks that were falling on him. The three had never seen such a battle before, and when they were caught off guard, they were actually knocked off their weapons. Hiss! A ferocious light emerged in the eyes of the giant mutant rat, pouncing towards the nearest Xiahou Run. Xiahou Run! Dodge! Sun Jingzhang shouted. Chao Tianshan's left eye flashed with a bright green light, condensing his mental power and preparing to rescue him at any time. Shit, think I'm easy to bully. In the face of such a critical situation, Xiahou Ren did not retreat but advanced, backhandedly drew out the chopper of doom at his waist and greeted the giant mutant rat. Blast Wind Half Moon Chop. A greenish-colored aura lingered on the chopper, and then the aura turned into an arc of light. Brush. Lights and shadows are intertwined. The giant mutant rat, which the four of them could not attack for a long time, was actually cut in two. Chao Tianshan was slightly surprised, and then he figured out why. Due to Xiahou Ren's Blast Wind Envoy, there was an effect of increased damage, plus the Doomsday Chopper was already incomparably sharp, in order to be able to kill the giant mutant rats with a single strike. The moment Sun Jingzhang, Su Hu, and Taisher Chanyun, their mouths were open enough to stuff an egg. How is this possible? One must know that they and Xiahou Run were originally on the same level. But now, Xiahou Run was able to kill a fierce beast of the same level in seconds. We agreed to be bronze together, and suddenly you tell me you're a king? Xiahou Run was also shocked and didn't come back to his senses until he was surrounded by three people. Xiahou Run, what's the matter with you? Why have you suddenly become so brave? Xiahou Run looked at the kitchen knife in his hand and froze. I don't know if it was a hallucination, but he suddenly felt that the chopper was flashing with a seven-colored divine light that was piercing to the eyes. Exclaimed excitedly at the shocked looks of the three men. This chopper, it's not junk, it's a divine weapon. Chapter 104 Arrival at New Water University. After knowing the power of the Doomsday Chopper, Xiahou Run immediately enlisted it to Sun Jingzhang, Su Hu, and Taisher Chanyun. The three were filled with disbelief after hearing this. A kitchen knife can be so awesome? However, with the facts in front of them, they had to believe it. So, the other apostle exclusives are strong too? Su Hu had excitement in his eyes. He doesn't want a chopper. He wants a pot lid. Xiahou Run said, strong or not? Let's just ask Brother Chen. Brother Chen, what do you think? Chao Tianshan, who was secretly snickering, was startled and didn't react. What did you guys say? Brother Tatsu, as a senior apostle, shouldn't you have known about the power of these apostle-exclusive props a long time ago? Why didn't you tell us about it? Sun Jingzhang looked at Chao Tianshan with skeptical eyes. He always felt that Chao Tianshan was a bit abnormal. I didn't buy it. Chao Tianshan prevaricated. It was said that one lie needed to be filled with countless lies. Looking at the four skeptical eyes, Chao Tianshan revealed a bit of information about the higher apostles. To be precise, it was to put his next thought into words. What? Senior apostles are able to participate in the raffle? 10 consecutive draws and 1 free draw. And it's bound to win a C-rank apostle exclusive item? Brother Chen, you actually drew Monkey as a battle pet in your 100 consecutive draws. The crowd was uplifted by what they heard. If it were before, they would have been bound to angrily curse the dog planning and what pitiful things they were up to again. But after seeing the power of the Doomsday Chopper, they all felt that the system was bound to have its rationale for designing it this way. Chao Tianshan was speechless from listening. Sure enough, money on account of shit are picked up by people, while the rotten mud sprayed with more perfume cannot make people interested. Can't. I'm going to get the apostle exclusive props. I'm going to advance to become a higher level apostle of doom. The crowd was fighting. With a goal in mind, the team's course of action changed from avoiding ferocious beasts to actively seeking them out. Stronger is always stronger. A few of them were riding high, and by the time they had pushed their way across the street to the school gates, all of them had advanced to apostles of doom and were fully armed. The heart is even more explosive. Even Li Yutian, who had been cured of the problem of fainting in every battle, was even able to stand within 10 meters of the ferocious beasts and wield his power. New Water University, inside a building. 2 female college students were pleading with a man wearing glasses. There was also a group of students standing around them, with looks of either indifference or horror on their faces. Mr. Xie, please, let us go. Don't feed us to the ferocious beasts, please. Chi Ruelong looked at the 2 fancy girls in front of him, and a touch of cruelty crossed the bottom of his eyes. After the end of the world, the school is infested with ferocious beasts, and some people have turned into zombies. Relying on the aura of his status as a teacher, he recruited several boys and quickly formed a rescue group that saved many students. Chi Rue thought he was going to be a hero, but the harsh reality slapped him awake. In an action yesterday, He organized 20 strong boys to try to kill a mutant dog and free the trapped students. But the stray dogs that were not worth mentioning in the past actually abused them with ease. It also blocked them, along with the trapped students, in the building. Well, by chance, he and the mutant dog had come to some sort of understanding. As long as 2 students are thrown out to fill its stomach at every mealtime, it will not invade the building. Moreover, that mutant dog had also categorized this place as its territory, killing the other ferocious beasts that came to offend them, which was also considered to be indirectly protecting their safety. Chi-Rui Long feigned a sigh and said, "You are all my students, and it pains me to do this, but, if we don't feed that ferocious beast outside, all of us will die here." Hearing this, some of the students who had wanted to open their mouths to plead for mercy closed their mouths. Chi-Rui Long looked around and nodded in satisfaction after seeing the crowd's reaction. His voice was icy cold as he continued, "Your sacrifices will always be remembered by all of us." The 2 girls were filled with despair. They cast a look around them for help, but they were greeted with either a dodge or a cold stare. "Throw them out." With Chi-Rui Long's command, 2 physically fit boys walked over. They were the minions Chi-Rui Long had cultivated. Just as the 2 were about to be taken out, one of the girls suddenly shouted at Chi-Rui Long, "Teacher Chi, let me go, let me go. I promise you what you said yesterday. I promise to be your girlfriend." Zhang Qiqi, you? Zhang Yumlong looked at her best friend with disbelief. Yesterday, Chi-Rui Long had hinted to them that they could pay a certain price in exchange for safety, but they had refused. "I didn't realize that Kiki Zhang had changed her mind for fear of death." Zhang Qiqi didn't care about Zhang Yuming's reaction. She knelt down next to Chi-Rui Long and tugged on his hand, crying and begging continuously. "She's young, she doesn't want to die." Chi-Rui Long revealed a hint of an evil smile as he reached out and rubbed his hand over Zhang Qiqi's delicate face, the latter's frightened deer-like reaction making him enjoy himself immensely. Many of the girls present had horror in their eyes, as if they foresaw their own miserable end. More people were filled with ridicule. At the moment of life and death, "Did you really sell out your modesty? What a bitch." But Chi-Rui Long's next words caused them to change color in unison. "Well, then you'll be replaced soon." One of the boys was grabbed by Chi-Rui Long's minions and let out a killing howl. He had just taunted Zhang Qiqi, and he didn't expect it to be his turn so soon. "Mr. Chi, I can do it too." Chi-Rui Long was disgusted and said angrily, "Drag it down." After the boy was dragged away, Chi-Rui Long looked at Zhang Yumeng again, his eyes filled with desire. In terms of face value, Zhang Yumeng was one step ahead of Zhang Qiqi. Moreover, having danced all year round, she had a curvy and attractive body. "I can give you another chance. It depends on what kind of choice you make." Chi-Rui Long's tone was lofty. He enjoyed this feeling very much. A single word could determine the life and death of others. Zhang Yumeng bit her lip. She didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to suffer that kind of humiliation. Looking at Chi-Rui Long's teasing smile, she somehow managed to generate a surge of strength in her body, climbed up and rushed towards the window. The height of 4 floors, Zhang Yumeng jumped without the slightest hesitation. Chi-Rui Long wanted to stop, it was too late. "Ah!" Zhang Yumeng let out a miserable scream as she landed on the ground. Luckily, after she jumped, she was impeded by the branches of the large tree downstairs, and although she had multiple bruises all over her body, they weren't enough to break her bones. Zhang Yumeng's face turned white from the pain, but she insisted on climbing up and quickly escaping the place. Needless to say, she was pretty lucky that the mutant dog didn't show up due to it being blocking the door. Zhang Yumeng just disappeared from sight. Chi-Rui Long was so angry that his face turned blue. He tugged Zhang Qiqi and headed upstairs to his room, wanting to vent his displeasure. 2 boys acting as minions followed him. "Mr. Chi, they..." Zhang Qiqi looked at the 2 boys and asked hesitantly. Chi-Rui Long's eyes flared with sarcasm as he laughed. "They're all his own people. Don't be so outgoing. Who'd be willing to work as his henchman without favors? You need substantial favors to win people over." Those 2 boys laughed as well, their eyes constantly glancing at Zhang Qiqi's body. Zhang Qiqi's face turned white with fear as she tried to struggle, but it was too late at the moment as Chi-Rui Long dragged her into the room, tearing what little self-respect she had left to shreds. Zhang Yumeng didn't run out far before she was blocked by 2 mutant rats, one in front of the other, causing her to sit on the ground in fear. The mutant rats squeaked and squealed, in excitement of getting a blood meal. "It's over. It's over." Zhang Yumeng was filled with despair. 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, and walking lights appeared in front of her eyes. "Dad! Mom! I miss you so much." Just then, a boy carrying a kitchen knife suddenly appeared. "Classmates, stay back." Not waiting for Zhang Yumeng to react, blade light swipes the shadows. The 2 mutant rats were in a different place. Zhang Yumeng, whose face was originally ashen, had a renewed luster in her eyes. She looked over at the boy, only to find that he was incredibly tall, with a different kind of handsomeness to that unkempt cocktail of a head. "Classmate, are you?" John Yumeng asked with a red face. "Me, ha, since you asked in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you." Xiahou Ren ruffled his hair in a flirty manner. "I am the first fierce general of Tianshan Zoo. Apostle of Doom. Xiahou Ren is also. Of course, you can also call me by my nickname, Blaster Swordsman." Chapter 105, starting to form a force. John Yumeng softly chanted Xiahou Ren's name a few times and said with a face full of gratitude, "Thank you for saving me, classmate Xiahou." Seeing that the one he saved was actually a beautiful woman, Xiahou Ren scratched his head in embarrassment. "Was the way I just came out stupid to you? Ha ha ha." John Yumeng shook her head repeatedly. "How could that be? You were very handsome just now, Blasted Wind Swordsman." This nickname sounds righteous. Chao Tianchen and the others arrived and saw that the two were already fighting. TSK, no wonder you're walking so fast, so you're in a hurry to save a beauty from a hero. By the way, I seem to have just heard someone call himself Blaster Swordsman. Do you guys know Blaster Swordsman? I'm sorry, I only know Xiahou Ren, not any Blasted Swordsman. How can you not recognize it? The Blasted Wind Swordsman is the one who stepped on the seven-colored auspicious clouds and descended from the sky. He's as flirty as they come. Listening to the crowd's yin and yang, Xiahou Ren's face turned red. "You guys are really enough." Just then, a cooing sound rang out. John Yumeng blushed slightly. In order to lose weight, she hadn't eaten any dinner the day before the end of her life, so she hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Chao Tianchen brought some snacks and water, and Xiahou Ren hurriedly handed the things to John Yumeng as if he was offering a treasure. 2 mouthfuls of potato chips down, and then filled with a breath of bubbling water. John Yumeng's tears of happiness were about to fall out. She was very glad that she had run into Xiahou Ren. It was important to realize that many of the students were now not only facing the threat of ferocious beasts at all times, but were also hungry. After John Yumeng had eaten and drunk enough, she once again thanked the crowd. "What are you thanking us for? You should be thanking Blaster Swordsman." Several people flirted again, causing Xiahou Ren to wish to find a crack in the ground. Chao Tianchen stopped the crowd from frolicking and looked at John Yumeng. "Classmate, do you know where there are any surviving classmates?" He had already decided to start forming his own forces, and he was not too comfortable with the island gang after all. "There are still surviving students there in school building 3, that's where I escaped from." But, John Yumeng talked about what Qi Ruilong had done, and the crowd was furious to hear it, cursing Qi Ruilong for being a human being and not worthy of being a teacher. John Yumeng then went on to talk about the mutant dogs, her words implying that she didn't want the crowd to go to the rescue. The gang stood by coldly when she was in distress. Why should she risk her life to save them when she was so easily safe? Despite John Yumeng's strong hints, Chao Tianchen had a reason why he had to go, and the crowd naturally looked up to Chao Tianchen and immediately agreed. Seeing this, John Yumeng said, "But, the mutant dog guarding there is as big as a small car, and I saw it easily defeat more than a dozen mutant rats like that just now." She hadn't actually seen a mutant dog before, and had only deliberately exaggerated the mutant dog's combat power to try to make the crowd know what to do. Xiahou Ren patted his chest and said, "Don't worry about it. We've already killed a dozen or so mutant dogs along the way." John Yumeng saw Xiahou Ren do say this. A trace of loss flashed in her eyes and she forced a smile. "I don't really have an opinion, just a suggestion." However, her afterglow was a disgruntled sweep of Chao Tianchen. Chao Tianchen took in her performance, but did not take it to heart. It didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at teaching building number 3, and on the way, they also tackled a few ungrateful ferocious beasts. John Yumeng also clearly recognized the strength of several people, especially Xiahou Ren's charging stance fascinated her. The only thing that made her dissatisfied was that Chao Tianchen never put up a fight in every battle and preferred to call himself a team big brother. Adding to that, Chao Tianchen's earlier proposal to save people was even more infuriating to her. At the end of the last battle, John Yumeng couldn't help but yin and yang. "What I think, some of the paddlers should be kicked off the team," while Chao Tianchen had no reaction. Li Yutian was nearly in tears. "He has such a low presence. Let him go. Will you?" "Ow!" A wail rang out, and Chao Tianchen met the mutant dog that John Yumeng was talking about. It turned out that John Yumeng's imagination was still not rich enough. The mutant dog in front of him was 7 meters long and 3 meters tall at the shoulder, with a blood-red fur that was full of killing energy and scarlet eyes that were cruel. "It's actually a red devil dog," Xiahou Ren exclaimed in shock, taking the name out of habit. The crowd is used to this guy's maneuvers. Mid-metamorphosis level. Big Chief. After Sun Jingjiang reported the strength of the red devil dog, the crowd's expressions gradually became grave. This was the highest level monster they had encountered so far, aside from the double-cutting crab. John Yumeng, on the other hand, had a pale face. Having followed the crowd all the way, she already had a vague idea of battle power. In the team, other than the two master paddlers, Chao Tianchen and Li Yutian, the personal battle power of the other four was slightly higher than that of ordinary ferocious beasts of the same level. If the four of them combined their efforts, they would be able to easily defeat an elite ferocious beast of the same level, and barely flatten a weaker alpha ferocious beast of the same level. But this red devil dog in front of them was not only one level higher than them, but was also the big leader. Jiang Yumeng looked at Chao Tianchen, her eyes blazing. It's this guy's fault for having to come and ending up getting everyone killed. But without waiting for her to snap, she was pulled aside by Xiahou Run. Jiang Yumeng froze slightly and looked at Xiahou Run. Could it be that he wanted to confess to himself in this last moment of his life? Brother Chen is going to fight the red demon dog one-on-one, so get out of the way, Xiahou Run said. Jiang Yumeng was dumbfounded. One-on-one. Chao Tianchen lit up two short swords in his hands and walked towards the red devil dog alone. When Jiang Yumeng saw this scene, she only felt that he was sending him to his death, but seeing the confidence of the people around him, she finally held back her voice. The other side. The red devil dog looked at the human who walked alone, a touch of sarcasm appearing in his icy eyes. Stupid. It pounced on Chao Tianchen and opened its bloody mouth. Dang, dang. Two crisp knife sounds. The short sword in Chao Tianchen's hand held the red devil dog's mouth at one up and one down, and no matter how hard the latter tried, he couldn't bite down a single bit. This. Jiang Yumeng stared in disbelief that this was something a human could do. The red devil dog was also taken aback. The district human was actually able to wrestle with it. The red devil dog loosened its mouth and swung out its claws to attack, but Chao Tianchen was as slippery as a loach. It swung dozens of times and froze without hitting a single time. My turn. Chao Tianchen waved his dual swords like a magnificent dancer. Between the interplay of light and shadow, the red devil dog's body was covered in bloodstains. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the red devil dog, but rather he was testing his strength with it. My basic attributes nowadays should be about the same as an upper beast king of the same level. If it corresponds to an ordinary ferocious beast, it should be comparable to a large-headed ferocious beast 2 levels higher. As the battle progressed, the red devil dog became more and more injured. This human is so strong? The red devil dog no longer hesitated and pulled out a crushing stance. Stormblood frenzy claws. Only the red devil dog's claws erupted with blood-colored spiritual energy, grabbing at Chao Tianchen and forming a blood net. In the face of this powerful strike, Chao Tianchen's expression was unperturbed as his left eye flashed with a touch of emerald green brightness, and his cohesive spiritual energy transformed into a barrier in front of him. The blood net touched the barrier and stagnated in midair, unable to advance the slightest bit. Looking very strange, the red devil dog looked horrified at the sight. Its strongest strike was defended against. This human's strength was far above his. Escape! But just as the red devil dog turned around, he felt his brain sink and lost consciousness. Chao Tianchen used the disguise of sacrifice to pull the red devil dog into the deity space. He didn't kill the red devil dog, but planned to do some experiments with it. Seeing Chao Tianchen win easily, the crowd cheered. Brother Tatsu. Mighty. Brother Tatsu. Awesome. Heaven did not give birth to my brother Chao, and the end of the world is as long as the night. Brother Nagumo. You're damn good at licking. Jiang Yumeng couldn't return to her senses for a long time. She finally understood now why Chao Tianchen could be the head of the team. That's because he's the strongest in the whole team. Luckily, Xiahou Run pulled her back, or else she would have just been punched in the face. Chao, I'm sorry. I just misunderstood that you only know how to paddle. Now it seems that I'm the one who's stupid. Ha ha. Jiang Yumeng apologized half-jokingly. Chao Tianchen waved his hand indifferently. For the face of Xiahou Ren, he still has this tolerance. As long as the other party is aware of the times, it will be fine. I'm afraid to meet those stupid and stubborn. Come on, upstairs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yumeng took the initiative to walk ahead and lead the way. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but look at her in a high light. This was a smart woman who could be used. Chapter 106, The First Bucket of Gold. The surviving students in Building 3 were dumbfounded when the Jiang Yumeng people came to their door. Is this woman stupid? It's so hard to escape and then come running back? Probably couldn't survive out there and folded back in. TSK, is this ready to sell out? Just bitchy. Xiahou Ren came up after him, and when he heard these words, he became furious and pressed the boy who made the slur on the ground and beat him violently. Although Jiang Yumeng was touched in her heart, she still chose to stop it. Don't fight. If you fight again you're going to kill someone. That's against the law. Seeing that she couldn't stop it from staying, she could only turn to Chao Tianchen for help. Chao Tianchen nodded, then raised his hand and wiped the man's throat, pulling up Xiahou Run. It's all dead. Stop fighting. Jiang Yumeng was stunned. You actually killed someone? Didn't you make it stop? Stop? Is that how I asked you to stop it? Jiang Yumeng saw that Chao Tianchen had forgiven himself so easily earlier and thought that he was a very generous person. In hindsight, this guy is nothing short of a homicidal maniac. Jiang Yumeng broke out in a cold sweat as her thoughts moved. She instantly realized that it wasn't Chao Tianchen's generosity earlier, but because she and Xiahou Ren had a bit of an ambiguous relationship. Otherwise, for all the pointing she'd done along the way, the other side would have had her dead in the street long ago. In the face of Chao Tianchen's behavior, the others in the team were not overly surprised, although they were a bit dismayed. But the gang of onlookers were indeed scared silly, and some of them directly peed their pants. Although they had seen Qi Ruilong throw people for the ferocious beasts to eat, killing indirectly and killing directly still gave them a different impact. Chao Tianchen frowned slightly. He hadn't thought that this group of students had actually become so timid, not even one who dared to mouth off. Not good enough. Unbeknownst to them, the slightly bolder ones have all been dealt with by Qi Ruilong explicitly and implicitly. The first bucket of money, a little sharpening, will do. Chao Tianchen looked at the group of students and asked, "Where is Qi Ruilong?" The only way he'd take over the wave was to get rid of the head. Ever since he had tasted Zhang Qiqi's flavor, the shackles of desire within Qi Ruilong had been opened. So when he learned that Jiang Yumeng had folded back again, he couldn't wait to run downstairs. He felt that he had lived these decades in vain. Be a nice guy for fuck's sake. Why don't you follow the example of the other scumbag teachers and do some subterfuge? By the way, the law can't punish him yet in this situation. Ha ha, these end times are still wonderful. When Qi Ruilong saw Jiang Yumeng again, the desire in his eyes was like fire. But he wasn't stupid enough to do it directly, because he saw that there were 5 other boys who came back with Jiang Yumeng, and there were 5 boys on his side who acted as minions. If you do it the hard way, you can't win or lose. At this point, Qi Ruilong looked at the other team at the end of Li Yutian, suddenly overwhelmed with joy. So it is Director Li who led the team. Ah, what a coincidence! What a coincidence! Li Yutian's eyes widened. Lead the team? You're not fucking with me, are you? I don't know you well. In the face of Li Yutian's refusal, Qi Ruilong was the one who came over with a bright face and even took his hand. Director Li, what kind of world is this? Don't you understand? Here, we are the kings of the earth. Female college students can play like this if they want to. Get out of the way. Li Yutian evaded. It's killing me. These guys around him are all killers. Playing? Play. Qi Ruilong did not expect Li Yutian to be so determined, and continued to compel. Those things in the past should be put down. Put it down. Anyway, there are not many days to live. Why don't we just let loose and show off, so that life has no regrets? I regret your grandfather. Li Yutian's 2 eyes went black and directly fainted. Qi Ruilong. You're Qi Ruilong? Qi Ruilong had gotten used to being on top of the world, and it was very upsetting to hear someone to call his name directly. However, after seeing the body at the other's feet, he realized that the student was a ruthless man and entertained the idea of recruiting him. Oh, this student has a good heart. Is there any interest? I asked if you're Qi Ruilong. Chao Tianchen spoke out to interrupt. Qi Ruilong was enraged and said in a deep voice, "Your leader Li Yutian is a close friend of mine. Aren't you afraid that he will blame you for talking to me like this?" Li Yutian almost woke up in shock, jumping up and spitting fenugreek. I asked if you are Qi Ruilong? Chao Tianchen asked again. Faced with repeated ignoring, Qi Ruilong finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, "I am Qi Ruilong. What's wrong?" As soon as the words fell, a light shadow swept up. Qi Ruilong then saw a pair of hands flying in the sky. Immediately afterward, he felt a piercing pain at his wrist. It was only then that Qi Ruilong reacted. Those hands, they're his. Ah, my hand, my hand. Qi Ruilong let out a mournful howl, his misery making the people around him unable to bear to look at him. Chao Tianchen didn't let him go, but swung his sword again and chopped off both of his feet. The intense pain actually made Qi Ruilong lose his voice. Chao Tianchen swept the room with a cold expression, and all the students were silenced under his gaze. Name Qi Ruilong's accomplices, or else you'll end up the same as him. Soon, the 5 boys who had acted as minions for Qi Ruilong were pressed to the ground by Xiahou Ren and the others. At the same time, they rescued a disheveled and disoriented Kiki Zhang. Kiki. Jiang Yumeng didn't expect her best friend to suffer such an insult and rushed up to hold Zhang Qiqi in her arms. Zhang Qiqi cowered in her arms and howled. Chao Tianchen sighed in his heart. Knowing that the hearts of men were evil, he was still surprised that some people had been exposed so thoroughly only less than 2 days after the end of the world had descended. Bastard! Jiang Yumeng was furious and punched and kicked Qi Ruilong's gang, together with Xiahou Ren and the others. Qi Ruilong's group screamed miserably. Immediately afterward, more and more people joined in beating them up. Enough! Chao Tianchen released a powerful pressure. The crowd stood still and consciously made way. Chao Tianchen walked over to Qi Ruilong and laughed. Aren't you good at dealing with ferocious beasts? It just so happens that I need a bait to attract ferocious beasts, so you'll be the bait. Chi Rui Long colorfully shouted. No, you can't do this. You killed so many people. It's against the law. It's against the law. Chao Tianxian smiled contemptuously. I had thought that you were adapting quickly to the end times, but I didn't expect that you were actually a clown. Chi Rui Long's expression was stagnant. Yeah, now that the end times are over and order has broken down, even if the other guy kills him, he won't be punished by the law. How could he have been so larded up in the first place that he would have found these end times wonderful? Please, please, let me go. I'm just willing to be a cow or a horse, please. Chi Rui Long frantically begged for mercy, but the only thing that responded to him was Chao Tianxian's cold and merciless voice. Bring it down. Chao Tianxian then conducted a tally. Aside from the 6 from Chi Rui Long's group, there were a total of 36 surviving students, 15 boys and 21 girls. Chao Tianxian divided them into groups of 6 and had each group bring a bait to lure the beasts outside and into the trap. The whole room was in an uproar. The surviving students were all pale, and some simply sat on the ground, bawling. I didn't realize that they had left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's lair first, Chao Tianxian said in a cold voice. If you don't want to go, I can send him on his way now. I don't need waste. Chapter 107, Selection. Under Chao Tianxian's compulsion, the first team quickly launched into action. The 6 students walked cautiously out of the building with the bait. Looking at the empty, dead, and devastated school, everyone's face wore a strong sense of unease. One boy with glasses couldn't control his inner fear and tried to turn back, but was stopped by the slimmer boy beside him. The boy with glasses had red eyes and yelled at his companion. Get out of the way, Changli, I want to go back. The slimmer boy named Changli similarly yelled at him. Xiao Qiankuan, have you forgotten the mission rules? If the mission fails, we'll still be sent out on a mission. We have bait this time. The success rate is still greater. If it comes to the next time, you come to be this bait? With these words, not to mention Xiao Qiankuan didn't dare to leave. Even the other people in the team also dispelled the idea of leaving. Even if someone wanted to leave, the remaining people would stop him. We're all dead anyway. Why don't we just run away? That Chao Bai can't catch up and kill us. Escape? Where are you going to run to? Don't you know what it's like out there? No food, no drink, and vicious beasts everywhere. Can you survive? So what do you say? Why don't we just kill ourselves? What a hell of a world. I don't want to die. Boing boing. At that time, when the team was formed, Chao Tianxian followed the principle of voluntary teaming, and the 6 people were able to get together and know each other more or less. Among them, Changli and Xiao Qiankuan are even roommates. But in the face of such a predicament, the relationship between the 6 was as brittle as a piece of paper, and they immediately quarreled, with the 3 girls even bursting into tears, and the boy who became the bait took the opportunity to arch fire from it. Anyway, he is dead. Might as well drag a few people as a back. Enough. Are you guys making such a loud noise? Do you want to attract all the ferocious beasts? The more the moment of crisis, the more a person's potential could be stimulated. Changli yelled and stopped the noisy team. When everyone quieted down, Changli looked serious and said, fighting for our lives is just this once. That surname Chao said that as long as we pass the test, we can become part of them and gain the power to fight against the ferocious beasts. Do they really have that kind of power? Someone didn't believe it. Changli said, I've seen that trap they designed. It was a closed room without a single trap in it. They clearly want to confront the ferocious beast head-on. Just ask, if you don't have enough strength, who would joke with your own little life? So I don't think it's true what they say. The crowd couldn't help but nod at that. As young people, it's quite easy to accept this kind of thing in this age of information explosion. After all, the ferocious beasts had mutated, and man might be able to gain some powerful abilities as well. At the same time, a fire was born in the hearts of the people. As long as you have the strength, why do you need to be afraid as you are now? Maybe you can make a name for yourself like in the novels. Seeing this, Changli smoothly put forward his plan. The plan is simple. With a rope holding the bait, let him walk in front to attract the beasts. After encountering the beasts, a few people to turn their heads and run back. However, as soon as the program started, the boy who was used as bait just swung away, letting the crowd beat and scold him, but he didn't move. I'm going to die anyway, so why should I fulfill you? The boy shouted with a straight face. Xiao Qiankuan was so angry that his hair fainted. You animal, you don't want to do anything, but you don't want to die for a good cause. Accumulate NM's virtue. Ha 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 ha, pity you fools. You'll be single till the day you die, right? The boy looked to the 3 girls in the group and began to arch his fire. Life is good. Might as well have a good time while it lasts. Fuck you. Xiao Qiankuan punched out 2 of his teeth. All the books are read in the dog's stomach. It's a waste of time for your parents to send you to college. Just as Xiao Qiankuan was about to continue making his move, Changli once again stopped him. Changli turned his head to the boy and said, "Although we don't know each other, we are at least alumni. My name is Changli, from the history department. Brother, what's your name?" The boy snorted. He had a death wish in his heart now and didn't want to pay any attention to Changli at all. Changli was not discouraged and continued, "Brother, I have a small suggestion. Listen to it. You acted as bait, but we tied your hands, not your legs. You can still run as you should. There's still a chance to survive." The boy's expression moved. He naturally didn't want to die if he could live. However, he quickly shook his head. "So what if I go back alive? That gang won't let me go." That group of people referred to Chao Tianchen and the others. "Brother, you're confused. Those guys aren't cops. Otherwise they'd just kill you. Why go through all this trouble?" In the face of Chang Li's rhetorical question, the boy hesitated, and the people in the team were also puzzled. To my way of thinking, that gang and Chi Rui Long are actually the same. The ultimate goal is to recruit henchmen. It's just that Chi Rui's methods are disgusting and theirs are cruel. Chang Li paused, his tone certain. "We just have to show the appropriate value and they will accept us." The boy pondered for a moment and said, "Good, I'm willing to be the bait. However, you can't tie my hands." "No way," Chang Li sternly refused. "Then I'll have to switch to another option. And by then, you'll be dead for sure." The boy smiled brightly. He was just trying. He didn't expect the other to say yes. "Brother Chang Li, my name is Duan Min, from Department XX. Thank you, Duan. I hope everyone survives." Chang Li enthusiastically shook Duan Min's hand, and then that pulled him to get acquainted with the others. Although everyone despised Duan Min in their hearts, they could only force a smile at the moment. And at the moment, in the dark corners that everyone didn't know about, Chao Tianchen was silently watching all of this. "Chang Li, it's a bit interesting." After circling around the vicinity of the No. 3 school building twice, the 7 people in the first group quickly looked for a ferocious beast. However, after seeing this ferocious beast, the crowd almost didn't laugh out loud, because this ferocious beast was actually a mutated turtle. The mutant turtle is 3 meters long, covered with hooks and spines, and has a hideous head. However, no matter how scary it is, it's just a turtle. Stout limbs, walks slowly, like a grandpa. This luck is just too good to be true. God is helping us to survive. One girl was so excited that she pulled out her cell phone and tried to send a circle with the caption, "Girls who love to smile don't have bad luck." But when she got a little closer, she remembered that her cell phone and other electronic devices were no longer working. Just then, the mutant turtle did a cartwheel and barely missed his fall. "Ha ha ha, so stupid." Just as the crowd laughed at the mutant turtle's clumsiness, the mutant ghost followed up by retracting its limbs and transforming into a giant wheel. The fly pressed toward the girl. The girl was crushed straight into a mosaic, splattering blood and unidentified substances that even flew into the faces of the rest of the group. Everyone's smiles froze, then turned into endless horror. "Run!" Listening to the rumbling behind them, everyone exploded to their fullest potential, only hating why their parents had only given them 2 legs. Chao Tianchen, who was secretly observing, shook his head. "Still too young. By the way, I can record all the ferocious beasts I know and sell them through the contract, which will make a big profit and save the people under my hand from encountering this situation again in the future. I can still acquire ferocious beast intelligence. Forget it, take your time." Chapter 108, The Newly Promoted 3. Chang Li and the others ran wildly for their lives, with the mutant turtle in hot pursuit behind 6. A girl fell down in a panic, and without even letting out a scream, she followed in the footsteps of her companion and was crushed into mush by the mutant turtle. The remaining 5 ran even more desperately. They were only about 50 meters away from the target location. However, death was closer to them. Duan Min, who was running at the back of the group, was less than 10 meters away from the mutant turtle. Under extreme panic, Duan Min exploded into a powerful potential and caught up with the boy who was running in the penultimate position. However, Duan Min is not out of danger. Now, the mutant turtle was only 5 meters away from him. It was already close to sticking to his back. With a hard heart, Duan Min knocked the boy beside him down. "No!" The boy let out a scream, and in the blink of an eye, he was crushed into mush by the mutant turtle. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 were shocked and angry, but they couldn't be bothered to blame Duan Min, so they could only bury their heads and accelerate. The death of the boy just now only delayed the mutant turtle for a mere second. Soon, the mutant turtle caught up again. Duan Min broke through the bottom line one after another, and now that he had completely lost his scruples, he slammed toward the girl beside him again, trying to repeat the trick. The girl was filled with horror. She was only 10 meters away from her target location, and at full sprint, she could reach it in no more than 2 seconds. But now, the distance was like a moat to her. Just as the girl's heart was in despair, Duan Min, however, suddenly let out a shriek before falling to the ground with a thud. Changli pulled the rope in his hand. Duan Min looked at Chun-Li with hatred as he fell, but he didn't even have time to put in a harsh word before he was crushed into mush by the mutant turtle. Duan Min's death likewise only caused the mutant turtle to lag for a second. However, it was this 1 second of delay that allowed the remaining 3 to reach the target location without incident. Bang! An iron gate fell behind the trio. The mutant turtle slammed into the iron door with a loud clunk. Once the mutant turtle came to a crashing halt, it reverted from its rolled state to being on all fours, and it was still a bit dazed and unsteady to walk. Immediately after that, an iron gate fell once again, sealing off the mutant turtle's back path. The mutant turtle is then completely in a jar. We did it! It worked! The 3 of them wept with joy. Only by experiencing death can one realize the preciousness of life. Congratulations to you all for completing your mission. On behalf of the Skystar Zoo, I welcome you all. You may address me as the zookeeper. The 3 of them looked at the handsome boy who spoke before them. The other party's arrogant and unrefusable tone irritated them, but they didn't dare to refute it. They've seen it all before. This guy is a murderous demon. Thank you, Master Gardener, the 3 said respectfully. Chao Tianqian nodded slightly before landing his gaze on Chun-Li. Your name is Chun-Li, right? You did a very good job both in making the plan and pulling the rope at the end. I appreciate you very much. Facing Chao Tianqian's praise, Chang-Li didn't know whether to be happy or sad, and could only try his best to lower his posture. Thank you, Mr. Gardener, for your kind words, and I wonder what you can do for me? Chao Tianqian smiled faintly. You're a smart person. I won't talk too much about nonsense. I'll give you a gift later. Saying that, he led everyone to the upper part of the location where the mutant turtle was trapped, the second floor of the No. 3 school building. Chao Tianqian pointed at the mutant turtle trapped on the first floor, looked at the 4 Xiahou Ren beside him, and asked, which one of you will come? This mutant turtle was only at the middle stage of the metamorphosis level, or ordinary qualifications, and any one of the 4 could win. Chao Tianqian wanted to take this opportunity to show off his muscles in front of the surviving students. Tatsu, I'll do it, Xiahou Ren shouted. After shouting, he didn't wait for Chao Tianqian to agree and jumped straight down. This guy, what nonsense! Sun Jingjiang slapped the railing in chagrin. He naturally guessed what Chao Tianqian wanted to do through his recent series of moves. Formation of forces. Take your place in the post-apocalyptic world. But once you form a force, it's not just a fight in a dorm room. That's going to be the rule. Xiahou Ren's behavior like this was undoubtedly a blow to Chao Tianqian's prestige. At the moment, it doesn't feel like it, but if time passes, it will inevitably create conflicts and barriers between the brothers. History, the first common business. Good enough to wear a pair of pants. Late hate each other 1,000 cuts of the brotherhood of friends. There are fewer? Tatsu. You too, don't even talk about him. Sun Jingjiang was very dissatisfied. And there was a reason for Chao Tianqian's connivance for Xiahou Ren to be like this now. Chao Tianqian grinned. Jingjiang, you're too serious. You and I, brothers, are naturally no better than anyone else. Sun Jingjiang was speechless. Brother, are you really stupid or not? You don't really think of Xiahou Ren as your son, do you? Chao Tianqian pointed down and said. Take a look. That Xiahou Ren kid seems to have comprehended a new skill. Sun Jingjiang immediately looked downward. Only Xiahou Ren was seen holding up the chopper of doom, and his entire aura became harsh and manic. The green-colored airstream continued to surge upwards, gathering on the doomsday chopper, and as time passed, the superimposed might became more and more astonishing. Sun Jingjiang opened her probing eye and said enviously, what a huge amount of energy. This kid has awakened a good supernormal ability. At this time, Xiahou Ren finally finished storing his power. Eat this move of mine, Skyfall Great Treasure Sword. The green-colored airflow that had been accumulating for a long time condensed into a huge green-colored sword above the head of the mutant turtle. Descend hard. The mutant turtle panicked. It wanted to escape, but its movement speed was too slow, plus the skill of turning into a wheel was still on cooldown, so it could only choose to resist this blow. Boom! Tremors echoed throughout the floor, the ground shaking with fear. Wait until the tremor is over. Every one of the surviving students lost their colors and looked at the ground in disbelief, only to see the mutant turtle clad in heavy armor, like an egg that had been cracked. Its body was densely covered with cracks, and it couldn't die anymore. Geez, is this really something humans can do? Of course a human can do it. In my 8 years of experience with webcomics, this person is a wizard. I know you've read fewer novels just by listening to you talk. Open your dog eyes and see. This is clearly a martial art, and it's at least a Xian grade martial skill. Martial arts your sister. Xian fantasy has long since cooled off. This is clearly an immortal technique. Immortal magic? Bullshit. There's only one truth. What's the matter with you suspenseful dogs? Don't show your superiority. Get the hell out of here. Although the drawing style was a bit strange, none of the surviving students felt that Xiahou Ren's move. Bull. Xiahou Ren posed for 2 poses next to the mutant turtle's corpse, then leapt back to the second floor, enjoying the envious and jealous eyes of the surviving students. Jiang Yamun quickly greeted him, her eyes full of little stars, which made Xiahou Ren very flattered. Taisher Chanyun laughed. Brother Xiahou's move is amazingly powerful, not inferior to my clan's mastery. Xiahou Ren was a bit fluttery. The flowing cloud sex stunts had been polished through thousands of years. For him to be able to compare this move to it, wouldn't it mean that he had the qualifications to start a sect? Fallacious. Xiahou Ren pretended to be modest, then looked at Chao Tianchen. Brother Chen, how is my skill? Only if you gain Chao Tianchen's approval would that be considered truly awesome. The power is indeed great, but it takes too long to build up. It's also against a turtle. If it were any other ferocious beast, you'd have nothing left. Chao Tianchen gives a forward review. Waste of skill. Xiahou Ren's smile instantly froze on his face. A few people around the room burst into laughter. Chao Tianchen told a few people to stop, then came to the surviving students. Chang Li, Xiao Qiankuan, Lu Fang stepped forward. Chang Li and the 3 of them were excited. Chao Tianchen had said before that he would grant them power if they succeeded in their mission. Is it hard to keep a promise? At those words, the hearts of the surviving students shook as they looked at the 3 with eyes full of envy. Chapter 109, Mission in Progress. In the crowd's astonished gazes, Chao Tianchen condensed 3 clusters of light blue spiritual energy in his hands, and then with a flick of his fingers, the spiritual energy flew towards Chang Li's 3 people, and did not enter their bodies. Chang Li only felt that there were 2 streams of warmth running through his body continuously, and when he came back to his senses, his body was already full of strength. He spoke with Xiao Qiankuan and Lu Fang and found that they felt the same way. Chao Tianchen said, "From today onwards, you will be awakened ones. The realm you are in is the middle stage of the metamorphosis level. Theoretically, the physical quality is 6 times that of the original. Of course, this is just your starting point. Just follow me and you will be stronger in the future." Thank you, Gardener. The 3 were thrilled to hear it, and the students around them were envious to the point of sourness. The awakened, that's obviously getting out of the ordinary and becoming a human being. Chao Tianchen popularized the realm division again. This time, he did not discard the traditional sayings of the ancient martial arts world and adopted the ones summarized in the middle and end of the end times. The realms of humans and ferocious beasts are categorized from low to high, mortal level, metamorphosis level, battle soldier level, strong attack level, trap level, and city breaker level. Each realm is further divided into 3 stages, early, middle, and late. In addition, ferocious beasts are divided into 4 bloodline levels, ordinary, elite, leader, and great leader. In order to avoid putting too much pressure on the crowd, Chao Tianchen concealed about part of the content about the Beast King. After hearing that, the surviving students just felt like a new world had opened up. Although the haze still lingered in their hearts, they found a trace of solace in listening to Chao Tianchen's calm narration. At the same time, the determination to hold the big one is strengthened. Chao Tianchen continued. Between fierce beasts of neighboring bloodline levels, the difference in attribute values is 20% to 40%. This difference may not seem like much, but a fierce beast's theoretical battle power is squarely related to its attribute value, and in an actual battle, where victory or defeat is only an instant away, this gap will be even greater. This passage was addressed to Xiahou Ren and the others. Chao Tianchen sensed that they had drifted a bit recently due to their consecutive victories, and had to be knocked down a bit. Next, Chao Tianchen brought Changli to the corpse of the mutant turtle and signed a contract with him. Looking at the slowly sinking corpse of the mutant turtle, the students were as if they had seen a ghost. Although they didn't know what had happened and what Changli had acquired, they knew it was awesome just by looking at it. Changli, what was that just now? Xiao Qiankuan and Lu Fang came up to ask. Changli was stupefied, and after a while, he slowly spoke. I seem to have obtained a system called the Doomsday System. System, Xiao Qiankuan exclaimed. Anyone who has read the novel knows that the system is not the protagonist's standard. Giving away the system, that's an outrageous operation. Chang Li was also incredulous. When Chao Tianchen said he wanted to send a gift before, he had thought of many possibilities, but the only thing he hadn't thought of was that he would send a system. Chao Tianchen didn't explain too much, but instead led the 3 back to his direct line, showing his acceptance of them. The rest of the group greeted them with smiles. For their part, the 3 men greeted each other very humbly. The rest of the students looked at the 3 of them, and immediately had the feeling that someone else had landed on the public exam, and there was another wave of envy and jealousy in their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, even the 3 who made it to shore were in different situations. Changli reaped more enthusiasm because he was able to be valued by Chao Tianchen. which made him somewhat flattered. Xiahou Run, a self-interested acquaintance, even explained to Chang Li about the wonders of the Doomsday System, blowing on the Apostle-exclusive props for a while. Xiao Qianquan and Lu Fan listened to a burst of acid. Even if you're ashore, there's still a gap between people. Guess we'll just have to behave ourselves later. The mission continues. The second group of 6 stepped out of Building 3 with the bait. Although there was a big cake drawn by Chao Tianqian, the over 50% mortality rate of the first group still made them panic. After a few arguments, a course of action was still not discussed. Why don't we copy Chang Li's group's plan of action? Someone suggested. The crowd's eyes lit up. They were upstairs watching when Chang Li's group was in action, so they were no strangers to Chang Li's operations. Besides, with success stories ahead of them, they don't have to push the envelope. That's it. The 6 voted unanimously to approve the course of action. But there were difficulties in implementing it. The man who was the bait, after seeing what happened to Duan Min, refused to be tied up and leave his fate in the hands of others. In the second group, apparently no one has the courage of Chang Li, and finally chose to compromise with the bait. 7 people act together, and each of them has their own destiny. Chao Tianqian shook his head straight as he watched. These guys are not good enough to be used in a life and death situation, but they don't have much potential. The second group had terrible luck, and not long after they went out, they encountered a battle soldier-class dreadnought. In the end, only one of the 7 survived, and this only person who survived was still thanks to Chao Tianqian's secret assistance. Chao Tianqian couldn't let everyone die out. That would be too much of a blow to the morale of the following groups. As it turns out, morale is still shot. The third group went out and didn't even bother looking for the ferocious beasts, but simply fled. Surnamed Chao. I'm not playing anymore. Ha 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 ha. One person even spoke out in mockery. Brother Chen, I'll go and slaughter these bastards. Xiahou Ren and Su, who were greatly annoyed, and took the initiative to volunteer. Chao Tianqian looked at the departing backs of those 7 people, a sneer spreading from the corner of his mouth. No, they'll be back. Fruity. The 7 people in the third group quickly turned back, for ferocious beasts chased after them, each with red eyes. The 7 wanted to return to the building to seek refuge, but Chao Tianqian had already ordered the door to be closed. The 7 people knocked frantically on the door, crying and begging Chao Tianqian to let them in. Sun Jingzhang was a bit intolerant and urged, Brother Chen, they're all classmates, give them another chance. Chao Tianqian laughed. Jingzhang, the world of chaos uses heavy punishment. You should understand the reasoning better than I do. Heavy ceremony? Sun Jingzhang suddenly thought of what Chao Tianqian had just said, and a bold guess was born in his mind. A guess that caused an inexplicable sense of fear to rise in him. However, Sun Jingzhang didn't say anything else. She just stared at this close friend in a daze, suddenly feeling that he was a bit strange. Miserable screams rang out one after another. The crowd upstairs watched as the 7 were parted by the ferocious beasts. The gory images were sickening, and there was not a trace of blood on the faces of the remaining students who were terrified. Chao Tianqian watched everything with a cold expression. Run? He had long ago let Flametail catch a few ferocious beasts lurking nearby. As long as anyone dared to run, this was what would happen. Afterward, Chao Tianqian personally went down and rounded up the ferocious beasts. Looking at the ferocious beasts that fell in a pool of blood, the remaining students finally realized that they could only gain a glimmer of life if they did their best to complete the task set by Chao Tianqian. Soon, it was the fourth group's turn to take the field. Oddly enough, this group was all girls. Chao Tianqian looked over at one of the girls with a scar on her face. This girl's name was Muing Lian. In his previous life, Chao Tianqian had worked with her a few times and fought with her a few times, so he was considered an old acquaintance. Muing Lian is known for her ruthless style of acting. How hard! Muing Lian originally had excellent looks and was considered a departmental flower-level beauty, but in order to avoid being targeted by Qi Rui Long, she directly knocked her face. It takes no less courage for a girl to knock her face off than it does for a guy to have a sword to swing at himself. Under Muing Lian's leadership, this all-girls team began to move, and she still chose to copy Chang Li's plan of action. At the same time, she encountered the same problem as the second group. The bait refused to cooperate. Su Qilu, I was trying to save your life for the sake of being in the same class, but I didn't expect you to be ungrateful. Muing Lian stared at the boy in front of him, the scars on his face hideous. Cut the crap, untie the rope or we'll all end up together. Su Qilu heart calculator played pop. This group is all girls. As long as in the same starting line, he will certainly be able to laugh to the end. How could the girls not see what he was thinking? Coupled with the fact that Su Qilu had done that beastly thing before, they couldn't help but crack up. Ugh, scum, scum. However, such a scolding was painless for Su Qilu. He even made 2 girls cry with anger after a bout of spitting and fuming. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. If you untie the ropes and make me comfortable, maybe I'll even take you flying. Su Qilu became more and more complacent, with a posture of holding the crowd. But the next second, the whistling slap buzzed his head. Mu Yinglian, dare to hit me? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, everyone will die together. Su Qilu looked angrily at Mu Yinglian, but after seeing the latter's dimpled figure, his gaze gradually turned to lust. Although your face is ruined, your body is still there. I can play with this leg for a year. Ha ha ha. You really think I can't rule you? Don't you? Mu Yinglian picked up a branch and pointed at Su Qilu. Sisters, hold this guy down for me. Su Qilu was being held down by the girls, but he didn't panic at all. Don't bother. Unless you serve me comfortably, I won't cooperate with you even if you beat me to death. Yeah, I wish you'd stayed so tough. Mu Yinglian sneered, then actually ripped off Su Qilu's pants in full view of everyone. The rest of the girls glanced over their heads, blushing. Su Qilu felt the coolness on his buttocks and secretly speculated. Could it be that this woman has compromised? But this posture is not right. Ah. What are you doing? What for? Mu Yinglian laughed. When you guys were doing that to Zhang Qiqi, I was quite envious of you boys, so I wanted to experience what you guys were feeling as well. With that, he took the branch and started exploring behind Su Qilu. Su Qilu immediately thought of what she was going to do. His cold hair stood on end and he struggled desperately. Stop it, don't, I promise. Can't I promise what you want? Too late. Mu Yinglian snorted coldly. A resounding scream echoed between heaven and earth. Upstairs, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air, their bodies falling back 2 steps. Obviously it was a hot summer day. They actually had the feeling of having a cold wind drilled into their pants. So mean. It's brutal. Brutal to the core. Chao Tianchen was also shocked, and actually developed a kind of hesitation as to whether or not to recruit this kind of ruthless person to his command. Soon, Su Qilu was urged to walk ahead to act as bait. Losing his integrity, his face was ashen, like a walking corpse. When the girls saw this, they screamed, retribution. It's all retribution. Walking, Su Qilu suddenly stopped bawling. He regretted a lot. How did the ghost was obsessed, was compelled by Qi Rui Longit. Mu Yinglian didn't care what he thought and laughed sorrowfully. What? You want to experience it again? Su Qilu was so scared that he could only cover his buttocks and trudged on. The 4th team's luck wasn't considered good, encountering a mutant rat at the late stage of the metamorphosis level, and the whole team ended up with only 4 survivors. If it wasn't for the fact that halfway through, Mu Yinglian pulled Su Qilu down as cannon fodder, this casualty would have increased further. Congratulations, you have completed your mission. Hearing Chao Tianchen's words, the 3 surviving girls burst into tears. As usual, Chao Tianchen gifted spiritual energy to help them break through to the middle stage of the metamorphosis level and accepted them into his team. When it was Mu Yinglian's turn, Chao Tianchen gave her the doomsday system as he did to Chunli. Thank you, Mr. Gardener. Mu Yinglian acted relatively calm, but from her slightly trembling hands, Chao Tianchen could still see the pressure that death had brought to her. You've done well. I'll take you to get acquainted with everyone, and you'll be one of us from now on. Spiteful as he was, there was no reason for Chao Tianchen not to take such a formidable general under his wing, perhaps because the means were too brutal. Mu Yinglian wasn't accepted as quickly as Changli, and Chao Tianchen had no choice but to let her adapt on her own. Within a short time, Team 5 began to move. This group was really lucky to have encountered a mutant rabbit at the early stage of the metamorphosis level. Strangely enough, the mutant rabbit hadn't even attacked the crowd of Team 5 yet, but rather, lured by the food, it had followed them all the way on its ass. The full 5th team returns. Of course, the bait was not included in this group. After realizing that he was of no use, the crowd left him outside to fend for himself with a broken leg. The mutant rabbit, on the other hand, was blocked in the corner. Chao Tianchen didn't kill it. This was because he realized that the mutant rabbit was actually behaving not unlike the animals before the end of the world. As a matter of fact, after being infested by the evolutionary light mist, the animals will all become ferocious and bloodthirsty, and especially love cannibalism. Taking the previous Shura double chopper crab as an example, the desire to kill all humans was something he simply couldn't fulfill. This was also the reason why he desperately contracted the Beast King before the end of the world, because if he missed this village, there wouldn't be the store. But this mutant rabbit had given him the possibility of being able to contract a ferocious beast in the end times. Chao Tianchen's gaze gradually blazed. As long as he contracted this mutant rabbit and then read its memories, he would know why it was like this. But right now, the system is still cooling down due to mission penalties. The contract function. Let's shut it down for now. With Chao Tianchen's order, the crowd drove the mutant rabbit to a room and locked it up first. The last action begins. The 6 people from the 6th team took Qi Rui Long, who had a broken arm and leg, out of the No. 3 school building. With Qi Rui Long out of action, he simply couldn't act as a proper decoy, which reduced the group's survival rate quite a bit. Don't underestimate the reduction of this survival rate. The crowd is starting to wince. After all, no one wants to be cannon fodder. Seeing the stalemate, a voice rang out. I have an idea. The crowd looked towards the person who had spoken and suddenly had strange faces. The one who opened her mouth to speak was none other than Zhang Qiqi. Originally, dragging Jiang Yuming's relationship, she didn't have to participate in the mission, but in order to get back at Qi Ruilong, she still took the initiative to participate. Zhang Qiqi stared at Qi Ruilong in death, recalling the hellish scene she had just encountered. She couldn't wait to cut Qi Ruilong into 1,000 pieces. In fact, that's exactly what she did want to do. We can do this. After listening to Zhang Qiqi, the crowd finally realized why the old ancestors said that only women and small people are hard to raise. When this woman is ruthless, there's really nothing for a man to do. Zhang Qiqi's plan was simple, to torture Qi Ruilong, madly torturing him and then using his screams to attract the ferocious beasts over. As for what consequences it would cause, there was Chao Tianchen and the others to cover it anyway. Led by Zhang Qiqi, the group walked towards Qi Ruilong with a branch in each hand. No, don't not come over. Qi Ruilong's face was filled with despair as he shouted at the top of his voice, but his body has been pressed. As the screams came, the people upstairs couldn't help but cover their eyes. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but glance at Muinglian, only to feel that this woman had made a start, and he was afraid that there would be a lot of people who would suffer in the future. By the time the ferocious beasts were attracted over, Qi Ruilong had already been tortured beyond human shape, and there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his entire body. Roar! 5 ferocious beasts ran towards the side with red glowing eyes, and the crowd of Team 6 was scared out of their wits. Kiki Zhang, run! In the face of her teammates' urging, Zhang Qiqi turned a deaf ear. She was now thinking of torturing Qi Ruilong, inflicting the pain she suffered on him 100 times over. Seeing that Zhang Qiqi had become obsessed, her teammates rushed to drag her away. Only after watching Qi Ruilong being parted by the ferocious beasts, wailing in pain until not even his bones were left to be gnawed on, did Zhang Qiqi laugh like a madman? Good death, good death! With the completion of the last group's mission, the class of forces that Chao Tianchen wanted was finally built. Although the group was far from what he wanted, he would have to make do with what he had at the moment. Chao Tianchen first raised everyone to the middle stage of the metamorphosis level. Then, it split into 4 teams, and the numbers are Green Dragon Battalion, White Tiger Battalion, Vermilion Bird Battalion, and Xuanwu Battalion. Although the number is battalion, but because the team is too small, so the highest leader of the 4 teams, temporarily called captain. The captains of the 4 teams were the strongest combatants under his command, Xiahou Ran, Su Hu, Sun Gingzhang, and Taishir Chanyun. In addition, 2 of his most favored individuals, Changli and Muinglian, were sent to Xiahou Ren's Green Dragon Battalion and Taishir Chanyun's Xuanwu Battalion as vice-captains respectively. As for Su Hu's White Tiger Battalion and Sun Jingzhang's Vermilion Bird Battalion, the position of vice-captain was temporarily vacant. Chao Tianchen arranged to form a team and let the people rest for a while before giving a new mission. The 4 teams will take the No. 3 teaching building as the center and explore in 4 directions. Bring back survivors when you encounter them. When you encounter ferocious beasts, kill those that can be killed. And if you can't, lure them back and hand them over to me. If you can't kill it, lure it back and hand it over to me. These dominating words were like a shot in the arm for the crowd. Yes, all of them responded loudly. When the crowd left, Chao Tianchen pulled the mutant rabbit into the deity space. Inside the deeded spirit space, Chao Tianchen first scanned the mutant rabbit's information. Long-eared rabbit, qualification, elite, realm, early mortal level, skill, repeated horizontal jump, jump back and forth to greatly increase the dodge rate. Rubbish. Chao Tianchen was used to seeing beast kings and couldn't even look at the long-eared rabbit. However, the main value of the long-eared rabbit was not in battle power, but in granting the possibility of contracting a ferocious beast in the end times for him. Although we can't contract it for now, we can still explore it first. With a thought, Chao Tianchen summoned Phantom Hitomi. He thought that Phantom Hitomi's use of the heavenly phantom demon pupil was superior to his, so he might be able to detect any useful clues. Phantom Hitomi appeared in a JK, looking playful and cute. However, the fact that she was wearing a young version of Lu Xianyao's face still made Chao Tianchen feel out of place. Master, you asked for me. Wow, what a cute big rabbit. It's delicious to look at. Phantom Hitomi had just said hello when she saw the long-eared rabbit next to her, and her saliva dripped down unconsciously, frightening the latter into trembling. Chao Tianchen hurriedly stopped it. This is not for you to eat. Quickly help me see what's going on with this rabbit. Why is its state different from the other ferocious beasts? Phantom Hitomi let out an oh-so-sweet sound and gave up on the idea of treating the long-eared rabbit as food. She placed her delicate jade hand on the long-eared rabbit's body and used her heavenly phantom demon pupil to constantly scan over it. After a period of probing, Phantom Hitomi shook her head. There's no difference between this rabbit and an ordinary ferocious beast. Is it really not different at all? Chao Tianchen didn't believe it. Phantom Pupil pondered for a moment. If I have to say something different, is that its spiritual power is slightly higher than that of a same-level ferocious beast. Spiritual power? Chao Tianchen's eyes lit up, feeling as if he had caught the point of something. It's just a tiny bit higher. Phantom Hitomi pinched a small pink fingernail and kept emphasizing. Chao Tianchen also probed at the long-eared rabbit and found that a tiny bit was really a tiny bit, almost negligible. Just as Chao Tianchen was disappointed, Phantom Hitomi made another discovery. This rabbit has a human scent on it. It should have been a pet before the end of the world. Pets? Chao Tianchen stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. In his previous life, there were indeed quite a few pets that recognized their owners even after mutation. But those are extremely rare exceptions. Most pets still followed their bloodthirsty instincts and started killing humans after turning into ferocious beasts. Chao Tianchen thought hard to no avail inside. It seems that the only way to get more information is to wait until it is contracted. Master, can you give me this rabbit? Phantom Hitomi asked. No way, I have a use for keeping it. Chao Tianchen firmly refused. Ouch, don't be so petty. Phantom Hitomi let out a pout and pouted. It's not like I'm going to eat it. I just want to take it as my dependent. Chao Tianchen froze for a moment. Accept it as a dependent? You're a fox and it's a rabbit. How are you going to take it as a dependent? Fierce beasts of the Beast King tier can take in familiars. There are two types of dependents: blood servants and ordinary servants. Blood servants, able to borrow some of the Beast King's power, are strong and are completely subject to the Beast King, but there are strict limits on the number that can be stowed away. Ordinary servants, the number of intake is basically unlimited, but they are unable to borrow the power of the Beast King and can easily break away from his control. Normally, a Beast King could only accept similar ferocious beasts as dependents. Taking the silver horn as an example, its body was a buffalo, so it could only accept buffaloes. Even if the range was expanded a bit, at the very least, it would have to be an ox-type beast. There are exceptions. In the beginning, Guochan and the others had become the blood servants of the Beast Kings under his command by chance only through the dual enchantment of the Super Warrior Potion and the system. Phantom Hitomi held her little head high and her three tails kept dancing. Aha! I am the Beast Emperor. The scope of favor is extended to most of the walking beasts. Chao Tianchen's heart was shaken. In his previous life, he couldn't come into contact with this Beast Emperor at this level. I didn't realize that the Beast Emperor was actually so awesome that he could take different classes of ferocious beasts as dependents. Alright. After receiving Chao Tianchen's promise, Phantom Hitomi shot out a dependent seal towards the long-eared rabbit. If the long-eared rabbit's mental power was strong enough, it could have rejected the attachment seal by now. But in the face of the terrifying Beast Emperor's Phantom Hitomi, it simply couldn't resist from its body to its soul. Dependent packed success. Chao Tianchen received information about the long-eared rabbit. Servant, unnamed. Race, long-eared rabbit. Qualification, elite. Realm, 80% of early metamorphosis level. Skills, repeated horizontal jumps. Family pact. Repeated horizontal jump. Jump back and forth to greatly increase the dodge rate. Family covenant. Within 10 kilometers. The unit can make contact with the Beast Emperor's charmed pupil, while being suppressed by the Beast Emperor's charmed pupil's bloodline. Beyond 10 kilometers, the unit's bloodline suppression will gradually diminish, and the unit can even voluntarily renege on its dependency contract after a certain distance. 10 kilometers, bloodline suppression. When Chao Tianchen saw these two messages, he felt like he had opened the door to a new world. He originally wasn't a fan of letting the Beast Kings under his command take in their dependents. To be precise, it wasn't a fan of taking in ordinary servants, because it's too easy for ordinary servants to defect. In his previous life, he had seen too many of the Beast King's common servants find another mountain. The most classic example of this is Ice Teeth. This guy's behavior of defeating the beast's character led to basically no ferocious beasts being willing to follow it, and it was not easy to recruit two little brothers, but it didn't take long for them all to run away. But now it seems that he was misled by Icy Tooth's crotch-pulling performance. The Beast King's control over ordinary servants wasn't really that weak. Then let the Beast Kings recruit a wave of dependents before putting them into the Doomsday System's maul. Then wouldn't I be opening up a new profession, Beastmaster? The more Chao Tianchen thought about it, the more excited he became. But he suddenly thought of a problem. What if these ferocious beasts hurt people? Even if they became family members, the nature of the beasts would still be there. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed. Chao Tianchen pondered for a moment. The dozen or so wives of the Black Mane, who have not undergone the baptism of the evolutionary light mist, can be used for experimentation first. Chao Tianqian glanced again at the long-eared rabbit that was being ridden by Phantom Hitomi. This long-eared rabbit will be the first experiment. 4 days later, early morning, Shinshui University, Women's Dormitory, Building 7, Dormitory 516. Su Lejia had just opened her eyes when her stomach rumbled. She looked to her roommate, Zhang Manwan, to ask if there was any food. But before she could ask, Zhang Manjuan's stomach growled along with her. Neither of the two women said anything, just rummaged through the already messy dormitory again. In the end, nothing was found. Su Lejia hesitantly spoke, Manwan, why don't we go out and look for food? Hearing the word go out, Zhang Manwan immediately seemed to be stimulated in some way, covering her head and shouting like a madman, no, I'm not going out, I'm not going out. Su Lejia sighed. There were originally 4 of them in their dormitory, and they were trapped in the dormitory together after the end times came. 3 days ago, the food ran out and everyone had to go out looking for food, but not long after going out, he encountered a ferocious beast. The other 2 roommates were killed on the spot, while she and Zhang Manwan managed to escape. Since then, Zhang Manwan has been extremely resistant to going out and would rather starve than go out. Su Lejia raised her hands, closed her eyes, and mumbled in her mind, water condensation technique. As the words fell, a ball of water coalesced in her hand and floated in midair. This was her awakened ability, and it was with this ability that she and Zhang Manwan barely survived until now. Su Lejia introduced water into 2 cups. Zhang Manwan, who was next to her, also stopped making a scene and hurriedly ran over, picking up a cup and drinking it. Goo goo. Zhang Manwan finished drinking the water. The hunger in her belly dissipated a bit. Lu Jia, can you still create some water? I still want to drink it. I can only make so much. Su Lejia shook her head and finished the water in her own cup. Zhang Manwan muttered in dissatisfaction. How petty. Su Lejia frowned. I need to consume energy to make water. I haven't eaten for 2 days. And you refuse to go out and look for food together. How can I make water for you to drink again? Lu Jia. I'm sorry. I just got dizzy from hunger and said nonsense. Don't be angry. Zhang Manwan hurriedly apologized. She couldn't live without Su Lejia. Su Lejia ignored it and instead proposed seriously again. Manwan, I won't be able to make water at all tomorrow. We have to go out and look for food or we'll all die of thirst. Starve to death. She was born into a military family and her parents grew up telling her not to give up until the last minute. So, despite the slim hope, she decided to give it a go. As for why she brought along Zhang Manwan, it was because the survival rate of one person was too low, and she needed a release. But as soon as she mentioned going out, Zhang Manwan immediately shook her head like a rattledrum, refusing to do anything. Seeing that her roommate was rotten to the core, Su Lejia immediately turned cold. Then you can stay here alone. Looking at Su Lejia's departing back, Zhang Manwan suddenly remembered that if Su Lejia hadn't made the water, she wouldn't have survived for long. So she rushed up to tug Su Lejia. No way, you can't go out there. Su Lejia's patience with her had reached its limit. Get lost, you're going to die, don't drag me with you. Then let's die together. Zhang Manwan tugged at her defiantly. The two began to pull at each other, until a knock on the door came. Both women stopped their movements in shock and looked in horror at the door to the dormitory, which was blocked by clutter. It can't be some kind of ferocious beast, right? Zhang Manwan shrank behind Su Lejia, her body shaking like a sieve. Su Lejia was once again exasperated. Just tugging with me with strength, now so pull crotch? But she didn't have the time to pay attention to Zhang Manwan. Instead she copied the bench and leaned behind the dormitory door. Anyone? The sudden voice of inquiry made the two women think they were hallucinating. Upon reacting, the two women desperately called for help. Lieutenant Mu, there's someone here, the man on the other side of the door shouted. It didn't take long for Su Lejia and Zhang Manwan to be rescued. Su Lejia swept a glance. The people who saved them, 3 men and 2 women in total, all held weapons and exuded a faint murderous aura. The girl at the head of the group carried a fire axe, a scar on her face, and a murderous aura so strong that she could almost be compared to her father, who had been in the special forces. Are these people also students at New Water University? Why are they able to operate on a campus full of ferocious beasts? My name is Su Lejia, freshman year, from the Department of Electronics and Mechanics. Su Lejia tentatively asked. Sister, what's your name? How old are you? What major? Mu Lianying swept a glance at Su Lejia and said nonchalantly. Xuanwu Battalion. Mu Lianying. This answer made Su Lejia a bit puzzled, but she still nodded seriously. Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely repay you for saving my life in the future. When Zhang Manwan saw the scars on Mu Lian's face, she skimmed her mouth and muttered, ugly bastard. The next second, the fire axe landed on her shoulder, scaring her out of her wits. Su Lejia was speechless. Are you out of your mind? These guys are obviously no good. And they still have the nerve to be so bitchy? She had wronged Zhang Manwan. Zhang Manwan wasn't stupid. She just had a longer reflex arc. And after having the fire axe on her neck, she instantly recognized reality. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know an important information. Zhang Manwan pointed at Su Lejia. She has special abilities and can create water. She didn't hesitate to sell her housemates in order to stay alive. Su Lejia's expression changed. She possessed the water condensation technique but did not have enough power. Exposing it would undoubtedly be doomed for her. Zhang Manwan, you're wolf-hearted. I shouldn't have saved you. Su Lejia's eyes were about to spit out fire. Zhang Manwan, bah, your family are all soldiers. You're so stingy when I ask you for some water. No spirit of sacrifice at all. Su Lejia was so angry that she was about to make a move. Zhang Manwan changed her coyness when facing Muinglian, and when facing her roommate, she had to strike hard. Enough! Muinglian stopped the two of them, then looked at Su Lejia and asked in a cold voice, do you really have supernatural powers? Don't hide it from me. I have many ways to make you talk. Su Lejia bit her lip and helplessly admitted, although I don't know if it's the supernormal ability you're talking about. I do have a supernormal ability. A small bead of water then coalesced in his hand. Originally, I was expecting it to be a chore, but I didn't expect this kind of reward. Muinglian's expression finally changed, revealing a hint of a smile. The rest of the Xuanwu battalion squad were all excited. You know, Garden Master Chao had offered a bounty, and anyone who found a psychic could be promoted at least one level. Those who get the first credit will be promoted 2 levels. Getting stronger. That's a matter of minutes. Su Lejia's face dimmed. She didn't know what she was about to face. Being dragged to be deconstructed? Being an experiment? Zhang Manwan was so happy. It's not just to make a water. It deserves to be dragged around. But as soon as the words were out of her mouth, a fire axe came flying towards her face, causing her to scream out in shock. Click! Zhang Manwan was instantly cut off half of her head, and the spattering of blood caused Su Lejia to freeze in place in fear. What trashy stuff! Making noise all the time. Muinglian picked up the fire axe and glanced disdainfully at Zhang Manchuan's corpse. Su Lejia, right? From today onwards, you are my Xuanwu battalion's man. You can call me Lieutenant Mu. Ha! Su Lejia was a bit confused. Without waiting for her to figure out the situation, a member of the Xuanwu battalion hurriedly ran over. Lieutenant Mu, there are ferocious beasts nearby. As soon as the words left his mouth, a buzzing sound came from the walkway, and 5 ferocious beasts half a meter in length and fly-like in shape flew towards the area. Su Lejia looked horrified. 3 days ago, the fear of being dominated by a ferocious beast came back to the forefront. Just then, Muinglian leapt forward and pounced on the ferocious beast. Click, click, click. The fire axe slashed 3 times in a row, and then the 3 ferocious beasts were easily disposed of. The other 4 people from the Xuanwu battalion also combined their efforts to finish off the remaining 2 ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, Su Lejia's mouth was open enough to fit an egg, and the question marks in her head continued. Who the hell are these guys? How could you defeat the beast so easily? What exactly is the Xuanwu battalion in organization again? If I'm not mistaken, Vice Squadron Mu actually used spiritual energy just now. Could it be that Vice Team Mu is already at the combat soldier level? That was all yesterday. I went out on a mission with Vice Team Mu yesterday and saw her single-handedly kill a warrior soldier level ferocious beast with my own eyes. What a fuss! Vice Team Mu isn't an ordinary battle soldier level. She's also an apostle of doom, able to use apostle-exclusive props. Even against an elite ferocious beast of the same level, she still has a chance of winning. Su Lejia was listening to a foggy mess on the sidelines. Battle soldier class? Apostle of doom? Exclusive apostle props? Why was it that she could understand each of these words, but together they were like heavenly writings? However, one thing was certain. Mu Lianing was an absolute powerhouse in the end times. Thinking of the other party's valiant stance that had just killed the ferocious beast, Su Lejia couldn't help but feel admiration. Woman, she wanted to be like that, too. Mu Lianing didn't take kindly to the team members boasting. This bit of strength of mine is nothing at all. It's still the 4 captains who are really strong. Ha ha ha, the 4 captains are all at the monster level. How can we ordinary people compare to them? Why don't you guys talk about Director Chao? That's even more of a pin in the sea. What class are you? And you're worthy of mentioning Director Chao? Okay, my bad. The 4 captains, Garden Master Chao. Su Lejia originally thought that Mu Lianing was already strong enough, but he didn't think that there was an even stronger presence in this organization. Mu Lianing came to the corpses of the 5 ferocious beasts and began the sacrifice ceremony. The corpse of the ferocious beast slowly sank. Su Lejia was once again confused. She felt that her brain capacity was a bit insufficient today. The sacrifice was completed, and Mu Lianing looked somewhat serious. These ferocious beasts are actually cannibal flies. Man-eating flies? Could it be a ferocious beast recorded in the Atlas of Ferocious Beasts of the End Times? A team member asked. The Atlas of Fierce Beasts of the Last Days is an exclusive prop for apostles, which contains a large number of dangerous fierce beasts. Mu Anglian nodded. Cannibal flies are ordinary ferocious beasts, with a grade no higher than mid-metamorphosis level, and their single combat strength is weak amongst ferocious beasts of the same grade, but they usually move in groups, with no less than 100 of them out at a time. Over 100. The crowd was alarmed. Lieutenant Mu. Let's go then. The exit just now must have been blocked. We have to change the exit. Muinglian was unusually calm. The crowd found their way and left quickly. Muinglian was not wrong in her judgment. By the sound of vibrating wings, the crowd perceived that a large number of man-eating flies were swarming towards the exit they had just made. Lieutenant Mu was truly wise and valiant. The crowd came out of the other exit, and before they had time to be happy, a dense mass of cannibal flies fell from the sky and surrounded them. There are actually 2 waves of cannibal flies. The crowd was horrified. There are so many man-eating flies. They can be consumed to death. Just escaped and you're going to die? Sulajia did not expect that this was actually the case. She looked at the team's main backbone Muinglian, but found that the latter's face was not alarmed, but instead was somewhat fleshed out. The moment Muinglian is opening the Doomsday System. In her props bar, a token was lying, shining brightly. Forever Beast Order Fighting Rabbit. Evaluation, B-Class Props. Price, 5 offering points per session. P.S. Until the end of this battle, you will receive a Battle Soldier class, Fighting Rabbit, to fight for you. At the end of the battle, the Fighting Rabbit will split half of your sacrifice points. Please be kind to the Fighting Rabbit or it has a chance of defecting. Pet props, even if I have to consume sacrifice points every time I summon, why does the battle pet have to share half of my sacrifice points? Muinglian mentally spat out a sentence before consuming 5 sacrifice points to activate the Imperial Beast Order. Jingle bell. The sound effect of coin scattering was followed by a crisp female voice. Congratulations. Offering points have been deducted. Congratulations to your sister. Muinglian was disgusted. She looked at the only 2 points of sacrifice left and gritted her teeth in hatred. Perpetual Imperial Beast Order. Summon. A token appeared in Muinglian's hand, and arcane runes lit up on it, which constructed a spatial door. Immediately afterward, a huge figure popped out of the space door. I didn't expect Vice Team Mu to actually have such an undercurrent. The spirits of the crowd, who were originally in despair, lifted, but after seeing the figure's face, the crowd dropped their jaws. Rabbit! Rabbit! The rabbit that was summoned was nearly 3 meters tall, with 2 ears towering high, and a pair of large round eyes that flashed with a wise light. This rabbit was none other than the long-eared rabbit that Chao Tianxian had previously used for experimentation, except that it had evolved into a fighting rabbit under Chao Tianxian's tossing and turning. As the summoner, Muinglian read the information of the fighting rabbit. Fighting rabbit, qualification, chieftain, realm, early warrior rank, skills, repeated horizontal jump, unknown pact, chain kick, explosive headbutt, repeated horizontal jump, jump back and forth to greatly increase the dodge rate. Unknown contract, #####, continuous kick, 10 kicks in a row in a short period of time, with one kick becoming more violent than the other. Cooldown, 20s, explosive headbutt, unleash a head iron strike. Cooldown, 50s, chieftain level. Muinglian instantly turned from sadness to joy. She originally thought it was just an ordinary qualification battle pet, but she didn't expect it to actually be of the alpha level. The battle power was directly pulled up 2 notches. That's 5 offering points worth. Although the fighting rabbit didn't look too smart, the aura of the alpha level still shocked the surrounding man-eating flies, making them not dare to act rashly. The cannibal flies didn't attack, but Mu Lianing couldn't wait and see. If she didn't gain something, her sacrifice points would be wasted. Fighting rabbit, use the chain kick. Z. Fighting rabbit leaps forward, in mid-air, and lands a 10 kick. Swish, swish, swish. The soles of its door-sized feet are doom and gloom for the man-eating fly. Any man-eating fly that was kicked was killed on the spot. Immediately afterward, the fighting rabbit kills a swarm of man-eating flies like no one's business. 1 foot a little friend. In a few moments, there were at least 20 man-eating flies lying on the ground, unmoving. The cannibal flies had to head for higher altitudes. Although the fighting rabbit could not fly, it jumped no lower than the cannibal flies fly. And by the time the cannibal flies reached safety, 7 or 8 more had died from the soles of its massive feet. The crowd originally didn't think too highly of this big rabbit, but they didn't expect it to have such a high battle power. Vice Team Mu, this battle pet of yours is bullish. Bullish to the heavens, alright. If I had such a battle pet, I would be directly invincible. Just with this battle pet, Vice Team Mu is estimated to be able to run neck and neck with the 4 captains. The corners of Mu Yinglian's mouth spread into a smile. The fighting rabbit's power was indeed beyond her expectations. Su Lejia, who had been a transparent person for half a day, finally couldn't help but ask, Vice Team Mu, how did you get this battle pet? The crowd looked over in unison. Mu Yinglian was in a good mood and replied, this is something I drew from the Doomsday System. When you become an advanced apostle, you will know about it. Didn't understand. Su Lejia nodded confusedly. The people around her threw envious looks at her. Su Lejia possessed psychic abilities, so she might be able to be directly developed into a Doomsday Apostle by the head gardener, without having to suffer as they did, praising the sacrifice points at the captain, obtaining the Lord's contract, and then turning into a Doomsday Apostle. Buzz buzz. Fighting bunnies kills cause a swarm of man-eating flies to become angry, and after sending a burst of special signals, a special man-eating fly arrives on the scene. This man-eater fly was green in color, a good deal larger than the average man-eater fly, with a mouthful of hideous mouthparts. Mu Yinglian's face changed. Green devil flies. Buzz off. The green demon fly flew in the center of the swarm of cannibal flies, its wings vibrating and sending out a bizarre frequency. Gradually, the surrounding cannibal flies' eyes turned red and became furious, frantically attacking the crowd, making it difficult for them to fight for a while. What happened? A team member asked. According to the description in the illustrated guide to fierce beasts of the end times, the green demon fly is an evolution of the man-eater fly, an elite fierce beast. It can emit a special signal that causes the man-eating flies to enter a berserk state. Mu Yinglian hacked a pouncing death-eater fly to death. That green demon fly has already reached the early stage of the warrior-soldier class. Along with these berserk death-eater flies, let's be prepared for a deadly battle. Just as the crowd was planning to fight to the death, the fighting rabbit looked towards the green demon fly and a red light flashed in his eyes. Z. The fighting rabbit's feet bent, like a spring full of power, flying like a catapult out. Exploding headbutt. Bang! Before the green fly could react to its passionate speech, it was crushed into pieces and fell from the sky. Green devil fly. D. Mu Yinglian. Su Lejia. Crowd. Swarm of cannibal flies. Buzz. Seeing the death of the leader green demon fly, the remaining cannibal flies dispersed in a flurry. Squeak. The fighting rabbit was very pleased with itself. It jumped to Mu Yinglian's side and arched over her as if it was claiming credit. Mu Yinglian could not hide her joy and stroked its paw. Well done. The crowd looked back, shocked. They had already overestimated the fighting rabbit, not realizing that it was even stronger than they had imagined. Lieutenant Mu, what bloodline level is your battle pet? Someone asked for the key. Judging from the fighting rabbit's aura, it was also at the early stage of the battle soldier rank, and if it could kill an elite ferocious beast of the same level in seconds, then its own bloodline level would definitely not be low. Chieftain level. Mu Yinglian spoke carelessly, but the slightly curled corners of her mouth revealed her true heart. Cool. My old swan, I can't believe it's alpha level. It really blinded my dog's eyes. Chieftain level. This is an existence that I wouldn't even dare to look at. I didn't expect Vice Team Mu to actually have such a battle pet. Stop it. I'm going to follow Vice Squad Mu for the rest of my life. What is the alpha level? Su Lejia couldn't help but ask. A team member explained. Fierce beasts are categorized according to bloodline level: ordinary, elite, leader, and great leader. Ordinary ferocious beasts require 3 or more human awakened of the same level to deal with. Elite level ferocious beasts that require 5 or more human awakened beings of the same level to deal with. And a chieftain level ferocious beast requires more than 8 human awakened ones of the same level to deal with it. This battle pet of Vice Squad Mu is worth a squad of well-equipped awakened ones. That player's words were filled with envy. Su Lejia nodded her head, with some notion in her head, and cast an envious look towards Mu Yinglian who was ruling the rabbit. She suddenly asked again, how come you didn't mention the great chieftain class fierce beasts? Ha ha ha, you really dare to think. Not only are the big-headed ferocious beasts strong, but their strength increases extremely quickly. So far, only our garden head Chow has handily slain 2 large-headed class ferocious beasts. Director Chow. Su Lejia heard these 3 words again, and it was difficult to suppress the curiosity in his heart. Who the hell is Director Chow? Now it's time for cleanup, and the team is happy to answer some of Su Lejia's questions. Through some exchanges, Su Lejia learns that she is now in a survivor organization called Tianchen Zoo. The founder's name is Chao Tianchen, and the members of the organization call him Director Chow. He was formerly the director of the city's mega safari park, the Tianchen Zoo, and a student at Shinshui University. The team's description of him was nothing but strong, as if any ferocious beast was a toy in his hands. More information when you get to the compound. The team spoke with dry mouths. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Lejia was an alien with great potential, they wouldn't have been willing to bother with this. Su Lejia no longer pursued the question, but her heart felt like a cat's claw scratching. She then wondered how the Chao Tianqian had established such a survivor organization when everyone was still dying in the end times. The battlefield was cleaned up. The crystal cores of the cannibal flies were dug out, while the bodies were piled up and handed over to Mu Lianing for sacrifice. The corpse of the cannibal fly slowly sank as Mu Yingli enchanted. The second time Su Lijia saw this sight, she still found it astonishing and bizarre. The sacrifice is complete. The smile on Mu Lianing's face instantly disappeared. 34 man-eating flies and 1 green devil fly, providing a total of 23 offering points. Watching a lot, but half of those sacrifice points have to be split between the fighting bunnies, which leaves 5 points. According to the Doomsday System's stupid rounding rule, the sacrifice point becomes 11 points. Don't forget, she summoned the fighting rabbit, but she also consumed 5 sacrifice points. In other words, she had only harvested 6 sacrifice points from a life and death battle. Moreover, the offering points weren't entirely hers. There were also some that the team members had deposited with her. It's better than being dead. Mu Lianing adjusted her emotions and continued to lead the exploration. The operation continued into the evening. In addition to solving a number of ferocious beasts, the crowd also rescued 3 more students. However, halfway through the journey they encountered more white bones that had been chewed clean, which weighed heavily on the team's atmosphere. Mu Lianing stopped and looked up at the sky. It's getting dark. We should head back. Everyone mustn't take it lightly. If you die halfway, there's no place to talk about it. Yes, the crowd answered. Residency Academic Building Number 3. Inside the 5-story building, over 400 students were gathered, along with a number of teachers and handymen. They're all rescued these days. The members of the 4th Battalion, as temporary leaders, were directing the men to fetch water, burn fires, and cook, all in an orderly manner. It's not that there aren't people posing as leaders or engaging in moralizing these days, but those guys, they were all suppressed by brutal means beyond cognizance. Outside the building, there were even traces of blood that had not yet dried. Seeing Mu Yinglian's squad return, a tall boy from the team on duty at the entrance ran to greet them. Lieutenant Mu is back. Let's see. 4 more people have been rescued. Vice Team Mu is really good. Every time you go out, you get something. Mu Lianing bristled. It's the 6th day. Those who can live lived long ago. Those who can't live died long ago. These 4 count their lives. Also, the boy laughed, then came to Su Lijia and the other 4. My name is Zhang Yong, captain of the Guard Battalion's 2nd team. You guys come with me to register. Su Lijia now also has an understanding of the power structure of the Tianqian Zoo. At the top, undoubtedly, is the mysterious Director Chao. Below Director Chao was the captain of the 4 battalions of Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xian Wu. Then came the lieutenant of the 4th Battalion. Mu Yinglian belonged to this level and was the vice-captain of the Xuanwu Battalion. Further down the line, the Tianqian Zoo also has a guard battalion, a logistics battalion, and an engineering battalion, in charge of watchkeeping, resources, and construction, respectively. These 3 battalions were more numerous, and were divided out into many miscellaneous squad leaders. Zhang Yong should be at this level. The official is not big, at least it is a small leader, cannot be offended. Just as Su Lijia was about to follow and leave, Mu Yinglian stopped her. Zhang Yong, you take away the remaining 3. We'll take this one from Xuanwu Battalion. Lieutenant Mu. This, I'm afraid it's out of order. Zhang Yong was a bit hesitant. What rules are there? You've only been a squad leader for a few days and you're talking to me in an official manner. I'll just take her to the head gardener. Mu Yinglian said. That's absolutely fine. The gardener's rules are the biggest rules of all. Zhang Yong laughed, and across 200 meters, he hit Chao Tianqian with a rainbow fart. Mu Yinglian was speechless, but she didn't bother and turned to wave at Su Lijia. Go! Su Lijia followed, her heart vaguely excited. She was finally going to get in touch with the mysterious corner of the organization, and the mysterious head gardener Chao. 5th floor, large conference room. Tianqian Zoo's middle and senior staff and above gathered together. The conference room was in an uproar since the main man, Chao Tianqian, had yet to arrive. Sun Jingzhang had wanted to maintain order, but with this fellow Xiahou Run leading the way in destroying discipline, there was nothing he could do, so he simply let them be. Is it Lijia? Su Lijia was sitting next to Mu Yinglian, eating snacks to fill her stomach, when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Turning her head, she saw that it was her life teacher, Zhu Chanshui. Mr. Zhu. Su Lijia excitedly hugged Zhu Chanshui. New Water University, divided into 4 campuses, East, West, South, North and South campuses, all the faculty and students, as well as various types of staff combined. There are more than 20,000 people. It's not easy to run into someone you know. Lijia, it's really you. It's great that you're okay. Zhou Chanshui 35 6 years old. plump figure, dress with 2 holes, revealing some white skin, speak with a voice with a little soft crying, look at me to see pity, where are the other students? Zhu Chanxue seemed to be an easy crier, and after a while of exchanging words with Su Lejia, tears brushed her eyes again. Mu Yinglian listened with some impatience. If you don't want to live, go die. Zhou Chanxue choked. She seemed to be afraid of Mu Yinglian and didn't dare to cry anymore. Su Lejia rushed to round up the scene. Mr. Zhu, you must take it to heart. My captain, she is a good person. She held back half a day not knowing how to describe Mu Yinglian. After all, the two only knew each other for a short while, and could only send a good person card first. Just be afraid of the sudden quietness of the air. Hearing Su Lujia's words, the surrounding people looked over in unison before they all turned their heads in unison again. Mu Yinglian rolled her eyes. Good people? Maybe used to be. Su Lujia was a bit confused. Did I say something wrong? Zhu Changshu smiled awkwardly. But whoever stays in the residence for 2 days, who doesn't know that Mu Yinglian is the #1 executioner under Chao Tianqian, known for his ruthlessness? School leader. No, chopped. Moral abduction? Chopped. Can't work? Cut it out. Relying on this ruthlessness, Mu Yinglian had become one of Chao Tianqian's most trusted people in addition to his 3 roommates. Wait, Captain, Le Jia, you've joined the Xuanwu battalion? Su Lejia nodded. Pretty good. Zhu Chanxue didn't say much, but the joy on her face couldn't be concealed, as if she had found a backer. The head gardener is here. The field was instantly quiet. Su Lejia returned to her original seat and followed the crowd's line of sight, betting her eyes on the handsome young man walking towards the main seat. But this look gave Su Lejia a dumbfounded look. Perfect side face, erect and straight posture, carrying the calmness of the superior person. Like the male lead in the hegemony drama walked out. Mu Yinglian arched over her and made a wink. How is the gardener growing? Su Lejia whispered. That goes without saying. So handsome. Is he really from our school? How come I've never heard of him? She didn't consider herself a nymphomaniac, but she was still fascinated. Mu Yinglian laughed lightly. Before the end of the world, he was a dead otaku, and spent his days nestled in the dormitory with his roommate playing games. And he's not in the same campus as us. It's normal that you don't know. Su Lejia once again looked at Chao Tianqian. If Chao Tianqian's first impression of her was handsome, then the second impression is sunshine, with a light smile at the corners of her mouth, as if she were an angel who never had anything to worry about. She was so powerful and infectious that she could instantly brighten up a person's heart. Su Lejia couldn't help but say, the head gardener must be a cheerful person. Mu Lianying almost didn't fall out of her chair. I'll admit when you say he's handsome, but when you say he's sunny, all I can say is that you don't understand the perils of society. When she said this, Mu Yinglian had a sighing face, as if she had fallen into some bad memories. Su Lejia didn't listen at all and said to herself, it's said that character determines success or failure, and perhaps it's this kind of character that makes him indomitable in the post-apocalyptic world, facing all kinds of crises head-on. Mu Yinglian slapped her forehead. Got to be another blind one. The moment. The sunny-faced director Chao was not so sunny in his heart. These days he's in love with science, and despite inviting many detractors to join him in this behind-the-scenes work, he's still short-staffed, so he plans to recruit another group of partners who are willing to dedicate their lives to science. To put it bluntly, he's addicted to conducting biological experiments and using his opponents as guinea pigs. But now the naysayers are dead. New mice are needed. However, this kind of thing goes too far and tends to draw alarms, so it needs to be laid out first. Chao Tianqian picked up the speech that Sun Jingjiang had helped him prepare and smiled brightly at the crowd. Gentlemen, I have gathered you here today to deal with the crisis situation at hand and to make some plans for the future of the organization. A lot of lip service, but it's really just some matters that have been scheduled for a long time. First, the collective name of the 4 battalions was changed to the 4 sacred battalions, and the titles of the senior leaders were changed from captain and vice captain to captain and vice captain. The titles of senior leaders were changed from captain and vice captain to captain and vice captain. Each battalion was expanded to 20 men. 5 men were organized into teams with a captain and vice captain. Secondly, the guard battalion was expanded to 40 men, with a system modeled after the 4 Saints battalion. There is a captain and a vice captain. The logistics battalion has an accounting section, a warehousing section, and an audit section, which are in charge of statistics of incoming materials, warehousing management, and auditing of outgoing materials. The leaders, from top to bottom, are the chief, deputy chief, director, and deputy director. As for the engineering battalion, no configuration, just take care of moving bricks. Most of these positions were designed by Sun Jingjiang. Some of the wacky ideas belonging to Xiahou Run can also be seen in it. Chao Tianqian nodded in satisfaction and cast an affirmative look towards Sun Jingjiang. Sun Jingjiang rolled her eyes. Dissatisfied with Chao Tianquan's behavior of being a shirker, Chao Tianquan grinned. I now announce that I am promoting Sun Jingzhang to the position of deputy director of the Tianquan Zoo. In my absence, I will fully act as the director of the zoo. Everyone welcome. The crowd gave a standing ovation. Sun Jingzhang's face was so green that it could drip juice. He glared fiercely at Chao Tianquan, launching his eyes to question, "You're going to be a shirker to the end, aren't you?" Chao Tianquan actually nodded. "You." Sun Jingzhang was taking a deep breath and holding it back before she didn't have a fit. Chapter. Congratulations, you found a good job. Xiahou Ren came up and said. This was the last straw that allowed Sun Jingzhang to break his defense. Get out. Xiahou Ren touched his head, puzzled. Su Lujia looked down and laughed. The gardener and a few of his roommates are friendly teasers. Mu Yinglian laughed. You should say, the head gardener and his comical roommate. Next, after discussing some personnel arrangements, Chao Tianquan finally figured pour first. Gentlemen, you've probably all heard about my God's Envoy advancement quest, and I need everyone to participate in it enthusiastically. The so-called God's Angel advancement mission is a bullshit excuse to rationalize the weirdness and casualties of the situation. Anyway, in the end, it's all the Doomsday Dominator's fault, and it's none of my business. Hearing Chao Tianquan's words, the entire room instantly choked. Although they had not spent much time with this director Chao, everyone had figured out one of his temperaments. If there's a good apple, he'll split it in half with his brothers, and then take the peel out and split it with everyone else. But if it's a bad apple, he'll graciously take it out and share it with the group, stating that he and his brother will never participate in the distribution. It's all up to personal luck as far as getting good or bad food, but this time the apple clearly sucks. Suffice it to say that the 30 people who were invited to participate in the mission have not yet returned. Of course, not everyone has not returned. The gazes of the crowd swept towards Mu Yinglian intentionally or unintentionally. As the sole survivor of that mysterious mission, Mu Yinglian must have been very vocal. Young Ryan, don't hide it, show us what you can do. Chao Tianquan also looked at Mu Yinglian with a smirk. Mu Yinglian secretly gritted her teeth. They say she's Chao Tianquan's executioner, but only she herself knew that it was just a persona that Chao Tianquan had created for her, in order to make her absolutely unique, and could only become a minion under his control. Of course, her ruthless style of acting was the main reason for this. There was no turning back for her when it came down to it. Perpetual, Imperial Beast Order. Summon. Amidst the shocked looks of the crowd, Mu Yinglian unleashed the Imperial Beast Order, and a spatial door suddenly unfolded, with a huge figure popping out from within. Z. Fighting Bunny scanned the room with wise eyes and suddenly saw a familiar man. Z. The Fighting Bunny blinked, double-checking. There was no mistaking that evil grin. The horrible memories hit instantly. Being injected with unknown liquids, being infested with purple mist, and fighting other ferocious beasts. Z. The fighting rabbit was so scared that he wanted to drill the space door to go back, but he turned his head and realized that the space door was gone, so he could only shrink beside Mu Yinglian, shivering. Not afraid, not afraid. Mu Yinglian hurriedly pacified it. She wondered. The fighting rabbit was an early battle soldier level leader beast. It was already a first-class existence among the beasts she had encountered so far. Why was it suddenly scared like this? Could it be that man? Mu Yinglian cast her gaze toward Chao Tianquan on the main seat, but the latter always topped a bright smile and could not see much. Chao Tianquan smiled sunny, but his heart was already cloudy. He had wanted Fighting Bunny to advertise the wave, but he hadn't realized that the guy was actually pulling his crotch so much. But the show must go on. As you can see, this quest has very generous rewards, with the probability of transferring to a beast master and obtaining a divine level battle pet. It's a rare opportunity. He deliberately bit out the word war pet very strongly. As expected, when they heard the word war pet, some people were immediately unable to sit still. Head gardener, is it really possible to get a war pet? One should know that even ordinary ferocious beasts would require at least 3 human awakened of the same level to deal with. In other words, getting a battle pet directly increases your battle power by 300%. Even though the fighting bunnies showed a lot of crotch pulling, it still inspired some people to crave it. That's for sure. Chao Tianquan pointed at Mu Yinglian. A living example is right in front of us. Don't you all still believe it? Mu Yinglian had no choice but to go along with his performance, allowing the fighting bunny to move around a bit. The enthusiasm of the crowd was immediately aroused. Brother Tatsu, that, said Xiahou Ren, coming up. What are you following along for? Chao Tianquan glared at Xiahou Ren. His heart was so angry that he had explained it all for nothing before the meeting, right? At this sight, the crowd puckered up and sat down again. Looks like the stakes aren't normally high this time. As good as a battle pet is, you have to have the life to enjoy it. Mu Yinglian was gloating down there. Le Jia, you see, you may say that the head gardener is handsome, but you mustn't take him for any kind of good guy. dangerous things. He's all about letting others take the bullet. I think the head gardener is quite nice. It shows that he loves the people around him. It must be very happy to be his friend. Su Lejia said. Mu Yinglian was silent. Is a hard heart and a sunny heart a disadvantage? Neither. Chao Tianqian's biggest flaw is that he's not her roommate. The moment Chao Tianqian directly died speechless. An existence like Xiahou Run is the most disturbing. Loyal, but easily bad. He had originally wanted to properly train Xiahou Run, hoping that Xiahou Run would become stable. But now he figured out that Xiahou Run was born with a rowdy personality, and raising it too high would be harming Xiahou Run. Next, I announce a personnel arrangement. Xiahou Ren is transferred to the Vermilion Bird Battalion as a deputy captain. This arrangement, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was Chao Tianqian who wanted Sun Jingzhang to watch over Xiahou Run, but it's a downgrade after all. Everyone looked at Xiahou Run, hoping to see a hint of indignation on his face. To the disappointment of the crowd, Xiahou Run was only slightly surprised before painfully nodding his head in agreement, highlighting a heartlessness. It was Sun Jingzhang who was disgruntled instead. Head gardener. Xiahou Ren was transferred to the Vermilion Bird Battalion as the vice-captain. Then who will be the captain of the Green Dragon Battalion? No one has the strength, right? So far, all 4 of their captains were in the middle of the battle soldier rank. As for the next echelon, there were nearly 10 people who had reached the early stage of the warrior soldier rank, and whoever else took up the position, the others would be unconvinced. In addition, there are 2 other points he did not explicitly make. For 1, the Green Dragon Battalion was the core of the Tianqian Zoo, and it wouldn't do to not control it in the hands of one's own family. Secondly, Xiahou Ren's coming to be the vice-captain is tantamount to crowding out his vice-captain. How will this make him lead the team in the future? Jingzhang, be at peace. Chao Tianqian grinned. The 2 points Sun Jingzhang thought of, he naturally thought of them as well. I will now announce that the captain of the Green Dragon Battalion will be chosen from the sub-captains of the 4 Sacred Battalion. As for the method of selection, there is only one battle. Any other departments who want to get involved are welcome to sign up. From today onwards, Tianqian Zoo, will be a meritocracy. Instead of nepotism, the whole place is in a daze. I can't help it. The words meritocracy, not nepotism, are just too out of place coming from Director Chao's mouth. Only Mu Yinglian smelled a hint of intrigue. If we were to say who was the most capable of serving as the captain of the Green Dragon Battalion besides Xiahou Run, who else was there besides her? And the biggest thing she had to rely on at the moment was the fighting rabbit. Mu Yinglian's heart shook. If she served as the captain of the Green Dragon Battalion, then the Green Dragon Battalion would still be in Chao Tianqian's hands. Moreover, when he fought later, the strength displayed by the fighting rabbit would inevitably make everyone rush to him, and also facilitate his recruitment plan. It can be a double whammy. Mu Yinglian guessed what Chao Tianqian had in mind, but there was no way not to go along with him. The captain of the Green Dragon Battalion, Xiahou Ren, could care less, but she couldn't care less. That, in addition to representing power, meant that she could gather more minions to crusade against the fierce beast, gain consecration points, getting stronger. Thinking of this, Mu Yinglian's gaze was firm. 4th floor, large training room. Upon hearing that there was going to be a selection for the Green Dragon Battalion captains, a large number of onlookers immediately flooded in. When the preparations were ready, Mu Yinglian was the first to stand up, coming to the makeshift dueling stage and scanning the entire arena. I'll be the captain of the Green Dragon Battalion. Which one of you will go first? The fighting rabbit beside her was equally wide-eyed, as if to say in its wise glow, come and fight if you don't. The crowd was slightly stunned, thinking that Mu Yinglian was too unwise. This may be a wheel battle. Even if you have a battle pet, the first to go on the field is still very disadvantageous. Mu Yinglian seemed to have spied their thoughts and smiled disdainfully. Cowering, don't come along if you don't have enough strength. The captain of the Green Dragon Battalion is not something that any cat or dog can be. Chao Tianqian smiled faintly. Mu Yinglian's words seem arrogant, but in fact, one can establish their own authority in the future, and secondly, can also highlight the power of the war favorites, adding bricks and mortar to his recruitment plan. This woman is smart and decisive, courageous with finesse. It's his type. There were few bloody young men on the scene. Facing Mu Yinglian's provocation, there was immediately a slim boy who mounted the dueling stage, former vice-lieutenant of the Vermilion Bird Battalion. Xiao Yu. I still hope that Vice-Captain Mu will give me some advice. The crowd gasped. It's actually Vice-Lieutenant Xiao. There's a good show to watch then. Vice-Lieutenant Xiao and Vice-Lieutenant Mu are both at the early stage of the battle soldier rank, while Vice-Lieutenant Mu has a battle pet to help him. Vice-Lieutenant Xiao doesn't have much of a chance of winning, does he? That's where you're being uninformed. Vice-Lieutenant Xiao is an exalt and possesses the exotic ability, Explosive Inflammation. He once single-handedly killed an elite beast of the same level. Boy, that's a real chess match. As Chao Tianchen listened to the arguments, most of them were of the opinion that the two were equal. That's not good. Only if Muing Lian wins again when everyone is not looking forward to it, can the war pet be emphasized. Ahem. Upon hearing the coughing sound, someone immediately sensed the expressive desire of the head gardener Chao. What do you think, Mr. Gardener? Everyone around them looked over, waiting for the big man's official review. After using a burst of silence to fill up the force grill, Chao Tianchen finally spoke. I think Xiao Yu will definitely win. Ha! The crowd didn't understand. Even if Xiao Yu possessed psychic abilities, it couldn't be said that he would win steadily. Could it? Chao Tianchen laughed. Look guys, Xiao Yu's surname is Xiao. His name carries fire, and he also masters the supernatural ability, explosive inflammation. Isn't this buff stacked? Crap, that's really true when you put it that way. Gardener, could it be that Xiao Yu has also been withdrawn from marriage? I have heard about this matter. They say that the end of science is metaphysics. Something that looks outrageous but you have to be influenced by it. With Xiao Yu's buffs stacked up, plus the endorsement of a big brother, his win rate skyrocketed in the minds of the crowd. Meanwhile, as the judgment of the top brass spread out, the thoughts of the onlookers changed along with it. I've told you before, Vice Captain Xiao will win this battle. Vice Lieutenant Mu is still in too much of a hurry. If she had taken the stage later, she might have had a chance to be defeated under Vice Captain Xiao. Vice Captain Mu is also honored despite his defeat. Pity, pity. The corners of Chao Tianchen's mouth couldn't help but rise when he heard the wind shift, and then allowed the referee to announce the start. On the dueling stage, the two men and one rabbit who had waited for half a day had long been impatient and directly battled together. Explosive fireball. Xiao Yu raised his hand and shot an orange-colored fireball towards Muing Lian. Muing Lian chose to hold off. The fireball landed and exploded with a bang, cracking the ground web. Smoke and dust scattered in all directions. The power is actually so great. Muing Lian was glad that she didn't choose to fight this blow hard, otherwise she would have been seriously injured without dying. Suddenly, she looked puzzled. Madaka! In the smoke and dust, a pan suddenly swung out, but fortunately Muing Lian reacted in time and managed to block the blow. Xiao Yu was slightly surprised, not expecting his small design. Actually Muing Lian blocked it. Vice Lieutenant Mu was really powerful. He said on the mouth. Hands did not stop. Riding on the smoke and dust not yet dispersed, Muing Lian foothold is not yet stable. Launched a fierce attack. Muing Lian, on the other hand, responded calmly. She had spent the past few days in the midst of killing, and had long since ceased to be a soft college girl. Vice Lieutenant Xiao isn't bad either, but today I'll show you what it means to be a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Yu had designed a sneak attack, so how could Muing Lian not have a backhand? Only to see her figure storm back, and the original spot was being enveloped by a huge shadow. Xiao Yu's heart shook as he looked up, only to see that the fighting rabbit had appeared right above him at some point. The soles of his huge feet kicked at him with the force of a crushing city. The air around him seemed to be compressed and solidified, making it difficult for him to get out. The crowd gasped. Vice Lieutenant Xiao is in danger. I didn't expect this rabbit to know a kick from the sky. In the face of such a critical situation, Xiao Yu did not panic too much. He was seen holding the pan backwards and condensing another fireball against the pan of doom. Bang! The fireball burst. Xiao Yu utilized this reaction force to dodge the fighting rabbit's stored power kick. Seconds, Vice Lieutenant Zhao's development of psychic abilities is pure fire. Boom! Fighting rabbit landed a powerful kick that actually went straight through the floorboards. The crowd that was still sighing in admiration of Xiao Yu's resourceful operation in the previous second was shocked to the point where their ears went numb, eyes numb, numbness of the heart. Just what bloodline level is this battle pet? It's actually so strong, someone asked in shock. Sun Jingzhang opened her eye of scrying. Headmaster level. This battle pet of Muing Lian's is actually of the chieftain rank. It's actually that good? Now, even the captains of the 4 Sacred Battalion couldn't sit still, even though they were 1 level higher. They did not have a full victory against this rabbit. At this moment on the dueling stage, facing the fighting rabbit with terrifying strength, Xiao Yu could only barely dodge. So wretched. It's simply open and shut. With this battle pet, Vice Captain Mu is a sure winner. Don't fight. Just let Muing Lian take office. Strength isn't enough. A battle pet will make up for it. If I had such a battle pet, wouldn't I also be able to sit as the captain of the Green Dragon Battalion? You can pull yourself together. That God Envoy advancement quest of the head gardener isn't something that just anyone can participate in. It requires at least a late stage of the metamorphosis level. You don't even have a chance if you want to fight for your life. Hey, there's a will but no power. Good, good, good. That's the mood to be in. Chao Tianchen's heart was numb with laughter. He forced down the corners of his mouth, showing a slight shock. I didn't expect Lian's battle pet to be so strong. It seems that I misjudged before. The crowd soured even more when they heard all the big boys say that. Just when Chao Tianchen thought that all the dust had settled, a new change occurred on the dueling stage. Look, what's that? Only Xiao Yu's hand could be seen condensing a case of bizarre green fire. That green fire looked small, but it was being continuously compressed by Xiao Yu, and everyone could feel the terrifying energy contained within it. Eat my move! Exploding fire lotus, Xiao Yu shouted. Chao Tianchen couldn't tense up at once. This, buff stacking. You're really playing metaphysics with me, aren't you? As he spat, he didn't forget to release his spiritual power to protect the two, who were the mainstay of the Tianchen Zoo and could not be lost. Boo! A huge explosion shook the entire building. The smoke cleared. The crowd immediately looked toward the dueling stage. Xiao Yu fell to the ground unconscious, and the fighting rabbit stood in front of Mu Yinglian. The referee immediately announced, Mu Yinglian wins. Chao Tianchen secretly sighed in relief. This result was expected by him. Even with their psychic abilities, it was difficult for a human awakened to defeat the head fierce beast. His main fear is metaphysics. The phrase explosive flame lotus really scared him, almost forcing him to do something against his morals. After this battle, many more challengers came on stage. However, they all came up to see the power of the chief beast with the mindset of participation. At the end, they both left a sentimental remark. The head ferocious beast is even as terrifying as this. Faced with the lure of power, some pressed on. Is that mission risky, Master Gardener? Chao Tianchen grinned. There's definitely a risk, but I've got some eyebrows so far, so the chances are still good. Fight it. Bike to motorcycle. The site was flooded with people signing up. Su Lejia was a bit tempted, but was stopped by Mu Yinglian. You're crazy, that's clearly going to get you killed. Mu Yinglian lowered her voice. Su Lejia asked back, didn't you survive? Mu Yinglian choked and waved her hand. I'm just lucky. Vice Lieutenant Mu, what exactly is that God Envoy advancement mission? Su Lejia was a bit curious. Mu Yinglian revealed a bitter smile. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's just because that mission was peculiar. Everyone who comes into contact with the mission ends up acquiring a different part of the mission. I'd be misleading if I said more than that. One thing I can say for sure, though, is that mission has an extremely high mortality rate, because I've watched a lot of people die. Su Lejia thought for a moment, but decided to give it a try. Mu Yinglian laughed. You really do have an adventurous spirit. However, participating in a mission can require at least a late stage of the metamorphosis level. Ha! Su Lejia instantly had a bitter face. Ha ha, call me Sister Mu and I'll help you. Sister Mu, come with me. Mu Yinglian quite liked Su Lejia's personality, which was quite similar to her own, so she decided to invest in her. There is no loss of sacrifice points left or right, but if Su Lejia really succeeds, she'll make a fortune. Su Lejia, right, shifter. Not bad, not bad. You want to enroll? Yes, Gardener. Chao Tianchen looked at Mu Yinglian beside Su Lejia. You recommended this? Mu Yinglian nodded. I'll exchange some innate spirit chi out and help her raise to the late stage of the metamorphosis level. No need. I'll pay for this sacrifice point. And in addition, I'll give her another transformation into an apostle of doom. By the way, Yinglian, I'll give you credit for the sacrifice points you just consumed by summoning your battle pet, as well as the rewards you gained from finding an alien. Chao Tianchen was never generous to those who could do things. Finally, Chao Tianchen selected 5 people to help him do the task. This included Xiao Yu, who had just been defeated in battle, and it was clearly the power of the battle pet that had inspired Xiao Yu's desire for power. The corner of Chao Tianchen's mouth grinned in a bizarre arc. That's right, how can there be no one born in the last days who doesn't crave power? All come with me. Chao Tianchen led the 5 people to a room. Just as they entered the room, the 5 were stunned. The first thing that caught his eye was the huge formation carved on the ground, with complicated patterns and incomparable mysteries. In the center of the room, a creepy mask was set up. Beneath the mask was the empty black robe. The 5 men swallowed hard, all thinking that they had come into contact with some great and unimaginable secret. Unbeknownst to him, these things were all blindfolds for Chao Tianchen's means of concealment. Director Chao is a man of honor, and when you make a play, you have to make a full set, he said in a deep voice. Remember, don't say anything about what happened here. The 5 immediately responded. Yes, Chao Tianchen nodded in satisfaction. Of these 5, other than Su Lejia, a new rookie, the other 4 he had a bit of an impression of. Xiao Yu, needless to say, was not only an early-stage warrior soldier level exalt, he was also the former deputy lieutenant of the Vermilion Bird Battalion, and was highly respected by Sun Jingjiang. As for the remaining 3, the chubby boy is called Sun Chonwait, the girl with glasses is called Chu Yi, and the inch-haired boy is called Feng Chang Su. The 3 were all 4 sacred battalion elites. Their strength had reached the late stage of the metamorphosis level, and they were the mainstay of the Tianchen Zoo. Su Lejia, Sun Chongwei, Shu Yi, Feng Chang Su, you four come over here for a moment. 10 minutes later, the four looked at the doomsday system in front of them and were ecstatic. Normally, ordinary members of the four holy battalions would have to save up their sacrifice points with their captains and wait until they had saved up enough to buy the Lord's Pact before they could be transferred to the Apostles of Doom. And now, Chao Tianchen directly delivers. Not to mention that God Envoy advancement quest. They had earned 50 sacrifice points in anger from this wave alone. The most profitable also belongs to Su Lejia. She had been used by Chao Tianchen to use her spiritual energy to directly pile up from an ordinary person to the late stage of the metamorphosis level. Alter egos have great potential and naturally enjoy privileges. In the beginning, Xiaoyu had come through the same way. Thank you, Head Gardener, Su Lejia said excitedly. Distributing resources like this is all for the sake of everyone being able to survive better in the end times. So thank everyone if you want to. Chao Tianchen babbled in a serious manner. Su Lejia clenched her fists and shouted as if she was pumped with chicken blood. I will definitely do my best to guard Tianchen Zoo. Do my best to guard everyone. Chao Tianchen smiled and nodded. He led the five to the creepy mask and chanted an incantation he didn't even know what it was. Read it and shout it. This moment, you will be a believer in power. As the words fell, Chao Tianchen's fingers lightly tapped the formation at his feet, in reality secretly opening the spatial door leading to the deity space. The five fell off their feet and let out a scream. It's time to start role-playing again, try a new map this time. Chao Tianchen threw the mask and black robe into the deity space. Inside the deeded spirit space, the five returned to their senses and found themselves in a rough temple. Looking around, 8 thick pillars supported the dome, and the sky was sunless, a vast expanse of white. In the center of the temple, there is a high pyramid-shaped platform. On top of the high platform was the eerie mask and black robe they had seen in the room earlier. The crowd instantly chilled their hair. This place is a bit weird. Everyone be careful. Xiaoyu took out his weapon and looked around vigilantly. The crowd pulled out their weapons. Where's the head gardener? Su Lejia suddenly asked. Only then did the crowd realize that Chao Tianchen was actually absent. Being in a weird place and still without a backbone, the crowd panicked even more. Look, you guys. Shuyi pointed at the high platform with a horrified look on her face. Above the high platform, the bizarre mask and black robe actually floated up, like a ghost. The crowd was chilled all over, and even their souls were trembling. Is he a human or a ghost? Sun Chongtua's voice trembled. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and shouted. He's the Doomsday God Envoy. Doomsday Godmothers? What's that? Su Lejia asked. Xiaoyu explained. After signing a contract with the Doomsday Dominator, we will obtain our current occupation, Doomsday Apostle, and Apostles of Doom, are further divided according to their advancement levels. Trainee Apostles of Doom, Apostles of Doom, High-level Apostles of Doom, Apostles of Doom, High-level Apostles of Doom, Apostles of Doom, High-level Apostles of Doom. So far, the entire Tianchen Zoo, except for the head gardener who was a high-ranking doomsayer, including the captains of the 4 holy battalions, does not have more than high-ranking Doomsday Apostles, and the Doomsday God Envoy, which is the 6th stage of the Doomsday Apostles, is extremely advanced and mysterious, with even more bizarre and unpredictable abilities. Xiaoyu paused. I once heard Captain Sun speculate that the God Emperor of Doom might not be human. Rather, it is a higher life form. The crowd didn't get it. But in a nutshell, the Doomsday God Messenger is awesome. What are we going to do? He won't kill us, right? Sun Heavyweight said in a trembling voice. Xiaoyu shook his head. It shouldn't be. Captain Sun has said that the appearance of a Doomsday Divine Messenger is due to the will of the Doomsday Dominator, and is usually accompanied by certain special tasks. Feng Shuchan's eyes lit up. Can it be that it's related to the task of transferring into a royal beast master, as mentioned by the head gardener? The crowd's hearts rejoiced at the words. Su Lejia looked at the Divine Messenger of Doom and boldly asked, Are you the Divine Messenger in charge of our transfer? Responsible? Jia. That's not the right word to use. You should say test. This God Emperor is here to test you. Chao Tianchen responded with a strange smile. Then hurry up and start. Xiaoyu shouted. Ever since he lost to Mu Yinglian, he was extremely unwilling inwardly. If he had a battle pet back then, how could he have lost? Others likewise jumped at the chance. Su Lejia suddenly interjected. Wait a minute, Lord God Emperor. Do you know where our head gardener is going? His name is Chao Tianchen. The black robe of the Divine Envoy of Doom trembled slightly, as if it was producing mood swings. Chao Tianchen. Jia. What a memorable name. Although he hasn't advanced to become a God Emperor yet, he's quite a difficult character to deal with. I almost forgot. He's about to advance to God Ambassador. It will be even more terrifying then. Chao Tianchen shamelessly blew himself up, and the unsuspecting 5 had been too shocked to speak. The head gardener was actually so bullish, even an existence like the divine messenger of doom was afraid of him. Chao Tianchen forced a smile. Jia. Since you guys are Chao Tianchen's men, I'll give him face and lower the difficulty of the test a bit for you. The 5 were thrilled. The head gardener is bullish to the heavens. He can actually lower the difficulty of our mission just by relying on his face. Go back and kowtow to the head gardener anyhow. Luckily, Su Lujia mentioned the head gardener. She has a part to play in this. Su Lujia smiled, a little embarrassed, and said that it was all because of the head gardener. GGG. The test begins. Oh, I forgot to mention. Welcome to the secret realm, the temple of chasing external forces. With a bucket of the Doomsday Apostles' black robes, the 5 were instantly transferred to 5 cage-like sealed rooms. Inside each room, there is a ferocious beast. The 5 of them were shocked, but when they waited for their senses to realize that the ferocious beast in front of them was only at the early stage of the metamorphosis level, they all let out a sigh of relief coincidentally. Soon, each of the 5 resolved the ferocious beasts they faced, and then performed the sacrifice ritual as instructed. The sacrifice is complete. Each of the 5 were given a token with 3 words stuttering on it. The Order of the Beast. That worked? Everyone's face revealed disbelief that this was a little too easy. Success? No. This is just the beginning. GGG. Evil laughter echoed through this space. After Chao Tianchen's experiments these days, he summarized that in order to allow the creation of Imperial Beast conditions for others, 2 basic elements needed to be met. The first element helping the Imperial Beast Master gain control of the ferocious beast. For this reason, Chao Tianchen created the Imperial Beast Order. The Imperial Beast Order itself was only a formal object, the core of which lay in the drop of Beast King's blood contained within. With the help of this Beast King's blood, along with the command authority he had granted through the contract, the 5 could fox the Beast King's blood's corresponding Beast King's dependents and give them orders. Moreover, the Imperial Beast Order could be carried around, so there was still no restriction on the range of control. But that alone is not enough. One must know that even if a ferocious beast becomes a dependent of the Beast King, as long as it doesn't become a blood servant, under certain conditions, it will also break away from the Beast King's control. I have to bring Icy Tooth out here again as an example. It's this one's friendly attitude towards humans that causes it to have no friends. No familiars. The same is true of the Imperial Beast Order, if not more so. Not only did the ferocious beasts have to suppress their bloodthirsty instincts and refrain from attacking humans, but they also had to follow the humans' commands. This is certainly making things difficult for the beast. Perhaps at first, the ferocious beasts would give the Beast King some face, but it will not be long. It will leave the beast, and on the way out may also curse this Beast King's cerebral palsy thing. And by the way, the human as a settlement of wages claim away. Previous volunteers have proven this truth with their lives. Ferocious beasts that did not become bloodthirsty, like the fighting rabbit, were ultimately a very small minority. So, the 2 elements of beast control, suppressing the bloodthirsty instincts of ferocious beasts, it becomes crucial. It's make or break. Chao Tianchen's mind moved, and the 5 people located in the closed prison once again returned to the temple. The 5 who learned that the test would continue were not too disheartened, but instead were energized and ready to take on the next challenge. The only power that feels real is the power you get by fighting for it, and if you get it too easily, it doesn't make your heart feel right. Jia. A quick adjustment of the mind, worthy of being Chao Tianchen's trained men. I hope you guys can still be so composed in the next test. Chao Tianchen's mind moved. A dozen crab-like ferocious beasts instantly appeared within the temple, with realms that were either at the late stage of the metamorphosis level or at the early stage of the warrior-soldier level. They were all captured by Chao Tianchen from the seaside beach garden, and now they had all been transformed into white scales dependents. Although the white scale is only a quasi-emperor, it is a high-blooded augur dragon, and the range of accepting dependents can be expanded to include scaly and reptilian ferocious beasts. Facing such a large group of ferocious beasts, the 5 people who were just full of confidence instantly looked like they had been splashed with a bucket of cool water, coming to a complete stop. Lord God Emperor, this test span is too big. Su Lejia topped her bitter face. She had just nearly flipped her car against a ferocious beast at the early stage of the metamorphosis level. Wouldn't it be a direct death sentence to face such a large group of powerful ferocious beasts? Jia. No need to be nervous. These ferocious beasts have all been blocked by me from moving. They won't attack you, and they aren't being used to test you, Chao Tianchen said. The 5 were relieved. Chao Tianchen moved the 2 ferocious beasts to the front of the 5. There are 2 types of ferocious beasts here. One is called the sword and shield crab and the other is the double chopper crab. You guys can choose one as your battle pet. The exact one to pick is up to you guys. The knife and shield crab is a new species bred by Chao Tianchen by crossbreeding the double chopper crab with the shield armor crab, characterized by one pincer long like a file and one pincer long like a shield. with a potential comparable to that of the double chopper crab. The 5 people curiously observed the 2 types of ferocious beasts. Chao Tianxian shared the information of the 2 types of beasts on the doomsday system of the 5 people, so that they could make a better choice. Double-chopped crab. Qualification, Elite. Realm, Early Warrior Rank. Skills, Scissors Guillotine. Rampage. Unknown Pact. Scissors Guillotine Beheading. Main Gather all the power in both pincers and launch a powerful strike. Extremely powerful, and can kill enemies over the level when operated properly. Cooldown, 600s. Crossing, being the unit can only be crossed. Unknown Contract, ######. Shield Crab. Qualification, Elite. Realm, Early Warrior Rank. Skills, 360 degrees circular motion blocking. Rampage. Unknown Contract. Minus 360 degrees ring movement blocking tap. The ink can block attacks from the side of the shield with no 360 degrees angle of death. Actually, I have a dream. Crossing, being the unit can only be crossed. Unknown Contract, #####. This double decapitation crab is so awesome, it's actually able to kill the enemy over the level, Feng Changshu said excitedly. Sun Heavyweight shook his head. So what if it crosses levels? The skill CD is too long. I still think that the knife shield crab is better. It can attack and defend. There's also a resident passive that allows for 360 degrees deathless blocking. It's simply a life-preserving divine pet. I like sword and shield crab as well. Chuyi pushed up her glasses and sighed a little. I once had a dream as well. To win the Dragon Nation National Table Tennis Championship. Compared to the trio's chatter, Xiao Yu and Su Lujia did not say anything. However, it was able to be seen from their frowning expressions that they didn't like these 2 types of ferocious beasts. Chao Tianxian was unwilling to wait any longer and asked, "Alright, which one of you will go first?" "Me first," Feng Changshu shouted. After receiving Chao Tianxian's promise, Feng Changshu went to the crab group and began to select his favorite double-chopped crab. This pincer is so big. It must be strong. Lord God Ambassador. I'll take this one. Sure. Okay. Yes. Chao Tianxian undid the restraints on that double chopper crab. Right at the moment of unbinding, the bloodthirsty instincts of the double chopper crab were instantly stimulated, and it pounced towards Feng Changshu, who was the closest. Feng Changshu jumped in shock. Just when he thought he had been killed, that double decapitation crab suddenly let out a wail, then curled up on the ground, acting in extreme pain. Without waiting for Feng Changshu to figure out the situation, a voice came to his ears. The time has come to test you. Survive the pain that follows and you will gain power. Are you ready? Feng Changshu took a deep breath and his gaze was firm. Ready. The very moment he agreed, he felt like his brain was being pried open and something was being constantly drained out of him, and he almost fainted. Want to get stronger? Hang in there, Chao Tianxian reminded in his ear. I want to be strong. Feng Changshu clenched his teeth strongly. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down from his head, but he still held on for dear life. The remaining 4 did not know what was going on and could only secretly sweat for Feng Changshu. After about a minute, the painful sensation that lingered in his mind disappeared. Feng Changshu directly slumped to the ground, almost about to collapse, and the double chopper crab next to him reacted in the same way. Are you okay? The crowd gathered around, faces concerned. Feng Changshu slowed down for a while and suddenly laughed madly. Ha 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 ha, Laozi has succeeded. I've succeeded. The crowd was uncertain. Feng Changshu beckoned, and the double-chopped crab obediently followed the instructions and made various movements. It actually worked. Although the crowd was mentally prepared, they were still shocked the moment they actually saw it. Old Feng, awesome. Sun Chongtua hugged Feng Changshu and shouted excitedly. Chao Tianxian, who was secretly observing, scanned Feng Changshu and the double decapitation crab with his spiritual power, and also revealed a look of excitement. Ha ha ha, it seems that the conclusion of my experiment was right. Suppressing the bloodthirsty instincts of ferocious beasts is the way to go. In a sense, Feng Changshu was the first artificial imperial beastmaster he created, but that wasn't what pleased him the most. What pleased him the most was that he could batch manufacture imperial beastmasters. GGG. Congratulations to this lucky youngster for becoming a powerful imperial beastmaster. Believe me, a bright future is opening up to you. Your life will have a straight path. Okay. Who wants to be next on this con? Chao Tianxian's voice was full of compulsion. I'll do it. I'll do it. Chuyi shouted eagerly. Soon, Chuyi chose a preferred knife and shield crab, and the rest of the group cheered her on. One for the road. Chao Tianxian continued to operate tartly. He released a huge amount of spiritual energy and attacked towards the sword and shield crab, causing it to be in pain. Chao Tianxian discovered that the ferocious beasts that had been baptized by the evolutionary light mist, in addition to the changes in their biomorphic forms and levels of life, the structure of their wills had also undergone tremendous changes. If you quantify the mental power of a ferocious beast, which is the carrier of will, as 100, then it will have 50, if not more, in the will bloodlust instinct piece, and it's the rest that is the turn of the other wills, such as mating, resting, fearing, submitting to the higher power, and so on. Of course, these wills are not constant, and can be altered by the stimulation of external factors, or by special circumstances. Previously, Chao Tianqian had tried many ways to suppress the bloodthirsty instincts of the ferocious beasts, but they all ended in failure. Therefore, he simply cut down the total amount of spiritual energy of the ferocious beast directly to achieve the purpose of weakening the bloodthirsty instinct of the ferocious beast. The cuts are also simple and brutal. It is the direct use of mental power to attack. And this part of the fierce beast's lowered spiritual power was filled by the spiritual power of the Imperial Beast Master. Chao Tianqian finished cutting down the spiritual power of the sword and shield crab and looked at Chui. Jia. Ready to start? The next process is a painful one. Ready, Chui nodded vigorously. Jia. Then I'll start. Chao Tianqian mumbled a sentence in his heart. Heavenly Phantom Demon Pupil Infestation. His huge spiritual energy instantly infiltrated on Chui's spiritual energy, then wrapped around Chui's spiritual energy to infiltrate the spiritual energy of the sword and shield crab. The effect is similar to that of two buckets with different levels of water, connecting them with a pipe so that the higher water naturally flows towards the lower. The process is undoubtedly very painful. Chui let out a heartbreaking cry. Every second was extremely long for her. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Chui's spiritual energy, the amount contained in the will of the sword and shield crab, gradually increased. As long as its content exceeded the killing instinct of the blade shield crab, Chui would be able to suppress the blade shield crab. However, Chao Tianqian frowned. It was because Chui's loss of spiritual energy had already reached the tipping point, 20%. If the extraction of spiritual energy continued, Chui would become a fool. Don't ask him how he knows that. It's all rigorous scientific experimentation that leads to an argument. After about another 3 to 5 seconds, Chao Tianqian had no choice but to stop the infestation process. One could only say that Chui's luck wasn't too good. The content of bloodthirsty instincts in the will of each ferocious beast was different, and this knife and shield crab's just happened to be slightly higher, just a hair's breadth away. Chui was about to succeed. Seeing that both Chui and the sword and shield crab had stopped reacting in pain, the crowd rushed up to check on them, but Chui couldn't perceive the presence of the sword and shield crab. Lord God Emperor, did she succeed? Su Lejia couldn't help but ask. No, she failed. Chao Tianqian ruthlessly revealed the truth. Chui's body stiffened, and then she felt the sky spinning, and directly fainted, as if she couldn't bear such a blow. The people were busy helping her up and were relieved to make sure she was still alive. At the same time, looking at the emaciated Chui, the crowd had mixed feelings in their hearts. To undergo such pain and not succeed. Hey! Chao Tianqian watched all of this without much fluctuation within his heart. In fact, he had just left a sentence unsaid. The loss of Chui's spiritual power this time was too great, and there was a possibility of permanent damage. That is to say, there was a high probability that Chui would not have a chance at the profession of Imperial Beastmaster. But the test goes on. Jia. Humble apostles, you should know that there is no such thing as giving that will definitely be rewarded. Just as you chase after power, but power will still abandon you. Jia. Do you guys want to continue? In the face of this soulful question, Sun Heavyweight stepped forward. Next, I'll do it. Chao Tianqian was slightly surprised. He originally thought that the next one to make an appearance would be Xiao Yu, but he didn't expect that it would actually be Sun Chongtua, the least courageous of the five. Jia. I hope you're still this determined later. 1 minute later, Sun Chongtua shouted loudly. It worked! Ha. I've succeeded. I'm a royal beast master now. He excitedly climbed onto the back of a knife and shield crab and wiggled his butt in an ungodly fashion. Chao Tianqian admitted that he had somewhat underestimated this fatty. With a little thought, it can be understood. Sun Chongtua was a member of the 4th Sacred Battalion, and had spent all of these days fighting and killing ferocious beasts. Cowardice might be in his nature, but his willpower had definitely been refined, and there was no problem at all. Even Chui was not defeated by willpower, but by luck. Chao Tianqian no longer paid attention to Sun Chongtua and instead looked at Xiaoyu and Su Lejia. Are you going to try, or are you going to give up? To be honest, he was very dissatisfied with the two. He had invested so many resources in them, but they actually backed out of the battle. In contrast, it was instead Sun Chongtua, whom he didn't think much of, who stood out, which made him even more upset. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, Lord God Emperor, although it's a bit offensive to say so, I still want to ask if there are any other battle pets to choose from? Su Lejia echoed, Lord God Emperor, I'm of the same mind. Chao Tianqian was surprised. He didn't expect that it wasn't that the two were unwilling to undergo the test, but that the two were dissatisfied with the battle pet. GGG. Where's the reason? Xiao Yu replied back. Lord God Emperor. These two types of ferocious beasts are both marine creatures that conflict with my supernatural ability, explosive inflammation. Moreover, their qualifications are too low. I want to at least indenture the alpha ferocious beasts. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but lose his smile. So this kid was competing with Muinglian. However, Xiao Yu was right. Both the double-cut crab and the sword and shield crab were in conflict with his special ability, and contracting them instead got in the way. Chao Tianqian maneuvered the masked black robe and turned to Su Lejia. What about you? He remembered that Su Lejia's special ability was water condensation, which was a perfect fit with either the sword and shield crab or the double-cut crab. They're all too ugly. Su Lejia stammered. The crowd poured out in a burst of desperation. Chao Tianqian was also drunk and said impatiently, what kind of crap reason is this? Do you think that this divine messenger certificate is a food market, and picking and choosing? Su Lejia gritted her teeth and said, Lord God Emperor, just help us out. We're Garden Master Chao's subordinates. I hope you'll sell our Garden Master Chao some face. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was hopeful and a little nervous at the same time. I don't know if the face of the head of the garden is big enough. Chao Tianqian almost lost his smile. This chick was a bit interesting. With his personality, he is not willing to be held hostage, but the other party has raised him. If he does not agree, it will not seem that he is a bit low pressure. A bit of a headache. Chao Tianqian suddenly had an evil thought. Jia, you're Chao Tianqian's henchman, not his woman. So who knows if you're a fox pretending to be a tiger? Unless you're his woman, I'll give this face. Saying that, he secretly greeted the special effects artist. White scale. For a while, the sky was thunderous. The crowd was scared pale. This was like stealing a chicken. In a moment of desperation, Su Lejia shouted, I'm garden manager Chao's woman. Chao Tianqian almost laughed out loud as he looked at her blushing face. Oh, you said you're Chao Tianqian's woman. So let me ask you, do you know what his greatest strength is? Su Lejia looked around, but no one could give her an answer. The biggest advantage of the head gardener. Su Lejia couldn't help but have Chao Tianqian's perfect side face and light smile floating in her mind. His biggest advantage is his sunny and cheerful personality, which gives people a warm feeling. Xiao Yu, Sun Chongtua, and Feng Changshu looked at Su Lejia, their eyes glaring round. Are you sure you're not blackballing him? Sunny and cheerful. Chao Tianqian was satisfied with this comment. It turned out that there were still people who knew about his inner beauty. That's a good point. Chao Tianqian's greatest strength is his sunny personality. I believe you're Chao Tianqian's woman now. Good, then I'll give him this face. Ha! The crowd was directly confused in place. Then they both developed deep self-doubt. Is it hard to believe that the head gardener these days, killing people at the drop of a hat, chopping off hands and feet, clearing out opponents for white terror, and telling school leaders to move bricks, is some kind of unspeakable pain in the ass? Actually, the head gardener is a nice guy? Without waiting for the crowd to react, several more ferocious beasts appeared in front of them. GGG, you two just pick from here. Xiao Yu and Su Lejia were ecstatic. The head gardener's face is so damn big. With a thought from Chao Tianqian's mind, the ferocious beasts flew towards Xiao Yu and Su Lejia, hovering in mid-air and allowing the several people to observe them. There were a total of 5 ferocious beasts, 4 of which exuded the aura of early warrior soldier grade, and 1 even exuded the aura of mid-warrior soldier grade. In terms of body size, these ferocious beasts' bloodline levels all surpass the double-cut crab and the sword and shield crab. They are all at least alpha level. Xiao Yu's face was shocked. Su Lejia also did not expect that she was just posing as the gardener's woman for a while, and the other party actually took out a ferocious beast of this quality. The gardener's face is really big. Feng Changshu and Sun Chongtua, on the other hand, looked chagrined. If I had known this, I might as well have waited. The more powerful the contracted ferocious beasts are, the higher the demand for the Imperial Beastmaster's spiritual power. Both of them are exalted. Their spiritual strength is much stronger than ordinary people. That's why I released these ferocious beasts for them to choose from. As for you guys, jia, forcing a contract will only turn you into fools. Chao Tianqian wasn't lying to the two with these words. Generally speaking, the higher the life level of the ferocious beast, the stronger the spiritual power, while the bloodthirsty instinct possession ratio was slightly reduced. Take, for example, 3 life levels, the man-eating fly, the double decapitated crab, and the steel-toothed pig. If the cannibal fly's mental power level is set at 100, then its bloodthirsty instincts are 95 plus, and use the cannibal fly as a reference. The double chopper crab's mental power level alone is 300, and its bloodthirsty instinct is 200 plus. A steel-toothed pig's mental power level is set at 800, so its bloodthirsty instincts account for 400 plus, and humans have a mental power level of 1000. If one chose a man-eating fly as a battle pet, the Imperial Beast Master could easily contract it, but the man-eating fly's potential was so low that it was basically a waste. If one chose a steel-toothed pig as a battle pet, the spiritual energy consumed by the Imperial Beast Master would be too great, and even if the contract was successful, it would still be easy for it to be reversed. Therefore, Chao Tianqian compromised and chose the relatively easy-to-contract double-cut crab and blade shield crab, which had quite good potential. As the Imperial Beast Master's regular contracted battle pets, there are routines, and then there are specials. In contrast to the cannibal fly, the psychic power level of an alien can reach 3000. The range of choices for war pets is much wider. Hearing Chao Tianqian's words, Feng Changshu and Sun Chongtua felt better in their hearts, and then Shuyi, who was unconscious, was even a bit thankful. At this point, Xiao Yu finished his selection. I'll take this one. The crowd looked at what Xiao Yu was referring to. It was a snake-formed ferocious beast, more than 10 meters in length, with a body as thick as a bucket, and scales all over its body as if it was on fire. It was none other than the strongest existence amongst the 5 ferocious beasts, with a strength of the middle stage of the combat soldier grade. Fire scale snake. Qualification, chieftain. Realm, middle warrior rank. Skills, serpentine positioning, death entanglement, bite, fire poison, unknown pact. Snakes can walk, past the unit walks nimbly, with 20% more evasion and agility. Death entanglement, main when entangling an enemy unit, that unit's power effect is enhanced by 50%. Cooldown, 60s. Bite, main bites hard, dealing damage while injecting venom. Cooldown, 5s. Fire poison, primary a venom with flammable properties that can be remotely sprayed with fangs. No cooldown. Recharge 10 out of 10. Unknown contract, hashtag. That's a good choice. I was putting a lot of effort into catching it. But, snakes, isn't that buff stacked again? Chao Tianqian secretly spat. Jia. Since you've chosen, let's begin. Compared to the agonizing wails of the previous few people, Xiao Yu was only frowning, and at most, some cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and in less than half a minute, he had completed the deed. Is this a psychic? Feng Changshu and Sun Chongtua looked envious. Xiao Yu read the information about the fire-scaled snake, and his entire body was so excited that he could hardly hold himself. Ha, it's too strong to have so many skills, and this fire poison skill fits me perfectly. Feng Changshu and Sun Chongtua looked at Xiao Yu with a face of adoration and called out with that kind of affection. Brother Xiao, now you're invincible. Xiao Yu ignored the duo's slips and clenched his fists. Ancient martial Yi family, as long as you guys don't die, I, Xiao Yu, must take revenge for withdrawing from the marriage. Pust. Chao Tianqian almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. No, dude, you're really stacking the buffs, aren't you? Luckily it was the ancient martial Yi family. If it was the ancient martial Nalan family, he would have to kill him now. Blue Star doesn't allow for such bull ********. Chao Tianqian soothed his mind and looked towards Su Lejia, who was still struggling with the situation, and he was already getting a bit impatient. Have you chosen yet? Lord God Emperor, please wait a little longer. Hurry up then. 10 minutes later. Is it ready or not? Lord God Emperor, please wait a little longer. 20 minutes later. Are you done? Lord God Emperor, just wait a little longer. It's almost done. 40 minutes later. Chao Tianqian finally ran out of patience, and just as he was about to lash out, Su Lejia seemed to have made some sort of determination. Lord God Emperor, can you give me another batch? Su Lejia smiled cheekily. Chao Tianqian, equals smiley face. He was almost about to call up a slap on the face, but when he thought that it was his own foul mouth that had provoked this woman, he could only hold his temper. After all, hitting Chao Tianqian's woman was a bit of a disrespect to Chao Tianqian. Okay, wait for me. I've been busy with politics lately, and I happen to be short of a junior secretary. Thinking this way, Chao Tianqian instantly felt much better. Jia. So tell me, what kind do you want? Xiao Yu and the three of them were all dumbfounded. Did this god emperor scorn the head gardener to such an extent? He's already like this and he's still not angry? Su Lejia thought seriously. Can I have a handsome one? Handsomer? Chao Tianqian pondered for a moment and summoned a ferocious beast. Well, how about you look at this curly-haired, angry-toothed pig, and if it doesn't work out I really can't do anything else. The first word that popped up in the minds of the crowd when they saw this curly-haired, angry-toothed pig was divine steed. Yes, it may be unbelievable to say that a pig actually looks quite divine. The curly-haired, angry-tusked pig is 5 meters long, with silvery bristles, a strong, upright body, and 2 curved tusks. The most tawdry of all was the handsome silver curls on top of its head. This curly-haired, angry-toothed pig is the adopted son of the Beast King, Black Mane. The reason why it's an adopted son is because it was born from Black Mane's harem. But it's not Black Mane's pup by the time of its birth. Chao Tianqian found it when he was experimenting with Black Mane's harem, and seeing that it had good physical qualities, he tried to breed it into a beast king, but it ended in failure. The ferocious beasts that weren't beast king, Chao Tianqian couldn't even look at them, so he just kept putting them away like that. Chao Tianqian projected the information of the curly-haired angry tooth pig onto Su Lejia's doomsday system. Curly-haired, angry-toothed pig. Qualification, senior leader. Realm, late metamorphosis level. Skills, stylish curls. Strong body, raging teeth charge. Curly hair warlord, unknown pact. Fashionable curls. Quilt. The unit has a handful of silver-colored curls on its head that can attract the attention of the opposite sex. Strong body, past strength increased by 30%. Fury tooth charge, main unleash a powerful charge. Cooldown, 10s. Curly warlord, main 50% increase in all attributes for 30 seconds. Followed by a weakened state where all attributes decay by 30%. Cooldown, 1 day. Unknown contract, #####. Lord God Emperor. I'll take this one. Su Lejia exulted. Chao Tianqian didn't chime in. He only wanted to send these people away now. Half a minute later, the deed was done. After learning that the curly-hair angry tooth pig was actually a large-headed ferocious beast, Feng Changshu and Sun Chongtua were directly envious to the point of taking off, while Xiaoyu also felt that the fire scale snake in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Shortly after, the 5 were teleported back. Chao Tianqian swept a glance at the 5. His face unperturbed. I know the situation. The others go out first. Su Lejia stays. The 3 of them, Xiaoyu, swept a glance at Su Lejia with strange expressions and retreated with Chui, who was still unconscious. Su Lejia brushed her face red. It's over. It's over. It can't be that God Emperor Sama said something to the headmaster, right? Chao Tianqian looked at Su Lejia's rushed face and laughed in his heart. Telling you this little ninny to take advantage of me. Now you know to panic? After staring at each other for a while, Chao Tianqian was the first to break the silence. Do you know what I called you here for? Su Lejia's body trembled, her face as red as a monkey's butt. Things were really exposed. Forget it. Stretching one's head is a knife. Shrinking one's head is also a knife. Why don't you just admit your mistake? Su Lejia took a deep breath. Head gardener, I'm sorry I impersonated you during the trial. But just as she was about to say it, Chao Tianqian interrupted her. I'm going to transfer you to me as a secretary to help me with some of the day-to-day stuff. Chao Tianqian paused and frowned. What did you just say? You impersonated my what? Me. Su Lejia had just exhausted all her courage, and when asked again, she immediately became stuttering. Chao Tianqian laughed numbly in his heart, but on the surface, he remained indifferent. Forget it if you don't want to say it. By the way, how are you considering the proposal I just made? Su Lejia nodded her head vigorously. I have no problem with that. Headmaster, can I go now? All she wanted to do now was to get the hell out of this place. Chao Tianqian could not let her slip away. What's the rush? I still have some work to explain to you. Come over here. I'll talk to you carefully. That's about all there is to the job. Got it memorized? Remember. By the time Chao Tianqian finished speaking, Su Lejia was already awkward enough to snap out of the 3 rooms. Ha! I hope you can remember this lesson. Chao Tianqian stopped teasing Su Lejia as he picked up a manuscript from the table and handed it to her. You go find Muing Lian and arrange for a few people to make several copies of this draft and send it to all the top cadres in the park. This one is what he's really trying to arrange. Now that the printer is obsolete, the only way to give a task is to copy it by hand. Su Lejia took the manuscript and scanned it, looking dismayed about the plan to purge the fierce beasts within the New Water University. Park Director, is this the kind of thing we can do? Although they currently appeared to have a strong army, they were simply insignificant compared to the ferocious beasts within the entire New Water University. Thanks to the fact that this manuscript was written by Chao Tianqian, if it was someone else, she would have sprayed the other person's face. Purge the beasts from New Water University? What kind of dream is this? Chao Tianqian laughed. It doesn't say that I want to make this thing happen all at once. It's good to take it step by step. By the way, I happen to have a matter to discuss with the temple's divine envoy. Do you want to join me? Ha, no. I'd better hurry to find Sister Mu to copy the script. Su Lejia left the room as if she had fled. Chao Tianqian looked at her back and revealed a bad smile. Since you're on the thief ship, you can't get off. Next, Chao Tianqian pondered over the situation at hand. Purging the ferocious beasts within New Water University was only the first step in his grand blueprint. Next, he's going to make New Water University a sanctuary. In the future, he will also expand the shelter to the entire city of Xinshui, to the entire New High Province, and to the entire Dragon Kingdom, until the whole world is trampled underfoot. Thoughts return to the present. In terms of strength alone, the Beast Kings under his command could sweep through the entire New Water University, but he didn't want to do that, because the peace that comes too easily is not appreciated. He wants everyone to lay down their lives in pursuit of power, and then use that power to guard what is hard-won, and this power that sustains them all, he can easily take back. The corners of Chao Tianqian's mouth flared up in a bizarre arc. He called out the system, let it in the Doomsday System, added such a task, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. limited time release. Epic Quest, the power of the Guardians, limited to 10 days. Mission description, do you want to guard life, guard loved ones, and guard everything you have? Then you must need this power. Complete the mission, to receive this Guardian's power. Quest requirement, slay 10 ferocious beasts, sacrifice them to the great dominator of doom. Quest reward, travel to the Temple of Transfiguration for a chance to transfer to the Imperial Beastmaster. P.S. The stronger the sacrificed beast, the higher the quality of your contracted battle pet. What's the saying? In the underworld, it's as if a big hand is manipulating everything. Jia. This feeling is really wonderful. Ahem. How do I feel that I am on the road of the villain is not to return? Never mind. Let's do something good to make up for my knuckleheads then. Chao Tianqian had the system lower the price of the Lord's contract in the Doomsday System. To be honest, the price of the Lord's contract is really set high. So much so that, so far, very few people have been able to switch to Doomsayer. The Master's Pact. Markdown, 0. 5 offering points per piece, 0. 1 off for a limited time. Jumping price. Buy it to make money for the rest of your life. P.S. A one-time prop. A deed scroll that spreads the Lord's prestige, the successful use of which will result in a large number of points. The next day, early morning, in the White Tiger Battalion's first team room, the first thing that Captain Jiang Su did when he woke up was to tap on the Doomsday System and count if he had less sacrifice points, because he realized that this system seemed to have the operation of swallowing sacrifice points. No less. After counting the sacrifice points, Jiang Su suddenly felt as if his eyes were blurry. How come the price of this contract of the Lord seems to be missing double digits? Jiang Su rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread the situation, and immediately greeted his teammates. Everyone, wake up! That pitiful prop, the Lord's contract, has actually dropped in price. Captain, what did you say? I'd say, the Lord's Pact has dropped in price. It's straight down by 0. 1 off. It's now only 0. 5 sacrifice points. Crap. In that case, won't I be able to transfer to a Doomsday God Envoy and use the Apostle exclusive props? Ha. That's right. Great. With the Doomsday Apostle exclusive props, I'll be able to single-handedly take on an ordinary ferocious beast at the late metamorphosis level. I don't need to fight an ordinary beast anymore and have to be surrounded by 3 people. I'm so frustrated. Ha. Look at your point of interest. Our squad of 5 people, manually and Apostle exclusive props, not to mention what the late metamorphosis level ordinary beasts, on the late metamorphosis level elite beasts, and even a little weaker leader of the beasts, we can take down. Captain's right. Just as the team members were thinking about the future, Jiang Su froze in place with a dull expression, as if he had seen something unimaginable. Under the shaking of his teammates, Jiang Su finally came back to his senses. Epic Quest. The Doomsday System has released an epic level mission, Jiang Su said with an excited expression. Captain, tell me quickly, what epic quest is it? The team members couldn't see Jiang Su's system and their hearts felt like cat claws scratching. Imperial Beast Master. As long as we behead 10 ferocious beasts, sacrifice them to the Dominator of Doom, and we'll get the chance to transform into Imperial Beast Masters. Jiang Su spat. In the players' minds, the scene when Muing Lian fought against Xiao Yu instantly surfaced. Muing Lian, who possessed a battle pet, crushed alien Xiao Yu and was simply invincible. The team's eyes instantly reddened. Captain, then what are you waiting for? Go out and cut down the ferocious beasts. Good. Everyone head out now. Bring breakfast for the road. Jiang Su led his team out the door and encountered the captain of the White Tiger Battalion's second team. And the other party had the same expression. Jiang Su's complexion changed and hurriedly greeted his team members to speed up their pace. Hurry, there aren't many ferocious beasts around the school building. If we're killed off, we'll have to go to a more dangerous place. Upon hearing this, the captain of the White Tiger Battalion's second team similarly greeted his team members to speed up their pace. And scenes like this play out throughout the entire third school building. Chao Tianqian stood on the roof of the building, looking at a team of expenditure strikes that had struck out. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Everyone's enthusiasm is high. So it looks like I don't have enough double-chopped crabs on hand. Got to go to Seaside Beach Park to restock. After the epic quest to become a Beast Master appeared in the Doomsday System, the entire Tianqian Zoo was abuzz. The 4 great captains of the 4 sacred battalions personally led the attack, with the Guard Battalion following close behind. Even the regulars and the Logistics Battalion, and even the engineering battalion, tagged along for the ride. The ferocious beasts roaming around the vicinity of school building number 3 were confused. Usually these humans are either hiding as old sixes or engaging in sneak attacks. Why are they so fierce this time? Each one as if they don't want to die? Time passes by. After a morning of hard fighting, the casualty rate of the strike team skyrocketed. The death toll alone is up to 20. Sun Jingjiang, as the deputy director of the Tianjin Zoo, naturally couldn't let the situation develop like this. He immediately made a battle plan, adopting the mode of taking the strong with the weak, letting the teams of the 4 holy camps with stronger battle strengths lead the other teams with weaker battle strengths to steadily explore outward and hunt down ferocious beasts. At the same time, a temporary rescue team consisting of Xiaoyu and other Imperial Beast Masters was formed to keep in contact with the teams and be ready to support them at any time. In addition, it is strictly forbidden to have teams leave the garrison beyond 500 meters. The casualties in the ranks came down only then. However, this only lasted until noon. During the noon break, Zhang Su, the captain of the White Tiger Battalion's first team, completed the Guardian's Power quest and was teleported by the Spacegate to the Secret Realm, the Temple of Chasing External Forces. It didn't take long to successfully contract a blade and shield crab back. The crowd was completely abuzz. If Xiaoyu, Su Lejia, and the others became Imperial Beast Masters with Chao Tianxin's aura mixed in, it would be more or less unreal. But Zhang Su is a living example. We all went out together this morning. Some teams have defied orders and explored beyond the danger zone 500 meters outside the compound. The casualties among the teams increased again. Temporary command post. Wow! After listening to his men's report, Sun Jingjiang slammed his cup on the ground and let out a growl. What is this bastard Xiahou Ren doing? Didn't I tell him not to venture in? Not only did 2 people die, but he also got himself all injured as well. Mu Yinglian next to her skimmed her lips. She felt that although Sun Jingjiang was smart and careful, she had too much baggage and always thought of everything. The whole world situation at the moment is really no different from war. Since it's a war, how can anyone not die? Vice Barkmaster Sun, although our casualties are increasing, the number of Imperial Beast Masters is also increasing, and the team's overall fighting strength is still getting stronger. In this way, the Garden Master's plan will also be able to be implemented better. Sun Jingjiang didn't respond. He knew that Mu Yinglian was right. Nowadays, there were already a dozen or so Imperial Beast Masters in the team, and the ones contracted were all elite-level double-cut crabs and blade shield crabs. It's a very scary force. Even if they met a big leader-level ferocious beast, they could push through it horizontally. This would be unimaginable if it were at the beginning of the end times. In the meantime, the surrounding ferocious beasts were killed less and less. There were even quite a few ferocious beasts that were so scared by the drying up that they simply fled when they encountered humans. At one point it turned into a frantic situation of man chasing beast. The rest of them couldn't find any ferocious beasts to kill, so they naturally had to explore outwards. Sun Jingjiang hesitated a little and gave a new command. Teams with Imperial Beastmasters will have their exploration range expanded to within 800 meters of the compound. The remaining teams will still only be able to move within 500 meters of the compound. After the men had left with their orders, Sun Jingjiang looked at the people in the command center and suddenly asked, "Where is Chao Tianxin? Where has he gone at such a critical moment?" Su Lejia took a step forward, fulfilling her duties as a junior secretary. The head gardener said that he had something to do, and that all matters were left to you, Assistant Head Gardener Sun. Sun Jingjiang's eyes widened and she barely managed to spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Chao Tianxin, Seaside Beach Park. Ah cut. It's probably that Sun Jingjiang kid spitting on me again. Chao Tianxin rubbed his nose, taking a double chopper crab in front of him, which had been electrocuted, and storing it in the deed spirit space. His movements were quite skillful, and it was obviously not the first time he had done this sort of thing. And there was a large group of passed out double-chopped crabs on the beach around them. Chao Tianxin is very preoccupied. Collect only double-chopped crabs of elite level or higher. For a normal double-cut crab, he would let the ice tooth beside him finish it off and then absorb it with the spirit deed's loam, never wasting it. Not far. Lightning and thunder, water and fire, phantom pupil, white scale, prison tooth, silver horn, flame tail, and black mane attacked on all sides, ravaging the crabs. The double-chopping crabs fell in pieces, turning into severed limbs and broken shells, which were then absorbed by the soil of aura on the beach and eventually turned into spiritual energy. Plus 150 psychic energy, plus 300 psychic energy, plus 400 psychic energy, plus 1200 psychic energy. Wow. Faced with the powerful beast kings, the brazen crabs collapsed and frantically fled towards the sea. Chao Tianxin checked the results. Spiritual energy, 3,879. Spiritual energy is still too little. Although he sounded like he hated Versailles, Chao Tianqian was indeed truly helpless. 7 deeded spirits, all of which are great at swallowing psychic energy. So far, he had come here 4 times to replenish his stock, gaining a total of more than 20,000 psychic energy. This much spiritual energy was enough for more than 200 humans to break through to the late warrior soldier level, and enough for 50 humans to break through to the early raider level, but when placed on the deeds, it only managed to make most of the deeds break through a level. So far, only Phantom Pupil, Black Mane, Silver Horn, and Flametail were at the late warrior soldier level. The remaining White Scales, Ice Teeth, and Tooth Prison were still in the middle of the warrior soldier level. Forget it, let everyone break through to the late combat soldier rank first. Ice Tooth, Prison Tooth, you two come here. 10 minutes later, Ice Teeth and Prison Teeth broke through to the late warrior rank. Spiritual energy, 96. Chao Tianqian looked at the double-digit spiritual energy points and knew that his breakthrough would have to be delayed again. There was still White Scales lined up in front of him, and this one consumed more spiritual energy than Prison Teeth and Ice Teeth combined. At that moment, news came from White Scale. The captured double chopper crabs have all been transformed into dependents by it. Elite Double Cut Crab, 425. Headman's Double Cut Crab, 9. Big Head Double Cut Crab, 1. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but frown. White Scale, I remember that there were 3 of the big-headed double-cutting crabs captured. Why is there only 1 now? And how come there seems to be a lot less of this headed double-cut crab as well? The White Scales growled twice in a low, slightly grumpy voice. You said that you slaughtered them all because the alpha double-cut crabs and the big alpha double-cut crabs wouldn't submit to you and called you a rascal snake? Chao Tianqian couldn't help but lose his smile. Ha ha ha, it's probably because you're a quasi-beast emperor and not a beast emperor. However, Chao Tianqian soon stopped laughing. He suddenly remembered that White Scale still had to look for the opportunity to break through to the beast emperor before doing the task of fighting Red Hitomi alone. It's better to let the White Scales break through to the late combat soldier rank first. Chao Tianqian cast his gaze towards the sea and couldn't help but frown. The crabs have been abused several times and have migrated inward to the ocean. But don't look at the crabs being hung. That was all because he was able to use the space gate to retreat in time, replenish his status and come back to fight again. If it is really a dead heat to the end, it is not known who will die. Not to mention, if he were to enter the sea to fight now, the battle power of the rest of the deeded spirits under his command, except for the White Scales and Prison Teeth, would be greatly reduced. Moreover, there is no way to know the bottom of the crabs once they enter the ocean. There's nothing to be done. We'll have to take a chance at the moment, go back and replenish our status, and enter the sea tomorrow. Chao Tianqian had just returned when he met Sun Jingzhang's grudging eyes, but he didn't wait for Sun Jingzhang to open his mouth, so he made the first move. Jingzhang, call up Xiahou Ren and Su Hu for a meal. Let's talk about what's going on after dinner. I didn't eat lunch and I'm starving to death. It's 8 p.m. In the old days, 4 people in the dormitory were playing games and getting ready to guess who was going to get the takeout. Okay. Sun Jingzhang pressed her temper and nodded. 4 people from the dormitory gathered at a table. It was a meal, but the only hot food on the table was instant noodles with ham and sausage. The rest are snacks and the like. And these are still from the neighborhood supermarkets and kiosks. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but spit out. Haven't the residents met a few who can cook? Eating snacks every day makes me vomit. Xiahou Ren and Su Hu all shared the same feeling. People are so strange. When we used to have meals, we wished we had snacks as meals every day. Now that we have snacks as meals every day, we miss the taste of meals. Sun Jingzhang rolled her eyes. It's been a few days since the end of the world, and all that can be found is rotten vegetables and meat, either gnawed by ferocious beasts. There is rice, but just rice. Do you guys eat it? Speaking of this, Sun Jingzhang's resentment was about to spill out of her body. You all don't care about anything, and you still want to eat hot rice and hot food? Zhang Zi, don't be angry. Eat a ham to suppress the shock. Xiahou Ren snorted. After eating and drinking, Xiahou Ren and Su Hu consciously retired. Sun Jingzhang looked at Chao Tianqian and asked, last night, you just released the unrealistic goal of about the plan to purge the fierce beasts within Xinshui University. And it just so happens that everyone receives the epic quest of transferring to the Imperial Beastmaster today. So don't you think you're suspicious? Chao Tianqian was slightly stunned. He thought Sun Jingzhang was going to say something about him being a shirker, but he didn't realize that he was suspicious of his behind-the-scenes operations. Well, it does have a little something to do with me, but the time isn't right yet for me to reveal too much to you. This matter is too false to admit and too complicated to explain, so it can only be put off for the time being. Sun Jingzhang revealed an expression that was surely so. Is it because you were promoted to God Emperor? Chao Tianqian nodded, letting Sun Jingzhang make up her own mind. Sun Jingzhang said in a deep voice, if I can guess this matter, others should be able to guess it as well. As you should know, There are quite a few people in the garrison who secretly oppose you. There might be people who will use the opportunity to incite, saying that you designed for everyone to go to their deaths. Chao Tianchen laughed. Don't worry, as a divine envoy, I still have a lot of power and authority. As long as they use the doomsday system, they won't be able to make any big waves. It's good that you know it in your heart. Sun Jingzhang said no more and simply left. When Sun Jingzhang left, Chao Tianchen's body was suddenly filled with killing intent. Jumping clowns. Ha! It seems like I have to create an opportunity for them to pop up, and at that time, I'll wipe them out. However, Sun Jingzhang's words also gave him a wake-up call. He was hanging out alone as a god emperor. Too much of a conspicuous figure to fit his identity as the boss behind the curtain. Want to start another vest? Yikes, I almost forgot I had to work out today. Hey, there's a lot going on. The next day, early morning, Chao Tianchen passed through the Spacegate anchor point and once again arrived at the seaside beach garden, only to find that there was actually not a single double chopper crab left on the beach. All gone? Chao Tianchen was depressed. He was still thinking of staging a sneak attack and harvesting a wave of spiritual energy first. It's just going to have to go to the sea and die. Chao Tianchen put away the spiritual contract's loam on the beach. With the experience values gone, there was no point in keeping the spirit contract loam here. Chao Tianchen went to the seashore, put a mental power barrier on himself, and dived into the sea. Follow the trail of the crabs and search all the way. The seawater was unexpectedly clear, and after Chao Tianchen dived to a depth of about 10 meters, the seabed was still bright. It seemed that because the double-cut crab group had occupied this area, they did not encounter any other ferocious beasts on their way forward. After about 2 kilometers, past the shallow water, the sunlight gradually failed to penetrate the azure water and the vision began to dim. Heavenly Phantom Demon Pupil Diffusion. Chao Tianchen's pupils shone with an emerald green light. The already huge spiritual power spread outward with the addition of the Heavenly Charm Demon Pupil. In an instant, things within 2 kilometers unfolded before him. Strange, it's deep water and there's still not a single ferocious beast? In the ocean, ferocious beasts with tenacious vitality abounded. And no matter how awesome the double-cut crab swarm was, it was impossible to clear out all the ferocious beasts in this area. Suddenly, the number of ferocious beasts within the probing range of the Heavenly Phantom Demon Pupils rose dramatically. With gradual proximity, the number of ferocious beasts increased at an extremely terrifying rate. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Uncountable. Chao Tianchen had to turn off the Heavenly Phantom Demon Pupil, or else his brain would be bursting with tons of information. Chao Tianchen was stunned. It's no joke when they say the ocean is more dangerous than land. The oceans abounded with disgusting ferocious beasts, some of which looked inconspicuous but could take a person away in a wave in an instant. For example, a ferocious beast called Bitterface Barnacle. The strength was only at the early stage of the metamorphosis level, and the attribute value was weaker than that of a human of the same level. So it could be considered a ferocious beast battle force floor, but it can silently attach itself to other creatures, pulling the other's mental energy along with it to blow itself up. The key is that this ferocious beast still lives in a group. If you do it right, you'll be able to kill the king of beasts in seconds. In comparison, the double chopper crab is simply a harmless experience pack. Chao Tianchen would rather face a greater number of double decapitation crabs than those rare and strange ferocious beasts. Besides, with so many beast kings in his hand, he could just sit back and wait for invincibility. But with so many ferocious beasts gathering together, there might be some secret treasures coming out with. There are a million reasons to say no, but only one reason to say go. Rich and famous. Chao Tianchen summoned the white scale and hid behind the giant fin of the white scale head. White scale, put this fin of yours up a little more. White scale, %# and. What do you mean? Go. This is called stability. Chao Tianchen added 3 more layers of mental power barriers to himself before letting the white scale set off. Swish. The white scales scuttled away, as if they were a train racing across the ocean floor, washing out the conical waves. Less than 10 minutes, Chao Tianchen arrived at the gathering place of ferocious beasts. To the eye, there was an amethyst mountain range that was close to 3 kilometers in length, and the energy contained on it was as vast as an abyssal sea. Densely packed oceanic ferocious beasts surrounded the amethyst mountain range, crazily gnawing on the purple crystals on the mountain range. After nibbling on the purple crystals, some ferocious beasts instantly metamorphosed or upgraded, while others burst into flames and died. In the meantime, in order to fight for the mountain with richer purple crystals, various ferocious beast clans fought each other, leaving corpses everywhere. The blood and flesh of the dead ferocious beasts were absorbed by the purple crystals. The purple crystals that absorbed the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts erupted with a brilliant and dazzling purple light, demonic and incomparable, causing more ferocious beasts to frantically gnaw on them. Chao Tianchen looked excited. This is A spiritual energy vein. The scale of this is too big. Spiritual energy veins, that is, veins that produce spiritual energy stones. After being penetrated by the evolutionary glory, the blue planet gave birth to psychic energy stones, which all living beings can absorb to level up. But every time one absorbs a trace of spiritual energy from a spiritual energy stone, one takes a huge risk. The lesser case is genetic alienation and turning into a zombie. If you are heavy, your body will explode and you will die on the spot. For Chao Tianchen, who possessed the soil of the spiritual deed, the spiritual energy vein was just one round bigger, and it was worthless. What Chao Tianchen really cared about was the strange plants that were born under the nourishment of the huge amount of energy from the spiritual energy vein, and the corpses of the ferocious beasts. That's what he wants. With such a large spiritual energy vein, there are at least 10 hills that can give birth to at least 10 exotic plants. Chao Tianchen's eyes blazed. However, he still strongly pressed down the white scales that wanted to rush over. The ferocious beasts here had all entered a state of madness and didn't care if you were a quasi-beast emperor or not. If you punch it straight, you give it straight for nothing. Gotta think long and hard. Chao Tianchen rode his white scale and swam around the spiritual energy vein several times, and finally found a suitable entry point near the end of the spiritual energy vein. The density of ferocious beasts here is not low. However, the victory was that he basically recognized all of these ferocious beasts, and there wasn't any kind that was particularly disgusting. After all, safety comes first. After Chao Tianchen picked an entry point, he didn't command White Scale to charge straight over. Instead, they first summoned the White Scale's dependents, the double chopper crab swarm, to charge ahead as the front line. Let's just say that there's a reason why the double chopper crab is not very loyal. Soon enough, the double chopper crab swarm engaged the first fierce beast swarm. It was a group of sea urchin-type ferocious beasts. However, their gall spines are soft and long, like long drifting hair. Sea urchin with long hair. Qualification, general. Realm, early warrior rank. Skill, long hair like a needle. Long hair like a needle, main when stimulated. The bile spikes instantly straighten and harden, and have a piercing effect. Chao Tianchen's comment was, "Dude, you're on the wrong end of a gun." The warring parties crashed together. The double chopper crab swarm wielded their gate pincers, disguised as Mr. Tony, and shaved the heads of these long-haired sea urchins. Although the number of long-haired sea urchins was 10 times that of the double chopper crabs, and there were 3 big leaders sitting on the ground, they were passed by the double chopper crab swarm without any injuries, and they didn't even have to use the white scales behind them to make a move. Chao Tianchen followed behind, incarnating as an undersea corpse picker, throwing all the dead ferocious beasts around him into the spirit deed space, allowing the spirit deeds loam to turn them into spiritual energy, plus 471 psychic energy, plus 671 psychic energy, plus 781 psychic energy. Mezzo. The procession moves on. I have to say, it's still strongly plausible that the double chopper crab can ravage 2 states in the midi. He actually killed through 3 groups of ferocious beasts in a row. His might was incomparable. But the double decapitation crab swarm did not remain complacent for long, and they were soon met with a head-on attack from the next group of ferocious beasts. It was a group of starfish-type ferocious beasts, split starfish. The strength of the split sea star was extremely la crotch, with an average of only the middle stage of the metamorphosis level, and the tens of thousands of numbered clans couldn't even come up with a few leaders. But their abilities are pretty nasty for a double-cut crab. Split starfish. Qualification, general. Realm, mid-metamorphosis level. Skills, energy absorbing split. Energy absorbing self-destruct. Absorb split, passed upon receiving an enemy chop. It absorbs damage from the enemy chop and splits. Energy absorption self-destruct. Main can attach itself to enemy units and absorb their psychic energy, and when recharged, will self-destruct. If the long-haired sea urchin is sky-kicked by the double chopper crab, then the splintered starfish is sky-kicked by the double chopper crab. After the double chopping crab chopped the splitting starfish, the splitting starfish kept splitting before attaching itself to the double chopping crab, sucking in the double chopping crab's spiritual energy and waiting to self-destruct. What made the double chopper crab suffocated was that it hadn't been able to get the split starfish off of its body, and the 2 pincers kept waving around. But instead, it was getting more and more split starfish. There was no way Chao Tianchen would watch this happen. White Scale, do it! The white scales roared, and electric currents shot out from his entire body, instantly exterminating all of the surrounding splinter sea stars. The rescued double chopper crabs looked at White Scale in unison, their faces showing fervor and their loyalty soaring. Chao Tianchen was enlightened. It seems that between ferocious beasts, apart from having big fists, there is also a need to establish a relationship of recognition. He looked to the splintered starfish again. These would be good fodder for experiments, and then casually gathered some. The procession moves on. The double decapitation crab swarm, whose loyalty sword exerted a fierce and fearless ferocity, and paired with the white scales, a quasi-beast emperor, they pushed all the way across the road and very much killed near the target hill. Some psychic energy stones appear sporadically here. For these spiritual energy stones, Chao Tianchen couldn't look at them. The white scales were equally unattractive. You're kidding. All it eats is safe, unadulterated green psychic energy. What the hell is all this shit that can make people blow themselves up? With a wave of his tail, White Scale rewarded his minions with all of them. The double-chopped crabs were so excited that they pounced on the psychic energy stone and gnawed on it frantically. Boo! There were double-chopped crabs that exploded on the spot. Click, click. There are also double decapitated crabs that molt and respawn on the spot. TSK, TSK. It seems that no matter if it's the human world or the world of ferocious beasts, it's all about the face. Holding the principle of not wasting anything, Chao Tianchen threw the dead double chopper crab's corpse into the deeded spirit space. Plus 127 psychic energy. Spiritual energy, 3,746. Cozy. Moving on. Approaching about 500 meters into the hill, Chao Tianchen found what he wanted. It was a fruit shaped like a flame, red in color and about to ripen under the nourishment of the spirit energy stone and the blood of the ferocious beast. It's the surplus blood fruit, a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth born from absorbing a large amount of essence blood and energy. Eating it can double one's physique. It can also awaken supernormal abilities related to the physique. This fruit is practically tailor-made for Black Mane. The fruit hadn't even arrived yet, and Chao Tianchen had already figured out how to distribute it. Because he's imperative. Chao Tianchen took a deep breath and pressed down his excitement. Right now he had a dilemma to solve. Around the surplus blood fruit, there was a strong group of ferocious beasts, the evil eye starfish. While they guarded the surplus blood fruit, they also occupied this mountain, exclusively enjoying the spiritual energy stones here. The evil eye sea star and the split sea star encountered before belonged to the same major category of sea stars, but the battle power, however, was stronger by more than 10 streets. The evil eye starfish has an organ called the big evil eye in its abdomen, which can absorb and store sunlight, and then emit it in the form of rays, which is a kind of optical weapon, and is quite impressive. Evil eye starfish. Qualification, Elite, Realm, Middle Warrior Rank. Skills, Great Evil Eye, Light Prism Ray. Great Evil Eye, being able to absorb and store sunlight. Recharge, 10 out of 10. Light Prism Ray, main shoots out stored light energy. Cooldown, 5s. In addition to the big evil-eyed black technology, the evil eye starfish's qualifications are also among the best among the starfish-type beasts. It's not too much of a stretch to say, without being modest, that it's a bearer. Chao Tianchen looked at it. This group of evil-eyed starfish is just about 500. However, all of them were elites with an average grade of mid-warrior soldier level or above, and there were as many as 30 to 40 existences above the leader level. What was outrageous was that there were actually 3 beast kings. The strongest one was even an upper beast king and had broken through to the strong attack level. Put in such a small group of ferocious beasts, it was unimaginable. 3 beast kings in one gate. It's all been blown up in the mystery novels. One must know that many groups of ferocious beasts, 10,000 of them could not come up with a single big leader. Chao Tianchen looked at the strongest evil eye starfish king and realized that it was different from ordinary evil eye starfish in that it had 3 big evil eyes on its abdomen. Super wide evil eye starfish king. Qualification, upper beast king. Realm, early assault class. Skills, wide field of view, great evil eye, light prism ray, combination shot, ultra wide angle, being a larger and clearer field of view, great evil eye, being ability to absorb and store sunlight, recharge, 30/30, light prism ray, main shoots out stored light energy, cooldown, 5s, joint shot, main 3 evil eyes shoot at the same frequency, power increases by 20%, psychic energy consumption increases by 20%, cooldown, 5s. Chao Tianchen thought about it and first sent out a double chopper crab to scout the way. Crunchy crunchy. The selected double chopper crab arrogantly walked to the vicinity of the evil eye starfish group, and the big evil eyes of a few evil eye starfish gurgled and instantly locked onto it. Bayou. The double cut crab was directly hit by a blow through the heart. Snap a moment. Fell down. I'll go. That's a lot of damage. Chao Tianchen was startled. This double decapitation crab he chose was at the late warrior soldier rank, while the evil eye starfish that had just attacked it was only at the mid-warrior soldier rank. How can each and every one of these ferocious beasts engage in cross-level kills? We humans don't want feisty. Almost forgot. Humans lost face a long time ago. Chao Tianchen spat out a sentence and re-examined the current situation. Charging hard definitely won't work. Even if it's a white scale, there's still a risk of hanging up after being set on fire like that. Gotta consume it first. But it's a bit of a shame to use these freshly bred double chopper crabs as cannon fodder. There you go. Chao Tianchen smiled evilly. He first selected a team of 10 double chopper crab death squads, and then summoned the split starfish that he had captured earlier, and put it on these double chopper crabs. GGG. Go ahead, disgust them. Gada gada. With Chao Tianshan's command, the 10 daredevil crabs charged towards the hill. The evil-eyed starfish noticed the uninvited guests, and their big evil eyes gurgled, recharging and aiming at the same time. Just as they were about to fire, the double chopping crabs slashed at the splintered starfish lying on top of them. Brush, brush, brush. The split starfish split into dozens of pieces instantly after being slashed, some of them still lying on the double chopper crab, while some of them were scattered on the ground. The targets of the attack suddenly multiplied several times in the field of vision of the evil-eyed starfish. The evil-eyed starfish were confused. The big evil eye turned back and forth, not knowing which target to choose, but the arrow was already on the string. BIU, BIU, BIU. Except for one unlucky double chopper crab that was hit by the ray. The rest of the double chopper crabs all dodged the attack and smoothly rushed to the peripheral evil eye starfish. As awesome as evil eye starfish is at long range, it's a crapshoot at melee. A single double chopper crab slashing 5 evil eye starfish was simply too easy. Click, click, click. In the blink of an eye, the evil eye starfish lost a dozen of them. The outer evil eye starfish hurriedly called for support from their companions, and more evil eye starfish rushed this way. But the double chopper crab didn't get attached to the battle, so it just charged in with a brain, while constantly scraping the splintering starfish off of its body. The evil eye starfish did not consider the split starfish as relatives, but treated them as invaders like the double chopper crab, and fired indiscriminately without any hesitation. Nay, the number of split starfish was too much. The evil eye starfish shot a few rounds, the charge was consumed, and then it could only let off empty cannons. The double chopper crab rushes up and slashes them to the ground one by one. Soon, the commotion here alarmed the ultra-wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King. Super wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King was very angry. The body support, 3 big evil eye began to accumulate energy. The dimly lit bottom of the ocean suddenly lit up with white light. Zigzag. Boom. The strike was so powerful that it directly shot through the distant hill. On the way, no matter if it was a double chopper crab, split starfish, or evil eye starfish, all were vaporized. Chao Tianshan was shocked. It's a good thing I didn't charge straight out. This power isn't any worse than White Scale's full force strike. The White Scales growled twice in a low voice, displeased that Chao Tianshan was comparing himself to him. In its opinion, the ultra-wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King could only sit and wait for death after a few cannons had been fired, and was clearly a waste beast king. How can it be compared to a super hexagonal quasi-king like it? Chao Tianshan couldn't help but lose his smile. The ultra-wide Evil Eye Starfish King is really too much of a departure. A beast king with poor meat fighting ability is a joke, and it's a waste of that high attribute. Chao Tianshan had the remaining 7 double-cut crabs spread out and run, constantly depleting the super wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King's charge count. Soon, the other 2 Evil Eye Starfish Kings also joined the battlefield, fully staging what was called a cannon hitting a mosquito. By the time all of the double battle crab daredevils had been killed, one of the Evil Eye Starfish was already only able to fire blanks. The corners of Chao Tianshan's mouth rose. I'll just wait until you run out of food. Chao Tianshan then dispatched a second wave of daredevil crabs. The Evil Eye Starfish swarm had originally consumed quite a lot in the fight for this mountain, and after encountering such an unmartialized operation by Chao Tianshan, they were quickly drained, with not a single shot left. Seeing that the Evil Eye Starfish swarm was no longer a threat, White Scales was about to go up and make up for it, but was stopped by Chao Tianshan. Don't worry, send the double chopper crab up first. The White Scales' vertical pupils were wide open. It knew that Chao Tianshan was very doggy, but it didn't expect him to be so doggy. Soon, the double chopper crab swarm was sent up to slaughter the Evil Eye Sea Star swarm. Some of the alpha Evil Eye Starfish tried to organize a counterattack, but they were so overexhausted that it was a struggle for them to even move their bodies, let alone resist. And not far away, the super wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King, surrounded by 10 double chopper crabs, with its charge count depleted, it had very little physical energy left. Noble superior beast king. It was now a tiger without claws and teeth, and could only watch these jumping clowns repeatedly jumping sideways in front of it, but could do nothing about it. Chao Tianshan told the double decapitation crab to stop, then walked over to the ultra-wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King, revealing a contemptuous yet evil smile. Rather good fodder for experimentation. Perhaps Chao Tianshan's appearance had angered the ultra-wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King. The ultra-wide Evil Eye Starfish King let out a cackling, strange cry. In its opinion, the double chopper crab jumped in front of it even if it was not. A human in the district actually came to pretend to be in front of it. With all his strength, the ultra-wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King pounced on a nearby huge psychic energy stone and swallowed it whole, devouring complete. Ultra-wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King was covered in purple light, and his body continued to grow larger. Golem! A large evil eye grows out of his abdomen once again. Chao Tianchen was shocked. Crap, this is going to evolve? But the words just fell. Super wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King's body suddenly swelled, and then bang sound, turned into a sky of blood mist. Chao Tianchen froze slightly and shook his head. It seems that the luck isn't too good. Pity pity pity. Don't get me wrong. Sadly this super wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King didn't die in battle. Not good enough to be absorbed by the loam of the spiritual contract. The white scale was glad to see the ultra-wide-angle Evil Eye Starfish King explode and die. Fortunately, it followed Chao Tianchen and didn't have to live through this kind of life gambling. Next, Chao Tianchen told the double chopping crabs to leave stars under their blades. The Evil Eye Starfish that didn't die were all collected into the deity space. Elite Evil Eye Starfish, 205. Leader Evil Eye Starfish, 15. Big Head Evil Eye Starfish, 5. Evil Eye Starfish King, 2. It's quite a harvest. Chao Tianchen looked at the two Evil Eye Starfish Kings. The cooldown penalty time for the system contract had arrived, and he hesitated to try the contract. Trashy yes, but at least it's a Beast King isn't it? Chao Tianchen thought about it or decided to wait. Afterwards, he plucked the already ripe surplus blood fruit and threw it into the deed spirit space, feeding it to the black mane. The black mane swallowed the surplus blood fruit, and his body emitted a dazzling white light as he began his metamorphosis. Seeing that the black mane metamorphosis was still a while away, Chao Tianchen decided to continue towards the next hill. In order to keep the double decapitation crab swarm in combat, he made a rare generous move and directly used his spiritual energy to raise all of the double decapitation killer crabs to the late warrior soldier level. At the same time, a portion of the double chopper crabs and sword and shield crabs were filled in, and they were all raised to the late war soldier level. After just a few rounds of fighting, the number of crabs had been halved. Now after replenishment, the number is rather more than before. Elite Double Cut Crab, 375. Elite Blade and Shield Crab, 171. Headman Double Cut Crab, 41. Headman Sword and Shield Crab, 21. Big Head Double Cut Crab, 8 PCS. Big Chief Sword and Shield Crab, 1. Spiritual Energy, 1129. Chao Tianchen did not feel much pain as he looked at the little spiritual energy left. In front of him, more than 500 late warrior soldier level elite level or above double cut crabs and sword shield crabs exuded an astonishing aura, looking like a group of armor-clad sharpshooters. It seems that sometimes it's necessary to have some super soldiers. Chao Tianchen looked around and quickly selected his next target. A hill at 3 o'clock holds his old enemy, the double-chopped crab colony at Seaside Beach Park. Among them there is also an old acquaintance, Shura Double Cut Crab King. This guy, I don't know what kind of luck he had, but he had actually broken through to the upper Beast King, or the middle stage of the strong attack level. At the moment, it was leading a group of crabs to battle a group of ferocious beasts led by another Beast King, a strong assault class upper Beast King. White Scales couldn't necessarily beat it, but Chao Tianchen didn't intend to fight hard at all. Chao Tianchen planned to go around to the back of the double chopper crab swarm, then seize control of some of the double chopper crabs while the Shura Double Chopper Crab King had no time to care. Depart. But not long after traveling, Chao Tianchen felt the pressure. The density of ferocious beasts is just too high. Within 100 meters, hundreds of ferocious beasts were able to emerge. It was simply not too exaggerated. The crab group whose strength had just skyrocketed almost couldn't withstand the onslaught of the various ferocious beast groups, forcing the White Scales to make frequent strikes. The ocean is really not comparable to land. Although the strange treasures are good, you still have to have a life to take them. Let's be careful. Chao Tianchen chose to take a detour. He also asked the team to never play hardball if they could sneak up on him, and never take the initiative if they could pick up the slack. Now, not only is the pressure reduced, but it even reaps strange rewards. The various groups of ferocious beasts that had gone crazy from killing didn't even realize that there was such an old sixth team mixed in. When you're raging, he's coy. When you're fighting someone else, he's heavy-handed and all sorts of sneaky. It's just not too shameless. Plus 721 spiritual energy. Plus 114 psychic energy. Plus 561 psychic energy. Plus 2,151 psychic energy. Plus 2,369 psychic energy. Only half an hour has passed. There were nearly 10 ferocious beast groups that were brutally killed, and even 2 of them with good strength were destroyed by the group. Spiritual energy, 7,134. Ha ha ha, finally, we've gathered enough spiritual energy for White Scales breakthrough. Chao Tianchen was so excited that he hurriedly ordered the double-cut crab to dig a hole in the mountain. The White Scales growled twice in a low growl of incomprehension. If you were afraid that it would be disturbed when it breaks through, why not just take it into the spirit space? Why bother digging a hole? Chao Tianchen rolled his eyes. He didn't dig this hole for White Scale, but to protect himself. When White Scale enters the spirit space, who's going to be his meat shield, relying on the few crooked people around him? Of course, he wouldn't say these thoughts out loud, but instead, he directly put the White Scales into the deeded spirit space. 10 minutes later, White Scale finished his breakthrough. Now it was more than 100 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, and the terrifying aura that overflowed from its body made the surrounding double cutter crabs and sword and shield crabs tremble. If anything, the pre-breakthrough White Scales were still inept against the Shura double-cutting Crab King at the middle of the strong attack level. Now then, it would be able to press against the Shura double-cut Crab King. Just as White Scale was planning to make a move, Chao Tianchen continued to order a detour to the rear of the double decapitation crab swarm. The beauty of it is that it sticks to the policy. White Scale. Chao Tianchen touched the back of the double decapitation crab group and began to observe. Although the crab swarm had been sneak attacked by him several times, there were still more than 100,000 double chopping crabs, and their level had rapidly risen after occupying some of the spiritual energy veins. Due to their large numbers, the double chopper crabs in the back row were not in combat at the moment. Chao Tianchen greeted his men's double chopper crabs and headed towards the double chopper crab group. The double chopped crabs at the back of the group were a bit confused when they saw the group of companions that suddenly appeared. However, the double chopper crab was a ferocious beast with a relatively simple social structure. Whoever has a high bloodline level and a high rank is the boss. After seeing that the level and bloodline of these companions were much higher than his own, the double chopping crab at the back of the crab group immediately surrendered the leadership. Chao Tianchen smiled faintly and unfolded the space door, letting his own double chopper crab take their lost companions home. Thus, a bizarre scene appeared on the battlefield. The front row of double chopper crabs are playing hot and heavy while the back row of double chopper crabs are playing disappearing. Some of the chiefs and big chiefs of the double cutter crabs were the dependents of the king of the Shura double cutter crabs, and they realized that the aura of the beast king on these companions was not that of the king of the Shura double cutter crabs. But without waiting for them to react, they were successively backstabbed by Chao Tianchen's justice and then thrown into the deity space. The double-chopped crabs that entered the deeded spirit space did not escape. Chao Tianchen plucked out the elite and above double decapitation crabs and handed them over to the White Scales to transform into dependents. As for the regular double-cut crabs and the ones that won't submit, inside the deeded spirit space, the beast kings are slaughtering the regular double-chopper crabs and the ones that refuse to submit. The corpses of the dead double-chopping crabs were absorbed by the spirit deed's loam at their feet and converted into spiritual energy, plus 478 psychic energy, plus 691 psychic energy, plus 924 spiritual energy. Chao Tianchen looked at the rising spiritual energy points and was sorely disappointed. He then turned his attention to the battlefield. Even though the number of crabs was already huge enough, this group of ferocious beasts they were fighting with was even bigger, lining up from the bottom of the sea all the way to the surface of the sea, and could not be seen at a glance. This is a shrimp-type ferocious beast. Individuals are generally about 1 meter. Shrimp whiskers long and slender as a crown feather. Armor golden, but also shimmering, majestic. However, when he saw this ferocious beast, Chao Tianchen bristled in disdain. Gold-armored shrimp? Garbage. If the split sea star was the battle floor amongst the ferocious beasts, then the golden-armored shrimp was the battle sewer amongst the ferocious beasts. The level cap of an ordinary golden-armored shrimp was only the middle of the metamorphosis level, and its attribute value was even lower than that of a human of the same level. While other ferocious beasts could go 1v3 against humans of the same level, the golden-armored shrimp was going 3v1 against humans of the same level. It's simply the shame of the ferocious beasts. As shown on the battlefield at the moment, any one of the double-chopping crabs facing the shrimp swarm can Zhao Zilong possession, kill a 7 into 7 out. Chao Tianchen casually probed the golden-armored shrimp. Golden Armor Shrimp. Qualification, General, Realm, Mid-Metamorphosis Level. Skill, Glowing, Luminous. Chao Tianchen almost vomited from watching. Knew you were trashy, but didn't think you were this trashy. However, he soon realized that there were some special golden shrimps that could actually fight back and forth with ordinary double-chopped crabs. General Shrimp with Golden Armor. Qualification, Elite, Realm, Early Warrior Rank. Skills, Luminescence, Masters of Superfluency, Luminous. Super Breeding Master, 5,000 plus eggs per litter. Trash with character. Chao Tianchen suddenly thought. The golden armor shrimp also belongs to the crustacean ferocious beasts. Why not waste utilization? GGG. Soon, Chao Tianchen repeated the trick. Captured a number of golden armor general shrimp. Let them lead the golden armored shrimp home. A bizarre scene once again appeared at the back of the golden armored shrimp swarm. A large number of golden armored shrimp have mysteriously disappeared. With the addition of the golden armored shrimp, Chao Tianchen swapped out the beast kings to rest, leaving the golden armored shrimp to spar with the double decapitation crab that was not to his liking. And the layer of spiritual contracts loam matted on the ground converted all the corpses of the golden armored shrimp and double decapitation crab into spiritual energy. Plus 1980 psychic energy. Plus 1314 psychic energy. Plus 2140 spiritual energy. Looking at the soaring spiritual energy count, Chao Tianqian's mouth was about to break with laughter. Cool H, this spiritual energy is simply more than what I've gained in a few days. After about half an hour, the psychic energy count breaks the 100,000 mark. Chao Tianqian couldn't let these spiritual energy wait here. After all, it wasn't like they could eat the interest. Phantom Hitomi, all this spiritual energy is for you. It's best to break through at once. He originally wanted White Scale to break through first, but White Scale was in charge of transforming his dependents, so he could only let Phantom Hitomi, who had the strongest battle power, break through first. After about 5 minutes, the Phantom Hitomi, who had swallowed nearly 100,000 spiritual energy, erupted a greenish-colored light throughout her body, and her tail behind her once again grew a tail. Spirit, Charmed Pupil. Race, Heavenly Charmed Fox. Realm, Early Assault Class. Alien Power, Heavenly Phantom Pupil. Skills, Emperor's Qualities. Magic Pupil, Dual Life. Right Pupil, Escape. Left Pupil, Focus. Magic Pupil, Camouflage, New. Magic Pupil, Puppet, New. Phantom Emperor's Bloodline. Magic Pupil, Disguise. Name a unit that has an infestation effect applied to the right pupil of its heavenly chimera. Magic Pupil can mimic its mental powers. Magic Pupil, Puppet. Name can consume some of his mental power to take possession of a physical body whose mental power has dissipated and use its full abilities. The puppet's maximum range of movement may not exceed the range of perception of the heavenly charming demon pupil. Chao Tianqian hadn't even had time to take a closer look at Phantom Pupil's new skill before he received a message about Black Mane's metamorphosis. Ha 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 ha, double happiness, double happiness. Spirit, Black Mane. Race, Mountain Pig. Qualification, Quasi-Heavenly King of Beasts. Realm, Late Warrior Rank. Ability, Super Multiplication, New. Skills, Quasi-Tenno's Gift, New. Thick Skin LV2, New. Self-Discipline Piggyback. Mud Armor. Strong Physique. Mountain Physique LV2, New. Chi and Blood Filling. Hyper Doubling Technique, Fey Increase Size. For every 1x increase in size, Strength is increased by 0.3x, and Constitution is increased by 2x. Quasi-King's Qualities. Quasi the unit is one step away from ascending to the pinnacle of kingship. The unit has 7 times the base attributes of its counterpart. Skinny LV2, past the effect of any bonuses to physical aspects, vitality, endurance, resilience, etc. that the unit receives is increased by 40%. Mountain Physique LV2, past this unit takes 50% less single damage. This unit takes 25% more group damage. Activation Condition. Weight over 5 tons. Chi and Blood Fullness, where the unit has 2x the base constitution of its counterpart. Cumulative with the Paratinia's qualities. Actually promoted to Quasi-Heavenly King. What an unexpected gain. Ha ha ha. Chao Tianqian's heart was happy. The deeded spirits under his command were already all closing in on the Heavenly King level. In the future, he is simply invincible. Let's see. This ability isn't bad. Increasing your size increases your strength and physique. Yikes, wouldn't it be invincible? However, after communicating with Black Mane, Chao Tianqian learned that, the greater the multiplication multiplier, the spiritual energy consumed rose geometrically. Black Mane's current multiplication limit is 5x, and it only lasts for 30s. The optimal multiplier is 2x, which basically sustains normal combat. That's not bad. With the Skin Thickness LV2, Chi and Blood Fullness, Mountain Physique LV2, and a bunch of additions from the Self-Discipline Piggyback, this resistance to injuries is going to be comparable to that of a Meat Shield type Quasi-Beast Emperor. Can't talk about the top bully, but there's nothing wrong with saying top Meat Shield. A sense of security. Chao Tianqian gave a strong nod to Black Mane. Is he short of cheerlings who can fight? Nope, what he lacks is the ability to stand in his way. Wrong. What he lacks is a full sense of security. Master, why are you ignoring me? Phantom Hitomi pouted with a grumpy face. Why yes, the master's heart is all about you. Chao Tianqian spoke in a reassuring voice and browsed through Phantom Hitomi's new skills. Mimic mental powers? Occupy the physical body? Create puppets. Chao Tianqian's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. He had left the Black Mane behind him now. What is true security? Is it a strong defense? No. It's the press that doesn't show up on the battlefield. And the best way not to appear on the battlefield is to create puppet doppelgangers. Chao Tianqian was directly in tears. He kept claiming that his favorite book was called Perfect World though, and recommended it to White Scale, who was bent on cultivating immortality. But in reality, only he himself knew that there was such a book that had kept him up at night. Called, My Senior Brother is Just Too Steady. Good, 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 Phantom Hitomi. You are worthy of being the most secure deeded spirit under me. I appreciate you the most. Phantom Hitomi held her chin high, the corners of her mouth harder to suppress than AK, that's for sure. You'll know what it means to feel safe when all my abilities are awakened. All awakened? Chao Tianquan's heart stirred. And just as he wanted to ask what was going on, Phantom Hitomi cloaked her figure. Ha! Little Ninny is actually selling out. Black Mane was all confused. No, just now I was saying that I was pulling my weight in terms of security. And then I turn around and crown someone else as the strongest. What does that mean? It's too diaphragmatic for a pig. Chao Tianquan's side was so aged that he couldn't do anything. But the Shura double-cutting crab side almost vomited blood. The Shura double-cut crab had originally repelled the golden armored shrimp king. He was about to greet his men to occupy the high ground and consolidate the fruits of victory, and then lead his team to devour the spiritual energy stones on this mountain to raise their level qualifications and become bigger and stronger. But when you turn your head, your men are gone. Looking around, 100,000 troops, only 5,000 remnants remained. The Shura double-cut crab king hurriedly contacted his dependents, but it was found that the number of dependents was actually missing by a large margin. Essentially nothing, to be exact. In fact, just now it noticed that there were fewer dependents, but it only thought that they were killed in action, and it didn't care that much since its attention was fully focused on the battle. I can't expect this to be the case. Boo, boo, boo. The cultivator double-cut crab king let out an angry roar, but as Chao Tianquan fished and ran away, it could only be impotent and furious. To make matters worse, after sensing that the crabs were following in their footsteps, the golden armored shrimp king led another attack on the hill. Although the golden armored shrimp was pulling down in battle, it couldn't help that they were extremely large in number, coupled with the fact that the battle had already lasted for several hours. The double chopper crab swarm had long been exhausted, and they suddenly retreated. Looks like this is going to be a split. Chao Tianquan watched from afar, his heart once again lamenting the number of golden armored shrimps. Just now the golden armor shrimp was likewise stolen by him home, at least took away more than 1 million. But look at this situation, as if the pressure did not lose much. But trash is trash. Now that the global creatures are all low level, some battles might still be won by sheer numbers, but in the future, creatures with high growth ceilings have an advantage. In the face of those overlords that could destroy the heavens and the earth, the golden armored shrimp, even if they were 100 times more numerous, could only be used as food for them. That said, in the future, the golden armored shrimp was living quite well by being food for those overlords. Wait a minute, the golden armored shrimp seems to be one of the few ferocious beasts that won't get the alienation virus if they eat it. I miss the taste of the fried prawns. Chao Tianquan couldn't help but wipe his mouth. These days he ate snacks until he threw up and had long wanted to get some normal meals to try. Think of it this way. Chao Tianquan looked at the golden armored shrimps that he couldn't even finish killing within the deeded spirit space, and was instantly a lot smoother. At this time, the battle between the double chopper crab swarm and the golden armored shrimp swarm had already been divided into winners and losers. The result was not what Chao Tianquan expected. The Shura double-cut crab king withdrew from the battlefield with less than 500 remnants. Chao Tianquan jejia smiled. The Shura double-cut crab king would surely die. He had already had white scale waiting for it on the path it must take. Chao Tianquan looked at the golden armored shrimp swarm again. Eat the top and eat the bottom. I'm the best at it. He summoned a golden armored general shrimp and wiped out its mental power with a single psychic piercing shot. Demon Pupil Puppet. A huge spiritual force drilled into the body of the golden armored general shrimp. The body of the originally dead golden armored general suddenly trembled slightly, and an emerald green light emerged from the shrimp's eyes as he stood up again. It's weird. It feels like the consciousness is being forced into this body. It doesn't work as well as the possessed spirit contract. Chao Tianquan slightly adapted his body and spread out his crooked steps, running towards the golden armored shrimp swarm. He blended in with the shrimp without incident and then climbed the hill. Look around. Finally, a dark red plant was seen at the rock beneath the golden armored shrimp king. Bloodwort. Chao Tianquan was overjoyed. The blood-containing grass he was how much is not too much He immediately crawled towards the blood-bearing grass. The golden armored shrimp king was guarding the blood-containing grass, using its not-so-big brain capacity to dwell on the fact that this blood-containing grass got attributed. As an upper-level beast king, the blood-containing grass was no longer of much use to it. The golden armored shrimp king was going to leave it to his direct descendants. But it has too many direct descendants. The point is, it couldn't tell which one was its direct descendant for a while. Just when the king prawn was in trouble, he suddenly saw a golden armored general prawn running to him. The golden armored shrimp king was a bit confused. Didn't he order any shrimp to stay away? Why is there a shrimp that doesn't follow orders? But something even more confusing happened to it. The golden armored general shrimp's pincers clicked and clipped the blood-bearing grass. Boo! The golden-armored Shrimp King was furious, and immediately used his giant pincers to slash at the golden-armored General Shrimp. The golden-armored General Shrimp was instantly chopped into 2 pieces, but the golden Shrimp King took another look, and the plant containing blood was nowhere to be seen. 2 kilometers away, Chao Tianqian stifled a grunt. It seems that when this puppet dies, the spiritual energy I consumed will also be damaged. Chao Tianqian took out the blood-containing grass from the dead spirit space, revealing a smile. But luckily, I have huge spiritual power. This loss is nothing. It won't take long to recover. Then again, it's almost time for the white scale side to be over. When Chao Tianqian found White Scale had already beaten the cultivator Double-Cut Crab King half to death and had completely subdued the crabs. Well done, White Scale. Ho ho ho. The white scales shifted a bit, indicating that they hadn't moved their muscles much yet. Chao Tianqian laughed. There will be a time for you to move around properly. He then walked towards the Shura Double-Cut Crab King. This once mighty beast king was now in an unimaginable state of disarray. Its joints limp and limbs limp, with residual arcs of electricity bubbling from its body, clearly suffering from White Scale's overdose of electrotherapy. When the cultivator Double-Cut Crab King saw Chao Tianqian, a ferocious light appeared in its eyes, but it could only be impotent and furious now. Upper Beast King. It's a pity to kill it, but it can't be contracted. It's really difficult. Chao Tianqian pondered for a moment and suddenly let out a light laugh. Why did I forget about this? Wouldn't it be better to just make it into my puppet? Gather. Soul Destruction Needle. Chao Tianqian condensed his spiritual energy and crafted it into a fine needle that shot towards the Shura Double-Cut Crab King. Poof. Put. The Shura Double-Cut Crab King was struck by the soul-destroying needle and let out an agonizing wail. And his body, which was originally depleted of stamina, struggled once again under the stimulation of pain. Sound of nibbling. The white-scaled tail gathered electricity and struck it on the head with a bang. The Shura Double-Cut Crab King was struck and sprayed out a cloud of blood, no longer able to struggle. 1 minute later, the spiritual power of the Shura Double-Cut Crab King was completely obliterated. An upper beast king of the middle stage of the strong attack level. His mental power is actually so strong that he hardened himself against my mental power attack and held out for so long. Chao Tianqian's face showed excitement. A puppet made of a mid-strength assault class upper beast king. He didn't have too many of these high-end combatants. Magic pupil puppet. Chao Tianqian's eyes flickered as an emerald green light rose from the bottom of his eyes, and his massive spiritual energy crazily drilled into the body of the cultivating Double-Cut Crab King. 5 minutes later, Chao Tianqian let out a long breath and revealed a smile. It finally worked. The puppets that are created need to take up mental memory. Luckily, he had a huge amount of mental power. Plus the cultivating Double Decapitation Crab King was a beast king with a weak mental power, or else he would have been hollowed out. Ha, let's name you Beast King 1. However, after Chao Tianqian had operated the body of the Shura Double-Cut Crab King for a while, he was greatly disappointed. Even if the body is uncoordinated, the active skills are all unusable. It seems like it's still in the injured state. I don't know if the state can be recovered. Chao Tianqian estimated that it would be good if Beast King No. 1 could exert 10% of its original strength. Hey, it's tasteless to eat and a waste to discard. It also consumes so much of my spiritual energy. Chao Tianqian put the Beast King No. 1 away. Check out the starting crab population. To his considerable surprise, 2 new crab species emerged from the collected crabs. The first new crab species has square, thick and wide chelipeds that look like 2 large shields and can be put together. Looked like a front row unit. Chao Tianqian casually probed 1. Giant shield crab. Qualification, elite. Realm, middle warrior rank. Skills, hard armor. Heavy shield. Hard armor, past the unit has thicker armor. 50% more defense. And 40% less agility and movement speed. Heavy giant shield, main can splice calicity together to form a giant shield set into the ground, the defensive side of the giant shield. The defense is enhanced by 300%. Cannot move when this skill is activated. Not bad. Not bad. In this way, my artificial Imperial Beastmasters will have one more good option. Chao Tianqian nodded in satisfaction. But soon, he discovered a weakness in the giant shield crab. The calicity are so heavy that giant shield crabs need to be racked on their backs to move slowly. Of course, this drawback didn't affect him. After all, he had the deeded spirit space and could summon it at any time. The ones who were really affected were the Imperial Beastmasters. If the battle was rushed, they couldn't use the giant shield crab as a means of transportation, but would have to summon it frequently. Jia. It's just a matter of spending a little more sacrifice points. Chao Tianqian looked at the second new crab species again. The second new crab species looks more rubbing. Short limbs, fat body, mouth is also particularly large. With a big mouth, it can't be going up to bite someone, can it? It feels weird. Chao Tianqian casually probed 1. Gun crab. Qualification, Elite. Realm, Middle Warrior rank. Skills, Layered Stomach Pouch. Fused Stomach Acid. Blast Mouth Cannon. Layered Stomach Pouch. The unit has a large and multi-layered stomach. Fusion Stomach Acid. This unit secretes special stomach acid that binds swallowed items together. High Shot Mouth Cannon. This unit has powerful muscles at its mouth, capable of powerful spitting. It's actually a long-range unit. With 3 skills, it looks pretty awesome. Chao Tianchen was instantly interested and ordered one of the cannon crabs to fire a shot. The crab receives the command, finds some dirt and stones and swallows them, then shakes its stomach twice and spits out a basketball-sized stone ball in its mouth. Pust. The stone ball was launched and pierced a small mound in the distance. The range is 500 meters and the power is good. Interesting. It had to be said that the double-cutting crab was really a very promising beast. Not only was it quick to reproduce and not bad in terms of individual strength, it was also easy to give birth to subspecies. No wonder people say shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Shrimps are soldiers and crabs are generals. Chao Tianchen counted the crabs. Double decapitated crab, Elite 2151. Chief 211. Big Chief, 15. Shield crab, Elite 721. Head 46. Big head, 5. Heavy shield crab, Elite 184. Head, 20. Large head, 2. Cannon crab, Elite 176. Leader, 17. Big leader, 1. It seems that these 2 new varieties will have to be bred more often. The numbers are still a bit low. Chao Tianchen returned his gaze to the spiritual energy vein. The battle was gradually approaching its end. The less powerful ferocious beast groups had withdrawn, while those with strong strength had all occupied the mountain. Chao Tianchen pressed down on the leaping white scales. The ferocious beast clusters that could occupy the mountain all had a beast king of the middle stage of the strong attack level or above sitting in their presence, and even a heavenly king level beast king. If these forces were placed on land, they would be enough to wreak havoc on a party. And in the ocean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. At the same time, Chao Tianchen realized one of the drawbacks of him always letting the deeded spirit swallow spiritual energy. It was better than the ferocious beasts in the wild that could swallow corpses, crystal cores, and spirit energy stones to rapidly raise their realms. The deeded spirits are not at risk, but the realm advancement is too slow. It's still a real dilemma. The spiritual energy of the deeded spirits definitely can't be deducted. How about mixing a little bit of the spiritual energy from the Doomsday system with ferocious beast crystals? It's fine for people to eat a little bit of it anyway, but even that's still a drop in the bucket. Chao Tianchen shook his head and stopped thinking about this annoying thing. He was going to repeat the same trick, possessing ordinary ferocious beasts from various beast groups, then blending into the ferocious beasts and stealing the exotic plants. Steal as many as you can. Just as Chao Tianchen started to move, he suddenly saw more than a dozen flying fish-like ferocious beasts emerge from above the spiritual energy vein. They were nearly 5 meters long, greenish-gray in color, and had 2 rows of huge teeth in their mouths. These flying fish-fierce beasts had an extremely arrogant attitude as they swam among the various hills, not taking the group of fierce beasts occupying the hills into consideration in the slightest, and even the heavenly king-level beast kings who had driven them away dared to shake their faces. Chao Tianchen's face instantly turned ugly. Giant-toothed flying fish. These giant-toothed flying fish were all at the middle stage of the strong attack level. Their strength could only be said to be quite strong, but it was not enough to make Chao Tianchen so fearful. What really scares Chao Tianchen is the host of these giant-toothed flying fish, the mothership whale. Mothership whales, top ocean overlords, nicknamed fierce beast carriers. The initial state is the qualification of a heavenly king beast king, and the mature body usually grows to a beast emperor. In a previous life, there was an enraged mothership whale that outright destroyed the island nation of Kimchi. Attention! The Kimchi Islands here are not the crooked ones that are YA every day. Rather, it refers to most of the human shelters and ferocious beast herds within the boundaries of the Pickle Island nation. That's hundreds of millions, if not billions of living beings. There were nearly 100 dead beast kings. The mothership whale's illustrious record goes far beyond that. There was once a mature-bodied mothership whale that appeared off the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, and for some unknown reason, fought with 3 mature-bodied beast emperors. Just when people thought that the battle was going to end with the defeat of the mothership whale, the result made everyone's jaws drop. The 3 great beast emperors. Actually, 1 died and 2 escaped. Mature beast emperor is an existence whose level, skills, means of preserving life, and combat experience are all pulled full circle, placed in the archive. The information is a thick stack, causing disaster deeds cannot be counted. But facing the mothership whale, the 3 emperors joined forces and still lost so miserably. What's even more terrifying is the impact of this battle. The ferocious beasts along the coast of the Dragon Kingdom relocated en masse, erupting into a great beast tide of unprecedented proportions, and countless human shelters were affected by the disaster, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. I just hope these giant toothy flying fish are wild. Chao Tianqian opened his heavenly phantom demon pupil and scoped out this group of giant tooth flying fish. Giant flying fish. Qualification, Elite, +1. Realm, Mid-Raider class. Skills, Mothership Whale Symbiosis. Short-lived lifeforms. Energy Spawn. Giant Tooth Bite. Mothership Whale Symbiotic. Past this unit is the exclusive symbiotic creature of the Mothership Whale. Total attributes +30%. Life level +1. Realm limit raised to a symbiotic Mothership Whale Realm 1. Short-lived lifeform. Being the unit can become an adult in 1 day of birth, but has a lifespan of only 30 days. If the unit spawns, it will die after 30 minutes. Energy Egg. Main this unit lays a special type of energy egg in addition to its normal spawn. This energy egg is the favorite food of the Mothership Whale. Giant Tooth Bite. Main unleashes a bite with a super high armor piercing effect. Chao Tianqian didn't hesitate for a second after reading this, and mounted his white scales and directly skipped off. Those exotic plants. Take whoever you like. Just as Chao Tianqian hadn't left far behind, a loud whale call came from behind him. Moo dash. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. Only in the distance, a behemoth over 300 meters long slowly swam in. Wherever it passed, shadows covered the sky. The Mothership Whale looks like a blue whale, but its skin is black and white on the top and bottom and similar to that of an orca. So there is no way to know exactly what kind of creature it was mutated from. The most important feature of the Mothership Whale is that it has an upper and lower mouth and does not have teeth in its mouth. A large number of giant flying fish enter and exit its two mouths like busy worker ants. They were the symbiotic creatures of the Mothership Whales, their dependents, and their weapons. This is where the name Mothership Whale comes from. It's just the beginning of the early end of the end of the world. And the Mothership Whale has grown so big. The largest prison tooth under my command is just like a child compared to it. Chao Tianqian lamented. Roar. The white scale was disgruntled. It was clearly the largest of the deeded spirits, alright. You're just a chili bar. Than a hammer? Chao Tianqian opened his heavenly phantom demon pupil, intending to probe the information of the Mothership Whale. But think about it and hold back. Mothership whales are rare, ferocious beasts that possess strong mental power and powerful mental type skills. The probing ability of the heavenly phantom demon pupil still essentially belonged to a spirit type skill. It would be a disaster if the Mothership Whale sensed it while probing, and then countermarked him and hunted him to the ends of the earth. However, through the aura emanating from the Mothership Whale, as well as the data from the giant-toothed flying fish, Chao Tianqian was able to roughly figure out the level of this Mothership Whale, Quasi-Beast Emperor. Late stage of the strong attack class. Late stage of the strong attack level. Inhale Chao Tianqian slightly. Mothership Whale battle power is against the heavens even if. The key is that it upgrades also thief fast. Almost ranked in the entire blue star upgrade speed of the first echelon. It's just not reasonable. Chao Tianqian stopped and watched from about 2 kilometers away from the spirit stone vein. Although he knew it was impossible, he couldn't help but reverie. If he could contract this kind of existence, it would be worth more than 10 exotic plants. Want to give it a try? Just try it. If it doesn't work, run away. Magic pupil puppet. Chao Tianqian took control of a double-cut crab and ran towards the spiritual energy vein. Moo dash. The Mothership Whale swam above the spiritual energy vein and once again let out a whale call. A large number of giant-toothed flying fish swam out of its mouth and began to drive away the group of ferocious beasts below, causing a flurry of chickens and dogs. Good guy, actually so arrogant, to directly want to clear the field. Chao Tianqian couldn't help but be staggered. The group of ferocious beasts that gathered on the spiritual energy veins were not simple goods, and there were quite a few ocean overlords as well. Faced with the arrogant behavior of the Mothership Whale, the ferocious beasts hastily withdrew for fear of angering it. However, there was one ferocious beast that was unusually violent, tearing the giant-toothed flying fish that came to expel them to pieces. Blood filled the air, causing the rest of the ferocious beasts to speed up their withdrawal. Tiger-striped bastard shark. Chao Tianqian recognized this kind of ferocious beast and stared. The tiger shark is also a dominant marine species, with black stripes resembling tiger spots and a huge king on its forehead. Tiger-striped bully shark strength is extremely strong. Born bloodline level is the big leader. Key, it individual strength even if it is strong, but also TM is group living. This tiger-striped bully shark group, with a total of 23 tiger-striped bully sharks, but there was 8 beast kings, which could be described as a prominent family. Chao Tianqian probed the strongest one, the tiger-striped buster shark king. Tiger-striped shark king. Qualification, king of heavenly beasts. Realm, late assault. Skills, heavenly king. Endless teeth. Blood teeth. Mountain body LV3. Thick skin LV2. Extreme swimming body LV2. Bloodthirsty foe. Giant tooth bite. Death roll. Sensitive sense of scent LV3. Stash and strike. Steadfast headbutt. Maneuvering tail. Rolling eyes. Title of heavenly king. being the unit is already at the apex of the king's hierarchy and is the titan of the king's hierarchy, possessing 10 times the base attributes of its counterparts. Endless teeth, where the unit's teeth grow extremely fast and have spare teeth in their sockets, so even if they fall out, they can be replaced quickly. Blood-burning teeth, past dislodged teeth can absorb and burn the blood of enemy units if left in the enemy's body. Mountain Physique LV3, past single damage taken by this unit is reduced by 60%, and group damage taken by this unit is increased by 30%. Skinny LV2, past the effect of any bonuses to physical aspects, vitality, endurance, resilience, etc. that the unit receives is increased by 40%. The body of Extreme Swimming LV2, passive plus 40% swimming speed. Giant Tooth Bite, main unleashes a bite with a super high armor piercing effect. Bloodthirsty Enemy, main marks a unit, increasing damage to it by 80%. Marking condition, tastes enemy blood. Please expand to access. Hiss. Chao Tianxian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The densely packed skills directly gave him a dizzying look. Compared to the tiger-striped bastard shark Heavenly King, those chevalier spirits under him were just like blank slate monsters. It was a pity that the tiger-striped bastard shark Heavenly King was an absolutely brutal and bloodthirsty ferocious beast, otherwise he would have wanted to try to see if he could contract it. Endless teeth, blood-burning teeth, bloodthirsty vengeance. All of these skills are very restraining to large ferocious beasts, and the tiger-striped bastard sharks are still a pack. Chao Tianxian chanted this on his lips, but in his heart, he still thought that the mothership whale had a better chance of winning. Better make it a toss-up, and then I'll hey. The more Chao Tianxian thought about it, the more beautiful it became, and he maneuvered the puppet double chopper crab to increase his speed, and at this moment, on the spiritual energy vein, the curtain rises on a showdown between two ocean overlords. The tiger-striped bully shark group took the lead, shaking their giant tails in unison. They rushed towards the mothership whale, and the impact felt like a nuclear submarine on full power. The sense of oppression was full. The mothership whale did nothing about it, and the group of giant tooth flying fish, which was the escort with the sword, made a move, and they separated into more than 100 of them, stopping in front of the group of tiger-striped bastard sharks. Both sides were vicious beasts with ferociousness, and they fought together right after contact. Combat isn't that fancy. You bite me, I bite you. Spelling raw food thou flesh. A short fight. The battle was fierce, but the advantages and disadvantages were clear. Although the giant tooth flying fish had a tenfold numerical advantage, it was still outmatched against the ocean's dominant tiger shark, hedging but one back. Dozens of giant tooth flying fish spilled blood into the deep sea, and a severed fish head and tail slowly fell down. At that moment, Chao Tianxian arrived just in time. Seeing the falling fish head and tail, he was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the space door to catch it below. All this is a lot of psychic energy for nothing, and they were all corpses of ferocious beasts in the middle of the strong attack level, plus 5,213 psychic energy, plus 2,145 psychic energy, plus 6,783 spiritual energy. Ha, getting rich, made a big fortune. I didn't realize there was such a windfall. Chao Tianxian hurriedly expanded the space gate when he saw more and more corpses falling down, but the space door wouldn't open. It must be that this puppet body has too little spiritual energy, preventing me from using my full strength. Can't let this spiritual energy slip away. Chao Tianxian quickly thought of a response. He braced the space door to its maximum and summoned a couple of double chopper crabs out to help move the bodies. Perhaps because there were too many corpses on the ground, or because they couldn't tell which ones were the corpses of the giant tooth flying fish. There were two double chopper crabs that carried up the corpses of the other ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Chao Tianxian was pleased instead of angry. Why didn't I realize that this place was cleared by the mothership whales, and that the bodies left behind weren't at my disposal to pick up? Chao Tianxian hurriedly pulled out all the crabs and scattered them to the spiritual energy vein to pick up the corpses. Plus 2,345 psychic energy. Plus 7,788 psychic energy, plus 9,517 psychic energy, spiritual energy, 394,190, plus 4,792 spiritual energy, plus 9,991 psychic energy. Chao Tianxian cooled H. He had originally raked in more than 200,000 spiritual energy by stealing the family crab and shrimp swarms, but now it had directly soared to more than 300,000, and there was still an upward trend. You can't leave the spirit energy like that. All the deeded spirits are going to break through. There's enough spiritual energy to go around. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the psychic energy went straight to the bottom. Chao Tianxian slapped his thigh. I almost forgot about Phantom Hitomi, a big spirit swallower. She needs around 300,000 spiritual energy to advance now. Chao Tianxian quickly consoled himself. Forget it. If nothing else, this battle will continue for a long time. and I'll still be able to keep replenishing my spiritual energy from source to source. But just as the words fell, there was a loud bang in his ears. Immediately afterward, there was a powerful impact that almost swung this puppet body of his away. What's the situation? Chao Tianchen looked up with a stunned expression, only to see half of a huge fish tail slowly falling down. This is the tail of the tiger-striped bastard shark king. I can't believe we've fallen a beast king so quickly. Hey, what am I doing? Hurry up and get it. This half-tail has at least tens of thousands of spiritual energy. But before he could go to take this broken sky rich, boom, 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 boom. Giant explosions followed one after another, like the roar of Poseidon. It made the entire ocean tremble. In an instant, the sea was filled with huge waves. Under the sea, dark currents surge. Chao Tianchen was impacted by the dark current, not to mention his puppet body. He couldn't even control his main body from 2 kilometers away. Shit, what the hell? When everything returned to calm, Chao Tianchen saw a scene that he would never forget. A corpse of a tiger-striped bully shark fell from above, like a sinking ship. 5 of them were over 30 meters long. Obviously all of them were king tiger-striped battle sharks. How long has it taken for 5 tiger-striped buster shark kings to be gone like this? Chao Tianchen was stupefied. For the first time, he felt that life could be so humble. As strong as the tiger-striped king of the sharks, this kind of ocean bully, the god of death, has never had the slightest favoritism towards them. When you say harvest, you harvest. Chao Tianchen forced himself back to his senses. He found that these tiger-striped bully shark kings have more or less a few huge cavities, just like being hit by artillery. Suddenly, a tiger-striped buster shark king dragged its stump and brushed past his head, fleeing in haste like a lost dog. In just a fraction of a second of contact, Chao Tianchen actually saw an expression of fear on the face of a shark. Right, tiger-striped bastard shark heavenly king? Chao Tianchen searched around and finally caught sight of the tiger-striped bastard shark heavenly king in the circle of hundreds of giant tooth flying fish. At this moment, the tiger-striped battle shark heavenly king was covered in blood, and had broken a fin. His appearance was in a sorry state, which had a little bit of the momentum of the ocean's overlord. Chao Tianchen realized that the body of the tiger-striped battle shark heavenly king also had bullet craters, and there were as many as 10 of them. These craters are deep enough to see the bones and bleed like a floodgate, constantly draining the life force of the tiger-striped shark king. The swarm of giant tooth flying fish surrounded the tiger-striped bastard shark heavenly king, and at every opportunity, they rushed up to take a bite, continuously aggravating its injuries. The tiger-striped bastard shark heavenly king did a disorderly attack, just like the injured lion king, trying desperately to maintain his last dignity. Kai Lai's end is set. The huge tiger-striped buster shark group actually just reunited and destroyed? While Chao Tianchen was in a trance, he was also deeply disappointed that the battle ended without him even seeing the means of the mothership whale. Moo dash. Seemingly a little impatient with the wait, the mothership whale chirped and opened its mouth above. Chao Tianchen's expression shook as he kept a close eye on the mothership whale's movements. Whoosh! A red stump swept out of the mouth of the mothership's whale, so fast that it even heated the seawater, causing it to gurgle and bubble. What's that? Chao Tianchen opened his heavenly phantom demon pupil and gazed at the red residual shadow, which was actually a giant tooth flying fish. Giant flying fish, explosive flying fish bullet. Qualification, elite, +1. Realm, mid-raider class. Skills, mothership whale symbiosis. Short-lived lifeform. Energy spawn. Giant teeth bite. Burning blood. Bursting nucleus. Locking pupil. Catapult takeoff. Mothership whale symbiosis. Slightly. Burning blood. Being the unit gains the trait granted by the mothership whale that blood can burn violently. Bursting crystalline nucleus. Being the unit gains the trait granted by the mothership whale that the nucleus can explode. Locked pupils. The unit gains the trait granted by the mothership whale to pinpoint targets and deal plus 20% damage to locked targets. Ejection takeoff. Past the unit departs from the mothership whale takeoff plate, gaining an additional 100% initial speed. Crap, this is a fucking torpedo. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but explode. The moment the tiger-striped battle shark heavenly king saw the mothership whale's move, he rushed out of the encirclement as if in a frenzy, but it was all too late. The exploding flying fish shell had bitten it to death. Boo! After a loud bang, the tiger-striped bastard shark heavenly king's body flipped over and slowly descended. Chao Tianchen opened his mouth slightly. He finally realized why the mothership whale was able to 1v3 in his previous life. Man, you're a real rascal with your carrier plus submarine and the ability to fire torpedoes. Just then, the mothership whale slowly looked towards the golem double chopper crab. Huge spiritual power swept in. Chao Tianchen instantly felt a suffocation that he had never felt before. Discovered? Chao Tianchen regarded himself as being superior in terms of spiritual power. Since the end of the world had descended, No creature had ever been able to give him such a great oppression of spiritual power. And this sense of oppression was not only exerted on this puppet, but could also be transmitted to his main body. It's too terrifying, even if it's contracted. It might not be able to control it like the white scales did back then. Chao Tianchen decided to give up the contract and give up the puppet. Give up the crabs left outside. Run! Boom! At that moment, the feet shook steeply. Moo moo dash. The whale calls were crisp and cheerful, clearly not the sound of the mothership whale in front of him. One more? As the ground slowly rises, a miniature version of the mothership whale peeks out, and he's standing right on top of the other guy's head. Mothership whale calves. Chao Tianchen was ecstatic in his heart. He didn't have the certainty of suppressing an adult mothership whale, but this juvenile whale definitely could. The mothership whale is still staring at this place, said Chao Tianchen, forcibly pressing his mind and waiting for the right moment. The little whale didn't seem to possess much ferocity. Instead, it was curious about everything. It watched intently as the double chopper crab carried the carcass, like a human child observing ants moving. The mothership whale saw the little whale and withdrew its spiritual power. As for Chao Tianchen, there was no difference between it and a mayfly creature in its eyes, and it directly ignored it. The main target is not me. I can feel such a powerful spiritual oppression. If its target is me, the more Chao Tianchen thought about it, the more alarmed he became. When the mothership whale wasn't looking, he hurriedly asked the system to read the young whale's wish. Wish reading. Wish read. Little whale's wish, the world is so big. I want to go out alone. Duration of mission, 6 hours. Failure penalty, the system will enter a 7-day cooldown. This wish, wouldn't I just have to abduct it? Chao Tianchen was overwhelmed with excitement. He hadn't expected the little whale's wish to be so unpretentious. Chao Tianchen had his main body quietly approach the side. Even though the small whale was a young whale, it was more than 40 meters long, surpassing the king tiger's striped bastard shark. It needed the space gate opened by the main body to transport it. At that moment, another spiritual force was projected towards him. The little whale sensed the difference in the puppet double-chopped crab and blew out blisters to wrap it up. With big, ebony eyes, she looked at Chao Tianchen curiously. Boo, hello? Chao Tianchen swung his pincers in an attempt to snort. Moo moo moo. The young whale responded cheerfully, very happy to encounter a communicative presence. Must be nice to look at it and fool around. Chao Tianchen relied on his overpowering willpower to force down his laughter and unleashed his mind transmission. Little whale, we're whispering. Don't tell your mom. Aha, okay. The little whale responded with the same mind transmission. My name is Sunshine Clown. Fish, what's your name? Chao Tianchen's strange uncle was possessed. My name is Big Mouth. The little whale responded. Chao Tianchen frowned. Like the mothership whale, this kind of top hegemony, the name should not be mighty and domineering. The beginning with a destruction, ultimate and so on? Call Big Mouth. Really good rub. Good name. Chao Tianchen nodded seriously. The little whale said, Mommy says that the bigger the mouth, the more flying fish the whale can carry, the stronger it is. It turns out that the bigger the mouth, the stronger. Chao Tianchen suddenly felt that the name Big Mouth was very pleasant to the ear. The little whale continued. But, I don't like it because everyone is called Big Mouth. Chao Tianchen was speechless. So you're all bullies, is that what it means? Why don't I rename you? Yeah. The little whale was full of anticipation. Chao Tianchen thought for a moment. Since you are so eager to be free, I will call you Flying Fins. How's it going? Flying Fin, I love that name. Next, as if the little whale had found someone to talk to, she said a lot of things at once, mostly complaining about her old mom's restrictions on her and so on. Chao Tianchen listened patiently, being a good listener. I want to go out into the world. The little whale's eyes were very bright, reflecting the colors of the ocean floor. Chao Tianchen grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing the tail of a big gray wolf. Hearing you say that, I suddenly have an immature idea that might help you. After Chao Tianchen finished snubbing the flying fins, he didn't act immediately, but continued to wait for the best time. Of course, he wasn't exactly doing nothing. An extremely bizarre scene appeared at the bottom of the Azure Sea. Schools of giant-toothed flying fish are devouring psychic stones and corpses and collecting exotic plants. And there's a group of double-chopped crabs that have the audacity to take a tiger from their mouths. What was even more outrageous was that in the face of the double-chopper crab's arrogant behavior, the giant-toothed flying fish group even took the initiative to back off. Good. Move harder for me. Chao Tianchen's face was ugly. The school of giant-toothed flying fish was cranky, but dared to be angry because of the face of their young master. God have mercy. In the past, when they encountered ferocious beasts, they didn't care if you were the beast king or the heavenly king. If you didn't obey, they would fuck you. The main fight was one of arrogance, but now that they encountered a trash ferocious beast that wasn't even at the strong attack level, they actually had to voluntarily back down? Many megatooth flying fish say that although they have lived a short life, they have never been so aggrieved in their lives. Chao Tianchen was still measured, only robbing corpses, not exotic plants or spirit energy stones, lest he startle the mothership whale. Plus 1789 psychic energy, plus 3415 psychic energy, plus 6688 psychic energy. Under the swarms of giant-toothed flying fish and crabs, sweeping like transit locusts, the entire spiritual energy vein was quickly swept away. Ha ha ha, yes. Chao Tianchen counted the spiritual energy points. Spiritual energy, 1274, Chao Tianchen. The reason was quickly found. White scales and silver horns broke through twice before succeeding, and flame tail, black mane, and prison teeth broke through 3 times before succeeding, using up a great deal of spiritual energy. Chao Tianchen was instantly enlightened. Compared to the battle soldier class, the difficulty of breaking through the strong attack class rises geometrically. Even if there was an abundance of spiritual energy, there were still not 1 in 100 breakthroughs. As for the later trapping level and city breaking level, it was even more extremely difficult to even break through each of the minor realms. For ferocious beasts, the higher the bloodline level, the greater the breakthrough success rate. However, the higher the bloodline level of the ferocious beast, the more spiritual energy consumed by the breakthrough, also more. There's still a lack of psychic energy. At that moment, the mothership whale let out a long blast, ordering a large number of giant-toothed flying fish to fly towards the area. Chao Tianchen hurriedly told the crabs to call it a day and go back. After the school of megatoothed flying fish come to the flying fins, they begin to lay a pearl-colored egg. The flying fins' mouth sucked in these eggs, and it felt like eating dumplings. As more and more eggs were swallowed, the flying fins' aura began to rise, quickly growing from the middle stage of the warrior soldier class to the late stage of the warrior soldier class. This is the energy egg? Chao Tianchen knew why the mothership whale upgrade was so fast. The quality of these energy eggs was almost close to his purified spiritual energy, and after being filtered by the giant-tooth flying fish, the alienation virus contained was greatly reduced, and the risk of dying violently after consuming them was also greatly reduced. By the time the flying fins are done feeding, the spawning giant-tooth flying fish are dying and being shared by other giant-tooth flying fish. Chao Tianchen looked dumbfounded. This really isn't a waste at all. Boo dash. The mothership whale spat 4 blisters at the flying fins, each encasing a strange plant within. Blood-bearing grass, sharp-needled blood lotus, blood velvet soul-destroying flower. This one is unrecognizable. Chao Tianchen's eyes were coveted. These exotic plants could be valuable existences, but the flying fins lacked interest and blew lightly, blowing the exotic plants back toward the mothership whales. The mothership whales then engage in a tug-of-war with the flying fins, and the 5 exotic plants are pushed around like a human family, with a mother feeding her bear children medicine. The mothership whale, which had stood firm in the face of a swarm of tiger bully sharks, became enraged and stretched out its giant fins, giving the flying fins a big bite-doodle. Flying fins yelped in pain and aggressively ate all the exotic plants, determined in his mind to leave. Moo dash, the mothership whale calls out, moving to leave the area. Chao Tianchen's eyes lit up. Here's your chance. He first had the flying fins follow slowly, waiting until the mothership whale was a certain distance away, when the lurking main body suddenly emerged and opened the space portal. Without a moment's hesitation, the flying fin immediately dug in. It's done! Chao Tianchen couldn't help but shout in excitement. The moment the flying fins disappeared, the mothership whale sensed that the child had been lost, causing the mountain and sea to tumble like mental power towards Chao Tianchen. Bye you. Chao Tianchen had planned ahead and directly teleported to the seaside beach park several kilometers away. But what he didn't know was that the very moment the space door closed, a mental marker hit him, and after Chao Tianchen left, the fury of the mothership whale caused the sea to boil. Countless living beings trembled. Moo! Ahahaha, ahahaha. Chao Tianchen returned to Seaside Beach Park and was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, even boxing in place. Hoo hee hee, hoo hey hey. It was hard to calm down. He didn't rush to check out the information about the flying fins. Instead, he read a quest reward first to lay the groundwork. Mission accomplished. Satisfaction rating, A+. Comment, the wide world is waiting for me to swim. A+ grade evaluation reward, props, possess spiritual pact *1. Possession spirit contract, a one-time prop that possesses an animal, fully adapting to its body and abilities for 30 minutes. Chao Tianchen nodded in satisfaction. The possessed spirit contract was considered an old friend of his, and at every critical moment, this prop could play an unexpected role. Trustworthy, and with the previous successive consumption, there was only one left of the possessed spirit contract used. It made him panic inside. Now that another one had been added, he was at peace. Good, here's the main event. Chao Tianchen rubbed his hands together and checked the information on the flying fins. Spirit, flying fins. Race, mothership whale. Qualification, heavenly king beast king peak. Realm, late warrior rank. Psychic ability, none. Skills, Tenno's capital. Flying fish mothership LV2. Mothership, charge room LV2. Mothership, lair LV2. Mothership, preparation room LV2. Mothership, takeoff plate. Mountainous physique LV3. Thick skin LV3. Rechargeable water cannon. Title of Heavenly King, being the unit has been located at the apex of the king, is the title of Heavenly King, and has 10 times the base attributes of its counterpart. Flying Fish Mothership LV2, past this unit has a symbiotic relationship with the Megalodon Flying Fish. All symbiotic Megalodon Flying Fish plus 20% full attributes, plus 1 life level. Megalodon Flying Fish, 0/1000. Mothership, Charge Room LV2, past this unit's mental strength X2, symbiotic Megalodon Flying Fish's resistance to mental type effects such as damage, control, and disruption is increased by 200%. Mothership Nest LV2, main plus 200% conception rate, plus 200% growth rate, plus 200% stamina recovery rate, plus 200% wound recovery rate for symbiotic Megalodon Flying Fish. Mothership Ready Room LV2, main grants 1 or more traits to a symbiotic Megalodon Flying Fish, the more traits granted, the psychic energy consumption increases exponentially. Consuming exotic plants has a probability of acquiring traits, for every 3 traits acquired. The quality of the bloodline rises by 1 minor segment. Current characteristics. Locking Pupil, can pinpoint targets and deal plus 20% damage to locked targets. Burning Blood, blood can burn violently. Bursting Crystalline Nuclei can explode. Mothership Takeoff Plate, main gives 100% extra initial speed to departing Megatooth Flying Fish. Mountain Physique LV3, past single damage taken by this unit is reduced by 60%, and group damage taken by this unit is increased by 30%. Skinny LV3, passive bonus to any constitution aspect this unit receives, life. Page 1 of 3. Snap. Chao Tianchen couldn't help but applaud. Worthy of being a fierce beast carrier. Bullish. He could sort of see that the core ability of the flying fins was to give the giant tooth flying fish a combat boost. Of course, the flying fins aren't bad in their own right, with more skills than you can see. Compared to flying fins, those deeded spirits under his command were truly blank slate monsters. Cozy. Chao Tianchen was leisurely preparing to go home when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Look up. A dozen greenish-gray figures appeared in the sky, flying straight toward him. Could it be some kind of flying ferocious beast? But fixed eyes only to find out. Which is what flying birds beasts. Those green-gray figures, is a giant tooth flying fish. Crap, flying fish. Not only do these giant toothy flying fish fly, but they are also oddly shaped. They were much larger, all about 10 meters in length, with incredibly wide fins, and their bellies were split into secondary fins, which actually had 4 explosive flying fish bullets hanging underneath them. Chao Tianchen opened his heavenly phantom demon pupil and was almost not blinded by the brightness. Giant flying fish, jet flying fish. Qualification, Elite, +1. Realm, Mid-Raider class. Skills, Mothership Whale Symbiosis. Short-lived lifeform. Energy Spawn. Giant Teeth Bite. Soaring Body. Psychic Jets. Mounted Secondary Fins. Catapult Takeoff. Mothership Whale Symbiosis. Slightly. Soaring Carapace, being the unit gains the traits granted by the Mothership Whale, with the body and fins becoming more suited to flying form. Psychic Jet, being the unit gains the trait granted by the Mothership Whale, and the tail becomes more suitable for jetting psychic energy. Mounted Auxiliary Fins, Quilt, the unit gains the trait granted by the Mothership Whale to grow 2 additional fins to mount other Megalodon Flying Fish. Ejection Takeoff, past the unit departs from the Mothership Whale Takeoff Plate, gaining an additional 100% initial speed. Crap, what a fucking fighter jet, huh? Chao Tianchen immediately summoned the silver horn, mounted it, and fled frantically without looking back. Seeing this, the jet flying fish ejected psychic energy from their tails and approached at a very fast speed. In the meantime, one of the jet flying fish, under its secondary fin, had a mounted giant toothed flying fish detach and shoot toward him in a stream of red light. The very same explosive flying fish bomb that Mothership Whale had used before. Chao Tiancheng's scalp instantly tingled. He had seen the power of this kind of explosive flying fish bomb. Even the tiger stripe bastard shark Heavenly King in the middle of the strong attack level couldn't take it. That was a top-tier Heavenly King Beast King with its defense pulled full. It was blasted to death hard. Silverhorn was only at the early stage of the strong attack level, and was not yet known for its strengths, so it was estimated that if he received one, he would have to fall on the spot. Explosive flying fish shells are extremely fast, and also with a lock. Silverhorn has also tried to walk, but so shaking cannot be shaken off. Seeing the exploding flying fish shells approaching, Chao Tianxin's forehead was sweating like rain. What to do? Boo! There was a loud bang and the air shook. Air pressure sweeps, smoke filled the air. A behemoth broke out of the smoke. It's none other than Silverhorn. In a moment of desperation, Chao Tianxin summoned a double chopper crab and threw it out, counteracting the explosive flying fish bomb. The aftermath of the explosion was big, but he and Silverhorn could afford to take this much damage. Chao Tianxin escaped but didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Behind him, several jet flying fish swooped in at the same time. The explosive flying fish shells mounted under their secondary fins disengaging and shooting towards him in a stream of red light. What a rascal thing! It's fucking open! Chao Tianxin had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping by inside. He raised his hand and summoned Phantom Hitomi and Flametail. Phantom Hitomi, open the mental power barrier. Flametail, spit fire and burn all these flying fish. Phantom Hitomi braced her mental power barrier to protect Silverhorn's rear. Flametail sucked in a sharp breath and spewed out a huge fan of flame that swept through all the bursting flying fish shells. Boom, boom, boom 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 boom. Explosion after explosion. The earth trembled. Not for a moment. Silverhorn once again burst through the smoke, unharmed. It looks like I was right in thinking that these explosive flying fish shells could be burned off. Chao Tianxin analyzed for a while and decided to run inland. The cost of flying these jet flying fish was a drain on psychic energy, and as long as he held on and they couldn't resupply, they would be dragged to their deaths. Inside the city of New Water, within survivor organizations large and small, the survivors were panicking. Is it an earthquake? If it's an earthquake, this is too frequent. Not good. The ferocious beasts are starting to riot. The beast tide has broken out. Ah! Screams. Chao Tianxin swept a glance at the city that had been blown out in a large number of huge craters and the mob of ferocious beasts. Looks like we'll have to lure them elsewhere. Well, let's just go around to the pickle country. They were nearly wiped out by the mothership whale in their previous life. This time I'll let them rehearse a bit ahead of time so they'll be more experienced in dealing with that disaster. Hey, who made me good-hearted? Chao Tianxin decided that the disaster water east. No, is for the pickle country to do pre-disaster exercises, to the new city of water as a starting point, in a shaped route, to the pickle country rush speed. This is a journey of more than 1,000 kilometers. With Phantom Pupil and Flametail's escort, the journey was quite safe and sound. The jet flying fish stopped their mass attack after several unsuccessful rounds, leaving only scattered and tentative attacks. Nonetheless, the people and ferocious beasts passing through the territory were out of luck. The explosion of a single explosive flying fish bomb was enough to create a huge circular crater 400 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep. Man and beast are extinct within the range. One must know that the full force strikes of many late-stage beast kings of the strong attack level were not this powerful. Of course, it was the ferocious beasts that suffered more. Today was the 8th day of the end times, and many ferocious beasts had taken up their territory, and when they saw an intruder, they didn't hesitate to jump out to defend their territory. Without exception, they were first hit with a large bull's hoof, and before they could recover from their daze, they were hit with another burst of flying fish bullets. Boo! Straight up GG. Ha ha ha, there are 4 or 5 beast kings that have been taken out along the way alone. Is this not me doing a good deed without leaving a name? Chao Tianxin was a bit smug. Phantom Hitomi sat next to him with a grumpy face. Master, we've been running for hours. Why don't we just finish off these stray fish? Her hallowed beast emperor was actually being chased by a few elite-level mongrels. Spreading the word would simply be a laugh. Mothership whales have an odd number of means, and if we take out this group of jet-flying fish, something else is sure to pop up. All we have to do is lure them to the Kimchi Kingdom, and then use the portal to go back directly, and the mothership whale will only be able to take out any more anger on the Kimchi Kingdom. The more Chao Tianxin spoke, the wider his mouth grinned, almost about to burst out laughing. Humph. Phantom Hitomi wasn't interested in Chao Tianxin's scheming and pouting, and just didn't open her mouth. Still playing up his temper, smiled Chao Tianxin helplessly, but on second thought, he thought that recently the deeded spirits were all highly motivated to fight, but he himself was always avoiding battles like this, which was also not conducive to their growth. Tell you what, let's cross paths with the mothership whale and see what happens before we leave. And I hope you guys can put up a good fight then. Really da? The chimera pupil's wide almond eyes widened and her two-pointed ears whirred and wiggled. Of course it's true. Chao Tianxin gave Phantom Hitomi a head touch. The ears are kinda fun. No wonder so many geeks love beast-eared women. Master. Phantom Hitomi blushed and let out a mouthful of hot air. Chao Tianxin's heart touched as he watched. Then he shook his head vigorously. No no no. This is my contracted spirit. No strange thoughts. Chao Tianxin flipped the map and tried to divert his attention. The next city is Black Earth City. This city seems unavoidable. The city of Black Earth is located at the sharp corner of the less than sign-shaped route. If you go around inland from the west side, You have to make a big extra detour and it will go through more cities. But to go around from the east side, you have to cross the ocean. And with the mothership whale staring right off the coast, that's obviously going to be a shot in the dark. Chao Tianchen wouldn't sacrifice himself for others. It's not that I'm unkind. I can only say you're unlucky. Silverhorn, go straight through this city. Dragon Kingdom, Fertile Earth Province, Black Earth City, Downtown, Center Square, Ao Dash. A two-headed ghost wolf with a shoulder height of over 7 meters and a body length of over 20 meters raised its head to the sky, proclaiming that it was the master of the city. Nearly 1,000 canine ferocious beasts gathered from all directions, letting out bursts of wails, offering hymns to this king's ascension to the throne, and to show their submission to him. And the survivors of this city, listening to the roar of the beast, all trembling with fear, feeling hopeless to survive. A ruin 800 meters away from the center square, a squad from the patrolling marshal department was witnessing the Beast King ascend to the throne. Their faces were not only in fear, but also resignation. Beast King, our Black Earth City has actually given birth to a Beast King. Obviously the shelter is almost finished. By then, we'll be able to rescue more people, but it's just at this time. Hey! After the end of the world, the Ministry of Armed Forces swiftly formulated the strategic deployment of concentrating forces, focusing on elimination, establishing shelters, and providing relief in an orderly manner. The Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts divided the ferocious beasts into 4 classes according to their strength: ordinary, elite, leader, and great leader. Focusing on the strongest, they carried out decapitation operations on those alpha ferocious beasts and large alpha ferocious beasts that were powerful and had great potential. The plan was originally successful. Facing the formed human powerhouses, the scattered ferocious beasts were simply difficult to resist, and many places had already succeeded in establishing shelters and started to expand their rescue range. But just 3 days ago, the appearance of an even more terrifying ferocious beast broke the situation. Killing humans of the same level is like butchering a dog. The challenge of going over the top is a breeze. It also rallies the beasts. For that battle, the Ministry of Patrol and Military Affairs did not release a specific battle report, but only said that it had been repulsed. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the one who was repulsed was feared to be the Patrolling Marshal Department, and the losses were heavy. Because of the post-war, the headquarters of the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts quickly issued a red alert, defining this ferocious beast as the 5th class of ferocious beasts above the Great Heads, the Beast King. At the same time, a message was sent to all the divisions that could be contacted, that the city where the Beast King appeared, the local patrol force division could simply give up and save their living forces to go to the aid of other cities. We have no choice but to withdraw now. Captain Dixu spoke with difficulty. The whole room was silent. Their withdrawal would mean that the citizens of Black Earth City had lost their last ray of hope, and by that time, not to mention 1 out of 10, 1 out of 100 would be considered good. Just as the atmosphere was gloomy, the earth rumbled. The crowd looked up, only to see a giant bull with a body length of over 30 meters and a shoulder height of 15 meters galloping. Wherever it passed, it was razed to the ground. The crowd was shaken. Originally, he thought that the two-headed ghost wolf was already big enough, and this giant bull was almost twice the size of the two-headed ghost wolf. This is another Beast King. We don't even have a zoo in Black Earth City. How could 2 Beast Kings be born? Wait, that giant bull seems to be running towards the two-headed ghost wolf. Someone judged the giant bull's course of action. Dishio's eyes lit up. If 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. Maybe we have a chance to. Before the word "while" could be uttered, the two-headed ghost wolf was kicked away by the giant bull. Dietrich's son, Patrol Armed Services Squad. Without waiting for the crowd to recover from their shock, a red stream of light suddenly streaked across the sky and landed in the center of the square. Boo! The ground shook. What happened? Dixu dusted off the dust in front of him, and when the dust settled, the scene in front of him shocked him into growing his mouth, only to see the entire central square was blown into a huge deep pit, while all the ferocious beasts gathered in the center of the square disappeared, including that two-headed ghost wolf, and the giant bull disappeared into the distance without taking a cloud with him. Dishio's face flushed red as he shouted in excitement. The beasts have been exterminated. The Beast King has also been destroyed. The team came back to their senses, chanting with excitement and embracing each other in tears. They have hope of rebuilding their homes again. At this time, a team member hesitantly opened his mouth. Captain, you may not believe me when I say it. That giant bull just now looks a bit familiar to me. Familiar? Why don't you say you know it well? Dishio smiled, not taking it seriously. To my surprise, the player added, I can't say I know it very well, but I bounced around with it. Dixu couldn't tense up and was just about to tell the team member to stop babbling. Another member of the team exclaimed, Right. I seem to have a bit of an impression after hearing you say that. You're talking about That divine bull from the Flowing Cloud sect? I remember too. It's the divine cow. The divine bull of the Flowing Cloud sect. The players were talking a lot. What the hell are you guys talking about? How come I'm the only one who doesn't know? Dishio couldn't help but ask. That is half a month ago. The unit group construction. Captain, you did not take paternity leave, did not go well. We went to the White Elephant Temple as a group. The results. After Dishio understood what happened, he was still incredulous. You guys said that the Beast King just now is the new Water City? Lu Yun sect protector divine bull? Captain, how could we lie to you about something like this? That divine ox has 2 white horns. Its skin is as bright red as blood, and it chirps like thunder. Its eyes are shining. Right, the divine cow has distinctive features, especially those eyes full of wisdom that regale the soul. Even though it's more than 10 times bigger in size, I still recognized it right away. My son also pestered me to go to the Lu Yun sect to buy the hand puppet of the sacred cow, which cost me $39.99. At that time I thought it was pitiful, but now it seems to be simply worth every penny. I bought Lord Zhuguan's enlightened version of the sacred cow for only $13.999, saying it brings good luck. Ah ha ha, I'm not lucky today? Dishio saw the team members talking spitefully, and it was a case of disbelief. The point is, the sacred cow's noble gesture touched him. After killing the double-headed ghost wolf and the beasts in seconds, he left calmly without taking away a single cloud. In the end, he was an immortal beast with a superb posture. Dishio suddenly shouted, "Quick, get me the communication talisman. I want to contact the provincial ministry." Communication talisman, created by the ancient martial forces of the Dragon Kingdom, an alchemical artifact powered entirely by psychic energy. Communication charms are expensive and have many restrictions on their use, and their use is still small enough that they have been phased out of use since modern times. But after the end of the world, all electronic devices were scrapped, and communication charms came back to the stage of history. Let's just say, fate is a wonderful thing. Captain, there's only one communication talisman left, and strict orders from the provincial ministry require that it not be used for non-extraordinary matters. As the communication talismans were too precious, they were all held by separate people. The team member in charge of the communication talisman right now questioned it. Now is the mega matter. Dietrich's son cut in. Then he quickly explained. I won't hide it from you now. After the strategic deployment of concentrating forces, focusing on elimination, establishing shelters, and orderly relief, the headquarters has launched the strategic layout of the Dragon Vein Plan. It's about digging underground tunnels between the various shelters for continuous transmission through. Let our strong force be more mobile, realize support from all sides in times of trouble. The team was shocked. There's even such a tactic. Our Dragon Kingdom has engaged in civil engineering for thousands of years, even without mechanized equipment. We are still an infrastructure powerhouse. Dishio's tone was filled with pride. Then the words changed. But the means are there. But the resources are limited, especially the quota of passages. The team instantly comprehended Dishio's intention to connect the underground channel with New Water City and go for the big leg. Good idea. With the divine cow's galloping aid, even if the Beast King came to their shelter, they wouldn't be afraid. Safety will be guaranteed in the future. But then the question arose. Our Black Earth City is at least the capital of the province. And although the provincial ministry's shelter isn't located here, it will definitely give us a quota. Wouldn't it be better for us to go through the normal process of declaring? Do we need to waste a communication talisman? Dishio rolled his eyes. Am I talking about our quota? I'm talking about other people's quotas for New Water City. According to the Divine Cow's route of travel, there must be quite a few cities rescued along the way, and you must not be the only ones who recognize the Divine Cow. Then the competition for normal declarations is bound to be extremely fierce. Why don't we make the first move? The team's eyes lit up. Captain Brilliant. Dishio took out a hollowed-out bronze-colored token, which was the communication order. Next, insert the communication talisman into the groove of the communication order and inject spiritual energy into the order. The communication talisman slowly burned while emitting spiritual energy fluctuations outwards, creating an effect similar to an electrical signal. This is the provincial headquarters of the Fertile Land Province of the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts. Dishio interrupted the operator and quickly said, I am the chief captain of the operations team of the Black Earth City Department of the Patrol Martial Ministry, the Black Strike Patrol Martial Envoy. Dishio, I request to be transferred to Lord Commander immediately. I have an urgent military report. The Commanding General, the head of the provincial division of the Ministry of Patrol of the Armed Forces. After the transfer, before Dishio had a chance to speak, an old man's voice came from over there, interrupting him. I know you're dying to talk, but hold your tongue. You must be trying to say that you were given a channel quota to connect to NWS. Dishio's heart thumped, knowing that someone was bound to get there first. Lord Commander is truly predictable. There's no use kissing ass. The quota for access to the new city is full. Dishio was instantly anxious upon hearing this, crying and shouting, Lord Commander, you must give us a channel quota for Black Earth City. When you almost transferred all the strongest people from the city department. I didn't say a word and fully supported your work. You can't have no conscience. Dishio had also gone out of his way to offend the upper peak for the sake of Black Earth City. Unexpectedly, the other end of the phone was also very annoyed, and even burst into foul language. If I was capable of rationing you, I would have rationed you a damn long time ago. Do you think we're the only province competing for the new city water passage quota? Even the shelters in our provincial ministry are still fighting for quota. Ha! Dishio was confused. He'd thought the competition would be fierce, but he hadn't expected it to be as fierce as this. But what he didn't know was that 600 kilometers away in a newly built shelter, someone was even more clueless than he was. Commander Chin, you're still personally contacting. This communication talisman is a rare material. You said the channel quota hey, I have a bad signal here. Zhang Qiren watched the communication talisman burn out and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt that the communication charm's 3-minute communication time was too long. Today, the bigwigs that are usually hard to see, contacted him like crazy, and all of them wanted a quota for the passage of the new city of water. But the shelter was designed with a total of only 3 underground access ports, and I had thought that I had gotten more than enough, but it turned out to be far from enough now. Zhang Qiren looked at Zhuoxuanji next to him. My left Guan master, don't stroke your whiskers, give me the bottom line. Does your clan have a clan protector sacred cow or not? Today, I've received 5 communication talismans from Silver Strike Martial Patrol ambassadors alone. Zhuoxuanji's face wasn't confused, but his heart was already confused. The clan had a clan-protecting sacred cow. How did he not know about it? At that moment, a disciple hurriedly came to report. Master Observer, a large number of ferocious beasts have appeared to the south of the shelter. The 4th Elder and 5th Elder can no longer hold their own. The situation is critical. That disciple hesitated for a moment and shouted loudly. Please also ask the Guan Master to invite the protecting divine bull to solve the crisis. Zhuoxuanji inwardly shouted furiously, I really don't have any protector divine cow. Chao Tianqian still didn't know that his doing good without leaving his name had directly pushed Xinshui City into the limelight. At the moment, he was dressed in a black robe and wearing a weird mask as he boarded a large abandoned harbor in the Qinchi Kingdom and looked out to sea. Moo dash! The whale calls that resounded through the heavens and earth followed, and along with them, there were also crowds of giant-toothed flying fish. Chao Tianqian looked at the behemoth that surfaced, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Let's make a big deal out of it then. Call. The call. 7 deeded spirits of various shapes and sizes suddenly appeared, dividing themselves from the mothership whale and the giant-toothed swarm flying fish. Nishihachi, a few smithies, hiding on a nearby fishing boat, frantically tried to escape. But thunder, flames, black water, and angry waves began to sweep through this heaven and earth, annihilate everything. Moo! The angry cry of the mothership whale resounded through the ocean, shaking the earth's crust and reaching the ears of living beings within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Countless ferocious beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. The human survivors were physically and mentally shaken, and some even shouted that this was divine punishment. Crashing. The mothership whale opens its huge mouth above it, and the water rolls off, revealing rows of bursting flying fish, a full 300 or so. Chao Tianqian's scalp went numb as he watched. In terms of power, so many explosive flying fish shells were enough to level a city. Whoosh! Exploding flying fish bullets turned into a sky full of red streams of light, like raindrops tilting down. The attacks of the ocean's top overlords were just so plain and simple, to cover everything in sight with absolute firepower and turn everything in sight into ash. Although Chao Tianqian was shocked, he was not without a response. Jail teeth. In response, he was met with a long, confident roar, and rolling black water. Jailtooth unleashed his powers. The Blackwater Envoy. A large amount of black water surged into the sky under Jailtooth's control, forming a huge black shield. Poof, poof, put, put, put. The exploding flying fish crashed onto the black water shield, and before it had a chance to explode, the black water suppressed and blocked off the spiritual energy in its body. All 300 or so explosive flying fish shells instantly became duds. What comes next is much simpler. Exploding flying fish that couldn't explode became toothless tigers and were easily slaughtered by the rest of the beast kings. Chao Tianqian didn't show any joy. He knew that the mothership whale's means were definitely more than that. The inevitable blow was easily deflected, and the mothership whale froze slightly for a few seconds. But the mothership whale soon launches a new attack. 9 obese, still somewhat cute-looking giant-toothed flying fish shot out from the mouths of the mothership whales, with a batch of bursting flying fish immediately behind them. Chao Tianqian immediately probed this new flying fish. Giant flying fish, rubber flying fish. Qualification, Elite, +1. Realm, Mid-Raider class. Skills, Mothership Whale Symbiosis. Short-lived life form. Energy eggs. Giant tooth bite. Rubber fish skin. Mothership Whale Symbiosis. Slightly. Rubber fish skin, quilt. The unit gains the traits granted by the mothership whale. The skin is non-conductive, waterproof, and also extremely resilient. Ejection takeoff, past the unit departs from the mothership whale takeoff plate, gaining 100% extra initial speed. What the hell is this? Chao Tianqian had a question mark on his face. But soon, he saw what this flying fish could do. The rubber flying fish landed in front of the black water shield and immediately began to puff up and expand. 3 expanding rubber flying fish, in combination with each other, would be able to hold a hole in the black water shield. 3 holes instantly appeared on the black water shield. The exploding flying fish, which followed closely behind, fished their way through the hole and struck Chao Tianqian directly. Chao Tianqian was slightly stunned, but did not panic excessively. There were only a few exploding flying fish that could pass through, and they were not a threat to him. Instead, mothership whale's tactics once again refreshed his perception, making him unable to resist applauding. Cow punching, and beside them, Flametail and White Scale took their positions early, one spitting fire and the other discharging electricity, eliminating a few leaky fish halfway through. The deeded spirits under my command all possess supernormal abilities, and I don't know how much stronger their battle prowess is than those ordinary beast kings. Chao Tianqian mumbled to himself in triumph. Just as he let his guard down, Phantom Hitomi suddenly shouted, "Master, watch out!" Boo! The near explosion was blocked by Phantom Hitomi with a mental barrier. Not waiting for Chao Tianqian to figure out the situation, phantom pupil eyes erupted with emerald green light, and huge spiritual power swept around. A sweep. Inside the black water shield, several exploding flying fish revealed themselves. Chao Tianqian's complexion changed drastically as the flying fish's message came into view. Giant flying fish, stealth exploding flying fish. Qualification, Elite, +1. Realm, Mid-Raider class. Skills, Mothership Whale Symbiosis. Short-lived life form. Energy spawn. Giant teeth bite, burning blood, bursting nucleus, locking pupil, optical scales, ejection takeoff, mothership whale symbiosis. Slightly, optical scales, being the unit gains the trait granted by the mothership whale. The scales have an optical stealth, concealment effect. Ejection takeoff, past the unit departs from the mothership whale takeoff plate, gaining 100% extra initial speed. Stealth, what a scoundrel to open the door for a scoundrel's mom. A scoundrel to the house. Chao Tianqian spat out a sentence and hurriedly asked the Chevalier spirits to make a move to destroy these flying fish. Jail Tooth raised his nose and aimed, releasing the skill, Black Water Connecting Bullet. Bang, bang, bang. Several water balls coalesced from the black water, precisely hitting the flying fish in mid-air, suppressing them before they exploded. Nice job, Helltooth. Chao Tianqian praised in a loud voice. He could see that Jail Tooth was very much restrained by mothership whale's burst flying fish, which was equivalent to breaking one of its arms. The praised Jailtooth was so pleased that his ears huffed and flapped twice. As long as it was there, it was impossible for the opponent's attacks to land in their own formation. Of course, Phantom Hitomi is great too. Chao Tianqian laughed. That's for sure. Phantom Hitomi held her head high with a haughty face. Roar! The white scales roared in defiance, directly transforming into the form of a mighty thunder dragon. Then he pranced into mid-air, and his mouth lit up with blinding white light, accompanied by the sound of thunder drums banging as terrifying energy built up. Chao Tianqian's spirit trembled, knowing that White Scale was going to use the big move, Thunder Dragon Breath. Thunder Dragon's Breath, Thunder Dragon's Spit, containing the thunder of heavenly power. Cooldown, 6 hours, boom. A thick column of white light shot out from the White Scale's mouth, instantaneous to the front of the mothership whale. A hint of panic finally flashed in the eyes of the mothership whale, and it summoned a large number of giant tusk flying fish to block in front of it while trying to sink its body to avoid it. Sound of nibbling, without a single obstruction. The terrifying white column of light passed through the swarm of giant-toothed flying fish and struck straight into the back of the mothership's whale, cutting a huge wound. Moo! The mothership whale ate and screamed, its body wobbling as its giant fins fearfully hit the water, kicking up huge waves. Since the end of the world came, it was the invincible posture. It almost didn't know what pain was, and this made it retaste the taste of pain. Good job, White Scales! Chao Tianqian shouted as he clenched his fist. The white scales roared twice, partly in triumph. However, this move was extremely powerful and consuming, and it directly exited its thunder dragon form. Master, watch me perform. Phantom Pupil cannot let the white scales exclusively beautiful in front of. Immediately release hidden for a long time big move. Emerald Dream. The The pupils of the chimera pupils released special fluctuations of psychic energy that continuously spread outwards. Countless trees and plants grew out of thin air, replacing the original sea and abandoned harbor. With blue skies, white clouds, warbling grass, and winding streams, the world seemed to have instantly turned into a fairy tale world. "This is," said Chao Tianchen with a stunned expression. Phantom Hitomi smiled cheekily. "This is an exclusive skill that can only be mastered by possessing both the heavenly charming fox bloodline and the heavenly charming demon pupil. It is not an illusion created by influencing the enemy's mental power like traditional illusion skills. Rather, it's a real dream created by transforming the entire area's psychic energy fluctuations to change what the enemy touches." Chao Tianchen used his heavenly charmed demon pupil to probe, but he couldn't break through the illusion. "Awesome, awesome." Phantom pupil's four fox tails wagged up, very pleased. "Master, I'll show you the power of this emerald dream realm." With a wave of her jade hand, the swarm of giant-toothed flying fish scurried around like they were possessed, and there were even fish that blew themselves up in place and injured the mothership whale. "So strong, isn't it invincible?" Chao Tianchen couldn't help but say. Phantom Hitomi scratched her head, embarrassed. "Not really. The preparation time for releasing the Emerald Dream Realm takes a long time, and the larger the range, the longer it takes." She points to the mothership whale. "The stronger the mental power of the being, the less affected it is, and the easier it is to peer into the Emerald Dream." Chao Tianchen shook his head. No, even if it's only this, it's still very strong. This Emerald Dream is a weed cleaner when used properly. So am I already this strong?" Chao Tianchen resided in the middle of a group of chevalier spirits. Looking at the wretched mothership whale, the entire person was spirited. In his previous life at this time, he couldn't even defeat an ordinary ferocious beast of the metamorphosis level. But now, even the mothership whale, the ocean's top hegemon, was under him. "This end times will finally be my world." Chao Tianchen. And at the moment, the mothership whale, seeing that her child had been abducted and that she could do nothing about her enemies, slowly dropped huge teardrops from the corners of her eyes and let out a cawing wail. Moo dash. Like a call to. At the call of the mothership whale, far out in the deep sea, a massive figure jutted out of the sea and slowly rose into the sky. Again, this is a mothership whale, but the body size was even bigger. At 500 meters long, flying fish of various strange shapes surrounded it, and the gesture was like that of an air and space mothership carrying a fleet of airplanes in a sci-fi movie, representing the ultimate power of the world. "Moo." The chirps are short. It's an emergency order. A snow-white, hidden flying fish appeared, spewing a white light from its mouth that shone on this mothership whale. The body of the mothership whale gradually became transparent until it disappeared completely. The flying fish projected its light into the sky again. The light was cast through the clouds, refracted, and thrown into the sea at the border of the pickle country. After doing this, the flying fish's light dimmed and gradually turned into ash and flew. And at the moment, the mothership whales, which had been light projected, were transported to the waters near the pickle country, and after selecting a direction, they began to fly through the air. It was also the moment this mothership whale arrived in the waters near the Kimchi Kingdom that Chao Tianchen was subjected to an extremely oppressive aura. It felt like the sky was suddenly overcast, muffled thunder gathered, and a rainstorm was about to fall. Chao Tianchen's brows furrowed in concentration. The chimera pupil looked to him with the same expression. "Master, did you feel it too?" At this point, a long roar came from the sky. Thunder churned, and pouring rain fell. Space was in turmoil, and the Emerald Dream instantly collapsed. A behemoth came down through the clouds, shaking seawater off its body and causing heavy rain to fall in the area. Chao Tianchen's body trembled slightly as he looked at the gigantic beast that looked like a mythical creature. The terrifying pressure emanating from the other party intruded on his senses, causing his body to react uncontrollably. "Beast Emperor. This is definitely the Beast Emperor. And it's the mothership whale Beast Emperor." Phantom Hitomi suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face pale. "Master, I can't probe it at all. Its spiritual power is too huge." The flying fins within the deeded spirit space telepathically transmitted its voice to Chao Tianchen, and it kept shivering like a bare child who had done something wrong. "Daddy, it's Daddy. Dad, why didn't you tell me you had a dad?" As soon as Chao Tianchen asked, he knew he was being foolish. People's mothership whales are hermaphroditic creatures, and since they have a mom, they must have a dad. Flying fins didn't care what Chao Tianchen said. He just kept ranting about how it would get beaten up and such. The male mothership whale did not attack Chao Tianchen at the first opportunity, but instead descended to the female mothership whale's side and pacified her. "Run!" Chao Tianchen collected a few large-sized deity spirits and rode the silver horn to take advantage of the opportunity to bolt. All that spiritedness and kingship is bullshit. It's important to stay alive. Instead of immediately teleporting back to New Water City, Chao Tianqian had Silverhorn run towards the inland of Kimchi country. Mothership whales are ferocious beasts with very good memories and extreme stubbornness. If we went back now, Flying Finn's parents would be searching all along the coast. New Water City will still have to suffer when the time comes. Moreover, Flying Finn's its father can still fly. In case of a turn within the dragon country, it is bound to die. Chao Tianqian didn't think he was a good person, but poisoning the entire dragon kingdom was still a big burden on his psyche. Alas, the cruelty of the end times didn't wash away my kind nature after all. Chao Tianqian was overwhelmed with emotion, and turned his head to Phantom Hitomi and urged, "You must say when you can't hold out. Don't try to be strong. We'll teleport back directly." Phantom pupil. Although Chao Tianqian grabbed a run, the male mothership whale quickly caught up. Crap, it's outrageous enough for such a big guy to be able to fly, but he's also flying so fast, not subject to air resistance? Chao Tianqian spat, not allowing him to think too much. The attack of the male mothership whale had already descended. Bursting flying fish fell in sheets, more than the female mothership whale could ever put down. The prison teeth had already been put away, and in the face of this situation, Chao Tianqian didn't dare to be arrogant. Silverhorn, use Bloodstorm Rage and run out of attack range at full speed. Moo! Silverhorn, whose strength had increased fivefold, drove at full power and not only ran out of attack range, but also left the male mothership whale far behind, and the exploding flying fish that landed on the ground directly changed the terrain. Not knowing how many mountains crumbled, Chao Tianqian knew that this situation wouldn't last long and hurriedly set up a spatial anchor point on the ground so that he could shift at any time. Pickle Country, Axe Hill Shelter. The leader of the survivors, Park Young, is giving an impassioned speech. As we all know, the entire universe originated from our Kimchi Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom even branched out from the stragglers of our Kimchi Kingdom 5,000 years ago. Our Kimchi country has a long history and deep culture, and in ancient times, the ancient martial arts power was at the top of the world. Many schools have scattered branches in the Dragon Kingdom. The world landscape has changed drastically today. My Kimchi country will be able to regain its glory. All of the Mi Empire and Dragon Kingdom will prostrate themselves at the feet of my Kimchi Kingdom. After Park Young's speech, there was a round of applause from the podium. Even though these survivors of the Kimchi country are poorly fed, chicken soup for the soul is still soup, isn't it? And it's filling. Park Young smiled slightly, seemingly confident or satisfied with the brainwashing effect. Don't worry everyone. I've already asked the Dragon Kingdom's demon-suppressing temple to work on cleaning up the nearby ferocious beasts for us. Our good times are coming. Counselor Park, will the Zenmosa temple willingly help us clean up the ferocious beasts? Someone questioned. The smile on Park Young's face grew even wider. Located on the border of the Dragon Kingdom, surrounded by mountains on three sides and the sea on the other, the Jinmu temple has been cut off from the outside world since the end of the world. And I just happened to have a couple of ships on hand, and by the time I accidentally contacted them, they had long since run out of supplies. I've already made an agreement with the Jin Demon Temple that if they send strong men to clear out the ferocious beasts, they'll share some supplies with them. The people were overjoyed to hear this, and then a little worried. What if they turtled up? Park Young waved his hand. It won't happen. The abbot of Jinmu Temple is a pedantic person. He doesn't have much supplies in the first place, and he's stupid enough to go to the relief of the disaster victims. With a tie, they naturally won't rely on us and not leave. Then, he smiled grimly. Besides, the agreement can be voided at any time. When they finish cleaning up the ferocious beasts and have no more use for them, I'll dispose of them. Counselor Park is really wise and courageous. That's a 6 in the glove game. With Congressman Park, our good times are coming. Congressman Park is the savior of our Kimchi country. The crowd had blown Park Young out of the sky and into the ground. The feeling of the end of the world is not bad. Well, Park Young's face is complacent, feeling that life has reached the peak. Boo! Boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions woke Park Young from his beauty sleep. What's the situation? A henchman ran in to report. It's bad, Counselor Park. It's not good. There's a beast. There's a beast. Park Young's heart was in a batch of panic, but his face forced himself to be calm. Panic about what? What ferocious beasts? How many are there? One, you panic my ass. Without waiting for his men to make their words clear, Park Young copied his weapon and led the charge. No wonder Park Young is so confident. The quality of the beasts in Kimchi Kingdom is generally low. At most it is long-eared rabbits, recluse rats and the like, and the elite level is very rare. And the shelter where Park Young is located, before the end of the world, was a logistical base prepared by the Kimchi Kingdom for the military stationed in the Mi Empire. There were more than 500 survivors, and 5 warrior soldier level awakenings. It was definitely considered strong in the territory of the Kimchi Kingdom. Park Young rushed out of the shelter, but there was no sign of the ferocious beast. Where are the ferocious beasts? At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The crowd subconsciously looked up into the sky, and their eyes directly glazed over. A behemoth roamed the clouds, larger than the aircraft carriers they'd seen from the Mideast. Park Young-young almost pissed his pants in fear. He wanted to strangle the henchman who had reported the news right now. "One? You fucking told me it was one. Run!" Park Young-young came back to his senses and immediately ran inside the shelter, with the rest of the group following him in panic. But it was too late, as an exploding flying fish shell landed on the hill. Boo! The entire hill collapsed under the violent explosion, burying the shelter. And the culprit who caused it all is still riding wild on a bull. It seems like a shelter was buried. Whatever, count them out. Chao Tianqian looked back and looked around for a moment, then stopped paying attention. The duration of busted blood rage ended, and Silverhorn's speed rapidly decreased. At this speed, it won't be long before we're caught up. Chao Tianqian looked around and saw a dense forest, so he put away his silver horns, switched to Flametail, and dug into the woods, attempting to use the trees to obscure the view of the male mothership whales. But the male mothership whale, as if it had turned on GPS positioning, chased him to death, closed the distance, and started dropping explosive flying fish bombs. The forest was ablaze with sky-high flames, and countless ferocious beasts scattered in all directions. Chao Tianqian rolled over to a river and switched to white scales again. Moving downstream, he came to a swamp and switched to black mane again. After passing through the swamp and speeding for some distance, he arrived at an unknown city. The city was lined with tall buildings, and its pre-apocalyptic prosperity could be vaguely seen. Boom, 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 boom. Chao Tianqian let Phantom Hitomi lead him through the tall buildings, dodging the attacks, while he turned a deaf ear to the screams and the collapsing of the tall buildings. By the time we got through the city, it was in ruins. Into the eye, another town. At this moment, the cooldown of Silverhorn's Bloodstorm rage ended, and Chao Tianqian once again switched to Silverhorn and accelerated his escape. That was close. Thanks to my many deity spirits. Chao Tianqian wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and was a bit puzzled. Why are they following so closely? Could it be another flying fish with some special ability? Without much thought, new terrain was encountered ahead, and Chao Tianqian switched once again. And so it went on for who knows how long. It's getting dark. The male mothership whale remains in hot pursuit. Chao Tianqian estimated that the explosive flying fish bombs that the male mothership whale had dropped along the way had toppled at least 20 cities. It's almost time to finish. Seeing the male mothership whale that was about to catch up, Chao Tianqian decisively opened the space gate and returned to the space anchor point that he had set up at the very beginning. Ha ha ha, escape to heaven. Sunshine Clownfish. You're amazing. I've never seen any ferocious beast escape from under my dad. Flying Fins telepathically transmitted his voice, his tone full of joy. It's nothing. Chao Tianqian waved his hand with a smug look on his face. Chao Tianqian ate something to relax, did 2 hours of self-discipline, packed up, and prepared to leave Kimchi country. Suddenly, the sound of a rolling stone falling came from a short distance away, followed by a groan of pain. There were many dead people in this world. Chao Tianqian was not in the mood to be a good person, opening the space door and preparing to return to New Water City. But the moaner gritted his teeth and shouted, "If I, Wu Nian, do not die, I must abandon Buddhism and become a demon, and kill all these backstabbers." Chao Tianqian was instantly interested. Sounds like someone with a story to utilize. However, why does the name No Thoughts sound so familiar? Chao Tianqian opened his heavenly phantom demon pupil and found a severely injured and unconscious young monk at a sinkhole. The young monk was fair-skinned and handsome, and could definitely become a hooting and hollering love child when placed in the inner recreation. This face value is actually not inferior to the head of this garden, but unfortunately it's hopeless. Hey, it's true that handsome-looking boys should know how to protect themselves even more. Chao Tianqian sighed, feeling quite a bit of sympathy for his fellow sufferers. The young monk's abdomen, which was penetrated by the half of a wooden thorn that was exposed to the ground, blood stained the monk's robes, which was the reason why Chao Tianqian judged that he would not survive. Just as Chao Tianqian was planning to leave, the young monk suddenly opened his scarlet eyes and shot out a dark red wooden thorn from his sleeve, aiming straight for the back of Chao Tianqian's head. Chao Tianqian's eyes flickered as the dark red wooden thorn stopped behind him, not allowed to advance an inch. The young monk then fainted again. Wu Nian. I said, why does this name sound so familiar? So it's the demon monk Wu Nian, one of the 10 evils of the Dragon Kingdom. Chao Tianqian snapped his fingers to shatter the wooden thorns and turned to look at the young monk, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. It's quite a surprise. Chao Tianqian flipped over Wu Nian's monk's robe and observed the pattern on it. His smile grew even wider. It's the monk's robe of the Jin Demon Temple. This kid is Wunksen right. Wu Nian, real name unknown, one of the 10 evils of the last Dragon Kingdom, known as the Demon Monk. Wu Yen, teacher out of the Dragon Country's top ancient martial arts forces Jin Demon Temple. Since childhood martial arts talent outstanding. Orjin Demon Temple internal set the next abbot. Young and famous. After the end of the world, Jinmu Temple was cut off from the outside world due to its extremely remote location. When the people once again learned of the news of the Jinmu Temple and Wu Yen, it was already 3 months after the end of the world had descended. Highly skilled Jinmu Temple perished in the beast tide, making the world sigh. As the only survivor, Wu Yen did not choose to revitalize the temple, but instead rebelled and founded an organization called the Punishers. The organization is made up entirely of vicious criminals who act with ruthlessness and recklessness. Wu Yen himself also called himself a devil monk, ascending to one of the 10 evils of the Dragon Kingdom, and became the object of a severe crackdown by the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts. There are many different opinions about the behavior of the no-nonsense. There are those who say he practiced magic and fell into the devil's way. There's talk that he's tired of being a monk and wants to be evil. What's more, it was said that the Jin Demon Temple was destroyed by the beast tide that he had attracted. The news of the end times was closed, coupled with the fact that Wu Yen seldom made a move. A lot of things about him were blackmail, and the general public had no way of knowing the truth. The only thing that is widely known about what happened to Wu Yen is that in the months leading up to the Mothership Whale attack on the Kimchi Kingdom incident, people from the Punisher organization were frequently active in the Kimchi Kingdom, and even Wu Yen himself had made several attempts. And the day after the attack, a fierce conflict erupted between the Patrolling Martial Department, representing the Dragon Kingdom, and the High Circle Group, representing the Mi Empire. A week later, the Armed Forces Department went all out to round up the Punisher and No Name. The Punisher was wiped out, and No Name was killed. It all happened so suddenly that it became a topic of interest to many conspiracy theorists. But what concerned Chao Tianqian more than Wu Yen himself was the wooden thorn that ran through Wu Yen's body. It looked plain and ordinary, but it was the existence that changed the fate of No Yen. So this is the time that No Yen acquired his chance? Ha ha, fate is really wonderful. Chao Tianqian urged his spiritual power to grab the wooden thorn. The wooden thorns were as spiritual as they were, starting to dodge, and after they couldn't dodge, they stabbed into Wu Yen's body, and Wu Yen's body spilled blood everywhere. Is it sensing my danger? Seeing this, Chao Tianqian decisively pulled out his short knife and directly chopped off the wooden thorn. Half of the wooden thorn burrowed into Wu Yen's body, while half of it was controlled by Chao Tianqian. It really is the Morrow Ghostwood. Ah ha 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 ha. Chao Tianqian laughed out loud as he looked at the struggling wooden thorns. Morrow Ghostwood, a strange plant that can parasitize other life forms, gives the host the ability to manipulate ghostwood. Ghostwood can absorb enemy blood and psychic energy to restore itself, as well as grow quickly to hit with unexpected control effects, and comes with very high armor piercing. It can be described as a perfect ability that combines range, control, and damage. It was with this power that Wu Yen had gained fame by killing a beast king of the same level, and had become one of the 10 evils of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this power comes at a price. Those who are parasitized by the Morrow Ghostwood will be born with a heart demon, and if their minds are a little lax, they will be reduced to beasts that are addicted to killing. Following no thought, there were others who had used this power again, but they were all lost without exception. Interestingly, all of these people are from the Ministry of Patrolling Arms, linking all the events together again. If Wu Yen had nothing py deal with the Ministry of Patrolling Martial Arts, Chao Tianqian would not believe it. It doesn't matter. This power is mine now. Chao Tianqian didn't intend to use this thing. Half of the Morrow Ghostwood's power had been weakened quite a bit, and he couldn't even look at it. Chao Tianqian intended to feed it to the flying fins to see if it could create any interesting giant tooth flying fish. Chao Tianqian was going to feed the Morrow Ghostwood to the flying fins. Flying fins acted resistant. Sunshine clownfish. I don't eat these things. They're bitter. Chao Tianqian smiled and nodded. It's fine. If you don't eat it, don't eat it. He put away the Morrow Ghostwood and continued. But then, I'll just have to return you to your parents. Don't. I'll just eat it. I don't want to go back. I haven't even properly broken into the world yet. Flying Fin was anxious. Chao Tianqian shook his head repeatedly. No. As your best friend, I can't force you. Flying Fin shouted. You didn't force me. I volunteered. Oh. Chao Tianqian raised an eyebrow. You volunteered? Aha. Flying Fin nodded vigorously. But I don't want to. Chao Tianqian acted in a difficult manner. The Morrow Ghostwood is very precious. Flying Fin was confused. What the hell? Is it going to eat or not? Chao Tianqian said painfully. My best friend, don't you understand? No whale can get something for nothing. This is the rule of the outside world. This is the world out there. Flying Fins nodded in realization. Sunshine clownfish, after I eat Morrow Ghostwood, I'll definitely repay you later. Look at you. We're the best of friends. Talk about repayment or not. How raw. There's another rule in the outside world, which is to trust your friends. Sunshine Clownfish, you are truly my best friend. Flying Fin was touched. Chao Tianchen once again took out the Morrow Ghostwood and said offhandedly, "In the future, you're not allowed to say anything about repayment or not. Just listen to my command." Aha! Flying Fins nodded vigorously before eating the Morrow Ghostwood. Seeing this, Chao Tianchen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Chao Tianchen's guess was correct. The Flying Fins had indeed obtained a new breed of giant-tooth flying fish after eating the Morrow Ghostwood. Ghostwood Flying Fish, this unit gains the trait granted by the mothership whale, and when it bites an enemy unit, it can transform into a Ghostwood spore, absorbing the psionic energy and blood of the enemy unit and proliferating wildly. This is a top-notch control skill. It's simply a divine skill for dealing with large ferocious beasts. Chao Tianchen was already able to imagine the scene of the giant-tooth flying fish biting the enemy, transforming into spores and proliferating crazily, entangling the enemy to death. The beauty of it is that Flying Fin doesn't have a symbiotic megatooth flying fish right now, or else it would be a great way to test the effectiveness of the real thing. Chao Tianchen took care of the Flying Fins and turned his gaze to Wunyan. Due to the excessive force of the Morrow Ghostwood, Wunyan's consciousness gradually dissipated. This is an excellent puppet. Chao Tianchen urged his spiritual energy to surge into Nonyan's body, and quickly mastered Nonyan's body. To his surprise, this body fit him well, and was also able to use quite a few skills, even including the Morrow Ghostwood's ability. Chao Tianchen checked the information on the puppet No Nihil. Puppets without thoughts. Race, human/occupation, monk. Psychic ability, Morrow Ghostwood. Realm, early warrior rank. Skills, Jinmu Shingon LV4. Jinmu Fist LV3. Vajra Body Protecting Mantra LV3. Ghostwood Growing Technique. Familiarize yourself with the scriptures. Firm will. More on Ghostwood. They gain the ability to control Ghostwood. Ghostwood can absorb blood and psychic energy to restore itself. Jin Demon Divine Skill LV4. Past Physique plus 200%. Strength plus 200%. Jin Demon Fist LV3. Main Jin Demon Fist. Striking a blow with 6 times the power. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Vajra Body Protecting Mantra LV3. Main reduces wounds by 30% for 180s. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Ghostwood Growth Technique. Main consume blood as psychic energy to freely control the growth and shape of Ghostwood. Chao Tianchen tried to cast a few skills and also summon Ghostwood. The effects all feel great. Especially the Ghostwood, which could be changed into various shapes and attacked in many different ways. Chao Tianchen also discovered a special use for Ghostwood. Ghostwood can be used as a medium to carry his psychic energy, thus enhancing the signal between him and the puppet. This definitely expands the range of the puppet's activities. Originally, the golem's range of movement was equal to the maximum probing range of the heavenly charmed demon pupil. It's about 2 kilometers. And now, as Chao Tianchen crafted a Ghostwood to be handed over to the main body as a signal receiver, the puppet's range of movement increased to 3 times its original range. It went straight to 6 kilometers. Moreover, inserting the Ghostwood into other puppets can also enhance the signal. It also enhances his control over the puppet. After Chao Tianchen inserted the Ghostwood into Beast King No. 1, he was able to utilize 40% of its original strength, and it was no longer a chicken rib. Not bad, not bad, just the realm is too low. Puppets were living dead and lacked the original spiritual power. There was no way to raise their realm like normal lifeforms. Chao Tianchen was just about to call it a day when a realization suddenly popped up in his head and fought with him for control of the puppet Wunyan. Could it be the residual consciousness of Nonim? Or is it the demonic nature born from Nonyen? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Chao Tianchen's spiritual power was so huge that his eyes flashed and he easily suppressed that consciousness. Since there is still consciousness, does it mean this puppet's strength can still be raised? Try it. Chao Tianchen pumped spiritual energy to infuse the puppet Heartless. The puppet Heartless strength climbed rapidly, breaking through from the early stage of the combat soldier rank to the middle stage of the combat soldier rank, and then to the late stage of the combat soldier rank. Really, Chao Tianchen was overjoyed. Being able to make a breakthrough meant that the puppet Heartless had great potential. However, problems ensued. Chao Tianchen realized that his control over the puppet Wunyan had decreased. Could it be because of the existence of 2 consciousnesses? That's a tough one. If the consciousness of Nonyen is completely erased, then the puppet Nonyen will not be able to ascend. But if I don't erase Nonyen's consciousness, then my control over the puppet Nonyen will decrease. To be one and not to affected at the same time, that would be like making the consciousness of the noetic mind an attachment. A thought suddenly arose in Chao Tianchen. He took out the returning sungrass and wrapped it around the puppet's thumb of no thought. Ghostwood, grow! The Ghostwood grew out of the puppet's big finger of Nonim and wrapped around and around the returning sungrass until it became one with the returning sungrass. Forms a wooden ring. Next, I just need to use the returning sungrass as a spiritual container in which I can channel No Nian's consciousness into, and then I can both allow No Nian's consciousness to exist and make it an attachment to this physical body. Chao Tianchen unleashed the infiltration effect of the heavenly charm demon pupil and smoothly channeled No Nian's consciousness into this wooden ring. It's a done deal. From then on, he would be in complete control of No Name. No Name is his alter ego. Chao Tianchen put his hands together and recited Ba Buddha, and then he couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. This evil sense-pulling tactic was very much up his alley. Find a ferocious beast and try this body's combat power. As soon as the words fell, more than 30 units sprang up within the probing range of the heavenly charmed demon pupil. Such a coincidence? Chao Tianchen let out a light laugh, hiding his body in the shadows and controlling the puppet. No thought, as he ran towards the target location. But after finding the target, Chao Tianchen was slightly stunned. Into the eye, more than 30 men were chasing 3 monks. And the 3 monks wore the very monks' robes of the Jinmu temple. That's a coincidence too far, isn't it? 3 monks. 1 tall and strong, 1 slim and 1 short and fat. The tall monk recognized Wu Nian and was filled with shock. After regaining his senses, he immediately shouted at Chao Tianchen, "Senior apprentice brother Wu Nian, run!" Among the chasers, there was a big fat man who looked like the leader, also recognized Wu Nian and showed a ghostly expression. "You didn't die?" Chao Tianchen brainstormed a rough plot. It's nothing more than the original owner was killed, and now he's popped up out of nowhere, and the enemy and friend are shocked, or something like that. Chao Tianchen leapt to the center of the crowd and looked at the big fat man. Let's see. The line I should be saying right now is, "Sorry, not only am I not dead, I've gotten stronger." Shidoshi, seeing Chao Tianchen charging into the enemy formation, the 3 monks from Jinmu Temple were anxious and stopped to work together against the enemy. Chao Tianchen didn't expect the 3 to be so righteous. This made it difficult for him. In case the 3 found out that he wasn't Wu Nian, it would be another pile of trouble. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom people are really all stupid pigs, actually throwing themselves into the net. The big fat leader of the pickle country laughed his ass off and ordered his men to surround the 4. The tall, stout monk angrily rebuked, "Park Justice, you kimchi countrymen are treacherous. Backstabbing? There is an old saying in our country of kimchi that a soldier is never too deceitful. Don't you know that?" Park Justice held his big belly with a smug look on his face. "This old saying is from our Dragon Kingdom, you thieves." The short, fat monk was furious. Justice Park dislikes back. "It's clearly our kimchi country. Stupid pigs of the Dragon Kingdom. All day long you know how to steal the festivals and intangible cultural heritage of our kimchi country." Bah! Chao Tianchen's anger soared as he listened. These kimchi country sticks are just like their previous life. Their strength is trashy as hell, but their cheeks are very thick. Die! He shot out 2 ghostly wooden thorns from his hands and stabbed the person who had just spoken. "Kill them!" Justice Park shouted. Both sides immediately fought chaotically. There were more than 30 people on the side of the pickle country. Most of them were at the middle or late level of the metamorphosis level. On the side of the Jin Demon Temple, the tall and stout monk was at the middle stage of the warrior soldier rank, while the slim monk and the short and fat monk were at the early stage of the warrior soldier rank. In terms of paper strength, the Jin Demon Temple is definitely superior. However, the 3 people of Jinmu Temple were all seriously injured and hungry, and their strength was not 1 in 10, so they were quickly suppressed by the other party. Of course, this was in the case where Chao Tianchen had not made a move. Chao Tianchen stretched out 2 ghosts with thorns in his hands and rushed into the ranks of the Kimchi Kingdom, killing like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in a frenzy. His moves weren't flashy, but they were simple and deadly, taking only the vitals. In the midst of the chaos, the tall and stout monk, due to his physical strength, was beaten, spitting blood from his mouth, and sat on the ground, his consciousness gradually blurring. "I'm sorry, Master. It's my disciples' incompetence that I failed to bring back the supplies and lost so many masters and brothers." The tall monk slowly closed his eyes, but the imagined fatal blow was delayed. "What's the situation?" The tall monk opened his eyes. To the eye, there was a field of corpses, blood gathering in small ponds. All dead? The tall and stout monk looked dumbfounded, unable to believe what was in front of him. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The other 2 helped the tall and strong monk up. "What's going on?" the tall, stout monk asked. "It's senior brother Wu Nian. He gained a strange encounter after rolling down the sky pit. The strength has increased greatly," the short and fat monk said excitedly. The tall and stout monk looked towards Chao Tianchen. This normally gentle senior brother, with blood stains on his monk's robes and a somewhat oozing smile at the corner of his mouth, made him feel a bit strange. Chao Tianchen laughed. "Why, doesn't senior brother recognize me?" He used the heavenly charm demon pupil to mimic No Nian's spiritual power, so even if the other party probed, he wouldn't reveal himself. The tall and stout monk pressed no suspicion. touching his bald head, somewhat embarrassed. Senior brother jokes. Feeling that senior brother's body is a lot heavier in the fury. Chao Tianqian summoned the ghost wood. Maybe it's because of this ability. Since I have it, I've gained a new sense of Buddhism. While he was full of nonsense, he attributed all the changes in his own temperament to the Maro ghost wood. The Thriesian demon temple monks did not suspect anything but that Wunyan had experienced a great catastrophe of life and death, and his temperament had changed drastically. Unbeknownst to them, their division has long since been replaced. Chao Tianqian exchanged words with the three for a while, using reasons such as injuries to the head and memory loss to extract a lot of information. Tall and stout monks are called Wuxiang, thin monks are called Wujing, and short and fat monks are called Wumong. The three were ordered to lead a team to fulfill the mutual aid agreement between the Jinmu Temple and the Axe Mountain Shelter, and to clean up the ferocious beasts in the vicinity of the Axe Mountain Shelter. Unexpectedly, after it was done, not only did the Axe Hill Shelter not honor the agreement and provide supplies, but instead they wanted to kill and exterminate the monks of the Jinmu Temple. Chao Tianqian could only say that the monks of the Jin Demon Temple were truly simple, and were simply two varieties from those of the White Elephant Temple. Wuxiang burst into tears as he spoke, pounding his feet and chest. There were 12 of my masters and brothers on this trip, and now only 4 of them remain. As the leader, I am ashamed of everyone. I am ashamed of my master. I'm ashamed of my master. Wujing and Wufeng reddened at the words and cried along with them. Chao Tianqian's heart sighed as he watched. No profound Buddhist teachings, no transcendental state of mind can erase the grief brought about by the death of a companion one has spent time with. He played it tough and comforted the three. But the heart wants. Jin Demon Temple is a famous weaponsmith clan in the Dragon Kingdom. If I can help these monks to lure them over to build weapons for me, and then put them into the Doomsday System to sell them. Jia. Now that the Jinmu Temple is in great trouble, it's a good time to bring it under its banner. Jia. Chao Tianqian was thinking beautifully. Suddenly, Justice Park, who was on the ground, pulled out a gun and shot him. Go to hell. Senior brother, be careful, the 3 phaseless people exclaimed. Bang, bang. Chao Tianqian's face remained unchanged. The ghost wood on his body grew rapidly, forming a barrier that easily blocked the bullets. The phaseless trio breathed a sigh of relief, then exclaimed, this is a powerful tactic of senior brother. I didn't expect there to be a leak. Senior brothers, wait for me for a while, I'll go take care of it. Chao Tianqian quickly grabbed Park Justice. He actually left this big fat kimchi country on purpose, in order to follow the trail, find the other side's lair, and cut off the roots. I didn't expect this other party to jump out and seek death. Chao Tianqian held a ghostly wooden thorn against Park Justice's throat. How about I let you go as long as you say that it was the Kimchi Kingdom that stole the Dragon Kingdom's festivals and intangible cultural heritage? You kill me, I'll die before I say anything. Justice Park shouted stiffly, but his trembling legs revealed his inner fear. The corner of Chao Tianqian's mouth lifted as he took away the ghostwood thorn. There is backbone. I admire it. All I decided. Justice Park couldn't contain the joy on his face. It must have been his temperament that convinced the other party to let him go. All I've decided is to let you die a painful death. Chao Tianqian held the ghostwood thorn against him again. Park Justice's smile instantly froze on his face, and his heart that had just leapt to the bottom sank to the bottom. Dead is dead. Just as Park Justice was planning to be generous, Chao Tianqian added, but I thought about it. As the saying goes, heroes are rare. Park Justice was once again hopeful. He naturally didn't want to die if he could live. Chao Tianqian said seriously, all I've decided is that when you die, I'll find a good place to bury you. He said, I'm going to do it. Wait. After a few tugs and pulls, Park Justice's heart had given out, and he had long since become less resolute. I'll say it, but you'll have to keep your promise and let me go. That's natural. Unlike the Kimchi countrymen, the most valuable quality of us dragon countrymen is honesty. Chao Tianqian swore. There is absolutely no self-consciousness of pulling down the moral standard line of the Dragon Kingdom with one's own strength. Justice Park gritted his teeth. It's the Kimchi country that stole the Dragon Kingdom's festivals and intangible cultural heritage. Adding one more sentence. All the people of Kimchi Nation are thieves, Chao Tianqian said. You, Park Justice's eyes erupted with fire. But seeing the ghostly wooden thorns against his neck, he still endured it. It wasn't that bad anyway. Pickle country people are thieves. Chao Tianqian's eyes were filled with appreciation. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that says that those who know what's right are wise. Mr. Park, I have to admit that you are very smart. You can leave now. Seeing that Chao Tianqian had graciously released himself, Park Justice was still in a bit of disbelief. But he quickly buried his head and ran wildly. Damn Dragon Nation people. I'll pay back the shame I received today 100 times over. But what Justice Park didn't know was that a shadow was already following closely behind him. After Justice Park escaped, Wuxiang came to Chao Tianqian's side with a worried look on his face. Senior brother. It's not too good to let him go. Chao Tianchen laughed. Jumping clowns. Senior brother doesn't need to take it to heart. Senior brother. I've gained more than just this ability this time. He then whistled. In the darkness, a huge figure walked slowly, its footsteps shaking the earth. Just as the phaseless trio was turning white with fear, Chao Tianchen slowly spoke. Ahem. Please allow me to grandly introduce my temple's protector god elephant, Prison Tooth. The phaseless three were instantly confused. The protector of the clan's elephant? Do they have this at the temple? Only after confirming that Jail Tooth was indeed following Chao Tianchen's command did the phaseless trio's hanging hearts drop. Not to mention the huge size of the prison teeth. Their breath was also unfathomable, and if they really had to move, they would be powerless to fight back. Wuxian looked at the 5 or 6 story Jail Tooth and swallowed hard. Senior brother Wunyan. This fierce. No. Is this really my temple's patriarchal divine elephant? How come I've never heard of it before? Wunderkind and Immeasurable were equally confused. Chao Tianchen laughed. 3 senior brothers. Of course you haven't heard of it. Because Prison Tooth was originally a ferocious beast that was nudged by me by chance. Strictly speaking, it's now only considered a supernumerary sect protector divine beast of my temple. At those words, the trio's eyes widened. Coincidence of chance? Nodding. Supernumerary clan protector divine beast. You're using words that are one outrageous after another. Chao Tianchen pressed his hand. 3 senior brothers. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Listen to me speak slowly. The 3 men shuffled around. Chao Tianchen continued. Didn't I get knocked into a deep pit, and then it landed on Prison Teeth's head? The 3 looked at each other, sounding a bit outrageous, but barely acceptable. Tell us how you nudged it. Phaseless asked. The unwritten and the infinite lift up the spirit. That's the point. The existence of such a point of view is necessarily dangerous. Buddhist illusions, such as Buddha cutting his flesh and feeding it to eagles and the like, were already floating in their minds. Chao Tianchen moistened his throat and said, I said to it that you have a destiny with my Buddha. The scene was silent for 3 minutes. That's gone? The trio couldn't help but ask. Ah, it's gone. Chao Tianchen said as a matter of course. The 3 men were instantly taught. They originally thought that the Enlightenment would be some kind of tortuous story, but who would have guessed that it would be dismissed with the phrase you are destined to be with my Buddha? Are the beasts so good at nudging? Then what's the deal with the beasts besieging their Jin demon temple these days? How come none of them can be enlightened? The 3 were a bit skeptical. Could it be that their Taoist skills are not enough to nourish the ferocious beasts? Even if they don't have enough Taoist skills, is it possible that Master doesn't have enough Taoist skills either? The 3 of them were creeped out and looked at Chao Tianchen in unison. No, it's not that Master's Tao is not enough, but Master Wunyan's Tao is too high. Chao Tianchen was grossed out by the look and thought he had been exposed. Senior brother Wunyan, since you've nudged the divine elephant, why did you say that it's a supernumerary sect protector divine beast? The 3 were very confused. Such a powerful divine beast, direct absorption is not on the line. There is actually an internship period. Simply outrageous. Senior brother, the sect protector divine beasts are of great importance, so I need to go back and report to my master first, and only after receiving his old man's approval will Jail Tooth be able to obtain my temple's official establishment. Chao Tianchen was thinking that stiffening a sect protector divine beast would cause offense, so it was better to be a bit more euphemistic. The 3 of them, without a phase, heard the words and stood in awe. Though his Buddhist teachings are more profound than his master's, he puts his master in front of him in every way, which is really a noble character. No wonder the master made Sifu the next abbot. Chao Tianchen didn't care what the 3 thought. He greeted Jail Tooth and asked it to take the pre-prepared food off his back. These were brought in by Jail Tooth, who was willing to share his food with us. This is a great relief for my temple. The 3 of them were overjoyed, and when they looked at Jail Tooth again, they no longer subconsciously treated it as a ferocious beast, but rather as the Jin Demon Temple's protector god beast. The corners of Chao Tianchen's mouth couldn't help but rise. Once they got used to the convenience that Prison Teeth brought, controlling the Jin Demon Temple would be just around the corner. Ha, senior brother, why are there bags for the food brought by the protector god elephant? Immeasurable asked as he picked up a bag of greens. Chao Tianchen was momentarily speechless. He couldn't say that he had taken it from the supermarket and hadn't had time to unpack it yet. Wuxian patted Immeasurable's head. This is naturally the protector god's elephant transformed into a karmic transformation. But, why do you care so much? Quickly come over and remove the bag together. Go back to the master to see the explanation is not clear. Wuxian urged. Chao Tianchen swept a glance at Wu Xiang and realized that his ears were red. Phaseless naturally noticed the problem as well, but as the leader, the pressure on his shoulders was far greater than the other 2, and he had to pretend to be deaf and dumb. 3 senior brothers, let's eat something, rest for a while, and leave to return to the temple. With Jail Tooth carrying us, no ferocious beasts will dare to come and cause trouble, Chao Tianqian said. Just as senior brother said, the three of them, without phases, looked at the mighty and domineering Jail Teeth and felt a sense of security pulling them full. As monks of the Jin Demon Temple, the three of them had been practicing their warps and bones since they were young, and after eating a large meal and running their gong methods, they began to recover from their injuries. Chao Tianqian believed that it wouldn't take long for the three to recover most of it. He obediently turned his attention to the proprietor's side instead. Axe Hill Shelter. The shelter is built in a cave, and Park Young is ordering the opening to be dug due to the fact that the mothership whale's attack during the day caused the shelter to be buried. It's hard to dig through, and before Park Young can rejoice, he sees his brother Park Youngjong fleeing back in haste. Park Young grimaced and asked, "How come you're the only one who came back?" Park Justice hurriedly reported what happened. "Brother, give me a few experts. I'm going to kill all those Dragon Nation people." As soon as Justice Park thought of the humiliation he had just suffered, he gritted his teeth in hatred towards Chao Tianqian. Park Young, however, was quite calm. Since the ferocious beasts have been cleared, there's no need for us to expend our strength for nothing. It is imperative that we go to the nearby area to search for survivors and expand our strength. Justice Park said unwillingly, "Then how are we going to explain this to everyone? The people I brought out have all been lost." Explanation? Park Young sneered. "Naturally, those Dragon Kingdom people betrayed their trust and sneak attacked us, causing us to suffer heavy losses." "Ha ha, Big Brother is brilliant." Justice Park laughed out loud. At that moment, a round of applause came. True to form, the two brothers are just as shameless. The person who came was none other than Chao Tianqian. Park Young's face changed as he angrily rebuked Park Justice. "Idiot, you brought back the tail." Justice Park was alarmed, but after seeing Chao Tianqian's face, he cried out, "Brother, I don't know him." Park Young frowned, then revealed a kind smile. "This friend from the Dragon Kingdom, do you see any misunderstanding between us?" "Misunderstanding? Ha ha ha, your living is the biggest misunderstanding for me." Chao Tianqian's posture was rampant. "You seek death." Park Young was furious and ordered his men to swarm him. Chao Tianqian smiled disdainfully. Snapping his fingers, a ferocious beast appeared behind him, up to 5 meters high, hideous face, the whole body reddish golden hair like a blazing fire, also holding a pan-long Luyan stick, like hell out of the Shura. "What is this?" Kimchi country common beasts are long-eared rabbits, recluse rats and the like. The crowd went to see such a horrible beast, all scared out of their wits. Flametail held the pan-long Luyan stick and swept in all directions. Blood flew across the room. Broken limbs. "Get into the shelter. It's too big to get in," Park Young shouted. The crowd ran madly inside the shelter. Park Young glanced back, but he saw the corners of Chao Tianqian's mouth spread in a weird arc, but he was too late to think about it and followed into the shelter, sealing the entrance. Snap! Park Young threw a slap on Park Justice's face. "What kind of existence did you fucking mess with?" Park Justice covered his face, wrongfully accused. "Brother, I really don't know him." Suddenly someone yelled, "Fire! There's fire!" The crowd looked over and saw only the entrance, spewing out scorching hot flames. "Put out the fire! Put out the fire!" Park Young organizes people to put out the fire, but his efforts are doomed to be futile, and the fire grows larger and larger until it completely sets the cave ablaze. "I'm not willing to do this," Justice Park shouted before dying as a fierce fire flooded his body. Half an hour later, Chao Tianqian entered the shelter, converting all the corpses into psychic energy and scavenging what supplies he could take away. To his surprise, there were more than 40 firearms of various types and a large number of bullets. Although the automated guns won't work, some normal rifles will still work. Have the canonical guardian hide it to strengthen it and throw it in the doomsday system. Chao Tianqian confirmed that he hadn't missed anything and turned to leave. The moon is hazy and the sea breeze is pale. Chao Tianqian rode the prison tooth, carrying the 3 Wuxiangs, across the sea to the Jin Demon Temple. The main body, white scales, phantom pupil, flying fins, and crab cluster were put into the nearby waters to hunt. Now with the addition of flying fins, a super spirit swallowing powerhouse, Chao Tianqian was under a lot of pressure. It seems that having a lot of deeded spirits isn't a good thing. Most of the way through the journey, Chao Tianqian checked up on his spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, 64,170. Spiritual energy looked like a lot, but flying fins needed 3 times as much as Phantom Hitomi to break through to the strong attack level, which was nearly 300,000. Since the spiritual energy gap was simply too large, Chao Tianqian decided to let his main body break through first. After spending nearly an hour, as well as around 30,000 spiritual energy, Chao Tianqian directly broke through from the early stage of the warrior soldier class to the early stage of the strong attack class. This kind of leap, if placed on an ordinary person, is something that one would not even dare to think about. Moreover, with the Beast Emperor template and various types of skill enhancements, Chao Tianqian's battle power was simply unrivaled amongst humans. However, to Chao Tianqian, the battle power of his main body was secondary. He was merely trying to raise the level of the spirit contracting space, Space Gate, and spirit contracting loam. Spirit Space LV4, Volume, 100 km 100 km 100 km. Characteristics, Space Mastery, Equal Time, Spirit Recall, Energy Conservation, New. Space Mastery, everything within the deeded spirit space can be moved and campaigned at your will. You can summon any unit within the deeded spirit space. Equivalent time, the time inside the deeded spirit space is exactly the same as the outside world. Charismatic Recall, you can recall the charismatic spirit to the charismatic space at any time, without the limitation of space or anomalous status. Conservation of abilities, new when the deeded spirit space is in a closed state. There is no loss of internal energy and it follows the law of conservation. Space Gate LV, 8, Deployment Radius/Range, 5 km. Characteristics, Space Anchor, May 8. Infinite Space Door. Space Anchor Points, Chirin Space, Locked, Izakura House. Penthouse Office Ryukyungwon. Other House Seaside Beach Park. Beach Kimchi Country. Axe Hill. Infinite Space Gate, new there is no limit to the number of space gates you can unfold, but the sum of the total area of the unfolded space gates may not exceed the maximum unfolded area. P.S. Space gates unfold at a constant rate, and the farther away from the space gate you summon, the slower the lead time and speed of the space gate unfolding. Spirit Loam LV. 4, Volume, 100 km 100 km 100 m. Characteristics, Pact of Peaceful Soul, Spiritual Soil, Hardened Soil, New. Soul Resting Loam, the soul of a living being who has died in a killing spree is laid to rest, and the physical body is transformed into pure psychic energy. Spiritual Loam, spiritually contracted loam can move at your will, but the more contracted spirit loam you control, the slower it moves. Hardened Loam, new the spirit deeds loam can freely change its hardness, the higher the hardness, the longer it takes to prepare. The reinforcement of the spirit deed space, the spirit deeds loam, and the space gate was something that Chao Tianqian had expected. However, a few of the added features were unexpected. Conservation of energy. This also says that in the future, even if the contracted spirit breakthrough fails, the consumed spiritual energy will still be retained within the contracted spirit space. Not bad, not bad, so I'll never lose out. Unlimited space gates. This is also very good, saving me from not having enough space gates when there are more artificial Imperial Beast Masters. It's just that the unfolding speed is still too slow. Forget it, you can't ask for too much. Hardened Loam. Change hardness. Ha! Chao Tianqian had a flash of inspiration. If I were to build a building with the soil of the deity spirit and pair it with charmed pupils, Emerald Dream, wouldn't it be a breeze to create secret realms in the future? Chao Tianqian was instantly excited. Ha ha ha, no more steel and concrete. The secret realm is directly made entirely of the soil of the spiritual contract. Cloak it with emerald dreams again. And it's not like you can get anything out of it. It's time to take some time and plan out the layout of the deeded spirit space. I don't know if the game designer that I asked Kana Fukada to find last time has been found yet. Seems like it's useless to just have a game designer. You still need a map designer, art designer, or something like that. The deed spirit space is so big nowadays, it shouldn't be a problem to get 10 or 8 secret copies of the dilapidated temples, haunted forests, and dungeons from the previous games. Give them all a set. The more Chao Tianqian thought about it, the wider his mouth grinned. Right, I can control the position of all the things inside the deity space. So I can also build a sky city, suspended in the sky. Ha ha ha. Chao Tianqian looked towards the phaseless trio. The three sat on jail Tooth's back and were a bit formal at first, but they let go over time. Prison Teeth's back was very open, and the three were very comfortable running and punching. Chao Tianqian called out, "Senior brother Wu Xiang. Senior brother. What is it?" Phaseless walked over and sat cross-legged beside Chao Tianqian. "Senior brother. I remember that there seems to be a refining a devil-suppressing coffin within the temple. Do you know about it?" Chao Tianqian hadn't even arrived at the devil-suppressing temple yet, and he was already thinking about other people's treasures. Wu Xian looked aghast and said seriously, "Senior brother, didn't master tell you? That thing can't be touched." Seeing Chao Tianqian's unresponsive appearance, he knocked his bald head. "I almost forgot. You knocked your head and have a crippled memory." Wu Xian continued, "It is rumored that there is a corpse king sealed inside the devil-suppressing coffin that came down from a long time ago. The duty of my Jin Demon temple for generations has been to guard the Jin Demon coffin, preventing the corpse king inside from coming out to wreak havoc on the party." Chao Tianqian was surprised. He only knew that the devil-suppressing coffin was the supreme refining artifact of the devil-suppressing temple, possessing a superb sealing ability. In his previous life, after the destruction of the Jin Demon Temple, the Jin Demon Coffin was grasped by the patrolling martial department. The town of patrolling martial arts used it to suppress a number of ferocious beasts as well as villains, and at least 4 of the 10 evils of the Dragon Kingdom were planted on the demon-suppressing coffin. As for the Corpse King in the mouth of Phaseless, he hadn't heard much about it. Instead, "Senior brother, you must stay away from that demon-suppressing coffin, or else you will be mesmerized," Phaseless urged once again. "I know, senior brother," Chao Tianqian nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he didn't take it seriously. In the late post-apocalyptic period, even ancient species from several epochs ago had popped up, and terrifying things were even more numerous, and just any one of them could drive humanity to the point of extinction. So much for a necromancer. The demon suppressor coffin. He had to have it. Roar! A beastly roar suddenly came from the calm sea, accompanied by electric arcs skimming across the surface. Chao Tianqian knew that this was White Scale and the others encountering some tricky ferocious beast. However, with Phantom Hitomi and flying fins around, that tricky ferocious beast was quickly eliminated. Plus 18,941 psychic energy. A drop in the bucket, Chao Tianqian muttered. On the other hand, the 3 Wuxian people were startled and hurriedly surrounded Chao Tianqian, as if they were treating him as their backbone. Chao Tianqian calmly said, 3 senior brothers, prison teeth did not give a sign, so it should be fine. The 3 of them then remembered that they were also the ones who had a patron sect Divine Beast now, and they suddenly felt a sense of security pulling in. Ha ha, in the future, with the protector god elephant around, those ferocious beasts will no longer dare to invade our Jin Demon Temple. Wuxian laughed. Immeasurable clenched his fist and said, "It's good that they're here. Tell them to come back with no return." Even the non-speaking Wujing praised Jail Teeth repeatedly, as if he had a big brother to cover him. There was a sudden commotion in Prison Teeth, causing the 3 Phaseless people to tense up in their hearts. What happened to the protector god elephant? Chao Tianqian frowned. He had just learned from Jail Tooth. There were explosions. Jail Tooth's hearing was acute, and the explosion was at least nearly 100 kilometers away. But the discovery still disturbed him. Chao Tianqian recalled his main body and the deity spirits and said to the 3 Wuxiangs, "There are always earthquakes happening in Kimchi country today, and it might even cause a tsunami. So let's go back quickly." The so-called earthquake was actually the work of the mothership whale. The 3 of them also knew about the existence of the earthquake, and all of them said that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. Immeasurable also bloated. These Kimchi countrymen have betrayed their trust and righteousness. It must be the Buddha who is not happy with what they have done and has sent down heavenly punishment to punish them. Chao Tianqian revealed the appearance of a fellow enemy, without the slightest bit of self-consciousness of being the culprit. After crossing the sea, Chao Tianqian saw an ancient temple standing on a high mountain in the distance, lit with faint lights. The Jinmu temple has arrived. The wind is high and the moon is cold. The temple of Jinmu is experiencing an unprecedented crisis. More than 1,000 ferocious beasts surrounded the temple, and the only protection the temple had was a fence less than 3 meters in height. To the ferocious beasts, this height was as flat as the ground, and could only give a little psychological comfort to the people in the temple. A young monk braved the wall and climbed it. Torch alight, a pair of big scarlet eyes stared over in unison, almost scaring him so much that he almost fell off the fence. Fortunately, the monk beside him helped him. "Quickly, go back and report to master. There are ferocious beasts at the south gate as well," the young monk shouted anxiously. The great hall of the temple of Jinmu. A withered old monk knelt before the Buddha statue. It was the abbot of the Jin Demon Temple. "Master Zending, the south gate also has ferocious beasts. In that case, none of the 4 gates can get out." After hearing the report from the monks under him, Master Zending was not able to calm down at all. The whiskered brows were scrunched together in a frown. "Abbot, we'd better break out. If we're late, we'll be too late," the middle-aged monk next to him said. Originally, there were a total of 3 groups of beasts that had their eyes set on this piece of flavorful bread from the Jinmu temple. They fought with each other, and no one could do anything about it, which in turn allowed the Jin Demon Temple to survive in the cracks. But just yesterday, a Tiger King came out of nowhere and directly killed one of the Beast Kings, taking over the latter's herd before engaging in a fight with the remaining 2 Beast Kings. This afternoon, the Tiger King once again expelled a Beast King. Anyone with eyes could see that the Tiger King was unstoppable, and the one remaining Beast King wouldn't last long. When the Tiger King unifies the beasts, that's when the Jin Demon Temple will be destroyed. We may be able to break out, but what about these people? They are ordinary people, and if they are exposed to the mouths of beasts, they will surely die. Our Buddha is compassionate. How can we not see death and save them? An old monk said. At these words, the room fell silent. Although breaking out was the best option, Jinmu Temple also had concerns. It's these populations. Most of them are tourists who come to visit or devotees who come to worship. no matter what. These people had come for the name of the Jin Demon Temple, and abandoning them at a time like this would be hard on the monk's conscience. Amit Ba. Master Zending made a deep bow towards the statue of Buddha, as if he had made some sort of determination. Gather everyone and prepare to break out. The monks at the back. Yes, Abbot. None of the monks questioned this and immediately began to move. At this point in time, I can only go from Buddha to devil. Master Zhending whispered a word and flew to the top of the temple. This is the forbidden land of the Temple of Jinmu. Under the guardianship of two hideous Vajra statues, a huge bronze coffin lay in the center of the forbidden land, emitting an ancient aura. This coffin was none other than the Jin Demon Temple's greatest treasure, the Jin Demon Coffin. Master Zhending slowly placed his hand on the demon-suppressing coffin. This demon-suppressing coffin was sealed with a corpse king, and by touching it, one could gain great power. And the price to pay is that there will be a gradual erosion of sanity. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just as Master Zending was about to push open the demon-suppressing coffin, the monk's urgent voice came from downstairs. Abbot, Abbot, the Tiger King is dead. What? Dead? The Zen Master's brows stretched and he rejoiced. Good, good, the Tiger King is dead. We'll have a much better chance of breaking out. The monk continued. It was a stronger ferocious beast that killed the Tiger King. The Zen Master's smile froze on his face and turned to fear. A stronger beast. He didn't know how strong the Tiger King was, but he had fought with one of the other three Beast Kings. That Beast King was only at the early stage of the strong attack level, yet it was pressing down on its mid-stage strong attack level self to fight. The Tiger King was bound to be stronger than that ferocious beast, and a ferocious beast that can kill a Tiger King. Hiss. Buddha, is my temple really going to lose its legacy? The Zen Master's heart cried out in sorrow. The monk continued. Abbot, that ferocious beast is not an ordinary ferocious beast, but rather, it is my temple's protector divine beast, heir, supernumerary. Zen Master was confused. Could it be that his ears are not working well in his old age? He seems to have just heard the words protector god beast, and supernumerary? What did you just say? Say it again. The monk repeated. The one that killed the Tiger King was not an ordinary ferocious beast, but the protector divine beast of our temple. Master Zending was puzzled. Does my temple have a divine beast that protects the clan? The monk looked over at Master Zen and rubbed his big bald head. No, I thought you knew that. But Zen Master couldn't help but roll his eyes. Does he look like he knows? Go on, check it out. Zen Master came outside the courtyard. Only a behemoth stood on the ground. Its two curved fangs were 20 meters long, white as snow under the moonlight, like porcelain. The Zen Master was shaken to the core. He originally thought that the Tiger King was big enough, but compared to the ferocious beast in front of him, the Tiger King was a kitten. The size was just a little bit shorter than Zenmuji. What was even more terrifying was the strength of this ferocious beast. The headless tiger corpse lying at its feet was the best proof. At this point, at the foot of the giant elephant there were 4 people running quickly. It was none other than Chao Tianchen and the 3 Wuxiangs. Master. The phaseless 3 bowed in unison to the Zen Master, and Chao Tianchen was busy following suit. Well. Unable to contain the joy on his face, Master Zending walked up and grabbed each of them by the arm, sizing them up. When he touched Chao Tianchen's hand, Master Zending frowned, but didn't say much. This is? Asked Master Zen, pointing to the prison teeth. Wuliang was the most jumpy and stepped forward. Master, it's a long story, but don't worry, this is definitely my temple's protector god elephant without a doubt. As if in response to what Immeasurable had said, Prison Tooth let out a long chirp, frightening the ferocious beasts lurking around the temple into scattering in all directions. Zen Master's hanging heart finally dropped. After the people in the temple saw that Jail Tooth was indeed on their side, they all gathered around and observed the giant beast curiously. Many devotees also bowed down on their knees. The Prison Tooth gave an appropriate response. After all, it was a professional divine elephant in the White Elephant Temple and belonged to the professional counterpart. The divine elephant has manifested. The devotees went crazy at the sight and began to ask for blessings, for peace, for longevity, and even for children. The monks saw that the believers had worshipped, and it didn't seem right for them not to do so. After all, it seemed to be their own patron saint's elephant. Amit Ba. Master Zending led the way, and the rest of the monks bowed down. Mom, should we worship? Worship for peace. May the elephant of God keep my family safe far away in the city of New Water. In this way, some of the people who were not believers also worshipped. Chao Tianchen laughed numbly in his heart and secretly gave Prison Teeth a thumbs up. The people's hearts are in the right place. The temple of Jinmu was bound to be in his control. All come in and talk. It wasn't until Master Zhending spoke that the crowd fondly averted their gazes from Jail Teeth. When he arrived at the temple hall, Wu Xian knelt down. Master, forgive me. Forgive my disciples' incompetence for not being able to bring back all of my brothers. The atmosphere was a bit stagnant. Master Zhending said in relief, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Then, Phaseless told him what happened. The crowd was deeply disgusted by what the Axe Mountain Asylum had done. Many of them directly cursed. Even Master Zhending's face was a bit gloomy. The hall was noisy for a while. Master Zhending quieted the crowd, then sighed deeply. This matter was poorly thought out by the old man. "I don't blame you." Then he asked, "Tell us what's going on with this patriarchal divine beast?" The monks looked at the four Chao Tianqian in unison. Without the need for Chao Tianqian to speak, Wulan jumped the gun. This patron sect divine elephant was originally a ferocious beast that was transformed by my senior brother Wunyan by chance. Strictly speaking, it is now only considered as my temple's supernumerary sect protector divine beast. Coincidence of chance? Nodding. Or a supernumerary clan protector divine beast. The monk's eyes went straight, and his voice rose higher than the others. Zen Master was even more unable to calm down at all. Nice guy. He's been a monk for so many years. What outrageous things haven't he seen? Except not seeing the Buddha? But none of them are as outrageous as this one. In the face of the doubts of Master Zhending and the monks, the Phaseless three looked at each other with a smile and immediately recounted how Chao Tianqian had nudged Prison Tooth. There's no shortage of additions to the mix. The monks listened intently, clenching their fists and exclaiming when they heard the excitement. Chao Tianqian was happy about this, and fortunately stayed quiet so as not to reveal himself. By the time the Phaseless trio finished speaking, the monks' eyes that looked at Chao Tianqian had turned into respect and even worship. Nodding divine beasts. Bull. Amitabha Buddha. Good. Good. This is the Buddha blessing my Jin Devil Temple. Master Zhending clasped his hands together and said aloud, "From now on, Jin Demon Temple will honor the Prison Tooth as our temple's patron deity elephant, called Jin Demon Venerable. Anyone who encounters the divine elephant, the people of my temple shall perform a respectful salute." With these words, it was considered that Prison Teeth had been incorporated into the official establishment of the Jin Demon Temple, and the status is honored. The monks responded loudly. With the sect protector divine elephant, they would at least be safe in the future. An existence that could defeat the Tiger King. In these nearby mountains, it was feared that there would never be another one to be found. Thinking about this, the monks couldn't help but hold their heads high. It's just not the same when you're covered by a divine beast. Mezzo. Master Zhending looked at Chao Tianqian again and solemnly said, "Abbot of the Jin Demon Temple. From now on, Wunyan will be the one to assume the position." The monks were slightly stunned. With that, the gods were clear. Wunyan was originally the next abbot of the Inner Circle, and now that he had not only solved the crisis at the Jin Demon Temple, but also found a divine elephant to protect the clan, it made sense to take his place in advance. Chao Tianqian also froze for a moment. He's about to become the abbot of the Jin Demon Temple before he's even powered up? It's not going too well, is it? Master, my disciple's Tao is shallow. It's hard for me to take on a great task. Please retract your previous words. It was true that his intention was to control the Jin Demon Temple, but that didn't mean he had to be some kind of abbot. Besides, at the Tianqian Zoo, he's still in charge. How can he come here to be bound? Master Zhending said, "Wunyan, your heart and ability are all in the eyes of the master. You are definitely capable of taking on this great responsibility. There is no need to be modest." The monks joined in the persuasion, but Chao Tianqian was determined not to suffer. The people had to let it go, thinking only that he was honoring his teacher and was reluctant to serve as abbot. The Zen master gave a few words of explanation to the monks and let them all go down. Wunyan stays. When all the people left, Master Zhending pulled Chao Tianqian and asked with concern, "I observe that your realm has risen greatly, but your spirit is not as solid as it was. Are you in any discomfort?" Chao Tianqian knew that this was caused by the fact that he was not the original owner of the body, and immediately tensed up in his heart, fearing that Master Zhending would see something. "Master, disciple is not in discomfort." Fortunately, Wunyan was originally the silent type, and Master Zhending didn't suspect anything, instead patting Chao Tianqian's shoulder and consoling, "Good boy, you've suffered." At those words, in the wooden ring, Nonyan's consciousness began to tremble. Chao Tianqian let out a dark sigh. He could naturally appreciate the deep feelings of the master and disciple and was quite touched, but that didn't make him give up on the idea of using Heartless and utilizing the Demon Suppression Temple. "Nonyan, without my help, the Jin Demon Temple will only end up being destroyed." Chao Tianqian conveyed his thoughts within the wooden ring. The wooden ring returned to dead silence at once. To be able to work for the master's sect, it's not hard for an apprentice, Chao Tianqian said. Master Zhending nodded his head in relief, and then let out a long sigh. We all know that the times have changed, but who could have expected that the situation would be so critical? He rambled on a bunch more, probably expressing his worries about the future, as well as his high hopes for Chao Tianqian, or rather, Wunyan. When Chao Tianqian saw his appearance, He didn't look like a virtuous monk at all, but rather a worried elder of the family. Don't worry, since I utilized the Jin Demon Temple, I will definitely make it more brilliant, I promise, Chao Tianqian silently recited in his heart. Next, Master Zending took out a key and handed it over to Chao Tianqian. This is the key to our temple's forbidden land, and it contains our temple's most precious treasure, the devil-suppressing coffin. Chao Tianqian was overjoyed in his heart. Master Zending really couldn't say anything about this disciple of his. Thank you, Master. Chao Tianqian didn't move to take the key and couldn't help but ask, Master, is there really a corpse king inside the devil-suppressing coffin? Master Zending nodded and said, this corpse king was originally a devilish powerhouse from the ancient times, who went off the deep end and turned into a zombie, and was later sealed by my temple's contemporaries and used as my temple's base card. Undercard? Chao Tianqian was puzzled. Once someone touches the corpse king, they will be possessed by the corpse king and gain great power. Zen Master looked serious. However, that person will gradually have their sanity eroded by the necromancer. You must remember, do not open the demon-suppressing coffin until it is absolutely necessary. Chao Tianqian nodded seriously. Don't worry, Master, I will never open the demon-suppressing coffin until I have to. Late night, Jinmu Temple, 10 miles away. Chao Tianqian took out a large bronze coffin from the deity space. It's the devil's coffin. Chao Tianqian pushed open the lid of the coffin, while the 8 chevalier spirits beside him had long been standing by in case something untoward happened. Stab! The moment the lid of the coffin was pushed open, the smell of decay jetted outward as if deflated. Roar! Accompanied by a hoarse low growl, a dried-out hand slowly held onto the coffin, slowly propping up the body. The way this came out, it seemed like it was pushing it a little bit. Chao Tianqian and the chevalier spirits all came up, wanting to see what this corpse king looked like. But suddenly, the shriveled hand froze in midair, and trembled. Without waiting for Chao Tianqian and the deity spirits to react, that hand directly retracted. Chao Tianqian? The chevaliers? That's when the hand reached out again, putting the lid on the coffin. Chao Tianqian. The deacons. Chao Tianqian came back to his senses enraged. Give it a face, pry it open. After some tossing and turning, the lid of the coffin was opened. The corpse king, who had made a very high appearance, was being held down on the ground, just like an aggravated daughter-in-law. Chao Tianqian probed the corpse king. Wang Changxie, race, blood corpse, realm, early assault class, early trap class, skills, blood corpse king, pathogenic body, gale claws, blood corpse king. 1. No pain, no vitals, plus 300% constitution. All skills consume blood, power plus 300%. Excessive loss of blood lowers the realm, currently lowered to early assault level. Can possess human units and absorb their blood to restore injuries, reduce decay, restore realms, etc. Pathogen, attacks come with a zombie virus, can command some low-level zombies. Gale Claw, the unit's skill in life, allowing for a blow of twice its strength. Cooldown, 10s. Chao Tianqian shook his head in disappointment. It looks fancy, but it's actually a piece of junk. Forget it, I only need the demon suppressor coffin anyway. White Scale, you do it, be clean and don't pollute the environment. With Chao Tianqian's command, electricity gathered in the White Scale's mouth. Wait, 1 second. The necromancer desperately opened his mouth. Still talking? Chao Tianqian was quite surprised and hurriedly told White Scale to stop. Do you still have human consciousness? What era are you from? Know where there are ancient tombs? I almost forgot. The antique thing is useless now. Do you know where there are treasures from hidden clans? Like weaponsmithing or something like that? Chao Tianqian asked in a succession of questions. Ghoul, roar. If it wasn't dry with not a single drop of water left on it, it would have damn well wanted to cry out. God have mercy. It's been locked up for thousands of years, so it's hard to think it's going to see the light of day again. But when he looked up, he saw a group of Beast King Beast Emperors surrounding him. So much for the so-called hellish opening. And, can you ask slower? People have bad voices. Chao Tianqian gradually lost interest when he saw that the Corpse King couldn't pop out a word in half a day. Finish it off. Waste of my time. Seeing the electricity converge from White Scale's mouth once again, the Corpse King desperately gestured for mercy. Yeah, the will to live is pretty strong. Chao Tianqian became interested again and once again made the White Scale stop. The Corpse King really wanted to cry. He's also come out a few times over the course of thousands of years, although each time it ended up being shoved back in. Which time didn't it become a disaster and make a bloody mess? When has it ever been this miserable? And you need to beg for forgiveness on your knees? Need. 2. Blood. Want blood? Chao Tianqian frowned, but he still cut his palm and dripped blood onto the Corpse King's body. If you act like a mute again, I'll kill you. The Corpse King's fragile mind took another blow. However, after absorbing Chao Tianqian's blood, it was like drinking from a sweet spring. so excited that it trembled. It swears, never in thousands of years had such high-quality blood been absorbed. In a matter of seconds, the Corpse King was transformed from a dried-up corpse to one with the first appearance of flesh and blood, and his strength was restored to the middle of the strong attack level. Chao Tianqian withdrew his palm. Even if the Corpse King fully recovered, he would still be able to deal with it, but he didn't want to cause trouble. The Corpse King twisted its stiff head and looked at Chao Tianqian, its eyes bulging to the point of falling out. It was incomparably eager. It longed to devour Chao Tianqian whole, but the more it yearns, the more it is in awe. Human Emperor. Only human emperors possessed a bloodline of this quality. Even in the era it lived in, the human emperor was an overwhelming and independent existence, far from its rule-like counterpart. My name is Wang Chongxie. Many of my memories are crippled. I only remember being a disciple of the corpse refining sect, 4,000 years, or 3,000 years ago. Wang Chongxie narrated his identity in a hoarse voice, possibly because he hadn't spoken for a long time. His expressions were confusing, with various points of time misplaced, almost winding Chao Tianqian's head around. Half an hour later, Chao Tianqian finally heard what he was interested in. Are you saying that you obtained a treasure to retain your consciousness and still become the Corpse King? That treasure? The Corpse King might be able to exist for a long time, but it would never be possible for him to retain so much of his pre-life consciousness like Wang Chongxie. In other words, this treasure was absolutely extraordinary. Although Wang Chongxie had just awakened from his slumber and his brain was a bit less bright, he was still instantly awake when it came to secret treasures. I'm not really sure about that. I just remember I was suddenly like this. Chao Tianqian's face sank as he sneered. Then I'll only have to cut you up and chop you up and turn you over properly, thinking that the treasure won't leave your possession. I give. Wang Chongxie took out an object from his brow and handed it over to Chao Tianqian. This item is cold to the touch. After Chao Tianqian took over, he immediately felt like he was in an air-conditioned room, and his mind became extraordinarily clear. Upon closer examination, it appeared to be the scales of some creature. It is fan-shaped and has a unique beauty with clear and orderly textures on it. Chao Tianqian used his spiritual power to probe a bit. It can also carry spiritual energy. Could it be a spiritual vessel or something like that? But when he continued to add spiritual energy, it was like a stone dropped into the sea. Weird. Try again with psychic energy. Chao Tianqian injected pure spiritual energy into it again. The strange scales suddenly reacted and began to emit a shimmering light. Chao Tianqian immediately increased his spiritual energy input. As more and more spiritual energy was put into it, the strange scales seemed to be activated, rising up into the mid-air and erupting with a seven-colored light that illuminated the night. Chao Tianqian. Cheerful spirits. Wang Chongxie. The strange scales spun around in mid-air, in front of Chao Tianqian, Wang Chongxie, and the Chevalier's spirit. Finally, with a whoosh, it drilled into the center of the white scale's brow. Chao Tianqian's heart was shaken, followed by ecstasy. Is this not what white scale's opportunity is all about? As expected, the white light belonging to the evolution lit up on the white scales. The deeded spirit has found the opportunity and is about to be transformed. Please prepare plenty of psychic energy. Rones. The deeded spirit has found the opportunity and is about to be transformed. Please prepare plenty of psychic energy. Rones. The deeded spirit has found the opportunity and is about to be transformed. Please prepare plenty of spiritual energy. Rones. The system sent out 3 prompts in a row. But did Chao Tianqian need to be reminded by the system? This was his second beast emperor. Fleshier. He hated to be called Little Heart. How can he be so slow? Spiritual energy was crazily extracted and integrated into the white light of the white scale's evolution. Seeing that his spiritual energy was about to bottom out, Chao Tianqian didn't hesitate for a second and directly pulled out the golden armored shrimp to kill it. After about 3 hours of torturous waiting, a dragon's roar resounded through the earth, causing all the ferocious beasts within a 100-mile radius to prostrate themselves on the ground. It's done! Chao Tianqian looked over at the white scales and clenched his fists in excitement. White scales at the moment had horns, the shape more close to the dragon, double long beard flowing, with a little bit of immortal atmosphere. The length was even a terrifying 150 meters. The body was even thicker, not like the thinness of a snake. The scales and armor of his body shone brightly, not flashing out arcs of electricity. Extremely majestic. Spirit, white scale. Race, Thunder Aaron. Qualification, Beast Emperor. Realm, Early Assault Class. Psychic ability, Thunderbolt. Skills, Emperor's Qualities. True Dragon's Breath. True Dragon's Scales. Strong Body. Raging Thunder, Thunder Dragon Incarnation. Thunder Dragon's Breath. Lightning Bomb. Lightning Bomb. Thunder Flash. Thunder Shadow Image. Quality of the Emperor. Being this unit is the King of Kings. The future Emperor of Kings has 30 times the base attributes of its peers. True Dragon's Breath, being only a hint of it, but still incredibly powerful. The effect of all mental power bonuses received by this unit is enhanced by 1500%. True Dragon Scale, passed although there is only one piece. The defense is still invincible. The effect of all defense bonuses received by this unit is enhanced by 1000%. Strong Body, pass strength increased by 30%. Raging Thunder, Thunder Dragon form, main by consuming a large amount of psychic energy. Take on the form of a Thunder Dragon. Attacks all come with Thunder attribute ranged damage. Usage conditions, True Dragon Breath. Thunder Envoy, cooldown, 12h. Thunder Dragon's Breath, main Thunder Dragon Spit, containing the thunder of heavenly might. Conditions for use, True Dragon Breath. Thunder Envoy, cooldown, 1h. Page 1 of 3. Chao Tianshan patted the white scale's body, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. Good. Worthy of being my most valued cub. Crowd of deacons. Dragon. Wang Chongxie has long been sitting on the ground in fear. If it is not dry on the body is really not a drop of water. He will certainly want to pee out. Just a moment before White Scale broke through. Hundreds of kilometers away in a huge cave. A pair of crimson eyes snapped open. Unparalleled pressure swept out to the surroundings. Countless ferocious beasts prostrated themselves on the ground and shivered. And the flying bird-type ferocious beasts passing by were so frightened that their hearts stopped and they fell from the air. The moon is cold and the wind is high. Accompanied by the sound of heavy drum-like footsteps, a huge etc. went up to the top of the mountain, looking in the direction of the Jin Demon Temple and letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Whoo! This roar was filled with endless battle intent. Red Hitomi climbed to the top of the Tiger's Jiao Mountain and looked up to the sky. This roar, which contained pressure and spiritual energy, traversed hundreds of kilometers. It went straight to the city of Gale, where the Devil Suppressor Temple was located. White Scales, who was in the midst of his joy, snapped to attention and raised his head to look remotely in the direction of Tianmiao City. What's wrong? White Scale, Chao Tianshan asked. The white scales didn't respond, staring straight into the distance and coiling their bellies. Roar dash. The long chant caused thunder in heaven and earth, and at this moment, the red pupil was pacing back and forth at the top of the mountain, when suddenly it shrugged its tiger head and stared at the direction of the Jin Demon Temple, once again letting out a long whistle. Roar dash. Not much longer. In Gale City, White Scale once again chanted long. That's all. The two great emperors were separated by hundreds of kilometers, releasing their battle intent. One voice higher than the other. One sound is longer than the other. But it was a nightmare for all living things in the area covered by the sound. Countless human forces panicked. Countless ferocious beasts scattered and fled. Gale City and Tianmiao City were even more hard hit, and a great beast tide of unprecedented proportions erupted. In the meantime, Chao Tianshan felt White Scale's surging battle intent and immediately associated it with White Scale and Red Hitomi's covenant mission. Tiger King Akatsuki's letter of appointment. 3 months later, north of Tianmiao City, on top of Tiger Jiao Mountain, a showdown. Chao Tianshan calmed the agitated White Scale. There's no rush on this. Although you've already metamorphosed into a beast emperor, we still have to make all the preparations before we can do so. He estimated that Red Hitomi's rank was definitely higher than White Scale's. The first order of business, or yes, have to improve their strength as soon as possible. White Scales nodded gently, once again responding to Red Hitomi hundreds of kilometers away with a long chant. Akatsuki's posture changed from that of a Jedi overlord to that of a lazy big cat after receiving this message. It yawned impatiently and burrowed back into the burrow with a leap. The conversation between the two great emperors had ended, but the fallout is still there. New Hai Province, Tianmiao City, 5 kilometers south of Tiger Jiao Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Asylum NH-01, Provincial Department of the Ministry of Patrol and Armed Forces. The survivors were awakened from their sleep when the alarm was sounded in the middle of the night, and the continuous roar of the tiger carried a strong sense of suffocation, like a boulder pressing down on everyone's heart. Is it finally over? A martial arts inspector with scrying-type powers ascended the watchtower. Instantly his face changed. A mega-sized beast swarm has appeared on the west side of Tiger's Jiao Mountain. A large leader of the Raider class has been detected. Level 2 alert. A mega-sized beast swarm has also appeared on the east side of Tiger's Jiao Mountain. 5 large leaders of the strong attack class detected. Level 1 alert. Wait. A mid-Raider class Beast King has appeared in the West Beast Group. Quickly, inform the commanding general. A Beast King has appeared. Raise the alert level. Extra alert. Wait, there's another Beast King on the west side. 2 more on the east side. For Beast Masters. Oh my old swan, why are there so many Beast Kings moving together? That martial arts inspector shouted in despair. But when the beasts approached, they did not lay siege to the shelter, but instead headed south in a hurry without looking back. Seeing this scene, the Martial Patrol envoy was instantly stupefied. They seemed to be fleeing? Could it be caused by the tiger's whistle just now? He was taken aback by his own ridiculous thoughts. A stronger fear rose in his heart. To be able to force so many beast kings to flee, how terrifying must the owner of that voice be? Inside the command room, upon receiving the report from his men, a group of provincial ministry executives were stony-faced. Vice Commander Hu slapped the table and said angrily, "I told you earlier that the shelter cannot be built here. It can't be built here. What does the low density of ferocious beasts here mean? Don't you understand? It means that the Tiger King on the mountain is extremely powerful. It doesn't dare any beasts to come near its territory. Now my claim is verified, isn't it?" Just a few roars triggered such a terrifying beast tide. That Tiger King's strength is more than 10 times more terrifying than we imagined. Someone countered. But without a safe location, how can we gather tens of thousands of people for shelter? Without people, how can we afford to build underground tunnels? How will the follow-up work begin? Hu Zhong said angrily, "Then you can't just focus on immediate interests. It's a matter of life and death. What do you care if it's immediate or not? It's good to be alive." Someone sneered. Inside the command room, it devolved into a war of words. On the main seat, Commander Qin Fangjing did not say a word, his face hard to see. He was the one who made the choice of site for the shelter in the first place. He had also considered the problem Hu Jie said, but he always had a hint of luck inside, thinking that he just needed to build up enough power before that Tiger King grew up. As it turned out, he had still underestimated that Tiger King. Enough! Qin Fangjing bellowed to silence the field, then looked to his assistant. "How's the contact over at New Water City? What is Zhang Qiren saying? And can the protector god bowl of Lu Yunguan be transferred over?" By now, Qin Fangjing had realized one thing. Humans are still too weak. Only the King of Beasts can deal with the King of Beasts, and with such a powerful battle force, he couldn't let it stay in the shelter of a subordinate city. He had to get it to the provincial ministry. The aide said, "Lord Commander," Chief Shang said, "that Lu Yunguan doesn't have any protecting sect divine bulls." At those words, the crowd was furious. "What? No, I think it's obvious that you're hiding it." "Humph, these ancient martial arts clans really don't have a single good thing. Zhang Qiren is also a bastard, actually helping to hide it. Is his ass sitting crooked? Have you figured out your position?" "Don't say that. Zhang Qiren and Master Zhuguan are both deeply righteous people. I think they must have their difficulties." "Difficulties? New Water City doesn't even have the threat of a beast king, and there's a sect protecting divine bulls sitting on the ground. If we call that having difficulties, then what are we?" As I recall, isn't there a mega safari park in New Water City that didn't even give birth to a beast king? So far, no information has been received that there is a beast king in New Water. This immediately stirred up a part of the eyeballs. It was important to realize that there were quite a few people in the room who had only given up on establishing a shelter in their city and integrating into the provincial ministry because of the appearance of a beast king in their city. If Zhang Qiren was bitter, it would be fine. The key, he was very nourishing. Zhang Qiren is stepping on shit. There's only a small zoo in my emergency wave city, and 2 beast kings were born. What are you talking about? I don't even have a zoo in Rolling Wave City, and there's still a fucking beast king popping up. Who can I talk to about this? I see that Zhang Qiren is not only sitting on his ass crookedly, even his tail is up in the air. New Water City doesn't even have the threat of a beast king, and actually refuses to lend the sect protector divine bull. With the help of the Flowing Cloud sect, it seems like the scale of the New Water City shelter is already lower than the provincial ministry. I see that Zhang Qiren has already disregarded the provincial ministry. Enough! Qin Fangjing slapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Don't speak words that are not conducive to unity." The crowd was immediately silenced. Qin Fangjing once again asked his assistant, "Has the underground passageway connecting to New Water City been repaired?" "It's almost finished, but there are still some underground ferocious beasts that come out from time to time," the assistant said. Qin Fangjing nodded his head and looked at Hu Jie. "Deputy Commander Hu, I know that you have always had a good relationship with Zhang Qiren. You personally go to Xingshui City, talk to him about the difficulties the provincial ministry is facing, and ask him to make sure that he lends the sect protecting divine cow to the provincial ministry." He had a friendly face, but his words were like blades. Hu face ugly. This matter, no matter do it or not, for him cannot be good. However, the official is a big man. Qin Fangjing also raised the great righteousness. Hu only had to agree with the hard head. The other side. After getting a taste of the sweetness, Chao Tianchen set his eyes on Wang Chongxia again, wanting to explore on him. Unfortunately, except for that dragon scale, Wang Chong evil pocket is cleaner than his face. When Chao Tianchen saw that Wang Chongxia no longer had any use for him, his killing intent grew stronger in his heart. However, he felt himself to be a decent man, and was unwilling to do anything that would break the bridge over the river. So, Chao Tianchen revealed a helpless expression. "AI, since you're a dead duck, I have no choice but to send you on your way." Wang Changxia's eyes were glazed over. In terms of shamelessness, of all the people he had encountered in these thousands of years, Chao Tiancheng called second, and no one dared to call first. Chutzpah, soul-destroying needle. Ah! Chao Tianchen threw Wang Changxia's corpse into the deeded spirit space, put away the demon-suppressing coffin, and quickly left this place. The next step is to properly enhance white scale strength. Chao Tianchen stayed at the Jin Demon Temple for 7 days. The deep forests, near seas and lakes around him were swept away. When they encountered a ferocious beast with good qualifications and suitable to be a battle pet, they were taken as dependents of the spirit contract. Slaughter all the rest and convert them into psychic energy. White scales, the target of the resource tilt, has now been piled up to the late assault level. If it wasn't for the fact that the resources needed to advance were simply too outrageous, Chao Tianchen would have inevitably piled the white scales up to trap level. That would be a sure win for the duel of the two emperors. These days, apart from the daily routine of capturing battle pets and acquiring spiritual energy, Chao Tianchen had another unexpected gain. He found a novelty plant. This plant could be consumed by both humans and ferocious beasts, with a sweet taste, and could grow rapidly as long as it was infused with spiritual energy, growing up to a person's height. Because the plant resembles a swallowtail, Chao Tianchen named it swallowtail grass. Chao Tianchen transplanted the swallowtail grass into the deed spirit space to serve as reserve food and grass for the deed spirit. Although the spirit contractors absorbed spiritual energy every day and wouldn't feel hungry, they still couldn't help but complain when their mouths and stomachs weren't satisfied for a long time. "I'm so caring," Chao Tianchen boasted and looked towards the deed spirit space. At the moment, the space of the deed spirit was piled high with seawater, fresh water and mud. It was all the result of his 7 days of hard labor. For a major remodeling of the deeded spirit space, Chao Tianchen first transformed all of the soil into spirit-contracted loam, and then divided the land for the chevaliers, and the deeded spirits were consulted to remodel the grounds to what they wanted. Sure, Chao Tianchen could only make some scribbled arrangements. If they really wanted to realize the ideas of the deed spirits, they still had to find a professional designer to design the map, and then let Phantom Hitomi use Emerald Dream to bring it to fruition. After working for most of the day, the remodeling of the deeded spirit space was initially completed. There are towns, meadows, oceans, lakes, empty islands. It's like a small world. Chao Tianchen began to conceptualize the operating rules of this small world. First of all, the purpose of creating this world was to cultivate more battle pets and thus better promote his artificial imperial beast master. When all men are using his power and having to rely on it, then the world will also submit to him. Secondly, Chao Tianchen considered, the ferocious beasts inside were not all battle pets, and still had killing instincts taking over their main consciousness. He shouldn't have the ferocious beasts kill each other to avoid the ferocious beasts from mutinying because they were too repressed. However, to control casualties, he thought of dropping in some weak ferocious beasts and designing a simple ecosystem so that ferocious beasts of higher ecological levels could vent their killing instincts on those of lower ecological levels. Chao Tianchen searched around and finally found 2 types of ferocious beasts to assume the low ecological position: long-eared rabbits and golden-armored shrimp. 1 land, 1 sea, both extremely fast-breeding and bully types, and in the recipes of most ferocious beasts, and swallowtails. It grows fast, on land, in fresh water, and in the sea still. It's just a little bit of psychic energy. However, he could also use this to control the number of ferocious beasts and avoid keeping so many of them for nothing. In addition to this, what Chao Tianchen could do was to have the beast kings restrain their high ecological level dependence and try to make them fight less. Done. Chao Tianchen checked his design and nodded in satisfaction. Secret Area 1, Shingo City. Terrain, city. Ancient arena. Temple of chasing outer forces. Grassland, outside the city. Boss, charming fox. High ecological status, phantom fox, 24. Fighting rabbit, 1. Low ecological niche, long-eared rabbit, 627. Swallowtail. Secret Area 2, plain of grass. Terrain, grass. Swamp, river. Boss, silver horn, angry horned blood demon bull. Black mane, mountain pig. Prison tooth, prison elephant. High ecological niche, heavy horned bison, 21. Frizzled tusked hog, 1. Tusked hog, 6. Steel-tusked hog, 11, snub-nosed elephant, 9. Ecological niche, earth-digging pigs, 61. Low ecological niche, long-eared rabbit, 667. Swallowtail. Secret World 3, Thunder Dragon Palace. Terrain, ocean, island, palace. Boss, white scale, thunder subdragon. High ecological niche, fire-scaled snake, 7. Large rock python, 2. Medium ecological niche, double-header crab, 2479. Sword and shield crab, 1021. Giant shield crab, 389. Gum crab, 351. Golden armored general shrimp, 2417. Low ecological niche, golden goby, 100, 000 plus, swallowtail grass, secret area 4, heavenly abyss, terrain, ocean, submarine canyons, boss, flying fin, mothership whale, high ecological niche, none, low ecological niche, swallowtail, secret area 5, extreme cold icefield, terrain, icefield, boss, ice tooth snow lion, high ecological niche, none, low ecological niche, long-eared rabbit, 761, swallowtail, secret area 6, 9 heavenly palaces, terrain, sky city, hovering island, grassland, boss, flame tail, spirit monkey, high ecological niche, golden stone monkey, 23, low ecological niche, long-eared rabbit, 769, swallowtail. In the end, it was the long-eared rabbit and the golden-armored shrimp that bore all. Chao Tianqian stretched his back and his thoughts drifted to the city of Xinshui, which was thousands of miles away. Energy is conserved within the space of the deity. Essentially, the growth of the ferocious beasts inside all depended on him to provide spiritual energy. Only when there were more and more imperial beast masters and they became stronger and stronger would his investment pay off. It is only then that you can sit at home and have your psychic energy counted. Laying down upgrades. Chao Tianqian checked the current number of imperial beast masters. 267. Not bad. Not bad. Grow up fast. Chao Tianqian thought about it for a while, and set the transfer time for imperial beast masters. Uniformly, at 6 p.m. every day. Recently, due to his busy schedule, the Beastmaster's transfer work was done by Maisie, but as more and more people transferred, Phantom Hitomi had begun to complain. It's true that sometimes being called up in the middle of the night can be really disruptive. There have been several unlucky eggs, because the charm pupil mood is not good to happen mistakes, resulting in the transfer failed. Chao Tianqian's main body side had just taken a breath when the no-thought puppet side started to get busy again. The Temple of Jinmu. Wu Nian. See if these weapons we've forged fit? Wuxing approached Chao Tianqian with a large sword with a domineering shape. Wujing and Wumong followed behind with frames containing weapons of various shapes, swords, guns, and halberds. A few days ago, Chao Tianqian had utilized the convenience of his identity to fool the monks of the Jin Demon Temple into building weapons for him, and said that a buyer had also been negotiated who could exchange the supplies. The monks, out of their trust in him, immediately began forging in earnest. And even Master Zending took matters into his own hands. Chao Tianqian took the sword and looked at it with a strange expression. Senior brother, how come this sword of yours is a bit like a weapon in some online game? It's the one. If you're a brother, come and cut me. One knife 999? In the past, when the tourism business was bad, our temple made some unopened weapons and sold them to people as props. It just so happens that some designs were left behind at the time. Fazeless scratched his big bald head. As for whether it's a prop from any online game, I don't know. I don't play many games. Are these not okay? Chao Tianqian waved his hand repeatedly. It's not no. It's too good. This wouldn't feel too good in a doomsday system. He couldn't resist putting it to use already. Chao Tianqian took these weapons and teleported to the house of Izakura in Tenmyo City, handing them over to the Paragon Shuzu for reinforcement. Shuzu, try this dragon slayer first. Okay, gardener. Duan Shuzu received the dragon slaying sword and gently stroked the blade, and a white light illuminated. Reinforcement complete. The already sharp dragon slaying sword became chilly and eerie, emitting a cold killing intent. Chao Tianqian took the dragon slaying sword, tested it, and was astonished. It has actually reached the point of a second-grade refinery. After the end of the world, modern weapons were basically scrapped, and those ancient martial arts refineries that had once been eliminated reappeared on the stage of history. There are 1 to 5 grades of smithing. A refined weapon, if an ordinary awakened person holding it could match an ordinary ferocious beast of the same level, it would be a first-grade refined weapon. If it could match an elite ferocious beast of the same level, it would be a second-grade refinery, and so on. A fifth-grade refining weapon, that is, an awakened person holding a refining weapon that can rival a beast king, is known as a supreme treasure. The supreme treasure was where the major powers had their heritage, and in addition to being extremely powerful, it also mostly had special abilities. The Panlong Luyun stick and the demon suppressing coffin then both belonged to the supreme treasures, and both belonged to the top amongst the supreme treasures. Chao Tianqian returned his attention to the dragon slaying sword in his hand. This knife itself should be a first-grade refining weapon. It was only after being strengthened that it became a second-grade refining weapon. I originally thought that it was just slightly strengthened, but I didn't expect that it had actually directly raised a grade. If it's a higher grade of smithing, can't it be raised by 1 grade as well? Thinking about this, Chao Tianqian was a little excited. Rummaging through a pile of smithing weapons, he found a smithing weapon handcrafted by the Zen master. This is a handsomely styled heavy sword. The sword body has a complicated pattern, and is of high artistic value when examined in detail. The sword is said to have been customized by a certain tycoon who paid a lot of money and asked for a 1-to-1 reproduction of his game character's weapon, the Storm Rage sword. It was probably given too much, and Zen Master directly forged it into a third-grade alchemy weapon. But before that tycoon could claim it, the world ended. It ended up being cheap. Chao Tianxian handed the Storm Rage sword to Duan Shuzu and asked him to try to strengthen it. Dian Shuzu received the Storm Rage sword, stroked the blade, and activated his supernatural ability. A white light flashed. Reinforcement of success. The Storm Rage sword's aura became even thicker, and a stream of air vaguely surrounded it. Chao Tianxian couldn't wait to try the power, and he had just received the sword from Denshozo, when he sensed the extraordinary nature of the sword. The spiritual energy in my body has unexpectedly run more smoothly. It's really wonderful. Chao Tianxian swung harder and actually hacked out a powerful sword chi. It cut off the testing duodu iron pillar at the waist. This refinery definitely has a 4th grade. Chao Tianxian was shocked as he thought. The supernatural ability of Duan Shuzu was too terrifying, right? If this ability was possessed by those ancient martial forces that specialized in refining weapons, it would definitely be able to directly raise the clan's power by a notch. It could be imagined. If the information about the ability was exposed, it would inevitably attract even more forces to covet it than in the previous life. It would cause a bloody storm. But, nowadays, he wasn't the small force leader in his previous life who could only survive at the expense of his brothers. If anyone dared to covet, or threaten those around him again, kill without mercy, Chao Tianxian said. Shou Zhang, well done, strengthen all the remaining refined weapons. As soon as he spoke, Norimori Shuzu, who was beside him, fell to the ground with a plop. Shuzo, Chao Tianxian hurriedly checked, and was relieved after realizing that Duan Shuzu had only fainted due to the overuse of his spiritual power. I should have thought of that. Upgrading a high-grade refiner is bound to consume more. Hey, it's my fault for being too hasty. Chao Tianxian felt self-conscious. He took Nori Shuzu to the restroom, contacted Misty Chaco and asked her to get 2 medics to give Nori Shuzu some simple treatment. It didn't take long for Nori Shuzu to wake up leisurely. I'm sorry, gardener, I've missed you. I'm the one who should say sorry. Chao Tianxian was terrified just thinking about it. If he had just taken the Pan Long Luyan stick or the demon suppressing coffin, then Dian Shouzan would have been killed by him. Misty Chaco, who was on the sidelines, kind of couldn't believe her ears that this guy who kills people at the drop of a hat would actually apologize to his subordinates. Well, she's sour. I'm actually okay, said Denshozo, scratching his head and smiling nervously. Chao Tianxian patted him on the shoulder and said, worthy of being my brother, and most capable henchman. Duan Shuzu giggled happily. He was very happy to be recognized by Chao Tianxian. Dian Shuzu patted his chest and said, head gardener, you can rest assured that the rest of the refining will be left to me. I will. Surely, there's no rush. Chao Tianxian interrupted Duan Shuzu and put the refiner away, preventing this simpleton from showing off his work and injuring himself. First, gather everyone and have a meeting. Large conference room. Chao Tianxian sat high above the main seat, with Guo Chan and a group of other close friends sitting around him. After not seeing him for a long time, the crowd only realized that the aura of the young gardener was becoming more and more unfathomable. Let's start with Dr. Jia. Jiaxiu's super warrior potion research had always been a project that Chao Tianxian had focused on. Master Gardener, thanks to the materials you provided, I've recently researched a new potion. Jiaxiu excitedly handed over a sample of the potion while making an explanation for Chao Tianxian. After hearing this, Chao Tianxian looked at the 3 bottles of different colored potions in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. New agent, numbered C2. Still a totem warrior potion created using the blood of the Beast King as a template. Type C2 potions have a fixed enhancement effect that comes with characteristics corresponding to the Beast King, but the user's strength does not increase with the Beast King. A blood servant created by a C1 type potion will have its strength increased with the Beast King. 3 colors, each corresponding to 3 grades. Tested. C2 type D, which allows one to gain strength that rivals that of a normal beast of the same level. C2 type C, which allows one to gain strength that rivals elite ferocious beasts of the same level. C2 type B, which allows one to gain strength to rival that of a similarly ranked alpha malevolent beast. The totem warriors created by the C2 potion are like the human dependents of the Beast King. The advantage: the user doesn't take up a blood servant quota, so it can be mass-produced. The disadvantage is, the user is not a blood servant. The Beast King's control over him is much weaker, and he can only use bloodline suppression on him if he is within a certain distance. Also, the user does not have the Beast King as a source of power, and by overloading and over-frequenting the use of power, the overdraft will be his or her own life force. That is to say, the user is at risk of dying a violent death at any time. and is a consumable item. Chao Tianqian could only smile at this. Living itself is a transaction, and no power comes without a price. Dr. Jia, you've done a great job and deserve to be my most capable researcher. Chao Tianqian highly affirmed Jia Xiu's work. It is an honor to serve the Lord Gardener, Jia Xiu said respectfully. Chao Tianqian asked, do you have any needs in your research? Just say so. Justice, I need to declare some assistance to you, Chao Tianqian said. No problem. All the discovered talents specializing in biology will be under your control, and the collection of experimental equipment will also have you as the highest priority. Jia Xiu hesitated for a moment and continued. Head Gardener, I won't hide it from you. My research has reached a bottleneck, and I want to shift the direction of my research and capture some ferocious beasts to do my research. Fierce beasts were not so easy to capture, and Jia Xiu knew he was asking too much, but he had no choice. If he had no use for Chao Tianqian, he would only end up worse off. No problem. Chao Tianqian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Are 10-headed fierce beasts enough? At these words, the room fell silent. These days, the crowd had also seen how powerful the ferocious beasts were. Stronger than humans, that was more than a star. The leader of the ferocious beasts is even more terrifying to the point of being outrageous, not to mention its fast growth rate. It also requires 10 times the number of human awakened beings of the same level in order to fight against it. Captured alive. That's not even a thought. And Chao Tianqian opened his mouth and there were 10 alpha ferocious beasts. It looked like catching 10 chickens in his own backyard. Seeing their dumbfounded looks, Chao Tianqian shook his head helplessly. It seems like I left for too long and forgot to tell you guys how strong your garden manager is. Blunder, blunder, blunder. With that, he unfolded the space door and brought the crowd into the deity space. Deeded spirit space, Pithing City. Chao Tianqian controlled the masked and black-robed puppet Wu Nian and led the crowd to descend onto a 100-meter wide avenue. The buildings on both sides of the road were tall and majestic, hidden in the mist, and it was vaguely visible that they were left with huge doors, as if they were for some creatures of large size. The crowd looked around, shocked. Being in such a city is like being in the ancient flood era, feeling small and in awe. These buildings are wrapped in mist. Is it the means of some great power? So mysterious. Could this place be some ancient relic? Is it possible that it's otherworldly, or an alien civilization or something? The crowd speculated. They all knew that Chao Tianqian possessed the ability to travel through space, and even Jia Xiu and the others had come to the Chevalier's spirit space, but everyone just assumed that Chao Tianqian merely possessed the key to open the door. It never occurred to me that not only this city, but even this world was owned by Chao Tianqian, and could be remodeled at will. Chao Tianqian smiled and didn't say anything. The buildings were still rough, and it took a misty terrain to cover them up in order to hide them from the public. Too bad the designer hasn't been found yet. Suddenly, Guo Chan pointed at a building and exclaimed, there seems to be something terrible in there. The crowd immediately looked over, only to see, it was a high tower-shaped building, situated in the center of the city, towering into the clouds, with an extremely terrifying aura sitting in it. With just one glance, the crowd trembled inwardly. It felt like they would die at any moment. Chao Tianqian immediately knew that it was Phantom Hitomi who was messing around, and hurriedly sent a voice transmission towards her mind, telling her to stop messing around. Phantom Hitomi grunted and withdrew her intimidation. The crowd felt much more relaxed. Only Guo Chan still felt her heart palpitating. She had just clearly felt that the aura was very hostile towards her. That's strange. She couldn't have offended a being like that. Chao Tianqian was still unaware of this little tidbit and greeted the crowd as he walked into a tall building. The building was the only completed item in the city of Xinga, and the style was modeled after a building in a certain ancient style online game he had once played. A huge plaque hangs over the door with 3 words written on it. Copper Bottom. Chao Tianqian led the crowd through the front yard to the spacious hall. In the center of the hall hung a large flag with the word Wei written on it. Chao Tianqian ascended to the main seat and said in a domineering manner, I will set up a new organization. The Wei Alliance. I will be the alliance leader. This will be our headquarters from now on. Separating into different organizations is something he has been thinking about for a long time. Tianqian Zhu is strong and has been able to set up branches across cities, so it will definitely cause other forces to be wary in the future. He wasn't afraid of being targeted. It's just that wouldn't be conducive to the unfolding of his grand hegemonic plans. Yes, Alliance Master. The crowd naturally raised their hands in favor of Chao Tianqian's decision. Chao Tianqian was slightly in a trance when he heard this Alliance Master. The Wei Alliance was exactly the organization he created in his previous life, representing many of his memories. Afterward, Chao Tianqian took the crowd on a tour of the Copper Bird Terrace. Copper Bird Terrace is divided into 10 floors above ground and 10 floors below ground. The 10 floors above ground are regular buildings with conference halls, dormitories, training grounds, and lounges that can be used for the daily activities of the members of the Wei Alliance. The 10th basement level is a dungeon and pre-designed biolab, which, as you can imagine, is a bit darker in terms of activity, especially then, after seeing the corpses and the head ferocious beasts that were being held captive. The crowd shuddered. Jia Xiu, on the other hand, had an excited look on his face as he knew that all of these were prepared for him by Chao Tianqian. After visiting Copper Bottom, Chao Tianqian followed the model of the Tianqian Zoo and began to make personnel arrangements for the Wei Alliance. First and foremost, the top priority is to establish a research department. Jia Xiu is the head of the research department, and the appointment of researchers under him is vested entirely in him. Secondly, the opening of 2 armed forces, one visible and one hidden. The apparent force is the Berserker Army, with Norimori Shizu as its supreme leader, serving as a lieutenant. The Mad Sword Army is responsible for the Wei Alliance's daily security, external crusades, and armed escorts. The Dark Force is the Dark Blade, with Kajiku Hanichiro as the supreme leader, serving as a lieutenant. The Dark Blades have no names. They all use codenames and are responsible for assassination, intelligence, surveillance and other unseen work. Your codename will be Double-Edged Sword, Chao Tianqian said as he looked at Kajiko Haniran. Thank you, Alliance Master. Kajiko Hanyushiro agreed with extreme fervor. Chao Tianqian's eyes were uncertain of the meaning, and he turned his head to look at Sakuraji Muchako and Fukata Kanna again. It's also inconvenient for you guys to act with your island names in the Dragon Kingdom, so I'll give you guys a code name as well. Misty Chaco will be called White Rose, and Fukata Kane will be called Red Rose. How about that? They said they were asking how it was, but in fact the two had no choice but to nod their heads in agreement. Of course, people can still be called by their first names in private. Chao Tianqian added a sentence to show his humanity. The two men were then made chief and deputy chief of the logistics battalion, respectively, with general control of supplies. Lastly, I appoint Guichan as Vice Alliance Master, Secretary to the Alliance Master, and Director of the Engineering Battalion. In my absence, I will be in general charge of all matters large and small of the Wei Alliance. The style of this arrangement is the same as always, being a throwaway. Guichan instantly had a bitter melon face. She was still thinking about going to work to touch the fish, but she didn't expect to have to spread out a bunch of work. Chao Tianqian ignored Guichan's sultry eyes. Gentlemen, report on the recent situation. Guichan, as the second in command, naturally rushed to the front. As of now, the Wei Alliance has collected a total of 174 survivors, of which a total of 261 are above the mid-metamorphosis level. In addition, the organization's supplies. Chao Tianqian nodded after hearing this. This side didn't get his resources tilted. It was considered good to have developed like this. Not bad for my best secretary. Guichan was overjoyed. The worries she had just had swept away. Next, Chao Tianqian opened up the Doomsday System to the Wei Alliance and added the Yi Spacegate that could teleport to the Wei Alliance's headquarters to the Wei Alliance's Doomsday System. Teleportation scroll, price, 1 offering point per sheet. P.S. A single teleportation scroll that opens a space door to the Bronze Bird Terrace in Pithing City. Chao Tianqian issued 2 more work assignments to the crowd. First, the research department worked overtime to batch manufacture the C2 agent. He's going to put these potions into the Maul of Doom. Those who had failed to switch to Sentinel were in need of this power. Secondly, start expanding like crazy. Merge all the surrounding forces that can be merged. For the next 3 days, Chao Tianqian traveled back and forth between the Jin Demon Temple and the Wei Alliance, as it is, allowing the Jin Demon Temple to similarly gain a piece of territory in Pithing City, right across from the Wei Alliance. Next, Chao Tianqian used his excellent diplomatic skills to get the Wei Alliance to enter into an alliance with the Jinmu Temple, so that the Wei Alliance could obtain the exclusive right to sell the weapons of the Jinmu Temple. The people from the Wei Alliance and the Jin Demon Temple all thought that Chao Tianqian was bullish, not realizing that this was just a trick to turn his left hand against his right hand. This alliance. Chao Tianqian did not introduce the Tianqian Zoo into the deeded spirit space in order to prevent the refining matter from being exposed. After doing this, Chao Tianqian was refreshed. Since then, the pieces of his layout of the world have fallen. Deeded spirit space, core basic plate. Skystar Zoo staff is young and high potential. The home base of the Imperial Beastmasters. Weimar Union, the quality of the personnel is mixed, but the numbers are high and the occupations are rich. Temple of Jinmai alchemy producer. It's perfect. Chao Tianqian did not stay idle. He then hoofed it to a 10-day special training program for White Scale, letting White Scale fight against the Beast Kings to improve its battle experience so that it could have a better chance of winning against Akatsuki. Just as all of Chao Tianqian's plans were being carried out in an organized manner, the sharpness he had inadvertently exposed had already caused the hearts of the forces to tremble. At the same time, in the 10,000 meters above the Dragon Kingdom, 2 huge figures wandering in the clouds loomed. New Water City, City East. On the dilapidated streets, Taishir Yuhao was leading a 5-member elite squad from the Flowing Cloud sect, besieging a steel centipede. Steel centipede. Centipede, as the name suggests. A body armor as hard as steel. And the thickness is extremely high. The blade chopping can only leave shallow marks on it. In addition, the steel centipede's mouthparts are wide and sharp, so if someone is caught, there is no chance of survival. It could be said that the steel centipede could miss countless times, while the 5 people of the Flowing Cloud sect could not miss even once. The battle intensified. The Luyun sect squad had already fallen into a disadvantage and had several close calls. Taishir Yuhao, who had been leading but not firing, finally found an opportunity as she gathered her long sword. The tip of the sword converging with a cold aura as she stabbed out with a single strike. Flowing Cloud sword technique. The timing of this sword strike was exquisite, directly hitting the steel centipede's vital eye, causing it to let out a miserable scream. The sword sheath that swung away blew Taishir Yuhao's long hair, further emphasizing her coldness. Senior sister Yuhao, well done. When Taishir Yuhao heard the cheers of his senior siblings, his face was not half as joyful. Instead, he loudly reprimanded. What's the point of dawdling? Quickly settle it. The 4 of them hurriedly exerted their means and struck the steel centipede with a brain. The steel centipede's entire body armor becomes flaccid after being hit in the eye. The 4 men's long swords easily ran them through. In an instant, green blood splattered out, and the steel centipede struggled for 2 moments before ceasing to move. The battle ended, and everyone sat down on the ground exhausted, panting heavily. It's really terrifying, but if we had just missed a little bit of cooperation, I guess we would have been completely wiped out at this moment, a disciple said with palpitations. Among the team, only Taishir Yuhao had reached the middle stage of the combat soldier rank, while the rest of them were all at the early stage of the combat soldier rank. According to the comparison of paper battle strength between humans and ferocious beasts, their side was at an absolute disadvantage. It's still thanks to senior sister Jade Reserve that she hit the steel centipede's vitals with a single strike, turning the tide. A female disciple looked at Taishir Yuhao with a face of adoration. Taishir Yuhao shook his head and said, "What does it have to do with me? It's all for the sacrifices of the clan elders and senior brothers and sisters who were willing to be the forerunners that we won. They are the ones we should be thanking." The crowd immediately fell silent for a few moments, remembering the deceased. The weakness of the steel centipede was not something that everyone knew from the beginning. It was something that the predecessors had tested out with their blood. The world is hard. Taishir Yu reserved a sigh. Whenever they encountered an unknown ferocious beast, the sacrifice was always very great. The crowd talked again about the thrill of what had just happened. Fortunately, this steel centipede is only at the ordinary level. If it was at the elite level, we would simply be full of no chance of winning. Insect-type ferocious beasts don't give birth to elites that easily, and the level cap won't be too high. You should be careful if you encounter those cat-type and canine-type ferocious beasts. They basically have an elite among a few, and their growth rate is also extremely fast. It's outrageous. Speaking of this, including Taishir Yuhao, the crowd had a disheveled look on their faces. There was even some hidden anger. A young disciple stuck his longsword hard into the ground, his face full of indignation. To think that back then, we were all the prideful sons of the clan, treating level-crossing challenges as our standard. But nowadays, it's not enough that it's so hard to hit an ordinary beast. I'm still being ridden by some cats and dogs. It's really disgusting. I'm not happy about it. The crowd empathized. It's hard to accept such a huge drop from the clouds to the bottom of the mud. Suddenly, Taishir Yuhao looked aghast and shouted, "Everyone be careful!" But it was too late. Only to see brush a black shadow flew past. The young disciple who had just shouted a cat or a dog had already lost his head. The body then planted itself on the ground. Senior brother Chi. Everyone's eyes were red. Taishir Yuhao held back his grief and shouted, "Everyone be careful! Form a formation!" The 4 immediately stood with their backs to each other, looking at the culprit with angry eyes. It was a black cat the size of a calf, standing on a short building with Master Chi's head in its mouth. The black cat swept the 4 of them with a cruel and contemptuous look before it began to gnaw on senior brother Chi's head in front of the 4 of them. In the face of such provocation, some people immediately stormed out. "Shit, this beast, I'll kill it." Taishir Yuhao hurriedly blocked. "Senior brother Lu, don't be impulsive. This is the tyrannical cat. Besides being good at sneak attacks, it is also very cunning. It must be stalling for time, waiting for its companions." The crowd instantly shivered. People's combat power is better than you. Even if they have more brains than you, then what the hell is the point of playing? Then the body of Master Chi. "Can't have it. Let's pull out." Taishir Yuhao viciously swept a glance at the tyrannical cat before pulling his senior siblings, who also hated him with a gnashing of teeth, to quickly leave. As a senior sister, the lives of her junior brothers and sisters were on her shoulders, so she could not afford to be reckless. Seeing that the 4 were not taking the bait, The tyrannical cat enraged the four by pressing its head on the ground again and kicking it as a ball. The four of them continued to walk with determination despite the blood dripping from their hatred. Seeing that the ploy had failed, the tyrannical cat wailed up to the sky, calling for his companions. Hurry! Taisha Yuhao urged everyone to speed up their pace. But suddenly, an obese crab ferocious beast crawled out from the side of the road, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Change direction, Taisha Yuhao shouted. Just as the four were about to seize the road and flee, a fat man suddenly sat up on the crab ferocious beast with binoculars in his hands. A man on a beast? The four people looked directly dumbfounded, and for a moment they actually forgot to escape. Again, I heard the fat man shout, "Fire!" The crab ferocious beast sprayed a large stone ball from its mouth. The boulder flew over the heads of the four and hit the tyrannical cat on the short building with precision, knocking it off the building. The tyrannical cat that had just been arrogant and incomparable was now lying on the ground with a broken spine, wailing miserably. Ha ha ha, little kitty, I've finally caught you. Telling you to sneak attack old me, you also don't ask around. Is your grandfather Lu Gunner some kind of cat or dog that you can sneak attack? Lu Gun put away his binoculars and looked at the injured tyrannical cat with a smug face. The four members of the Flowing Cloud sect rubbed their eyes. I didn't see it wrong, did I? It seems like there's a person riding on a ferocious beast. What's even more outrageous is that I actually think he can control this ferocious beast. What as if people can just be nice? At this time, Lu Gun also discovered the four people from the Luyan sect, and after seeing Taisha Yuhao's appearance, he immediately revealed a piggy look. A fairy. Taisha Yuhao was suddenly like an enemy. The other party seems to have saved them, but whether they are friends or foes is still unknown, especially since this guy seems to be a womanizer. The remaining three stood beside Taisha Yuhao, wanting to work with her. Just then, four more crab ferocious beasts crawled over on the side of the road, with the same people sitting on them. The crowd of the Flowing Cloud sect watched in awe. They were struggling to fight one ferocious beast, and people actually had 5, and they were in a team. While the four Taisha Yuhao doubted life, their hearts sank to the bottom. With the other party's strength, they could completely manage to crush them. There was also the ferocious beast that had the ability to attack from a distance, and there was no way for them to escape. More importantly, what's wrong with the world? There are people who can manipulate ferocious beasts. If there was only one person, it would be fine, and it could still be attributed to supernatural abilities. But if so many people who could manipulate ferocious beasts appeared, then the matter was by no means simple. Taisha Yuhao observed his opponent's lineup and shuddered inwardly. These people had actually all reached the early stage of the combat soldier rank, and the ferocious beasts they were riding had even reached the middle stage of the combat soldier rank. One of the chief-looking inch-headed boys looked younger than her, but his strength had similarly reached the middle stage of the combat soldier grade. What was even more terrifying was that the ferocious beast this boy was riding on had actually reached the late stage of the warrior soldier class. Other than that, just this ferocious beast alone, apart from a handful of people within the clan, I'm afraid that no one would be able to defeat it. Where the hell did these guys come from? At this point, Lu Gun shouted to the inch-haired boy, Team Feng, that kitty has been taken care of. I even saved a few people along the way. Ha ha, the inch-haired boy was none other than Feng Changshu, one of the first to become an Imperial Beast Master. Feng Changshu was currently the captain of the second squad of the Xuanwu Battalion. Although it was only a squad leader, his squad was composed entirely of Imperial Beastmasters and was one of the most elite squads of the Xuanwu Battalion. Feng Changshu swept a glance at the four people from the Luyun sect, and was similarly stunned by Taisha Yuhao's appearance. He didn't pay too much attention, though. Everything according to plan. Yes, the squad members controlled the ferocious beasts underneath them to turn around and drive towards the tyrannical cat. As for the four people of the Flowing Cloud sect on the side, they were ignored. It seems the other side is not hostile. The four members of the Luyun sect were relieved and at the same time, they were still a bit upset, because the way the other party had just looked at them was familiar to them. It's the way they usually look at weak eyes. What was even more insulting was that the other side seemed to be carrying out some kind of operation without evicting them, apparently not seeing them as a threat at all. But now that it's happened, there's nothing they can do about it even if they're upset. After all, that's just the way it is. A single person from the opposite side could single-handedly take on their entire squad. Senior sister, we'd better get going. The disciples of the Luyun sect who suffered a mind-blowing attack did not want to stay here for a moment. Taisha Yuhao said, this group of people can control ferocious beasts. If we can make contact and obtain the secret method of controlling ferocious beasts, wouldn't that be a heavenly benefit to our Luyun sect? Let's wait and see what they are going to do. Senior sister Jade Reserve has a point. The eyes of the remaining disciples lit up. The four then ducked behind a bunker. The moment the four members of the White Tiger Battalion squad had all gone into hiding, leaving Feng Changshu alone outside. Feng Changshu took out a large, exaggeratedly shaped knife and fiercely stabbed the tyrannical cat's thigh. The tyrannical cat immediately let out a mournful scream. Feng Changshu drew his knife and repeated this action over and over again, torturing the tyrannical cat wildly without taking its life. The 4 members of the Flowing Cloud sect instantly comprehended their intentions. He's going to want other tyrannical cats over here. But can they fight? Tyrannical cats usually come in groups of 3. With their strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Tai Shi Hao, however, shook his head. These people are already dead. The crowd immediately inquired as to the cause. Tai Shi Hao explained. Indeed, tyrannical cats usually move in groups of 3, only picking on weak units, and with their strength, tyrannical cats don't initiate attacks. But if they take the initiative to provoke, the nature is different. That would invite an entire tyrannical cat group. A tyrannical cat swarm has at least 3 to 5 groups of tyrannical cats. That's at least 12 of them. Moreover, tyrannical cats are extremely vindictive, and once they set their sights on them, they won't stop until they're dead. These guys are too cocky. It's probably going to be a total loss. Tai Shi Hao was inwardly overwhelmed with disappointment. She had wanted to reach out to the other side, but now it seems unnecessary. The other 3 are also very sorry. Just then, dark shadows kept sweeping in the distance. Together, 2 courses, 3 ways, 4 roads, the 7 ways, 12 paths, 15 channels, a full 15 tyrannical cats. All of them are at the war soldier level. The strongest one, the tyrannical cat boss, was as big as a tiger, with blood-red pupils, and the blood at the corners of his mouth had yet to dry up. With a strength of late combat soldier level, it exuded a terrifying pressure. Tai Shi Hao's expression changed. There are actually 15 of them. These guys will die for sure. Let's retreat. But as soon as her words fell, a strong sword aura came from behind her. The magnitude of its power caused the crowd of the Flowing Cloud sect to have their scalps numb from a long distance away. Can't it be that some sword master has struck? One disciple couldn't help but turn around, and then froze in shock. Master Lu, quickly go. Ah! The female disciple who turned back to tug him also immediately froze in place in shock. What's the time? You guys are still. Tai Shi Hao was furious, but when she turned around, her person froze, only to see the tyrannical cat boss, who had just made a domineering entrance, had become a headless corpse, and the one who struck was none other than the ferocious beast under Feng Changshu's seat. The spiritual energy running in its twin pincers actually exudes a subtle sword intent. Tai Shi Hao was shocked and numb. It was already outrageous enough to think that people could manipulate ferocious beasts, but I didn't realize that ferocious beasts could also master sword intent. If Chao Tianchen were here, he would have told her that it was no big deal for ferocious beasts to comprehend sword intent, and that some ferocious beasts were able to comprehend the sword realm and become sword Dao masters. It is said that practicing to the extreme is strong, like the double decapitation crab, although it would only be one move, scissors guillotine. But one trick pays off. Even ferocious beasts with a higher rank and bloodline level than it would be beheaded by it if they weren't careful. Feng Changshu's double chopping crab killed the tyrannical cat boss in seconds. And it wasn't just the people of the Flowing Cloud sect who were shocked, even the tyrannical cats were stunned. Just then, Lu Gun and the others rode out on their ferocious beasts to kill. The squad of 5 is equipped with 2 knife and shield crabs, a gun crab, a double cutter crab, and a giant shield crab. Whether it's melee, ranged, burst, or defense, it's fully equipped. Plus the 5 people cooperated well, and soon killed the tyrannical cat routed. The 4 members of the Flowing Cloud sect all looked dumbfounded. Why do I feel that their ferocious beasts are much stronger in single combat than these tyrannical cats? It's all 1 against 2, 1 against 3. Is it possible that people are riding elite ferocious beasts? Originally controlling ferocious beasts was larky, but to be able to control elite ferocious beasts, that's open and shut, isn't it? Right, they seem to have different types of ferocious beasts, each with different characteristics. These people are just too strong. Today we realize that we are frogs at the bottom of a well. To the shock of the crowd of the Flowing Cloud sect, the tyrannical cat group was quickly slaughtered, and Feng Changshu and the others had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Tai Shi Hao finally couldn't hold back and ran up to the front, respectfully saying, "My little daughter Tai Shi Hao thanks you all for saving her life. Can you tell me your name and contact address? When my daughter goes back to the shelter, I will be grateful." Feng Changshu froze slightly. Taishir, isn't that the same as his boss? What is your relationship with Taishir Changyun? Tai Shi Hao's heart snapped as he listened. Could it be that her indomitable younger brother has offended someone else? Such a strong person can be offended. This TM is not a pit sister. Not that she was to blame for thinking so. This brother had always struck her as a troublemaker. Taishir Changyun, said Taishir Hao, shaking his head in mock confusion. I'm sorry, I don't recognize this person. The remaining 3 people of the Luyun sect tacitly did not make a sound. Obviously Taisher Changyun's image as a troublemaker had already penetrated the hearts of the people. Feng Changshu didn't dig in on the topic and led the team about to leave. In his opinion, the other party was an organized survivor and seemed to have good strength, so it was unlikely that they would join the Tianqian Zoo. Taisher Yuhao suddenly called out to several people and pleaded, "Gentlemen, can you give us a ride? There will be heavy thanks afterward." Her opponent's ability to control ferocious beasts was really hard for her to ignore. It made her unable to resist the urge to find out what was going on. Feng Changshu pondered slightly. They had come out this time with the intention of exploring outwards in addition to killing monsters on a daily basis. Reaching out to other survivor forces for intel counts as a kind of exploration, doesn't it? Could be. Taisher Yuhao was instantly overjoyed. She had thought that she would have to go through a lot of talking. "Thank you all.